10 years ago, a force descended on Blue Star and connected the entire planet to the rule framework of the National Destiny Lord system. According to the rules of the National Destiny Lords, once the number of king-level territories in a country falls below 5, the country will be forcibly wiped out within a month. From that day on, every young person who is 18 years old or above is eligible to become a lord and go to the mysterious space called Battlefield of 10,000 Races. The man was waiting. An hour later, the 10,000 Races battlefield would open again, and 100,000 newly promoted lords from across the country would rush to the battlefield. Not long ago, China's 5th king-level territory was raided and forcibly seized by the Japanese. At this moment, a reminder sounded in Yang Ming's mind. Ding! A new round of lord competition is about to begin. Parallel Universe number 14, number of participants, 857 Gauger. Countdown 2 minutes. All new lords will be teleported to the 10,000 Races battlefield. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling white light emerged from the void, and 100,000 newly promoted Chinese lords stepped onto the battlefield at the same time. Yang Ming slowly opened his eyes. A system notification sounded. Welcome, Lord Yang Ming. You have obtained a primary territory. Newbie protection period is 3 days. Obtain a talent extraction opportunity. Yang Ming said without hesitation, begin extracting. Talent levels from F to SSS. Congratulations on obtaining SSS level talent, Supreme Overlord. SSS level? Yang Ming thought he had misheard. Since Blue Star was connected to the National Destiny system, no one had ever achieved S level or above. Check the properties. Talent. Supreme Overlord effect. Automatically gain 1 point per second, and can use 1 point to summon 1 warrior. Looking at the talent description, given enough time, he could summon an entire legion. He immediately checked the territory panel. Territory name. Primary Lord's Mansion level. Primary area. 200,000 square meters buildings, 1 residential building, 1 farmland, 1 fish pond. Glancing around, he saw a group of dilapidated wooden houses and sparse wooden fences that could only protect against small and medium-sized creatures. Outside the wooden house gathered a dozen indigenous people, including blacksmiths, farmers, cooks, and hunters wearing simple clothes. Outside the territory, there are countless powerful races, gods, monsters, giants, catgirls, goblins, demons, dragon maids. Yang Ming quickly gave the order. Use points to summon 500 warriors. With a flash of light, 500 human warriors in armor appeared neatly in the territory. They knelt on one knee and shouted in unison. Greetings, Lord. Name, human warrior, quality, ordinary, combat power. 17. The average adult male is 5. Source. Other human civilizations that were defeated in the battlefield of all races were imprisoned in a dark cage. Skill. Solid, defense plus 10%. Chapter 2. He quickly deployed his forces. 30 men. Go into the forest to cut down trees and bring back as much wood as possible. 50 people went to the riverbank and brought back whatever stones they could find. 10 people went to the farmland and prepared the land for planting. Also, send 10 of the most agile warriors to scout the surrounding area, investigate resource distribution, and investigate nearby forces. The soldiers quickly took action. Not long after, a wounded scout ran up to Yang Ming and said, Report to the Lord. We have already explored the surrounding 3 kilometers. A wolf den was discovered in the south, with about 20 elite-level wolves. There is a first-level mining area in the west, which is rich in minerals. In the east, a Japanese territory was discovered. As for the north, it currently looks barren. Yang Ming listened intently, quickly sketching out a map in his mind. When he heard the word Japanese, his eyes became fierce. Not long ago, a piece of royal territory in China was lost in a sneak attack by Japanese forces. Yang Ming decided, we must strike first and not leave any hidden dangers. The newcomer protection period is still 3 days away. Soon, the other teams returned and began reporting. Report, 1,080 units of wood have been successfully collected. Report, 708 stones have been collected. Report, the farmland has been cultivated and is ready for planting. According to the system requirements, the resources required for the primary territory have been met. He decisively asked the system to upgrade the territory. System prompt, territory upgrade in progress. At the same time, in the core confidential meeting room of the Huaxia imperial capital, a middle-aged officer whispered, What's the situation in the battle zone? Another person frowned and replied, The United States led a coalition of 35 countries, including Japan, South China, and the British Empire, to surround our remaining 4 king-level territories. Many high-ranking Chinese officials gathered. Our lords are fighting to the death and are still holding on. If another king-level territory cannot be created within a month, the entire Chinese nation will be completely wiped out. Quiet. The old man sitting in the main seat finally spoke. How are the diplomatic negotiations with the United States going? The other party asked us to cede 7 coastal provinces and hand over the Lord's scepter. A general slammed the table in anger. Bullshit. The divine staff is the lifeblood of China. How can we give it away? But the old man raised his hand steadily and said in a deep voice, we still have hope. This group of new lords is the last chance to turn the tables. As long as they can rise quickly and establish a new king-level territory, the situation may be reversed. We must fully support them. Success or failure depends on this one move. At this time, Yang Ming was standing outside the Lord's mansion. As long as he completed the upgrade within today, he would receive an extra reward. Ding dong, your territory upgrade is complete. A faint golden light slowly enveloped the entire territory. The original land area of only 200,000 square meters was expanded to 1 million square meters, and the original wooden house was upgraded to a brick and stone lord's mansion. Congratulations, you have unlocked the intermediate territory privileges and can build functional buildings such as blacksmith shops, research institutes, and taverns. Obtained 3 soldier enhancement charms. Additional reward, 1 gold resource chest. It's actually a gold treasure chest? He did not rush to open the treasure chest, but turned his attention to the strengthening talisman. He pointed to a burly warrior and said, you, come here. I greet the Lord. What's your name? Yang Ming asked. I have no name. I lost my home and my name. Okay, from now on, your name is Chunjian. Yang Ming handed over the strengthening talisman. Take it and absorb its power. Chunjian took the rune, put it on his chest, and suddenly a ray of light flashed. Name, Chunjian, combat power, 75, potential, 2-star, elite, loyalty, 90, talent. 1 shot, can temporarily improve all attributes of your troops. Chapter 3. In the Lord's world, only strength is the hard truth. His talent is the incredible SSS level Supreme Overlord, which allows him to automatically gain a warrior every second. Fighting is his fastest way to grow. Summon 5,000 warriors. A dazzling light flashed. A full 5,000 armored human warriors stood before him, kneeling in unison and saluting. Greetings, Lord. Yang Ming shouted. Chunjian, you lead 1,500 men to the southern wolf den and conquer that area with all your might. The rest of you, form your own teams and split into 2 groups. Some will stay in the territory to build buildings, while the remaining 500 will head to the western mines to fully mine. Yes, Lord. The soldiers responded in unison, quickly splitting up and moving out. The loyalty of these newly summoned warriors reached over 90%. Soon, the entire territory was filled with the sounds of construction. Houses, granaries, barracks, dormitories, training grounds. One building after another began to rise from the ground and began to take shape. Just as he was thinking about the subsequent construction plan, he suddenly remembered the treasure chest of gold resources he carried with him. He took out the treasure chest and gently opened it. Golden light spilled out, illuminating his face. Inside the treasure chest lies a glittering golden elixir, marrow cleansing pill. Effect, greatly increases the Lord's own strength. Good stuff. Yang Ming's eyes lit up. He tilted his head back and swallowed the pill. He closed his eyes and concentrated on absorbing the medicinal power. About an hour later, he suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze flashing like lightning, and his entire demeanor suddenly changed. My combat power has skyrocketed to 125. This number almost surpassed the strength of his general Chunjian. If you want to live long, you must be strong yourself. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in his mind again. Blacksmith, the barracks are completed. Chunjian successfully destroyed the demon wolf's lair, expanding his territory by 5,000 square meters and gaining 5 points of national fortune, successfully occupied the western mining area, increasing his territory by 2,000 square meters. In just 1 hour, the 2 teams he sent out reaped a lot of rewards. He assessed the casualties of the previous battle. Of the 5,000 soldiers who had gone out to fight, only 800 had returned. However, the average combat power of these 800 soldiers increased from 17 to around 20. It seemed that fighting could directly improve their strength. When the territory developed to a certain extent, the quality of the troops would be the key. He decided to purchase weapons and equipment for the soldiers. Opening the trading market, Yang Ming browsed the material trading situation in the novice area. But the truly high-end items, spiritual crops, monster meat, and enchanted weapons were almost invisible. He flipped through more than a dozen pages. Not a single weapon for sale. 3 days later, he prepared to attack a nearby Japanese lord. If it were not for the restriction of the newbie protection period, he would have killed him long ago. There was no stock in the market right now, so he had to try his luck in the chat channel. The channel was indeed bustling with activity. Ha ha, I just recruited an elite soldier with a combat power of 58. Really? I only have 10 militiamen now, and none of them have a combat power of more than 10. I was born in a forest resource area, rich in resources and free of monsters. I also found a weapon forging blueprint. Weapon forging blueprint. He immediately sent an anonymous private message to the lucky player. Brother, are you interested in trading that forging blueprint? But the other party was obviously not stupid and replied immediately. Sorry, not for sale. Blueprints are rare resources. With them, equipment can be mass-produced. How can they be easily sold? Yang Ming immediately threw out his chips. How about I exchange 500 kilograms of demon wolf meat for your blueprints? He uploaded a transaction information of demon wolf meat. Name, demon wolf meat. Quality, excellent grade. Effect, rich in spiritual power. It has a chance to increase combat power and physical fitness after consumption, with a minimum increase of 1 combat power point. Chapter 4. The other party's surprise is written between the lines. You are so terrifying. So much demon wolf meat, 7 times faster than that American. The other party replied excitedly, Boss, I have a blueprint for an excellent weapon forging, and I want to make friends with you. Yang Ming pondered for a moment and replied, Okay. Friend request. Junior leader Zhang Wei requests to add you as a friend. Yang Ming clicked agree without hesitation. Then, a trading window popped up. Zhang Wei wishes to exchange the Tang horizontal blade forging blueprint. Excellent grade for 500 kilograms of demon wolf meat. Excellent grade. Yang Ming opened the granary, took out 500 kilograms of fresh demon wolf meat, and clicked confirm. After a flash of white light, the meat was teleported to Zhang Wei's territory, and the forging drawings fell steadily into his hands. He unfolded the blueprint and checked. Name, Tang Hungdao forging blueprint. Quality, excellent. Effect, can forge an unlimited number of excellent Tang Hungdao. Required materials, 10 pounds of pig iron, 1 pound of crude steel, 5 pieces of obsidian, 3 pieces of star ore. Yang Ming's eyes lit up. With this blueprint in hand, and the mineral resources he'd acquired from the previous capture of the ordinary mining area, he crafted 50 Tang Dynasty horizontal swords in 2 days. With this batch of weapons, he was confident he could completely crush the Japanese territory to the east. With the blueprints in hand, he walked into the newly built blacksmith shop in the territory. I'll give you 10 workers. Within 3 days, I want to see 50 Tang horizontal swords. Yang Ming's tone was calm, but unquestionable. Yes, my lord. The blacksmith immediately took the blueprint respectfully and began to arrange the blacksmithing work. As the first hammer fell, the bang-bang sound of hammering rang out one after another in the blacksmith shop. 3 days later, at 6 in the morning, with only half an hour left in the novice protection period, a craftsman stood at the door of the blacksmith shop, holding a Tang Dynasty horizontal sword in both hands, and said respectfully, My lord, all 50 Tang Dynasty horizontal swords have been forged. Yang Ming took it and examined it. It was a heavy, sharp straight knife, shiny black, and weighed 10 pounds. Name, Tang horizontal sword. Quality, excellent. Attributes, combat power plus 20%, up to 40 points. Additional skills, critical hit. Each hit causes double damage, damage capped at 100 points. He slashed with his hand, and the hard stone next to him shattered instantly. Good knife. Chun Jian, he shouted. I'm here. Chun Jian quickly appeared, kneeling on one knee, his eyes determined. Gather the soldiers and follow me. Yang Ming's voice was resounding. As you command. A moment later, 3,000 soldiers, under Chun Jian's command, were ready to go at the gate of the territory. Yang Ming distributed the remaining 49 Tang horizontal swords to the strongest soldiers. Yang Ming stood on a huge rock and looked out at the crowd. 3 kilometers east of US, there's a Japanese territory. Follow me and crush the enemy. Yes. 3,000 men responded in unison, their voices thundering. The gates to the territory swung open, and Yang Ming proudly led his army out on the road to battle. Meanwhile, in the real world, in the Huaxia high-level meeting room, a council member hurriedly reported, Commander-in-Chief, an encrypted message just arrived from Japan. The old man sitting at the head of the table looked dignified and said calmly, Play. The ciphertext gradually appeared on the screen. After the message finished playing, 2 A-level talents? Those bastards from Japan actually had 2 newbies awaken A-level. What a joke. There are over 8 billion people in the world, and there are less than 40 A-level awakenings. And they suddenly show up with 2. The old man said coldly, quiet. His gaze was sharp. Has anyone among our newcomers awakened to A-level? The counselor lowered his head and said in a deep voice, no. The conference room suddenly fell silent. The air seemed frozen. Continue with the report. The old man waved his hand. The counselor took a deep breath and continued. Most of the new Chinese lords have awakened talents of C-level or below. There are thousands of C-level lords and only 20 B-level lords. However, there is one person, Yang Ming. His data and information cannot be detected, not even by the Lord's scepter. Technicians speculate that he may have entered some unknown area and his life or death is currently unknown. Everyone's heart sank. If even the most promising person got into trouble, was China really finished? Battlefield of all races, eastern part of Novice area, yo. We've finally gathered an army of 100 samurai. The Japanese lord, Kuko Yamekawa, was looking proudly at the soldiers in the training ground. In 3 days, he not only developed rapidly, but also became the most popular rising star in the Japanese novice area. You received 99 plus new messages. The system notification sounded, and he leaned lazily in his chair and began to flip through the pages. Yamekawa-kun is amazing. He can awaken an A-level talent. Can we be friends? Brother, add me quickly. I have a lot of beautiful photos to share. Master Meichuan is here. Those people in China are not worth mentioning at all. The countless flatteries from his fellow Japanese compatriots made him feel swelled. Just a few Chinese lords? Meichuan Kuzi, will chop them all into pieces one by one. He casually typed a line of words in the channel. Hello everyone, I'm Meichuan Kuzi. There's a Chinese territory near me. As soon as the newcomer protection period is over, I will be the first to kill him. As soon as these words were spoken, the channel was boiling with excitement. Mr. Meichuan is mighty. Senior, you are invincible. We, the righteous forces of Japan, must defeat those evil Chinese. On this battlefield, Yamekawa Kuriko, who was once a nerd, seems to have put himself in the role of imperial hero. His eyes were blazing, and he gripped his katana tightly. 5 minutes from now, when the protection period ends, I will be the first to capture China's territory. I want to reach the top. Chapter 5. At this time, Yang Ming had led 3,000 soldiers and quietly approached the nearby camp of the Japanese lord. He stood on a high slope, his eyes sweeping across the neatly arranged buildings in front of him, and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. This guy has actually upgraded his territory to the intermediate level. He's even upgraded his training ground to level 2, his defense tower to level 3, and even his blacksmith shop to level 2. Yang Ming's heart trembled. The opponent's construction speed far exceeded that of his peers. To achieve this level in 3 days, his talent must be at least B-level, and very likely even A-level. He understood that Chun Jin alone would probably not be able to capture the Japanese lord. Fortunately, I came here in person. He pondered for a moment, then decisively issued an order. Chun Jin, lead 3,000 soldiers to attack the enemy territory head-on and create chaos. Yes, sir. Chun Jin clasped his fists in response. The next second, he was standing at the forefront of the army, waving his arm. Everyone, follow me and kill. Charge. Kill those Japanese dogs. 3,000 soldiers roared in unison and rushed towards the enemy territory like unbridled beasts, with morale high and murderous intent. Meanwhile, inside the enemy territory, a Japanese lord named Yamekawa Kuko, who was speaking out in the chat channel, had just finished sending a message mocking the Chinese. The sudden commotion interrupted his pleasure. Report. A panicked militiaman stumbled into the hall, fell to his knees with a thud, and reported loudly. My lord, this is bad. A large number of enemy troops suddenly appeared outside and are attacking us. Meichuan Kuzi was stunned when he heard this, then smiled with disdain. Oh? Someone actually dared to attack me? Doesn't he know that I'm a genius lord who has awakened A-level talent? The militia responded nervously. It was that Chinese guy. He brought at least 3,000 soldiers. Huh? That's it. 3,000 men dare to touch me? Forget 3,000. Even if they came with 5,000, I would still kill them right where they are. Yamekawa Kuzi clapped his hands, looking impatient. Pass the order down, gather my warriors. I want to show these idiots what real strength is. Soon, a rallying horn sounded within the territory. 100 Japanese warriors, clad in black armor and wielding long swords, lined up in front of the city gate, their demeanor thick with murderous intent. Yamekawa Kuko stood at the front, a scornful smile on his face as he gazed at the approaching enemy troops. Humph, a bunch of unsophisticated fellows, you dare challenge me? I'll show you what fear is. He raised his hand, and a black light shone from his forehead. Undead warrior, come out. With his loud shout, the earth suddenly shook and the ground cracked. One after another, white skeletons crawled out from the ground, their bones crackling and emitting the breath of death. Unit, Skeleton Elf, Combat Power, 70, Quality, Excellent Skill. Resurrection, F rank, can be resurrected up to twice. At that moment, 354 skeleton elves lined up and stood behind Manhwa Kuzi, their murderous aura overwhelming. Kill my undead army. Teach that foolish Chinese a lesson. As the order was issued, the undead army surged out like a tide, crashing head-on into Chun Jian's group of warriors. Kill! Chun Jian roared, brandishing his Tang sword and charging forward. With his first strike, he severed the arm of a skeleton. Unfortunately, the other party felt no pain at all, and instead lunged forward with fangs and claws bared. Well done! Chun Jian's fighting spirit was high, and he engaged the 3 skeleton warriors head-on. The soldiers in the rear also joined in the battle, and a violent collision broke out between steel and bones. The battlefield was like a boiling furnace, with every collision accompanied by roars and the sound of bones cracking. Elsewhere, Yang Ming stood on the high ground, observing with a cold eye, his eyes quickly analyzing the situation. This Japanese guy can summon such a powerful skeleton army. He is indeed an A-level talent, a undead summoner. His heart sank, and he muttered to himself coldly, "Then I should be more serious." The next moment, Yang Ming closed his eyes and silently said, "Summon another 8,000 warriors." The light returned, and 8,000 fully armed soldiers instantly appeared behind him. They knelt on one knee and shouted in unison, "Greetings, Lord." Yang Ming waved his hand calmly. "Everyone stand up and move in 2 teams. 4,000 people will support the front battlefield, and the other 4,000 will take a detour and attack the enemy from the flank." Yes. The soldiers immediately split into 2 groups and set off in neat formation. The front battlefield turned in an instant, and the extra troops gave Chun Jian's side a clear advantage. Another group quietly passed through the dense forest and launched a surprise attack from the side of the enemy territory. Along with roars, cold rays of light cut through the air, and the sudden attack caught the enemy off guard. Yumekawa Kuriko's territory instantly erupted in chaos. Report. Another militiaman stumbled into the hall, shouting, "My lord, this is terrible. The enemy has sent another 4,000 troops to reinforce the battlefield. We are already at a disadvantage on the front line. And the western wall has also been attacked and can't hold on." "What? 8,000 people?" Manhwa Kuzi's face paled, his eyes instantly filled with fear. Where did he get so many soldiers? Could it be that the Chinese guy has also awakened an A-level talent? Although he had awakened his A-level talent, he had not really studied how to manage the territory, let alone how to fight strategically. But now that things have come to this, he can only fight to the death. "I haven't lost yet. This is my home turf. Even if he has more troops, he may not be able to defeat me." Gritting his teeth, Manhwa Kuzi roared, "Summon 225 more skeleton elves." As the order fell, another 225 skeletons emerged from the ground. "Not enough. I'm using my trump card and summoning the skeleton general." An even more terrifying black shadow rose from the crack. A giant skeleton over 3.5 meters tall, clad in heavy black iron armor and holding a heavy sword. Unit, Skeleton General, Combat Power, 119 Quality. Excellent, Skill 1. Resurrection, a level, can be resurrected 5 times. Skill 2. Devour, the level, devours life to restore health and temporarily increase combat power. Go ahead and crush those ants. Kill that Chinese kid. I want to be the savior of the great Japanese empire. Manhwa Kuzi has completely given it his all. In Chapter 6, Yang Ming stood in the center of the battlefield, coldly watching the armored, thick-boned skeleton of a general rising from the ground in front of him, his body ablaze with faint green flames. However, his expression remained unchanged, as if everything was under control. If this was the extent of the opponent's trump card, then this battle would have been a foregone conclusion from the start. Decapitation operation, begin. Yang Ming no longer hesitated. Holding the Tang sword in hand, he charged towards the enemy's core lord like an arrow. It wasn't so much an attack as it was a hunt with the determination to kill. This time, he personally went into battle, killed the enemy with his own hands, and released his long-suppressed edge without reservation. With the blessing of Tang Hengdao, his combat power instantly soared by 25 points, reaching a terrifying 150 points. He was like a moving war machine, sweeping away everything. At the same time, another team led by Chun Jian launched a sudden attack from the flank, throwing the enemy camp into chaos and causing their defenses to collapse one after another. In just 10 minutes, Yang Ming had reached the main gate of the enemy territory. The two skeleton warriors guarding the door had no time to react before they were chopped down one by his swift sword, without even a second to resist. Someone is breaking in. Hurry, stop him. The enemy screamed, but it was too late. As a Japanese lord with A-level talent, Yumekawa Kuko's samurai army was not weak. Seeing someone breaking in, they quickly gathered and 10 sword-wielding warriors rushed towards Yang Ming. Humph, a bunch of trash. Yang Ming lightly swung the Tang Hung Dao in his hand, and the strong sword energy cut through the air. In an instant, 10 warriors fell down and blood splattered everywhere. His sword is no ordinary object. Every swing of it brings with it crushing lethality. The enemy camp was in complete panic. The soldiers' morale collapsed, and they were unable to organize an effective counterattack. Soon, 2 tall white skeletons, with a combat power of about 70, rushed up and blocked Yang Ming's way. 2 pairs of dark green flames burned in their hollow eye sockets, and they swung at him with huge swords in hand. But in Yang Ming's eyes, the speed of this attack seemed almost slow. Wow! Tang Heng's sword flashed out and instantly pierced through the sternum of a skeleton. With a turn of the blade, the skeleton was dismembered on the spot. The other one had no time to react before he cut it in half. Even if they had the ability to resurrect, they couldn't withstand Yang Ming's thunderous killing intent. At this moment, Yang Ming was like a god descending from heaven. He stepped on corpses and bloodstains all the way and finally approached the enemy's core building, the Lord's Mansion. The Lord's Mansion is the last barrier of the entire territory. If it is captured and held by the enemy for more than 12 hours, the entire territory will be completely changed hands. When Yang Ming stepped into the hall of the Lord's Mansion, Meichuan Kuzi suddenly turned around, his face filled with uncontrollable horror. Who are you? He looked at Yang Ming, who was in great momentum, his voice trembling and his eyes revealing unconcealable fear. Yang Ming approached step by step, the Tang Hung Dao in his hand still dripping with blood, and said in a cold tone, "I am here to take your dog's life." Meichuan Kuzi took a step back, cold sweat starting to form on his face. "Protect the emperor. Come and protect me." Hearing the sound, several of his most trusted life-saving troops came over, a high-level skeleton general, plus 5 bone guards, all standing in front of him. But even though the fighting power around him was not low, Meichuan Kuzi was still filled with fear. The person in front of him brought a kind of oppression from the soul, making him tremble subconsciously. "I heard that you want to emulate your infamous Unit 731? Use us Chinese people as experiments," Yang Ming said in a low voice, his eyes full of murderous intent. "I didn't," Meichuan Kuzi said stubbornly, but his voice was trembling and his legs were shaking unconsciously. Yang Ming sneered. "Oh, I heard it myself. You were making such a fuss out there, saying you wanted to capture Chinese people for hard labor, make the men slaves, and use the women for entertainment. Didn't you always say you wanted to be a hero of Japan?" His words were like knives, piercing Meichuan Kuzi's heart. Please listen to my explanation. I really didn't mean that." Meichuan Kuzi's lips turned pale, and he spoke incoherently. His words were like knives, piercing Meichuan Kuzi's heart. Please listen to my explanation. I really didn't mean that." Meichuan Kuzi's lips turned pale, and he spoke incoherently. He didn't understand why he was so frightened that he couldn't even speak clearly. This man, clearly just a new lord, why did he have such a terrifying aura? Yang Ming stopped talking nonsense and said coldly, "Go to hell and explain. My mission is to send you down." Before he finished speaking, he raised Tang Hung Dao and rushed straight towards Meichuan Kuzi. "Stop him, quickly." At the critical moment of life and death, Yumekawa Kuzi's desire to survive made him burst into screams. The skeleton general and the 5 skeleton guards immediately rushed forward, trying to stop Yang Ming. However, these blockers could not even last a round. Boom! Yang Ming swept his sword across, and the skeleton general's arms were broken. With another blow, the 5 skeletons were instantly chopped into pieces, and their corpses flew everywhere. "This is impossible. You've only been here for a few days? How can you be so strong?" Yumekawa Kuzi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, unable to understand what was happening in front of him. The next moment, Yang Ming appeared before him like the god of death, and Tang Hung Dao drew a cold arc in the air. Meichuan Kuzi's legs went limp and he fell to his knees, crying and begging for mercy. "Don't kill me. I was wrong. I can be your slave. I will listen to whatever you say, just spare my life." A strong, fishy smell came from his crotch, and he was so scared that he peed his pants. "Heh!" Yang Ming snorted, and the blade flashed. "Go to hell and repent." As the words fell, the blade had already chopped down. Meichuan Kuzi's head flew high into the air and rolled to the ground, his eyes still open, his face full of fear and unwillingness. His body then fell heavily to the ground. At that moment, the entire Japanese territory lost its center and fell into paralysis. As soon as Yumekawa Kuriko died, all the units under his command, skeleton generals, skeleton soldiers, militia, and samurai, all stood there like puppets with their strings cut, losing the ability to move. At the same time, the system prompt sounded throughout the Blue Star region novice zone. Region-wide notice. Congratulations to the Chinese Lord, Yang Ming, for successfully killing a Japanese Lord. He became the first Lord in the Blue Star domain novice zone to complete the killing mission and has received additional rewards. Reward, obtain title, First Blood additional combat power increase, plus 5 points. Chapter 7. When an explosive system announcement spread throughout the novice area of the Blue Star domain, almost all the lords were shocked. Less than half an hour after leaving the novice protection period, the First Blood in the first territory attack battle was snatched away, and it was taken by a new lord from China. In an instant, the chat channel was boiling. Whether it was the Chinese channel or the Japanese channel, they were all in an uproar. What the hell? It's only been 20 minutes, and the First Blood has already been taken. Ha. It's all done by our Chinese brothers. That's awesome. Let's pop some champagne to celebrate. Yang Ming? Who knows this guy? He's so awesome. I haven't even explored a few of the nearby resource fields, and they've already taken over a territory. I had just been teaching the militia how to farm, and when I heard the news, my blood boiled. I kicked the oxen away and picked up the hoe myself to work 10 acres of land. The channel was bustling with activity, but at this moment, Yang Ming, the protagonist of this battle, had no time to pay attention to these heated discussions. He was busy with his warriors cleaning up the battlefield and completely taking over Meichuan Kuzi's territory. Although this guy had only been in business for 3 days, the warehouse was unexpectedly full of supplies. Everyone listen up, start collecting the spoils, and move away everything that can be moved. Yang Ming made a prompt decision and issued the order. Soon, the soldiers under his command began to report. Your Excellency, we found approximately 300 kilograms of rice in the granary. Report. 103 pieces of silver ore, 508 kilograms of pig iron, and 50 pieces of obsidian were found in the wooden house to the east. Here are 20 ordinary-grade broadswords. The amount of loot far exceeded expectations. Listening to the inventory reports one by one, Yang Ming couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and sighed softly. This Meichuan Kuzi may seem arrogant, but he's not completely incompetent. However, what surprised Yang Ming the most were the 2 special treasures he accidentally discovered in the other lord's mansion. Spoils of war and surprises. The first treasure, spring water. Name spring water. Quality, excellent grade. Function, after being placed, it can form a spring that never dries up in the designated area, with a daily output of up to 100 tons. Additional features, contains trace amounts of extraordinary energy. Drinking it for 20 days can permanently increase your combat power by 1 point. The second treasure, Guardian Thorn. Name, Guardian of Thorns. Quality, excellent grade. Description, it can be planted at the border of the territory to strengthen defense and has a certain effect of repelling beasts. Characteristics, carnivorous, able to breathe fire. Not bad, not bad. Yang Ming showed a satisfied smile on his face and put the 2 treasures into the space props. The gains from this battle far exceeded his expectations. Post-war summary and orders. Chun Jian. Yang Ming's eyes turned, and he shouted in a deep voice. Chun Jian, dressed in iron armor, quickly stepped forward and responded with a bow. I'm here. Report the battle damage. Yang Ming asked concisely but to the point. Chun Jian thought for a moment and replied. 1,000 men were killed in the battle, and more than 2,000 were wounded. Hearing this number, Yang Ming frowned slightly. Although these warriors were summoned by the system, they were not just a string of cold data to him. He preferred to treat them as real living individuals. After a moment's silence, he gave the order. Arrange for people to bring all the spoils back to the territory, and take the wounded with them as well, and treat them as soon as possible. A touch of emotion flashed in Chun Jian's eyes, and he answered solemnly. As you command, my lord. As the order was given, a large group of people set out on their journey home. Unexpected visitor. Half an hour later, when the team arrived at the gate of the territory, Yang Ming noticed something strange. In front of the territory's gate, more than 100 ragged refugees were gathered, all of them looking nervous, with desire and anxiety in their eyes. Are these people the indigenous people of the 10,000 races battlefield? Yang Ming said to himself. Before he could think about it, more than 100 refugees knelt down in unison. Respected Lord, they shouted in unison, their voices filled with earnestness. We are homeless refugees, passing through here by chance. We beg you to take us in. We are willing to serve you, and will never betray you. Yang Ming's eyes moved slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "Everyone get up." Then, he looked at Chun Jian and said, "Give them some food, arrange accommodation for them, and register their identity information." Yes. Chun Jian took action immediately. When these refugees heard that Yang Ming was willing to take them in, they were so excited that they burst into tears and kowtowed repeatedly to express their gratitude. "Come in, from now on, you are part of this place," Yang Ming said to them. His tone was not harsh, but gentle and firm. He did not take them in on a whim, but had considered it for a long time. The future upgrade of the territory would require a certain number of indigenous population as a foundation, and the summoned warriors were not included in this total. System prompts and demographic information. Sure enough, the system prompt sounded soon. Byte. When the total population of the territory exceeds 110 points of national fortune will be awarded. Yang Ming was not surprised. It seems we need to continue expanding the number of indigenous people and not just rely on combat effectiveness. While summoned warriors are highly efficient and powerful, they are unable to fulfill specific roles such as blacksmiths, doctors, and carpenters. The true long-term development of a territory lies in the indigenous inhabitants of the myriad races battlefield. Infrastructure must also keep up. Yang Ming secretly decided to prioritize solving daily needs. The falling spring shocked everyone. He opened his space backpack and took out the spring water, treasure he had just seized. The territory was short of water resources, and drinking water problems had always troubled residents and soldiers. He decided to immediately deploy this spring. Put it near the residential area. He made a decision after thinking about it. Arriving at an open space, Yang Ming placed the treasure on the ground. "Do you want to place this resource fountain?" "Let go." Yang Ming nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, the prop in his hand shone brightly. Crash. In a moment, the ground cracked open by itself, and a 5-meter-high column of clear spring water gushed out. The indigenous people watching were stunned and exclaimed in surprise. This spring water appeared out of thin air. I said, "The Lord must be a transcendent." Amazing. We are so lucky to have met such a Lord. Everyone admired him even more and cheered with joy, and the whole territory was bustling with activity. Yang Ming caught a handful of spring water and took a sip. It was sweet and cool, with a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy. This water is up to standard. He smiled with satisfaction. Not only can it solve the problem of drinking water, it also has the additional effects of healing wounds and improving combat power, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Access demographic data. System, open the population information. Yang Ming gave the order in his mind. Byte. Chun Jian has completed all population registrations. The information is as follows. A holographic panel appeared before his eyes that only he could see. The data shows. Total population, 125. Blacksmith, 3 people. Carpenters, 4 people. Doctors, 2. Healer, 1. Ordinary Aboriginal people, 115. In addition, the number of summoned warriors has accumulated to more than 8,000, but due to their non-indigenous status, they are not counted as permanent residents. Although they can fight and undertake physical tasks such as transportation and construction, they are not capable of high-skilled occupations such as medicine and blacksmithing. Chapter 8. Just as Yang Ming was pondering the future development direction of the territory, Chun Jian walked over quickly with a hint of worry on his face. "Lord, according to your orders, we have already made arrangements for the refugees we just accepted. However, they are not in good condition. They are all pale and thin, and they look very hungry." Chun Jian hesitated a bit at this point and continued. "Actually, our soldiers haven't had a decent meal in 2 days." These words immediately reminded Yang Ming. He nodded, frowning slightly. Yes, the food problem is the biggest hidden danger at present. Man is made of iron and food is made of steel. If we can't even solve the basic problem of food and clothing, how can we talk about loyalty and belonging? "How much grain is left in the granary now?" Yang Ming asked. Chun Jian thought for a moment and answered seriously. "Rice, dried meat, fruits and vegetables. Altogether, there are probably over 4,000 kilograms. 4,000 pounds. Yang Ming sighed softly. This amount of food can only last for 1 day, at most if it is placed in front of thousands of people. However, Yang Ming made a decision quickly. "Pass my order to open the granary, take out all the food, and cook it all to ensure everyone has enough to eat." Hearing this, Chun Jian was stunned for a moment. "But, what if all this food is eaten up? What should we do tomorrow?" he asked hesitantly. He originally thought that Yang Ming wanted the soldiers to take turns eating to satisfy their cravings, but he never expected that the Lord would actually let everyone have a full meal at once. Yang Ming patted his shoulder gently and said firmly, "Don't worry. We won the battle today, and we should reward the troops. As for tomorrow's food problem, I will find a way to solve it." Chun Jian's heart was shaken, and he clasped his fists and responded seriously, "Yes, Lord." Yang Ming knew very well that in this battlefield full of dangers, population was the most valuable resource. Every refugee, warrior, craftsman, and doctor is crucial to the success of the territory. Blacksmiths and doctors are especially important. Without them, even weapons and medical treatment become a problem. Not to mention, the strength of the more than 8,000 soldiers who had just experienced the war had improved a lot overall, and they were his greatest reliance at present. Night slowly fell, and the rich aroma of rice and meat wafted over the territory. Big pots were bubbling, and the smell of food seemed particularly tempting in the night. Soldiers and refugees lined up in long, neat queues, waiting for food to be distributed. I smell the aroma of rice. Oh my God, I haven't eaten such delicious rice in a long time. What is that? Eggs? And pork fat? Impossible. Is this really for us to eat? The Lord is too kind. I never thought I'd meet such a compassionate Lord. I'm so lucky. Everyone looked at the boiling pot, their eyes shining, their throats rolling, and their saliva flowing. After a while, the food was cooked and distributed according to the queue. When the mouthful of steaming hot rice finally entered their mouths, the eyes of many soldiers and refugees who had been holding back their anger turned red. Some people even started crying while eating. At this moment, in the Lord's mansion, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Yang Ming's mind. Ding! Congratulations! You have greatly enhanced the residents' sense of belonging by properly settling refugees and soldiers. You have received plus 10 points of national fortune. National fortune value? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. This is a key indicator for territory promotion and can only be obtained through accumulation. He flipped through the system conditions in his mind and recalled several important conditions required for the territory to be promoted to a high level. Wood, 7,500 units. Stone, 5,500 units. Population, Aboriginal people, 200 or more. National fortune, 200 points. Secondary building, build at least 3. Wood and stone are easy to come by. I have enough labor. Once I mobilize 8,000 soldiers, I can get as much as you want. Yang Ming touched his chin and thought to himself, but this national destiny value is indeed quite tricky. After weighing the pros and cons, he quickly made a decision. He would personally lead the team out tomorrow to look for opportunities to hunt or capture resource fields, and try his luck to see if he could get a chance to improve the country's fortune. Before going to bed, he breathed a sigh of relief, lay down on the bed, and soon fell asleep. The next morning, it was the 5th day of the 10,000 races battlefield. When the first ray of sunlight shone into the Lord's mansion, Yang Ming opened his eyes and got up quickly. He walked out of the mansion and called Chun Jian. Deploy the troops. Send 2,000 men to the forest to cut wood, and another 2,000 to collect stone and grind it into blocks. You will stay here and lead 1,000 men to defend the territory. I will take the remaining 3,000 people and set out to explore. Chun Jian clasped his fists in agreement and immediately went to mobilize the troops. Half an hour later, Yang Ming left the territory with 3,000 soldiers and embarked on today's journey. After the baptism of actual combat, the combat effectiveness of the team has generally increased to more than 20 points. The marching formations are neat and uniform, and the momentum is amazing. Call. As soon as I stepped out of the territory, a cold wind mixed with the smell of wild beasts blew in my face. Yang Ming took a deep breath and looked forward. The wilderness was still vast and overgrown with weeds, with a dense forest faintly visible in the distance. Yesterday, while on his way to defeat Meichuan Kuzi, he had discovered a secondary mining area, and today was the perfect time to go there and capture it. 3,000 people walking across the wilderness was a truly spectacular sight. Even if they encountered a ferocious pack of wolves, they might not dare to confront them head-on. Yang Ming remained vigilant and inspected the surrounding terrain from time to time. The battlefield of all races was full of dangers and could not be taken lightly. A few minutes later, a scout in front suddenly stopped, turned around, and gestured to Yang Ming. Are we at our destination? Yang Ming was stunned. He remembered that the mining area was quite far away. Could it be that they had discovered a new resource point? He immediately quickened his pace and rushed over to see what was going on. A large group of huge blue bison appeared. Name Skyhorn Blue Ox. Level, excellent. Combat power, 96 to 128. Characteristics, extremely violent, attacks all living things during migration. There are more than 50 of them, including some cubs. Yang Ming counted them carefully and suddenly felt happy. That's great. A single adult skyhorn blue ox weighs 1,500 kilograms, and hunting it down is enough to feed the entire army for several days. Prepare for the roundup. Everyone, be on alert. Surround both wings. Yang Ming acted decisively and quickly arranged tactics. The team advanced slowly, and he walked in front himself. When he was less than 100 meters away from the herd of cattle, he suddenly launched an attack. Attack! Zheng! Tang Hung drew his sword, and the sound of the sword was like thunder. He flashed and suddenly appeared in front of a green bull, slashing it with a knife. Puff! The sky, horned blue bull had no time to react before its huge body was split in half, and blood spurted out. The sudden attack caused the entire herd of bison to run wild in an instant. Moo! The cattle roared, their eyes turned red, the horns on their heads flashed coldly, and their wildness was completely aroused. Prepare for battle, Yang Ming shouted. The skyhorned green bull's counterattack was indeed fierce. Several adult bulls charged forward, their horns humping several soldiers and sending them flying. Their massive hooves were like hammers, instantly crushing several men into a bloody mess. The first wave of impact took away more than a dozen lives. The warriors raised their spears, swords, and shields and launched a counterattack. The bloody atmosphere spread rapidly in the wilderness, and a brutal hunting war began. Chapter 9. On the wasteland of the 10,000 races battlefield, Yang Mingjing led his army in a fierce battle with a group of powerful monsters. Although these beasts, known as skyhorn blue bulls, were few in number, each possessed thick skin and immense strength. Even a combined attack of 20 warriors wouldn't necessarily be enough to take down just one. Before long, more than 50 of our soldiers were killed or wounded. Beasts, come at me! Yang Ming roared, murderous intent burning in his eyes. He swung the Tang sword in his hand fiercely and unexpectedly cut a skyhorned blue ox in half. While the momentum was still there, he turned his body, and two cold lights instantly cut through the air, piercing the heads of the other two blue oxen. Such a brave performance soon attracted the attention of the cattle leader. A low and violent moo echoed on the battlefield, and the leader of the skyhorned green ox rushed towards Yang Ming with his eyes wide open. Skill activation, Bison Charge. This charge was like a moving mountain, spreading grief wherever it passed. Over 100 soldiers were thrown back in a collision, and the battle line was in chaos. But Yang Ming did not retreat at all. He even showed a cold smile full of fighting spirit at the corner of his mouth. You're just in time. Holding Tang Hung Dao in his hand, he took a step in the opposite direction and actually rushed towards the direction of the collision. Just when the two sides were about to collide, Yang Ming dodged sideways with amazing agility, and the sharp blade in his hand slashed straight across the abdomen of the skyhorned blue ox leader. Puff! A knife cut into his belly and blood gushed out. The green ox leader let out a tearing howl. But Yang Ming showed no mercy. His body moved like lightning, and his sword flashed like rain. The second sword, the third sword, the fourth sword. He slashed several times in a row until the huge body fell to the ground with a bang and died on the spot. With the death of their leader, the remaining Qingyo lost their fighting spirit and were defeated in an instant. In just 10 minutes, the hard-fought battle was over. Reward after a bloody battle. Hoo-hoo. Yang Ming was breathing heavily, holding the Tang sword to support his body, his clothes soaked with sweat. Looking around, the battlefield was littered with blue bull corpses, and the air was filled with the smell of blood and iron. This beef is enough to last for a long time. He smiled. Besides being a rich source of meat, the horns of the skyhorn blue ox were also excellent forging materials and could be used as bargaining chips. He decisively ordered, "Ship all the horns and beef back home. We'll have a beef feast tonight." The soldiers' morale was greatly boosted, and they moved with even greater energy. 500 soldiers were responsible for escorting the spoils and the wounded back to the territory. Although this battle resulted in the deaths of 138 people, the surviving soldiers generally gained 1 to 2 points of combat power growth. In the battlefield of all races, fighting is the best way to practice. Target of the battle, Eastern Mining Area. After a short rest, Yang Ming continued his journey with the remaining 2,000 people. This time, his target was a secondary mining area in the east. In this cruel battlefield, resources are lifeline. Whether it's forging weapons, repairing equipment, or upgrading buildings, metals, ores, energy crystals, and other materials are indispensable. Lack of ores is equivalent to wasting half of your life. About 15 minutes later, the team climbed over a rocky hill, and a gray-white rugged mining area appeared before everyone's eyes. Resource name mining area. Level 2, excellent. Reserves, about 500,000 tons. Classification, 25 types of metal mines, 10 types of energy mines, 3 types of gem mines. Current status, occupied. Someone has already taken it. Yang Ming frowned. He squinted his eyes and looked carefully, only to see a group of short, dark-skinned humanoid creatures busying themselves among them. Dwarves? It's them. On the battlefield of all races, the dwarves are renowned for their forging prowess, natural engineers, and craftsmen. Many advanced weapons and legendary equipment are forged by the dwarves. In addition to their high skills, their intelligence should not be underestimated. Although their combat effectiveness is not strong, their defensive capabilities are extremely strong. The surprise attack failed, so we had to face it head-on. Everyone, advance quietly and approach with caution. Yang Ming made a gesture, ordering the troops to slowly approach the mining area. But before he even got close to 300 meters, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. More than a dozen sharp arrows shot towards him. Several soldiers failed to dodge and were pierced by the sharp arrows on the spot, falling down with screams. Yang Ming's face darkened slightly. The dwarf's alert range is really wide. They actually spotted us from 300 meters away. He immediately gave up the sneak attack, stood up, and shouted. Everyone spread out. Outflank them in groups, circling the mining area in all directions, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The warriors scattered like a tide, and the damage of the rain of arrows was greatly weakened. But the dwarves have a natural advantage in long-range shooting. Once they hold the high ground, the area within 300 meters becomes a killing zone. If it were someone else, they would have to withdraw from this battle. Yang Ming smiled coldly, his tone indifferent. Unfortunately, they met me, the supreme Overlord. Yang Ming breaks into the enemy camp alone. He took a deep breath, Tang Hung Dao in his hand, and rushed to the mining area alone. In the rain of arrows, he moved nimbly, raising dust on the ground with every step. Whoosh whoosh. Sharp arrows rained down on him, and the area within 5 meters around him was filled with murderous intent. However, Yang Ming had already prepared himself. Ding, ding, ding. His sword flashed like lightning, and he chopped down all the flying arrows in succession, without any harm to his body. A moment later, he had rushed to the edge of the mining area. The dwarves in the mining area finally reacted, terrified, and raised their weapons to surround him. There were about 200 dwarves, holding short blades, chain hammers, and forging hammers, swarming forward with roars. Yang Ming stopped and looked at the enemies swarming in from all directions, and said with a faint smile, "You want to rely on numbers? You can't beat me." After the words fell, he whispered calmly, "Summon 1,000 warriors." The next second, golden light fell from the sky. 1,000 fully armed warriors descended from the void, and the earth trembled. Boom! Dozens of dwarves were caught off guard and were crushed into a bloody mist by the heavy pressure. The dwarves, who had originally occupied the advantageous position, were now completely thrown into disarray. In close combat, they were no match for these warriors. Within 10 minutes, the dwarves were completely defeated and fell to their knees in surrender. Incorporate mining areas. Fight. Respected Lord Yang Ming, you have defeated the dwarf tribe. Do you want to occupy the mining area? Occupy. Occupation successful. National fortune value, +5. Yang Ming smiled with satisfaction, then opened the resource panel to view the detailed information. The mining area is not only rich in iron ore, but also has a considerable amount of other metal resources, and even 2 high-value materials. Ruby, ore, can be used to create enchanted weapons. Star, ore, one of the core materials for forging legendary equipment. This time, I really made a lot of money. He murmured with a smile, his eyes flashing with a fiery light. Chapter 10. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the group of dwarves kneeling in fear before Yang Ming. He lowered his head to examine them, each of them looking pale, clearly terrified. "Brave sir, please spare our lives. We are willing to be your slaves and be loyal to you forever." The dwarves kowtowed repeatedly, their tone filled with fear and pleading. Yang Ming didn't respond immediately. Instead, he curled his lips into a meaningful smile. These guys before him weren't just ordinary refugees. The dwarves were naturally skilled at forging iron and crafting. If they could be recruited, there would be no need to worry about crafting equipment in the future. "Everyone get up," he said calmly. "As long as you are willing to surrender, I can let bygones be bygones and let you live." As soon as he finished speaking, the dwarves looked as if they had been pardoned. They stood up one after another and kept bowing to Yang Ming to express their gratitude. "Thank you for your kindness, great lord. You are truly magnanimous." Yang Ming narrowed his eyes, scanned them, and slowly said, "Among you, Is there anyone who can create an excellent weapon? As soon as the words were spoken, the dwarves immediately became a little agitated. They looked at each other, but no one stood up. The air was silent and oppressive. Yang Ming's face darkened, and he pretended to be displeased, his tone threatening. What? You don't even have someone who can wield a decent weapon? Then what use do I have for you? At this moment, a weak and timid voice came from the back of the crowd. I can try. Yang Ming was startled and looked in the direction of the voice. I saw a thin, white-haired girl who raised her hand cautiously, looking a little timid, as if she would hide in the next second. In order to confirm her identity, Yang Ming immediately started a system scan. Name, Cocolet. Occupation, blacksmith. Combat power, 3. Potential, 4 stars. Talent, craftsman's heart, B-level talent. Forging success rate is 10 times that of ordinary people. Description, at only 14 years old, he has the ability to independently forge excellent weapons. He has great potential in the future and may grow into a master in the field of forging. Seeing this set of information, Yang Ming was delighted and almost laughed out loud. Tisk, it's actually a 4-star potential with a B-level talent? You know, even after being strengthened, Chun Jin's potential is only 2 stars. This little girl in front of him is actually gifted and is a blacksmith. She is simply a gift from heaven. Yang Ming calmed down, his eyes softening as he said softly, If you and your people are willing to submit to me and live in my territory, I can provide food and shelter, but only if you serve me. When she heard the word food, Cocolet swallowed her saliva and her eyes brightened instantly. She nodded immediately. Cocolet is willing to follow the Lord. Following this promise, Yang Ming saw her loyalty on the system panel jump from 0 to 50. Yang Ming's heart moved. It seemed that these dwarves had indeed had a hard time before and had been hungry for too long. Even a bite of biscuits could be exchanged for their sincerity. So he took out a pack of cookies from his pocket and handed it to her. Well done. This is a reward for you. Cocolet was stunned. She thought it was just an empty promise, but she didn't expect Yang Ming to actually give her food. She took the biscuit with both hands, sniffed it lightly, and a long-lost sweet smell hit her face, almost intoxicating her. She hadn't eaten anything decent for 2 months, so she couldn't wait to grab a piece and put it in her mouth. Crack. When you take a bite, the sweet, crispy, and fragrant taste explodes in your mouth, just like eating a legendary divine object. It's so delicious. Her voice trembled, and then she quickly stuffed the second and third pieces into her mouth. Seeing her eating so happily, the dwarves behind her all stared at her eagerly, drooling, and some even couldn't help stretching out their hands to grab the food. Yang Ming immediately raised his hand to stop their actions and said loudly, Listen carefully. As long as you are willing to follow me and join my territory, you will be able to eat hot rice, eggs, and pork every day in the future. As soon as these words were spoken, the dwarves were immediately in an uproar. Eggs, pork, in their old tribe, these were things only the nobility could eat. Many dwarves' eyes grew fiery, and they knelt again, shouting, Lord, we are willing to follow you until death. At this moment, they only had one thing in mind, to quickly follow the Lord back and have a good meal first. In this way, the dwarfs were successfully incorporated. At this point, the mining area was under Yang Ming's control. He immediately arranged for 1,000 soldiers to remain behind to guard the mines and ensure their safety. Considering that miners didn't require specialized skills, soldiers were perfectly adequate. The mines were only 20 minutes from the main territory, offering convenient transportation and ensuring swift support even in the event of an emergency. After arranging the base, Yang Ming selected another 500 people to send the collected resources and the dwarves back to the territory. As for Cocolet, he decided to bring her with him personally. This kind of potential talent cannot afford to have any accidents happen halfway. Continue exploring eastward and strive to thoroughly survey the surrounding 10,000-meter area within 3 days. Yang Ming glanced at the sky and judged that it was still early, so he led 2,500 soldiers and Cocolet to continue their journey. Although Cocolet didn't understand why the Lord treated her so well, she felt a warm sense of security, so she followed him silently and didn't dare to ask any more questions. After walking for several kilometers, the weeds on the ground gradually became sparse and gravel began to appear more frequently. As we go further, the stones become more and more densely distributed and arranged more and more regularly. Yang Ming looked into the distance and vaguely saw the outline of a building. Huh? What's that? Is it a rare resource point? His heart was shocked. In this battlefield of all races, there are often ancient ruins scattered everywhere, which contain extremely precious treasures and powerful props, maybe even rare or perfect artifacts. Thinking of this, Yang Ming immediately gave an order. Everyone speed up. There may be special relics ahead. The team quickened their pace and ran all the way through the wilderness. 10 minutes later, a road paved with blue stone slabs suddenly appeared on the ground, leading straight ahead. Yang Ming's eyes instantly became alert. In front of them was a huge stone altar burning with blue flames. In the center of the altar stands a strange black statue, as if staring at those who come before it. What was even more disturbing was that around the altar stood dozens of soldiers in bronze armor, all standing motionless to guard the statue. Yang Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at the attributes of these guards. Name: Guardian of the Evil God Altar. Quality: Rare. Combat Power: Undetectable. Talent: Martial Arts. Description: An altar guard condensed from the power of the evil god, specializing in killing any living being that approaches, unless it is a sacrifice. Yang Ming's eyes grew serious. This place wasn't just any old ruin, but a truly forbidden place. Chapter 11. Altar of the Evil God. Cold sweat slid down Yang Ming's forehead and dripped onto the ground along his face, making an imperceptible sound. His gaze was fixed on the dark, eerie stone platform before him. Dozens of tall, imposing guards patrolled the altar, each one clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive blade, their presence brimming with murderous intent. Under their gaze, even the air seemed to become heavier. I didn't expect that within the 10,000-meter radius of my territory, there would be a boss area of this level hidden. Yang Ming held his breath, his heart pounding. He tried to scan the information of one of the guards, but the system didn't respond at all, unable to retrieve even basic data. Just the soldiers patrolling the perimeter alone made him feel an indescribable sense of oppression. The existence hidden within the altar was probably far beyond his current understanding. Calm down, calm down. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down from his shock, then slowly backed away, quietly leaving the dangerous area. You must not come to this place again in the short term. After retreating 500 meters, Yang Ming still couldn't suppress his curiosity. He turned around and tried to scan the altar. Surprisingly, this time the system actually successfully fed back some information. Building name: Evil God Altar. Level: Mythical. Description: This is the place where the former human hero Aminos fell. Legend has it that he once single-handedly slew countless demons and achieved remarkable military success, but ultimately, for some mysterious reason, he fell into darkness and became an evil god. Status: Unoccupied. Hint: You can try to make a deal with the evil god Aminos, provided that you are ready to sacrifice your soul. Seeing this last line of prompts, Yang Ming turned around and left without hesitation. You're kidding. I'm going to talk business with a mythical evil god now. I'm afraid my brain has been butted by a bull. Unexpected collapse. Everything was in order as the team retreated along the original route. However, just after walking 500 meters, a thump sound was heard beside him. Yang Ming quickly turned his head and found that it was Cocolit who had fallen to the ground, her face pale, her mouth slightly open, and she was breathing rapidly. Hey, what's wrong with you? He quickly helped her up. Cocorit suppressed her weakness, her face pale, but she still managed to force a smile. I'm fine, just a little tired. Yang Ming then remembered that this girl's combat power was only 3, practically a negative number. After 100 miles of marching, coupled with the oppressive feeling of the evil god's altar, it was no small feat for her to have managed to hold on until now. He took out some dried meat and water from his backpack and handed it over. Come, eat something and replenish your energy. Thank you, Lord. Cocolit took the food and took small bites of it, with an expression of satisfaction and emotion on her face. This time she didn't swallow it in a hurry, but chewed it slowly, as if savoring the long-lost warmth. My lord is a good man. Her eyes were slightly red, and her heart was filled with tenderness. The aroma of meat, which she had not tasted for a long time, now became the most precious taste in her memory. Mapping the future. During the break, Yang Ming also took care of his own affairs. He took out a pen and paper from his space bag, recorded the findings of the past few days of exploration, and began to hand-draw a map. With the territory as the core, he clearly marked the terrain within 10 kilometers to the east and 3 kilometers to the north, south, and west. Especially the evil god altar at the east end. He circled it with a red pen and wrote 8 big words next to it. Mythical level dangerous area, no approaching allowed. Although this map is simple, it already has certain strategic value. As long as it is continuously improved in the future, it will provide solid support for the development of the territory. An unexpected bonus: a herd of goats. After the reorganization, the team continued its journey back to the territory. On the way, we passed a clear stream, and suddenly, A ba sound came from the other side of the river. Goat. Yang Ming looked in the direction of the sound and saw a group of thick-haired goats grazing leisurely, without any warning. Ordinary creature, no fighting ability. After confirming the goats were all there, Yang Ming quickly ordered a roundup. The soldiers were agile and quickly hunted down all 30 or so goats. We'll have mutton soup tonight and take everything back. Hearing this order, the soldiers, who were originally a little tired, were instantly excited. They strode forward with the sheep carcasses in their hands, imagining the delicious meal in the evening as they walked. Unexpected bloody smell. Just as the sun was about to set, the group finally arrived at the outskirts of the territory. But before he got close, Yang Ming frowned slightly. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. Someone attacked? His heart tightened, and he immediately quickened his pace and rushed in. There were large bloodstains around the territory fence, which clearly showed the presence of a fierce battle. When several guards saw Yang Ming returning, they quickly surrounded him and knelt on one knee. Greetings, Lord. Soon, Chun Jian also hurried over. What happened at noon? Yang Ming's tone became serious. Chun Jian bowed and whispered, reporting to the Lord, at noon today, 3 elite-level demon wolves led a dozen wild wolves to attack our territory. I personally led the troops to fight and have completely wiped them out. Hearing this, Yang Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he arranged for Chun Jian to guard the territory in the morning, otherwise there would be big problems this time. Well done. Yang Ming stepped forward, patted Chun Jian on the shoulder, and said firmly, and you are the true hero who protects this land. Chun Jian was shocked when he heard this, his eyes filled with excitement. I am willing to fight to the death for my lord. System prompt. Chun Jian's loyalty has risen to 95. New population and dinner. Besides the wolves, is there anything else? Yang Ming continued to ask. Yes. Chun Jian nodded. Not long ago, a group of refugees approached our territory. Their village was destroyed by strange beasts, and they came here seeking refuge. I took them in according to your instructions. Well done. Yang Ming was very satisfied. Population was a key factor in upgrading territory, and he had long planned to recruit more indigenous people. Then he pointed to the goats on the soldiers' shoulders. Go find some chefs from the indigenous tribes and have them clean these goats. We'll all make goat soup tonight. Yes. Also, Yang Ming paused. Take out some of the demon wolf meat and skyhorn blue beef from the warehouse as rewards for those warriors who performed well in the battle. Thank you, Lord. Night banquet rising. As night falls, the entire territory is brightly lit. Several large pots were placed on the open space. The fire was burning brightly, the soup in the pots was bubbling, and the aroma of meat was everywhere. Chapter 12. News about Yang Ming quickly spread throughout the territory, especially his act of providing free goat soup, which aroused widespread attention throughout the territory. Soon after, groups of residents flocked in, staring intently at the mutton boiling in the big pot. The aroma filled the air, making people's stomachs growl. Mom, I'm so hungry. When can I eat? In the crowd, a little boy in ragged clothes was holding a woman's hand, staring at the pieces of meat in the pot. The woman was in a heavy mood. Although she was also very hungry, she gently comforted him. Be good. Wait a little longer. You will be able to eat soon. The little boy was a refugee who had just come to Yang Ming's territory today. He hadn't eaten for 2 days, and the sight of the aroma of the broth made him unable to resist his hunger. As the aroma of meat grew stronger, the onlookers began to whisper, "The Lord is truly so kind that he actually gave us food for free. I can't believe that in this world where even a bite of food is hard to come by, the Lord is willing to do this. I'm so grateful." They exclaimed in admiration, and some even began to pray. Thank you, Mother Earth. Amen. Yang Ming stood on a high platform not far away, listening to the discussion, his lips curled up slightly. At the same time, he was also carefully calculating today's resource harvest. There was enough wood and stone, and the construction of the secondary buildings was completed on schedule. The blacksmith shop, the Lord's palace, the fountain, the warehouse. These facilities were put into use. A glimmer of calculation flashed in Yang Ming's eyes. At present, the only missing condition is 200 points of national fortune value. The remaining resources are in place, and he now has only 65 points of national fortune value. 135 points. How can I quickly obtain the remaining national fortune value? Yang Ming fell into deep thought. Improving his territory's rank was his most pressing task, especially in this cruel world where time was of the essence. If he couldn't create a king-level territory within a month, China would face a grave crisis. Worse still, allies like Japan, South Korea, and the United States could invade at any moment. In order to gain time, Yang Ming decided to take the fastest way to obtain national fortune value. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he thought of a simple but effective way, drawing a pie in the sky. So he walked towards the crowd, ready to announce an important decision. Ahem, be quiet. Yang Ming coughed lightly, his voice loud and clear, instantly attracting everyone's attention. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd below immediately knelt down in unison. Greetings, Lord. Yang Ming waved his hand slightly, signaling everyone to stand up. Get up. They stood up one by one and looked at Yang Ming with eyes full of awe, as if they were seeing a powerful god. Yang Ming cleared his throat and continued. Before dinner begins, I have something to announce. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, and suddenly emphasized his tone. Starting tomorrow, I will lead everyone in building a safe city. As soon as the words fell, everyone was stunned and looked at each other, not knowing what building a city meant. Yang Ming gently raised his right hand, his eyes determined. I want to build a city where people have enough food and clothing and live and work in peace and contentment. My goal is to create a prosperous, democratic, civilized, harmonious, free, equal, just, and law-abiding country. When hearing these grand ideals, many people opened their eyes wide in surprise. Although they did not understand the specific details, the ideals and beliefs revealed between the lines were enough to move people. Yang Ming continued, from now on, this city will be called Huaxia City. He paused, looking around at the crowd, feeling their focus begin to focus on him. I promise you that in the days ahead, each of you will have enough to eat, and everyone will be able to own a house, get married, have children, and enjoy a comfortable old age. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire scene erupted in excitement. Even though some people didn't fully understand the profound meaning behind them, they could still sense the strength and conviction that Yang Ming conveyed. My lord, will such a prosperous age really come? Someone couldn't help but ask. Yang Ming didn't answer immediately. Instead, he smiled slightly and opened his arms as if to embrace the whole world. He took out a large bag of food from the system warehouse and threw it down. This scene was as incredible as magic, leaving everyone present stunned. How is this possible? They stared at the food in Yang Ming's hand in shock, unable to believe what they saw. My lord, are you a transcendent? A refugee couldn't help but ask in a low voice. In this world, the transcendents are supreme beings, able to tear dragons apart with ease and possessing nearly invincible power. Yang Ming's actions at this moment seemed to confirm this. Yang Ming continued smiling, as if all this was a matter of course. He declared again, follow me, and China will dominate this world. And you, everyone present here today, will become a founding hero of this prosperous era. As soon as the words fell, the residents in the audience shouted, Long live the Lord! Lord, we will follow you till death. Ding! Thanks to your encouragement, the residents' sense of belonging to the territory has greatly increased, their happiness has significantly increased, and you have been awarded 70 points of national fortune. Chun Jin and Cocolet's loyalty to you increases to 100, and each is awarded 40 points of national fortune. Yang Ming was delighted when he saw the system prompt. Sure enough, his thinking was correct. By inspiring people's confidence and hope, he could gain national fortune. Sure enough, whoever wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Yang Ming whispered to himself. Now, his national fortune value has reached 215 points, finally meeting the conditions for promotion. System, I want to upgrade my territory. Upgrading, expected to take 6 hours. Warm reminder, during this period, the overall combat power of the territory will drop by 10%. Please do not leave the territory. Yang Ming smiled happily. In 6 hours, my territory will be promoted to the advanced level. As the territory upgrades, Yang Ming can unlock more powerful functions and resources, and even enter the Supreme Overlord store to obtain more powerful props. However, the most important thing right now was to eat. Yang Ming's stomach couldn't help but growl, and he waved his hand. My people, dinner is ready. The cheers from the crowd suddenly resounded through the sky, and residents flocked in, scrambling to line up to receive food. Soon after, bowls of boiling hot mutton soup were distributed to everyone, and the soldiers also received an extra portion of high-quality demon wolf meat, a valuable resource to enhance their combat effectiveness. Cocolet stood in the crowd and received a bowl of mutton soup. Her eyes immediately lit up. She had never eaten such a rich meat before, and she couldn't help but feel touched. It smells so good. She couldn't help but murmur softly. Since being abandoned by the tribe 2 months ago, she had hardly enjoyed such a sumptuous food. As she ate the mutton soup, Tears quietly flowed down her face. The emotions surging in her heart made it almost impossible for her to control herself. In the future, I will do my best to repay Master Yangming. There was a determination glint in her eyes, and the voice in her heart became clearer and clearer. She would follow him forever. Chapter 13. As the night deepened, Yangming sat back alone at the desk in the Lord's mansion after having a simple dinner. He spread out a piece of paper and pen, and carefully wrote down the territory development plan for the next stage one by one. We must prioritize strengthening the territory's defense system. Wolf attack at noon. Yangming realized that the weak defense line was a fatal hidden danger. He planned to plant guardian thorns around the fence tomorrow to strengthen security. These lines of plant defense are not only strong, but also have certain combat effectiveness. They are of excellent quality and are far more reliable than ordinary wooden fences. After finishing the defense plan, he wrote the word food in big letters on the paper. Although there's still a lot of meat in the inventory, it won't last long. Especially those high-quality meats. Although the shelf life is longer than ordinary meat, it will still rot over time. To truly solve the food problem, we must rely on our own farming. I need to check the trading area and chat channel to see if anyone is offering food. Yangming's mind moved, and he opened the chat channel of the Chinese region. Anxious atmosphere in the chat channel. Even at night, the channel is still very lively. Haha, brothers, I finally upgraded my territory to the intermediate level. Fuck, you're too fast, aren't you? I'm still worried about getting promoted. It's really hard to get promoted. The hardest thing is timber. Even with 25 of my workers working hard to cut timber, we can only cut a little over 1,000 a day. Don't even mention it. Stone is even harder. It's not enough to just carry it from the river. You also have to spend time polishing it before you can use it. I heard there's a madman in the US who bought an excellent resource field yesterday. That's outrageous. Today I tried to attack an elite-level logging camp, but I almost got wiped out. It was a huge loss. The battlefield of all races is truly a cruel place. There's a shortage of everything. Water, food, and even more so, people. The worst part is, once the protection period is over, the wild beasts will come looking for trouble. The atmosphere was heavy for a moment, and someone asked softly, "Can we really create a king-level territory in the remaining 25 days?" This statement caused the channel to fall into a brief silence. Yangming watched for a while and found that most people were progressing slowly, and the real big guys basically didn't speak. He didn't stay in the channel for long, and immediately exited and turned to the trading area. Excellent, Grey Demon Wolf meat is now available. In the trading area, Yangming entered keywords and searched for staple foods currently on sale, such as potatoes, rice, sweet potatoes, etc. This type of food is not only easy to preserve, but also can fill you up in large quantities, making it one of the most important supplies in the early stages. But he soon discovered that although there were many sellers, the share that each person put on the shelves was extremely limited, with only a few kilograms or even dozens of kilograms being common, making it almost impossible to purchase in large quantities. Chatting with them one by one, that would be too time-consuming. So, Yangming decided to do the opposite. Anonymously, he listed 50 kilograms of high-quality demon wolf meat in the trading area and set the exchange conditions. Each pound of demon wolf meat can be exchanged for 10 pounds of potatoes, 10 pounds of sweet potatoes, or 5 pounds of rice. After the settings are completed, the system pops up a prompt box. Are you selling 50 caddies of demon wolf meat? Confirm. He whispered, and the transaction was submitted with one click. Before he could react, a system prompt popped up immediately. Transaction successful. You have obtained 300 caddies of potatoes, 100 caddies of rice, and 100 caddies of sweet potatoes. What? So soon? Yangming was stunned. He had just clicked the confirmation button when the item was sold out. I never expected that these premium-grade meats would be so popular. It seems that this thing is a treasure in the eyes of others. For a moment, he smiled. Not only did the superior Grey Demon Wolf meat taste delicious, but most importantly, it could boost combat power. For the low-powered indigenous people, it was practically a divine treasure. So, he decisively raised the exchange rate. 1 pound of demon wolf meat can be exchanged for 15 pounds of rice or 30 pounds of staple food, such as potatoes and sweet potatoes. Then, he simply cleared out the warehouse inventory and put the entire 5,500 kilograms of demon wolf meat on the trading area. Trading frenzy, detonating the channel. After this listing, although the transaction speed is not as fast as it was at the beginning, transactions are still continuing. At the same time, the chat channel was boiling again. Brothers, check out the trading area. A big guy is selling over 5,000 kilograms of demon wolf meat. What? Is this true? Let me check it out. It's true. I happened to have some staple food, so I exchanged 2 kilograms for it. What a great profit. Oh my god, I actually missed it. Can anyone give me some? I'll even trade it for ore. Excellent grade demon wolf meat. That's a treasure that can boost your combat power. I should have stocked up on potatoes earlier. My combat power is only 20 now. Maybe eating a few pounds of meat can increase it to 25. In just half an hour, all 5,500 kilograms of demon wolf meat that Yang Ming had put up for sale were sold out. This time, he only opened the transaction to the Chinese lord. It's better to keep the wealth within the family. There are enough people on Blue Star anyway. Yang Ming muttered to himself. A huge amount of food has arrived, and the warehouse is full. As the last order is completed, the system pops up a summary prompt. Transaction completed, warehouse account credited. 14,000 gene of rice, 35,600 gene of potatoes, 22,500 gene of sweet potatoes. Warning, warehouse capacity is about to be saturated. Please expand as soon as possible. Seeing these numbers, Yang Ming nodded with satisfaction. Now, we won't have to worry about food for the next 10 days. Not to mention, he has thousands of warriors who can go out hunting at any time and continue to produce high-quality meat. SSS-level talent is just so invincible. Of course, Yang Ming knew that relying on trading and hunting would not last long. To achieve a sustained and stable output in the future, he had to develop agriculture and animal husbandry. It's time to start reclaiming farmland and establishing plantations and livestock ranches. Steady progress, on the right track. Looking at the packed warehouse and the busy crowd in the territory, Yang Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. For now, at least the food problem has been solved. The next step is to slowly build a complete ecosystem. He stretched himself, feeling that today's affairs had finally come to an end. I can sleep well tonight. With satisfaction and anticipation, Yang Ming lay back on the bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. At this time, the territory was still being upgraded. When he woke up, a brand new advanced territory was waiting for him to unveil. Chapter 14. The morning mist has not yet completely dissipated. An array of light has just appeared in the east. Yang Ming was sleeping soundly when a familiar system prompt suddenly broke the silence. Ding dong. Dear Lord Yang Ming, your territory has been successfully upgraded to a high-level territory. Hearing the prompt tone, Yang Ming suddenly opened his eyes, sat up from the bed almost like a catapult, then turned over and got out of bed, and walked quickly out of the Lord's mansion. The scene before him instantly energized him. The entire territory was wrapped in a layer of pale golden light, and the ground was shaking slightly, as if the entire earth was breathing. The territory, which was already quite large, was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, from 1 million square meters to a full 5 million. The changes in his surroundings were also remarkable. Rows of 6-story dormitories rose from the ground, seemingly constructed overnight. Even the surrounding fences had been reinforced, becoming stronger and thicker. His own mansion, too, had been completely renovated, appearing much more majestic and imposing. Reminder, your territory has been promoted to a high-level level, unlocking more privileges and providing a residential area with 10 dormitory buildings. Success. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief, feeling delighted. He immediately called out the system panel. Name Huaxia City. Level, Advanced Territory. Attribution Yang Ming. Location, 14 Parallel Universe, 404 Server, 996 Blue Star Domain, 10086 Novice Zone. Area, 5 million square meters. Population, 376, indigenous people, excluding summoned warriors and dwarves. Summoned warriors, 9,400. Dwarfs, 102 people. Buildings, 0 barracks, 2 granaries, 2 warehouses, 10 dormitories, 1 farmland, 1 fish pond, 2 blacksmith shops. Wealth, 0. National fortune, 215. Yang Ming looked at the data list and frowned slightly. The number of buildings is still too small. The system's requirements for territory promotion are becoming increasingly stringent. Not only the population, resources, and national fortune, but also the level and number of buildings must meet the standards. He immediately flipped through the next stage, the conditions for advancement, to A, special territory. Wood, 10,500 units. Stone, 9,500 units. White crystal core, 10 pieces. Population, 1,000 natives, excluding summoned warriors. National fortune, 700 points. Buildings, at least 5 level 3 buildings and 25 level 2 buildings. Resource field, occupy at least 2 third-level resource fields and 7 second-level resource fields. The difficulty has more than tripled. Yang Ming sighed inwardly. He knew very well that if he had not awakened his SSS-level talent, with the current resources and population, it would be difficult for him to upgrade the territory to the intermediate level, let alone the advanced or special level. Shaking his head, he said to himself, no matter how difficult it is, we have to take it one step at a time. Let's go see Kokolet first. The moment he turned around, he put on his cloak and walked quickly towards the residential area. Now he does not have the ability to attack the third-level resource fields by force, because those places are usually guarded by excellent-level monsters. Unless they summoned hundreds of thousands of soldiers and relied on human wave tactics to crush the enemy, but that would consume too many resources and have a low cost-effectiveness. At this time, the importance of Kokolet becomes apparent. This little white-haired girl, who is only 14 years old, can forge excellent weapons and is the future star of the entire territory. Along the way, everyone Yang Ming passed by stood up and saluted. Greetings, Lord. Good morning, my lord. Even though they still slept on the ground and used straw bales as pillows, they were still extremely pious. Currently, the number of dormitories is limited, and many refugees, warriors, and dwarves still live in the open air. Right now, just seeing Yang Ming is like seeing the embodiment of hope. Yang Ming quickly found Kokolet. She was sleeping beside a haystack in a corner, her clothes tattered and her face still covered in dust. When she saw Yang Ming appear, she immediately got up in a panic, clutching the corner of her clothes tightly with her small hands. Good morning, my lord. Yang Ming took a look at her simple sleeping bed, and his brows immediately furrowed. Did you sleep here last night? Kokolet nodded, looking uneasy. Yes. Sorry to bother you. Don't think too much. Yang Ming sighed, turned around, and said, follow me. Apparently, he had been too busy yesterday and had forgotten to arrange accommodation for the future master blacksmith. A few minutes later, he led her into one of the blacksmith shops. This shop was specially cleaned out yesterday, and it also has a bathroom and a rest area. Yang Ming looked back at her yellowed old cloth clothes and said softly, go in, take a shower, and change clothes. I have a task for you later. Kokolet nodded quickly. Yes. She hurried into the house, but within a minute, she trotted out again, clutching a light blue dress. Her eyes were filled with excitement and anxiety. My lord, this beautiful dress. Is it really for me? Yang Ming was stunned for a moment. He looked at the dress, which was just an ordinary girl's dress, not even something you would find on a street stall in the real world. But for this dwarf girl who was born in poverty and had never worn colorful clothes, this was already like a fairy dress. Yes, it's prepared for you, put it on. Yang Ming nodded slightly, bowed several times excitedly, then ran back to the bathroom, quickly holding her skirt. When she came out again, Yang Ming's eyes lit up. After washing, the little girl's facial features looked much more delicate. Although her cheeks were still a little thin, her pair of pure big eyes revealed an unconcealable joy. She bowed deeply. Thank you for the clothes, my lord. Yang Ming smiled slightly. No need to thank me. Didn't you say before that you could forge an excellent weapon? Yes. She nodded solemnly. Yang Ming pointed inside the house and said, this blacksmith shop is now yours. You can live here or choose a single room in the dormitory. I have only one request. Forge me an excellent weapon as soon as possible. Hearing Yang Ming offer such generous conditions, Kokolet's eyes flickered, but then she lowered her head a little embarrassedly and said, but without an excellent level forging blueprint, my chances of success are very low, probably only 1 in 1,000. What? You mean, even without blueprints, you can still create excellent weapons? Yang Ming was a little surprised. It's my talent. There's a very small chance that the quality of a weapon will be improved during crafting. Although the chance is only 1 in 1,000, it's already amazing. Yang Ming's eyes showed surprise. He took out the forging drawings of the Tang horizontal sword that he had obtained earlier and handed them to her. Then you should forge excellent grade weapons first. We'll give it a try if there's a chance. I'll find a way to find excellent grade blueprints. I understand, Lord. She took the blueprint solemnly. Afterwards, Yang Ming arranged 2 soldiers with a combat power of more than 30 to be stationed outside the blacksmith shop to protect Kokolet's safety. He specifically instructed, if you need any materials or are short of manpower, just let them know. I will. Kokolet nodded in agreement. Everything was arranged properly, so Yang Ming didn't bother him any further and prepared to turn around and leave. The moment he walked out the door, the little girl behind him clenched her fists tightly, looked at his back, and silently made a vow in her heart. I must work hard and live up to the trust and love that the Lord has placed in me. Chapter 15. Capturing red-feathered chickens and developing animal husbandry. With Kokolet here, there is no need to worry about the supply of weapons in the short term. Yang Ming left the blacksmith shop and came to the dormitory building. There are 10 dormitory buildings, each 6 stories high, which can accommodate a large population. At this time, many people gathered curiously and looked at the 10 dormitory buildings that appeared out of nowhere. Yang Ming glanced around and saw Chen Jian, so he called out to him, "Chen Jian, come here." Chen Jian immediately came to Yang Ming and called him Lord. Yang Ming thought for a few seconds and said, "Please arrange to allocate the rooms in the dormitory building." Chen Jian thought for a while and asked tentatively, "How should we allocate them specifically? Is it enough to just give them a place to live? I don't quite understand." Yang Ming was stunned. Only then did he remember that Chen Jian was a martial artist and was indeed not capable of handling daily affairs. If the territory wants to develop in the long term, it must recruit elites from all walks of life. There was no other way, so Yang Ming had to personally fill out a form, explaining various matters needing attention, such as check-in information, dormitory numbers, personnel allocation. Chen Jian took the form and went to deal with the matter of moving into the dormitory. "Oh, I'm so tired. It would be great if I had a housekeeper assistant with high IQ." Yang Ming stretched lazily. If Yang Ming had to do everything, he would still be too busy even if he knew how to clone himself. "It seems that I have to issue a recruitment order," Yang Ming thought. Not long after, various recruitment notices were posted on the bulletin boards in the residential area. Recruitment 1 Architect. Requirements: have certain knowledge of housing design and understand how to plan the layout, design, and transportation planning of a town. Rewards: free food and accommodation, a single dormitory, and 5 kilograms of high-quality meat every month. Recruitment 2 Agricultural Expert. Requirements: have extensive planting experience and be able to greatly increase crop yields. Rewards: free food and accommodation, a single dormitory, 30 kilograms of rice, and 15 kilograms of meat per month. Recruitment 3 Doctor. Requirements: able to cure diseases. Rewards: free food and accommodation, a single dormitory is provided, and a soldier is assigned to protect you. Recruitment 4 Research on spatial displacement of square silicate materials and exploration of classical dynamics of pipeline gas. Soon as the bulletin board was released, it attracted a large number of people to watch. Although most people have been here for less than 2 days, they all understand one thing. Compared to the chaotic world outside, Huaxiao City is undoubtedly a utopia that everyone yearns for. So everyone is afraid of being evicted, and everyone is eager for a job. Oh my God, what did I see? The reward is actually a piece of fine-grade meat. What is an agricultural expert? I've been farming for 10 years. Can I be an agricultural expert? Me. I'm applying for a doctor position. I also have an F-level talent. Try to save a dying horse. Well, I once designed a 10 million square meter village layout. Can I apply to be an architect? And me. I'm very strong and can plow the fields faster than an ox. After a while, many people signed up enthusiastically. Seeing this scene, Yang Ming was very pleased, but unfortunately, the housekeeper assistant he wanted did not show up yet. But fortunately, many people have signed up, and the infrastructure construction of the territory can gradually begin. Yang Ming believed that before long, a thriving Huaxiao city would emerge. Has the sun risen so high? It's time to continue exploring. Yang Ming looked up at the position of the sun. It was almost 8 o'clock in the morning. Yang Ming is not the kind of lord who would just hide in a safe zone. Because he knew one thing very well, a truly qualified lord must also be a powerful transcendent. So what is a transcendent? This question is very simple. As long as the combat power value exceeds 500, it meets the entry standard of a transcendent. "Chen Jian, come here," Yang Ming called out habitually. Chen Jian immediately came over, bowed his head and clasped his fists, saying, "My lord, do you have any further instructions?" Yang Ming looked at him and said seriously, "Chen Jian, from now on, I appoint you as the first general of Huaxiao City. When I'm away, you will command the army. Now I have to go out for a while, and you are responsible for protecting the territory." Chen Jian's body trembled, and then he said in a sonorous and powerful voice, "If the enemy attacks, I, Chen Jian, will fight to the last moment." "Very good." Yang Ming patted his shoulder. Chen Jian's loyalty is 100, which has reached the upper limit, and he is absolutely trustworthy. After explaining everything, Yang Mingru took 3,000 people out to explore, just like he did yesterday. A map of 10,000 meters to the east was drawn yesterday, and today Yang Ming plans to look to the west. As soon as he walked out of the territory, the wild aura that rushed towards him made Yang Ming tremble all over and inexplicably excited. The passion for exploring the unknown world is the adventurous gene engraved in Yang Ming's bones. Today, we will try to find a few high-quality plants and bring them back to our territory to plant. After saying that, Yang Ming set off. Not long after, Yang Ming led 3,000 people forward 500 meters. Compared to the terrain to the east, the environment to the west appears to be more humid. The soil on the ground was wet and dark in color, and the weeds grew more lushly. There is a high probability that there will be a lot of freshwater resources ahead. Seeing this scene, Yang Ming's mood became better. Of course, the more water resources near the territory, the better. After walking another 1,000 meters forward, Yang Ming saw a small mining area. This mining area was occupied by Yang Ming's troops on the first day he arrived at the battlefield of all races. The materials for forging Tang horizontal swords were basically produced here. At this time, there were 200 people working in the mining area. Yang Ming sent some people to deliver some supplies, and then continued to move forward. Due to insufficient strength, the scouts could only explore the terrain within 3 kilometers around the territory, so the remaining unknown areas had to be completed by Yang Ming. However, this was exactly what he wanted because he always liked a challenge. Is there something going on up ahead? When he walked to a range of 4 kilometers away, Yang Ming suddenly saw a group of red shadows appearing not far away. Is this a red-feathered chicken? Yang Ming discovered that there was a small stream in front of him. Although the flow of the river was small, it attracted a group of birds to drink water. About 100 red-feathered chickens, about half a meter tall with brightly colored feathers, lived in groups beside the stream. Name: red feather chicken. Quality: none. Combat power: 2.5. Introduction: the chicken is grown for 2.5 years. The taste is amazing. It's so authentic. Yang Ming immediately made a gesture and ordered, "Everyone listen up. Spread out and surround them from all directions. Capture these red-feathered chickens alive." "Yes, sir." Under Yang Ming's command, 3,000 people approached silently. After everyone blocked the red-feathered chicken's escape route, Yang Ming gave an order. "Get started." In an instant, more than 3,000 strong men, each with a combat power of more than 30, pounced on the group of poor red-feathered chickens like tigers pouncing on their prey. Chuckle. Gada gada. The red-feathered chickens panicked and fled in all directions. But how could they possibly escape? In front of a top predator, red-feathered chickens are no different from fish on a chopping block. In a short while, a total of 158 red-feathered chickens were captured alive. Yang Ming smiled happily and said, "Very good. Send 200 people to take these red-feathered chickens back to the territory and raise them well. As long as we take good care of these red-feathered chickens, we will have endless eggs and chicken to eat in the future." The red-feathered chicken is a large bird with delicious meat. One egg weighs half a pound. It is also docile and not difficult to raise in captivity. In order to develop the territory well, animal husbandry is a must. Chapter 16, Level 3 Resource Field, Yuling Lake. After a brief rest, Yang Ming led the rest of the people to continue forward. Perhaps today is Yang Ming's lucky day. Just 1 minute later, Yang Ming saw another large-scale resource field. Ahead, there is a magical light flashing. Oh my god, this is a level 3 resource field. Yang Ming was surprised for a moment and stared straight ahead. A small lake emitting a light blue light, covering an area of about 6 meters x 10 meters, with many fat fish jumping on the water surface. Name: Yuling Lake. Quality: Level 3, excellent. Storage capacity: unlimited. Type: dragon fish, excellent grade. Bamboo fish, excellent grade. Blue scale fish, excellent grade. Introduction: it can produce fish continuously without being damaged. Current status: occupied. When Yang Ming scanned the information of this lake, he couldn't help but take a breath. There are actually excellent level fish, and they can be refreshed continuously? Yang Ming was excited, and very excited. If we can conquer Yuling Lake, will we still have to worry about the meat problem in the future? But Yang Ming frowned and looked at the 3 tall and mighty figures guarding the area near Linghu Lake. They were 3 extremely huge black bears. Black bears have thick skin and flesh and stand up to 3 meters tall. Their ferocity can be felt from a distance. Yang Ming subconsciously scanned the black bear. Name: Black Rock Giant Bear. Combat power: 325-400. Quality: excellent grade. Introduction: he has a low IQ, a bad temper, and loves to eat fish. He would even sacrifice his life for the sake of eating fish. Skill 1, Hardening, D rank. All muscles in the body can instantly become as hard as black rock, and defense is tripled. Skill 2, Fearless Charge, C rank. Launches a charge, speed increased by 50%, attack power increased by 50%. Skill 3, Beast Soul Form, rank B, summons a beast soul, forming an absolute defense within the body, and can return 100% of the damage received to the opponent. With just one glance, Yang Ming knew that he was definitely no match for the Black Rock Giant Bear. The combat power can reach up to 400 points, and Yang Ming can be knocked away with just a slap. What's more, the Black Rock Giant Bear's defense, attack power, and speed are almost at their maximum. However, Yang Ming was reluctant to give up this third-level resource field with such rich resources. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar caught Yang Ming's attention. Next to the Spirit Lake, one of the tall Black Rock Giant Bears was slapping the lake's surface with its paws, fiddling with it nonstop. However, after fiddling around for a long time, the Black Rock Giant Bear only managed to catch one excellent grade blue scale fish, which was not enough to fill its stomach. Roar! The Black Rock Giant Bear roared in anger with its head raised. Seeing this scene, Yang Ming subconsciously said, "So, the Black Rock Giant Bear can't catch fish? Or, in other words, if you want to catch fish in Yuling Lake, you have to use a specific method?" After all, Yuling Lake is a third-level resource field, and it certainly cannot be collected using ordinary methods. The Black Rock Giant Bear's IQ is not high, so they can't think of any way to catch fish. I got it. A bold idea appeared in Yang Ming's mind. Although this plan is risky, if it succeeds, Yang Ming will not only be able to hunt down 3 excellent Black Rock Giant Bears, but also occupy a level 3 resource field. As the saying goes, fortune and honor are achieved through risk, so Yang Ming decided to give it a try. Take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. If you fail, don't be afraid. The worst that can happen is you can just run away. However, to implement this plan, I have to catch a big, excellent fish first. Yang Ming said to himself. Only excellent grade big fish can lure the Black Rock Giant Bear to take the bait. Go check the chat channel. If no one's selling it, then you can just give up. As he spoke, Yang Ming opened the chat channel. As always, the chat channel is very lively, with many people speaking, talking, and discussing positively. Looking for a good quality weapon at a high price, preferably a broadsword. Message me privately if you're interested. Who has medicine to sell? I'm dying, please help me. Oh my god, my territory was attacked by 3 lions. I can't defeat them at all. Can anyone provide support? I've triggered a C-rank special mission. Who's interested in cooperating with me? Combat power requirement, 100 or higher. 20/80ths split, 20/80ths. Holy crap, a C-rank special mission? The rewards must be generous, right? I'm interested, and my combat power meets the requirements. What's your combat power, brother? My combat power is as high as 15. Yang Ming looked for a while, but didn't find what he wanted, so he decided to issue a bounty. But at this time, a piece of news caught his attention. Fuck. I finally caught a snakehead fish today, but 2 Japanese devils showed up out of nowhere, chased me relentlessly, and even surrounded my territory. Snakebone fish? Holy crap, isn't that an excellent grade giant fish? It's only the 6th day, and you've already managed to get such a top-notch resource? You're so lucky. Stop talking. Those 2 Japanese devils are about to break through the gate of our territory. My coordinates are 2586. 3,972. Who can support me? I'll give him the snakebone fish and a forging blueprint. After that, information about the 2 props was sent out. Name snakebone fish. Quality, excellent grade. Introduction, a fish with extraordinary power. After eating it, you can immediately increase your combat power by 20 to 50 points, and there is a 50% chance of gaining an E-level skill related to water. Name, red fire gun forging drawings. Quality, excellent grade. Introduction, the necessary blueprint for forging a red fire gun. If there are sufficient materials, it can be forged infinitely. As the information about these 2 pieces of equipment was released, it caused an uproar. There is no doubt that at this stage, these are all top-notch props. Especially the forging drawings, which are treasures that can be found by chance, but not by chance. They are crucial to whether one can build a strong army. Even Yang Ming was a little tempted. Huh? This person is Zhang Wei. Yang Ming clicked on the person's information, but was surprised to find that the 2 were actually good friends. This person was Zhang Wei, who sold the forging drawings of Tang Hengdao to Yang Ming. Looking more closely, the coordinates Zhang Wei sent were not far away from him, only 11,000 meters away. Let's go over and take a look first. After some thought, Yang Ming decided to go to the coordinates sent by Zhang Wei. Yang Ming wanted both the snakebone fish and the red fire gun. After making up his mind, Yang Ming gathered everyone together, and then rushed there as quickly as possible according to the coordinates and route given by Zhang Wei. At the same time, coordinates 2586, 3972, a hill with mountains, water, and rich resources. Zhang Wei's territory was established here. Unfortunately, at this time, 2 Japanese lords led 400 or 500 soldiers and surrounded Zhang Wei's territory. Listen up, that Chinese guy in there. Get out here right now, kneel down and surrender, or you'll die. Get out. You Chinese, don't even think about resisting. The only way out is to surrender to the great Japanese empire. If you don't get out now, we'll kill you and turn you into a human pig. Outside the territory, 2 Japanese lords were commanding their armies and launching a fierce attack on Zhang Wei's territory. Chapter 17, Facing Death. Boom, boom, boom. Under one huge impact after another, the gate of the territory became shaky and even a tiny crack appeared. Zhang Wei looked at the gate that was about to be breached, and the anger in his heart reached its peak. Damn it, you little idiot. Are you only capable of sneak attacks? Zhang Wei covered his injured right arm, his eyes fierce as he stared at the 2 complacent Japanese outside. Not long ago, Zhang Wei discovered a snake-bone fish in a cave. He put in a lot of effort and even used up an excellent level prop before he successfully captured it. But who knew that these 2 Japanese people had been hiding in the dark? When Zhang Wei caught the snake-bone fish, they suddenly attacked him from behind and broke one of Zhang Wei's arms. But Zhang Wei was not a pushover either. He paid a huge price and only then escaped back to his territory. But the Japanese did not intend to let Zhang Wei go. They chased him all the way and started attacking Zhang Wei's territory without saying a word. How hateful. If my right arm hadn't been injured, how could these 2 Japanese people have pushed me into such a desperate situation? Zhang Wei clenched his fists and glared at the Japanese people outside. The army of 100 men he had worked so hard to train had suffered more than half casualties in order to resist the invasion of the Japanese. The gate was severely tilted. The surrounding defensive fences also caught fire. All signs indicate that Zhang Wei can't hold on for much longer. Suddenly, 2 militiamen ran over in a panic and said to Zhang Wei, "Report, Lord, we can't hold on any longer. Report, it's bad. The gate is about to be breached." With a loud boom, the crumbling gate could no longer withstand the impact of the Japanese and broke into pieces. Zhang Wei felt a chill in his heart. He looked up at the collapsing gate, a trace of despair flashing in his eyes. Although he had awakened his B-level talent, Zhang Wei's combat ability was not strong. In addition, his army had suffered heavy casualties, and there was no way to turn the tide. After breaking through the gate, the Japanese army immediately rushed in, burning, killing, and looting. One of the Japanese lords couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. "Ha ha ha, stupid Chinese. You lose. Just hand over the snake-bone fish. In another month, your Chinese nation will be destroyed. Why are you still resisting fearlessly? Rather than being annihilated, it is better to kneel down and surrender and become a province of our Dongying. Hand over the snake-bone fish, or you will die miserably." The 2 Japanese lords laughed triumphantly. They commanded their troops and began to massacre Zhang Wei's men. Soon, the flames spread to all the buildings. Zhang Wei had no choice but to retreat to the Lord's mansion. The Lord's mansion is the last line of defense of the territory. If the Lord's mansion is occupied, the territory will enter a semi-occupied state. If the Lord's mansion cannot be recaptured within 12 hours, the owner of the territory will lose his status as Lord and will never be able to return to the real world. The 2 Japanese lords swept through the area and chased Zhang Wei relentlessly. Before long, a dense crowd surrounded Zhang Wei's mansion in 3 layers inside and outside. One of the Japanese lords stepped forward and threatened Zhang Wei loudly. "Chinese, I urge you to surrender. I heard you've awakened a B-level auxiliary talent, which is quite practical. As long as you are willing to sign a master-servant agreement with me and obediently become a running dog of our great Japanese empire, we will spare your life." Hearing this, Zhang Wei was shocked. Why do they know so much about my awakened talent? Zhang Wei, unable to figure it out, could only glare at the Japanese and said coldly, "Haha, even if I die, I will never be a traitor." The Japanese showed an impatient expression and urged again. There's an old Chinese saying that goes, "He who knows the times is a hero." I don't think you'd want your limbs broken, would you? Zhang Wei snorted coldly and cursed back without any hesitation. "Get lost. Even if I die today, I'll take at least one of you with me." After saying that, Zhang Wei stretched out his left hand, which was still able to move normally, and pulled out the Tang sword from his waist, with an attitude of being ready to die. In fact, at the moment when the Lord's mansion was surrounded, Zhang Wei was ready to sacrifice his life for his country. Seeing that Zhang Wei refused to surrender, the Japanese lost their patience and said viciously, "In that case, we will break your hands and feet and take you back as a slave. I want to see how long you can hold out. Attack." As soon as the words fell, the Japanese army launched an attack. In an instant, more than 200 people rushed into the Lord's mansion. Looking at this group of vicious invaders, Zhang Wei was furious. He clenched the Tang sword in his hand and said angrily, Come on, do you think I'm afraid of you? I'm going to kill a lot today, but at worst I'll be a hero again in 20 years. Huh, Zhang Wei shouted, raised his knife, and stepped forward, actually taking the initiative to attack. Zhang Wei was extremely fast. With a swing of his long sword, he chopped off an enemy's head with one blow. Zhang Wei has at least awakened a B-level talent. Although it is not a combat-type talent, he is not someone that some minions can challenge. After a while, 7 or 8 people were beheaded by Zhang Wei. However, due to the injury to his right arm, Zhang Wei's combat capability was greatly reduced, so after only 5 minutes, he had several more wounds on his body. Blood kept flowing out from Zhang Wei's new wound. Ha ha ha, come again. But Zhang Wei seemed not to feel any pain. He laughed loudly towards the sky, and the Tang Hung Dao in his hand continued to harvest heads. The more wounds he had, the more courageous Zhang Wei became. Let's go together and destroy him. The 2 Japanese lords, as if they had discussed it beforehand, attacked Zhang Wei together. The 2 men attacked at the same time, attacking Zhang Wei from the front and back, which put great pressure on him. Zhang Wei was already at the end of his strength, and the recurrence of new and old wounds caused him to lose ground. Even if I die, I will still bite off one of your bones, Zhang Wei said angrily. Zhang Wei fought desperately, but he was outnumbered and was soon defeated. Cut off his other hand now. Finally, one of the Japanese seized Zhang Wei's weakness and cut the meridians in his wrist with a knife. Oh! Zhang Wei screamed. His wrist was cut and bleeding. The Tang sword in Zhang Wei's hand also fell to the ground. The other man took the opportunity to chop Zhang Wei's left arm with a knife, trying to cut off his entire left arm. Oh, is this all I can do? Zhang Wei gritted his teeth and wanted to fight back, but unfortunately his meridians were broken and he couldn't muster any strength. Zhang Wei was desperate. At this moment, he couldn't even hold the knife. At this critical moment, a tall figure descended from the sky, like a tiger descending from the mountain. Hey little bastards, your grandpa is here. Yang Ming roared, his voice as loud as thunder. Chapter 18 Snakebone Fish. Take this knife from me. The extremely sharp Tang Hung Dao spun flexibly in Yang Ming's hand. Then, like a dragonfly skimming the water, Yang Ming slashed across and easily cut off the weapon in the Japanese man's hand. Who are you? Where did you come from? The Japanese man was shocked and took 3 steps back. With just one move, the 2 Japanese people felt the horror of Yang Ming. The weapons in their hands were all of high quality and could cut through iron like mud, but now they were chopped off effortlessly by Yang Ming. Looking at them, Yang Ming's eyes flashed with deep disgust, and he said coldly, "Oh, you don't deserve to know my name." Being despised by Yang Ming, the Japanese man was very angry. He said viciously, "I admit that you are strong, but we have both awakened B-level talents. Moreover, our army has surrounded this place. Do you think you can become our enemy just by yourself? Stop talking too much nonsense. Come and fight me." Yang Ming strode towards the Japanese man with a knife in hand. The 2 Japanese looked at each other, as if they had discussed it beforehand, and said in unison, "Let's work together to kill him." After saying that, the aura of the 2 Japanese people suddenly changed. One of the Japanese men had muscles that grew rapidly. His body became 3 times larger, countless hairs grew on his body, 2 fangs protruded from his mouth, and his nails became extremely sharp. He turned into a tall and ferocious werewolf. The transformation was successful. His combat power value soared from 78 points to 129 points. Ouch! After transforming into a werewolf, he roared and pounced towards Yang Ming madly. "That's it. You dare to challenge me." Yang Ming looked at him with contempt. Yang Ming raised Tang Hung Dao, and with a shadow under his feet, he passed by the Japanese lord who had transformed into a werewolf at an extremely fast speed. Wow! Blood splattered everywhere as a head with wide eyes was chopped off. Then, with a thump sound, the Japanese lord who had transformed into a werewolf fell straight to the ground. This scene left the other Japanese man stunned. He was just about to take action when he happened to witness Yang Ming beheading his companion with one sword. The hairs on his body stood up, and he felt a fear that struck his soul. "Next, it's your turn to go on the road." Yang Ming turned around and looked at the other Japanese man coldly. Looking at Yang Ming, who looked like the god of death, the Japanese man was so frightened that his legs were shaking. His face turned pale, and he begged for mercy. "No, don't kill me." Yang Ming did not speak, but silently raised the Tang sword in his hand. At this moment, the cold, murderous aura spread throughout the Japanese man's body. The Japanese man trembled all over, as if he was on the edge of an abyss. Finally, he knelt down and said in panic, "No, don't kill me. Flax Falls, warehouse after warehouse of Flax Falls. I have a master-servant contract. As long as you don't kill me, I am willing to sign a master-servant contract with you. After saying that, the Japanese man hurriedly took out a parchment scroll from his arms and presented it with both hands. Master-servant contract. Yang Ming subconsciously glanced at the parchment scroll in the Japanese man's hand. Name master-servant contract. Quality, excellent grade. Introduction. After both parties voluntarily sign a contract, Party A can unconditionally command Party B, and Party B must unconditionally obey Party A. Furthermore, if Party A dies, Party B will die with him. Yang Ming didn't expect that this Japanese person actually had such a thing. From this we can see that they were fully prepared to attack Zhang Wei's territory. Yang Ming bent down and tried to take the parchment scroll from the Japanese. But at this moment, a cold white light suddenly appeared. Damn Chinese, I'm going to kill you. Senya. Under the sheepskin scroll was a sharp dagger. The Japanese man took advantage of the moment when Yang Ming bent down, took out the dagger under the leather scroll, and stabbed it directly into Yang Ming's heart. Be careful. Zhang Wei, who was not far away, quickly spoke up to remind them. But the timing of the Japanese attack was too good. The moment they attacked was exactly when Yang Ming got the parchment scroll, and the distance between the two was very close. Ha ha ha, die for me. Before he could finish speaking, the Japanese man had already put the dagger close to Yang Ming's skin. Bite. However, the dagger did not pierce Yang Ming's heart as expected, but was blocked by Tang Hingdao. Yang Ming looked down at him and said sarcastically, "Do you really think I'm unprepared? You're a bunch of people who only know how to use despicable means and have no bottom line. I've seen through you all." After saying that, Yang Ming showed no mercy and chopped off his head with a knife. Zhang Wei, who was standing aside, felt very unbelievable. Who is he? How could he kill two Japanese people without any effort? A minute ago, Zhang Wei was ready to sacrifice himself, but unexpectedly a strong man appeared and saved him. You know, these two Japanese people are both outstanding people who have awakened B-level talents. Zhang Wei limped over and said to Yang Ming with great gratitude, "Thank you very much, brother, for saving me." Yang Ming glanced at him, smiled lightly, and said, "I saw the distress message you sent in the chat channel, so I rushed over." Zhang Wei bowed slightly and said seriously, "You saved my life. Besides the agreed-upon reward of the snake-bone fish and the red musket forging blueprints, I will repay you for this favor in the future. By the way, can you tell me your name?" Yang Ming smiled and said, "My name is Yang Ming. I've traded with you before for the forging blueprints for the Tang Hingdao." Hearing this, Zhang Wei was stunned for a moment, then a hint of excitement appeared on his face. He said excitedly, "Boss, it's you. Damn, this is such a coincidence. Selling you the forging drawings of Tang Hingdao is truly the best thing I've ever done in my life." After knowing each other's identities, the two became much more familiar with each other. "Boss, this is the reward I promised you before, the forging drawings for the snake-bone fish and the red fire gun." Zhang Wei opened the system interface and sent the two props to Yang Ming. At the same time, Zhang Wei patted his chest and assured, "Boss, if you need any resources in the future, you can come to me. Although I'm not good at fighting, I'm still very good at finding resources." Yang Ming asked curiously, "Could it be that you have awakened an A-level talent?" Zhang Wei shook his head and told the truth. "I've awakened two B-level talents. One is luck amplification, which greatly increases my luck, and the other is occasional double drop, which gives me a certain probability of getting two rewards." Yang Ming was surprised. He didn't expect that Zhang Wei had awakened two talents. No wonder he was so lucky and had so many resources. Yang Ming thought for a moment, then tried to ask, "I see your territory is well built. Do you have the blueprints for the town?" Yang Ming discovered that Zhang Wei's territory was much better than his own. Various buildings were arranged in an orderly manner, and there was a faint outline of a big city. Zhang Wei shook his head and said, "No, I did it all myself. I'm a first-year graduate student at China PBC University, majoring in finance, management, and psychology, and also taking minors in civil engineering and electromechanical engineering, so this kind of infrastructure isn't difficult for me." Yang Ming was shocked. He looked Zhang Wei up and down and asked doubtfully, "But you look younger than me, and you're already in your first year of graduate school?" "Well, I'm 18 years old and my birthday is in December." Zhang Wei nodded. "Awesome." Yang Ming gave him a thumbs up. He was already in the first year of graduate school at the age of 18. He was definitely a genius. No wonder he could awaken two talents. "If you need a city construction blueprint, I can draw one for you, but it will take some time," said Zhang Wei. "Okay, just send it to me directly through the friend system when the time comes." Yang Ming nodded. Afterwards, the two chatted for a while, and Yang Ming said goodbye. Now that the snake-bone fish is in his hands, Yang Ming can't wait to return to Yuling Lake and occupy the lake. Yuling Lake is a third-level resource field. As long as we can occupy it, we can produce excellent big fish continuously in the future. When he thought of this, Yang Ming became very excited and couldn't help but quicken his pace. Chapter 19. Occupy Yuling Lake. It only took Yang Ming 10 minutes to run back to Yuling Lake from Zhang Wei's territory. 1,000 meters away from Yuling Lake, Yang Ming ordered the soldiers to stay where they were and stand by, while he groped forward alone. In front of the black rock giant bear with a combat power of up to 400 points, even if Yang Ming summoned more warriors, they would all be killed. Yang Ming quietly came to a place 500 meters away from Yuling Lake and hid behind a big rock. The next second, Yang Ming took out the snake-bone fish from the system warehouse. Damn, this tastes amazing, so fragrant and tempting. As soon as Yang Ming took out the snake-bone fish, he smelled a wonderful fresh fragrance. It is fresh and fragrant, and just one sniff can make people feel intoxicated and unable to stop. The snake-bone fish is not big, only about 10 pounds, but it has exquisite patterns, crystal clear meat, and a faint blue glow. How delicious the dish would be if a 5-star chef cooked this snake-bone fish. It is indeed an excellent grade fish, and its quality is indeed first-class delicacies from the mountains and the sea. Yang Ming finally understood why the black rock giant bear loved to eat excellent grade fish so much. The quality of this meat is so good that even the best delicacy on Blue Planet is not even 1% of that of the snake-bone fish. Whether we can occupy Yuling Lake depends on whether this snake-bone fish can play a role, Yang Ming said to himself. That's right, Yang Ming planned to use this snake-bone fish to lure out the 3 black rock giant bears. Of course, before that, Yang Ming had to put medicine in the snake-bone fish. The black rock giant bear's IQ is not high, and it loves to eat fish very much. Poisoning is the best way to deal with it. Yang Ming opened the system page and entered the trading area to search for what he wanted. 5 minutes later, Yang Ming finally found a medicine that met the requirements. Name mandragrass. Quality, excellent grade. Introduction, a medicinal herb that grows in swamps. Its juice is very rich in intoxicants. If more than 5 milliliters is swallowed at one time, the patient will immediately fall into a state of absolute coma. After some bargaining, Yang Ming finally exchanged 10 kilograms of Tianjiao green beef for 2 mandrake plants from the buyer. After getting the mandrake, Yang Ming couldn't wait to crush it and then let the juice of the mandrake fully soak into the snake-bone fish. Next, it depends on whether the mandrake can be effective against the black rock giant bear. To be honest, Yang Ming was quite nervous. After all, the value of the snake-bone fish is really too high, and Yang Ming has invested a lot of money in it. Yang Ming held his breath and walked forward carefully. Without alerting the black rock giant bear, he placed the snake-bone fish on an open space. After placing the snake-bone fish, Yang Ming retreated quickly and hid behind a big rock again. The fresh fragrance of the snake-bone fish began to spread slowly. The fragrance was so tempting that it reached the black rock giant bear after just a short while. 3 giant black rock bears were sleeping beside Yuling Lake when they were suddenly awakened by an extremely tempting smell. The smell made them shudder violently. Ouch! The black rock giant bear felt like it had been injected with chicken blood. Its entire body was hot, and it couldn't help but raise its head and let out a long roar. For the black rock giant bear, fish is the most delicious food in the world, let alone a large fish of excellent quality. Oh! Accompanied by waves of anxious roars, the 3 black rock giant bears became impatient and began to look for where the fish smell came from. Not long after, the snake-bone fish that Yang Ming placed near Yuling Lake was finally discovered by the black rock giant bear. At that moment, the black rock giant bear pounced on the snake-bone fish frantically, like a drug addict who had been tortured by drugs for half a month. Roar! The fastest one was the largest black rock bear. It was the first to find the snake-bone fish and grabbed it. But before it could put the snake-bone fish into its mouth, the other 2 black rock giant bears pounced on it fiercely and hit it hard. Activate skill, Fearless Charge. The largest black rock bear was knocked back 5 or 6 meters, but he had thick skin and wasn't hurt at all. But after being hit, it also became violent. Normally, it is the boss because of its size advantage. How can it tolerate its younger brothers challenging its status? The largest black rock bear also activated its skills instantly. Charge fearlessly. Perform a rapid dash, increasing speed by 50% and attack power by 50%. Under normal circumstances, the other 2 black rock giant bears would have been scared away by their boss, but at this moment, tempted by the snake-bone fish, they also rushed forward without fear. After all, the black rock giant bear is a race that is willing to sacrifice its life just to eat fish. Oh! With loud noises, 3 black rock giant bears started fighting each other. The battle scene was extremely brutal. Yang Ming, who was hiding behind a big rock, saw such a fierce battle for the first time and was fascinated for a moment. In front of the black rock giant bear, the life-and-death duel between the 225 kilograms tiger on the blue planet seems like playing with a kitten. Yang Ming didn't dare to breathe and hid behind a big rock motionlessly to observe. Until half an hour later. After a fierce battle, the largest black rock bear defeated the other two black rock bears as a king. It became incredibly exciting, because it can finally enjoy the extremely delicious snakehead fish alone. The black rock giant bear tilted its head back, took the snake bone fish into its mouth, and chewed it in big mouthfuls. The delicious taste that seemed to reach heaven made the black rock giant bear completely ignore the taste of the mandrake juice. In the end, the entire 10-pound snake bone fish was swallowed by the black rock giant bear. The black rock giant bear licked its tongue in satisfaction and then returned to Yuling Lake to rest. But it had only taken a dozen steps when the intoxicating effect of the mandrake took effect, and the huge black rock bear became shaky. Finally, under Yang Ming's expectant gaze, the largest black rock bear slowly fell to the ground. Fuck, it actually worked. Seeing this scene, Yang Ming shouted excitedly. Originally, Yang Ming had prepared for failure. After all, mandrake was only an elite-grade plant and might not be effective against the black rock giant bear. But unexpectedly, the plan was successful. Yang Ming couldn't contain his excitement and ran over immediately. Yang Ming discovered that the largest black rock bear had fallen into a state of extreme coma and would definitely not wake up within 6 hours. As for the other two black rock giant bears, they died in the internal fight just now. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded. Ding! It's detected that Yuling Lake is unoccupied. Do you want to occupy Yuling Lake? Yes. Yang Ming agreed without thinking. This is a third-level resource field. As long as Yang Ming takes it into his possession, he will be able to quickly widen the gap with other lords. Chapter 20 Zhang Lingfeng. Ding, you have occupied Yuling Lake and are rewarded with 200 points of national fortune. You have incorporated Yuling Lake into the territory of Huaxia City. You have the right to view the information of all fish and the corresponding catching methods. Yang Ming's eyes lit up, as if he could see that he would be able to catch excellent big fish continuously in the future. Yang Ming moved his eyes and scanned Yuling Lake. The next second, he had a clear view of all the fish information. Name big fish with dragon pattern. Quality, excellent grade. Effect, after consumption, it can directly increase combat power by 1 to 5 points, and there is a very low probability of comprehending a skill. Collection method, when fishing, you must use dragon fruit as bait. Name Polygonatum fish. Quality, excellent grade. Effect, after consumption, it can directly increase combat power by 20 to 50 points, and there is a certain probability of comprehending a skill, and there is also a very low probability of awakening a second talent. Collection method, a magical fish that cannot be caught by ordinary means. Only beautiful girls can catch it with their own jade feet. The taste after cooking will also be different due to the different jade feet of the beautiful girls. Yang Ming, is this Polygonatum fish serious? As expected, the world is so big that there are all kinds of strange things. Yang Ming was really shocked. After reading the detailed information about Yuling Lake, Yang Ming turned his attention back to the still sleeping black rock giant bear. Although Yuling Lake has been occupied, the hidden danger of the black rock giant bear has not been completely resolved. There was no way. The black rock giant bear was too tough and thick-skinned, and its defense was terrifyingly strong. Even if he knocked it unconscious, Yang Ming still couldn't do anything to it. Even if Yang Ming held the Tang Hung Dao and tried his best to chop at the black rock giant bear's neck, the result would be that the black rock giant bear would still sleep soundly, while the Tang Hung Dao would be broken. How can I kill this black rock bear? Yang Ming fell into deep thought. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The shadow of the evil god's altar appeared in Yang Ming's mind. That's right, let's do it this way. Yang Ming thought of a way to kill the black rock giant bear. After making up his mind, Yang Ming yelled at the top of his lungs. Everyone gather here. The soldiers who were on standby 1,000 meters away immediately ran over when they heard Yang Ming's voice. Greetings, Lord. 3,000 people shouted in unison. Yang Ming glanced around and then ordered. Those with a combat power of 31 or above, step out and stay to guard Yuling Lake. The original team of 3,000 people was divided into 2 factions, of which as many as 2,000 people had a combat power value of more than 31. Yuling Lake is a third-level resource field. There can't be any risk, and enough people must be left to guard it. Yang Ming raised his hand, pointed at a person with a combat power of 36, and said, "What's your name? I appoint you as the head of Yuling Lake. From today on, you have the right to manage others and protect the lake." The man half knelt on the ground and said to Yang Ming, "My esteemed lord, if the enemy attacks, I will slay them all. As for my name, I only remember it as Zhang. The moment my home was destroyed, I lost most of my memories. In the battlefield of all races, the price of failure is the destruction of the country and the family, and everyone is imprisoned in a dark cage, and their memories are erased." Yang Ming sighed softly and said, "Let me ask you, do you want to save your hometown?" "I want to." He suddenly raised his head and said firmly. Yang Ming looked down at him, and from his eyes, Yang Ming saw a rock-solid belief. Yang Ming was touched and said softly, "In that case, I'll give you a name. From now on, you'll be called Zhang Lingfeng. If your achievements are great enough, when I rule the world, I'll help you rebuild your homeland." Zhang Lingfeng pounded his right fist on his chest and said solemnly, "Thank you for the name, my lord. I am willing to be your most loyal knight." At this time, the system's voice sounded. "Ding, Zhang Lingfeng's loyalty to you has been detected to have increased to 140 points of national fortune reward." This unexpected surprise made Yang Ming a little surprised. Yang Ming took out a soldier's strengthening talisman and handed it to Zhang Lingfeng. "Attach the strengthening talisman to your body and absorb its power." With Zhang Lingfeng's current strength, he probably can't defend Yuling Lake, so Yang Ming has to strengthen his power. "Yes, lord." Zhang Lingfeng took the strengthening talisman and stuck it on his muscular arm. As a ray of light appeared, Zhang Lingfeng successfully strengthened himself, and his attributes were greatly improved. Name, Zhang Lingfeng. Loyalty, 100. Combat power, 85. Potential, 2 stars. Talent, rock, sea-level talent. Passive defense ability increased by 50%. Active summons a defensive light curtain. Within the light curtain range, the enemy's overall combat power is reduced by 20%. Yang Ming didn't expect that Zhang Lingfeng could also awaken his talent. This soldier strengthening talisman was well used. In this way, even excellent level exotic beasts would not dare to invade Yuling Lake easily. After Yang Ming handed over Yuling Lake to Zhang Lingfeng for management, he left with the others. The next thing to do is to kill the black rock bear that is still unconscious. In fact, Yang Ming's method is very simple, which is to drag the black rock giant bear to the evil god's altar in the east and sacrifice it to the evil god Aminos. No matter how powerful the black rock giant bear is, it is still a younger brother in front of the evil god altar. Yang Ming took out a dozen thick ropes, tied up the black rock giant bear's limbs, and then asked the soldiers to drag it to the evil god's altar. As for the other 2 dead black rock giant bears, Yang Ming also asked people to pack them up and send them back to the territory. The black rock giant bear is an excellent level exotic beast, and there is no need to say how valuable it is. Half an hour later, the moment the 3 huge black rock bears were transported back to the territory, the indigenous people were shocked. Almost everyone was attracted, stretching their necks and looking at the 3 black rock bears curiously. "Oh my god, is this a monster? I've never seen such a big black bear before. Look at how terrifying this black bear's fangs are. Could it be an elite level exotic beast? It's unbelievable that the Lord can even subdue an excellent level beast. Too powerful. The Lord is like a god." Everyone looked at Yang Ming with eyes filled with awe, respect, and admiration. Upon learning that Yang Ming had returned, Chen Jian came out to greet him immediately. Yang Ming waved his hand and said to Chen Jian, "Chen Jian, carry these 2 dead black rock giant bears back to the warehouse and make sure they are kept safe." "Yes, my lord." Chen Jian agreed immediately. Afterwards, Yang Ming did not stay in the territory for too long. He continued on his journey and transported the still sleeping black rock giant bear to the evil god's altar. Although the journey was bumpy, fortunately the intoxicating effect of the mandrake was very good. The black rock giant bear was still sleeping soundly, completely unaware that he was heading towards hell step by step. Chapter 21. Deal with the Evil God. 2 hours later. Thanks to the efforts of more than 1,000 people, the 2,500 kilograms black rock giant bear was finally successfully transported to the vicinity of the evil god's altar. A huge altar, burning with blue flames, stands in the middle of the ruins, exuding an ancient and evil aura. There were a large number of guards patrolling around the altar. Even though he was more than 1,000 meters away, Yang Ming could still feel the terrifying oppressive feeling emanating from the evil god's altar. After all, any patrolling guard here is a rare monster. "My lord, do we really want to get close to that thing?" someone in the team couldn't help but ask. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, "Don't be afraid, keep moving forward." After receiving Yang Ming's instructions, the team continued to drag the black rock giant bear forward, getting closer and closer to the evil god's altar. When Yang Ming arrived 300 meters away from the evil god's altar, a horrifying scene suddenly occurred. The guards stationed near the altar turned their heads in unison, and countless eyes looked in Yang Ming's direction. Even with the support of Tang Hengdao, Yang Ming's combat power value has reached 150 points, but he can't hold on at this moment. Yang Ming had no choice but to stop where he was and said loudly, "Followers of the evil god, I have no ill intentions. I am not your enemy. I come with sacrifices to offer to the evil god." After saying this, Yang Ming felt that the guard's hostility had weakened a lot. An old man in a pure black suit walked towards Yang Ming. His upper body was a goat demon face and his lower body was a human body. The goat demon spoke slowly, his voice unusually hoarse. "Human, are you also a follower of Lord Aminos?" Yang Ming subconsciously glanced at the goat demon. Name, Evil Sheep Priest. Occupation, Evil Spirit Mage. Quality, Perfect Grade. Combat Power, Unknown, Level 2 Low to View. Talent, Unknown, 2 Low Level to View. Skills, Unknown, 2 Low Level to View. Holy shit, I actually saw a perfect level NPC monster. Yang Ming was truly shocked. "Human, answer my questions, or you will die." The evil sheep priest spoke again. Yang Ming came back to his senses, pointed at the black rock giant bear behind him, and then said to the evil sheep priest, "Yes, this is my offering to the evil god, a giant black rock bear." The evil sheep priest glanced at the black rock giant bear who was still in a coma, and his serious expression relaxed slightly. An excellent tribute. Although the quality is low, it just meets the requirements for sacrifice. The evil sheep priest turned to look at Yang Ming and said slowly, "Human, you come with sincerity, and the evil god will protect you." As he spoke, the evil sheep priest slowly raised the staff in his hand. The staff emitted a faint green light, enveloping the body of the black rock bear. Immediately afterwards, the 2,500 kilograms black rock giant bear floated up and slowly flew towards the evil god's altar. Finally, the black rock giant bear was swallowed by the burning blue flames and turned into dust. At the same time, Yang Ming received a system notification. "Respected Lord Yang Ming, your sacrifice satisfied the evil god Aminos, and your favorability increased by 5 points. Your territory has established diplomatic relations with the evil god altar. Current relationship level, cooperation. You can continue to offer more high-quality blood food to increase your favorability with the evil god Aminos. When your favorability reaches 60 points, you will receive support from Amino's army." When the sacrifice was completed, the evil sheep priest's expression became much more relaxed. The evil sheep priest slowly said, "Lord Yang Ming, the black rock giant bear you sacrificed is very much to the evil god's liking. If you are willing to offer more sacrifices, I can give you some props." Just as Yang Ming was about to speak, the system prompt sounded again in his ears. "Respected Lord Yang Ming, congratulations on triggering the C-rank mission, the Evil Sheep Sacrifice Transaction. Mission description: within 30 days, sacrifice no fewer than 15 excellent level beasts to the evil god Aminos. Task reward: an excellent grade forging blueprint." Yang Ming's eyes lit up, and he accepted the task without even thinking. "I accept the mission," Yang Ming said to the evil sheep priest. Exchanging 15 excellent level exotic beasts for an excellent level forging blueprint is undoubtedly a huge profit. As long as there are enough materials, countless excellent weapons can be created. Seeing that Yang Ming agreed without hesitation, the evil sheep priest showed a kind smile that was uglier than crying. "Lord Yang Ming, thank you for your cooperation. To express my gratitude, you may choose a guard to protect your territory. Of course, guards can only be used for defense, not offense." Yang Ming was extremely excited to hear this unexpected surprise. "You know, all the guards here are rare. There is a rare guard protecting the territory, which can directly increase the defense strength to a higher level." After careful selection, Yang Ming chose a tall and mighty human male guard holding a long spear. Name: Yang Fifan, Guardian of the Evil God's Altar. Quality: Rare Level. Potential: 5 stars. Combat Power: 1026. Introduction: he was originally the most determined demon slayer warrior of the human race, following the brave Aminos. When fighting against the demons of hell, for unknown reasons, he eventually fell into depravity and became the guard of the evil god. The demon slayer boy eventually became a demon. Talent: Heart of the Brave, B level. As long as the faith is immortal, the body will not die. Possesses powerful self-healing ability and can theoretically restore health infinitely. Skill 1. Blazing Flames, B rank, Awakened Transcendent, can control flames and unleash flames over a large area. Skill 2. Flame Dragon's Fury, Rank B, summons a flaming dragon to fight alongside you. Awesome. After seeing his attributes, even Yang Ming could only give him a thumbs up. As expected of a rare quality warrior, this attribute is simply invincible. At this time, the evil sheep priest suddenly spoke. Lord Yang Ming, this guard has been assigned to your faction, but please do not forget the deal between us. If you fail to complete the sacrifice within a month, the wrath of the evil god will engulf your territory. Don't worry, I will complete the task. Yang Ming said calmly. According to Yang Ming's current development speed, it is more than enough to hunt 15 excellent level exotic beasts within a month. Afterwards, Yang Ming left the evil god altar. Yang Fifan also followed Yang Ming without saying a word and left with him. After a short rest, Yang Ming led his army back to the territory. I have to say that today's gains were very great. The red fire gun forging blueprint, the third-level resource Tian Yuling Lake, and the guard Yang Fifan. All of the above are priceless treasure resources. Chapter 22 Goblin. It was almost evening, and Yang Ming's team was returning to the territory in an orderly manner. The wilderness is overgrown with weeds, and from time to time, you can see strange tall black shadows flash by. Report, Lord. After walking for half an hour, the soldier walking in the front scout suddenly sent an early warning message. We've spotted the enemy 500 meters ahead. They're a group of nasty-looking goblins. Goblin, let's go and take a look. Yang Ming frowned. Yang Ming made a gesture, indicating that the large group behind him should follow him. Following the scout's instructions, Yang Ming walked up a hillside and looked at a place 500 meters away. In a wasteland ahead, more than 100 short goblins were waving their arms happily. Is there anyone else? After careful observation, Yang Ming discovered that this group of goblins had captured a group of human girls. The girls collapsed helplessly to the ground, looking at the goblin army that surrounded them in horror. The goblin leader couldn't help but burst into laughter as he looked at these young girls with big breasts and big butts. Brothers, tie up these women and take them back. Let's have a good meal tonight. The girls subconsciously covered their collars and asked in fear, "What do you want to do?" The goblin leader laughed loudly and said with an evil look on his face, We goblins hate wasting things the most. Delicate and tender girls like you are the most suitable for bearing children." A girl wearing a golden crown said angrily, "You shameless beasts, if you dare to do that to us, the goddess of light will not let you go." The goblin leader smiled disdainfully and threatened, "Don't dare? What is there for us goblins not to dare? We dare to do anything. Brothers, do you dare?" "Dare," the goblin army said in unison. The goblin leader laughed again and said loudly, "Good job, guys. Line up tonight, and I'll make sure every one of you gets some soup." Yeah, the leader is wise. The goblins cheered with joy. After all, the goblin race cannot reproduce on their own and must plunder women of other races. Dingyu triggered a D-rank free choice mission, Girl and the Beast. This mission offers a lot of freedom. Different choices will trigger different endings. Please choose any one of the following 4 options. A. Defeat the evil goblin army and rescue the damsel in distress, and you will have a certain chance of gaining the favor of the goddess of light. B. Stand by and respect other people's fate. C. Join the goblin army and queue up together tonight. D. Kill them all, burn, kill, and loot. All I want is money. The task was triggered again. Yang Ming was shocked. He was quite lucky today. Yang Ming browsed through the entire content of the task and chose the first option without hesitation. There is no other reason. Yang Ming urgently needs indigenous people to expand the population of Huaxia City, so this group of humans must be saved. But before that, Yang Ming had to scan the attributes of the goblin leader. Name Goblin Leader. Quality, excellent grade. Combat power, 86. Skill, multiplication, E rank, can enlarge and lengthen any part of the body, while significantly increasing attack power and defense power. Well, the combat power is only 86 points. No pressure at all. Yang Ming felt relieved. Everyone listen up, attack. Kill those goblins. Yang Ming gave the order to attack. There are more than 100 goblins, and Yang Ming doesn't need to take any action at all. It's just right for the soldiers to practice. Hearing Yang Ming's order, the soldiers charged towards the goblin army like wild horses. Due to the huge noise, the goblins reacted quickly. What's going on? Why are there so many human soldiers? The goblins panicked. With over 100 going against over 1,000, the goblins' disadvantage was obvious. Hurry, run. The goblin leader was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. This group of human troops coming at him with such force made him unable to muster any intention of resisting. In an instant, the goblin army fled in panic. Brothers, retreat quickly. The goblin leader struggled to block the human attack and cover his people's retreat. But it's useless. Faced with the huge advantage in numbers, the goblins were no match at all. After only 10 minutes, the goblins suffered heavy casualties. There were originally more than 100 goblins, but now there are less than 20 left. The warriors have surrounded the goblins. Brothers, stand up quickly and don't give up easily. I will take you out. The goblin leader still fought stubbornly and refused to give up. The goblin leader leaped up, brandishing a huge mace, and severely injured 2 human warriors. Whoosh! But its back was also exposed, and 2 tang swords were directly inserted into its back. Ah, damn humans. I'll fight you. The goblin leader yelled angrily and swung his left arm violently, knocking back the human warriors behind him and smashing 2 heads with the end of his club. Although the goblin leader became more and more courageous, he had no chance of winning the battle against the trapped dragon. Before they knew it, all the goblins except it had been killed. Human, you dare to hurt my brothers? I will make you pay with blood. The goblin leader went completely insane. It swung its mace wildly. In an instant, 7 or 8 human warriors were knocked away by the crazy goblins and were seriously injured. Let's go together and kill this goblin leader. Seeing the power of the goblin leader, the warriors rushed forward. In the end, the goblin leader did not have the ability to change his fate and was eventually stabbed in the heart by a Tang Dynasty sword. Humans, you. The goblin leader trembled all over and blood flowed from his heart. Immediately afterwards, 2 more Tang swords swept across and cut off its arms. Damn it, you humans, how dare you? A lot of blood flowed out of the corner of the goblin leader's mouth. He was about to say something, but the next second, a big knife chopped towards his neck. Crack! The goblin leader's head flew high into the air and finally fell to the ground. Yang Ming's army easily won the battle. The group of human girls who had already fallen into despair were so excited that they trembled all over when they saw Yang Ming, who was like a divine soldier sent from heaven. We are saved, the girls cried with joy. A girl wearing a red and white witch costume, with a plump figure and long golden hair, stood up excitedly, walked in front of Yang Ming, and said respectfully, Great Lord, we are believers of the Church of the Goddess of Light. Thank you for saving us. The goddess will bless you. The Church of the Goddess of Light. Yang Ming looked at her doubtfully. At the same time, Yang Ming also had a full view of her information. Name, Anna. Quality, excellent grade. Combat power, 11. Potential, Samsung. Talent, Holy Light Healing, C level. Possesses a ray of healing power from the Goddess of Light. Can heal most injuries. Even those with both legs and hands cut off can be healed. Fuck, this is definitely a wet nurse. Yang Ming blurted out subconsciously. It can even heal broken hands and feet. This healing ability far exceeds modern medicine and is simply incredible. Chapter 23 Members of the Cult of the Goddess of Light. Professions such as doctors, wet nurses, and pastors are extremely important no matter where they are. Yang Ming showed a friendly smile and said softly, You're welcome. Seeing injustice and helping others is a traditional virtue of the Chinese people. But I'm curious, why were you kidnapped by goblins and brought to this place? Talking about this topic, Anna's expression became much sadder. She sighed and explained. We originally lived in a small town 20 kilometers to the west, a branch of the Goddess of Light. However, 5 days ago, a demon army numbering over 1,000 invaded our town. The soldiers were unable to resist, so we had no choice but to flee, leaving our home and traveling to another branch of the Goddess of Light 30 kilometers away for help. Yang Ming took a look at Anna and found that she was covered in dust and had a pale and haggard face. It was obvious that she had not eaten for a long time, so he asked, Ms. Anna, in your current state, wanting to go to a place 30 kilometers away is no different from committing suicide. Anna shook her red lips, clenched her fists and clasped them together in front of her chest, and pleaded helplessly. We were originally escorted by 10 guards, but unfortunately they were all brutally murdered by the goblins. Great Lord, I have a request. Could you please take us in temporarily? This is exactly what Yang Ming was waiting for. Okay. Yang Ming nodded and said, but you have to serve me. At present, there are still many injured soldiers. If Anna can be brought back to the territory, the mortality rate will be greatly reduced. To serve you. Anna was stunned for a moment, and the expression on her face immediately became very nervous and uneasy. She clenched her fists and hesitated for a long time, and finally sighed resignedly. Great Lord, as long as you can take us in, then I will let you ruin my virginity. Yang Ming was also stunned and quickly explained. You misunderstood. I meant that I would pay you a salary and invite you to come to my territory to be a doctor and help people heal their illnesses and injuries. Anna's expression relaxed instantly, and she said softly, "My lord, Anna is very happy to work for you." Yang Ming was very satisfied with this. Then he ordered the soldiers to clean up the battlefield and collect useful supplies. Not long after, the team set out on the journey back to the territory. Along the way, Yang Ming also asked for basic information about Anna and her group. Anna told him everything truthfully. In addition to Anna, there are 3 other girls who are also priests and have certain healing abilities, but their abilities are much weaker than Anna's. The 2 cooks are twin sisters who can cook excellent and high-quality ingredients. After cooking, the combat power of the ingredients will also increase accordingly. For example, a portion of excellent grade demon wolf meat can increase the eater's combat power by 1 to 5 points. But if it is cooked by a chef, the increased combat power can be increased to 2 to 7 points. The higher the quality of the chef, the more combat power the food he cooks can enhance. But what Yang Ming cared about most was a witch. She wore a crown and a red and white witch costume. Her face and skin were as delicate as white jade, and she was very beautiful. According to Anna, the witch's name is Tang Kiki, who can change the weather and even control artificial rainfall. As for the other girls, they are all ordinary people. They all have very good abilities. I have to find a way to make them stay in Huaxia City willingly in the future. Yang Ming thought to himself. Before the sun set, Yang Ming successfully returned to Huaxia City. Upon hearing the news that Yang Ming had returned, Chen Jian came out to greet him immediately. "Greetings, Lord." Chen Jian greeted habitually. "Will there be any strange beast invasion today?" Yang Ming asked. "No. On the contrary, I took in another group of refugees, about 60 people, who were brought here by an old patriarch." Chen Jian replied. "Old patriarch?" Yang Ming was delighted. "Isn't this the assistant manager he has always wanted? Take me to see it," Yang Ming said impatiently. Under the leadership of Chen Jian, Yang Ming met the old patriarch, an old man in a green robe. "Merciful Lord, thank you for taking us in. We swear to heaven that we will be your most loyal subjects." The old man knelt on the ground in fear, fearing that he would upset Yang Ming and be expelled from the territory. Yang Ming glanced at him. "Name Carl. Quality, ordinary grade. Combat power, 4. Talent, public security, F rank. Possesses a mind much smarter than a normal person. Can improve the happiness of residents and reduce the crime rate within the jurisdiction." "Get up," Yang Ming said. Carl stood up and said respectfully, "Thank you, Lord." Yang Ming thought for a moment and asked Carl, "Old Carl, you've been in Huaxiao City for half a day now, right? Do you think there's anything that needs improvement in terms of management and rules?" The old patriarch, Carl, was very smart and knew that Yang Ming was testing him. So after careful consideration, he expressed his opinion. "In my opinion, there are many shortcomings. First of all, the free food and dormitory allocation measures. I believe that those who are more capable should work harder, and those with greater abilities can eat better food and live in better rooms. Secondly, a monetary system should be established as soon as possible to stimulate the residents' labor force." Carl said a lot in one breath. After listening to this, Yang Ming admired Carl's talent very much and said, "Carl, your idea is very good. I order you to be the first sheriff of Huaxia City and assist me in managing Huaxia City. Are you willing?" Carl immediately knelt on the ground and said excitedly, "Great Lord, I am very willing to serve you." The suggestions proposed by Carl were very reasonable, so Yang Ming asked Chen Jian to take Carl to the residential area to issue the announcement. Afterwards, Yang Ming came to the blacksmith shop where Cocolet worked. Bang, bang, bang. In the blacksmith shop, a girl in blue clothes was hammering iron tools with great effort. Because she was so engrossed, Cocolet didn't even notice when Yang Ming walked in front of her. "You actually made 20 Tang horizontal swords?" Yang Ming asked subconsciously when he saw it. Cocolet only then noticed Yang Ming's arrival. She immediately stopped what she was doing and said to Yang Ming respectfully, "My lord, I have done my best. Are you satisfied with my efficiency? If not, I will try to forge 30 weapons every day." Yang Ming smiled and comforted her. "No, I'm very satisfied with your work efficiency, but you must not exhaust yourself. Your health is more important than work." Seeing Yang Ming caring about her so much, Cocolet was very moved and said, "My lord, I almost forged an excellent weapon at noon, but unfortunately, I didn't have enough physical strength and failed at the last step. I will try harder in the future and will not let you down." Yang Ming thought for a moment, took out the last soldier enhancement talisman from the system warehouse, and handed it to Cocolet. "Attach the strengthening talisman to your body and absorb its power." Chapter 24, Medical Clinic. Cocolet reached out and took the strengthening talisman. Although she didn't know what it was, her current trust in Yang Ming was absolute. Rolling up her sleeves, Cocolet attached the strengthening talisman to her wrist. In an instant, A faint blue light enveloped her. What is this? At this time, the members of the Church of the Goddess of Light, standing behind Yang Ming, couldn't help but widen their eyes. Holy talisman? Is this a holy talisman? Anna covered her mouth in surprise. Anna recognized this thing. She had the opportunity to see it at an auction in a big city in a kingdom. One such holy talisman could be sold for 5 gold coins. What does 1 gold coin mean? You can buy 2 beautiful young cat slave girls. In this world, there are 3 types of currency in circulation: gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. Among them, 100 copper coins are equal to 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins are equal to 1 gold coin. My lord, you just gave her such a valuable thing? Anna couldn't help but ask. Anna's heart was silently screaming. This is a holy talisman, a treasure worth 5 gold coins. And you gave it to someone else like it was trash? Yang Ming looked back at her and smiled faintly. What's so strange about this? All residents of Huaxia City can enjoy similar treatment as long as they contribute enough. Hearing this, Anna couldn't help but have an idea in her mind. If I can join here, wouldn't it be possible for me to? But this idea was quickly rejected by Anna. She shook her head vigorously. No, I can't betray the Goddess of Light. At this time, Cocolet's enhancement talisman was used up. Compared with Chun Jian and Zhang Lingfeng, Cocolet's strengthening time is longer. Cocolet's attribute panel has also been completely renewed. Name: Cocolet. Occupation: blacksmith. Quality: excellent grade. Combat power: 24. Potential: 5 stars. Talent: craftsman's heart. Rank A. Her passion for weapon crafting is like her unwavering love for her first love, by Yue Guang. Her success rate in weapon crafting is 20 times higher than that of an average person, and she has a certain chance of upgrading her weapon. 5-star potential? Yang Ming was stunned for a moment. Then he was ecstatic. This soldier strengthening talisman was not wasted. Cocolet has 5-star potential, which means that as long as she is trained properly, she can become a perfect level blacksmith in the future. My lord, thank you for giving me such a valuable thing. Cocolet bowed to Yang Ming and thanked him repeatedly. Although Cocolet was young, she was not stupid. She knew very well how much her body had changed in the past minute. Yang Ming touched her little head and encouraged. You've worked for so long today, take a shower and rest. I'll send some food over to you later. A warm feeling welled up in Cocolet's heart, and she said with emotion, Understood, Lord. Afterwards, Yang Ming left the blacksmith shop and took Anna and the others to the clinic. The clinic is one of the most important buildings in the territory. It comes with the game at the beginning, and after 3 upgrades, the area of the clinic has increased a lot. It is more than enough to accommodate Anna and her group. Yang Ming pointed at the clinic and said to Anna, You guys can live here from now on. I'll send someone to bring food over later. Anna immediately expressed her gratitude. Thank you, great lord. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, No need to thank me. I'm not asking you to stay here for free. During this time, you are responsible for healing the wounded in the territory. Anna clenched her fist in front of her chest and swore solemnly. I swear by my loyalty to the Goddess of Light that I will do my best to heal all the wounded. After getting her assurance, Yang Ming left the clinic. However, when leaving, Yang Ming also took the 2 twin little cooks with him. The opening of the clinic quickly spread throughout the territory. What? I heard the Lord hired a miracle doctor who can heal broken limbs. Really? My last battle with the Skyhorn Blue Ox broke one of my legs. Does that mean there's still hope for my recovery? Help me up and take me to see a doctor. I was born with one eye blind. Can it be cured? I want to see it too. After the news spread, it quickly caused a sensation, and soon there was a queue of dozens of people in front of the clinic. The first person to enter the clinic was a soldier. One of his legs was bitten off by a sky-horned green bull. As there was no medicine available, the wound on his leg had begun to fester and rot. Can injuries of this severity be cured? The soldier's expression was very nervous and his speech became incoherent. If he doesn't get treatment, he will most likely die from wound infection. Anna, dressed in a white robe, looked like an angel in white, beautiful and holy. She pointed to an empty bed and said, Sure, just lie on the bed. The soldier lay down on it nervously. Please, doctor, save me. I don't want to go back to that dark prison. He begged. He was summoned from the dark cage by Yang Ming, and if he died, he would be forcibly sent back to that place. How can someone who has seen the light endure darkness again? Relax, it's okay. Anna comforted him. Immediately, Anna stretched out her hands, a pair of snow-white hands. Talent, Holy Light Healing, activated. The next second, a ray of holy light bloomed in Anna's palm. The holy light was mixed with pure life energy. The holy light flowed down and gradually wrapped around the injured man's thigh. A magical scene happened. The wound that had already festered and rotted was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a new thigh was growing back quickly. Am I dreaming? It can really be cured? My legs have grown back, the injured person said in disbelief. Anna smiled gently and said, You're not dreaming. You might be trying to run with all your strength again. Feeling the power transmitted from his legs, he was so moved that he got out of bed and knelt on the ground, saying excitedly, Thank you so much for saving my life, Miss Angel in White. Angel. Anna froze in place upon hearing this name. No one had ever called her that. Can a mortal also become an angel high above? After sending the first patient away, Anna immediately went on to rescue the next injured person. Ding, you have an unchecked item. On the way back to the Lord's mansion, Yang Ming suddenly heard the system prompt. When I opened the message, I found that it was the town construction drawings sent by Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei sent a message. Boss Yang Ming, I've done my best to make the blueprints as perfect as you requested. Whether it's the defense system, drainage system, industrial area, or residential area, everything is clearly arranged. Thank you. Yang Ming took the drawings and replied. Yang Ming took a look at the contents of the drawings and had to say that the design of the drawings was perfect and the level of exquisiteness was no less than that of a first-tier city. Let's start the infrastructure construction tomorrow. Chapter 25 Twin Cooks. Yang Ming brought the twin cooks back to the Lord's mansion, not for any other reason, but simply to test their cooking skills. A good chef can double the amplification effect of exotic beast meat. Demon wolf meat, skyhorned blue beef, dragon-patterned fish, and black rock giant bear meat. These 4 ingredients were taken out by Yang Ming and placed on the table. How many kinds of food can you process? Yang Ming asked them. The 2 young cooks reached out and touched each ingredient, with serious expressions, carefully identifying the quality of the meat. The elder sister Lilith is a little older, and her appearance and figure tend to be more mature, while the younger sister Lilia is more cute and petite. After taking each of the 4 ingredients, the 2 sisters answered simultaneously. My lord, we can cook all 4 of these ingredients. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Yang Ming said. Lilith and Lilia walked into the kitchen and started cooking. While they were cooking, Yang Ming opened the chat channel to see what others were discussing. Compared to the previous few days, there were fewer people chatting, and most of them were trading items or studying how to attack resource fields. I just got a piece of excellent armor that adds 20% defense. Anyone interested? I urgently need a forging blueprint. I want both standard and superior grades. Anyone interested in trading can privately message me. The price is negotiable. For sale, 50 kilograms of flame tiger meat, excellent quality, 79 silver coins per kilogram. Message me privately if you want one. Brother upstairs, 79 yuan is too expensive. Can you make it cheaper? What's so expensive about it? It's been this price for so many years, okay? Don't lie. Sometimes you should look at yourself and ask yourself if you're seriously developing your territory. Are you not working hard enough? Who has extra stones and wood? Please give me some. My territory is still at the elementary level and can't be upgraded. Buying large quantities of various forging materials, iron ore, saltpeter, silver, or obsidian. I'll buy them all. In today's trading market, prices have stabilized. First, premium quality meats are the rarest and most sought after, often snapping up immediately upon being put on sale. Secondly, the prices of stones, wood and mineral materials are also quite high, because wood and stone are necessary resources for upgrading the territory in the early stages, while mineral materials are used to build weapons and infrastructure. But Yang Ming doesn't lack these. What he lacks most now is food seeds. In the early days, few people had the conditions to farm, so the current prices of seeds are not high. Of course, Yang Ming doesn't like ordinary seeds. What he wants are high-quality crop seeds. The yield of high-quality seeds is incomparable to that of ordinary seeds. For example, the yield of 1 acre of ordinary rice is about 900 kilograms, but the yield of high-quality rice can increase by 3 to 5 times. Yang Ming released a transaction information. 1,000 kilograms of Tianjiao blue beef for various high-quality crop seeds. As soon as Yang Ming released the news, it immediately attracted a lot of people to watch. At this stage, items that can enhance combat power are extremely precious. Especially the high-quality meat, which can not only fill the stomach but also improve combat effectiveness. So many people want to buy it. Boss, I have a pound of crystal wheat that I can plant. Can I trade it with you? Boss, I have 10 excellent black pepper seedlings here. Can I exchange them for 2 kilograms of Tianjiaoqing beef? Golden corn dried. I guarantee it will sprout. 20 kilograms for 5 kilograms of meat. Is that okay? In a short while, Yang Ming received various transaction information. Based on the principle of accepting all offers, Yang Ming accepted all the transactions. In the end, Yang Ming gave away 500 kilograms of Tianjiao blue beef in exchange for 100 kilograms of seeds, including staple foods such as wheat and corn, as well as seeds of various fruits and vegetables. A lot of farmland has been cultivated, and tomorrow we can tell the workers to plant the seeds. Ding. Now making an announcement. Congratulations to all the lords of the Blue Star Domain 10086 Novice Zone. You're about to successfully make it through the most difficult first week. Tomorrow the system will update two things. The leaderboards will be opened, and the chat channel will be opened to all servers. The ranking list is calculated every 7 days. The first place winner will be rewarded with 2 gold resource treasure chests, and the second and third place winners will be rewarded with 1 gold resource treasure chest. The chat channel will soon open a new section, where lords from all countries on Blue Star can communicate, trade, and make friends. As soon as the news came out, everyone became excited. The chat channel was instantly flooded with messages. What? There's actually a gold resource treasure chest. The rewards are too generous, right? Treasure chests contain very rare resources. I went out exploring every day for 7 days, and I only found 1 bronze resource chest. You're lucky. I can't find any. I heard that resource chests can reveal all sorts of top-quality items, even marrow cleansing pills and excellent-grade forging blueprints. Unfortunately, only the top 10 have a chance to get the gold resource chest. I have no hope. I wonder if any of our Chinese leaders can make it into the top 10, bringing glory to our country. I think it will be difficult. After all, there is no lord among us who has awakened A-level talent. It's certainly not easy to be in the top 10. After all, this time, 20 million people from around the world descended on the 10,000 races battlefield at the same time. I heard that 2 people over there have awakened A-level talents. I don't know what kind of luck they had. The US isn't doing badly either. They've also seen an A-level talent lord emerge, and they even conquered a level 3 resource field yesterday. Fuck. If it weren't for that sneak attack from behind, taking advantage of the fierce battle between us and the foreign race, openly tearing up the Blue Star Mutual Defense Treaty and illegally occupying our king-level territory with despicable means, would we have to be so passive? When this topic was brought up, everyone present was filled with indignation. A year ago, China was prosperous and at its peak, surpassing the United States for the first time to become the undisputed world's #1 country. In the battle zone of the 10,000 races battlefield, China owns as many as 20 king-level territories. More importantly, Huaxia also obtained a perfect item, the Lord's Scepter. At that time, China's reputation spread far and wide. The world was peaceful, and all races came to pay tribute. Later, with the update and evolution of the 10,000 races battlefield, the lords of Blue Star began to encounter lords from other galaxies. In order to defend against galaxies from other galaxies, all countries on Blue Star signed the Blue Star Mutual Defense Treaty. The treaty stipulates that there shall be no civil war among the Blue Stars, and that they shall cooperate with each other to resist foreign civilizations. As the leader at the time, China gathered 5 king-level lords to compete with foreign forces for a level 6 resource field, Rune Cave, in order to gain more powerful strength. Once the competition is successful, China's comprehensive national strength will be able to break through history and become a superpower that can compete with the first-level civilizations in the universe. Although the competition for the 6th-level resource fields is extremely difficult, China's 5 king-level lords are no pushovers. After a month-long bloody battle, the 5 king-level lords overcame all obstacles and finally defeated the foreign forces and saw the dawn of victory. However, at this most critical moment, this despicable little guy, at the instigation of the United States, actually leaked China's intelligence secrets to foreign races, putting China's 5 king-level lords in a desperate situation and finally dying with hatred. At the same time, Xiao Rizi also used insidious and vicious means to take advantage of the situation and began to attack China's king-level territory. As the big brother of China, the United States announced its unconditional support for China and led a joint force of more than 30 countries to encircle China. In fact, all of this is a conspiracy by the United States to seize the Lord's Scepter. Faced with internal and external troubles, the Chinese lords fought desperately, but in the end they could only defend the last 4 king-level territories. Chapter 26, Improving Combat Power. Just as Yang Ming was staring at the chat channel in a daze, the voices of Lilith and Lilia suddenly came to his ears. "My lord, the food is ready." 3 large plates of meat to the table with great effort. The tempting aroma of meat brought Yang Ming back to his senses. For Yang Ming, the meat of these exotic animals is not only delicious food, but also can quickly improve his combat power. What's the point of daydreaming? Improving my strength quickly is the best way. Once I develop a king-level territory and alleviate the crisis in China, I'll go to the war zone and beat up the Americans and the little guys. Yang Ming exited the chat channel and focused his attention on the dining table. Stir-fried demon wolf meat, steamed large fish with dragon patterns, and stewed beef soup with blue horn beef. These 3 dishes are all delicious. Yang Ming was hungry and didn't bother to care about his image. He just grabbed a piece of wolf leg meat with his hands and started to eat it. It smells good. Yang Ming praised it highly. After eating about a pound of demon wolf meat, Yang Ming clearly felt that there was a strange power running around in his body. Yang Ming's combat power also increased from 125 points to 128 points. Generally speaking, a pound of high-quality exotic beast meat is good enough if it can improve combat power a little. But after being cooked by Lilith and Lilia, the effect of the wolf meat was tripled. After tasting the sweetness, Yang Ming's appetite increased, and he reached out for the other 3 dishes. The 3 plates of meat on the table were all eaten up by Yang Ming. After seeing Yang Ming had eaten his fill, Lilith dared to step forward and ask, Lord, are you satisfied with our craftsmanship? Lilith is very nervous now, because the man in front of her holds the lives of more than 40 members of the Church of the Goddess of Light in her hands. If she makes him unhappy, the consequences will be disastrous. Yang Ming smiled and said, "It's delicious. I'm very satisfied." How could Yang Ming not be satisfied? At this moment, his combat power had soared to 165 points. This means that he can now fight against 33 adult men alone. But what surprised Yang Ming the most was that after being cooked by Lilith and Lilia, the upper limit of the efficacy of the exotic beast meat was also improved. Generally speaking, one can eat up to 5 kinds of exotic animal meat of the same quality to improve personal combat power. A kind of exotic beast meat, which can increase 1 to 5 points depending on personal qualifications. In other words, by eating excellent quality exotic beast meat, Yang Ming can only increase his combat power by 5 to 25 points. However, now Yang Ming has directly increased by 40 points. The reason why the combat power limit can be increased by an additional 15 points is thanks to Lilith and Lilia. It seems that the profession of chef plays a very crucial role in the battlefield of all races. Yang Ming thought thoughtfully. Hearing Yang Ming's reply, Lilith and Lilia both breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 sisters bowed and said, "My lord, it is an honor for us to receive your praise." Yang Ming knew what they were worried about, so he opened the topic and said, "Don't worry, I will absolutely guarantee your safety in my territory. Also, as long as you work for me, you will be paid accordingly. 20 pounds of demon wolf meat from the kitchen and take it back. Consider it my reward to you today." 20 kilograms of demon wolf meat. Lilith was so shocked that she stood there in a daze. There was no way Lilith didn't know how expensive a pound of demon wolf meat was. "My lord, are you really going to reward us with so many precious foods?" Lilith couldn't help but ask again. "Of course." Yang Ming smiled. Night. When Lilith and Lilia walked out of the Lord's mansion with 20 kilograms of demon wolf meat, their heads were still dizzy. This Lord is so generous. He just gave away such precious ingredients. Lilia was so overjoyed that her hands were shaking as she held the wolf meat. When she lived in a small town, she had to save money for at least a month to buy a pound of high-quality meat. "Sister, we're going back soon. Don't let the other sisters worry too much." Lilith was also very happy. The 2 sisters quickened their pace and returned to the clinic. Compared to the 2 sisters' ecstasy, the other members of the Church of the Goddess of Light who were resting in the clinic seemed extremely anxious. Anna, in particular, had been lingering at the door of the clinic, constantly looking in the direction of the Lord's mansion. As the big sister of the team, Anna was very worried about the safety of Lilith and Lilia. At this time, 2 girls came out of the house and said to Anna, "Sister Anna, you've been standing at the door for 2 hours. Go back to the house and rest for a while." Anna sighed and whispered, "Lilith and Lilia haven't come back yet. How can I feel at ease? What if they are bullied?" Anna's mood was complicated. In fact, when Yang Ming said he wanted to take Lilith and Lilia away, she refused. Anna knew very well what it meant when a powerful man took away 2 young girls. What's more, Lilith and Lilia are both beautiful and cute, and they are twin sisters, which is undoubtedly a fatal temptation for men. But at that time, before Anna could open her mouth to refuse, Lilith and Lilia agreed to follow Yang Ming before her. Because they all understood that if they disobeyed Yang Ming and made him unhappy, their fate would undoubtedly be miserable. "Lady Goddess of Light, please bless us. I hope Lilith and Lilia can come back safely." Anna looked up at the black starry sky and prayed silently. Perhaps Anna's prayers worked, as 2 blurry shadows appeared in the distance. A sharp-eyed girl was the first to notice the two shadows. Sister Anna, look, Lilith and Lilia are back. The girl exclaimed in surprise. Anna's body trembled, and she saw the figures of Lilith and Lilia. She immediately rushed out in a hurry. Anna ran up to Lilith and Lilia, panting, grabbed their shoulders and asked, "What took you so long to come back? Are you all right? How many times have you been bullied by that lord? Does it hurt when you walk?" Lilith was not some innocent girl. She immediately understood that Anna had misunderstood, and her beautiful face instantly turned red. Lilith blushed and shyly retorted, "Sister Anna, what are you thinking? We are fine. The Lord is not what you think." Lilia on the side also nodded and agreed. Sister is right. The Lord is a good man. Ah, Anna was stunned on the spot. Could it be that Yang Ming took Lilith and Lilia away just to cook? Lilith told Anna everything that had happened and took out the 20 kilograms of demon wolf meat that Yang Ming had rewarded her with and said with a smile, "Look, this is a gift from the Lord. He is really a good man." Anna finally felt relieved. She had never expected that in this twisted world there would be such upright people. Chapter 27 Where the Enemy Goes, I Can Go Too. In the Lord's mansion, Yang Ming had already eaten and drunk his fill and was about to go to bed. But suddenly, a series of urgent prompts came from the system. Yang Ming opened the chat page and found that it was Zhang Wei who had sent him several messages in a row. "Boss, check the chat channel. There's some explosive news. Someone has discovered a crystal core. A crystal core. It seems to be in our area, maybe not far from your territory. Brother, are you there? Shouldn't you be asleep?" After reading the message, Yang Ming suddenly shuddered and sat up straight in bed. Crystal cores are extremely precious and rare, and are one of the most important materials for upgrading territories. In the early stages, upgrading the territory is very easy. As long as the population is large and you collect enough stones and wood, you will be fine. But things will be different from now on, as it involves a non-tradable resource, the crystal core. Crystal cores can provide enormous energy. Without crystal cores, it is impossible to upgrade the territory. Crystal cores are very rare. Generally speaking, only a small number of crystal cores are refreshed in a novice area per month. In other words, if you fail to grab the crystal core this month, you will not be able to upgrade your territory and can only wait until next month when the crystal core is refreshed before you can grab it again. Of course, the most fatal thing is that crystal cores cannot be traded, and you cannot collect the enemy's crystal cores after killing them. Yang Ming knew the importance of the crystal core, so he opened the chat channel immediately. Because the news about the crystal core was so explosive, the chat channel was crowded with people. "What's going on? We've only been here for 6 days, right? And the crystal core appeared so quickly. Is this true?" "Of course it's true. The news has spread." "Oh, tell me about it." "Actually, this isn't really a secret. Just 2 hours ago, some lords who had awakened their perception, divination, and prophecy talents all received a message simultaneously. Tomorrow at noon, crystal cores will spawn in 3 locations in our novice zone. I won't hide the coordinates either. They are 11, 9527, 689, 123, and 2439, 3900. Damn, there are actually 3 places. It's too far away from me. I can't get there at all. I can't rob it either. It's a good 50 kilometers away. By the time I get there, the daylilies will be cold. Soon as the coordinates were exposed, the chat channel instantly became lively, and everyone was frantically refreshing the screen. Even Yang Ming was shocked, because the 3rd coordinate was only 20,000 meters away from his territory. Don't be too happy. As far as I know, the 1st coordinate has been occupied by the European Union. The 2nd coordinate belongs to the United States, so I suggest you give it up. As for the 3rd coordinate, its remote location is very disadvantageous to us. I also heard that Japan and South Korea have teamed up to target it. Fuck, are other countries acting so quickly? Hey, I heard that 2 new lords have awakened A-level talents this time. Can we snatch them away? These 3 coordinates are extremely unfavorable to us. If we try to rob them, wouldn't we be walking into a tiger's den? I hate it. If only we had an A-level talented lord to lead us. How about we just bear the humiliation for a while longer? After all, as long as there is Green Mountain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Yeah, I've endured it for a whole year, so what's left to endure for a few days? I suggest you give up, save your strength, and wait for a better position next time. At this time, Yang Ming had already memorized the 3rd coordinate firmly in his mind. The distance is so fast, Yang Ming must go and grab it. Although Zairizi and South Korea have joined forces to keep a close eye on the 3rd coordinate. But what should I, Yang Ming, be afraid of? If the enemy can go, I can go too. No matter what, I will definitely get the crystal core tomorrow. Yang Ming said in an extremely firm tone. Without the crystal core, Yang Ming would not be able to upgrade his territory to the next level. By then, China will be completely destroyed. All the lords were killed, and the people in the real world would have their memories erased and then be imprisoned in a dark cage. The dark cage is where the system imprisons the people of failed countries. For example, the warriors summoned by Yang Ming came from the dark cage. To take a step back, even if Yang Ming couldn't snatch it, he would never give it to the lords of Japan and South Korea. The next day, early morning. Today is the 7th day since Yang Ming arrived at the battlefield of all races. As soon as the sun rose, Yang Ming got up very self-disciplined. Yang Ming opened the door, and just as he walked out of the lord's mansion, he heard a crisp voice. "Good morning, my lord. This is the breakfast I prepared for you." Lilith stood at the door of the lord's mansion, holding a tray with delicious breakfast on it. Yang Ming glanced at her subconsciously. The breakfast on the tray was still steaming, so he asked, "You just did this? You're up in the morning." Lilith didn't dare look directly at Yang Ming, lowered her head, and said softly, "Yes, thank you very much for the food you gave us last night. To repay you, Lilia and I will take care of your 3 meals a day from now on and be on call whenever you need us." Looking at the delicious breakfast, Yang Ming did not refuse and picked up a rujiamo and started eating. It tastes good. Come with me." In order to save time, Yang Ming ate while going out. Okay. Lilith followed Yang Ming's footsteps, holding breakfast like a personal maid. After a while, Yang Ming arrived at Cocolet's blacksmith shop. By noon, Yang Ming would be competing with the allied forces of Japan and South Korea for the crystal core, so he came to Cocolite to get weapons. At this time, the petite Cocolite was swinging a sledgehammer to hit the iron block. After using a strengthening talisman, Cocolite's physical strength is no longer what it used to be. Although she is only 1.49 meters tall, she can easily swing a sledgehammer weighing dozens of kilograms. "Cocolite." Yang Ming walked into the blacksmith shop and called her. Seeing Yang Ming coming suddenly, Cocolette was a little excited. She walked over and took the initiative to say, "My lord, you've arrived just in time. I got extremely lucky last night and was able to strengthen a weapon. Would you like to see it?" "Did you create an excellent Tang Hengdao?" Yang Ming was shocked. He knew that Cocolette's talent had a very low probability of triggering an upgrade for the weapon. Cocolette stuck out her tongue and said, "It's not advanced, but I have created a Tang horizontal sword that can add thunder power. Take a look at it first." After saying that, Cocolette took out the Tang sword and handed it to Yang Ming. Yang Ming reached out and grabbed Tang Hengdao, and suddenly, a tingling sensation spread throughout his body. Name: Thunder Element Tang Horizontal Blade. Quality: Excellent grade. Attributes: Increase combat power by 25%, upper limit 50 points. Skill 1. Critical hit. Each strike can cause double damage, with a critical damage cap of 150 points. Skill 2. Thunder Quenching. Adds lightning damage, increasing destructive power by 20%. Good sword. Yang Ming's eyes lit up. This was undoubtedly the most powerful weapon he had ever seen. If this Tang Dynasty sword were put on the trading block, it would surely cause a frenzy among everyone. Chapter 28. Seizing the Crystal Core. Took away all the high-quality Tang Dynasty swords stored in the blacksmith shop. There are a total of 150 Tang Dynasty horizontal swords, all of excellent quality, enough to build a powerful army. At this time, 90% of the lords are still worried about how to obtain a sophisticated weapon. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Yang Ming called Chen Jian and asked him to gather the troops. After a while, all the soldiers gathered in an open space, waiting for Yang Ming to issue orders. Yang Ming found a large rock to stand on and glanced at the crowd below. There are more than 7,500 soldiers in total, and each person's combat power value is between 25 and 35. Yang Ming's eyes were like torches, and he said loudly, "Brothers, on the battlefield of all races, do you know who our enemy is in Huaxia City?" The crowd below was confused. Yang Ming waved his hand and said to himself, "They are Japanese. All Japanese lords are sworn enemies of our Huaxia City. The reason I named my territory Huaxia City is to eliminate all livestock from Japan. Just remember that Japan once invaded China and massacred many innocent people, including the elderly, the weak, women, and children. We must avenge this." Perhaps infected by Yang Ming's anger, the warriors also subconsciously regarded the Japanese lord as an enemy. The soldiers were summoned by Yang Ming, and their loyalty to him was unquestionable. They said in unison, "We are willing to fight for our lord, to go through fire and water, and to raise Japan to the ground." The soldiers are loyal to Yang Ming, and Yang Ming's enemies are their enemies. Yang Ming nodded and continued, "Right now, A group of evil Japanese have gathered and want to monopolize a crystal core spawn point and prevent our Huaxia city from upgrading. What do you think we should do? The soldiers immediately rolled up their sleeves and said excitedly, "Kill them." Very good. Yang Ming laughed loudly and clenched his fists. As soldiers of Huaxia city, you only need to remember one thing. Anyone who offends Huaxia will be punished, no matter how far away they are. Of punishment, even if far away, ignited the army's morale to a peak. Set off. Under the leadership of Yang Ming, the soldiers set out with their chests puffed out and high morale. Yang Ming only left 300 people in the territory to maintain order. With the protection of Yang Fifan, a rare human warrior, Huaxia City was absolutely safe. Coordinates 2439, 3900, where the crystal core is about to be produced. As one of the rarest resources in the battlefield of all races, the value of crystal cores is immeasurable. Therefore, as soon as the news spread, it attracted a large number of lords to compete for it. Although it is not yet noon, hundreds of lords have gathered in this area. Among the many lords, the coalition formed by Japan and South Korea is the most eye-catching. They occupied the most advantageous position in the game. After all, these two countries are the most loyal lackeys of the United States and are quite powerful. The Japanese stood on a high place, looking at the few Chinese lords in the crowd, and couldn't help but mock them. Alas, yesterday I made a bet with someone in the chat channel to see who could kill 150 Chinese first. But who knows, there aren't that many Chinese people who dare to come and grab the crystal core. I roughly counted, and there are no more than 10 people from China so far. Haha, I knew it. The Chinese are indeed cowards. After hearing about the reputation of our great Japanese empire, they all hid in their homes and dared not come to steal the crystal cores. Ha ha ha, is this all China's strength is? You claim to have a history of 5,000 years? That's all. You still have the nerve to call yourself a great nation? It seems that 5,000 years of civilization is nothing more than this. Humph. China is no longer a force to be reckoned with. In a month, China will disappear from the blue planet. Our great Japanese empire will be the ultimate winner in East Asia. When that time comes, we will announce a true history. The Orthodox Chinese culture is in Japan. Long live the great East Japan Empire. China is only a part of our history. Ever since a year ago, when Japan, under the instructions of the United States, used despicable and shameless means to severely damage China, they have become increasingly arrogant. The Japanese have evil ambitions. They believe that as long as they destroy China, they can annex China and then unify Asia. In order to legitimately annex Chinese territory, the unscrupulous Japanese even began to distort and fabricate false history and put forward the shameless slogan, "The orthodoxy of China is in Japan." Hearing the unbridled ridicule of the Japanese, some Chinese lords in the crowd became extremely angry. Indeed, over the past year, the coalition forces led by the United States have launched various encirclement and blockade campaigns against China, causing China's national strength to decline again and again. If we are not careful, China will be destroyed. In order to preserve their strength, the lords of China decided to give up the fight for the crystal core this time. However, there were also some Chinese lords who were not afraid of life and death and risked their lives to join the war. Fuck, these damned little bastards. When the crystal cores are refreshed, I'll kill one or two of them even at the risk of my life. An indignant Chinese lord glared at the Japanese in the distance. His name is Wang Yi. Although he has only awakened sea-level talent, he still decided to try to snatch it. The other Chinese lords also came with the determination to die. Before long, the scattered Chinese lords had gathered in an open space. Although there were less than 10 people, they all brought their most elite troops. Just by exchanging glances, they understood their shared purpose. Even if they couldn't get it, they couldn't let the crystal core fall into the hands of the Japanese. This was their unanimous consensus. As the time got closer to noon, the atmosphere became tense. Suddenly, a strange light bloomed in the center of this area. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. As the ground began to shake slightly, a pure white crystal core emerged from the ground. 10 balls of white light flickered in 10 different places. Oh my god, there really is a crystal core produced. Although it's the lowest quality white crystal core, without it I can't upgrade my territory. Wow, there are actually 10 refresh points. Hurry, get started. As long as we occupy one of the spawn points, we can get the crystal core. Charge. Everyone listen up, come on. For a moment, the whole place became chaotic. More than 1,000 lords, leading their respective armies, rushed to different refresh points. In order to fight for the crystal core, everyone was furious. Millions of corpses were left and blood flowed for thousands of miles. In just 3 minutes, countless corpses fell and the bright red liquid dyed the ground red. The Chinese lords were also fast. They set their sights on the nearest refresh point and rushed over to kill. Brothers, remember, don't be greedy. Just grab the crystal core and run away. I'll cover you. Go in and kill them. Ha ha, I grabbed 3 white crystal cores, brothers. I got it too. Although there were not many people, the Chinese lords still managed to grab some crystal cores with everyone's tacit cooperation. However, just as they were about to retreat, a group of well-trained warriors rushed over at an extremely fast speed and surrounded them. Haha, you damn Chinese people. Don't you know that this spawn point has already been occupied by us Japanese? 3 Japanese lords with hooked noses walked over with arrogance on their faces. Listen up, you useless Chinese lords. This crystal core spawn point belongs to our Japanese territory. Why don't you get out of here? That's it, get out. Are you a bunch of losers tired of living? Seeing us Japanese, you so ignorant that you just kneel down and tuck your tails between your legs like dogs. Just hand over the crystal core obediently. Are you cowards worthy of getting your hands on it? A large number of Japanese troops emerged from all directions and surrounded the Chinese lords. Among them, the 3 hook-nosed Japanese lords were the strongest among them. Facing the aggressive Japanese devils, a hot-tempered Chinese lord immediately cursed back. You bastards from Japan, you're so shameless. We were the first to occupy this spawn point. Stop slandering us. Nosed man in the lead sneered and said, Ha ha ha, you're such a fool. Just because my fist is bigger, it belongs to us. Is that reason enough? Hearing this, the other Japanese people also laughed out loud. It's so funny. China is really at the end of its rope. They actually sent such an unintelligent person to the battlefield of all races. Truth is only within the range of cannons. Don't you understand such a simple truth? The Chinese lords were all furious. One of them stepped forward and shouted, You bastard from Japan, do you dare to fight me? Let's have a real man's contest. Whoever wins gets the crystal core. The hook-nosed man licked his lips and said with a forced smile, Haha, am I afraid of you? Today I will defeat you fair and square, and let everyone in the world see clearly how the Chinese are vulnerable in front of the great Japanese warriors. I originally wanted to kill you all today, but I've changed my mind. Killing you directly would be too easy for you. Come, send out the strongest lord among you to fight against the hero I trained. As long as you can defeat my subordinates, I will let you go. Hee hee, but if you lose, I will edit the video and send it to the chat channel and forum to let people from other countries see how cowardly you Chinese are. These words immediately made the Chinese lords' faces turn pale, but they were more angry. They can die, but they cannot be insulted. I'm here to fight you. In an instant, a young man with short hair walked out. His name is Chun Jianbei, from Jiangchuan University in Jiangchuan City. At the age of 19, he was selected by the system to come to the battlefield of all races. The hook-nosed man laughed and said, Oh, that's quite courageous. But if you lose later, remember to kneel down and kowtow a few times and call me Grandpa. I can leave your body intact. Chun Jianbei also sneered and sarcastically said, I only need to use a little force to twist your head off. The hook-nosed man's expression suddenly darkened. He waved his hand and said, Hichuan Gangban, my most courageous warrior, go teach that Chinese guy a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall warrior walked out from the army behind the hook-nosed man. His name is Hikawa Koban, a warrior trained by the hook-nosed man. He is huge, 2 meters and 5 meters tall, and carries a machete on his waist. In the battlefield of all races, you can use all your resources to cultivate a powerful hero unit, or you can use all your resources to strengthen yourself. The hooked nose belongs to the former, while Chun Jianbei belongs to the latter. Chun Jianbei's awakened talent is B-level, and it is combat type, so he went into battle personally. In the open space, Chun Jianbei and Richuan Gangban were looking at each other from a distance of dozens of meters. The atmosphere became tense. Watch the punch. Although Chun Jianbei was young, he was not afraid at all. He took the lead in attacking. Chun Jianbei flashed by at a distance of dozens of meters. He swung out his right fist and hit Richuan Gangban's abdomen. Richuan Gangban was not a pushover either. He formed his 5 fingers into claws and rushed forward to confront Chun Jianbei head-on. Bang! With fists against palms, the two sides collided fiercely, making a loud noise. Heh! Chun Jianbei sneered. He leaned forward, suddenly raised his left hand, and held a long sword high. You wouldn't have thought that I'm left-handed. Chun Jianbei waved the long knife in his hand and chopped at Richuan Gangban's head accurately. Okay. What a great stroke. It's so beautifully done. Go ahead, kill him, and let him experience the power of China. Seeing this scene, the Chinese lords shouted excitedly. No one expected that Chun Jianbei was so powerful. In just one encounter, his combat IQ crushed his opponent. However, just when Chen Zhanbei was about to win, a hidden thorn flew out from the direction of Japan and hit Chen Zhanbei's wrist accurately. Chen Zhanbei felt a sharp pain, causing him to scream uncontrollably. Richuan Gangban also seized the rare flaw and launched a counterattack, hitting Chen Zhanbei's forehead hard with his elbow. Chen Zhanbei suddenly vomited blood and flew backwards in a mess. Fuck, a sneak attack. You Japanese bastards, do you still have any shame? You can't win head-on, so you resort to underhand tactics? My life is so fucking good. You damn devils, I'm going to fight you. Seeing this scene, the Chinese lords were extremely angry. However, the Japanese laughed shamelessly and said sarcastically, "Why, you're not convinced? Which I saw our sneak attack. Can you produce evidence? That's how we do things. If you don't agree, just hold it in." The Japanese people burst into laughter. At this time on the battlefield, Chen Zhanbei's combat effectiveness was greatly reduced because one of his hands was disabled and his head was hit hard by an elbow, and he quickly fell into a disadvantage. In the end, Chen Zhanbei was kicked dozens of meters away by Richuan Gangban, rolled on the ground, and fell into a coma. By using despicable means, Richuan's steel plate won the victory. The Japanese people immediately let out a sigh. Ha, the Chinese are just SOSO. After all, they are no match for us Japanese warriors. You couldn't beat us a year ago, and you still can't beat us now. Yoshi, I've asked the system to record everything that just happened. I'll post it on the global chat channel later so that the lords of other countries can see how the Chinese are being trampled under our feet. Remember to cut out the part about throwing the dark thorn. Yoshi, it's already been edited and can be released. The hook-nosed man became elated when he saw his side had won. He looked at the other 9 angry Chinese lords and said sarcastically, "You useless bastards of China, who's next? If you don't dare to accept the challenge, then kneel down and kowtow to me, begging for mercy." Looking at the complacent Japanese, everyone felt an uncontrollable anger. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. However, just as they were about to take action, a voice like thunder resounded throughout the venue. "Little devils, stop being so arrogant. I'm here to fight you." Chapter 29 Yang Ming appears. The voice was so loud that it immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Ming appeared on the stage riding a tall and agile black horse. Under the sunshine, the young man was full of vigor and heroic spirit, becoming the focus of the whole audience. In fact, Yang Ming had set out very early, but encountered several waves of monster riots on the way, which delayed him and resulted in him arriving in a hurry now. This black horse was tamed by Yang Ming on the way here. "Who are you?" The hook-nosed man frowned and stared at Yang Ming. He felt a great sense of oppression from Yang Ming. That feeling of oppression, like an invisible shackle, made the hook-nosed man feel an inexplicable fear of Yang Ming. This man's combat power is definitely higher than mine. He is very strong. When did China produce such a strong lord? The man with the hooked nose was terrified. Only when the combat power of both sides is too different can they create an invisible sense of oppression on each other. In fact, before arriving at the battlefield of all races, Japanese spies had already infiltrated China and successfully stole the information of this group of new lords. The hook-nosed man remembered clearly that this time there was no lord with A-level talent in China. But why did the man in front of him give him such a strong sense of oppression? Yang Ming rode his black horse slowly over and said loudly, "My name is Yang Ming. Remember this name. From today on, I will be your nightmare." The hook-nosed man glanced behind Yang Ming and found that there were no reinforcements, so he breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how strong Yang Ming is, what kind of waves can he stir up alone? The hook-nosed man stared at Yang Ming fiercely and asked, "Your name is Yang Ming, right? Are you going to challenge me?" Yang Ming sneered and said without mercy, "Challenge you? Haha, you think too highly of yourself. Someone as weak as you is not worthy of being my opponent." Seeing Yang Ming insulting him like this, the hook-nosed man became angry. He immediately ordered Richuan steel plate. "Hikawa-kun, go kill him for me." "Yes, my lord." Richuan Gangban did not dare to slack off at all, and walked towards Yang Ming with a big knife in hand. Yang Ming subconsciously glanced at the other person. Name Richuan steel plate. Quality, excellent grade. Combat power, 112. Talent, blade shadow, D-level, mastering knife weapons faster than ordinary people. At this time, for 80% of the lords, Richuan steel plate is absolutely an invincible opponent. But unfortunately, he met Yang Ming. Richuan Gangban seemed to be aware of Yang Ming's strength. He did not dare to be negligent and used all his strength right from the start. Drink. Richuan Gangban shouted and rushed towards Yang Ming at an extremely fast speed, while the big knife in his hand slashed out quickly. Draw the sword and slash. One of the most advanced sword techniques of Japanese samurai. What a fast speed. Seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked. It turned out that when Richuan Gangban and Qin Jianbei were fighting just now, they didn't use their full strength. To ordinary people, Richuan Gangban's speed is indeed very fast, and he only takes 3 seconds to sprint 100 meters. But unfortunately, in Yang Ming's eyes, it seemed to have slowed down dozens of times. In an instant, Richuan's steel plate rushed to Yang Ming and slashed at Yang Ming's forehead. Be careful. Get out of the way quickly. You can't take this blow head on. You'll die. Seeing that Yang Ming did not move from beginning to end, the Chinese lords became anxious and quickly reminded him. But there was a cheer from the Japanese camp. Okay, just chop off his head. What's wrong with that Chinese guy? He's not moving at all. Is he scared silly? Ha ha. He was quite impressive when he first appeared, but I didn't expect he was just pretending to be something he was not. Kill him. Seeing that the Richuan steel plate was about to be obtained, the Japanese people cheered excitedly. Many people even turned on the system's recording function, intending to record the scene and then send it to the World Chat channel to undermine China's morale. At this critical moment, Yang Ming slowly raised his left hand. I told you you're really weak. Amidst a sea of incredulous gazes, Yang Ming caught the sword that Richuan Gangban was swinging at with all his strength with his bare hands. Yang Ming caught the blade with his bare hands. Such a dramatic scene shocked everyone in the audience so much that their jaws dropped to the ground. This person actually caught the sword that Richuan Gangban swung with all his strength with his bare hands? Oh my god, this man is so ridiculously strong. How could this happen? The hook-nosed man widened his eyes, and his brain almost crashed. You know, the hook-nosed man spent countless resources to train Rikua's steel plate. The hook-nosed man couldn't accept this fact. He lost his mind and shouted, "No, this is fake. The hero I worked so hard to train can't be this weak. Hikawa Gangban, kill him for me." After hearing the order, Richuan Gangban could only try his best to try to free the big knife from Yang Ming's restraints. But how could Yang Ming let him go so easily? Yang Ming's right hand slowly pulled out the Tang horizontal sword from his waist. With a crisp and pleasant sound, the blade flashing with lightning appeared in the sunlight. This is a Tang horizontal sword that has been tempered with thunder. The blade was extremely sharp, and the entire blade even flashed with lightning. After Tang Hung unsheathed his sword, Yang Ming did not do anything fancy, but simply swung the sword horizontally. To die in my hands is the greatest honor of your life. In the blur, this was the last sentence that Richuan Gangban heard. Crack! With the sound of broken bones, the Richuan steel plate was broken in half. Such a shocking scene caused a sensation among the people around, and all eyes were focused on Yang Ming. Richuan Gangban, whose combat power value was as high as 112, was killed in an instant like this? During the entire process, Richuan's steel plate was completely unable to fight back. How can he be so strong? Who is this man named Yang Ming? Could it be that he has also awakened his A-level talent? The man with the hooked nose stared at Yang Ming. Before this, the Japanese people, who were arrogant and domineering, have now become much more obedient. Yang Ming rode a vigorous black horse, looked down at the direction of the Japanese, and asked calmly, "Weren't you Japanese people quite arrogant before? So, who of you is coming here to die next?" Yang Ming's words were filled with cold, murderous intent, which directly suppressed the Japanese people with his momentum. All the Japanese people unconsciously took a step back. The hook-nosed man quickly spoke to boost morale and shouted loudly, "Everyone, don't panic. Although Yang Ming is very strong, he's only one person. We are outnumbered. If we attack together, we can drown him with just our spit." These words immediately restored the confidence of the other Japanese people. Yeah, there are so many of us. Do we really need to be afraid of him? No matter how powerful he is, can he really defeat 1,000 enemies alone? Yes, let's go together and kill him. The hook-nosed man, all the Japanese lords regained their confidence, led their armies, and slowly approached Yang Ming. Facing the overwhelming Japanese army, Yang Ming did not feel the slightest bit of fear, but instead laughed. Why? Didn't we agree at the beginning that it would be a one-on-one duel, a real fight between men? Now that you can't win in a one-on-one duel, you want to use your numbers to bully the weak, right? The hook-nosed man stared at Yang Ming and said viciously, "The winner is the king, the loser is the enemy, just die honestly." Yang Ming shrugged and said indifferently, "If we're comparing numbers, I'm sorry, you're the one at a disadvantage." After saying that, Yang Ming stopped hiding his feelings and whistled with his head raised. Hearing the whistle, The soldiers lurking nearby rushed over immediately. In the valleys, jungles, and ravines, countless warriors emerged from all directions and surrounded the entire area on a large scale. Chapter 30 Victory. The Japanese, who had thought they had victory in their grasp, were stunned when they saw the soldiers suddenly appearing all over the mountains. They couldn't even imagine an army of such a huge scale. You know, today is the 7th day of the Battle of 10,000 Races. Even if a lord has awakened an A-level talent, he can only train an army of 500 people at most in 7 days. However, at this moment, the number of this army that suddenly appeared has approached 10,000. The hook-nosed man was so frightened that his face turned pale. He stared at Yang Ming blankly and asked incoherently, "Why did you call so many people? Where did you find help?" The hook-nosed man would never believe that this was Yang Ming's army alone. He thought this was the help Yang Ming was looking for. Yang Ming showed a relaxed smile and said casually, "Is there a possibility that these soldiers are all my subordinates?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible." The hook-nosed man immediately shook his head and retorted, "Even if you awakened an S-level talent, there's no way you could train such a large army in such a short time." "Really? Then open your eyes wide and see clearly for me." Yang Ming showed a meaningful smile. Yang Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and directly raised his right hand and made an offensive gesture. "Everyone listen up, annihilate these Japanese people." "Yes, Lord." The loud and orderly voice resounded through the sky. The word Lord immediately shattered the hook-nosed man's worldview. There is actually someone who can train a powerful army of 10,000 people in just 7 days. Could it be that this man named Yang Ming has awakened a talent that is even more powerful than S-level? The hook-nosed man's eyes showed despair. Yang Ming, such a powerful man. Can the entire Japanese country send out a player who can match him? Kill all these Japanese people. None of those Japanese bastards want to escape. Nosed man, who was in a state of extreme shock, was awakened by the sound of a huge charge. By the time he came to his senses, the soldiers from Huaxia City had already rushed in. Faced with such a powerful army, the Japanese had no ability to resist and were defeated in less than 10 minutes. Looking at the countless casualties among his own troops, the hook-nosed man lost his mind again and muttered to himself, "How could this happen? We actually lost. To snatch the crystal core, we from Japan sent 5 B-level talent lords, including me, plus more than 20 C-level talent lords. We have so many people, and in the end, we actually lost to such a young Chinese. What are you talking to yourself? A fantasy before death." Suddenly, a faint voice exploded in the ears of the hook-nosed man. He subconsciously looked up and saw a young man riding a black horse appear in front of him, holding a Tang Dynasty sword flashing with lightning in his hand. Yang Ming came to take his life. The hook-nosed man was not stupid either. The situation was already lost. He sensed murderous intent in Yang Ming's eyes and was so scared that he immediately knelt on the ground. He begged for mercy. "Don't kill me. You can't kill me. My father is one of the generals of Japan. If you kill me, my father will never let you go. My name is Kei Higashino." However, before he could finish his words, he felt a chill on his neck. "Sorry, you talk too much nonsense. I'm not interested in knowing your name." Yang Ming raised his hand and chopped off his head easily. Until his death, the hook-nosed man was unable to utter his full name. He fell straight to the ground and turned into a cold corpse. The hook-nosed man died. The remaining Japanese lords completely lost their ability to resist and were annihilated one by the warriors. Your army has defeated all enemies and occupied a crystal core production area. Would you like to mine the crystal cores? After winning, the system gave a prompt sound in a timely manner. Yang Ming looked at the crystal core shrouded in white light. The crystal core was crystal clear all over, emitting a pure white light, floating in the air 50 centimeters above the ground. "What a huge amount of energy!" Yang Ming exclaimed. The crystal core is indeed one of the most scarce resources in the world. The energy inside it is simply immeasurable. No wonder it has caused so many people to scramble for it. Yang Ming couldn't contain his excitement, walked towards the crystal core, and reached out to mine it. Seeing Yang Ming mining the crystal cores so unscrupulously, the people around him could only watch silently, not daring to say a word. Not long after, Yang Ming got the 10 white crystal cores. Warning: the number of crystal cores you have mined today has reached the upper limit. Please stop immediately, otherwise the crystal cores will be automatically destroyed. Yang Ming, who had already taken 10 white crystal cores, had to reluctantly retract his hand after hearing the system's warning. Although a white crystal core is only the size of a palm, it is heavy, weighing at least 2 kilograms. Yang Ming scanned the information on the white crystal core. Name White Crystal Core. Quality, legendary. Ownership, Yang Ming bound. Introduction, one of the most precious energy sources in the universe. When fully burned, the energy released by a white crystal core is enough to destroy a star. Features, cannot be traded, cannot be looted from others, can only be used to upgrade territories, and cannot be unbound once bound to a player. Fuck, legendary quality. Yang Ming was shocked. The white crystal core is the lowest quality among all crystal cores, but its quality is already legendary. No wonder the crystal core has such great restrictions. If there were no restrictions, the battlefield of all races would be in turmoil. Yang Ming quickly let it go. After all, a white crystal core can destroy a sun, and the power of all the atomic bombs on the blue planet combined cannot compare to it. Yang Ming, is that you? Yang Ming had just put the white crystal core into the warehouse when he heard someone calling his name behind him. Yang Ming looked back and saw a familiar face and subconsciously said, Chen Jianbei, is that you? Are you here to grab the crystal core too? On Blue Star, Yang Ming and Chen Jianbei both studied at Jiangchuan University and were classmates, so of course Yang Ming knew him. In class, although the two were not good friends, they knew each other. In the battle just now, one of Chen Jianbei's arms was broken, and he grimaced in pain, but he still showed a carefree smile. Of course, I can't just give the crystal core to Xiao Rizi. I had a teleportation scroll when I first arrived, so I came here to grab it. Yang Ming had a good impression of Chen Jianbei, so he took out a bottle of healing potion from his arms, threw it to him, and said, I'll give it to you. It can heal your wounds. This bottle of healing potion was made by Anna. Although its quality is ordinary, it can heal most bruises and injuries. Thank you. Chen Jianbei was not polite. He picked up the healing potion and drank it. Chapter 31 Ranking. After chatting with Chen Jianbei for a few words, Yang Ming prepared to return to the territory. There were still some crystal cores in stock at the production site, so before leaving, Yang Ming helped other Chinese lords get the remaining crystal cores. Now that the crystal core has been obtained and the Japanese have been completely wiped out, the purpose of Yang Ming's trip has been achieved. There is no need to stay here and waste time. Yang Ming now just wants to go back quickly and upgrade his territory. Yang Ming, add me as a friend. I'll treat you to a drink next time we meet. You saved my life, and I will always remember this favor. Chen Jianbei said hurriedly when he learned that Yang Ming was leaving. Okay, the two added each other as friends. Then, Yang Ming waved his hand and left without looking back. The soldiers followed Yang Ming and left together. Looking at Yang Ming, who was as domineering as a god of war, the other lords who were still fighting on the battlefield consciously stopped fighting temporarily, made way, and watched Yang Ming leave. Amidst pairs of awe-filled gazes, Yang Ming left the scene in a dashing manner. The return journey was very smooth. We did not encounter any large monsters blocking the way, and the time taken was cut in half compared to the time we had come here. An hour later, Yang Ming returned to the territory smoothly. Greetings, Lord. When the residents saw Yang Ming coming back, they all bowed and greeted him respectfully. Yang Ming nodded, and then gave Chun Jian an order. Send the wounded to the infirmary for treatment. Don't let my soldiers bleed in vain. The soldiers who can survive on the battlefield are among the best, and Yang Ming values them very much. Yes. Chun Jian immediately took the wounded to the clinic. With Anna and others around, any wounded person who is still breathing can be saved. After Chun Jian left, Yang Ming called the system to check the conditions for territory upgrade. Dear Lord, your territory does not currently meet the upgrade requirements. Please continue to work hard. The system's voice was like a bucket of cold water poured on Yang Ming's head. The conditions for upgrading a high-level territory to a special-level territory are as follows. Wood, 10,500 satisfied. Stone, 9,500 satisfied. White crystal core, 10 pieces satisfied. Population, 1,000 unsatisfied. National fortune value, 700 not satisfied. Buildings, no less than 5 third-level buildings, no less than 25 second-level buildings, not met. Resource field, occupy at least 2 third-level resource fields and 7 second-level resource fields, not met. Yang Ming took a glance and frowned. These conditions are quite different. We have to find a way to build the buildings in the territory first. Yang Ming immediately saw the most critical problem. Without sufficient infrastructure, we cannot absorb more residents. If the territory is built prosperously enough, it will attract more indigenous people, and then population will naturally not be a problem. As the population increases, the national fortune value will definitely increase. So Yang Ming called Carl. When Carl learned that Yang Ming had summoned him, he immediately rushed over and asked respectfully, My lord, what do you want from me? Carl is the administrator appointed by Yang Ming yesterday. He possesses the F-level talent, public security, which makes him very suitable to assist Yang Ming in planning the construction of the territory. Yang Ming looked at Carl and said, "Yesterday, I gave you the city construction blueprints and granted you certain privileges. What did you do today?" Carl quickly said, "My lord, I have done 3 things today. First, I started working on the plantation. A large number of crops have already been planted on the farmland, including corn, wheat, vegetables, and fruits. Then, infrastructure construction has begun on a large scale, such as canteens, granaries, barracks, and public toilets are all being built at an accelerated pace. And, most importantly, I plan to introduce Huaxia City's own currency system and public security regulations." Yang Ming did not expect that old Carl had such a clear mind and started to implement drastic reforms as soon as he took office. "Well, your ideas are all very good." Yang Ming nodded. "I am honored to receive praise from the Lord." Carl breathed a sigh of relief. He was very happy to be recognized by Yang Ming. Yang Ming continued to ask, "How long will it take to build 5 level 3 buildings?" Carl thought for a moment, then replied, "A level 3 building takes about 3 to 5 days. Well, you go down." Yang Ming felt a little helpless. 3 days is too long. It seems that I cannot upgrade the territory today. Yang Ming had to find a way to speed up the process. Otherwise, he might not be able to develop a king-level territory within a month. Yang Ming opened the system panel and planned to check the chat channel. But at this time, Yang Ming suddenly discovered that 2 new click buttons were added to the panel homepage. They are Rankings and Blue Star Chat Channel, respectively. Yang Ming then remembered that the system had released an update announcement yesterday, but Yang Ming had been busy today, so he didn't pay attention to it. "I wonder where I'll rank. What rewards will I get?" With strong curiosity, Yang Ming opened the ranking page. First place, Temepper, the Lord of the United States, with 515 points. Second place, Andrew, Lord of the British Empire, with 440 points. Third place, Alice, the U.S. Lord, with 423 points. Fourth place, Zhang Benyahin, Lord of Japan, with 422 points. Fifth place, Dmitry, Lord of the Bear Country, with 410 points. Sixth place, Emily, Lord of the German Empire, with 390 points. Yang Ming looked around and finally found his name at 11th place. 11th place, Yang Ming, Lord of China, with 341 points. There's no reason. Why is my ranking so low? Yang Ming felt very confused. He had clearly awakened an unprecedented SSS-level talent, Supreme Overlord, so why was his ranking so low? After a careful review, Yang Ming found that the factors affecting the ranking are as follows: population, infrastructure scale, city defense, number of resource fields occupied, national fortune. Now, Yang Ming finally understood why his ranking was so low. These days, he has been out fighting and conquering resource fields, and has almost neglected the infrastructure of the territory. As for city defense, Yang Mingza had never considered it at all. After all, with Yang Fifan protecting the territory, city defense is redundant. So Yang Ming's situation is that he is extremely unbalanced in certain subjects. His score in resource field is maxed out, but this also causes his scores in other subjects to lag behind seriously. There are still 5 hours left before the ranking is settled. Oh, there's nothing we can do. 11 is 11. Let's go to the Blue Star Chat channel and check it out. Yang Ming sighed. The Blue Star Chat channel is a channel where lords of all countries in Blue Star can communicate and speak. Of course, it is only limited to the 10086 novice area. Currently, many people are speaking and communicating, and the message is constantly refreshing. Haha, there are only 5 hours left before I can claim the leaderboard rewards. I can't wait any longer. Boss, where do you rank? For the top 200, I can get 2 bronze treasure chests as rewards. Wow, he's actually one of the top 200 guys. He's so awesome. Please give him a helping hand. Huh, what kind of boss is he? The real bosses are the Americans, who take the top 3 spots and half of the top 50. The United States is indeed the world's largest country. It's really powerful. It always takes the first place. It is many times stronger than China. When I talk about Chinese people, I just want to laugh. Only one person made it into the top 50. They're really rubbish, even worse than South Korea. That's right, they claim to be a country with a 5,000-year-old civilization, but in actual combat, they are vulnerable. What 5,000 years of civilization? Haha, don't be fooled by the false history made up by the Chinese. In fact, the Orthodox Chinese culture is in Japan. Their Qin Shi Huang, who is hailed as the greatest emperor of all time, was actually a wandering Japanese. What? Qin Shi Huang was actually from Japan. That's right. We've all said that the Orthodox Chinese culture is in Japan. Chinese civilization is essentially part of our Japanese history. I see. I've learned something new. How dare the Chinese fabricate false history? How shameless. I guarantee with my life that the orthodox Chinese culture is in Japan. Otherwise, why haven't any Chinese come out to refute it? I'm Korean, and I can testify that China loves to fabricate false history. In fact, the 4 great inventions belong to Korea, but they were stolen by them a long time ago. Chinese characters, the Dragon Boat Festival, and kimchi all originated in our great Korea, but for over 1,000 years, the shameless Chinese have tampered with history. Really? The Chinese are so shameless. Where are the cowards of China? Stop making up fake history and come out to confront your grandfather. Seeing the Japanese talking nonsense, distorting history, and insulting China for no reason in the chat channel, Yang Ming felt a nameless anger. You forced me to do this. Yang Ming made up his mind. I, Yang Ming, will definitely be the number 1 on the list. There are still 5 hours left before the leaderboard rewards are calculated, right? That's plenty of time. Since you are so shameless, then I, Yang Ming, will have no choice but to cheat and slap you hard in the face. Chapter 32 Money Power. Faced with the insults from the Japanese, it was not just Yang Ming who felt angry. Almost all the Chinese lords were ignited with anger. In Huaxia's chat channel, messages are constantly refreshing. You little son of a bitch, you actually dared to openly bark and insult our country on the World Channel. Do you really think I don't have a temper? That's too much. Who has the coordinates of the Japanese territory? I'm going to fight them right now. Damn it. If China hadn't suffered a severe blow a year ago and its national strength hadn't recovered yet, would they have the audacity to speak so arrogantly now? It's happened once, twice, but not 3 times. Who's going to pick up a knife and chop them up now? Everyone was so angry that their faces turned blue. China is a great country that has stood for 5,000 years. When has it ever suffered such an insult? Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, some calm and composed people quickly sent messages to remind. Everyone calm down. These are just some everyday provocations. Don't fall for them. They are probably doing this at the instigation of the Americans, with the goal of disrupting our military morale. If we are provoked, their goal will be achieved. From the beginning to the end, our goal has been to develop a king-level territory. Only in this way can we turn the tide and save China. Ignore them. Just treat it like a rabid dog bite. If you go to fight them, you'll be fooled. They just want to waste our time. Everyone please stay calm. Seeing this, everyone gradually calmed down. Indeed, this must be a conspiracy of the Japanese and Americans. They just want to see the Chinese lords lose their composure. They have plenty of time to waste, but China really only has the last month left. Admittedly, this is the truth, but Yang Ming just can't swallow it. No matter what, I will definitely get the first place in the ranking. Yang Ming swore secretly. Yang Ming must slap the Japanese in the face. However, the rankings are calculated once a week, and there are only 5 hours left. Is there any way to overtake others? System, are you there? Yang Ming tried to call the system. Respected Lord Yang Ming, what can I do for you? Help me check. Are there any benefits like sign in at the start to receive God-level props, invincible cultivation, the help of a stunning empress, and the ability to defeat everything in seconds? Lord Yang Ming, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Do you think this is a novel? Are you returning as the king? Please develop your territory step by step with down-to-earth efforts, and stop daydreaming. Yang Ming couldn't help but roll his eyes. It seems that the script he got is not the kind that is super exciting and thrilling all the way. Helpless, Yang Ming had to use his cash power. There is nothing in the world that cannot be done with money. If there is, it is because you don't have enough money. Although Yang Ming has no money now, he has a lot of high-quality meat. Yang Ming opened the system panel and entered the trading area. In order to get the resources he wanted, Yang Ming spent a lot of money and directly put 2,000 kilograms of Tianjiao blue beef and 600 kilograms of Black Rock giant bear meat on the shelves. The trading range is set to the entire Blue Star. It has been 7 days since we arrived at the battlefield of all races. The fine-grade meat is not as valuable as before, but the meat of the Black Rock giant bear is of excellent grade. What's the concept of selling excellent exotic beast meat now? It's like 2 people playing landlord. Your opponent plays a pair of 3s as the first card, and you throw out a king bomb. In an instant, the entire Blue Star trading area exploded. Originally, the Blue Star chat channel was filled with Japanese people sending slanderous remarks against China, but when Yang Ming put the Black Rock bear meat on the shelves, the Japanese people's comments were instantly drowned out by a large number of messages. What's going on? What did I see? Someone put premium quality meat on the shelves. Oh my god, am I dreaming? Generally speaking, even a lord who has awakened an A-level talent needs at least 15 days of development before he can hunt an excellent level beast, right? Which country's lord sold it? How could it be so brave? It was put on the shelves by the Chinese. Oh, so you are a friend of China. If you can trade Black Rock giant bear meat with us, our Maoxiong nation is willing to form an alliance with you. Ahem. Actually, Japan and China are one family. The comment just now was a system error, causing it to be sent out randomly. I hope that Chinese friend doesn't mind. We can increase the price. On behalf of the United States, if that Chinese person is willing to pay all the Black Rock giant bear meat, I will give you a U.S. green card. After the Black Rock giant bear meat was put on the shelves, Yang Ming's private messages were flooded with messages. At least 200,000 people wanted to trade Black Rock giant bear meat with Yang Ming. Yang Ming calmly announced his transaction terms. Any item that can speed up building construction, at least of excellent quality, or a readily available third-level building resource treasure. After setting the filtering conditions, the number of people who meet the conditions immediately dropped by more than half. But even so, there are still more than 20,000 people who meet the requirements, and the props they bring out are all kinds of strange. Name Madman's work clothes. Quality, excellent grade. Function, made of wildebeest leather. It has a certain stimulating effect. After wearing it, it can increase the worker's speed of moving bricks, plastering, and building walls by 20%. I have to say, this suit is really practical. Moreover, the price offered by the other party was not expensive, 1 pound of Tianjiao green beef in exchange for a set of clothes. Yang Ming readily agreed to the deal. Other items also attracted Yang Ming. For example, the following prop. Name upgrade scroll. Quality, excellent grade. Function, it can instantly upgrade a level 2 building to the next level without any cooling time. I have to say that this prop is absolutely very precious. Yang Ming immediately chatted with him privately. Hello, do you want to trade me an upgrade scroll? The other party's information is hidden and Yang Ming cannot view his information. Boss Yang Ming, is that you? However, what Yang Ming did not expect was that the other party directly said his name straight away. Yang Ming immediately became alert. Before announcing the transaction, Yang Ming had clearly said himself to be anonymous, and all his information except for his nationality and gender was kept confidential. However, this person revealed Yang Ming's name in one sentence. Who are you? Yang Ming asked. Brother, I'm Zhang Wei, the other party replied. Yang Ming's anxious heart immediately relaxed. Zhang Wei on the opposite side explained. Brother, I just saw someone selling excellent quality meat. After thinking about it, I realized that apart from you, there is probably no one else in the entire blue planet who can hunt excellent quality exotic beasts. Yang Ming smiled and said, I'm in a hurry. Just tell me what you want to trade. Zhang Wei didn't intend to waste time and immediately stated his request. Brother, I want 20 kilograms of Black Rock giant bear meat. I'll give you 30 kilograms. If you have anything good in the future, remember to show it to me first. Yang Ming thought about it for a moment and agreed. Yang Ming didn't intend to take advantage of him. After all, they were friends. Okay, thank you, brother. Zhang Wei said happily. Chapter 33, Excellent Weapons. In the next 10 minutes, Yang Ming and others conducted multiple transactions. Yang Ming exchanged 850 kilograms of Tianjiao blue beef and 390 kilograms of Black Rock giant bear meat for 21 props. But Yang Ming was not satisfied. At this time, a lord whose nationality was also Chinese caught Yang Ming's attention because the information about the items she sent was quite good. Name greenhouse chicken shed, resource treasure. Quality, excellent grade. Effect, without any side effects. 1 day of chicken growth in the chicken shed is equivalent to 1 month outside. Only 1 month of breeding is needed to cultivate a native chicken with a growth cycle of 2.5 years. Placement requirements. A flat open space with an area of no less than 300 square meters is required. It's actually an excellent resource treasure, and it's a greenhouse chicken coop. Yang Ming was immediately attracted by it. Yang Ming just caught a group of red-feathered chickens yesterday. It would be best to raise them in a greenhouse chicken coop. What's more, this greenhouse chicken coop is a third-level building. As long as he finds a large enough open space and places the greenhouse chicken coop, Yang Ming can immediately get a third-level building. Hello, do you want to trade? Yang Ming took the initiative to contact the other party. The other party quickly replied, Give me 300 kilograms of Black Rock giant bear meat, and I'll give you the greenhouse chicken coop. Yang Ming frowned. He didn't expect the other party to ask for such a huge amount of money right from the start. Responded bluntly, bargaining even harder than cutting the price in half. Okay, deal. The other party replied immediately. Yang Ming. This made Yang Ming confused. He thought there would be a fierce bargaining, but the other party agreed right away. Resource-level treasures are inherently expensive, and Yang Ming originally planned to trade 200 kilograms of black rock giant bear meat with the other party. Before Yang Ming could think about it, the other party sent the transaction application. Transaction request. Shizling would like to exchange the excellent resource treasure, greenhouse chicken coop, for 50 kilograms of black rock giant bear meat. Do you agree? Shizling. Yang Ming was stunned. Isn't this the favorite ID of the beautiful squad leader Chinny Han? Since the other party was so generous, Yang Ming did not ask any more questions and directly agreed to the transaction request. After the transaction was completed, Yang Ming closed the chat page. Because there are already enough items, there is no need to continue trading with others. Time was running out, so Yang Ming took the various props he had just obtained and went to find the workers. A few days ago, Yang Ming issued several recruitment notices, including architects. Coincidentally, there was an experienced architectural designer among the indigenous people. My lord, what do you want to talk to me about? Zhou Mingrui bowed to Yang Ming with great trepidation. Just now, when Zhou Mingrui heard the news that the lord came to see him alone, he was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Yang Ming asked him straight to the point. Give you 4 hours. Can you build 3 level 3 buildings and 25 level 2 buildings? Zhou Mingrui's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he said with a wry smile, My lord, this is absolutely impossible. A level 3 building would require at least 100 workers working nonstop for 5 days to complete. What if I give you 2,000 people? Yang Ming said. 2,000. Zhou Mingrui pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, No way. What about adding these items? Yang Ming took out all the items that had just been traded. These items are props used to speed up the construction and upgrade of buildings. In order to inspire his fighting spirit, Yang Ming drew a pie and said, If you can do this, I will appoint you as the construction director of Huaxia City, and all future construction projects will be under your management. Hearing such a tempting request, Zhou Mingrui's voice trembled a little. My lord, I am willing to give it a try. Very good, just go for it. Yang Ming praised. Afterwards, Yang Ming summoned 2,000 new warriors and assigned them to Zhou Mingrui. A massive project has begun. Just as Yang Ming was thinking about what to do next, an extremely excited voice came into his ears. My lord, my lord. Yang Ming looked up in confusion and found that Cocolit was running towards him excitedly, as if she had taken stimulants. She was holding a strangely shaped straight knife in her arms. What's wrong? What happened? Yang Ming asked in confusion. Because she was running too fast, Cocolit almost couldn't brake and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Yang Ming was quick to catch her. Cocolit gasped for breath. Her little face flushed, and she spoke incoherently. My lord, this straight sword. Look at this sword. I have forged an excellent Tang horizontal sword. Ah. Yang Ming's eyes widened instantly. This. No way. You really did it. Yang Ming also became extremely excited. He reached out and took the straight knife from Cocolit's arms. Suddenly, a strange feeling spread throughout Yang Ming's body. Name Sky-Splitting Sword. Quality, excellent grade. Features, lightning damage increased by 20%. Basic attributes, combat power increased by 40%, capped at 100 points. Skill, critical hit, C rank. Each strike can cause double damage, with a critical damage cap of 300 points. Lightning Slash, C rank, bursts out 3 times the power, increases the blade's range to 100 meters, adds lightning damage, and a continuous paralysis effect. Thunderbolt, B rank, self-centered, indiscriminately releases lightning, causing large-scale lightning damage. Awesome. Yang Ming couldn't help but exclaimed. This knife not only has awesome basic attributes, but also its accompanying skills are among the most powerful. Every strike is a critical hit plus a lightning slash, and the 2 skills are released at the same time. If this strike is chopped down, even an excellent level monster may not be able to withstand it. Kiki, you are awesome. Yang Ming was so happy that he couldn't help but rub her little head hard. Cocolit was very happy to receive Yang Ming's praise. She smiled and said, As long as the Lord is happy, I am willing to do anything. Cocolit knew very well that if it weren't for Yang Ming, she would probably still be staying in the dark mine, mining or day and night, with no food to eat and the risk of starving to death at any time. It was Yang Ming who held her hand and led her from darkness to light. For Cocolit, Yang Ming was like a ray of light that illuminated her. Therefore, a seed had already been planted in Cocolit's heart, that is, to give everything to repay Yang Ming, even if it means death. Yang Ming said happily, Coco, thank you for your hard work. I'll ask Lilith and Lilia to make you a delicious meal tonight. Cocolit was naturally delighted and said with a smile, Thank you, Lord. Yang Ming kindly gave her a few words of advice. Go back and have some rest. Put your work aside for now and take a good shower. Look, your clothes are all wet with sweat. Yes, I will. Go back. Okay. Looking at Cocolet's jumping back, Yang Ming finally knew where to use the upgrade scroll. That is to upgrade the blacksmith shop and create a more comfortable working environment for Cocolet. If Cocolet can forge more excellent weapons, Yang Ming's military advantage will be infinitely magnified. You know, at this time, 90% of the lords can't get a sophisticated weapon. Do you want to upgrade the blacksmith shop from level 2 to level 3? This requires an upgrade scroll. Yes. Yang Ming nodded. Upgrade scroll consumed successfully. The blacksmith shop is currently upgrading. Estimated upgrade time is 2 hours. Chapter 34 Golden Spirit Fruit Forest. Holding the sky-splitting sword tightly in his hand gave Yang Ming great confidence. Yang Ming was confident. He felt that he had the courage to hunt excellent exotic beasts. If he could capture another level 3 resource field before the rankings were settled, Yang Ming would have the opportunity to upgrade his territory to a special level. By then, Yang Ming will definitely be able to take the first place on the list. In order to achieve this goal, Yang Ming sent all the scouts out to search for level 3 resource fields. Soon, just 20 minutes later, a scout came back to report. A scout came to Yang Ming and reported. Report, Lord. 5,000 meters to the north, I found a level 3 resource field, but it's been occupied by a group of goblins. Goblin? Could it be that they are the same goblins that captured Anna and others before? Yang Ming muttered to himself. Yang Ming discovered that there seemed to be a goblin nest around Huaxia City. This is a potential crisis that must be eradicated as soon as possible. With the blessing of the sky-splitting sword, Yang Ming is no longer afraid of excellent-level monsters, let alone goblins. Therefore, Yang Ming waved his hand and said, Pass on my orders. Gather the warriors and follow me to attack the goblin nest. Yes. The soldiers quickly assembled, and excluding the wounded, there were a total of 5,000 soldiers. Attacking the third-level resource field requires carefulness, so Yang Ming deployed all the main forces. Chen Jian was also among them. Yang Ming, riding a black horse, looked majestic and said to the soldiers, Brothers, follow me to the battle. Anyone who makes it back alive will be given plenty of meat and wine tonight. When the soldiers heard that there was wine to drink, they all swallowed hard. On the battlefield, the temptation of a sip of wine is unimaginable to ordinary people. Kill! The soldiers burst into an overwhelming shout. After walking out of the territory gate, Yang Ming headed north according to the route map given by the scout. The northern part of the territory seemed much more desolate. The color of the land also turned black. From time to time, you can see some ferocious beasts. Yang Ming led the large army forward quickly, and he killed all the blind beasts along the way. 20 minutes later, Yang Ming arrived at his destination. Although there was a distance of 2 kilometers between them, Yang Ming could still smell a sweet fruity scent. The third-level resource field is just ahead. Name Golden Spirit Fruit Forest. Quality, level 3, excellent. Production, 1,000 kilograms per day. Introduction, the fertile black soil nourishes the Jinling Fruit Forest, which can bear fruit for 10 months every year. Current status, occupied. If I can capture so many big golden fruits, I will definitely make a fortune. Yang Ming thought. Smelling the tempting fruity aroma, Yang Ming couldn't help but want to pick one to taste. However, the Golden Spirit Fruit Forest was in an occupied state, and many goblins could be vaguely seen among the trees. So many goblins. Yang Ming observed carefully for a while and found that the number of goblins was far beyond his expectations. A conservative estimate is that there are at least 10,000 goblins. Near the Golden Spirit Fruit Forest, there is a natural cave with a spacious entrance, and a large number of goblins are coming in and out. From time to time, you can see some human girls being dragged into the cave by goblins. Needless to say, this must be the goblins' lair. Yang Ming even saw some rare and powerful goblins. Name Goblin Elder. Quality, excellent grade. Combat power, 86. Talent, escape, F rank, can become invisible for 3 minutes, but only effective when escaping. Name Goblin Cyclops. Quality, excellent grade. Combat power, 112. Talent, rage, D rank, falls into a rage state. Sharp barbs grow from various parts of the body, a true killing machine. Skill, blood-sucking, D rank, quickly recovers from injuries by drinking the enemy's blood, but the aftereffects are severe. Name Goblin Priest. Quality, excellent grade. Combat power, 99. Talent, fire magic, C rank, can control fire and cast extraordinary powers such as fireball, but the casting speed is very slow. Skill, flame protection, D rank, uses flames to condense armor, which can protect oneself, but is ineffective against water-based supernatural powers. I have to say that this group of goblin armies is quite powerful. No wonder they can occupy a level 3 resource field for a long time. But then again, Yang Ming's army is no pushover either. Yang Ming's advantage lies in the support of weapons, which can greatly enhance combat capabilities. After thinking for a while, Yang Ming came up with a battle plan. Chen Jian, Yang Ming shouted. My lord, do you have any instructions? Chen Jian immediately stepped out. Yang Ming opened his mouth and ordered. Take 300 men with you and go around the Golden Spirit Fruit Forest. Try to lure out as many goblins as possible. Also, take this Tang Hung Dao. It will be your weapon from now on. Yang Ming threw the thunder Tang Hung Dao to Chen Jian. Tang Hung Dao, which has been tempered with thunder, is the most powerful weapon besides the sky-splitting sword. Chen Jian saluted and said loudly, My lord, I promise to complete the mission. After saying that, Chen Jian took the knife given by Yang Ming, turned around and left, then led 300 soldiers to rush towards the Jinling Fruit Forest. As soon as Chen Jian left, Yang Ming issued a new order. Archers, step out and get ready. As soon as the words fell, rows of archers walked to the front of the team, drew their bows and arrows, and prepared to shoot. These bows and arrows were made by the dwarves, and they came in handy today. The archers have already drawn their bows to the optimal arc and are ready to shoot at any time. At this time, Chen Jian, with 300 soldiers, had already approached the Golden Spirit Fruit Forest. Although the goblins' IQ is not very high, they are not blind. When they saw a group of strange male humans approaching the Golden Spirit Fruit Forest, they immediately sent people out to intercept them. Waawaya, Myota, Sinyudada. The goblins shouted loudly and waved junk weapons such as maces, wooden sticks, and pickaxes in an attempt to drive Chen Jian away. Brothers, kill them. Chen Jian was not afraid at all, but instead accelerated the pace of attack. Not long after, the two groups finally met. Slashing out with the Tang sword in his hand, flashing with lightning, and instantly turned the 5 goblins into charcoal. How powerful is this Tang horizontal sword? Chen Jian realized that the weapon Yang Ming gave him was different from the ordinary Tang horizontal sword. This is a Tang dynasty sword tempered with lightning. Chen Jian became more and more courageous as the battle went on. After a while, all the goblins were killed by Chen Jian. But this action also completely angered the goblins in the rear. Gangada. A roar came from the Golden Spirit Fruit Forest. Several goblin priests and a goblin cyclops led more than 1,000 goblin minions and rushed towards Chen Jian. Chapter 35 Goblin King. Seeing so many goblins rushing towards him at the same time, Chen Jian made a quick decision and immediately retreated with his subordinates. Damn human, stop right there, the goblin priest roared. Chen Jian naturally would not surrender, and he quickly retreated with his soldiers. In this way, this group of goblins was successfully lured over by Chen Jian. Slowly, the goblins came into the archer's range. Shoot! Yang Ming saw the right moment and shouted. In an instant, rows of arrows shot out and flew towards the goblin army. Group after group of archers took turns shooting arrows, sending a rain of arrows flying towards the goblins. Although the accuracy of the bows and arrows was not very high, they were sufficient in quantity, and most of the goblins died in the hail of arrows. There are still some goblins that are not dead yet. Go up and kill them, Yang Ming ordered. The warriors rushed forward and finished off the goblins that were not yet dead. The ground was littered with goblin corpses. Chen Jian, continue to lure the goblins out using the same method, Yang Ming said. Yes, sir, said Chen Jian. In this way, following the same method as before, Chen Jian continued to lure the snake out of its hole. Although this method can kill goblins effortlessly, goblins are not fools. After 3 consecutive waves, the goblins finally realized something and were no longer fooled. Seeing that the goblin was no longer fooled, Yang Ming called Chen Jian back. So, Yang Ming decided to launch a general attack. Everyone listen up, the entire army advances, and the battle begins at any time. After giving the order, Yang Ming rode a black horse and led the soldiers to approach the Jinling Fruit Forest. In the orchard, a group of goblins armed with swords and shields appeared. Obviously, the goblin leader already knew that the enemy was attacking the Golden Spirit Fruit Forest, so they had already built a series of defenses around the Golden Spirit Fruit Forest. In this way, the goblin army and Yang Ming's army were facing each other from a distance of 50 meters. After a few minutes of stalemate, a tall, strong goblin with blonde hair walked out of the Golden Spirit Fruit Forest and asked loudly, Human, we didn't provoke you. Why are you attacking us? Yang Ming glanced at it subconsciously. Name Goblin King. Quality, excellent grade. Combat power, 328. Talent. Infinite reproduction, F rank, vigorous, can reproduce continuously for a day, and has a 100% chance of impregnating females. Skill. Evil body, E level. This is a very evil body that is immune to most negative effects. Heart of the Goblin King, B rank. A goblin's innate kingly aura can command all lower-level goblins and improve their overall attributes by 10%. Yang Ming subconsciously became alert. Wow, this is actually an excellent Goblin King. Yang Ming thought for a moment, found an excuse, and said to the Goblin King, "You goblins, you kidnapped the women of our tribe, and you still have the nerve to ask why we attacked you." "Your woman? When was she taken away?" asked the Goblin King. Yang Ming sneered and threatened. "This is what happened in the past 2 days. I'm giving you my final warning. Release our people immediately. Otherwise, this day next year will be your death day." The Goblin King stared at Yang Ming closely. To be honest, it was not afraid of Yang Ming, but was afraid of the straight knife in his hand. The sky-splitting knife in Yang Ming's hand gave the Goblin King a great sense of crisis. Its intuition told it that this knife could kill it. The Goblin King hesitated for a long time, but finally compromised. He asked tentatively, 2 days ago, we did kidnap a group of women. If I release them, can you retreat?" Yang Ming nodded and said, "Of course. I just want to save my people. If you let them go, I will leave immediately." "Okay, I'll let them go, but you must leave immediately after saving them," said the Goblin King. "Okay." Yang Ming nodded. The Goblin King waved his hand and immediately called on 10 of his men to pull out the woman imprisoned in the cave. A group of young girls were brought out. "Are these women from your tribe?" the Goblin asked, pointing at the 50 or so girls who had just been pulled out. Yang Ming looked down at them. An oval-faced girl in a yellow skirt immediately threw herself at Yang Ming's feet, crying bitterly and begging, "Sir, please save me. I am the princess of the kingdom of Eldora. If you save me, I will repay you." Suddenly, a prompt sounded from the system. "Respected Lord Yang Ming, congratulations on triggering the B-level mission. Rescue the princess in distress. Mission requirements. Rescue the princess from the goblins and protect her safety. After completing the mission, your territory can establish diplomatic relations with the kingdom of Eldora. Mission reward, 500 gold coins." Yang Ming did not expect that his luck was so good. Not only did he meet the real princess of the kingdom, but he also triggered a B-level task. The reward for completing this task is 500 gold coins. Yang Ming accepted the task without thinking. "She is one of the people I'm looking for, and I want to take her away." Yang Ming pointed at the girl who called herself a princess. Seeing this, the oval-faced girl in the yellow skirt was so moved that tears came to her eyes. She quickly ran behind Yang Ming. The girl kept bowing to Yang Ming and thanking him. "Sir, thank you for saving me. When I return to the kingdom of Eldora, I am willing to give you 500 gold coins as a thank you." Seeing this scene, the other girls rushed forward and begged Yang Ming to take them away. A group of girls knelt on the ground and cried to Yang Ming, "My lord, please save me too. Give me a chance to serve you. Sir, I can wash clothes, cook, and warm the bed. If you are willing to save me, I can also be your beauty bowl and beauty paper. Sir, I can dance. Let me dance for you, okay? Sir, I want to be your dog. Please take me home and torture me severely. My human friend, I am a 500-year-old night elf. If you are willing to save me, I can sign a master-servant contract with you." Yang Ming glanced at them and did not agree to their request. Instead, he turned to the Goblin King and asked, "Hey, I didn't see any of my people among them. Are there other women hiding in your cave?" The Goblin King frowned, but finally nodded and said, "Yes, but they are all pregnant." Yang Ming didn't care about that. He made another request. "Anyway, bring all the women out of the cave. I want to check them all." Chapter 36 Fierce Battle. The Goblin King didn't think much about it, and called over a dozen of his men to pull out all the women imprisoned in the cave. The women were dressed in rags, tortured beyond recognition, and had many scars on their bodies. "Let them come over. I'll take a good look to see if they are from my tribe," Yang Ming said lightly. The Goblin King was no fool either. He pointed at Yang Ming and said, "No, if you want to see it, you have to come over here alone. No one else is allowed to follow you. Otherwise, forget it." Yang Ming shrugged, kicked the black horse in the belly, and the man and the horse walked forward 20 meters. Seeing this, the Goblin King ordered 3 goblin cyclops to escort the women to Yang Ming. "Which of them is the woman of your tribe?" asked the goblin cyclops. "All of them," Yang Ming smiled. "Oh." The goblin cyclops was stunned. Yang Ming raised his voice and reiterated, "I say, these women are from our tribe. Don't you understand what I'm saying?" Ordinary goblins might be stupid, but the Goblin King was much smarter. He had already understood that Yang Ming was cheating So he shouted, "Retreat quickly and bring back all the women. This human is playing tricks on us." But how could Yang Ming let them go? He had originally planned to wipe out the goblins, so saving them was just a matter of convenience. Dispute. As the crisp sound of a sword being drawn out of its sheath was heard, the sky-splitting sword was drawn out, and lightning began to flash on the surface of Yang Ming's body. Lightning slash. In order to quickly kill the 3 goblin cyclops, Yang Ming directly used the skills attached to the sky-splitting sword. Lightning slash, a sea-level skill, instantly bursts out triple damage. The blade light can extend up to 100 meters, adding additional lightning damage and causing a continuous paralysis effect on the enemy. A dazzling blade light slashed towards the 3 goblin cyclops. With a click, the goblin cyclops' head was chopped off by Yang Ming. "What are you still standing there for? Come here quickly," Yang Ming said to the women. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." The women crawled behind Yang Ming. Seeing this scene, the Goblin King was so angry that his neck turned red. He didn't expect that Yang Ming's expression changed faster than turning the pages of a book. "Damn humans, I will kill you all." The Goblin King roared angrily. "Charge. Let these arrogant humans see how powerful we, the Goblin Clan, are." The Goblin army rushed forward. On Yang Ming's side, all the soldiers had already prepared for battle. Yang Ming raised the sky-splitting blade high and roared, "Everyone listen up, attack. Charge." As the loud horns sounded, the morale of the warriors rose, and they rushed towards the Goblin army like wild horses. Yang Ming took the lead and rushed to the front. Not long after, the armies of both sides collided, and a large-scale war broke out immediately. In an instant, the sounds of fighting and shouting resounded through the sky. Yang Ming swung the sky-splitting sword. More than a dozen goblins would fall to the ground. With his own strength, Yang Ming tore open the goblin army, like a sharp knife inserted into the enemy's base camp. "Speed up and keep up with the Lord. Charge. Tear them apart." At the same time, the soldiers were also extremely brave and followed Yang Ming. Although the number of warriors was nearly half that of the goblin army, they were not at a disadvantage after the battle began. 10 minutes passed, and the 2 sides were still tied. As bodies fell one after another, the ground was stained red with blood. To capture the thief, we must first capture the leader. I must find a way to kill the Goblin King first. Yang Ming's eyes quickly locked onto the Goblin King. The best way to win the war as quickly as possible is to kill the Goblin King. So Yang Ming dropped his horse, jumped up, and rushed towards the Goblin King alone. All the goblins that blocked his way were cut in half by Yang Ming with one sword. Soon, Yang Ming's gradual approach also attracted the attention of the Goblin King. "That human leader is coming. Protect the king. Isn't he afraid of death? How dare he rush in alone? Surround him." Under the command of the Goblin King, 5 goblin elders, 6 goblin priests, and 7 goblin cyclops instantly stood in front of the Goblin King. Yang Ming smiled and said lightly, You think you can stop me with just these big, brainless guys?" Immediately afterwards, Yang Ming no longer held back and decided to get serious. With the blessing of the sky-splitting sword, Yang Ming's combat power value soared from 165 points to 231 points. "Watch out, thunder flashes." Yang Ming raised his sword and stepped forward, ready to use his ultimate move if there was any disagreement. Sky Thunder Flash, a B-level skill, releases indiscriminate lightning damage over a large area centered on the player. Boom. Rumble. At this moment, Yang Ming was like the god of thunder, and the violent thunder and lightning burst into brilliant light. At the same time, the passive skill Critical Hit of every sword takes effect, doubling the damage of Thunder Flash. Oh. The goblin army was severely damaged and let out screams one after another. A minute later, the area within 20 meters around Yang Ming was filled with the corpses of goblins burned by lightning. Yang Ming raised his long sword, pointed the tip at the Goblin King, and sneered. "Next, it's your turn." The Goblin King was no pushover either. He pulled out a 2-meter-long mace and roared, "Human, don't get too carried away, or I'll kill you." After saying that, the Goblin King rushed over brandishing a huge mace. Yang Ming did not intend to dodge, but instead chopped forward with the same method, blocking the Goblin King's heavy hammer. Bang! The 2 sides collided, and suddenly a loud noise was heard. Yang Ming and the Goblin King were both pushed back 2 or 3 steps by the reaction force. "It feels so good, let's do it again." Yang Ming's hands holding the knife were shaking because of the strong recoil. But instead of being scared, he became excited. Deep down, Yang Ming has always longed to fight a powerful opponent. So this time, Yang Ming took the initiative to attack. Without any fancy moves, Yang Ming chose to fight head-on. A sweep of the sword, another heavy chop, Then came a knife that fell from the sky. Ha ha, come again. Come and fight me for 300 rounds. Yang Ming let out a hearty laugh. Human, you dare to look down on me? I will tear you into pieces, pull out your tendons, and peel off your skin. The Goblin King was completely enraged, and his skin turned red all over. Activation level skills, evil body. Yang Ming and the Goblin King fought fiercely again, and the two sides were fighting fiercely. Although the Goblin King's combat power crushed Yang Ming had the blessing of the sky-splitting sword, which doubled his combat ability, so the two sides fought hard. This is the power of excellent level weapons, which gives Yang Ming the confidence to challenge opponents of higher levels. Chapter 37 Upgrading the Territory Again. 2 hours later. After such a long and fierce battle, the Goblin King was exhausted and was forced to retreat step by Yang Ming and accidentally revealed a flaw. Die! Yang Ming roared, grasped the hilt of the sky-splitting sword with both hands, and seized the moment when the Goblin King showed a flaw and swept the sword across. Activate skill, Lightning Slash. Yang Ming used all his strength in this strike. Even though the Goblin King's combat power was as high as 328, he could not withstand the blow and was seriously injured. The Goblin King screamed and spurted out a lot of blood. Yang Ming took advantage of the victory and continued to attack the Goblin King frantically, slashing him again and again. Finally, the Goblin King died. Respected Lord Yang Ming, the army you led defeated the Goblin army and won the victory in this war. Ding, do you want to occupy the third-level resource field, Golden Spirit Fruit Forest? Occupy. Yang Ming nodded in agreement without thinking. Occupation successful, you gain jurisdiction over the Golden Spirit Fruit Forest and are rewarded with 200 national fortune points. Yang Ming was ecstatic. In this way, the national fortune value of Huaxia City reached 750 points. Afterwards, Yang Ming led his men into the Golden Spirit Fruit Forest. Yang Ming looked up at the golden fruits hanging on the branches. The fragrance was so tempting that he couldn't help swallowing. Name Golden Spirit Fruit. Quality, excellent grade. Effect, after consumption, you will be immune to most negative effects, including petrification, imprisonment, curse, paralysis, dizziness, and poison. It's indeed a good thing. Yang Ming was quite satisfied. After just experiencing a great battle, most of the soldiers were injured, and the Golden Spirit Fruit came in handy. Brothers, pick the Golden Spirit Fruits, eat one each, and recover from your injuries as soon as possible. Yang Ming shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, the soldiers were very moved. After all, this was a Golden Spirit Fruit, of excellent quality, and the price must be very expensive. Thank you, Lord. Everyone picked a Golden Spirit Fruit and started eating it in big mouthfuls. After eating the Golden Spirit Fruit, everyone felt refreshed. After the soldiers recovered from their injuries, Yang Ming ordered the battlefield to be cleaned up. This is the Goblin's lair, and there should be a lot of treasures hidden in the cave. Not long after, Chen Jian walked out of the Goblin Cave, came to Yang Ming, clasped his fists, and said, "My lord, we found 3 large boxes of currency in the cave." Yang Ming immediately became interested and asked, "Oh, is this the universal currency of this world?" Chen Jian nodded and said, "Well, I counted them. There are 31 gold coins, 300 silver coins, and over 1,000 copper coins. Send someone to pack it up and take it back to the territory." Yang Ming said, "Yes." Chen Jian nodded and then said, "My lord, I found a dungeon in the cave. There are many people imprisoned in it, both men and women. Take me to see it." Yang Ming stood up. Under the guidance of Chen Jian, Yang Ming walked into the Goblin Cave and came to the dungeon. Here, the light is dim and the environment is humid. 2 rows of cages appeared in front of Yang Ming. "Who are you? Can you save me? Please rescue me. Those goblins have locked us up here and are keeping us as food. I don't want to die. I want to live. I'm so hungry. I'm almost starving to death. Can you give me something to eat?" Seeing Yang Ming walk in, the humans imprisoned in the cages immediately became agitated. They stretched out their hands desperately to attract Yang Ming's attention. These people were all slaves captured by the goblins. Women were treated as reproductive tools and were forced to give birth until they died, while men were raised as food by goblins. This scene is almost like hell on earth. Yang Ming sighed softly and said to Chen Jian behind him, "Let them all out, settle them down, and then bring them all back to the territory." If the territory wants to develop rapidly, it needs a large population, so Yang Ming accepts everyone who comes. "My lord, I will arrange it." Chen Jian nodded. Chen Jian called over more than 20 people and rescued all the slaves in the cages. After being rescued, these people were so moved that they knelt down and kowtowed to Yang Ming repeatedly to express their gratitude. Thank you Thank you for saving us. Sir, I am willing to serve you like a slave. There's still an hour left before the leaderboard rewards are calculated. We need to hurry back to the territory. After clearing the battlefield, Yang Ming left 2,000 people to guard the Golden Spirit Fruit Forest, and then returned with the spoils. The slaves who had just been rescued were also taken back by Yang Ming. When Yang Ming returned to the territory safely, he heard another piece of exciting good news. Lord Zhou Mingrui, the architect who was entrusted with an important task, ran over immediately after hearing that Yang Ming had returned. Report to the Lord. I have successfully completed the task and have successfully built all 3 level 3 buildings. Oh, Yang Ming was overjoyed and said with a smile, yes, you did a great job. From now on, you will be the construction director of Huaxia City. Thank you, Lord. Zhou Mingrui was as happy as Fan Jin, who passed the imperial examination, dancing with joy. In this way, all the conditions for upgrading the territory have been met. System, I want to check the information of the 3rd level buildings. Yang Ming said in his heart. A sci-fi system panel appeared in Yang Ming's retina. Name: Training Ground. Quality: Level 3 building. Area: 5,000 square meters. Function: a training ground for soldiers, which can increase a soldier's combat power up to 40 points. It's worthy of being a 3rd level building. It plays a very important role. Yang Ming exclaimed. With the training ground, the overall strength of the army will advance by leaps and bounds in the future. Yang Ming checked the information of another 3rd level building. In addition, there is a blacksmith shop and a greenhouse chicken coop, which I will not introduce here. Yang Ming checked and confirmed that all the conditions for upgrading the territory had been met. Then he immediately said to the system, System, I want to upgrade my territory. Ding, your territory is being upgraded, estimated to take 12 hours. Warm tip. During this period, your territory is in a weak state. Please try not to go out. Will it take 12 hours? But there are only 40 minutes left before the ranking is settled. Fortunately, I have prepared in advance, otherwise all my efforts would be wasted. Yang Ming took out 12 scrolls from the warehouse. Territory Upgrade CD Return Scroll. A scroll can reduce the time required to upgrade a territory by 1 hour. Just in case, Yang Ming prepared 30 such scrolls. Exchanged each scroll for 2 kilograms of Tianjiao green beef. Used the CD to return the scroll. Yang Ming used up all 12 scrolls at once. Ding, your territory has been upgraded. In an instant, a faint golden light appeared within Yang Ming's territory. Chapter 38, Unlocking Special Shops. It is now 7:55 p.m., and there are only 5 minutes left before the ranking is settled. In the Blue Star public chat channel, many people are speaking and communicating. So excited, I only have 5 minutes left to get the gold treasure chest reward. Big Boss 666, please hug me. I'm so jealous. I'm ranked outside the top 10,000 and can only get a bronze treasure chest as a guaranteed reward. I'm not the boss. The Americans are the real bosses. The United States is indeed powerful. They occupy the top 3 spots. Oh, it would be great if I could get a US green card. Hello everyone. My name is Timup. I'm from the United States, and I'm currently ranked 2nd. I'm about to create an alliance on behalf of the United States, and I sincerely invite all players to join. If you're interested, please send me a private message. Oh shit, the real boss has appeared. What are the requirements for joining the alliance? The conditions are simple. First, you must obey. Second, you must sever diplomatic ties with China and join us in sanctioning China. Many people don't know why the United States led the coalition forces to go to war with China a year ago. The reason is very simple. There is evidence that China was secretly communicating with foreign races in the war zone, intending to use their power to unify the Blue Planet. What? The Chinese are colluding with foreigners? Isn't this too shameless? I want to join the US alliance and fight against the shameless Chinese. I want to join in too. Support the great United States and defeat the evil China. Just when everyone was chatting enthusiastically, suddenly, a red bulletin sounded in everyone's ears. Ding. Issuing a server-wide announcement now. Warm congratulations to Chinese Lord Yang Ming for becoming the first person in the Blue Star domain 10086 Novice Zone to upgrade his Lord's Mansion to a special grade, achieving the achievement, showing prowess. Rewards, 500 points of national fortune, 50 gold coins, a diamond treasure chest, and a random resource treasure. Soon as the announcement was released, all chat channels fell silent. After more than 10 seconds, the entire novice area was boiling. Oh my god, what's going on? Someone's been upgraded to a special level Lord's Mansion. Are you crazy? It's only the 7th day. How can someone develop so quickly? Bug. It must be a bug. I bet that Chinese guy named Yang Ming is cheating. I want to report him. Yeah, he must be cheating secretly. If he's not, I'll eat 10 pounds of shit. Holy crap. Look everyone. The rankings have changed. Yang Ming shot to first place in the last minute. How shameless. He actually cheated to win. Let's all report it together and let the system sanction him. Report it, you idiot. Do you really think everyone is as stupid as you? Are you guys kidding me? How could there be a bug in the myriad races battlefield? Do you think you're Emperor Omo from CF? Does anyone know this Mr. Yang Ming? Americans and Japanese devils, if you dare to bark again, I will XXXX. At this time, in Huaxia City, as a brilliant golden light lit up, the environment around Yang Ming was completely renewed. Yang Ming just felt warm all over. Dear Lord Yang Ming, your territory has been successfully upgraded to special grade. The original territory of 5 million square meters expanded to 20 million square meters. The wooden fence was transformed into a concrete wall about 2 meters high. Almost everything looks brand new. The commotion caused by the territory upgrade alarmed the residents, who walked out of their houses and looked up at the changes outside. It's amazing. All the buildings look brand new. Is this the Lord's ability? It feels like a miracle. I never thought that I would be able to witness the Lord using his extraordinary powers with my own eyes. All residents were immersed in joy, because the stronger the territory, the safer they would be. Anna, Lilith, Lilia, and others were also shocked. They looked at Yang Ming with deep awe in their eyes. At the same time, the rewards for the leaderboard settlement were sent out. A golden portal appeared in the sky, fell out of the portal in the air, and landed in Yang Ming's arms. Yang Ming quickly reached out and caught the golden treasure chest. This scene shocked Anna and others even more. Sister Anna, what's going on? Are those 2 treasure chests that fell from the sky treasures bestowed upon the Lord by a certain god? Lilith asked in surprise. Anna couldn't explain this either. Since arriving in Huaxia City, Anna seemed to have opened the door to a new world. Could it be that he signed a contract with a certain god? Anna asked subconsciously. Doesn't that mean that the Lord is the spokesperson for God? The others were also horrified. As believers of the goddess of light, they deeply understand how powerful the gods are. In this world, God is the supreme being. Anna took a deep breath and said to the others with a serious face, no matter what happens in the future, you must maintain sufficient respect for the Lord. I understand, Sister Anna. At this time, Yang Ming didn't know that the commotion caused by the upgrade of the territory had raised his prestige to a higher level. Yang Minglai reached out and caught the golden treasure chest that fell from the sky. He did not rush to open it, but put it into the warehouse. I have to say that today's gains were very great. 1 diamond chest, 2 gold chests, and various other resources. But these are not the point. The key point is that after upgrading the territory to special level, Yang Ming can unlock the special store that comes with the SSS talent. Supreme Overlord. You can get 1 point every second, and 1 point can summon a warrior. After upgrading to a special territory, you can unlock a special store and use points to exchange for any items. Yes, that's right, any item. It can be anything your brain can imagine, and it can be redeemed through special shops. This function is undoubtedly the most amazing thing about Supreme Overlord. Open the store and take a look first. Yang Ming couldn't wait any longer. As soon as he thought about it, a sci-fi screen appeared in front of him. The first thing that catches your eye is Yang Ming's current points. Points, 602,100. These points were all saved by Yang Ming with great effort. The reason why Yang Ming did not summon warriors randomly was to save points so that he could exchange them for more rewards in the special store. After checking the points, Yang Ming moved his gaze downwards. In an instant, a wide variety of items came into his sight. Oh my god, can this kind of thing be exchanged? Yang Ming couldn't help but shout out. Name-controlled nuclear fusion technology. Quality, excellent grade. Price, 305,000 points. Introduction. It refers to controlling the speed and scale of nuclear fusion under certain conditions in order to utilize the energy generated by nuclear fusion in social production and social life. Note, items exchanged in special stores can be used in the 10,000 races battlefield and can also be brought back to the real world without any restrictions. Chapter 39 Celebration Banquet. Fuck, even if I return to Blue Star, I can still use my talent? Yang Ming was shocked. Obviously, he had seriously underestimated the power of SSS-level talent before. It's so terrifying. The top scientists have racked their brains for decades to study controlled nuclear fusion technology, but Yang Ming only needs 4 days to master it. This is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. After a short pause, Yang Ming continued to browse other items. Name King-level territory upgrade scroll. Quality, rare level. Price, 2.51 W points. Introduction. Using this scroll, you can immediately upgrade a special level territory to a king level territory. Hiss. Yang Ming couldn't help but take a breath. There is even such a thing? There are 24 hours in a day and 60 minutes in an hour. So the maximum points I can accumulate in a day is 86,400, which means 2,592,000 points in a month. Yang Ming made a rough calculation and found that if he did not consume any points, he would be able to upgrade Huaxia City to a king-level territory in 22 days. Should I start lying down or continue to struggle? For a moment, Yang Ming didn't know how to choose, so he simply put this question aside and continued to look at other items. Name: Planet 25 Pegasus A. Quality: Legendary. Price: 3,000 W points. Coordinate location: Centaurus A, a galaxy near the solar system. Introduction: a planet with a diameter of 139,000 kilometers, which is more suitable for human habitation than the blue star. It has a warm climate, beautiful environment, sweet air, and no natural disasters. Name: Spring Water. Quality: excellent grade. Price: 11 W. Introduction: the spring water never runs dry, and the daily water output can be used by 20,000 people. Name: Dragon Slayer Blade. Quality: rare level. Price: 58 W. Introduction: this sword once killed an evil dragon. Its power is beyond your imagination. Name: Kuanpeng, the ancient ferocious beast. Quality: mythical level. Price: 11.2 billion. Introduction: warning, your level is too low to view its properties. Name: a chance to meet the creator. Quality: none. Price: 1 point. Introduction: you can meet the creator of your own universe. He is the master of the battlefield of all races. You can ask him 3 questions. Note: it can only be redeemed once and is valid for 24 hours. After looking around, Yang Ming was so shocked that he was speechless. Indeed, in special stores, as long as you have enough points, you can redeem any item. Even the goddess wore white socks for 3 days, called Daddy Candy, Love Lock Goo, Blue Pill for Rebirth. In short, anything that can be mentioned can be exchanged at will. However, the more valuable the item, the more points are required. Just as Yang Ming was absorbed in watching, he suddenly heard the voices of Lilith and Lilia. My lord, are you there? Yang Ming looked up and responded subconsciously. What's wrong? What do you want from me? Lilith's voice sounded a little nervous, and she asked softly. My lord, it's quite late now, so I wanted to ask what you plan to eat tonight so I can cook it for you. This sentence reminded Yang Ming that he was indeed a little hungry. It's time to eat and fill your stomach. Yang Ming shook his head and said to them, No, there's a celebration banquet tonight. I want to reward the soldiers. You guys should come too. Okay. The 2 women replied. Night. A tempting fragrance wafted all over the territory. In an open space in the residential area, the lights were bright and the tables were filled with a variety of food. Grilled fish, braised wolf meat, beef noodle soup, fried fish with essence, fried cakes, lychees. Everyone was drooling at the tempting and delicious aroma. Yang Ming stood on a high platform, looking at the crowd below, and said loudly, Today, we won 2 battles, annihilated a group of Japanese lords, seized the Crystal Core, defeated the Gob army, occupied the Golden Spirit Fruit Forest, and successfully upgraded the territory. Each of you is a true hero. Huaxia City's rapid development is inseparable from the efforts of each and every one of you. So, I've prepared plenty of food for today. Just eat as much meat and drink as you like. There was a sudden burst of cheers from the crowd. In this world, not starving to death is already a luxury. For them, eating meat and drinking alcohol are things that can only be achieved in dreams. Long live the Lord. Long live. I am willing to follow the Lord forever. At this moment, the residents' admiration and awe of Yang Ming reached its peak. In their eyes, Yang Ming is God. Under the temptation of delicious food, some people couldn't help but eat it in big mouthfuls. It's delicious. It's so delicious. Oh my God, this thing looks so delicious, my mouth is watering. Wow, what a big chicken drumstick. Wow, I've never seen such a delicious chicken drumstick before. I never thought that a lowly person like me could actually eat high-quality meat. The Lord is so kind to us. The Lord once said that he wanted to build a city where everyone aspires to be free and equal. It turns out it's true. I am so happy to be a part of Huaxia City. I fell in love with this place. I love China. Yang Ming walked towards the gate of the territory with a bottle of wine and a large bag of delicious food in his hands. Next to the gate stood a straight figure. Yang Fifan, a rare human warrior, was once a warrior who slew demons, but later degenerated into a guard of the evil god's altar. Do you want to eat something? Yang Ming came to him and shook the food in his hand. Yang Fifan's eyes were dull, and then he shook his head. Don't you need to eat? Yang Ming asked curiously. Yang Fifan opened his mouth and said in a hoarse voice, "No need. I'm no longer human. As long as the evil god survives, I won't die. Even if I don't eat, I won't be hungry." Yang Ming smiled and said, "Look at it another way. Even if you took poison, you'd be fine, so having a couple of sips of wine is fine too." Yang Fifan fell silent. Yang Ming pried open the bottle cap, and immediately a strong aroma of wine wafted out. Handing the bottle to Yang Fifan, Yang Ming said with a smile, "Try it." Yang Fifan reached out to take the bottle, hesitated for a moment, then tilted his head back and drank it in one gulp. Gurgle, gurgle. In just 10 seconds, Yang Fifan drank the entire bottle of wine. Good wine. I haven't had a drink for a long time, even when I was still a human warrior, slaughtering demons everywhere. Yang Fifan's voice was a little hoarse. Yang Fifan returned the bottle to Yang Ming and said with a self-deprecating smile, "You're inviting me to drink? Are you trying to win me over? Unfortunately, I've already died, and now I'm surviving on the strength of the evil god, so you'd better give up on this idea." Yang Ming shook his head and explained, "You help me protect my territory, and I'll treat you to wine and dinner. It's that simple. I don't have any other ideas." Yang Fifan looked at Yang Ming in surprise. "Take your time to eat. I won't disturb you." Yang Ming didn't explain much. He put all the food and 5 bottles of wine he brought on the ground and left. After Yang Ming left, Yang Fifan looked at the delicious food and then sat on the ground. Under the dim light, he picked up the food and began to eat it bite by bite. Chapter 40. Chinese high-level officials shocked. That night, Yang Ming slept exceptionally soundly. But some people feel as uncomfortable as if they had eaten shit and cannot sleep until late at night, such as the Japanese and Americans. At this time, Japan chat channel. Damn it, what's going on in China? Why did such a fierce person suddenly appear? Again and again. Why don't the Chinese give up struggling and just die peacefully? It's clear that China will be destroyed in just 1 month. Everyone, think of a solution quickly. No matter what, we must not allow China to develop a 5th king-level territory. Should we contact the Americans? Just like we did a year ago, we can use some tricks to annex Yang Ming's territory. Good idea. Yes, find a way to find out the coordinates of Yang Ming's territory and hand it over to the Americans. Then have them send someone to kill Yang Ming. This is a good idea. It just so happens that we have some people inside China who have been instigated to rebel. Hee hee. No matter what, Yang Ming must die. We must kill any hope that China might turn the tide. That night, the name Yang Ming was included in the kill list by the Japanese top leaders. Blue Star, the highest-level conference room in China. Although it was late at night, all the senior members of the Chinese parliament were present, even the old man. The atmosphere in the room was depressing and silent. "Commander, something bad has happened." Suddenly, a man wearing glasses rushed into the meeting room in a panic. A general with 5 stars carved on his chest looked dignified and asked coldly, "What's the matter?" The man wearing glasses gasped violently and said intermittently, just now, the first special grade territory was born in the novice zone of the 10,000 races battlefield." What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. 7 days, just 7 days. You know, since the National Destiny Lord system was bound to Blue Star, the fastest record for upgrading a special territory in Blue Star's history is 14 days. When did such a powerful figure appear in the United States? Could it be that someone in the United States has awakened an S-level talent? We Chinese don't even have a single A-level talent this time. This isn't fair. Does God really want to destroy us Chinese? I hate it. Is there really no hope? In the past, everyone present was a big shot in various circles in China, but now they can't hold on any longer. Because the awakened talents of this group of new Chinese lords are generally low, the parliamentarians subconsciously think of Americans. No, that's not it. The man with glasses quickly shook his head and explained, "It's not an American, but our Chinese lord. The first special territory belongs to us Chinese." In an instant, everyone's eyes widened in shock. "What's going on? Tell me in detail." Even the old man sitting in the highest seat couldn't help but ask. The man with glasses recounted in detail what had happened on the battlefield of all races not long ago. After hearing this, everyone who had been in despair became excited. One general couldn't help but slam the table hard. Good, good. As expected of our Chinese youth, heroes emerge from youth. Chairman Mao was right. The time to count the heroes of the day is now. Hurry, hurry. Seal Yang Ming's personal file, delete all information from the internet, and classify it as a top-level state secret. Also, send the best special forces to bring Yang Ming's family to the imperial capital and ensure their safety. Right now, right now. Yes, sir. After receiving the order, the man with glasses ran out in a hurry again. In the main seat, The tired-looking old man finally smiled. Huaxiao is saved. The next day, early morning. Today is the 8th day since Yang Ming arrived at the battlefield of all races. At 6 o'clock in the morning, before the sun rose, Yang Ming got up as usual. Yang Ming got out of bed, washed up briefly, and then opened the door. "My lord, good morning. This is the breakfast I prepared for you." As the door opened, Lilia, wearing a blue dress, appeared in front of Yang Ming. She bowed to Yang Ming. Lilia held a steaming hot breakfast in her hands. There was bread, eggs, rujiamo, a type of steamed bun with meat, fish dumplings, fried cakes, lychees. "What time did you get up?" Yang Ming asked her. "About 5 in the morning," Lilia replied. "Yesterday, it was Lilith, and today it is Lilia." It seems that the twin sisters have agreed to take turns getting up early to make breakfast for Yang Ming. Yang Ming casually picked up a piece of fragrant rujiamo, put it in his mouth, and took a bite, then said to Lilia, "You don't have to get up so early in the future. I can have breakfast between 7 and 8. "Understood, Lord," Lilia replied. Yang Ming ate breakfast, and then began to walk around and patrol the territory. Lilia followed him with breakfast in her hands. "Lilia, have you eaten?" Yang Ming suddenly asked. "Not yet," Lilia replied. "Next time you make breakfast, make your own portion as well. When you're full, come serve me. Do you understand?" "Yeah, I understand. This is an order. Remember to tell your sister." "Yes, sir." As they were talking, the two came to the planting area. This is a farmland covering an area of 500,000 square meters, planted with various crops. A few days ago, Yang Ming bought a large amount of seeds in the trading area, and some of them have been planted. At this time, many indigenous people were working on the farmland. I believe that in the near future, this planting area will be able to harvest a lot of grain. My lord, my lord." At this time, several figures rushed over and knelt at Yang Ming's feet. "What's wrong with you?" Yang Ming looked down at them. 7 or 8 people knelt at Yang Ming's feet, both men and women, and said in fear and trepidation, "Lord, can you give us a job? We are willing to do anything, even work like slaves." "Work?" Yang Ming was subconsciously stunned. "Yes, please give me a job. We don't want to be expelled from our territory." Later, through their explanation, Yang Ming finally understood why they were so anxious. It turned out that not long ago, Carl, as the chief administrative officer, had tried to implement the monetary system of Huaxia City. To put it simply, it is, if you don't work, you won't eat. If you don't work, you'll have to sleep on the street. If you make no contribution for a long time, you will be expelled from the territory. The more capable a person is, the higher the salary he will receive. He can eat and drink delicious food and live in a comfortable single dormitory. Since ancient times, the emergence of currency has marked the beginning of civilization. Looking at their eager eyes, Yang Ming said, "Okay, you guys can sweep the floor, right?" "Yes, yes." Everyone nodded. Yang Ming continued, "From now on, you will be cleaners, responsible for cleaning up garbage in public places. Your salary will be 4,500 copper coins a month." "Thank you, Lord." Everyone was overjoyed to hear that there was a job. As long as they are not expelled from the territory, they can do anything. Everyone left happily and then actively cleaned up the garbage on the ground. Chapter 41, Snow White. Ding. Yang Ming suddenly heard a notification sound from the system indicating a private message from a friend. At present, Yang Ming only has 2 friends, Zhang Wei and Qin Zhanbei. Yang Ming has a good impression of them, so he opened the chat panel. The message sent by Zhang Wei immediately popped up in a window. "Brother, Snow White said she has something important to talk to you about. Do you want to talk to her?" "Snow White, who is that?" Yang Ming asked back. "The commander of our country's Eastern Theater Command, General Bai's daughter. How dare you not recognize her?" After hearing what Zhang Wei said, Yang Ming remembered that he had seen Snow White on TV before. "Okay, send me her number and I'll add her." Yang Ming has set his ID to private, and no one can add him as a friend, so he has to be more proactive. Snow White came to see him, most likely at the behest of the top brass of the Huaxia military region. After Zhang Wei sent by Shueji's ID number, Yang Ming immediately added her as a friend. After the two became friends, Snow White immediately sent a message. "Yang Ming, you have been targeted by NATO. NATO is an alliance led by the United States with more than 30 member states. It is the largest military organization in the world today. Because I got the first place in the ranking, they are targeting me?" Yang Ming asked back. Snow White patiently explained. "No, the main reason is that you developed the special class territory in just 7 days. You know, the United States will never allow our country to have a 5th king class territory. So for them, you must die. By the way, the coordinates of your territory will probably be exposed soon." Snow White reminded again. "How did they know my coordinates?" Yang Ming asked puzzledly. So far, Yang Ming has not revealed his coordinates. "Spy, Snow White explained in a message. According to my father, many people within China have been plotted against, so he sent me to warn you. Yang Ming was silent for a moment, then typed, "Can you help me get their coordinates?" "You want to?" Yang Ming sneered and said word by word. "Over the past year, our country has suffered repeated defeats against the United States, causing our national fortunes to plummet and morale to plummet. This situation cannot continue. I want to wage war and clearly tell the Americans and Japanese that anyone who offends China will be punished, no matter how far away they are. Yang Ming is determined to develop a king-level territory no matter what, and the United States and Japan will definitely stop him. Therefore, this battle is inevitable." Yang Ming's idea was very simple. Instead of passively defending, it would be better to take the initiative. "You want to challenge NATO alone?" Snow White was obviously shocked. "Don't worry, I'm never alone," Yang Ming said. As long as Yang Ming is willing, he can summon millions of troops anytime and anywhere. If there was a war, he was not afraid of anyone. What's more, this is the novice area. As a man who has awakened SSS-level talent, Yang Ming is not unable to sweep even the novice area. "Are you really sure?" Snow White was still worried and asked again in typing. "Believe me, I am worth thousands of troops," Yang Ming said firmly. "Okay, I'll help you, but it will take some time." Snow White finally agreed. "Thank you." In the future, this war is inevitable, and Yang Ming decided to find a way to strengthen his military strength and make adequate preparations. System, I want to check the territory information. Name Huaxia City. Level, Special Grade Territory. Ownership, Yang Ming. Positioning, 14 parallel universes, 404 servers, 996 Blue Star domain, 10,086 novice area. Area, 20 million square meters. Population, 1,074. Only counting the number of native humans, excluding the 7,500 summon warriors and 102 dwarves. Buildings, blacksmith shop, excellent. Chicken house, excellent. Training ground, excellent. Fountain, excellent. Occupied resource fields, Yuling Lake, excellent. Jinling fruit forest, excellent. Mining area, excellent. Mining area, ordinary. Wealth, 31 gold coins, 300 silver coins, 10 50 copper coins. National fortune value, 805. Compared with the past, Huaxia City has been completely renewed. More and more functional buildings are rising from the ground, indicating that Huaxia City is gradually becoming prosperous. What concerned Yang Ming the most was that the number of soldiers had dropped sharply to 7,000. After upgrading to a special territory, the territory of Huaxia City has expanded fourfold. It is time to increase the military force. So, Yang Ming came to the training ground, which was a third-level building. As the name suggests, the training ground is used to train soldiers and can increase their combat power up to 40 points. Summon more people. Yang Ming began to recite silently in his mind. "I will summon 7,000 warriors." In an instant, with a burst of white light, 7,000 soldiers descended from the sky. Why summon 7,000 people? Because Huaxia City's food reserves can only support so many people at most. The soldiers knelt before Yang Ming and said in unison, "Greetings, Lord." Yang Ming pointed to the training ground and said slowly, "From now on, this will be your training place. Try to raise your combat power to 40 points as soon as possible." "Yes, sir." Following Yang Ming's order, the recruits entered the training ground and began training seriously. "Next, it's time to open the treasure chest," Yang Ming said excitedly. Now Yang Ming has 3 treasure chests, 1 diamond treasure chest, and 2 gold treasure chests. The golden treasure chest will definitely contain excellent items. The diamond treasure chest will definitely contain rare items. In order not to be disturbed, Yang Ming ran back to the Lord's mansion and closed the door. Bang, 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 bang. Yang Ming took out 3 treasure chests and placed them on the ground, making a noise. The gold treasure chest is as golden as gold, and the diamond treasure chest is as sparkling as diamond. Which treasure chest should I open first? Yang Ming didn't know how to choose for a moment. Finally, he decided to open one of the golden treasure chests to test the waters. When the box was opened, golden light burst out, almost blinding Yang Ming's eyes. When the light faded, Yang Ming saw something placed in the box. Chapter 42, Zhang Benyan. Name plant growth-inducing spray. Quality, excellent grade. Net content, 1,000 milliliters. Effect, 1 milliliter of spray can accelerate the growth of plants in 1 acre of land for 1 year, but it can only be used on excellent plants. Food is the most important resource at all times. A large number of crop seeds have begun to be sown in the farmland, and this bottle of plant growth spray comes in handy. What a good stuff. Yang Ming happily put the plant growth-inducing spray into the warehouse. Yang Ming turned his gaze to the next golden treasure chest. I hope I can get a skill book. Yang Ming prayed in his heart. Although Yang Ming's combat power is very high, he lacks a powerful means of attack. It would be great if he could get a skill book. Wow! With a crisp sound, the second treasure chest slowly opened. The familiar golden light appeared, and after a while it slowly disappeared. There is an ancient book in the box. Holy crap, a skill book really appeared? Yang Ming was shocked. I didn't expect that my luck would be so good. Yang Ming couldn't wait to pick up the skill book and scan its information. Name: Thunder Overlord / Skill Book. Quality: B grade advanced. Introduction: Draw thunder from the sky, strike out a devastating blow, extremely masculine and powerful, able to kill all evil spirits. Features: only one person is allowed to learn. Yang Ming's mood at this moment was as if pie had fallen from the sky. When Yang Ming's hands touched the skill book, the system began to ask, Respected Lord Yang Ming, would you like to learn the skill book, Thunder Overlord / Yes. Yang Ming nodded immediately. In an instant, a huge amount of information merged into his mind. Yang Ming has now mastered the Thunder Overlord / However, in order to master it, some training is required. Skill proficiency is divided into 5 levels: entry level, skilled, mastered, perfect, and superb. The higher the proficiency, the more powerful the skill will be. Next, it's time to open the diamond treasure chest. Yang Ming looked at the last treasure chest. The diamond treasure chest will definitely contain rare items. However, when Yang Ming tried to open the diamond treasure chest, the system poured cold water on him on the spot. Warning, your combat power is too low to open the diamond treasure chest. Only then did Yang Ming realize that it took 200 combat power points to open the diamond treasure chest. There's nothing I can do about it. I can only open it later. In the battlefield of all races, the method to improve combat power is actually very simple. First, training or fighting. Second, eating food that contains extraordinary power, such as exotic beast meat, golden spirit fruit, etc. It just so happens that Yang Ming should go out for an adventure today. Although he already owns a special territory, Yang Ming cannot relax. Because upgrading a king-level territory requires more resources, the conditions are as follows. Wood 5.7 W. Stone 2.9 W. Population 5,000. National fortune value 2,500. Blue crystal core 10 pieces. Buildings: at least 3 level 4 buildings and 25 level 3 buildings. Resource field: at least 1 level 4 resource field and 5 level 3 resource fields. Although, even if Yang Ming did nothing, he could still redeem a king-level territory upgrade scroll with points after 22 days, but he has never been a person who sits back and enjoys the fruits of others' labor. Deep down, Yang Ming has always been eager to explore and challenge the unknown. Half an hour later, Yang Ming took 3,000 people out to explore the new map. Yang Ming planned to explore the area within a radius of 100,000 meters of Huaxia City in the next few days. There are also many things to do, such as plundering resources, hunting exotic beasts, improving combat power, and practicing Thunder Overlord / 5 days later. In the past few days, Yang Ming has been concentrating on improving his personal strength. By fighting with various strange beasts, Yang Ming's personal combat power value also increased from 165 points to 185 points. But little did he know that a conspiracy against him had been quietly unfolding under the planning of both the United States and Japan. Coordinates 69, 5,824. This is a forest with mountains and water. A group of Japanese people with samurai swords on their waists gathered in this forest. Suddenly, a scout came out from the jungle and reported. Report, the terrain ahead has been surveyed, and we have indeed found the territories of 2 Chinese people. Upon hearing this, the leading man in black suddenly revealed an evil smile and said smugly, Yoshi, it seems we've successfully persuaded those 2 people inside China to defect. The coordinates they provided are real. Other Japanese people also echoed. Ha ha ha, aren't all Chinese people like this? Whenever we invade them, there are always some spineless people willing to be our running dogs. In 1937, a large number of them became traitors, and it's the same now. As long as we have the coordinates, we can catch all the Chinese people in one fell swoop. Minasan, everyone, get to work. 4 Japanese lords, leading their armies, approached the territories of the 2 Chinese with wicked smiles on their faces. The purpose of this group of Japanese people is to capture the Chinese alive. At the same time, the same thing happened in various places in the novice area. A sneak attack targeting only the Chinese lords began. In this operation, Japan, South Korea, the United States, the British Empire, the ungrateful Vietnamese country, all participated. Due to the leakage of the territory coordinates and the difference in numbers, the Chinese lords were caught off guard, and most of them were unable to fight back. In just one day, more than 100 Chinese lords were captured. These Chinese lords were tied up and escorted to the Japanese base camp. They were thrown randomly into a pit. Fuck you. If you dare, let your grandfather go, or I'll kill you. The Japanese devils you raised in the year of the dog are colluding with your American father again, right? And you bunch of ungrateful bastards, if I can get out of this alive, I'm going to uproot your entire country. Let's have a one-on-one duel. The Chinese lords were extremely angry and were cursing. At this time, a Japanese man appeared at the edge of the pit, looked down at the people in the pit, and sneered. Hey, have you guys had enough of cursing? If so, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Benihan. I'm from Hokkaido. I've awakened my talent and am a representative of Japan. It was my idea to have you all arrested. Someone immediately cursed back. Zhang Ben, you can kill me or chop me up as you please. Just do it quickly. If I make a sound, I will be your son. Zhang Benihan chuckled and said, I didn't capture you to kill you. So what do you want to do? Of course it's to deal with Yang Ming. Zhang Benihan said with a lewd smile. Chapter 43 Traitor. Are you arresting us to deal with Yang Ming? Upon hearing this, the people who were thrown into the pit immediately understood what Zhang Benihan meant. It turned out that all of them were captured as hostages to threaten Yang Ming in the future. Even if I die, I will never hold China back, someone shouted angrily. In response to this incompetent and furious roar, Zhang Benihan sneered with a sly smile. Wanna die? Haha, once you fall into my hands, life or death is not yours to decide. But then again, if any of you are willing to be our running dogs in Japan and pledge allegiance to the emperor, then I can mercifully grant you a green card. Even if China perishes in a month, you can still immigrate to Japan and continue to live. How about it? Want a green card? If you want it, just kneel down and beg me. Ha! On the other side, in the evening, Yang Ming, who had been fighting outside for a day, returned home with a large load of prey. Today is the 12th day since Yang Ming arrived at the battlefield of all races. Wow, the Lord is back from hunting again. As soon as Yang Ming returned to the territory, he immediately attracted the attention of many residents. Everyone looked at the prey Yang Ming brought back with curiosity. What kind of sheep is this? It's so big, and its hair is all red. That's an elite-grade exotic beast, a giant fire python sheep. I heard it tastes delicious. Oh my god, there's also a two-winged flying dragon. Isn't that an excellent-level exotic beast? My lord, you can even hunt and kill an excellent-level exotic beast that can fly. The Lord is too strong. Everyone was surprised when they saw the prey Yang Ming brought back. Yang Ming called Carl over, told him to deal with the prey, and then returned to the Lord's mansion. Every time Yang Ming came back from fighting, he would take a good bath to wash away the dirt and blood on his body. Otherwise, the animal blood would stick to your body, which would be very uncomfortable. Ding, 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 ding. As soon as Yang Ming finished his shower and walked out of the bathroom, he heard a series of urgent prompts coming from the system. So urgent? Is Snow White looking for me? Yang Ming said to himself. Ever since Bai Shueji came to talk to Yang Ming once, the two have never been in contact again. Yang Ming opened the friend chat page. Snow White spoke as straightforwardly as ever, and she went straight to the point. Yang Ming, your coordinates have been exposed. Oh, I see. Yang Ming replied. Seeing Yang Ming's nonchalant tone, Bai Shueji was speechless and had to type a warning to him. Yang Ming, do you know what situation you are in now? The United States, Japan, South Korea, the British Empire, and South Vietnam all want your life. Do you understand? Of course I know. Their purpose is nothing more than to stop me from developing a king-level territory and saving China. Yang Ming asked in return. For the United States to want to destroy China. But why have these East Asian countries always been against China and can't wait to see China fall? The reason is simple. For European countries, Rome is a piece of history and a legend. But for East Asian countries, Rome has always been there and has stood firm for thousands of years, overwhelming them. As long as China survives, East Asian countries such as Japan, South Korea, and South Vietnam will never be able to have a seat at the table. Therefore, East Asian countries such as Japan and South Korea are eager for China to disappear as soon as possible. But then again, even though East Asian countries are now denigrating and insulting China, if China falls in a month, they will immediately jump out and rush to argue about who is the successor of China's Orthodox civilization. Just like after the fall of Rome, many European countries claimed that they were the Orthodox Romans. Inferiority complex, sensitive, and very concerned about face. Hey Yang Ming. Seeing that Yang Ming was silent again, Bai Shueji had no choice but to take the initiative and say, "Let me show you a video. Senior Lord Bai Shueji sent you a video. Do you want to receive it?" Yes. Yang Ming received the video and played it. At the beginning of the video, more than a dozen Chinese faces appeared on the screen. They all knelt down and cried bitterly. "I'm sorry, my friends from all over the Blue Star. I'm ashamed to be a Chinese. On behalf of China, I apologize to the world because China betrayed Blue Star. In order to gain a stronger military force, China began colluding with foreign races a year ago. Hello, international friends. Do you know why Yang Ming was able to upgrade so quickly? Because he received assistance from foreign tribes. Yang Ming is a puppet supported by foreigners. He upgraded so quickly because foreigners provided him with a large amount of resources behind the scenes. I am ashamed of being a Chinese. At the same time, I am grateful to the friendly Japanese people for giving me a green card and allowing me to join Japan." After watching the video, Yang Ming remained indifferent. Instead, he typed and asked Bai Shueji, "What's with this video? 3 days ago, many lords of our country were captured and imprisoned by Japan and the United States, and then this video was filmed." Snow White explained, "Oh, they became traitors." Yang Ming's eyes gradually turned cold. Snow White tried to persuade him. "Yang Ming, this video has spread throughout the chat channel. The Americans and Japanese devils are probably using this as an excuse to lead NATO to attack you. Why don't you quickly relocate your territory?" This group of people really put a lot of effort into dealing with Yang Ming. Because NATO is an international military organization, if it wants to send troops, it must have a legitimate excuse. That video is their excuse. However, it can also be seen from this how much the Americans and Japanese value Yang Ming. Just as Snow White said, at this moment, the Blue Star chat channel has exploded. That video was also pinned to the top of the chat channel. Evidence. This is the evidence that China is colluding with foreign races. Damn the Chinese. They actually betrayed Blue Star and colluded with foreign races. In the battle zone of the 10,000 races battlefield, our Blue Star was already at a disadvantage, and China actually let the wolf into the house. Damn China. Heaven and earth will not tolerate the destruction of this country. No wonder Yang Ming upgraded so quickly. He's actually a lackey of an alien race. He is a traitor. He cannot be allowed to live. All traitors deserve to die. Yes, he must be executed. Just as the lords of various countries were discussing heatedly, the representative of the United States appeared. Temepper, who was ranked third on the list, spoke. "Hello everyone, I'm Lord Trump from the United States. I'm sure everyone has seen the video of China colluding with foreign races. Blue Star is our home. We will never allow anyone to destroy Blue Star. Therefore, we in the United States have decided to enforce justice. We will send troops to conquer China and kill Yang Ming at all costs. I declare that in 3 days, the United States will officially declare war on China." Temepper's remarks quickly took over the chat channel, causing everyone to tremble. This is undoubtedly explosive news. Although this is a novice area and in many cases will not affect the international politics of Blue Star, there is no doubt that a major war is inevitable. However, not long after Temepper declared war, the representative of the British Empire also spoke in the chat channel. In order to support justice, the British Empire will join the United States in sending its most powerful lords to conquer China. Chapter 44. More than 40 countries simultaneously declared war on China. If the U.S. declaration of war was a bomb, then the statement of the British Empire was like adding fuel to the fire. You know, these two countries are both permanent members of the UN Security Council. As soon as this news came out, the chat channel became lively again. What? The British Empire is also sending troops. Oh my God, is S3 going to explode? You're overthinking this. This is the novice zone. No matter what you say or do, it won't affect Blue Star's international politics. Can China withstand it? Ha ha ha, that's awesome. China, you guys want this day too. But no one expected that before one wave of trouble subsided, another wave would come. Following the United States and the British Empire, a third country also declared war on China. Japan declares war on China. The chat channel erupted in noise again. However, no one expected that this was just the beginning. On behalf of South Korea, I announce to the world, in 3 days, we will send troops to flatten all Chinese territories. Turkey declares war. China will be defeated. We in Canada are willing to fight alongside the United States. The Netherlands has also joined this operation. We in Australia are also willing to contribute to eradicating traitors. And us. In just 10 minutes, more than 40 countries declared war on China. This scene simply shocked everyone. There are more than 200 countries on Blue Star, but at this moment, 1/5 of the countries have announced that they will send troops to China. Those who don't know the situation may think that China has triggered the heavenly law. Ha ha ha, China is finished. The United States is worthy of being the world's largest country. As long as it takes action, no country will refuse to give it face. So domineering, I love the United States. China is truly doomed now. Even gods can't save them. Watching this group of people directing and performing a drama in the chat channel, Yang Ming just found it funny. As expected, it is the United States, and its smearing technology is world-class. However, faced with this situation, Yang Ming really had no choice. Because whether on Blue Star or on the battlefield of all races, the Western media firmly controls the right to speak. The hegemony of public opinion is in the hands of the United States. Therefore, they can smear us however they want. After all, being shameless is their nature. At this time, Snow White sent another message. How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Is NATO going to take action against you? Yang Ming did not answer her, but asked. I've always wondered why NATO, led by the United States, keeps targeting us. Because, the Lord's scepter. Snow White replied. Only a few people knew this secret, and Snow White only learned it by chance from her father. What is that? Yang Ming asked in confusion. Snow White thought about it, and finally told everything she knew. The Lord's scepter is a perfect item with extremely powerful effects. A year ago, the United States and its lackeys attacked China precisely to seize the Lord's scepter. Just for a perfect item, you're willing to risk starting a third world war? To be honest, Yang Ming couldn't understand. After all, in the Supreme Overlord's special store, not to mention perfect level items, even mythical level items can be exchanged. Snow White explained again. Alas, you have never seen the Lord's scepter, so you don't understand how powerful it is. Let me put it this way, a year ago, the reason why our China was able to become the world's #1 was because of the Lord's scepter. Now Yang Ming understood that the United States took action against China in order to seize the scepter of the Lord and take back the throne of the world's largest country. So, do you understand your current situation? Your existence will affect the outcome of the battle between the United States and China. Snow White said. This is why the Americans are making such a big fuss and gathering more than 40 countries to declare war on China. On the surface, they are declaring war on China. In fact, they only wanted to kill Yang Ming. As long as Yang Ming dies, China will not be able to develop the 5th king-level territory. Then, in 18 days, China will definitely be defeated. The 5th king-level territory was born from his hands. Then China would be able to turn the tide. Yang Ming has become the most critical link in the game between China and the United States. You came to chat with me just to ask me to move my territory? Yang Ming asked her. Snow White admitted it and said, Yes, that's what my father told me to convey. The commander has activated the Lord's scepter and created a completely safe place for you. As long as you stay there and don't come out, no one can harm you for a month. Yang Ming didn't expect that the old man would actually use the national treasure for him. I appreciate the commander's kindness, but I refuse, said Yang Ming. Snow White almost gritted her teeth as she typed this line. Yang Ming, what are you thinking? The United States has almost sent out all its forces to kill you. If you don't hide quickly, are you going to wait for death in vain? If I hide, what will you do? Yang Ming asked back. By then, if Yang Ming cannot be found, the U.S. coalition forces will most likely vent their anger on other Chinese lords. Snow White took a deep breath and sent a message. Even if we all die, it doesn't matter. As long as you're still alive, it's fine. You're China's last hope. Everyone can die, but you can't. Yang Ming touched his nose, and to be honest, he felt quite touched. Snow White, do you believe me? Yang Ming answered the question irrelevantly. Of course I believe you, but... No buts, you just need to trust me and do as I say next. How about it? Yang Ming said confidently. What do you want to do? Bai Shueji really couldn't figure out Yang Ming. Yang Ming smiled, his face full of confidence, and he said leisurely. I've said before that I want to use a war to let the Americans and the Japanese know that from now on, offense and defense will change. Snow White typed these words almost in a state of dementia. Are you kidding me? You want to single-handedly challenge the coalition forces of over 40 countries? Are you crazy? Yang Ming sneered and said firmly. Haha, what's 40 countries? One day, I will complete what Mr. Ing Zheng left unfinished and achieve true unification. I want to plant red flags in every corner of the world. Snow White was so shocked by these words that she was speechless. If someone else said this, she would definitely think that person was crazy. But this is what Yang Ming said himself. Snow White hesitated for a long time, and finally typed out this paragraph. Yang Ming, can you tell me what level of talent you have awakened? S-level talent, Supreme Overlord. Yang Ming replied to her. S-level? Snow White's brain froze for a second. It turns out that there are people on Blue Star who can really awaken S-level talents. Yang Ming is the unprecedented #1 person on Blue Star. No wonder even the Lord's Scepter couldn't detect his talent. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. I'll listen to you. Bai Shueji was finally convinced by Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't waste any words and directly stated his request. Okay, help me find the coordinates of the most powerful lords in the United States, Japan, and the British Empire. You want to? Yang Ming sneered and said slowly. I, Yang Ming, have never been one to sit still and wait for death. Didn't they say they would send troops against us in 3 days? Then I will strike first and kill some of them in advance. Chapter 45 Coordinates obtained. Okay, I'll find out the coordinates of their territory for you by tomorrow morning at the latest. Snow White knew very well that time was running out, so she had to do things as quickly as possible. Well, I'll wait for you. After saying that, Yang Ming closed the chat page. The battle will start tomorrow, so Yang Ming decided to strengthen his strength tonight. So he called Lilith and Lilia over. My lord, what would you like to eat tonight? The two sisters asked sensibly. Yang Ming took out 3 kinds of excellent exotic beast meat, including black rock giant bear meat, jade bamboo fish, and 2-winged flying dragon meat. Can you cook these 3 kinds of meat? Yang Ming put the meat on the table and asked. It should be possible. Lilith stretched out her white and tender hands, touched the 3 kinds of meat respectively, and then gave an answer. Okay, let's do this today. Yang Ming said. Okay. Lilith and Lilia picked up the ingredients and went to the kitchen to get busy. While they were cooking, Yang Ming sent someone to call Chun Jian and Zhang Lingfeng over. Zhang Lingfeng was originally guarding Yuling Lake. After hearing the order, he immediately rushed back to the territory. Lord, what's the matter with you calling us here? Chun Jian and Zhang Lingfeng arrived at the Lord's mansion almost at the same time. Let's eat, Yang Ming said with a smile. Ah, Chun Jian and Zhang Lingfeng were both stunned. Dining with the Lord? Wouldn't that be against etiquette? Please sit down. We're just having a meal together. I have something very important for you to do tomorrow. Yang Ming said again. Yang Ming doesn't know how to clone himself, so he can't go to multiple coordinate locations and kill multiple enemy lords. So Yang Ming decided to let Chun Jian and Zhang Lingfeng lead an army respectively tomorrow to kill 1 or 2 or 3 lords from the United States and South Korea respectively. The purpose of inviting them to come for dinner is to improve their combat effectiveness by eating the meat of exotic beasts. Sit down, this is an order. Seeing that they still didn't dare to sit down, Yang Ming emphasized it again. The 2 of them then sat down. Before long, plate after plate of delicious cooked meat were brought up by Lilith and Lilia. The meat is plump and juicy, which makes people's appetite grow. I have to say that Lilith and Lilia's cooking skills are indeed top-notch. On Blue Star, they would at least be 5-star chefs in a Michelin restaurant. Yang Ming was hungry and didn't bother to care about his image, so he picked up a piece of braised bear paw and started eating. After eating the excellent exotic beast meat, Yang Ming only felt a strange restlessness in his abdomen. The energy contained in the exotic beast meat gradually merged into Yang Ming's body. Just like eating a pill in a novel, Yang Ming felt warm all over. How much combat power can a piece of exotic beast meat increase? This varies from person to person. Some people ate dozens or even hundreds of kilograms of exotic beast meat to increase their combat power a little. People with high talents can increase their combat power by eating only 2 or 3 pounds of exotic beast meat. 20 minutes later. Burp. Yang Ming burped with satisfaction. After a hearty meal, Yang Ming's combat power value increased from 185 points to 220 points. It is indeed excellent grade exotic beast meat, and it increases combat power very quickly. Chun Jian and Zhang Lingfeng's combat power values also increased to 157 points and 149 points respectively. Even if you look at the entire Blue Star novice area, Chun Jian and Zhang Lingfeng are the strongest. By the way, these 2 weapons are for you. A black iron sword from the warehouse, and threw them to Zhang Lingfeng and Chun Jian respectively. Name Silver Dragon Spear. Quality, excellent grade. Attributes, combat power value increases by 30%, upper limit 200 points. Skill, Dragon Soul, B rank, summons a silver dragon phantom, inheriting 100% of the individual's combat power. Dragon Breaking Strike, C rank, appears behind the enemy and launches a piercing shot, but the range is limited to 30 meters. Name Black Iron Longsword. Quality, excellent grade. Attributes, combat power increased by 30%, upper limit 200 points. Skill, Sevenfold Vibrating Sword, B rank, each swing adds damage to the next, up to a maximum of 7 layers. When Chun Jian and Zhang Lingfeng took the weapons, they were stunned on the spot. The Lord actually gave them such precious weapons? Tomorrow, I want you to each lead an army to take over the territories of the United States, South Korea, and Japan. Do you have the confidence? Yang Ming asked them. Yes, Chen Jian and Zhang Lingfeng said. The next morning. Today is the 13th day that Yang Ming has arrived at the battlefield of all races. In the morning, Yang Ming was still sleeping when he was woken up by the system prompt. Yang Ming opened his eyes and found that it was Snow White who sent the message. Yang Ming, I've already checked the coordinates you requested yesterday. I'll send them to you now. Next, Snow White sent over a dozen coordinates. These people are the ones who declared war on China on behalf of their country on the Blue Star chat channel yesterday. Yang Ming memorized all these coordinates. It just so happened that it was still dark, so Yang Ming decided to launch an attack now. Woo! Soon after, a burst of urgent horn sounds rang out over Huaxia City. Hearing the sound of the horn, the soldiers who were still sleeping immediately woke up. 3 minutes later, urged by the sound of the horn, the soldiers gathered at the largest open space in the territory. Yang Ming walked up to a high platform, looked at the soldiers below, and said, Brothers, let me ask you a question. Are you living comfortably in Huaxia City? The soldiers answered from the bottom of their hearts. Of course it's comfortable to have food and drink. I've been trapped in this dark cage for who knows how long. To be summoned by the Lord is a great honor. Now I can eat and sleep like a normal person. How can I be uncomfortable? Indeed, if it weren't for the Lord, I would have stayed in that dark cage for the rest of my life. My Lord, you summoned me on the first day. Although I've only lived here for 13 days, I've already fallen in love with this place. Huaxia City is being built so quickly and is so well built. Who wouldn't love this place? Yang Ming nodded with satisfaction, but his voice suddenly turned cold as he turned his words. However, precisely because our Huaxia City is developing so rapidly, the lords of other countries have set their sights on us. Just now, I received news that a group of allied forces wanted to attack our Huaxia City. They not only want to plunder our food and resources, but also raze Huaxia City to the ground. They want to destroy our homes and kill us all. Are you going to watch this happen? Yang Ming's words instantly ignited the soldiers' anger. For the soldiers who have been imprisoned in dark cages, Huaxia City is like a paradise, and they will never tolerate such a thing happening. Fuck. Who dares to touch China? I'll kill his entire family. I finally found a place to stay. How can I tolerate others destroying and plundering it? I will kill them. Who? Who wants to destroy Huaxia City? Kill them all. Chapter 46 Shock. Kill. Kill them all. Kill, 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 kill. At this moment, the soldiers' anger had reached its peak, and the shouts of kill resounded through the sky. Seeing that the time was ripe, Yang Ming told the world that more than 40 countries had declared war on China at the same time. After hearing this, the soldiers became even angrier, and the murderous aura in the air almost materialized. Yang Ming used all his strength to raise his voice and continued to ask. In 3 days, the armies of over 40 allied nations, led by the United States, will be at the gates of China. Are you going to sit there and wait for death? The soldiers responded in unison. Lord, please lead us to attack and fight them. Yang Ming nodded and continued. Very good. Sitting back and waiting for death has never been our style in Huaxia City. Therefore, we must take the initiative in this battle and let the world see how terrifying a sleeping lion can be when it awakens. Fight, the soldiers shouted. Seeing that the soldiers' morale had skyrocketed, Yang Ming waved his hand and began to issue military orders. Chen Jian, step out. My lord, I'm here. Chen Jian came out immediately. Yang Ming said slowly. From today on, Huaxia City will establish its first legion, named the Azure Dragon Legion, and you will be the legion commander. You lead 5,000 warriors to the following 2 coordinates, 258, 365, and 269, for 1,552, and uproot their territory. My lord, I promise to complete the task. Chen Jian said without hesitation. Chen Jian finally understood now why Yang Ming invited him to dinner last night and gave him an excellent weapon. Zhang Lingfeng, step out. Yang Ming shouted again. My lord, I'm here. Zhang Lingfeng also stood up immediately. Yang Ming looked at Zhang Lingfeng and said, the second legion established by Huaxia City is called the White Tiger Legion. You will be the legion commander from now on. At the same time, your mission today is the same. Led 5,000 soldiers to the following 2 coordinates, 668, 21, and 7585, 2,569, and destroy their lairs. Yes, Lord, Zhang Lingfeng replied. After making the arrangements, Chen Jian and Zhang Lingfeng led their soldiers and set off. This was the first battle of Huaxiao City's self-defense counterattack. However, Yang Ming was not idle either. Soon he also set off and headed alone to the base camp in Japan. A few days ago, the Japanese and Americans cooperated to capture more than 100 Chinese lords as hostages, so Yang Ming wanted to see if he could rescue them. Saving them was a piece of cake, but Yang Ming's real target was the Japanese lord who had awakened his A-level talent. Originally, 2 people in Japan awakened A-level talents this time, and their popularity even surpassed that of the United States for a time. Among them, Meichuan Kuzi had been killed by Yang Ming, and Yang Ming didn't want to let the other one go. Noon. Yesterday, the news that the United States announced that it would send troops to China in 3 days has spread among various countries. Almost everyone believed that China would definitely lose. After all, there are more than 40 countries that support the United States and are willing to send troops to support it, because it is impossible for anyone to compete with the entire NATO. However, what no one expected was that at noon, the territories of the British Empire, South Korea, Japan, and South Vietnam were attacked by the Chinese army. The Qinglong Legion led by Chun Jian successfully broke through the territories of a South Vietnamese lord and a British lord. At the same time, Zhang Lingfeng also successfully defeated 2 well-known lords from the United States and Australia and captured them alive. The incident happened, it was exposed, and the news spread to the Blue Star chat channel. Extra, extra. Just now, at around 11 o'clock, Avril Lavigne of the British Empire, Nguyen Chi Minh of South Vietnam, Kim Jong of South Korea, and Jack Sawyer of Australia, their territories were all destroyed by the Chinese. Oh my God, is this true? Of course it's true, there are pictures to prove it. Picture. Fuck, China is so powerful. Wait, aren't these the ones who declared war on China on behalf of their country yesterday? Yes. I didn't expect that they would be defeated by the Chinese today after declaring war yesterday. Huaxiao is too tough, isn't it? Facing so many powerful enemies, not only are they not afraid, they even dare to take the initiative to attack. Ha ha ha, this is going to be a good show. I really want to see if China can take on 40 people alone. This news spread extremely quickly and soon became known to everyone. At the same time, Yang Ming also found Zhang Ben Yihan's territory according to the coordinates given by Shueji. Zhang Ben Yihan, a native of Hokkaido, has awakened an A-level talent, but his strength is unknown. Yang Ming came alone. With Yang Ming's current strength, he doesn't need any help from others. It is no problem for him to conquer an entire territory by himself. Let's go in and have a look first. It would be great if we can find the more than 100 compatriots who have been captured. Yang Ming was afraid that the hostages would be in danger, so he sneaked in without alerting Zhang Ben Yihan. As soon as he entered, Yang Ming saw a lot of warrior troops patrolling around. But Yang Ming cleverly avoided everyone's sight with his elusive movements. Yang Ming hid while searching everywhere. Finally, 10 minutes later, Yang Ming's efforts paid off, and he finally found a group of Chinese people tied up in a pit. It seems that the hostages captured by Japan a few days ago were thrown into this pit. Yang Ming didn't think much about it and jumped into the pit. The sound of Yang Ming's feet landing on the ground quickly alarmed the people in the pit. Fuck you. Are you trying to torture your grandpa again? You want to get information about China from me? Don't even think about it. I'd rather die than become a traitor, so you don't have to worry about it. Everyone thought that the visitor was from Japan. Don't be nervous. I'm here to save you. Yang Ming finally spoke. Fuck. You speak perfect Mandarin. You're definitely not from Japan. Who are you? Because the light in the pit was dim and everyone's hands and feet were tied, no one could see Yang Ming's face clearly. I'm here to save you, Yang Ming said. Ha ha ha, great. The reinforcements are finally here. Quickly untie me. I really want to rush out and kill some Japanese devils now. Yeah. Yang Ming nodded, then took out a knife and took turns cutting the ropes that tied them up. After regaining their freedom, everyone expressed their gratitude to Yang Ming. Thank you, brother. Brother, why don't you see anyone else? Are you here alone? Well, I came here alone. Yang Ming didn't intend to hide it, so he admitted it. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but get anxious and couldn't help asking. You're alone. How dare you come in? It's too risky, little brother. This is a dangerous place. If the Japanese find you, you won't be able to escape. Yang Ming smiled and said indifferently, if they're discovered, then they're discovered. What's the big deal? The worst that can happen is that they'll all be killed. Chapter 47, China's Counterattack. You killed all the Japanese by yourself? Hearing this, everyone was shocked and they all looked at Yang Ming in a daze. Such domineering words actually came from the mouth of a teenager of 17 or 18 years old. Brother, may I ask your name? Someone asked. My name is Yang Ming. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and took a deep breath. What's worse, some people couldn't help but gasp 2 or 3 times. Fuck, that Yang Ming boss who's number 1 on the list is you? I always thought that Yang Ming was a major general around 30 years old, trained by the military region. I didn't expect you to be only 17 or 18 years old. Ha ha ha, great. Heroes emerge young indeed. Our China's strongest lord is here. Why should we be afraid of the devils outside? Brother Yang Ming, lead us out. As long as we can kill all the devils outside, we will do anything you ask of us. Yes, I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart unless I kill all the devils. Please, Brother Yang Ming, please strengthen China. Everyone looked at Yang Ming sincerely, hoping that Yang Ming could lead them to charge and kill the enemy. Okay, I promise you. Yang Ming was moved by their spirit, but then he changed the subject. But before that, you need to recover your strength. Come on, continue. Yang Ming took out 102 golden spirit fruits from the system warehouse and distributed them to everyone. Golden spirit fruit is an excellent medicinal herb. After consumption, it can make the body immune to most negative effects, including injuries, and instantly restore the body to its best condition. Is this an excellent great herb? Fuck, this one golden spirit fruit can buy half of my territory. Brother Yang Ming, thank you so much. I've been wandering for half my life, and I only regret not having met you, brother. If you don't abandon me, I'd like to be your adoptive father. Aren't you already over 30? Boss Yang Ming is only 17 or 18 years old. How dare you do that? What do you know? Age is not a problem. Ha ha ha. Amidst cheerful conversation, everyone ate the golden spirit fruit. In just a few moments, everyone was back to their best. Boss Yang Ming, what should we do next? Someone asked a little nervously. Yang Ming smiled faintly and said calmly, just rush out and chop down whoever you see, and I'll take care of the rest. Okay, let's listen to Boss Yang Ming. After eating the golden spirit fruit, everyone felt like they had endless energy, so they agreed immediately. Brothers, let's go. Damn it. If the Japanese hadn't launched a surprise attack 3 days ago, would I have been arrested? I must avenge this. Brothers, let's rush out together later. Killing 1 is not a loss, and killing 2 is a huge profit. With Boss Yang Ming backing us up, what are we afraid of? We'll just chop down whoever we see, and that'll be it. Charge. Let's fight these little devils. Accompanied by deafening roars, the angry Chinese lords rushed out of the deep pit like wild horses. They want to return all the torture and pain they have endured in the past few days to the Japanese double. Someone swung a sledgehammer and rushed around like crazy, knocking over a dozen Japanese militiamen in an instant. Someone activated his talent, summoned flames, and ignited the nearby buildings. In an instant, a sea of fire shot up into the sky. Some people even turned on the killing mode directly, wielding the blade of death and starting to harvest the heads of the devils. A great war suddenly broke out, and China's counterattack began in full swing. At this time, in the Lord's mansion, Zhang Benyin was discussing with other Japanese people how to cooperate with the United States to attack the Chinese territory in 3 days. Suddenly, a migrant worker rushed into the Lord's mansion and reported. Report. My lord, this is bad. The Chinese people who were imprisoned in the deep pit have escaped for some unknown reason. They are very powerful and have killed more than 100 of us. So far, 1/10 of the buildings have been burned down by them. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Benyin stood up with a whoosh. That's impossible. I clearly force-fed those Chinese captives drugs, preventing them from exerting even 1% of their strength. How did they escape? Zhang Benyin was puzzled. But before he had time to think about it, someone else rushed into the Lord's mansion to report the situation. Report. My lord, this is bad. The North Gate has been lost. The Chinese have taken control of it. It was an emergency, and the watchtower was destroyed. Oh no, it's on fire. Many houses are on fire. Lord, please think of a solution. Bad news came one after another, making Zhang Benyin's face pale, but he quickly realized that this must be caused by the invasion of a powerful enemy. Haha, I guessed a long time ago that China would definitely send someone to rescue us. Fortunately, I made preparations in advance. But who will come to the rescue? Will it be Bai Xueji, the daughter of the Eastern Theater Commander-in-Chief, or Meng Tian, who has awakened a double B-level combat talent, or maybe Yang Ming, the mysterious and powerful man who suddenly shot to the top of the rankings? Haha, no matter who it is, I, Zhang Benyin, can make sure you never come back. Zhang Benyin licked his lips with his tongue, revealing an extremely obscene smile. Brothers, come out. Let us entertain the guests properly. In the darkness, more than a dozen Japanese lords walked out, all of them emitting a faint smell of blood. In extreme anger, the Chinese lords burst out with 200% of their usual strength and quickly gained the upper hand in the war. In just 10 minutes, 1/3 of the territory was captured. Ha ha ha, it's awesome, guys. It's such a great fight. I killed 15 Japanese militiamen. What about you? I killed 20 of them. Isn't that awesome? I didn't kill anybody, but I burned 11 buildings. Ha ha ha. Brothers, work harder. We must destroy the Lord's mansion today, no matter what. The balance of victory seems to have tilted towards China. However, just when everyone was attacking frantically, a well-trained and powerful army of warriors rushed out of the Lord's mansion, times more powerful than ordinary militia. As soon as it joined the battlefield, it quickly blocked the crazy attack of the Chinese lord. And as the owner of the territory, Zhang Binyahin finally appeared. You wolf cubs from China, I originally wanted to keep you hostage, but you're still so reckless. Well, today I'll capture you all once again and break your hands and feet. After saying that, Zhang Binyahin immediately activated his talent. A-level talent, Battle Formation Master. Blessed by the Battle Master, everyone gains plus 50% attack power, plus 50% defense power, plus 20% movement speed, and gains a layer of self-healing effect, with plus 20 health points restored per second. In an instant, Zhang Binyahin's thoughts were connected with the samurai army and militia under his command. He can command and control everyone at will, just like in a game. At the same time, with the buff of the Battle Formation Master, the morale of the Japanese people soared. The situation reversed instantly, and the Chinese lord, who had originally had the upper hand, was forced to retreat more than 10 meters. Brothers, hold on. Even if I die today, I'm going to drag a Japanese down with me. How could we, the Chinese men, be defeated by the Japanese? Hold on, brothers, you must hold on. We can't let them break through. Faced with the enemy's powerful offensive, the Chinese lords could only grit their teeth and fight with all their might. At this time, behind a hidden cover, Yang Ming's eyes were firmly fixed on Zhang Binyahin. Is this the other Japanese lord who has awakened an A-level talent, Zhang Binyahin? With a flash of chilling cold light, Yang Ming slowly pulled out the sky-splitting knife and said coldly, "Very good, I will take your head." Chapter 48, Yang Ming vs. 4. Call. Yang Ming adjusted his breathing, holding the straight knife, the sky-splitting knife, tightly in his hand, looking for an opportunity to kill with one blow. Now, finally, taking advantage of the moment when Zhang Binyahin turned his head, Yang Ming suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Zhang Binyahin like lightning at lightning speed. With sparks and lightning all the way, Yang Ming raised his hand and slashed at Zhang Binyahin with a knife. Bang! The sharp and piercing sound of swords clashing suddenly exploded. Two Japanese men wearing black samurai uniforms rushed out from the left and right, each holding a samurai sword, and blocked Yang Ming. At the same time, two more Japanese rushed over and attacked Yang Ming's abdomen and head with weapons respectively. Yang Ming could only retreat temporarily and keep a safe distance. It's you, Zhang Binyahin, who was protected by a group of people, finally saw Yang Ming's face clearly. Zhang Binyahin stuck out his scarlet tongue, licked his cracked lips, and said with a lewd smile, "Yang Ming, I didn't expect it to be you. Not bad, not bad. I finally caught a big fish, ha." Yang Ming looked at him indifferently and asked calmly, "Why do you know me?" Zhang Binyahin shrugged and laughed sarcastically. "I have read all the information about you Chinese people, including you." Yang Ming snorted. As expected, Bai Shueji was right. An internal member of the Chinese leadership had already become a traitor and sold the Lord's information and coordinates to the enemy country. It's a pity that we haven't found out who the traitor is yet. Zhang Binyahin looked at Yang Ming, smacked his lips, and said, TSK. Actually, I guessed that China would send people to rescue them, but I didn't expect that you, Yang Ming, would break in alone. Should I say you are brave or stupid?" Yang Ming's expression remained calm, and he asked calmly, "Why, you think I can't kill you by myself?" Zhang Binyahin snorted coldly and sneered, "Humph, to ambush you. I've already summoned the 4 strongest new lords from Japan. With me included, I'm just waiting for you to fall into my trap. So what if you're so strong? Do you think you can stand up to the entire Japanese army by yourself?" Yang Ming shrugged and said calmly, "Where are your 4 strongest new lords from Japan? Why can't I see them? I only see a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp. You are too arrogant. You are still stubborn even when you are about to die." Zhang Binyahin was really angry after being humiliated by Yang Ming. Zhang Binyahin waved his hand and ordered, "Xiao Yujiro, Kamita Minkai, Kawashima Shulong, Uchiha Tenghua, all of you come together and teach this arrogant Chinese man a lesson. Let's see how he can still be stubborn after being beaten down." In an instant, the 4 Japanese lords surrounded Yang Ming from all directions. Zhang Binyahin also bestowed the Battle Master's blessing buff on them one by one. Xiao Yujiro has awakened a B-level talent, can quickly heal and regenerate, and has a combat power of 136. Eiki Kimita has awakened B-level talent, contact copy ability, and a combat power of 121. Uchiha Tanghua has awakened 2 B-level talents, blood pupil mutation and fire control, and has a combat power of 147. Kawashima Shulong has awakened 2 B-level talents, beast taming and spiritual communication, with a combat power value of 51. These 4 people are the 4 most powerful new lords in Japan, except for Zhang Benyan. In that case, I might as well be serious about it. Faced with the siege of 4 people, Yang Ming had to be serious. Yang Ming slowly drew his sword and spoke word by word. Come on together. Today I want you Japanese to recognize a fact. Since ancient times, you Japanese have always been defeated by us Chinese. It was like this before, it is like this now, and it will be like this in the future. As long as China doesn't fall, you Japanese will just keep your tails between your legs. After saying that, Yang Ming took the lead in attacking. Yang Ming rushed towards Xiao Yujiro like a tiger descending from the mountain. What a fast speed! Xiao Yujiro was shocked and he dodged subconsciously. However, the two were originally 10 meters apart, but in an instant Yang Ming rushed in front of Xiao Yujiro. The first thing we do is stab you. Afterimage. That was an afterimage just now. His speed was so fast that we could only see the afterimage. Xiao Yujiro was shocked. He instinctively put his arms in front of him. With a click, with the sound of breaking bones, Xiao Yujiro's arms were chopped off. Heal and be reborn. Xiao Yujiro endured the pain and activated his talent. But soon, an expression of extreme fear appeared on Xiao Yujiro's face. Because he found that his rapid self-healing speed was far less than the damage Yang Ming had caused him. Kurojiro-kun, hold on. I'm here to save you. Kamita Akai rushed over generously. On the surface, Akikami Kamita wanted to save his teammates, but in fact, his real purpose was to contact Yang Ming and temporarily copy Yang Ming's talent. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't be so foolish as to let him rush over, so he instinctively slashed at him with his knife. I touched it. However, Kamita Minkai was also a ruthless man. He would rather lose an arm than not touch Yang Ming's hand. Finally, he got what he wanted. Copy, Eiki Kamita shouted. But then, Eiki Kamita fell into complete despair. Because through copying, he felt a power so powerful that it was unimaginable. Akikami Kamita couldn't figure out what kind of powerful talent could give birth to such terrifying power. Yang Ming, is there really anyone in this world who can defeat this man? This was Kamita Minkai's last thought before he died. Although Kamita Minkai successfully copied it, he could not withstand the overly powerful talent, so his body exploded and turned into a pool of mud. Flame Dragon Bullet. While Kamita Minkai and Xiao Yujiro were entangled with Yang Ming, Uchiha Tanghua behind him also launched an attack. Uchiha Tanghua has 2 talents, blood pupil mutation and flame manipulation. The former allows her to capture Yang Ming's movements, and the latter allows her to control flame attacks at will. Roar! In an instant, 3 huge fire dragons transformed from flames pounced on Yang Ming with bared fangs and claws. The fire dragon blocked all of Yang Ming's escape routes. That's it. Are you trying to tickle me by spraying this fire? However, Yang Ming didn't even think about dodging. More than 10 meters away, Yang Ming swung his sky-splitting sword down for the 3rd time. The sky-splitting sword swung, creating a powerful sword wind that directly tore the 3 fire dragons into pieces. On this, Uchiha Tanghua was stunned. Her flame dragon bullets once burned to death 10 excellent-level monsters. But now, he was blown away by Yang Ming's sword? How can we fight this? This man is ridiculously powerful. During the battle, you dare to be dazed and distracted? You really don't know how to live or die. Yang Ming's voice suddenly sounded behind Uchiha Tanghua. Uchiha Tanghua panicked. She wanted to dodge away quickly, but she felt a piercing pain in her abdomen. Gana! Yang Ming appeared behind her, and the sky-splitting sword had already pierced through her body. Chapter 49 Massacre. In just 2 minutes, Yang Ming killed 3 people. Looking at Yang Ming, who was as ferocious as the god of death, Kawashima Shulong's legs trembled uncontrollably, and he began to feel fear. But Kawashima Shulong disguised himself well, and he roared angrily. Yang Ming, you actually dared to kill my people. I will not forgive you. I will avenge them. After saying this, Kawashima Shulong put his hands together and kept changing the seals. Come out, my summoned beast, the 2-winged bone dragon. Kawashima Shulong activated his talent, beast taming. The next second, a huge 2-winged bone dragon was summoned. Oh, an excellent level exotic beast. Yang Ming did not expect that Kawashima Shulong, whose combat power value was only 51 points, could actually summon such a powerful pet beast. Yang Ming had to be a little more serious than before. Yang Ming, go to hell. Kawashima Shulong roared with a ferocious face. However, no one could have imagined that the next second Kawashima Shulong actually jumped onto the two-winged bone dragon. The two-winged bone dragon carried Kawashima Shulong and flew into the sky. Mr. Zhang Bin, don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. In the sky, Kawashima Shulong's figure became more and more blurred. Yang Ming. He really couldn't imagine that Kawashima Shulong would run away so decisively. Even Zhang Binyan was stunned. He never expected that he would be betrayed by his teammates. However, Yang Ming couldn't fly and couldn't chase him, so he had to set his sights on Zhang Binyan. Zhang Binyan, your teammate ran away, it's your turn next. Zhang Binyan's forehead. Before the fight, he was full of confidence, but Yang Ming shattered his dream with just 3 swords. With just 3 strikes, the 4 most powerful lords in Japan were either killed or escaped. This shows how terrifying Yang Ming's strength is. Zhang Binyan had guessed everything, not only setting up an ambush in advance, but also hiring 4 foreign reinforcements. But the only thing he hadn't guessed was that Yang Ming's fighting ability was unparalleled. Zhang Binyan gritted his teeth and said, Yang Ming, I can see that you are very strong, but don't underestimate me. If I fight to the death and sacrifice all my warriors and militia, I can definitely fight you to a draw. How about this? You take all your people back with you, and I'll give you some compensation, and we'll be even. How do you say that? Haha. Yang Ming sneered and refused without even thinking. Don't even think about it. I'm going to take your life today, no matter what. After saying that, Yang Ming approached Zhang Binyan step by step with a knife in hand. Seeing Yang Ming's murderous look, Zhang Binyan knew that there was no room for negotiation. In that case, then none of us can survive. Let's die together. Zhang Binyan had to fight hard. If he fights hard, there might be a glimmer of hope, but if he doesn't, Zhang Binyan will surely die. Battle Formation Spirit, Blood Sacrifice, activate. Zhang Binyan used his talent without reservation. Battle Formation Master, a level talent, through Blood Sacrifice, uses the blood and essence of one part of the soldiers to feed another part of the soldiers. Bang! Bang bang! Accompanied by the sounds of human body explosions, the bodies of all the militiamen under Zhang Binyan exploded. The warrior army, mainly trained by Zhang Binyan, began to increase rapidly in combat effectiveness under the effect of the blood sacrifice method. The combat power value of each warrior soared to more than 60 points. Haha, Yang Ming, are you scared now? No matter how strong you are, can you stop my army of 1,000 warriors? Looking at his masterpiece, Zhang Binyan laughed arrogantly. Yang Ming, the side effects of the Battle Array Master's blood sacrifice are very serious. It's all your fault. I'm afraid I'll have to stay in bed for the next month. So die now. Zhang Binyan waved his hand and laughed crazily. Go ahead, tear these Chinese people into pieces. Xinyi, an army of 1,000 warriors, each with a combat power of over 60 points, rushed towards Yang Ming and the Chinese lord behind him. There is no doubt that no one in the entire novice area can compete with this army. But unfortunately, they met Yang Ming. Seeing the 1,000-man warrior army rushing towards Yang Ming, the Chinese lords quickly warned. Yang Ming, be careful. Boss Yang Ming, please get out of the way. There are too many of them. That's right. We can't just fight them head on. We have to find a way to slow them down to death. Although everyone behind him was trying to persuade him, Yang Ming did not choose to retreat. In the past few days, Yang Ming has been going out to explore and kill monsters, and improving himself madly. He was confident that he could defeat this army of warriors. Call. Yang Ming took a deep breath and placed his right hand on the hilt of the sky-splitting sword. Next second, thunder flashes. Lightning flashed on the surface of Yang Ming's body. However, the power of the sky-splitting sword's skill, Thunder Flash, alone is definitely not enough. These past few days, I've been practicing these new skills hard. They should come in handy. The next moment, dark clouds rolled in, accompanied by a deafening thunder, and a bolt of lightning fell from the clouds and hit Yang Ming's sky-splitting sword. Right now, Yang Ming suddenly drew his sword. Thunder Overlord Slash. The dazzling sword light was like the sunlight piercing through the darkness, penetrating all the darkness in an instant. This strike was so powerful that it was absolutely stunning. Zhang Binyan's army of 1,000 warriors was engulfed by the terrifying sword light before it could rush to Yang Ming. All the Japanese warriors were cut in half. Seeing this scene, Zhang Binyan's mind went blank. The bloody scene almost made him vomit out his overnight meal. No, how could this be? Is he a god? How can he be so powerful? At this moment, Zhang Ben-Ihan has fully understood that there is a huge gap between his strength and Yang Ming's. This Chinese guy in front of me is impossible to defeat. Due to excessive fear, Zhang Ben-Ihan's body was shaking uncontrollably, and he instinctively knelt down in front of Yang Ming. Zhang Ben-Ihan cried and begged for mercy. Don't kill me. Let me go. I'm willing to do whatever you asked me to do. Yang Ming walked up to him with a knife in hand and sneered. What did you say before? Now you still have the nerve to ask me to let you go? Zhang Ben-Ihan could sense Yang Ming's true murderous intent and was so frightened that he wet his pants. He kowtowed and begged for mercy. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'm a dog, a bastard. We Japanese are all wild dogs. Woof, 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 woof. As long as you can let me go, I'm willing to be a dog for the Chinese. I'd even eat stones. Really? Don't kill me. I can be China's running dog. I can fight with the Japanese every day in the public chat channel. If you like, I can even be a Japanese trader. In order to survive, Zhang Ben-Ihan has abandoned all his bottom lines and tried his best to beg for mercy from Yang Ming. Yang Ming looked at him indifferently and slowly raised the sky-splitting sword. Humph, give up your fantasy. I won't let any of you Japanese lords go. There was only a whoosh sound. Yang Ming raised his sword and chopped off Zhang Ben-Ihan's head. Chapter 50 Conference of Nations. Soon as Zhang Ben-Ihan died, his territory fell instantly, and victory fell into the hands of the Chinese lord. Yeah, we won. Ha ha, it feels great, so great. I haven't had such a great fight in a long time. I heard that this Japanese guy even awakened an A-level talent, but so what? Hasn't he been killed by us now? After winning the war, everyone couldn't help but raise their heads and burst into happy laughter. Ever since a year ago, China was first attacked by Japan using despicable means, and later was surrounded by the NATO army led by the United States. It has been in an extremely passive situation. It has been a long time since we had a good fight like today's. Thanks to Boss Yang Ming. Otherwise we would still be tied up in the deep pit. Hey, where's Boss Yang Ming? Fuck, why is the boss gone? After the work was done, he left without a trace, hiding his achievements and fame. At this time, Yang Ming was already on his way back. Yang Ming learned from various comments sent in the chat channel that part of the territory of Australia, South Korea, the British Empire, and other countries had been captured. This shows that both Chun Jian and Zhang Lingfeng completed their tasks excellently. Those people just declared war on China in the chat channel yesterday, but today their territory was occupied by Yang Ming. Yang Ming's beautiful counterattack made the chat channel much quieter. Breaking news. Another big event has occurred. Just now, a lord from Japan who awakened an A-level talent was killed. What? Even after awakening a level, he can still be killed? Impossible? That's an A-level talent. There are less than a dozen lords on the entire Blue Star who can awaken A-level talents. I can guarantee it's absolutely true. Haven't you noticed that the Japanese are afraid to speak today? TSK. Who did this? It's so fierce. According to reliable information, it was the Chinese who took action. There's no way. China is too domineering. They just attacked Japan, which is ranked in the top 5 in the world, without any hesitation. I bet China's strength may be far more than what it appears on the surface. At this time in the chat channel, many people were discussing the fact that the Japanese lord was almost wiped out. The news spread quickly and reached the ears of the Americans. But what is strange is that the Americans, who are usually arrogant and domineering, chose to remain silent after hearing that their Japanese son was bullied. The United States did not dare to speak out, and other NATO member states also rarely chose to keep silent. A strange atmosphere spread throughout the novice area. Real world. Blue Star, United States, the highest level conference room in the White House. A group of blonde-haired and blue-eyed congressmen, dressed in formal attire, sat at a conference table. Sitting at the head of the conference table was the President of the United States. He asked angrily, "Can anyone tell me who this Yang Ming is? Where did he come from?" On the table in front of each person were Yang Ming's relevant information and photos. Obviously, everything that happened in the novice area has been known to the White House. This includes the fact that Yang Ming single-handedly killed several lords of NATO member countries. This is simply a slap in the face of the United States. Mr. President, Yang Ming's personal information has been classified as a top-secret document by China. Our spies can't find any more information about him. Hearing this answer, the U.S. president became even angrier and couldn't help but yell. He's a freshman, a recent college student, and he can fool you all. Pass on my order. Get all the information about Yang Ming at all costs. Know yourself and your enemy, and then find a way to kill him. China has entered the countdown to destruction. There are still 17 days left. I will not allow any changes at this last moment. No matter what means you use, you cannot allow China to develop a fifth king-level territory. If that doesn't work, then start S3. Yes, Mr. President, everyone responded. Stop talking nonsense. The US president waved his hand and said seriously, have you contacted Trump? Temple, who has awakened his A-level talent, is the strongest among the new lords in the United States. We've been contacted. Temple is on standby at any time. At the same time, Temple is also the NATO commander-in-chief of the novice zone of the 10,000 races battlefield. The US president said with a stern face, tell Temple to start a war tomorrow and kill Yang Ming, no matter what means Temple uses. In short, we must never let China stand up again. We must kill Yang Ming as soon as possible, the sooner the better. As long as China falls, the Lord's scepter will be ours, and the control of Blue Star will completely fall into our hands. The battlefield of all races, the territory of Temple. Under the president's order, all the American lords gathered together to discuss the expedition against Yang Ming. Temple slowly said, everyone, just now, I received an order from the president. He ordered us to send troops tomorrow to attack Yang Ming. What do you think? What we're sending troops tomorrow so soon? Someone asked in confusion. It had been publicly stated in the chat channel that troops would be sent to start the war 3 days later, but now they are suddenly taking action ahead of schedule. Isn't this a blatant damage to the image of integrity and perfection that the United States has always established? Temple nodded and said, the president means that we must end this war quickly and decisively. We absolutely cannot delay any further. If Yang Ming is allowed to develop, I'm afraid no one will be able to check and balance him in the future. One of the American lords couldn't help but ask, is Yang Ming really that powerful? Is it worth it for us to go to such great lengths? Temple took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, our country's intelligence agencies have launched a comprehensive investigation into Yang Ming. It is now certain that his awakened talent is very likely S-level. S-level talent. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. If Yang Ming has really awakened his S-level talent, he must be killed unless he is willing to surrender to the United States. Someone said. Temple showed an evil smile and said coldly, well, I'll find another excuse later to declare war on China again in the chat channel and send troops tomorrow. Anyway, no matter what we Americans say, people from other countries will flatter us. Others also began to nod in agreement. In that case, let's start the battle tomorrow. Let those Chinese people see how foolish it is to provoke the United States. That Yang Ming wouldn't think that just by killing a few Japanese lords, he would be able to compete with us, right? I admit that Yang Ming is indeed very strong, but can he alone stop our army of over 100,000? At this time, Yang Ming also returned to Huaxia City safely. As soon as he came back, Yang Ming heard good news that Chen Jian and Zhang Lingfeng not only completed the task brilliantly, but also kidnapped the lords of 4 NATO member countries. Chapter 51. Fight. I will fight to the end. My lord, we have fulfilled our mission. We have completely destroyed the territories at those 4 coordinates, and we have also captured the people. Inside the lord's mansion, Chen Jian reported today's battle situation to Yang Ming, then pointed at the 4 people with their limbs tied up nearby and asked, but what should we do with these 4 people? Behead them or draw and quarter them? These 4 people are Nguyen Chi Minh of South Vietnam, Avril Lavigne of British Empire, Kim Jae-un of South Korea, and Jack Sawyer of Australia. Yesterday, these 4 people declared war on China on behalf of their respective countries. Normally, these 4 countries are the most loyal lackeys of the United States and love to slander China the most, so Yang Ming sent troops to attack them. Hearing that Yang Ming wanted to kill her, Avril panicked and shouted, Yang Ming, you can't kill me. My aunt is the permanent Secretary of State of the British Empire. If you kill me, it will completely worsen the relationship between our 2 countries. Yang Ming glanced at her and said lightly, didn't you publicly declare war on China on behalf of the British Empire yesterday? How should this be settled? Avril gritted her teeth. In fact, she didn't expect that Yang Ming would dare to take action first, and even attack the lords of 5 countries at once. On weekdays, Huaxia had been forbearing, so much so that Avril was completely off guard. If you let me go, I promise that the British Empire will withdraw its troops. Avril said. With Avril's identity, she has a lot of say in the novice area. Otherwise, she would not have declared war on China on behalf of the British Empire yesterday. Yang Ming sneered and asked disdainfully, with just this little condition, you still have the nerve to ask me to let you go? Avril gritted her teeth and asked, so what do you want? Yang Ming laughed and said leisurely, it's simple. I'll compensate you with money. If you have money, I'll compensate you with resources. Food, minerals, upgrade materials, whatever. I'll accept anything. Okay, I can agree to anything as long as you let me go. Faced with the death threat, Avril had no choice but to agree. Yang Ming nodded with satisfaction, then waved towards Chun Jian and said, "Well, put them in the dungeon. We can use them as hostages when the war breaks out. We'll release them when the compensation is delivered." "Yes, my lord." Then Chun Jian dragged the 4 people into the dungeon. At this time, many people were chatting and eating melons in the Blue Star chat channel. China's unexpected attack was a slap in the face to the United States. Yesterday, in order to attack China, the United States united many forces, even NATO got involved, which was a huge move. The United States originally wanted to defeat the enemy without fighting and take over China without any casualties through international pressure. But no one expected that China would change its usual forbearance and dare to take the initiative, directly sending troops to capture alive the 4 highest-ranking lords of the British Empire, Manhwa, Australia, and South Korea. These 4 countries are the most loyal brothers of the United States. China's actions have left the United States humiliated. This is the first time the United States has suffered a setback in a year. So now the Blue Star chat channel is full of people waiting to watch the show. No way. It's been half a day. Why is there no movement from the United States? You say, the United States won't be scared, right? How is that possible? The United States is the world's largest country. That's right. I feel like the US is definitely preparing a big move. Maybe they'll just launch S-3. Just as the discussion in the chat channel was getting heated, one of the American representatives in the novice area, Temple, appeared. Soon as Trump spoke, he issued an ultimatum to China. Today, our NATO member states were attacked by a certain Chinese lord. According to regulations, if a NATO member state is attacked, it is equivalent to declaring war on the entire NATO. China's actions are a serious provocation to the great United States. I declare that in order to maintain world peace, from today on, the United States will mobilize all lords to lead Canada, Australia, Germany, Italy, Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, and will definitely capture China today. We officially declare war on China and will send troops tomorrow. We will dispatch 1 million troops to fight China to the death. As soon as these words were spoken, they caused an uproar in the chat channel. The chat channel exploded instantly, with countless messages popping up. Here it comes, the big one is coming. NATO and China are finally going to fight. The United States is worthy of being the world's leader. It can actually win over so many countries. Ha ha ha. China really isn't afraid of death. Originally, they just had to surrender and pay some money, but now it's okay, right? The US is pissed off and is sending troops directly. China is finished. In terms of military strength, NATO, led by the United States, is many times larger than China. How dare Yang Ming do that? Ha ha, there are sunflower seeds, cola and popcorn for sale in the front row. Everyone, just wait and see China's joke. At this moment, Yang Ming also saw Trump's declaration of war in the chat channel. Yang Ming snorted coldly and started typing. Our Chinese position remains consistent. If you want to talk, we'll keep the door open. If you want to fight, we'll fight to the end. Since ancient times, Chinese territory has been inviolable. When friends come, we have wine. When jackals come, we have hunting rifles. Whoever offends China will be punished, no matter how far away they are. I, Yang Ming, will take on this battle. Since Yang Ming is currently number 1 on the list, and his ID is a golden nickname, his speech attracted everyone's attention. Delivering his speech, Yang Ming exited the chat channel. If nothing unexpected happens, the battle will start tomorrow, so Yang Ming must seize the time and make preparations before the war. Go to the special shop and buy some items that can turn the tide of the battle. Yang Ming opened the special shop that came with the SSS Talent Supreme Overlord after a long absence. After some selection, Yang Ming took a fancy to an item. Name, Dark Peacock Summoning Scroll. Quality, Rare Level. Price, 120,000 points, limited time discount. Function, summons a dark peacock from another world, with a combat power of 1,000 to 1,200, and a validity period of 2 hours. There is no doubt that if such a powerful pet is suddenly summoned when a war breaks out, it will definitely catch the enemy off guard. Chapter 52, the second SSS level talent, God Possession. A dark peacock summoning scroll may not determine the outcome of a war. So what about 10? 20? So, Yang Ming planned to buy 10 tickets at once. After all, it was a limited time discount, so he would be a fool not to buy them. Wouldn't he be stupid not to take advantage of the bargain? Warning, items with limited time discounts can only be purchased once. Damn it, I was so happy for nothing. Yang Ming finally understood why the Dark Spirit Peacock Summoning Scroll was so cheap. It turned out that the purchase was limited. At this stage, It is no exaggeration to say that a rare beast can wipe out an army of 100,000. Because once the combat power value exceeds 500, you can awaken extraordinary powers, and your combat power will instantly increase to a higher level. Simply put, a combat power value of 499 and a combat power value of 500 are equivalent to a mortal and a transcendent, and there is a world of difference between the two. Putting the Dark Spirit Peacock Summoning Scroll into the warehouse, Yang Ming continued to browse the special store to see if there were any discounts. After some selection, Yang Ming picked out 5 practical and cheap items. For example, name Dreadnought Horn. Quality, excellent grade. Price, 170,000 points. Effect, blowing the horn can give your own warriors a blessing buff. Attack power plus 20%, defense power plus 20%, movement speed plus 10%. At the same time, it gives the enemy a negative debuff, defense power minus 50%. Besides, name Shield of Perseverance. Quality, excellent grade. Price, 160,000 points. Function, deploys a large-scale energy shield that can withstand large-scale damage. It is a powerful weapon for military offensive charges. The CD lasts 5 minutes. After buying these things, Yang Ming finally felt more at ease. But there was one crucial thing he hadn't used. That's the diamond chest. After fighting a battle with Japan today and eating some excellent grade exotic beast meat, Yang Ming's combat power value has exceeded 220. A combat power value of 220 just meets the requirements to open the diamond treasure chest. Bang! Yang Ming took out the diamond treasure chest and placed it on the ground, which immediately made a noise. I hope I can get something of practical value. Yang Ming prayed in his heart. A diamond treasure chest will definitely give you rare items. If you get a flashy item out of it, you will cry to death. With excitement in his heart, Yang Ming slowly opened the diamond treasure chest. Squeak! With a crisp sound, the treasure chest was opened by Yang Ming. A flash of inspiration came to me. Because the light was so dazzling, it took Yang Ming a while to see clearly what was inside. What? A bead? A snow-white spiritual bead. Yang Ming saw a pure white bead lying in the treasure chest. Name Awakening Pearl. Quality, rare level. Function, you can gain an additional skill of awakening talent, but you can only awaken one talent. Introduction, 100% chance of awakening an F-level talent, 90% chance of awakening an E-level talent, 70% chance of awakening a D-level talent, 5% chance of awakening an A-level talent, 0.1% chance of awakening an S-level talent, 0.00001% chance of awakening an SS-level talent, 0.00001% chance of awakening an SSS-level talent. Note, the probability of awakening talents is calculated independently. If 2 talents are awakened, the talent with higher quality will be selected first. No way. Even something like this can be made. Yang Ming's breathing gradually became rapid. If I can awaken another SSS-level talent, then do I still need to worry about tomorrow's battle? Yang Ming single-handedly fought against 3,000 emperors and swept across 40 countries with his palms, okay? With an uneasy mood, Yang Ming placed his hand on the awakening bead. Respected Lord Yang Ming, would you like to use the rare item, Awakening Pearl? Stop talking nonsense and use it, Yang Ming said. The awakening bead has been used successfully. You have been given a chance to extract a talent. Talent is being extracted. Talent levels range from F to SSS. Beep beep, system error. Unknown interference detected. Your probability of drawing a talent will be calculated separately. Respected and great Lord Yang Ming, congratulations on drawing the SSS talent, Divine Possession. This. Yang Ming was stunned on the spot. Unexpectedly, I drew the supreme SSS level talent again. Am I really a rare genius among millions? Yang Ming said to himself. However, from childhood to adulthood, Yang Ming never felt that he had any outstanding qualities. Besides a face that is 10 times more handsome than Peng Yuyan and Daniel Wu, a height of 187 centimeters, 8 perfect abdominal muscles, and a voice comparable to that of a superstar. Other than that, nothing special, right? Coming back to his senses, Yang Ming said, System, take a look at the talent attributes. Talent, possessed by God. Effect, you can summon any real god in Chinese history and use all their divine powers. Note, which god you can summon and how much of their power you inherit depends on your current personal strength. The higher your combat power, the more powerful the god you can summon. Fuck, I can summon the Chinese gods and inherit 100% of their divine power. In an instant, Yang Ming's eyes lit up. If we summoned the great god Pangu directly, wouldn't he be invincible? However, Yang Ming soon discovered that this talent also had limitations and was closely related to one's personal combat power. I understand. Even if I summon the great god Pangu now, his divine power will burst my body directly, Yang Ming said. With the blessing of new talents, Yang Ming's confidence increased greatly. There is no way he will lose in tomorrow's battle. What's more, Huaxiao City is protected by the rare human warrior Yang Fifan. No matter from which angle you look at it, Yang Ming is basically invincible. Well, everything is ready. Now it's time to get some sleep. I'll give the Americans a good beating tomorrow. Yang Ming was in a particularly good mood today and fell asleep quickly. The next day, early morning. Today is the 14th day since Yang Ming arrived at the battlefield of all races. At around 6 o'clock, Yang Ming got up on time as usual. Get up, get dressed, wash up, and then open the door. Good morning, Lord. Lilith, wearing a black and white maid outfit, appeared at the door as usual. Didn't I tell you that you and Lilia don't have to get up so early? I can wait until after 7 to have breakfast. Yang Ming said helplessly. I'll definitely do it next time. Lilith said with her head down. Forget it, as long as you are happy. Yang Ming smiled helplessly. Since the two of them insisted so much, Yang Ming had no choice but to follow their wishes. However, it is also a nice thing to wake up every day and eat a hot breakfast carefully prepared by a pair of twin sisters. Not bad, it tastes great. Yang Ming picked up a piece of Rujiamo and took a big bite. Thank you for the compliment, Lord. Lilith felt sweet in her heart after receiving Yang Ming's affirmation. Chapter 53. NATO troops surround Huaxiao City. Yang Ming stood on a high ground, overlooking the entire territory of Huaxiao City. How is the security in the territory today? Are there any signs of residents fleeing? Yang Ming asked. Yesterday, Yang Ming sent someone to post a notice stating that a large-scale war would break out in the near future. Old Carl, who was standing behind Yang Ming, quickly stepped forward and replied, Your Excellency, although the residents all know that many forces will attack Huaxia City today, they have no intention of abandoning the city and fleeing. Instead, they have actively applied to join the work of defending the city and resisting foreign enemies. Everyone trusts the Lord. Moreover, the residents have developed an extremely strong sense of identity with Huaxia City and have a strong desire to protect this land. Yang Ming looked down at the busy people below. Some were actively building a defensive wall, some were furiously sharpening weapons, some were reinforcing the fence, and the soldiers were all preparing for battle training. In short, almost every resident is contributing his or her part to the protection of Huaxia City. Old Carl added, Lord, we were homeless refugees. If you hadn't taken us in, we would have starved to death or become food for strange beasts. You not only saved our lives, but also gave us food and a house to live in. To us, Huaxia City is a utopia, a sacred place that we must protect even at the cost of our lives. My Lord, we all believe that you can lead us to protect this home. Hearing this, a string in Yang Ming's heart was touched. Yang Ming turned around and looked at old Carl, Chen Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, Zhou Mingrui, and others, then asked in a deep voice, What about you? Will you betray the trust that the residents have placed in us? Chen Jian and Zhang Lingfeng were the first to answer. If the enemy attacks, I will stand before tens of thousands of men, my sword drawn, and I will stain the sky with blood. Yang Ming smiled and nodded. Very good. Pass my order down. At noon, all soldiers will follow me out of the city and fight the Americans in an open battle. In this battle, I want the whole world to see clearly that China is invincible. At noon, the sun is shining brightly. The NATO coalition forces composed of more than 40 countries including the United States, Australia, Canada, Germany, Italy, and Japan have gradually approached Yang Ming's territory. Through intelligence passed by spies, NATO has obtained Yang Ming's coordinate location information. Under the command of the United States, more than 300,000 Allied troops have arrived near Yang Ming's Huaxia City. There were more than 1,500 lords participating in the war. In fact, the vast majority of people have awakened B-level talents, and the weakest have awakened dual C-level talents. NATO organized an army of more than 300,000 troops, which surrounded Yang Ming's territory in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Mr. Temepper, is it worth it for us to mobilize so many troops just to deal with Yang Ming? A Lord representative from Australia couldn't help but ask. In order to deal with a Chinese person, more than 1,500 lords were dispatched. Such an absurd thing has never happened in history. As the strongest lord in the United States in the novice zone and the commander-in-chief of this operation, Temple frowned and responded. From the president himself. How dare you question it? No, we dare not. The Australian Lord representative shook his head quickly. Even if the president of Australia meets the president of the United States, he has to be humble. He is just a small lord and naturally dare not say such words. Snort. Temup snorted coldly, then said loudly, I give this order in the name of the NATO commander. Everyone advance. If Yang Ming does not accept surrender, then we will attack the city immediately. Yes. More than 300,000 people shouted in unison. The sound was deafening. Outside the city, the NATO alliance led by the United States has surrounded Huaxia City. But similarly, in Huaxia City, Yang Ming also gathered all the soldiers. A total of more than 14,000 soldiers formed rows of neat and orderly teams, waiting for Yang Ming's orders. Yang Ming stood at the highest point and slowly said, Brothers, without saying anything else, I just want to ask you one question. Do you want to own a house of your own, start a family, marry a virtuous wife, and have a child? Think, the soldiers asked in unison. Yang Ming patted his chest and said, You want it, and I want it too. So, I can promise you that after this battle, as long as you can come back alive, I will arrange an apartment for each of you. Those who have made outstanding contributions will be directly rewarded with a house. With a house, are you still worried about not being able to find a partner? We are the soldiers from Huaxia City, and we are willing to fight. Everyone responded loudly. Tell me, what should you do? Yang Ming asked. Go into battle and kill the enemy, and bury all invading enemies, the soldiers roared. Very good. Yang Ming nodded and said loudly, Now, the enemy has surrounded our city. They want to break through our city gates, burn down our homes, enslave us, and take away everything we have. You say, are we going to sit and wait for death? No, the only option is to fight, the soldiers shouted loudly. Very good, brothers, follow me out of the city. Today, let's have a good fight with the Americans. Yang Ming waved his hand. Squeak. Following a sharp and dull sound, the gate of the territory was slowly opened. Yang Ming rode a black horse and led Chun Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, and the soldiers out of the territory. The movement here was immediately noticed by the NATO allied forces outside. Lord Temupu, look, that Chinese guy actually came out on his own initiative, someone immediately reminded. What? Temupu was a little surprised. According to normal logic, shouldn't the NATO coalition forces attack the city and Yang Ming defend the territory to the death? If Yang Ming ran out, wouldn't that be a trap for him? Wouldn't that be a waste of the advantage of defending the city? Look, not only did Yang Ming come out, he also brought all the troops out, someone exclaimed. When Yang Ming's army appeared in the sight of the NATO army, everyone was shocked. There are more than 10,000 soldiers, and each one of them exudes an aura like a tiger. This. How is this possible? Why does he have so many soldiers? Oh my God, I've spent so much resources training soldiers, and now I can only train a team of 100 people. How did he do it? It's unbelievable how terrifying Yang Ming's talent is. I finally understand why the President of the United States went to such great lengths to kill Yang Ming. His potential is truly terrifying. Once Yang Ming grows up, I'm afraid no one in the entire Blue Star will be able to compete with him. As time passed, the two armies finally collided head-on. Chapter 54. Do you, America, dare to accept the war? At this moment, Yang Ming's army and the NATO coalition forces led by Trump were confronting each other at a distance of 200 meters. After a moment, Temupu took the initiative to break the silence. Lord Yang Ming, you are leading so many people out of the territory. Does this mean you want to surrender? Haha. Yang Ming sneered. Temupu could hear the sarcasm in Yang Ming's tone, but he still spoke to himself. Yang Ming, although you are Chinese, our president has always valued talents. As long as you are willing to surrender and become a U.S. citizen, our country is willing to give you the highest honor. The president will personally confer you a military rank, and you will become the youngest 5-star general in U.S. history, on the same level as General MacArthur. Furthermore, we can bring your family and friends to the United States and let them become noble Americans like you. As soon as these words were spoken, before Yang Ming could say anything, everyone else couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. No one expected that in order to bribe Yang Ming, the U.S. president would offer such a high salary. That's a 5-star general in the United States. There are only a few of them in history. What if I refuse? Yang Ming asked back. Temupu's face fell. He offered such tempting conditions, and if Yang Ming still refused, how could he put his face aside? If you refuse, you will die here today. Temupu said coldly. Haha, you are just a bunch of ants, and you want to kill me? If you want to bribe me, you have to at least prove your strength, right? Yang Ming sneered. Then, Yang Ming suddenly took a deep breath, gathered all his strength, and let out a deafening roar. Temple, send out your strongest NATO soldiers to fight against the soldiers of Huaxia City. Do you dare to accept the one-on-one duel before the battle? Trump, since you said you represent the United States, do you dare to accept it? Yang Ming gathered all his strength and yelled at the top of his lungs. sending his voice to everyone's ears. In this battle, Yang Ming wants to establish his authority, and the United States is the best stepping stone. Temapu's face gradually turned red. He didn't expect that Yang Ming would be so arrogant as to say such words in front of so many lords of countries. If he doesn't answer, doesn't it mean that the United States is afraid? By then, the United States' international prestige will decline. No, Temeper doesn't dare to take the blame. Yang Ming laughed again and said unscrupulously, "What? You Americans don't dare to accept it? Ha 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 ha. If you don't dare, then don't dare. I'll let you go, then let's start fighting directly. Isn't it just a one-on-one duel? What's there to be afraid of? How can my great America be afraid of you?" Trump was already enraged. Then, Temup pointed his finger and said to the representative of the Lords of Manhwa, "Ruan Siqiang, you are the first one to fight. You can only win and not lose." Ruan Siqiang, the representative of the Lords of Manhwa, has awakened double B level combat talents and is the most capable Lord of Manhwa. "Yes, Lord Temapu," said Ruan Siqiang. After saying that, Ruan Siqiang walked to the battlefield ahead alone. Yang Ming was furious when he saw that the first enemy to come on the field was the Lord of Manhwa. The Kingdom of Manhwa was definitely an ungrateful country. Back in 1950, when the Gallic Empire invaded South Vietnam, China not only provided 20 billion supplies to South Vietnam, but also secretly sent military advisors to support South Vietnam. Unexpectedly, under the instigation of the United States, the South Vietnam massacred and expelled overseas Chinese, armed invaded Chinese territory, and sent troops to illegally occupy most of the islands in the South China Sea. For this reason, the newly established New China had to launch a 10-year self-defense counterattack against Vietnam. Zhang Lingfeng, go kill him for me. Yang Ming had no good feelings towards this group of ungrateful people. "Don't worry, my lord. I will definitely chop off his head," said Zhang Lingfeng. After saying that, Zhang Lingfeng leaped forward, holding the silver dragon spear in his hand, and came to the opposite side of Ruan Siqiang. 30 meters apart, the two men faced each other. "Are you my opponent?" Ruan Siqiang asked first. Zhang Lingfeng tightly grasped the silver dragon spear in his hand and pointed it at Ruan Siqiang. "Yes, come here and die. I will take your head." Ruan Siqiang snorted coldly and said with a gloomy face, "You're still so arrogant even when you're about to die. You don't think you can stop our army of over 300,000 with just 10,000 people, do you?" Ruan Siqiang was very conceited. In his opinion, the more than 300,000 NATO troops led by the United States were enough to easily defeat Yang Ming's army. Zhang Lingfeng remained unmoved and continued to talk to himself. "I don't know anything else, but I only know one thing. You will soon die under my gun." Ruan Siqiang's eyes flashed with viciousness, and he said in a deep voice, "Then there's nothing more to say. Let's start fighting. If it weren't for your Chinese refusal to cede the provinces of Guang and Yun, our Manhwa kingdom would have unified Southeast Asia long ago. China is such a vast territory, so what's wrong with you giving us some land? You have no magnanimity at all. I hate you Chinese people. So go to hell." After saying that, Ruan Siqiang picked up a black spear and rushed towards Zhang Lingfeng. The silver dragon spear in Zhang Lingfeng's hand pierced through and hit the opponent's head. Bang! The silver dragon spear and the black spear collided with each other, producing violent sparks. Ruan Siqiang reacted quickly. He swept his spear, changed his position, and shot at Zhang Lingfeng's thigh. Black fire spear technique. At the same time, a ball of black flame covered the spear. But Zhang Lingfeng is no pushover either. His combat power value is as high as 147 points, and with the added power of the silver dragon spear, he has enough room to fight back. Zhang Lingfeng just made a light sideways move and completely neutralized the opponent's attack. Is this an excellent grade weapon? Ruan Siqiang was shocked. Zhang Lingfeng's basic attack blocked his own skills. The only explanation was that the quality of Zhang Lingfeng's weapon was far superior to his. Ruan Siqiang felt very unbalanced and jealous to death. As the representative of the Lord of Manhwa, even if he awakened 2 B-level talents, Ruan Siqiang was unable to obtain an excellent level weapon. Because excellent, grade weapons are so scarce. But why can the other party, who is just a soldier of Yang Ming, get an excellent weapon? Ruan Siqiang cried out in his heart, "This is unfair, very unfair. Why should all the good luck belong to the Chinese? As long as I kill you, your weapon will be mine. Come here and die." Ruan Siqiang roared loudly and rushed towards Zhang Lingfeng again. This time, Zhang Lingfeng didn't plan to hold back. Dragon Soul. Zhang Lingfeng swept his spear, and the silver dragon spear burst out with a brilliant light. A white dragon shadow appeared, surrounding the silver dragon spear and Zhang Lingfeng. Dragon Soul, a B-level skill, summons a silver dragon phantom that inherits 100% of the master's combat power and fights alongside the master. In an instant, the silver dragon spear burst out with incomparably powerful power, and Ruan Siqiang was the first to bear the brunt. Chapter 55 Zhang Lingfeng vs. Ruan Siqiang. Zhang Lingfeng held a spear in his hand, and a silver dragon shadow hovered around his body, looking majestic. Ruan, come here and die. With the rapid piercing of the spear, Zhang Lingfeng aimed at the vital points of Ruan Siqiang's body and launched a crazy attack. How arrogant. You think you can kill me? I'm the most powerful lord in Manhwa, and you're just a soldier of Yangming. Do you think you're qualified to kill me? Ruan Siqiang went forward to counter Zhang Lingfeng's attacks one by one. The two sides fought back and forth, killing each other. Although Zhang Lingfeng has poor talent, his combat power value is as high as 147 points. In addition, he has excellent weapons, so he fights extremely fiercely. Although Ruan Siqiang's combat power value is only 124 points, he is not at a disadvantage at all thanks to the natural advantage of double B-level combat talents. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Wave after wave of energy erupted between the two. Even the ground had a crack due to the aftermath of the battle. 30 minutes later, the battle between Zhang Lingfeng and Ruan Siqiang has reached a fever pitch, and both sides' physical strength is almost reaching its limit. But in terms of perseverance, Zhang Lingfeng is better. After fighting for such a long time, he still remains calm and focused. Now, finally, Zhang Lingfeng seized the opponent's weakness. Taking advantage of the moment when Ruan Siqiang's body tilted, Zhang Lingfeng quickly thrust out his spear and stabbed it straight into his heart. Prepare to die, Dragon Breaker. Zhang Lingfeng used all his strength and concentrated all his power on this shot. Dragon Breaking Strike, a C-level skill, launches a penetrating attack with an effective range of up to 30 meters. Accompanied by a dragon roar, Zhang Lingfeng's silver dragon spear finally pierced Ruan Siqiang's heart. Ruan Siqiang was hit hard and spit out large mouthfuls of blood. General Zhang is mighty. Color. Seeing this scene, the soldiers on the Huaxia city side couldn't help but cheer. On the other hand, Temeper was so angry that his face turned blue. He didn't expect to suffer a setback in the first game. Mr. Ruan, it doesn't matter if you die, but don't lose. Stand up now. Temeper roared angrily. After hearing these words, Ruan Siqiang, who was on the verge of death, suddenly came to his senses. Ruan Siqiang ignored the spear that pierced his heart. He walked forward and grabbed Zhang Lingfeng tightly. Even if I die, you won't be able to live. Ruan Siqiang pulled out an energy bomb from his arms, a high-quality one. Then, his body began to slowly swell and turn red. Finally, he laughed wildly like a madman and shouted, "Art is explosion." The energy bomb exploded with brilliant sparks and a burst of scorching heat. Zhang Lingfeng's pupils shrank. He sensed danger and wanted to escape, but Ruan Siqiang held him tightly, making it impossible for him to escape. Finally, a powerful explosion sounded. Boom! Ruan Siqiang's body exploded, releasing an energy storm that directly engulfed Zhang Lingfeng. Oh yeah, it's a comeback. Ha ha ha, Chinese people are just stupid. They can't even avoid this. Looking at the thick fog caused by the explosion, everyone in the NATO camp couldn't help but burst into laughter. The game that was supposed to be lost was forced into a draw. How could they not be happy? When the smoke cleared, Ruan Siqiang was no longer on the battlefield, and the seriously injured Zhang Lingfeng was lying on the ground. Hurry, go and rescue the people. Yang Ming immediately ordered. Yes, my lord. The two soldiers rushed to the battlefield as quickly as possible and carried Zhang Lingfeng back. Although Zhang Lingfeng was seriously injured and dying, he was gritting his teeth and trying not to faint. My lord, I'm sorry. Although I killed him, I was also injured due to carelessness. Zhang Lingfeng said with difficulty. It's okay, you've done very well. Go down for treatment. Yang Ming comforted. With Anna around, Zhang Lingfeng will not die. He will be able to recover almost immediately after lying down for half a day. Yang Ming didn't expect that the other party would be so crazy. Ha ha, Yang Ming, your men don't look like much. They can't even withstand an explosion of this magnitude. Temeper was in a good mood, and he laughed triumphantly, then said sarcastically, Who are you going to send out to die next? Upon hearing this, without waiting for Yang Ming to express his opinion, Chun Jian took the initiative to challenge. My lord, let me take the field next. I can dodge explosions of that magnitude. Well, go ahead. Yang Ming nodded. At present, Yang Ming only focuses on training two fighters, Zhang Lingfeng and Chun Jian. Now that Zhang Lingfeng is injured, he can only let Chun Jian take the field. After getting Yang Ming's consent, Chun Jian went to the battlefield. Chun Jian is tall and straight. When he stands there, he gives people the feeling of an indestructible rock. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Chun Jian is stronger than Zhang Lingfeng. After all, Chun Jian was summoned by Yang Ming on the first day, used a soldier-strengthening talisman, and fought continuously for 14 days to improve his strength. You, the guy with the mustache, what's your name? Oh, your name is Hitler, right? You go next, said Team. Hitler, the strongest lord of Germany, also awakened double B-level combat talents. But he is undoubtedly more powerful than Wan Ziqiang just now. Chun Jian and Hitler both walked to the front of their respective military camps. I, Hitler, the lord of Germany, please teach me. Hitler took the initiative to say. Seeing the other party introduce himself, Chun Jian reciprocated and said, Chun Jian, commander of the Huaxia City Azure Dragon Legion, please. However, just when Chun Jian had finished speaking half of his words, Hitler, who had a small mustache, suddenly attacked and took the opportunity to sneak attack Chun Jian. Hitler's moves were vicious and insidious. He wanted to attack Chun Jian's lower body right from the start. You shameless villain. Chun Jian was angry. He didn't expect that the person in front of him would be so shameless. Not only did he suddenly attack others when they were talking, but he also hit them in the crotch. Chun Jian was forced to retreat quickly, and then found the right moment to swing his sword at Hitler's hand. Chun Jian thought that the knife would miss, but he successfully cut off Hitler's hands. Chun Jian was surprised that it went so smoothly, because he thought it would be a fierce battle. But at this time, a strange scene appeared. Hitler laughed sinisterly, and his severed arms twisted back together miraculously. With a twist, Hitler's broken arms began to swell and become huge, and even began to grow dense roots. Die for me. Finally, his arms turned into countless vines and directly wrapped around Chun Jian's body. Chapter 56, Chun Jian versus Hitler. At this time, Hitler's limbs had turned into roots and vines covered with thorns. His entire mental state seemed to have entered a state of madness, and he kept making strange laughs. As more and more vines appeared, the entire battlefield seemed to have turned into a vine nest. For a moment, Chun Jian could only passively swing the black iron sword and continuously cut off the vines around him. However, the vines seem to be immortal and can regenerate no matter how many times they are cut. Seeing that Hitler had indeed gained the upper hand from the beginning, the people of NATO could not help but cheer. Well done. As expected of Lord Hitler, your talent is incredible. Look at that Chinese guy. He doesn't even have the ability to resist. With this little bit of strength, are you worthy enough to fight us one-on-one? China is such rubbish. The sarcastic voices outside the field did not affect Chun Jian's mentality, but instead made him analyze more calmly. Since he didn't know what Hitler's talent was, Chun Jian could only rely on his own judgment. Chun Jian began to analyze. First of all, the vines aren't very lethal, but they grow at an astonishing rate, so his talent must be related to recovery and regeneration. Secondly, his body has transformed into vines, but his head has retained its human form. Therefore, his head is most likely his weak point. After the analysis, Chun Jian had already thought of a countermeasure. All you need to do is deal enough damage to clear the vines blocking your way, then rush forward and chop off the opponent's head with one blow. But with its super strong recovery and regeneration abilities, how could Hitler's vines break so easily? It seems that I need to use the 7th vibrating sword. 7-fold vibrating sword, B-level, a skill attached to the black iron broadsword. Every time you swing the sword, the damage can be added to the next sword, up to a maximum of 7 layers. 7-fold vibration sword, the first sword. Chun Jian used the 7th vibration sword, and as the sword chopped down, all the vines within 2 meters around were cut off. But the vine's regeneration ability was so fast that in just a few seconds, dense vines came sweeping over again. The second knife. However, Chun Jian was not in a hurry and chopped off the second blow. The power of the second blow was twice that of the previous one, and it directly destroyed all the vines within a 4-meter radius. But the vines were like weeds, which could not be burned by wildfires. They would grow again with the spring breeze and soon surrounded Chun Jian from all directions. The third knife. The fourth knife. With each swing of the sword, the previous damage can be added to the next one. Chun Jian's strength at this time is no longer on the same level as before. 7-fold sword vibration, the 5th sword. Chun Jian swung the 5th knife and was able to cut off all the vines in front of him. At the same time, the damage of this blow is also added to the next blow. All the vines were cut off, and there was no more obstruction. Chun insisted on rushing forward with the knife. 7-fold vibrating sword, 6th sword. Chun Jian aimed at Hitler's head and chopped it with the knife. However, strangely, Hitler not only did not dodge, but instead showed a sinister smile. Crack! Chun Jian's black iron sword chopped off Hitler's head as he wished. However, no one expected that even though Hitler's head was chopped off, he still did not die. You've been fooled? Actually, my brain is the strongest. Hitler's head suddenly showed a smug smile. Ha ha, feel the feeling of being swallowed. Hitler laughed. Immediately afterwards, with Hitler as the center, countless vines were uprooted and emerged from the ground. The number is actually 3 times as much as before. It turns out that this person had left a lot of vines under his feet, waiting for me to take the bait. Chun Jian thought. But it doesn't matter. My sword power has already accumulated. Let's see how you can block the next blow. Sevenfold vibrating sword, the 7th sword. Chun Jian no longer held back and directly swung out his strongest blow. The indestructible sword light engulfed the vines. The terrifying energy explosion was even more shocking than the previous explosion. After a while, when the smoke cleared, only Chun Jian's figure and vine fragments scattered all over the ground were left. We won. Great, Commander Chun won. The soldiers of Huaxia City all cheered. However, just when Chun Jian relaxed his vigilance, a vine seed that fell on the ground actually drilled into Chun Jian's thigh at an extremely fast speed, and then crawled from his thigh to his head. Ah! Chun Jian screamed and half-knelt on the ground. Ha ha ha! Seeing this scene, Trump laughed triumphantly again. You didn't expect that after awakening the B-level talents, Devil Vine Body, and Parasite, Hitler wouldn't die even if he turned into a seed. Ha 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 ha! Chinese people, you lose this time. Hearing what Temeper said, Chun Jian was shocked and angry. He really didn't expect that the other party would turn into a seed and still survive. Am I going to lose? No. If I fall here, how can I continue to follow the Lord? Will I disappoint the Lord's expectations of me? No, I must win. With a strong desire to win, Chun Jian picked up the big knife and pointed it at his stomach. Under the gaze of everyone, Chun Jian cut open his stomach. From beginning to end, Chun Jian never frowned. He stretched out his hand neatly and took out the seed that had penetrated into his body as quickly as possible. Then, squeeze hard and crush the seeds in one handful. This scene really shocked everyone. Isn't he in pain? Everyone in the NATO camp felt their scalps tingling. Chun Jian in the field acted as if nothing had happened. He dragged his dissected body and returned to Yang Ming with his head held high and his chest puffed out. My lord, I have fulfilled my mission and the enemy has been annihilated by me. Chun Jian said to Yang Ming. Looking at his abdomen which was still bleeding, Yang Ming knew that he was holding on, so he quickly said, Hurry up, have someone carry you to the infirmary to find Anna and let her save you. But the war is not over yet. Chun Jian was reluctant to leave. This is an order. Go get treatment immediately. Yang Ming said with a stern face, Leave the rest to me. You just need to recuperate in the clinic. We'll have a celebration banquet tonight. Okay. Chun Jian had no choice but to agree. After Chun Jian left, Yang Ming was the only one left on the court who could play. My lord, let me play in the next match. My lord, let me do it. Even if I die, I will not bring shame to Huaxia City. My lord, am also very good at fighting. The soldiers stepped forward one after another and asked Yang Ming to fight. Yang Ming shook his head and said coldly, No need for that. Just stay where you are and wait for them. From now on, I will take action to put an end to them once and for all. Chapter 57. The third round. Yang Ming takes action. Yang Ming rode a black horse and slowly walked into the battlefield. Standing in the center of the battlefield, Yang Ming faced more than 300,000 NATO troops alone. His figure was slightly thin, but gave people an extremely tall feeling. No way. This is only the third game, and Lord Yang Ming, you actually took the field yourself? Could it be that you don't have anyone who can perform well? Temeper said sarcastically. Facing Temeper's sarcasm, Yang Ming said calmly, I just don't want to waste time. From now on, I will kill all of you by myself. Just you? Kill us all by yourself? Ha ha ha, this is so funny. An Italian lord couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yang Ming glanced at him and said lightly, You don't believe me? You can come up and arm wrestle with me. Italian lord snorted coldly and said sarcastically, Yang Ming, it's not impossible for you to challenge me, but you have to prove that you have the strength first. How about this? You fight my soldiers first, and if you win, I will fight with you. After saying that, he waved his hand, and then a short and thin man ran out. This thin man is a militiaman of the Italian lord, serving as cannon fodder, and his combat power is less than 8 points. Lord Yang Ming, make your move. If you defeat him, it will prove that you have the strength to challenge me. The Italian lord said sarcastically. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. Yang Ming was really a little angry. Yang Ming slowly raised his hand, his 5 fingers forming a claw, and suddenly, a dazzling flash of lightning flashed in the palm of his palm. Thunder flashes. Yang Ming hummed softly. The next second, a huge bolt of lightning burst out from Yang Ming's palm and instantly struck the Italian lord who liked to talk nonsense. As fast as lightning, it pierced directly through the heart of the Italian lord. I'll go. What's going on? Seeing this scene, everyone in the audience became agitated instantly. No one expected that Yang Ming could kill someone effortlessly from a distance of 100 meters. Such a powerful method made everyone present feel terrified and their scalps tingled. Next, who among you wants to challenge me? Yang Ming's voice resounded throughout the venue. This time, no one dared to be sarcastic. Even Trump kept his mouth shut with a heavy expression. Time passes by little. Lord Yang Ming, let me see what you are capable of. At this time, a blond man walked over from the NATO camp. Okay. Yang Ming just glanced at him lightly. The blond man came up to Yang Ming and performed a knight's salute. His attitude was very good, different from most of the arrogant white people in Europe and America. Lord Yang Ming, my name is Baron, and I'm from France. I hope you can understand that it's not my intention to be an enemy of China, so I hope to have a brief competition with you. Seeing that his attitude seemed okay, Yang Ming nodded and said, Okay, I can leave you a whole body. Baron laughed helplessly, but he had no choice but to go ahead with it. Lord Yang Ming, I'm going to get on. A Western sword appeared in Baron's hand, and his sword-holding movements perfectly replicated the sword-drawing movements of ancient European knights. Baron was testing the waters step by step, gradually approaching Yang Ming. Lord Yang Ming, be careful. After a while, Baron rushed to Yang Ming. At the same time, the Western sword in his hand stabbed at the vital parts of Yang Ming's body. That's it. Facing Baron's attack, Yang Ming simply raised his right hand slightly. Then, she accurately grasped his rapier between 2 fingers. Baron was shocked. He had been testing the waters for so long before deciding to thrust the sword, but Yang Ming deflected it so easily. Sure enough, just as Baron thought, Yang Ming was terrifyingly strong. Humph, Lord Yang Ming, you are careless. But Baron, as the most powerful lord in France, is no pushover. At least judging from the panel, Baron's combat power value is already 145 points. Space transfer. Baron activated his talent. Space transfer, a B-level talent, allows you to instantly move yourself and the objects you touch, but the distance is greatly limited. The rapier that was originally controlled by Yang Ming disappeared out of thin air. The next second, Baron appeared behind Yang Ming strangely. Feeling a cold wind coming from behind, Baron's rapier had already stabbed towards Yang Ming's back, with the distance less than 10 centimeters. Yang Ming sensed something, and with his super-fast speed, he moved the sky-splitting sword to block. Again, space transfer. However, Baron was quite smart. He was still testing the waters this time, and changed his position again the next second. This time, Baron finally stopped testing. He appeared beside Yang Ming and stabbed Yang Ming's shoulder with a sword. All of Baron's previous feigned attacks were for this moment. Yang Ming admitted that Baron's combat awareness was quite good, so he became a little more serious. Thunder flashes. Yang Ming hummed again. Immediately afterwards, the surface of Yang Ming's body flashed with lightning, and he indiscriminately released large-scale lightning damage centered on himself. Baron's rapier still pierced Yang Ming's shoulder, and he was struck by lightning, making him doubt his life. Baron was electrocuted and sent flying, his skin scorched. But he was still breathing. He was just injured and fell into a coma. He would be fine after lying in bed for a day or two. The reason why Yang Ming didn't kill Baron was because he had just stabbed his own shoulder and did not kill him. Next, after defeating Baron, Yang Ming spoke as usual. Yang Ming's face was calm and his tone of voice was always relaxed. After 2 minutes, no one responded to the challenge, so Yang Ming called out Temepper's name. Trump, how long do you want me to wait? Send someone stronger to play. Don't let me play so boringly. Tramp was so angry, but he could do nothing. After all, Yang Ming was too strong. But Temepper's command experience was still very strong. He quickly adjusted his thoughts and continued to give orders. India, send your strongest lord to fight. Finally, Temep ordered. An Indian immediately responded. Okay, then let me do it. I've long disliked the Chinese. As the most powerful lord of Tianzhu, I'll be the one to defeat Yang Ming. For some reason, this Indian man is particularly confident. He came to Yang Ming and said to himself, My name is Amir Khan, and I come from the great country of India. Remember this name, because I will be the one who kills you. Chapter 58, I Want to Beat 10. Yang Ming had never seen such a confident person. Even though Yang Ming had defeated 2 people, this Indian man named Amir Khan was still extremely confident and believed that he could easily defeat Yang Ming. Have you awakened your A-level talent? Yang Ming asked subconsciously. No, but I can definitely defeat you. As a Brahmin noble, I can never lose. Amir Khan said confidently. Without A-level talent, where do you get so much confidence? Didn't you see that I killed 2 B-level talents just now? Then come here, Yang Ming said. Amir Khan said with disdain. Humph, I'm stronger than you. You should be the one to attack me. I can give you 3 moves. Yang Ming discovered that this person was really good at pretending. I had the urge to beat him to death. Come here, I'll give you 5 moves. Yang Ming said, while suppressing his anger. Amir Khan is still full of absolute confidence and said arrogantly, 5 moves is nothing. I told you to come here. I'll stand still and let you hit me. If you move, I lose. Yang Ming really couldn't stand it anymore. Since you want to die, I'll give you a ride. Yang Ming rushed up at the fastest speed and punched him in the chest. Wow. Amir Khan spat out a mouthful of blood and then fell straight to the ground. I was careless and didn't dodge. Amir Khan endured the pain and fainted after saying this. Yang Ming was silent. As expected of a country where even lizards can't protect chrysanthemums, it is indeed full of talented people. How did such a weirdo become the strongest lord of Tianju? Fuck, are these damn Indians here just to embarrass us? Temapu felt like he was about to explode with anger and secretly decided in his heart that he would never trust India again. After this episode, Yang Ming adjusted his attitude and said, Next, before long, under the coercion of Temecula, Turkey's strongest lord had no choice but to take the field. But he only lasted 3 minutes before being defeated by Yang Ming. Next, the strongest lord in Greece sent out his summons to fight, but was defeated miserably. Next, the Jewish nations went to war, but were also defeated. Next, until Yang Ming knocked down the 7th person and shouted, Next one, for the 7th time. No one dared to fight anymore. What? No one of you dares to come up. Yang Ming waited for 5 minutes, but no one dared to come out to fight him, so he started to question. No one from the NATO alliance dared to say a word. Through the previous battles, everyone finally realized that Yang Ming's strength had far surpassed everyone else. Even if he awakened 2 B-level talents and had a combat power of 150, he could not last more than 5 minutes in front of Yang Ming. So strong. This man named Yang Ming is simply invincible. Seeing that no one dared to respond to him, Yang Ming said to Temep, Temple, what's the matter? Are you afraid to fight anymore? Do you want to surrender? Temeper's face was gloomy. Before the fight, he had made all kinds of calculations, but he had never expected Yang Ming to be so powerful. At the beginning, Temeper wanted to use the human wave tactics to consume Yang Ming's physical strength bit by bit. But who could have imagined that Yang Ming's fighting ability was so amazing that he could easily kill 7 lords? Yang Ming, don't be too proud. The stronger you appear, the more likely you are to die today, Temeper said, gritting his teeth. Yang Ming glanced at him and said lightly, Oh really? Then come and kill me quickly. How about you fight me in person this time? Temeper did not agree, because he knew very well that if he played, it would be no different from committing suicide. Seeing that he didn't answer, Yang Ming asked again. Why? Temeper, you don't dare? If you don't dare, then all of you come together, no matter how many of you there are, come together to challenge me. I'm going to fight 10. After hearing these words, 2 words came to everyone's mind. Crazy. Yang Ming is simply too arrogant. But unfortunately, no one could stand up and defeat him. Yang Ming, since you are so arrogant, I will play with you carefully and slowly until the end, said Temapu. Team doesn't want it to end so soon, so he's trying to delay time. That's right. The reason why Team agreed to a one-on-one duel with Yang Ming was entirely to delay time. Because in secret, Temapu had already sent another army, which quietly went around to the rear of Yang Ming's territory. At this moment, Yang Ming and his army are at the front position, so the defense of Huaxia City is at its weakest. As long as they can unexpectedly break into Yang Ming's territory from the rear, the balance of victory will completely tilt towards Trump. Yang Ming, do you really want to fight 10 people alone? Temeper was still trying his best to delay time. Of course, you all come together. Yang Ming said, Okay, I'll satisfy you. While the fighting was in full swing on the front line, an army of 20,000 men had quietly circled around to the rear of Huaxia City. This army was led by a tripartite coalition of Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines. 200 meters ahead is Yang Ming's territory. What should we do next? Should we charge in directly? Of course, our mission is to cause chaos. Charge in, chop down anyone you see, set fire everywhere, and work together with Lord Temapu to destroy Yang Ming's territory in one fell swoop. Do you understand everything? Clear. Okay, everyone, Get ready and rush in together." In this way, this army of 20,000 people quietly sneaked into Yang Ming's territory from the rear. At this time, Yang Fifan, who had been stationed near the main gate of Huaxia City, also noticed something. Suddenly, Yang Fifan's ears moved. Is there an invasion? But the number is quite small, only 20,000 people. Yang Fifan had a strong sense of perception and immediately discovered that someone was invading Huaxia City from the rear. As a rare-level evil god guard, Yang Fifan's combat power value has exceeded 1,000 points. In his eyes, these 20,000 people do not pose any threat at all. So, Yang Fifan walked from the main gate of the territory to the back of the territory. At the same time, charge! Everyone charge in. The coalition forces composed of South Korea, Japan, and the Philippines have rushed into Huaxia City from the rear. Ha ha ha, we came in and there wasn't a single guard. Isn't Yang Ming too stupid? He brought all the soldiers out and didn't even protect his home. Isn't this pure idiocy? Stop chatting, guys, it's time to get to work. Ha ha ha, I'm going to kill as much as I can. I'm going to kill all the Chinese men and take the women back as slaves. But just when they wanted to start a killing spree, the sky suddenly darkened and everyone's vision went dark. A gloomy darkness enveloped the area. Then, in the darkness, a terrifying and strange tall black shadow, like a ghost crawling out of hell, appeared in front of the invaders. The projection of the evil god is coming. Chapter 59 War breaks out. What kind of monster is this? What the hell? There's a ghost in broad daylight. Help! The devil is crawling out of the ground. The projection of the dark evil god is more than 30 meters tall, with a hideous face and a huge body. Just one look at it can make people shudder. The terrifying aura emanating from his body made everyone smell a strong scent of death. Hurry, run! Someone shouted, and the invaders were scared and fled in all directions. You want to escape? How can that be so easy? Yang Fifan sneered. Immediately afterwards, Yang Fifan controlled the projection of the evil god, and a huge dark hand suddenly slapped down towards the invader. Anyone who was touched by the dark hand would instantly have their life force sucked out of them and turn into a dried corpse. Every time the projection of the evil god waved its arm, more than a dozen Japanese lords died on the spot. He waved his arm again, and more than a dozen Korean lords fell to the ground and died. The Philippine monkeys were not spared either. Some died, some escaped. Finally, they discovered that the original entrance had been blocked at some point. In the end, this group of Japanese, South Koreans, and Filipino monkeys were all sent to see God by Yang Fifan. At the same time, on the front battlefield, what's going on? Why hasn't the Japanese and South Korean allied forces entered Yang Ming's territory yet? Temup looked at the quiet and peaceful Huaxia City in the distance, and countless questions arose in his mind. But it's been almost 2 hours. Why haven't we seen the flare yet? Suddenly, a burst of enthusiastic cheers brought Temup back to his senses. My lord, this is awesome. Ha ha ha, see? Even if 10 people attack together, they can't defeat the Lord. Great, Lord, you are so awesome. Temup came back to his senses and looked towards the center of the battlefield. In the field, Yang Ming stood like a god of war, while 10 half-dead people lay around him. He defeated the combined forces of 10 NATO lords in less than 10 minutes. Seeing this scene, Temup was in a trance. That's right, just 10 minutes ago, Yang Ming was clamoring to fight 10 people alone. In order to delay time, Temup didn't care about his face anymore and selected 10 powerful lords from NATO member countries and asked them to go up and fight Yang Ming. Trump originally thought that if 10 lords attacked together, they could at least delay a little longer. And then the 10 of them lay on the board together. Yang Ming twisted his neck, turned around, and asked Temup, Trump, the 10 people you sent out are no match for you. They're too weak. Don't you have a single capable fighter among the more than 40 NATO member states? Temup's face darkened, not knowing how to answer. At this moment, he finally understood why the White House ordered to win over or kill Yang Ming at all costs. Because Yang Ming is really too powerful. If we let him grow up, I'm afraid no one in the entire Blue Star will be his opponent in the future. Seeing that Temup was silent, Yang Ming asked, Temple, I guess you're stalling for time, right? Hearing this, Temup was shocked and asked subconsciously, How did you know? The corners of Yang Ming's mouth slightly raised, revealing a sunny and confident smile. Because from the very beginning, I knew what you were up to. That's right. Yang Ming certainly knew that team was deliberately delaying time. So Yang Ming took advantage of the situation and continued to consume NATO's strength through this method. In order to break down Temup's psychological defenses, Yang Ming taunted. Temple, you don't have to wait any longer. The army you sent out for the surprise attack is probably all dead by now. With Yang Fifan, a rare, evil god guarding him, Yang Ming really doesn't have to worry about the safety of his territory. Hearing this, Temapu was shocked again. It turned out that Yang Ming had seen through everything a long time ago. Yang Ming, you have been playing tricks on me? Temeper asked, gritting his teeth. Yang Ming shrugged and said calmly, I'm not kidding you, but you're just too stupid. After being teased by Yang Ming time and again, Temup could no longer control his anger. He growled in a low voice. Yang Ming, do you really think that you alone can deal with more than 1,000 NATO lords and over 300,000 troops at the same time? Temapu was really furious. At the beginning, he wanted to capture Yang Ming with the least sacrifice, so he sent people to invade from the rear. However, now Temapu no longer cares about anything else. As long as he can kill Yang Ming, he is willing to pay any price. Just you. Yang Ming sneered and said in a deep voice, what if we have more than 1,000 lords? What if we have an army of 300,000? I have never taken you seriously. If you want to fight, I will fight. Am I afraid of you? The last bit of Temeper's rationality had been completely swallowed up. At this moment, he could no longer care about anything else. He raised his right hand high and shouted loudly, everyone listen up. In the name of NATO's commander-in-chief, I order all troops to prepare for war. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience became tense. An invisible murderous aura filled the battlefield. Yang Ming's expression turned serious. He slowly raised the sky-splitting blade in his hand, pointed the tip of the blade at the NATO army, and slowly spoke. Very good. I have been waiting for this battle for a long time. From today on, I will tell the world and the American people in all fairness. Those who want to be enemies of China should prepare for destruction. Things have developed to this point, and Temeper knows that there is no turning back. If he gives in now, it would be equivalent to telling everyone that the entire NATO alliance cannot defeat a Chinese person. By then, the United States' international prestige will drop to a freezing point. This battle must be fought. As long as Yang Ming can be killed, everything can be saved. So, Temep directly issued a military order and shouted sternly, summon your battle pets and prepare for battle. As soon as the words fell, one after another tamed beasts were summoned out by the NATO lords. Ouch! A 10-meter-tall, muscular silver bear was summoned, and one of its claws could smash a house. A chirping sound was heard, and suddenly a two-headed bird covered with red feathers flew into the air. Its wingspan was 20 meters long. A colorful abyss python emerged from the ground and could swallow 5 people in one bite. In addition, there are countless other exotic beasts and war pets summoned by the NATO lords. Temup looked at Yang Ming coldly and asked in a deep voice, Yang Ming, I'm asking you one last time. Surrender to the United States of America, or die. Haha, you have the nerve to take out these rubbish battle pets? Yang Ming mocked the guest mercilessly. As he spoke, Yang Ming flipped his right hand, and the dark spirit peacock summoning scroll appeared in his palm. Today, I will show you what true strength is. Used the dark spirit peacock summoning scroll without hesitation. In an instant, the earth shook and the mountains trembled, as if some giant beast from the abyss had awakened. Chapter 60. Using talent, summoning the Chinese god. What's going on? An earthquake? What happened? Why do I feel like a terrible monster is about to appear? Oh no, the ground is cracking. The sudden earthquake made everyone panic. But the ones who were most stimulated were the war pets and exotic beasts. The emergence of a blood suppression made them all become restless. Yo! At this moment, a shocking sound of a bell rang out. Even the entire sky darkened. Look, what is that? Someone suddenly discovered that a giant portal suddenly appeared in the sky above Yang Ming's head. Such a huge portal appeared out of nowhere, and even Temup felt extremely uneasy. Then, under the gaze of everyone, a terrifying and huge monster made a shocking appearance. A dark peacock with a pitch-black body looks like a demon crawling out of the abyss. When its feathers are spread out, they can easily cover 100 meters of the sky. Ouch! Dark peacock, a rare flying beast, has a combat power of 1,000 to 1,200. This. At this time, Trump was so shocked that he was completely speechless. Rare level. This is a rare level beast. In the history of Blue Star, no one has ever been able to subdue a rare beast at the novice stage. This is the first time in history that a rare beast has appeared in the novice area of Blue Star. The terrifying aura and deadly sense of oppression made everyone present silent, not daring to make a sound. Seeing the morale drop, Temeper quickly pretended to be calm and said, Don't be afraid, everyone. It's just a rare beast. What's there to be afraid of? Yang Ming definitely doesn't have any other cards up his sleeve. As long as we kill this peacock, we'll win. As long as we win this battle, I guarantee that everyone will receive a generous reward. Although Trump said it easily, no one is a fool, and some people have already begun to think about quitting. Wouldn't it be courting death to fight with a rare monster? Yang Ming saw that some people were already afraid of fighting, so he spoke loudly. Today's battle is a feud between China and the United States. As long as those who were forced to participate retreat now, I, Yang Ming, promise not to hold you responsible. But if you insist on being my enemy, then you will all die today. I will kill you without mercy. The words kill without mercy are full of murderous intent, showing Yang Ming's determination. Trump also quickly threatened, anyone who dares to retreat will become an enemy of the United States and NATO. You'd better think carefully about the consequences. Everyone, don't be fooled. Yang Ming is afraid. He's just bluffing. In today's war, victory will definitely belong to our great America. Although Trump spoke very nicely, some countries eventually withdrew their troops wisely. The first to retreat was India. Sorry, Temepur, my wife is giving birth and I need to go back. After saying this, Ami Khan of India escaped with other Indian lords. Ahem, Lord Temepur, my wife has given birth, and I have to go back too. The Monkey Kingdom were also very smart and ran away directly. Private Marseille, my wife also gave birth to a child. As for me, although my wife didn't give birth to a child, my brother's wife did. There's a 1 in 10 chance that the baby in his wife's belly is mine. After a while, the lords of 7 or 8 countries withdrew their troops. Trump was so angry that his face turned green, and he shouted loudly, "Fuck, are you guys the same wife?" Amir Khan, who had already walked away, suddenly turned around and responded, "Oh no, the baby was born on the same day." Trump was furious and shouted, "Anyone who dares to desert will be an enemy of the United States and NATO, and will bear the consequences." Threatened by Team, some people who were originally ready to escape immediately calmed down. In order to boost morale, Team had to show his trump card. 3 excellent level monster summoning scrolls. Yang Ming, you have a trump card, but so do I. Look, this is the foundation of the world's most powerful country. Trump roared, "Come out, my summoned beast." In an instant, an iron-clawed earth dragon, a flaming 3-headed wolf, and a 6-tailed lion beast were summoned by Trump. Although these 3 excellent beasts are far inferior to the dark spirit peacock, they have at least boosted NATO's morale a little. In order to prevent any more unexpected incidents, Temepur did not intend to wait any longer. He raised his hand high and shouted, "Everyone listen up, attack. Forward, forward, forward. Go ahead, tear them apart, my battle pets." After saying that, Temepur ordered the 3 strange beasts to charge forward at the fastest speed. Then, the NATO army rushed forward like jackals, tigers, and leopards. Seeing this, Yang Ming also took a deep breath, raised the sky-splitting sword, and stepped forward, saying loudly, "Brothers, after this fight, we'll go home and drink and eat meat." The dark peacock hovering above Yang Ming's head, after receiving the order, turned into a streak of light and rushed head-on towards the 3 excellent-level enemy beasts. The black flames burned all over the dark peacock, making its aura even more magnificent. "Brothers, I will lead the charge." Yang Ming mounted his black horse, holding the sky-splitting sword, and rushed towards the enemy alone. As soon as Yang Ming moved, the soldiers behind him also let out earth-shaking shouts at this moment. "Charge! China, rise up!" Although their numbers were far less than the opposing side, the warriors from Huaxia City were more powerful in terms of momentum. Finally, the NATO army and the Huaxia City soldiers collided with each other. In an instant, the earth shook and the sky and the earth lost their color. Thunder flashes. Yang Ming took the lead, rushed to the front, and controlled the thunder to kill everyone. The war has completely broken out. Yang Ming no longer needs to hide his strength. He kills gods and Buddhas who stand in his way and chops anyone he sees. Kill 100 people in 2 steps, and leave no trace in 1,000 miles. Yang Ming was like a sharp knife, single-handedly tearing a hole in the NATO army. He is like a god of war, invincible, and no one can stop him. In less than 5 minutes, thousands of people were killed by Yang Ming. "Yang Ming, your opponent is me." Seeing that Yang Ming was getting more and more fierce, Temepur finally couldn't hold back, and he brought a group of lords to find Yang Ming. In terms of numbers, Temecula had an absolute advantage, so he adopted a strategy of using more people against fewer. In an instant, many lords surrounded Yang Ming. "What? You want to kill me with just this bunch of minions?" Yang Ming didn't take him seriously at all. Temepul looked gloomy, staring at Yang Ming intently, and said, "Yang Ming, I came here well prepared to deal with you. Aren't you curious about my talent?" "Oh, what is it?" Yang Ming asked. "Ha ha ha, just feel it with your heart, and you will feel scared later." Trump laughed arrogantly. Immediately afterwards, Temepur's body emitted a faint, strange red light. Red light emanated from Temep's body and connected to 20 people at the same time. My A-level talent is very special. It can combine parts of the power of multiple people into one person. Temepu said proudly. No matter how strong you are, can you withstand the combined attack of 20 people at the same time? Pulled by the red line, the man in the lead was bleeding from all 7 orifices and twitching all over, but his fighting power also skyrocketed. After a while, that person's combat power value had soared to 400 points, like a human-shaped ferocious beast. Yang Ming could see that the man had indeed become stronger, but he was not far from death. In addition, the 20 people connected by the red line would die within an hour. Temepur's talent is indeed strong, but the side effect is also huge. That is, everyone will die. Yang Ming, give me your life. The humanoid beast rushed towards Yang Ming madly. Huh. Yang Ming took a deep breath, his eyes looking unusually calm. He said slowly, since that's the case, I'll also give it my all. I want to summon the gods. Yang Ming murmured. Yang Ming used his second SSS level talent, Divine Possession. In an instant, a powerful and mysterious wave connected Yang Ming's consciousness. SSS level talent, God Possession, has been used successfully and is randomly communicating with the consciousness of the Chinese god. Not long after, Yang Ming felt a powerful force surging into his body. At the same time, a heroic voice echoed in Yang Ming's mind. I am Zhang Yida from Yan. Who dares to fight me to the death? Chapter 61. The war is over and China wins. This is the Three Kingdoms warrior, Zhang Fei. Through the connection of consciousness, Yang Ming sensed a tall and majestic figure appearing in his mind. He held a 10-foot-long snake spear in his hand, standing upright, as if he could split the sky and the earth in half with ease. However, he clearly summoned the Chinese gods, so why did the spirits of ancient generals come out? Who cares? As long as I can become stronger, that's all. Yang Ming felt that his combat power value was constantly increasing and had now exceeded 500 points. A force more powerful than ever before. Yang Ming's single-arm strength has exceeded 10,000 pounds. General Zhang, please lend me a hand and kill these foreigners who are insulting China. Yang Ming said sincerely and respectfully. Yes. Zhang Fei's voice was full of majesty. Yang Ming immediately became as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood and was full of fighting spirit. At the same time, the humanoid beast that absorbed the power of 20 people had rushed to Yang Ming. Haha, Yang Ming, go to hell. He is extremely fast and can easily run 100 meters in 1 second. But even so, Yang Ming could still easily capture any of his moves. He is indeed very strong, but Yang Ming is even stronger. Call. Yang Ming took a deep breath and said calmly, then I will use you to test the power of the divine possession. Argument. Accompanied by a crisp sound of the blade being unsheathed, the sky-splitting sword was quickly unsheathed. Then, Yang Ming grasped the hilt and swung it with an incredible arc. The knife fell quickly and decisively. This sword-drawing and slashing movement was as smooth as flowing water and was completed almost in a flash. No one could see what was really happening. Crack. Accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking bones, the crazy humanoid beast was cut in half by a single knife, and its entire body was split into 2 halves. Plop, plop. The 2 halves of the body fell to the ground, covered in blood, and rolled on the ground. The last second, Temepur was still imagining the scene of Yang Ming kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. However, Yang Ming's almost perfect move completely shattered Temecula's dream. 1 knife. That's right, just 1 knife. Absorbed the power of 20 people and entered a rampage state. Its combat power value had reached 400 points. However, it was cut in half by Yang Ming with 1 knife. Why? Why is this happening? What on earth did Yang Ming do? Looking at Yang Ming standing like a god of war, Temepu was completely desperate. His legs went soft, and he knelt on the ground. Temep's face was ashen. Only now did he understand how powerful Yang Ming was. It can only be described as invincible. After Yang Ming dealt with the humanoid beast, he turned around, took a step forward, and appeared in front of Temepu at a distance of 300 meters. Putting the sky-splitting knife against his neck, Yang Ming asked coldly, Temple, can you admit defeat now? Temep slowly raised his head, looked at Yang Ming neither servilely nor arrogantly, and whispered, Bah, go ahead. Even if you kill me, I won't admit defeat. Soldiers of the great American nation will never be slaves. Yang Ming was too lazy to talk to him anymore and knocked him unconscious with the handle of the knife. Now that the war is not over yet, Yang Ming turned around and joined the battlefield. Hold on, guys, I'm coming. Yang Ming shouted, then rushed into the enemy crowd with a long knife. Thunder flashes. After rushing into the crowd, Yang Ming habitually launched large-scale lightning damage. In an instant, countless lightning bolts burst out from his body, blowing away all enemies within 100 meters around him. Lightning slash. Thunder Overlord slash. Yang Ming was like a divine punishment from heaven, killing hundreds of enemies in an instant. Yang Ming's heroic performance greatly boosted the morale of his own soldiers. My lord, you are mighty. Too powerful, Lord, you are my God. Brothers, charge. With the Lord here, we will definitely win. If I die, please wrap my body in the Chinese military flag. We will win. Originally, the armies of both sides were in a stalemate, but after Yang Ming joined the battlefield, he immediately sounded the clarion call for a counterattack. Let's turn the situation around. Open. Yang Ming's eyes were filled with the sun, moon, and stars, and were full of divine power, like a god descending to earth. Every time he swung the hilt of his sword, hundreds or thousands of enemies fell. 10 minutes later, the situation was already one-sided. The vast majority of NATO allied forces have given up the idea of continuing to resist. Everyone in NATO, listen up. I've captured your commander-in-chief, Temple. Hurry and drop your weapons. Kneel on the ground and surrender. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy. Seeing that the time had come, Yang Ming stepped forward and shouted loudly. Under the shock of Yang Ming's absolute strength, no one dared to move. In the end, this group of NATO allied forces knelt on the ground. They were all afraid of Yang Ming and were completely convinced. Lord Yang Ming, we lost. We are willing to respect you as king. Everyone knelt down. At this point, the war ended. In this battlefield, Yang Ming represented China and won the victory with fewer troops. We won. The Lord is invincible. Huaxiao City is mighty. The soldiers smiled happily and burst into thunderous cheers. Young man, you did a good job. At this time, Zhang Fei's faint voice came again. Hearing this, Yang Ming immediately lowered his status and said to Zhang Fei, General Zhang, all this is thanks to your help. Zhang Fei laughed loudly and said in a generous tone, Ha ha ha, little brother, you are too polite. I would love to help China resist foreigners. Yang Ming was about to speak when Zhang Fei interrupted him. However, your body is a little weak. You can only withstand 1/10,000th of my divine power. Young man, you need to train more and strive to descend to the battlefield of the gods within 200 years and fight alongside me. Alas, we're really short of people here. It's been a long time since we've had any new blood from China. The last new guy was over 80 years ago. What was his name? Yi Ting. The battlefield of the gods? Fighting alongside you, General? Yang Ming was confused. Is it possible that above the battlefield of all races, there is also a battlefield of gods? But wasn't Zhang Fei dead? How could they fight side by side? Since the two of them were of one mind, Zhang Fei naturally knew what Yang Ming was thinking, and he said unhappily, Dead? When did I die? I've been alive and well, okay? 2,000 years ago, my eldest brother, second brother, and I all achieved godhood, and together we beat up that Yamada, Sin snake from Japan. Okay, you're still young. There's no point telling you this. You should grow up sooner. I admire you very much, and I'll take care of you when you come to the battlefield of the gods. I'm leaving now. See you next time on the battlefield of the gods. Seeing that Zhang Fei was about to leave, Yang Ming still had many questions, so he hurriedly said, Wait, General Zhang, I have another question. What's the problem? Zhang Fei paused. How can I go to the battlefield of the gods? Yang Ming asked. Zhang Fei smiled faintly and said, It's simple, become a god. Become a god. Yang Ming was stunned. It turned out that this world was far more mysterious than he had imagined. Zhang Fei's towering figure slowly disappeared, and Yang Ming clasped his fists and said goodbye. General Zhang, we'll see each other later. It's such a pleasure to fight alongside you this time. Ha! Me too. Finally, amidst a burst of laughter, the 1/10th projection of Zhang Fei possessing Yang Ming's body gradually dissipated. Chapter 62, The Jechin Treaty. An hour later, the battlefield was cleaned up. After Qin Jian dealt with the war criminals from various countries, he came to Yang Ming and asked, My lord, a total of 632 lords and their 80,000-man army have been captured. What should we do with them? It's very simple. Sign the treaty first, and then ask them to pay compensation. Yang Ming showed a meaningful smile. This time, the United States, Japan, South Korea, and other countries must be made to bleed heavily. What if they are unwilling to cooperate? Qin Jin asked. Then chop it off. Yang Ming said lightly. Having fallen to this point, you're still unwilling to cooperate? Such an ungrateful person is a waste of air and rice. In the Lord's mansion, Yang Ming sat at the head seat at the conference table, waiting for the show to begin. After a while, the soldiers escorted in representatives of lords from various countries. My lord, the lord's representative from the kingdom of the sun never sets has been escorted here. My lord, the French lord's representative has arrived. The representatives of the German lords have arrived. The representatives of the Austro-Hungarian lords have taken their seats. Japan. At this time, Yang Ming was sitting at the main seat at the conference table, while the other seats were occupied by representatives of lords from other countries. In addition to the main forces that launched the war, the 8 countries of the United States, Britain, France, Germany, Japan, Italy, Greece, and Austria, there were also representatives of the lords of Belgium, the Netherlands, and Spain. A total of 12 lords and representatives from different countries were present. Everyone, does this scene look familiar to you? Yang Ming sat in the main seat and asked others with a smile on his face. Yang Ming, what do you want to do? As the representative of the defeated United States, Trump could only ask in silence. Yang Ming shrugged and asked, what do I want to do? Haha, let me test you. Have you studied history? What happened 123 years ago, in 1901? Is it related to the countries of the people present here? Some of the Lord's representatives had already guessed something, but they dared not speak out. Due to their status as prisoners and the fact that this was Yang Ming's territory, they could only close their eyes and accept their fate. Fuck, just say what you want to say. Don't beat around the bush. At worst, just kill me. Trump's temper was still very bad. Yang Ming's eyes turned cold, staring straight at Temup, and said in a deep voice, Temple, if you really want to die, I can send you off right now. I'll also send the other 35 American lords off as well. Temepper gritted his teeth and said, you can kill me. I admit it. I will take all the blame, but please don't harm my countrymen. Then just be quiet, you fucking bastard. Yang Ming warned him. Temepper shut his mouth wisely and dared not say another word. Yang Ming straightened his body, glanced at everyone, and then slowly said, everyone, you led so many people to attack my territory, causing immeasurable damage to Huaxia City. How should this be settled? Hearing this, everyone's heart sank. The atmosphere in the whole place became eerily quiet. After a long time, the representative of the Lord of the Kingdom of the Sun never sets said, Yang Ming, everyone knows that we lost this battle, and we can afford to lose. Just tell us what you want. That's great. I like talking to smart people. Yang Ming nodded with a smile, then clapped his hands. The next second, 12 treaties written in black and white were placed on the table in front of them. There were a few big words written on the cover. The Jieqin Treaty. In 1901, the Qing dynasty signed the humiliating Boxer Protocol with 12 other countries. Now, in 2024, Yang Ming used the same method to make these 12 countries sign the Jieqin Treaty with the same content. Explanation: 1901 was the Xinqiu year, hence the name Xinqiu Treaty. 2024 is the Jieqin year, hence the name Jieqin Treaty. What is this? Temepper, who had been sleeping in history class, had a face full of question marks. Won't you understand if you open it and take a look? Yang Ming asked back. Temepper flipped through the treaty with a puzzled look on his face. But not long after, just after reading the first page, Trump became instantly popular. The contents of the Jieqin Treaty can be roughly divided into the following. First, compensation. The NATO allies led by the United States caused immeasurable damage to Yang Ming's territory by launching a war, so they had to pay 450 million taels of silver as compensation, to be paid off in 39 years with an annual interest rate of 4%. Second, publicly apologize to the Chinese nation. All countries involved in the war must post a video in a public chat channel to publicly apologize and admit the war crimes they have committed. Third, seedland. This time, all NATO member states, including Japan, South Korea, etc., must seed 5 second-level resource fields or 1 third-level resource field. Fourth, ceasefire. During the novice stage, no NATO member state can launch any war against other Chinese lords. Fifth, personality activation. Sorry, wrong set. Sixth, Chapter 998. To sum up, what Yang Ming said is correct. Article 999. If Yang Ming is wrong, please refer to Article 998. Fuck damn it. After watching it, Trump was so angry that he was shaking all over and his whole face was red. His whole face turned red and looked like a piece of overcooked pig liver. Temup could never have imagined that Yang Ming actually listed 999 treaties. This is so shameless. His appetite is even bigger than that of the US president. Yang Ming enjoyed their broken expressions with great joy, which looked as if they had eaten shit. Everyone, if you have finished reading this, please sign it, and then we will start paying compensation. After you pay the compensation, you can go home." Temepper suppressed his anger and said, "Yangming, are you really serious? There are so many regulations, how can we possibly follow them? For 150 million taels of silver, even if we mined all the mines in the novice zone, we still wouldn't be able to dig up that much." The representative of the Lord of the Kingdom of the Sun never sets also echoed, "Yes, besides, this is the novice zone. Even if we cause a big fuss, it won't affect the international situation on Blue Star. What's the point of asking us to sign the Jechin Treaty?" Yang Ming did not take their rebuttal to heart, but showed a sunny and confident smile and said softly, "It really doesn't make any sense, but after signing the treaty, I feel great. Ha ha ha." In the end, under Yang Ming's threat, the representatives of the lords of these 12 countries had to sign their names in the Jechin Treaty. Even Team had to accept his fate. So, starting from today, earth-shaking changes have taken place in the novice area of the 10,000 races battlefield. Yang Ming's strong rise and his single-handed defeat of NATO's 300,000 troops meant that China had stood up from then on. China is a sleeping lion. When this lion wakes up, the world will tremble. Chapter 63, May everyone in China be like a dragon. We're also having heated discussions on the Blue Star chat channel. After all, a day ago, the United States announced in a high-profile manner that it would mobilize NATO troops to attack China. Such a large-scale battle instantly attracted the attention of the world. How's it going? Does anyone know how the war between the United States and China is going? Which warrior can go to the front line and report the battle situation to us? Are you stupid? The US is leading over 40 countries and sending troops to the front lines, and you dare to watch the show? Do you think your life is too long? Is there any need to think about it? China is definitely beyond saving. That's right. China only has one capable person named Yang Ming. How can they stop the hundreds of thousands of US troops? I estimate that in a little while, the United States will come out and announce that the Chinese Lord has been annihilated. Yes, wait and see. Just as the onlookers were chatting enthusiastically, Temepu's ID and avatar suddenly appeared in the chat channel. At the same time, Team also started live projection. "Greetings, lords of all nations. I am Trump from the United States. I have an announcement to make." As soon as Temepper started the live broadcast, he attracted countless people to watch. After all, everyone wanted to know the outcome of the war. In a short while, more than 100,000 people were watching Temepper's live broadcast at the same time. Trump looked depressed and said weakly in front of the camera, "I, Lord Trump of the United States and Commander-in-Chief of NATO, hereby admit to the war crimes I have committed and solemnly apologize to China." As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at Temepper in disbelief. Originally, everyone thought that Team would announce that China had been completely defeated. But who would have thought that Team would publicly apologize and admit to having committed war crimes? Could it be? An absurd idea came into everyone's mind. Did China actually win this battle? Did China, relying solely on its own strength, repel hundreds of thousands of NATO troops? The scene changed, and Team continued to read in front of the camera. "Here, on behalf of the United States, I declare that during the novice phase, we will not launch any more wars and will compensate for all losses caused by the invasion of China." Besides, Temepper said a lot, but to sum it up, it can be summed up as follows. "We lost, we were wrong, we apologized, we were cowardly, and we begged our Chinese father not to beat us." After Trump finished speaking, he closed the video at the speed of light. But not long after, Avril Lavigne, the representative of the Lords of the British Empire, also started a live video broadcast and publicly apologized. "Hello, my international friends. My name is Avril. On behalf of the British Empire, I apologize to China and admit the war crimes I have committed." In addition, each of the participating countries, including Japan, South Korea, Germany, France, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire, also sent their respective representatives to make public apologies. At this point, the lords of the world realized that China had won this war. The Chinese nation defeated the NATO army. China, this ancient country with a 5,000-year-old civilization, has stood up again. The world has completely changed. At the same time, inside Huaxia City. Slow down, slow down. This batch of rice is high-quality crystal rice. It's very precious. Transport it carefully and don't spill it on the ground. Old Carl's face was full of smiles, and he was happily directing the soldiers and militiamen to carry supplies. The compensation materials from NATO member states have arrived and are being delivered to Huaxia City in batches. As the administrator of Huaxia City, Carl immediately directed everyone to move and organize supplies. "Mr. Carl, granary number 1 is full. Mr. Carl, granary number 5 is full. Mr. Carl, Warehouse number 13 is full. Mr. Carl, the United States has compensated us with another ton of high-quality meat. What should we do now that we have no place to eat? Hearing the news coming in one after another, old Carl was both happy and worried, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He had never thought that one day he would have to worry about having too much food. So, Carl had no choice but to go to Yang Ming and let Yang Ming make the decision. After listening to old Carl's statement, Yang Ming was a little amused. After all, with more than 40 countries paying compensation together, the amount of supplies was indeed too much. Yang Ming thought for a moment and said, "Just put the extra supplies in the open space. I'll take care of it later." "Yes, my lord." Old Carl nodded. After old Carl left, Yang Ming opened the friend private messaging system and found Snow White. "Are you there?" Yang Ming asked in a message. "Yang Ming, you are worthy of it. You really did it." Bai Shueji quickly replied to the message, her tone full of excitement. In fact, yesterday, Bai Shueji had communicated with Yang Ming many times. She wanted to bring a group of the most elite Chinese lords to support Yang Ming, but Yang Ming decisively rejected her. Yang Ming's attitude was extremely firm, so Bai Shueji had to give up the idea of providing support. There is no other reason. Yang Ming, who has awakened his second SSS level talent, cannot lose. "Well, I said yesterday that there is no way I will lose, so you can rest assured," Yang Ming replied. "By the way, Princess Bai Shui, are you free to come to my territory?" Yang Ming asked again. "Okay now? I happen to have a teleportation scroll." Well now. Not long after, accompanied by a flash of white light, a woman with refreshing short hair descended on Yang Ming's territory. She looks to be about 20 years old, with an oval face and a curvy figure. Her refreshing short hair that reaches her ears gives her a wild beauty, a heroic look, and an excellent temperament. Yang Ming moved his eyes downwards and saw a pair of round and clean white legs. She was wearing a pair of black high heels, which looked very elegant. "Yang Ming, what's the matter with you calling me here?" Snow White recognized Yang Ming at a glance and walked up to him with her long white legs. Yang Ming looked at her, then looked away, pointed at the supplies scattered on the ground, and said, "I asked you to come and help deal with these supplies." Snow White looked at the piles of items, tools, food, exotic animal meat, wood and stone, ores, weapons, and, in short, there is everything, and in huge quantities. "Are these all compensations from NATO?" Snow White asked in surprise, her eyes slightly widened. Yang Ming touched his nose and smiled. "This is only part of the compensation. Another 80% has not been received." Snow White joked, "You asked me to come here, don't you want to give me some supplies for free?" Although she was joking, Snow White still had some expectations in her heart. "Yes." Yang Ming nodded. Then, Yang Ming continued, "Not only for you. I will also give it to others, because I hope to see the emergence of a prosperous era. I hope that the red flag will appear in every corner of the world, and I hope that everyone in China will be like a dragon." Chapter 64 Dawn Chat Group. Everyone is like a dragon? Snow White was so shocked by these 4 words that she became a little dazed. Will such a prosperous era really come? White, who was well-versed in history books, suddenly thought of an ancient saying, "Turn the tide when it is already falling, and support the collapsing building." Throughout the 5,000 years of Chinese history, whenever the Chinese nation faced the disaster of national destruction, there would always be a peerless strong man who would turn the tide and reverse history. For example, Zhang Jujing, Yu Fei, Guazi, Yu Qian, Zhuge Liang, Mr. Ziran. Yang Ming, will he be the next savior of China? Snow White looked at the man in front of her with confusion. Yang Ming touched his nose and said to Bai Shueji, "Princess Bai Shui, my idea is simple. It's better for every Chinese citizen to be like a dragon than for one person to become a dragon. Anyway, I have more supplies than I can use. Instead of wasting them, I might as well use them to train a few more patriotic generals." Yang Ming was not very familiar with other Chinese lords, so he called Bai Shueji to come and ask her to recommend some outstanding candidates. Patriotism, high talent, great potential, responsibility, loyalty, these conditions are necessary. Otherwise, if you cultivate an ungrateful person, wouldn't that be the end of you? Okay, I'll listen to you. I will do my best to assist you in the future. Snow White nodded. Well, I want to create a group. Please help me invite 7 people to join. Remember to review them carefully. Yang Ming said. Wait for me, right away. Soon, Yang Ming created the group. But what should the group name be? After some thought, Yang Ming decided to name the group Dawn. Daybreak, like sunlight breaking through the darkness, quietly crosses the horizon. After the group was created, Yang Ming first added Zhang Wei and Chen Zhanbei to the group. Zhang Wei has awakened 2 B-level talents, has great potential, and is trustworthy. As for Qin Zhanbei, he was Yang Ming's college classmate. Yang Ming had a good impression of him. His performance was very impressive when he was competing with the Japanese for the Crystal Core. Snow White has all the connections and information, and her voice is almost the highest in the novice area. Therefore, Snow White quickly invited 7 qualified people to join the group. Huang Lu joined the group chat. Meng Tian joined the group chat. Zhang Shiqian joined the group chat. Chen Yihan joined the group chat. Soon, an organization called Dawn was officially established with Yang Ming as the group leader and 10 of the most talented Chinese lords in the novice area as members. After joining the group, Huang Lu was the first to speak up. Fuck, Big Boss Yang Ming. It really is the real Big Boss Yang Ming. Hee, my name is Huang Lu, and I'm your loyal fan. Other members also spoke and introduced themselves. Hello everyone, my name is Chun Yihan, and I'm from Jiangchuan University. Huh? Squad leader, you're here too? What a coincidence. I'm Qin Zhanbei. Qin Zhanbei, I didn't expect you to join the group too? Haha, I guess I got in thanks to Yang Ming. I got close to him a few days ago and even added Yang Ming as my friend. It turns out that Yang Ming, who ranked first on the list, is actually Yang Ming from our class. Everyone, my name is Zhang Wei. Nice to meet you. After a chat, everyone got to know each other a little better. Yang Ming, the group leader, also began to speak. Everyone, I'm Yang Ming. I'm sure you all already know the purpose of forming this group, so I won't explain too much. If you need any supplies, you can ask by Shueji. Snow White is in my territory right now. She will be responsible for packing up the supplies and sending them over to you. Just tell me what you want. It's all free. You're welcome. Yang Ming's selfless behavior immediately won everyone's favor. Thank you so much, Boss Yang Ming. You are my god. I, Huang Lu, will never forget you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Yang Ming. I cannot express my gratitude enough for your kindness. I, Meng Tian, will definitely repay you in the future. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he set Bai Shueji as the administrator and asked her to be responsible for communicating with others. This is also the reason why Yang Ming called Bai Shueji over. Under Snow White's management, resources are continuously delivered to other people. With a large supply of materials, the speed at which these 10 people upgraded their territory increased as if they had been given a cheat. Not long after, a server-wide announcement rang out on the public screen of the Blue Star Novice Zone, and everyone heard it. Ding! Issuing a server-wide announcement now. Warm congratulations to Zhang Wei, the Chinese lord, for becoming the second person in the Blue Star Region 10086 Novice Zone to upgrade his lord's mansion to a special grade, achieving the achievement, showing prowess. Rewards: 450 national fortune points, 45 gold coins, 2 gold treasure chests, and 1 random resource treasure. As soon as this announcement came out, it caused a huge sensation in the chat channel. What? Chinese again? The second person to upgrade to a special grade territory is also Chinese. No way. Is China so powerful? It's fine if they have super boss Yang Ming, but now there's another Zhang Wei. Is China about to rise? It's unbelievable. This time, China is incredibly powerful. China is too powerful. Even the United States has been defeated. Will China take the top spot in the world in the future? Idiot, what are you thinking? This is the novice zone. The real decision on the international situation is in the battle zone of the 10,000 races battlefield, okay? Yeah, no matter how powerful Yang Ming is, what can he do? The United States has 4 super lords in the war zone who have been developing for 10 years. How can Yang Ming compare? Just as the discussion in the chat channel was heated, the second server-wide announcement sounded again. Ding! Warm congratulations to Huaxiao Lord Bai Shueji for becoming the third person in the Blue Star Region 10086 Novice Zone to upgrade their lord's mansion to a special grade, achieving the achievement, slightly heard of. Rewards: 400 national fortune points, 40 gold coins, 2 gold treasure chests, and 1 random resource treasure. The second server-wide announcement immediately silenced the chat channels. No one would have thought that China would occupy the top 3 spots. The first, second, and third special territories in the novice area are all China's. In the past, only Americans could accomplish such a feat. However, no one expected that the shock had just begun. Then, the fourth server-wide announcement sounded. Ding! Warm congratulations to Chinese Lord Meng Tian for becoming the 4th person in the Blue Star Region 10086 Novice Zone to upgrade his lord's mansion to a special grade. Ding! Warm congratulations to Chinese Lord Chun Yihan for becoming the 5th person in the Blue Star Territories Novice Zone to upgrade their lord's mansion to a special grade. Ding! Warm congratulations to the Chinese Lord Zhang Shiqian for becoming the 10th person in the Blue Star Region 10086 Novice Zone to upgrade his Lord's Mansion to a special grade. Chapter 65 Rewarding According to Merit. 10 consecutive server-wide announcements directly caused all the new lords on the entire Blue Star to explode. Ward, am I dazzled? Is China cheating? Impossible, absolutely impossible. China is clearly at the end of its rope, constantly being crushed by the US in the war zone. How could it suddenly become so powerful? It's unbelievable that the top 10 of the rankings are all dominated by China. Damn it. It's 7 p.m. now, and there's still an hour until the leaderboard is calculated. I was clearly ranked 9th, and now I've been bumped down to 19th. It hurts. It hurts so much. I guess that in the future, the battlefield of all races will be dominated by China. Is it too late for me to ask my family to immigrate to China? You're overthinking it. A Chinese green card is the hardest to get. It's even harder than immigrating to the United States. Wow, I envy the Chinese so much. I also want to cling to Boss Yang Ming's thighs. Aren't you a girl? If you marry a Chinese man, can you get a green card? Wow, what a great idea. I'm a Lolita girl from the Northern Bear Country. I'm 18 years old, 161 centimeters tall, F-cup, pretty, and have 0 recharges. Is there any Chinese boy willing to marry me? I can send you photos and even a video for verification. I'm sorry, but women only affect the speed at which Chinese men can draw their swords. At the same time, Huaxia City. After Yang Ming ordered the urgent construction of 20 granaries and 10 warehouses, he was able to barely store the compensation materials from NATO member states. Among them, there are also 12 corpses of excellent-level exotic beasts. In other words, as long as Yang Ming hunts 3 more excellent-level monsters, he can complete the mission of the evil god altar. This is the day with the greatest gains and the happiest moment for Yang Ming since he arrived at the battlefield of all races. Carl, come here. Yang Ming, in a good mood, called the steward Carl over. Although Carl was nearly 60 years old, he walked steadily. He immediately came to Yang Ming and asked respectfully, "My lord, do you have any instructions?" Yang Ming thought for a moment and said, "Pass the word down. Everyone has the night off tonight. I'm going to hold a celebration banquet and reward everyone based on their achievements. Not only will you get free food and drinks, plenty of wine, meat, and desserts, but you'll also receive your meritorious service rewards." Carl placed his right hand on his chest and bowed, saying respectfully, "Thank you, great lord. We won a great victory today, allowing the whole world to see the strength of China. How can we not celebrate?" After hearing the news of the celebration banquet, the residents of Huaxiao City were all beaming with joy and rushed to tell each other. 8 o'clock in the evening. Rows of bright bonfires were lit on the largest open space in Huaxiao City. The residents were talking happily, and the air was filled with joy. Above the rows of bonfires, huge skeletons of strange beasts were strung together with thick iron frames. The rich meaty aroma makes your mouth water. Charcoal grilled skyhorn blue ox skeleton, grilled black rock giant bear thigh, grilled red feather chicken. In order to reward the soldiers, Yang Ming also ordered the barbecue of 3 excellent-level monsters weighing 3,000 kilograms. The deliciousness of the fine meat of excellent exotic beasts is self-evident. It is many times more precious than the 3 major delicacies of Blue Star: foie gras, caviar, and truffles. Wow, that's a lot of meat. Can we eat all of this for free? Of course, the Lord has said that except for the excellent ingredients, you can eat whatever you want. Woo woo woo, Mom. Before I came to Huaxia City, I couldn't even eat a piece of fat meat in a whole year. I never thought that now I can eat all the meat I want and drink until I burp. The Lord must be the savior sent by God. Wow, this is premium red feather chicken. I love chicken the most. I want to eat a whole chicken leg. Is that okay? Sure. Here, this 2-pound chicken drumstick is for you. Come back for more when you're done eating. Brothers, I haven't had a drink in a long time. Gulp, gulp, I finished a bottle. It feels great. Huh? This is premium grade wheat juice? Oh my god. I can actually enjoy premium grade wine in my lifetime. Woo woo woo. I find that I can't leave this place anymore. Why are you crying? The Lord said that as long as you have enough merit, you can get your own house, marry a wife, and have a big fat boy. How can I, a refugee, marry and have children? Right. Well, I will try my best. I swear, I will protect this city with my life. Around the huge bonfire, some people were drinking, some were eating, some were singing and laughing, and some were busy barbecuing. When the banquet was halfway through, Yang Ming walked onto a high platform and appeared in the public sight. Yang Ming's voice was loud and clear, reaching everyone's ears. My people, pause for a moment. I have a few announcements to make. As soon as Yang Ming appeared, everyone instantly quieted down and looked at him with admiration and respect. In the eyes of the residents, Yang Ming is like a god. Huaxia City's development to this point today is inseparable from everyone's efforts. Each of you is a hero. So today I will award awards to those who have performed outstandingly and made great contributions. Those whose names are called, please come up to the stage to receive your award. Having said that, Yang Ming paused for a moment, then spoke loudly. Ms. Anna, please come on stage. Ah. Anna was stunned when she heard her own name in the crowd. Sister Anna, the Lord is calling you. Anna didn't come to her senses until Lilith beside her reached out and poked Anna's kidney. Under the gazes of everyone, Anna, her heart beating faster, hurriedly walked onto the stage. Anna seemed very shy. She blushed and stammered. My lord, I don't know what to say. Yang Ming took out a green staff, handed it to Anna, and said, Anna, you saved many soldiers. Because of your arrival, Huaxia City avoided the sacrifice of at least 3,000 people. Therefore, this healing staff is given to you. Anna's body trembled uncontrollably. She reached out, took the staff, and asked in disbelief, Is this really for me? Name healing staff. Quality, excellent grade. Attributes, healing ability plus 20%, guarding ability plus 20%, defense plus 500%. Introduction, because I'm too afraid of pain, I put all my points into defense. Skill 1, Guardian Battle Song, C rank, chants a battle song, healing and restoring all teammates. Skill 2, Holy Shield, B rank, deploys a life shield to protect yourself. This powerful defense can ignore any attacks from excellent level monsters, and can even block rare level attacks. Anna felt as if she were dreaming. Excellent grade weapons. This is an excellent grade weapon. Even if you sell all the members of the Goddess of Light Church, you can't buy a single excellent grade weapon. Of course, it's for you. Yang Ming said. Thank you, Lord. Thank you very much. Anna said, very moved. Yang Ming smiled and said, By the way, any member of the Goddess of Light cult can receive 5 kilograms of excellent grade exotic beast meat. It's already grilled. Go ahead and eat it. If you can't finish it, you can pack it up and take it home. Anna's beautiful eyes widened again. 5 pounds of excellent exotic beast meat. Everyone gets 5 pounds? Oh my God, great Goddess of Light. What should I do if Anna doesn't want to leave here? Chapter 66, Eating Fish. After Anna left, Yang Ming read out the second person's name. Commander of the Azure Dragon Legion, Chun Jian, please come up. When Chun Jian heard his own name, although he was prepared, he still felt a little nervous even though he was always calm. My lord, I'm here. Chun Jian walked up to the platform. Yang Ming patted his shoulder and said with a relieved smile, Chun Jian, you followed me since day one. You've made many contributions to Huaxia City, winning battles time and again. Tell me, what do you want? Chun Jian frowned, as if he was struggling with something. Finally, he suddenly half knelt on the ground and pleaded. My lord, I have a request. Yang Ming said, just bring it up. Chun Jian hesitated again and again, but finally said it out. My lord, you gave me my name, but I want to change my last name to yours. Ah, Yang Jian. Yang Ming blurted out subconsciously. Yeah. He nodded excitedly and vigorously. Okay then, you can change your name to Yang Jian from now on. Yang Ming agreed without thinking much. It's just a surname anyway. Thank you, Lord. Yang Jian said excitedly. Yang Ming patted his shoulder again and encouraged him. The Azure Dragon Legion you led has made invaluable contributions in these wars. Here's how. We have a barbecued black rock giant bear skeleton weighing over 3,000 kilograms. You will be responsible for distributing it among the brothers in the Azure Dragon Legion. Also, you can get a villa in the residential area, which will be your home from now on. Thank you, Lord. Yang Jian clasped his fists. Well, go ahead. Yang Jian walked down. Then, Yang Ming glanced around and called out the third person's name. Kokorite, stop eating fish. Come up here for a moment, and remember to wipe your little mouth clean. Kokolit was sitting at the dining table, enjoying grilled fish, fish soup, braised fish, and steamed fish with relish, when she suddenly heard Yang Ming calling her. When Yang Ming saw her messy eating habits, her little face turned red instantly. Kokolit quickly wiped her mouth and trotted all the way to the platform. After the little girl came up, she repeatedly bowed to Yang Ming and apologized. I'm sorry, my lord. The fish was so good I almost didn't hear you calling me. Yang Ming didn't care. He rubbed Kokolit's little head and asked, Tell me, what is your wish? Kokolit's contribution is unquestionable. All the current excellent weapons are her work. For example, Yang Ming's sky-splitting sword, Zhang Lingfeng's silver dragon spear, Yang Jian's black iron broadsword, and Anna's healing staff were all made by Kokolit. Upgrading the blacksmith shop to a level 3 building first was the best thing Yang Ming had ever done. A wish. A trace of confusion flashed across Cocolet's face. She subconsciously asked, Lord, I want to stay in Huaxia City forever. Is that okay? Of course, anything else. Cocolite mustered up her courage and asked expectantly, Actually, I've always remembered you saying you wanted to build a nation where everyone yearns for freedom and equality, with no war, no crime, and no distinction between high and low. Lord, could you take me to see that glorious world? Yang Ming rubbed her little head and said seriously, I promise that one day, this prosperous era will come as you wish. Some people may think that this is just wishful thinking, right? But I always firmly believe that even if I can't see that day, you will see it. Even if you can't see it, our descendants will definitely see it. You still have to have dreams. What if they come true? My lord, I believe you. Cocolet smiled. Yang Ming smiled and said softly, Okay, go to the residential area and claim a villa. Also, I'll have someone build you another house near the blacksmith shop. You can live wherever you want in the future. Yes, Lord, you are the best. Cocolet said with a smile. Cocorite skipped down. Then, Yang Ming continued to read out other people's names. Zhang Lingfeng, commander of the White Tiger Legion, come up. Carl, come up too. Also, Lilith and Lilia, your contributions are also very significant. During this period, Yang Ming rewarded all those who made outstanding contributions. This practice greatly inspired others. Who doesn't want a reward? Who doesn't want a house of their own? Then fight on, my people. After distributing all the rewards, Yang Ming could finally take a break. I'm hungry, let's eat something. Yang Ming called Lilith and Lilia and asked them to cook for him. Yang Ming plans to hunt down a few excellent monsters tomorrow and try to complete the mission at the evil god altar. So tonight you need to replenish your energy and eat more lean meat. My lord, your dinner is ready. Lilith and Lilia each brought a plate of fish and placed them on the table in front of Yang Ming. The fish meat is crystal clear and delicious, making your mouth water. Yang Ming was hungry, so he picked up the fish with chopsticks and ate it without thinking too much. Well, very delicious, yummy. Yang Ming was very satisfied with the taste. However, after taking a few bites, Yang Ming felt something was wrong. When the aroma of the fish dissipates, a special smell will hit the taste buds, just like that. A two-dimensional beautiful girl wearing merry pearl shoes with lace white socks accidentally stepped on the rain, and the wet socks stuck to her toes for an entire afternoon. When she took a break, she took off her shoes and socks and waited for the moisture on the socks to dry naturally. What kind of fish is this? Yang Ming had a bad feeling. Lilia lowered her head and blushed as she said, Yuzu fish. I caught it. Yang Fifan was stationed at the gate of the territory. He glanced at the celebration venue illuminated by the bonfire, and a strange emotion flashed through his heart. Why, in this battlefield where human lives are worthless, can they be so happy? Yang Fifan couldn't figure it out. In this dirty world, where the rich live in luxury and the streets are full of frozen corpses, shouldn't it be filled with despair? Hello. Just as Yang Fifan was lost in thought, a voice suddenly came to his ears. Question mark. Yang Fifan raised his head and looked at the two residents of Huaxia City in front of him. The two men carried a large barrel of wine, placed it in front of Yang Fifan, and said cautiously, Well, the Lord said that you like drinking very much, so he sent the two of us to bring you some wine. Let it go. Yang Fifan's heart, which had been silent for a long time, was touched, and he whispered, Thank you for protecting Huaxia City. Please enjoy your drink. The two men put down their wine and left. Yang Fifan looked at the various kinds of fine wine in the bucket and considerately soaked them with ice cubes and ice water. Gulp, gurgle. Yang Fifan picked up a bottle of wine, tilted his head back, and took a big sip. Huh? Excellent, great wine. Yang Fifan paused in his drinking and was stunned. A long time ago, before he fell into depravity and became the guardian of the evil god's altar, when he was still a human warrior, the best wine he had ever drunk was only of excellent quality. I didn't expect that the best wine I have ever tasted in my life would be after I died. Yang Fifan smiled bitterly. He drank heavily and looked at the place surrounded by the bonfire. Huaxia City. How wonderful it would be if I could stay here forever. Unfortunately, I've already died. Chapter 67. Major changes in the international situation on Blue Star. The next day, early morning. Today is the 15th day that Yang Ming has arrived at the battlefield of all races. The sun had just risen, and Yang Ming woke up very self-disciplinedly. He had just stretched when he heard the system prompt. Dear Lord Yang Ming, the rewards from yesterday's rankings have been distributed. Since you didn't go online to claim them, they have now been sent to your warehouse. Your ranking remains first, and you have received the reward, 2 gold treasure chests. Yang Ming then remembered that the rewards on the ranking list were settled every 7 days, and yesterday was the second settlement. Yang Ming forgot about it because he was busy holding a celebration banquet last night. Let's save the treasure chest for tonight. Today's goal is to complete the mission at the evil god altar. Yang Ming washed up and opened the door. With a quick glance, Yang Ming saw a familiar red-haired figure standing at the door. Good morning, Lord. Lilith, standing at the door, bowed to Yang Ming. Yang Ming felt helpless. He had told Lilith and Lilia many times that they didn't need to get up so early, but the two sisters were very stubborn and insisted on preparing breakfast before Yang Ming woke up and delivering it to his door every day. Today's breakfast has a different taste. Lilith made cheese, toast, pizza, milk, and a bowl of steaming century egg and lean meat porridge. It is really nice to wake up every day and have a hot and delicious breakfast. After breakfast, the sun had just risen and it was time to get down to business. Chun Jian. Yang Ming came to the training ground and shouted. A tall man immediately came over and clasped his fists towards Yang Ming and said, My lord, I'm here. You changed my last name yesterday. Oh, sorry, I'm used to calling you Chun Jian. Yang Ming smiled awkwardly and said, Yang Jian, gather the Azure Dragon Legion. Come with me out of the city today to hunt excellent monsters. Okay. Yang Jian clasped his fists. After a while, 5,000 soldiers of the Qinglong Legion had assembled. In addition to the Azure Dragon Legion and the White Tiger Legion, Yang Ming also plans to establish a Suzuka Legion and a Black Tortoise Legion in the future. The 4 major legions, capable of both offense and defense, are independently commanded by 4 generals with extraordinary military power. In this way, the military strength of Huaxia City was basically formed. Let's go. Yang Ming wore the sky-splitting sword on his waist, rode on a black warhorse, and set off with the Azure Dragon Legion. The 9 corpses of excellent exotic beasts stored in the warehouse were also taken out. The real world, Blue Planet. United States, the White House, the highest-level conference room. The conference table was filled with all the senior American administrative officials. In short, all the most powerful Americans were here. The atmosphere in the conference room was dull and depressing, with a deathly silence. The U.S. president's face was terribly gloomy, and he slowly spoke. So we lost. The novice zone's front completely collapsed. Over 300,000 NATO troops were assembled and were completely defeated by an 18-year-old Chinese. Everyone present was silent, and no one dared to respond. Not only did we lose, but the cowardly Temecula even signed the humiliating Treaty of Jiaxin. The U.S. president slammed the table and shouted, This is a national humiliation. This is a national humiliation. Although it has been clearly stipulated internationally that anything that happens in the novice zone will not affect the international situation. But for the United States, this is undoubtedly a national humiliation. Because this will make all countries in the world realize that the United States, the world's #1 country, is no longer an invincible God. God cannot show his health bar. Once God bleeds, he cannot maintain his divinity. As long as God loses 1 drop of blood, even if he has tens of billions or hundreds of billions of drops of blood, there will be all kinds of warriors who want to kill him. Report, Mr. President, something terrible has happened. At this time, a man with yellow hair and blue eyes rushed into the conference room in a panic. The U.S. president glared at him fiercely and said unhappily, Nicholas, even though you are my nephew, you still have to be polite. Why are you so flustered? The yellow-haired, blue-eyed man quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. President, something terrible happened just now. France announced its withdrawal from NATO. France, one of the 5 permanent members of the United Nations. The U.S. president's eyes widened in anger, and he asked in disbelief. What? Those useless people who only know how to surrender dare to withdraw from NATO, which was founded by our great America? Explain clearly, what exactly is going on? The yellow-haired, blue-eyed man continued. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the president of France gave a public speech, accusing our country of inhumane sanctions and blockade against China, and announced to the world that he would establish diplomatic relations with China. Mr. President, this is a photo of the establishment of diplomatic relations between France and China. It has become a hot search around the world. The man with yellow hair and blue eyes placed a photo on the desktop of the conference table. In the photo, the French president and the Chinese commander shook hands in a friendly manner, with smiles on their faces. The U.S. president stared at the photo and gritted his teeth. What? It hasn't even been a day since what happened in the novice zone, and they're already establishing diplomatic ties with China? This is absolutely ridiculous. Over the past year, the U.S. president has worked tirelessly and spent a lot of money to snatch the Lord's scepter from China. On the battlefield of all races, The NATO army surrounded and intercepted the Chinese lord, and the war never stopped. On Blue Star, the United States has imposed as many as 10,000 sanctions on China, implementing an all-round blockade by land, sea, and air. There are only 15 days left for the United States to completely defeat China, but at this critical juncture, France actually openly established diplomatic relations with China. This would undoubtedly set off a nuclear explosion in the Western world. No one would have thought that France would openly challenge the authority of the NATO leader and establish diplomatic relations with China. Suddenly, the US president took a deep breath, sat back in his seat, and said in a deep voice, "Turn on the international news trending list. I want to see for myself what's going on." Yes. The main website of international news soon appeared on the big screen in the conference room. At this time, the top 10 hot searches on the hot search list were all related to China. The French president visits China. France announced the establishment of diplomatic relations with China at the ambassadorial level. France withdraws from NATO. The president of the Northern Bear Nation has arrived in the Chinese capital, beginning his visit to China. The permanent Secretary of State of the British Empire expressed his hope to visit China. The president of South Vietnam hopes to establish friendly and cooperative relations with China. The Prime Minister of India is about to visit China. Bang! Looking at the news on the hot search list that was all related to China, the US president could no longer control himself, and he slammed the table. Very good, very good. Huaxia, you guys want to play a big game, right? Fine. On behalf of the United States, I'll fight you to the end. Chapter 68, The Evil Sheep Priest's Second Transaction. Ding. You killed an excellent level monster, the bloodthirsty three-headed dog. You killed two excellent level monsters, the giant-billed flamingo, and successfully occupied a third-level resource field, the colorful mine. You are rewarded with 200 points of national fortune. Respected Lord Yang Ming, you have collected 15 excellent level exotic beasts. Please proceed to the evil god altar as soon as possible to complete the relevant tasks. After 5 hours of hunting in the wild with the Qinglong Legion, Yang Ming finally successfully completed the mission. Carrying 15 corpses of excellent exotic beast meat, Yang Ming went to the evil god's altar. Following the route marked on the map he had drawn earlier, Yang Ming arrived at a place 10,000 meters east of Huaxia City. The evil god's altar is here. Rows of green floor stones were laid underfoot, forming a path leading to the evil god's altar. Walking along the green stone road, soon, a huge altar burning with green flames appeared in front of Yang Ming. Above the altar, there is a strange black stone statue. The altar is used to worship this statue. Stop! Yang Ming raised his hand to signal. Upon hearing this, the Qinglong Legion immediately stopped advancing. Yang Ming ordered, "Send 100 people to transport the beast's corpse. The rest of you remain on standby and do not approach the evil god's altar." Soon, Yang Jin personally selected 100 warriors, transported the corpses of the strange beasts, and then walked into the area of the evil god's altar with Yang Ming. Patrolling around the altar, like Yang Fifan, each of these guards possesses rare-level combat power. When the guards discovered Yang Ming, they did not show hostility as before, but instead took the initiative to make way for him. Yang Ming arrived in front of the evil god's altar smoothly. Not long after, an old man in a black suit walked out of the darkness. His head was the face of a goat demon, and the rest of his body was that of a human. The evil sheep priest smiled friendly. "Ha ha, Lord Yang Ming, I didn't expect you to hunt down 15 excellent level beasts so quickly. Very good. Please check." Yang Ming waved his hand, and the soldiers pulled out 15 excellent level exotic beasts. "Yes, it's really good. It meets all the requirements for sacrifice." The evil sheep priest nodded. The next second, the evil sheep priest raised a staff. The staff emitted green light, which flew towards the corpses of the 15 strange beasts and then wrapped them up. The corpse of the strange beast, wrapped in green light, floated up into the air and finally flew towards the altar. The green flames burning on the altar quickly engulfed the 15 excellent level beasts, completing the sacrifice. At the same time, Yang Ming also received a system notification. "Ding, respected Lord Yang Ming. The 15 excellent level beasts you sacrificed have greatly pleased the evil god Aminos, increasing his favorability by 10 points. Your Huaxia City has established diplomatic relations with the evil god altar, and the diplomatic level has been raised to friendly. Warm tip, raise your favorability with the evil god Aminos to 60 points, and you can obtain military support from the evil god's altar. With 60 points of favorability, you can get support from the evil god's guard army. If he could make good use of this, Yang Ming would have an extra good trump card. When the novice area is merged into the combat zone in the future, Yang Ming will have more confidence. At this time, the evil sheep priest suddenly spoke. Lord Yang Ming, you have completed the mission. As a reward as agreed upon, I will give you a forging blueprint for an excellent grade weapon. After saying that, the evil sheep priest took out 3 forging drawings of excellent grade weapons. Lord Yang Ming, please choose the forging blueprint you like. Yang Ming licked his lips and looked at the 3 forging drawings in the hands of the evil sheep priest. To be honest, he wanted them all. After all, weapon forging blueprints are undoubtedly one of the most practical props. In the battlefield of all races, if you want to cultivate a powerful army, weapon forging blueprints are necessary. I choose. Yang Ming hesitated for a moment. These 3 weapons are the Phoenix Feather Trident, the Dragon Claw Blade, and the Overlord Spear. After deep thought, Yang Ming chose the Overlord Spear. The reason is actually very simple. The most suitable weapon for the army is the gun. In the battlefield of all races, 3 arrows are not as good as 1 sword, and 3 swords are not as good as 1 gun. The gun is definitely a weapon of war. Ding! You have completed the mission, the evil sheep priest's deal. You receive a reward, the forging blueprint for the Overlord Spear. Yang Ming was excited after getting the forging drawings of the Overlord Spear. As long as we hand over this forging blueprint to Kokolit, we will be able to mass-produce excellent weapons in the future. Moreover, Kokolit's talent has a certain probability of upgrading the crafted weapon to a higher level. Although the probability is very low, if Yang Ming is lucky, he will be able to get a rare weapon. Rare weapons. Even in the battle zone of the 10,000 races battlefield, rare weapons are priceless treasures. Lord Yang Ming, are you willing to offer more sacrifices? The evil sheep priest suddenly asked. Yang Ming said to the evil sheep priest, Of course, but before that, I need to know the content of our deal. The evil sheep priest slowly spoke. The deal is simple. I hope you can hunt down a rare beast and sacrifice it to the evil god. In return, I will give you a rare weapon. The system prompt sounded. Ding. Respected Lord Yang Ming, congratulations on triggering the B-rank quest, the evil sheep priest's second transaction. Quest requirements. Sacrifice a rare beast to the evil god Aminos within 30 days. Mission reward, 2 rare weapons. Hearing this, Yang Ming frowned. Obviously, he was not interested in the mission reward. For others, exchanging a rare beast for 2 rare weapons is undoubtedly a good deal. However, with Kokolit around, Yang Ming was not very interested in this. Yang Ming thought for a moment and said, Mr. Priest, if you can agree to 1 request of mine, I will take on this task. What are the conditions? Asked the evil sheep priest. Yang Ming stated his conditions. The last time we met, you gave me a guard to protect the territory. I hope you can remove all ties between him and the evil god altar and make him mine. The evil sheep priest shook his head and whispered, It's just an evil god guard. Actually, it's fine to give it to you. However, every guard has experienced death. They are actually dead. They rely on the power of the evil god to maintain their life characteristics. If this relationship is broken, they will immediately become a corpse. Yang Ming fell into deep thought. He really didn't know this. But Yang Ming didn't want to give up easily. Because Yang Fifan has great potential, if he can be recruited, then a new Legion commander of Huaxia City will be born. Chapter 69S, Level Special Mission. Regarding the subsequent direction, after Yang Ming's territory is upgraded to the king level, the novice zone will be merged into the war zone. S3 will begin, and the national war chapter will begin. The goal is to unify Blue Star and then sink the island nation. Seeing that Yang Ming was frowning and thinking, the evil sheep priest was afraid that he was unwilling to trade with him, so he quickly said, Lord Yang Ming, I can give you the authority to control Yang Fifan's life and death, and at the same time provide you with free intelligence, but the prerequisite is that you must sacrifice 2 rare-level beasts in the future. How do you do that? In order to win over Yang Ming, the evil sheep priest racked his brains. Because of the curse, the evil sheep priest cannot leave the evil god's altar, so he can only wait for the right person to come and offer sacrifice. However, almost all creatures will be frightened after seeing the evil god's altar and will subconsciously stay away from it. In the past 5 years, Yang Ming was the first person who dared to approach the evil god's altar and offer sacrifices. Therefore, the evil sheep priest had to keep Yang Ming at all costs. What's more, items such as forging blueprints and rare weapons were of little use to evil spirits. Okay. Yang Ming nodded and said softly, I want to know where the blue crystal core is produced. Blue crystal core, the most critical material for upgrading the king-level territory. To upgrade the king-level territory in the next 5 days. The evil sheep priest smiled with satisfaction. Okay, I can give you this information, Lord Yang Ming. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Well, it's a pleasure to work with you. The system prompt sounded immediately. Dear Lord Yongming, you have successfully accepted the quest. You have reached a cooperation with the evil sheep priest, and your relationship has been upgraded to friendly. You have gained control over Yang Fifan's life and death, but if the heretic god dies, he will die with him. You are about to obtain information about the blue crystal core. The evil sheep priest slowly raised the staff in his hand, and with the beautiful green light, he began to chant the spell. Lord Evil God, who does not belong to this era, you are the mysterious ruler of the Cthulhu world. You are the king who wields the strange void. Please tell me, within a radius of 100 kilometers, where will the blue crystal core production site be refreshed? After a while, the green light emitted by the staff condensed into a string of numbers. Time, 3 days later. Coordinates, 758, 2569. After getting the answer, the evil sheep priest stopped chanting the spell and said to Yongming, Lord Yongming, you saw it too, right? 3 days from now, a blue crystal core will appear at the coordinates, 758, 2569. Okay, I understand. Yongming nodded. The evil sheep priest put away his staff and said with a smile, Lord Yongming, I look forward to meeting you next time. If you can offer more rare tributes, I will give you more rewards. After chatting for a while, Yongming led the warriors away from the evil god altar. Yongming's next goal is to upgrade the territory to the king level. Blue crystal core, population, resource fields. All conditions must be met as soon as possible. The sacrificial mission has been completed. Next, let's explore the land to the southeast. Yongming took out a homemade map. With Huaxiao City as the center, the area within a radius of 20 kilometers has basically been explored. Except for the area to the southeast, there is no exploration. So, after a short rest, Yongming led his army to the southeast. It is noon now, the weather is slightly cool, cloudy and breezy. After walking about 5 kilometers, Yongming suddenly saw the vague shadow of a village appearing in front of him. Huh? There are people? Are they indigenous people? In addition to the village, Yongming also saw some human figures. There are villages and villagers. Aren't these people just people coming to our doorstep? Everyone listen up and speed up. Yongming, in a good mood, said immediately. As he got closer, Yongming saw a densely populated small village appearing in front of him. However, something seemed to be wrong in the village. A fire broke out, and many houses were on fire. More than 100 bandits wearing black turbans, riding horses, holding swords and shields, were burning, killing, and looting in the village. Bandits entered the village to rob. The villagers were frightened and scattered in all directions. Screams were heard everywhere. Oh no, the bandits have entered the village again. Run away, everyone, the bandits are here again to steal food and girls. Damn it, didn't we just wipe out the bandits a few days ago? Why are they here again? Children and women, hide in the mountains quickly and don't come out. The bandits naturally would not let the villagers escape, especially the young women, who were the special targets of the bandits, and the village was filled with cries of grief. Ding, you have triggered an S-level special mission. A group of evil bandits are robbing the village. You can choose freely. A. Join them and rob together. B. Protect the villagers and fight against bandits. C. Save the young god Aphrodite who is about to fall. D. Bring young Aphrodite home, love her, cherish her, and give her meticulous love. Then wait for her 18th birthday, the day she awakens to divinity, and die in front of her. Note, this mission is special and will be automatically accepted once triggered. What? An S-level special mission? Even Yongming, who was as steady as a rock, was shocked at this moment. How could a small village trigger an S-level special mission? You know, the second transaction with the evil sheep priest was only a B-level task. Since everyone had automatically accepted the mission, Yongming immediately issued the order. Everyone listen up, the entire army will attack, defeat these bandits, and protect the villagers. Yes, Lord, the warriors responded. All the soldiers of the Qinglong Legion rushed forward in an instant and rushed into the village. Even Yongming rode a black horse and rushed into the village at the fastest speed. After all, this is an S-rank special mission. We must give it our all. At the same time, in a house at the southernmost end of the village, 2 bandits rushed in and banged hard on the door of the house. Hee. The woman in the room, stop hiding and come out quickly. In the room, a young little girl was hiding in her mother's arms, shivering. Although the little girl and her mother hid carefully, they were eventually discovered by the bandits. Mom, I'm scared. The little girl huddled in the woman's arms, her whole body trembling. Baby, don't be afraid. Mom will protect you. The woman gently comforted the little girl. However, the knocking on the door became more intense. The bandit's angry voice rang out. Woman, our patience is limited. Open the door quickly, or we will kill you. You have 30 seconds. Open the door. Seeing that the door was about to be knocked open, the woman made up her mind and let go of the little girl. Baby, hide in the cellar. No matter what you hear or what you see, don't say a word, okay? No, Mom, if you don't leave me, I'm scared. The little girl said, crying. However, in the end, the little girl could only watch her mother leave her and open the door of the house alone. Chapter 70 Goddess of Love, Aphrodite. Young Aphrodite hid alone in a dark cellar, covering her mouth and trembling all over. She watched her mother open the door of the house. As soon as the door opened, both bandits rushed in and instantly controlled the woman. You bitch, you took so long to open the door. Do you want to die? The bandit slapped the woman in the face. Don't kill me. I will give you all the money and food. The woman begged helplessly. The two bandits laughed obscenely and said sinisterly, You're quite sensible. However, we want the money and food, and we also want to savor your body. The woman was so frightened that she burst into tears and kept begging for mercy. Please, don't bully me, let me go. The bandit's eyes flashed with lust, and he smiled obscenely. We are bandits. How can we be called bandits if we don't bully women? Ha ha ha. Go ahead and cry louder. The louder you cry, the more excited we will be. Ha ha ha. After saying that, the next second the bandits started tearing the woman's clothes. At this moment, Aphrodite, who was hiding in the cellar, saw her mother being bullied and rushed out desperately. Although Aphrodite was very frightened and trembling all over, she still mustered up the courage to rush out and shouted, You two bad guys, stop bullying my mother. Let her go. Huh? There's a young girl. The two bandits were stunned. TSK, such a delicate and tender body, such white skin, such a beautiful face, a little girl of 13 or 14. So wonderful, you are simply a gift from God. The two bandits were instantly attracted by Aphrodite's beauty. They knocked the woman unconscious and threw her away, then walked towards Aphrodite. No, don't come over here. Aphrodite took a step back in fear. The bandit got closer and closer, looking at Aphrodite's tender body with a lewd look on his face, and said with a grin, Why, don't you want to save your mother? As long as you are willing to play a game with your uncle, we will let your mother go. Are you really willing to let my mother go? Aphrodite asked tremblingly. Of course. As he spoke, the bandit stretched out his dark hand and grabbed Aphrodite. Aphrodite closed her eyes in fear. Save me, my God. Aphrodite, who was only 14 years old, looked pitiful and shed crystal tears. At this critical moment, Yang Ming, holding the sky-splitting sword, finally found the key person who triggered the S-level special mission. Aphrodite, one of the 12 gods of Olympus in ancient Greek mythology, is known as the most beautiful goddess, in charge of beauty, love, and sexual desire. Why would an ancient Greek god appear here? And in the form of a little girl? Yang Ming had no idea, but the most important thing for now was to complete the mission. Let her go. Yang Ming rushed in like a savior and swept his knife across, chopping at the heads of the two bandits. However, Yang Ming suddenly thought that the bloody scene might scare the 14-year-old girl, so he had to forcibly flip the splitting sword and knock the bandit unconscious with the back of the sword. Originally, Aphrodite was prepared to be humiliated. However, an extremely gentle voice sounded in her ears. Don't be afraid. You are safe now. I will protect you. Aphrodite slowly opened her eyes. For a moment, she was stunned. From then on, no matter how long time passed, Aphrodite would never forget this scene. In the sunlight outside the window, a gentle and handsome older brother appeared in front of her like a savior and extended a helping hand to her. Who are you? Aphrodite raised her head and asked blankly. Yang Ming touched his nose and explained. I'm here to save you. I've knocked out the two bandits who bullied you. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much for saving me and my mother. Aphrodite said belatedly. Get up. Yang Ming extended his hand to Aphrodite, who was slumped on the ground. Big brother, thank you. Aphrodite plucked up the courage and held Yang Ming's hand. The moment Aphrodite's hand touched Yang Ming's, her delicate body trembled, and she felt like she was being electrocuted. Ding. You have completed the S-level special mission. Reward, none. Yang Ming had a face full of question marks. What the hell? This is so deceptive. I completed an S-rank mission, but there's no reward? Respected Lord Yang Ming, you have earned the absolute trust of Aphrodite, the goddess of love. She is not a reward. Oh, after hearing this, Yang Ming calmed down a little. Aphrodite came to her mother and found that she was not injured but was asleep, so she felt relieved. Big brother, may I ask who you are? Aphrodite turned around and mustered up the courage to ask Yangming. Yangming lowered his head and looked at her. Wow, she is worthy of being the goddess of love, Aphrodite. She is indeed outstandingly beautiful and has been a beauty since she was a child. Yangming tried to make his voice gentle. I am Yangming, the lord of Huaxia City. I am here to save your village. The bandits who invaded the village have been eliminated by us. Yangming. From then on, this name was deeply engraved in the deepest part of the heart of Aphrodite, the goddess of love. At this time, an open space in the village was filled with the bodies of bandits. It took the Qinglong Legion only more than 10 minutes to pull out all the bandits in the village, kill them, and throw them into this open space. The villagers who had been hiding came out one after another and kept thanking Yangming. Thank you, sir, for saving us. Sir, your kindness is beyond our reach. We are willing to serve you like slaves. The villagers knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yangming. Yangming took a quick look around. The village had quite a large population, probably around 2,000 people. Everyone get up, Yangming shouted. Then, Yangming cleared his throat and continued. Everyone, I am the savior sent by God to save you, and I am also the lord of Huaxia City. As long as you are willing to become my people, I will protect you. Savior? Huaxia City? Lord? The villagers looked at each other. Yangming waved his hand and ordered the soldiers to carry out several large baskets of fragrant dried meat, meat patties, and big steamed buns. The tempting aroma instantly attracted everyone, and the villagers all stared at the food. Oh my God, what is that meat? Fatty pork? I actually saw meat. What a delicious smell. I've never seen so much meat, eggs, and big, shiny steamed buns. Am I dreaming? Sure enough, in the battlefield of all races, the natives were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood when they saw food. Yangming raised his right hand and slowly said, Dear villagers, as long as you are willing to join Huaxia City, I guarantee that you will be able to eat steamed buns, eggs, and meat every day. Chapter 71 God's Attribute Panel. Under the temptation of food, the villagers believed Yangming's words from the bottom of their hearts. In the battlefield of all races, it is normal for people to starve to death. Whoever gives them food is their reborn parent. To upgrade to a king-level territory, you need to have a population of at least 5,000. These villagers just happened to greatly supplement the population of Huaxia City. Besides, if we want to develop and expand Huaxia City, we need more residents with living professions, such as blacksmiths, chefs, priests, brewers. The higher the level of a resident's professional life, the greater the benefits they can bring to the territory. For example, a priest of rare quality can cure all diseases. Cancer, uremia, rabies, leukemia, ALS, and other diseases can be cured easily, and he can even bring people back to life and turn flesh into bones. For example, an excellent chef cooks a dish with the meat of an exotic animal. After eating it, ordinary people can easily run 100 meters in 4 seconds. At this time, the old village chief came to Yangming and asked respectfully, My lord, there are still many people in the village hiding in cellars and houses, afraid to go out. Can you wait a moment while I call them out? Of course. Yangming called 2 soldiers over and brought a large basket of meat and a large basket of sliced meat to the old village chief. He said, Find a dozen villagers and go around the village to tell them that anyone willing to follow me back to Huaxia City will have enough to eat every day. Thank you, great lord. The old village chief was very excited. He had never seen so much meat in his life. Huaxia City, it must be a paradise on earth, right? After a while, the old village chief brought a group of villagers, holding gongs and drums, and kept shouting in the village. Hello everyone, I am your old village chief Darwin. Don't hide anymore, come out. The bandits have been eliminated. Everyone gather at the village entrance. A great lord has shown favor to our village. Everyone, gather at the village entrance immediately. You can enjoy free big white steamed buns, meat, and eggs. Darwin's voice quickly spread throughout the village. The villagers who were hiding in the cellars and houses came out doubtfully after hearing what the village chief said. Village chief, is it true? The bandits have been eliminated. Damn bandits. They stole all my rice and wheat and killed my man. My life is so miserable. Village chief, where is the free food? Village chief, can we really eat free big steamed buns? My child hasn't eaten for 2 days. The village chief tried his best to comfort everyone, saying, Don't be sad. Just go to the village entrance. The great lord is distributing food. The hungry villagers immediately ran towards the village entrance. When they arrived at the village entrance, they saw basket after basket of large white steamed buns, eggs, and slices of meat placed on the ground. In an instant, all the villagers' eyes lit up. 2 hours later, all the villagers enjoyed a free meal and ate until their mouths were drooling. Lord, please lead us to Huaxia City. My lord, as long as I can have enough food to eat every day, I will do anything. The villagers knelt on the ground and sincerely pleaded with Yang Ming. At this moment, in their hearts, Yang Ming has become their savior. Yang Ming made a quick count and found that there were about 4,000 villagers. In this way, the population requirement of 5,000 for upgrading to a king-level territory is met. Yang Ming waved his hand and said loudly, "Everyone get up. I promise to bring you back to Huaxia City safely. Once there, I'll provide you with free accommodation, clothes, and food." "Thank you, Lord." The villagers kowtowed continuously. Afterwards, after resting, Yang Ming and the soldiers led the villagers on their return journey. The young goddess, Aphrodite, also went to Huaxia City with the villagers. Along the way, with Yang Ming's protection, the villagers did not encounter any danger. When I had walked half the distance, Aphrodite suddenly came to Yang Ming, pinching the corner of her clothes with her two small hands, and asked nervously, "Big brother, my mother seems to be sick. Can you save her?" Yang Ming glanced at her subconsciously. Name, Aphrodite. Occupation, goddess of love. Status, sealed, divinity awakens at age 18, or upon reaching the battlefield of the gods. All restrictions are automatically lifted. Combat power, 4. Potential, 12 stars, maximum level. Talent, guardian of the goddess of love, god level. Everything she protects, including herself, is immortal and indestructible, and cannot be destroyed by any god. Talent, Spear of the End, SSS rank, the ultimate weapon condensed from the power of love and faith, known as one of the Valkyries at the end of the Nordic god realm. Skill, Arrow spell, SS level, entry-level proficiency. As long as she desires, she can make any living being fall in love with her and obey all her commands. Skill, Law of Love, SS level, control love, but love is also free. Skill, Painting of Love, SSS rank, strongest illusion, beauty trap. One day, you'll meet a girl who looks 90% like her, dressed in a white dress. She'll stand before you, tilting her head and asking, long time no see. Why are you still as clueless as before?" Wow, Yang Ming almost blurted out the quintessence of Chinese culture. Is this the power of a god? Are the panel attributes so luxurious? Even in the sealed state, with a combat power value of only 4 points, he still retains such a strong talent. God is so terrifying. "Big brother, please, save my mother." Seeing that Yang Ming didn't say anything, Aphrodite begged him again, looking pitiful and tears were about to fall. "Okay, take me to see her," Yang Ming said. Okay. Aphrodite immediately burst into laughter and took Yang Ming to find her mother. Aphrodite's mother was in a coma. Her face was pale, and no matter how much she was called, she couldn't be woken up. Yang Ming scanned her mother's information and found nothing unusual. Maybe he was almost molested by the bandits and was too frightened, Yang Ming concluded. So, Yang Ming took out a golden spirit fruit from the warehouse and handed it to Aphrodite. "Feed this to your mother and she will be fine," Yang Ming said. Golden spirit fruit, an excellent fruit, can eliminate all negative states. Aphrodite was stunned for a moment and took the golden spirit fruit with both hands, saying, "Such a large fruit? Could it be an excellent spiritual fruit?" "Yes, feed it to your mother and she will be fine," Yang Ming said. "Oh, thank you very much, big brother." The little girl thanked Yang Ming repeatedly. Aphrodite carefully fed her mother the golden spirit fruit, and she soon showed signs of improvement. Chapter 72, Citywide Blessing Buff. Aphrodite was carefully feeding her mother the golden spirit fruit pulp, while Yang Ming was watching her beside her. It was the first time that Yang Ming saw a living god with his own eyes. It turns out that God really exists, Yang Ming thought to himself. In fact, 10 years ago, when the National Destiny Lord system began to bind to Blue Planet, scientists proposed the concept of theism. The National Destiny Lord system can bind all civilizations in the universe together. Scientists speculate that only God or the Creator can have this ability to merge virtual and reality. But this is only speculation, because looking at the entire blue star, until today, only Yang Ming has seen the real God. It's over. This time, Einstein's coffin lid can no longer be held down. God really does play dice. In that case, the Nordic gods, the ancient Greek gods, Shiva from India, the Chinese gods, and the Japanese Amaterasu may all appear in the future. Yang Ming frowned. Since there really are gods in the world, if he plans to destroy the Japanese island in the future, won't he be hindered by some unknown force? However, if you think about it carefully, if gods come into reality, they will definitely be subject to great restrictions. For example, when Yang Ming summoned the Chinese god to possess him, the divine power he could inherit was only 1 in 10,000, or 1 in tens of thousands. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, now has all her divine powers sealed. If she wants to fully unlock them, she can only go to the battlefield of the gods. As for the evil god Aminos, his situation was even worse. He was still in a half-dead state. There is also the goddess of light, whose shadow Yang Ming has never even seen. All this shows that the real world is extremely hostile to gods. Or perhaps there is a mysterious law that cannot be shaken. God cannot interfere with the real world. Big brother, thank you. My mother has recovered a lot. Suddenly, Aphrodite's voice came into Yang Ming's ears. Yang Ming came back to his senses and said to Aphrodite, "Once we get back to Huaxia City, let your mother rest for a night, and she will be fully recovered." "Well, big brother, you are so nice, thank you." Aphrodite smiled shyly. Then the team continued to move forward. 10 minutes later, everyone returned to the territory safely. The moment Aphrodite stepped into Huaxia City, the system's prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! Respected Lord Yang Ming, your territory has received a buff, favor of the goddess of love. Growth rate of all crops and poultry plus 20%, yield plus 100%. Residents' happiness, health, and work efficiency plus 20%. The probability of Huaxia City encountering a natural disaster is minus 100%. Aphrodite maintains absolute trust in you. During this period, you gain a special buff, plus 50 luck. If you lose Aphrodite's trust, this buff disappears immediately. So this is the reward for the S-level special mission? Yang Ming was stunned. Wow, this buff is so cool, right? A sealed young god can bring such huge benefits. If the goddess of light that Anna believes in can also be tricked into coming over, wouldn't he be invincible? Well, the future is promising. In order to take good care of Aphrodite, Yang Ming personally went to the residential area to select a villa for her and sent someone to deliver food and clothes. As for the other villagers, Yang Ming left it to Carl to arrange. With before, the residential area has expanded a lot, and many dormitories, villas, and buildings have been newly built to ensure that everyone has a place to live. After settling Aphrodite, Yang Ming took the forging drawings of the Overlord spear to the blacksmith shop to find Kokolit. The Overlord spear is an excellent grade forging blueprint, and its maximum value can only be realized in Kokolit's hands. Duong duong duong. At this time, in the blacksmith shop, Kokolit, who was only 1.5 meters tall, was swinging a 100-pound hammer and hitting the iron with force. She was very focused, concentrating on making the equipment. Seeing that Kokolit was so engrossed, Yang Ming didn't want to disturb her, so he waited for her beside him. It was not until she successfully forged a new Tang Dynasty horizontal sword and raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead that she realized Yang Ming had arrived. Kokolit quickly ran to Yang Ming and apologized repeatedly. "Lord, when did you arrive?" "Oh, sorry, I didn't see you. I kept you waiting. I'm sorry. I'm here to give you something." Yang Ming took out the forging drawings of the Overlord spear and handed it to Kokolit. Kokolit was stunned for a moment, then immediately took it and said with joy, "This is actually a forging blueprint for an excellent grade weapon? This is amazing." It can be seen that Kokolit really likes to make weapons. No wonder she was able to awaken the A-level talent, the craftsman's pure heart. Kokolit held the Overlord spear forging blueprint in her arms and said happily, "My lord, I've been stuck at the second-level blacksmith for half a month. With the forging blueprint for the Overlord spear, I should be able to upgrade to the third-level blacksmith soon." "Huh? Are you going to be promoted to an excellent blacksmith?" Yang Ming asked subconsciously. An excellent blacksmith can also be called a third-level blacksmith, because ordinary, fine, excellent, rare, excellent is ranked third. "Well, one day at the latest," Kokolit said confidently. Yang Ming encouraged her. "That's great, keep it up. As long as you can create more excellent weapons, I will give you more rewards." Kokolit smiled shyly and said softly, "My lord, I am already very happy and do not need any other compensation. However, it takes more time and energy to create excellent weapons. I can only create a maximum of 5 pieces a day." 5 pieces, so many? Yang Ming was overjoyed. If we add the buff of Aphrodite, the goddess of love, and increase work efficiency by 20%, wouldn't we be able to forge 6 Overlord spears in one day? With so many excellent weapons in hand, who can compete with you? What is the probability of advancing the Overlord spear to the next level? Yang Ming asked her. The next level after the excellent level is the rare level. Rare weapons. Even in the Blue Star region war zone, Rare weapons are the top-notch existence. Any lord who can possess a rare weapon is a powerful figure on the Blue Star list. As for perfect-grade weapons, forget about it. There is only one perfect-grade weapon in the entire Blue Star, and that is the Lord's Scepter of China. A year ago, the reason why the United States attacked China was to seize the scepter of the Lord. Kokolet sighed and said helplessly, Sigh, it's very difficult. There's only a 1 in 2,000 chance of upgrading to a rare weapon. Moreover, the higher the level of the weapon, the harder it is to trigger the upgrade. Yang Ming comforted her and said, It's okay, don't put pressure on yourself, just let it go, you're already great. Well, I will try my best. After receiving Yang Ming's encouragement, Kokolet rekindled her fighting spirit. Chapter 73 Land Reform. The next day, early morning. Today is the 16th day that Yang Ming has arrived at the battlefield of all races. Perhaps because of Aphrodite's blessing buff, Yang Ming slept particularly comfortably last night. After getting up, Yang Ming simply washed up and shouted towards the door. Lilith, come in. There is no doubt that one of the two sisters must have gotten up early at around 5 o'clock, prepared breakfast in advance, and waited for Yang Ming at the door. Okay, Lord. 3 different girls' voices sounded outside the door. Yang Ming subconsciously looked towards the door. Lilith in a red dress, Lilia in a light blue dress, and Anna in a white priest's robe walked in together. My lord, here's your breakfast. Lilith placed the still steaming breakfast on the table. Yang Ming sat at the table, picked up a piece of Chinese sugar-free bread, took a bite, and asked them, Why are you 3 here together? Anna opened her mouth, wanting to speak, but stopping herself. Finally, Lilia took the initiative to help her speak. My lord, Sister Anna said she wants to discuss something with you. What's the matter? Tell me. If you have any requests, feel free to ask. Yang Ming said. Anna, who was usually calm and composed, became nervous now. She stammered. My lord, I want to apply. I want to join. Yang Ming could naturally see Anna's thoughts, and in order to take care of her emotions, he took the initiative to say, Anna, since you came to Huaxia City, many patients and wounded have received timely assistance. You have saved many lives, so I would like to invite you to join Huaxia City. Are you willing? I allow you to continue to believe in the Goddess of Light, and I will also send people to build a clean and tidy church for the Goddess of Light. Anna, you will be fully responsible for its management. Is this all right with you? Hearing this, not only Anna, but also Lilith and Lilia cried out in surprise. Anna even suspected that she was hallucinating. Originally, before entering the Lord's mansion, Anna had already made plans to leave the Church of the Goddess of Light. Unexpectedly, Yang Ming not only allowed Anna to believe in the Goddess of Light in his territory, but was even willing to build a church for them. Why, you don't want to? Yang Ming frowned slightly. No, of course we are willing. Before Anna could speak, Lilith with long red hair raised her hand to speak. My lord, you are such a good person. Lilia, who had blue hair tied in twin ponytails, was so moved that she cried. Yang Ming reached out and wiped Lilia's tears and said softly, Why are you crying? You saved so many people. This church is a reward for you. Anna was also very moved at this moment. She performed the most solemn etiquette towards Yang Ming. My lord, I swear in the name of the Goddess of Light that I, Anna, am willing to follow you forever. The same applies to us, under the witness of the Goddess of Light. Lilith and Lilia said at the same time. Ding Anna's loyalty to you has increased to 100, maximum level, and you are awarded 40 points of national fortune. While Lilia's loyalty to you increases to 100, and you are awarded 40 points of national fortune. Duong Lilith's loyalty to you increases to 100, rewarding you with 40 points of national fortune. Yang Ming was in a good mood as he suddenly gained 120 points of national fortune. Just at this time, Yang Ming was full, so he stood up and said, Come on, accompany me for a walk. And by the way, I'll take you to Zhou Rue to discuss the matter of building a church. Okay, the 3 women replied. Although it is already past 6 in the morning, many residents have already gotten up to work. On the streets, cleaners were sweeping the ground. In the fields, farmers were watering, weeding, and fertilizing. On the construction site, civil engineers were busy plastering, moving bricks, and pouring concrete. And on the training ground, soldiers were practicing drills. The outline of a city has slowly emerged. It has been a long time since he inspected the territory, so Yang Ming decided to take a look at the planting area first. At present, 2 million square meters of farmland have been reclaimed, which is about 2,299 acres. At a glance, the farmland is full of fruits and the yield of vegetables, melons and fruits is huge. Greetings, Lord. Long live the Lord. As soon as Yang Ming arrived at the farmland, many people came over to greet him and kowed out to him. Yang Ming waved his hand and scolded seriously. Stand up, don't kneel. This bad habit must be completely abolished. Everyone stood up quickly. Are the crops ripe? Yang Ming asked. A simple and honest middle-aged man stepped forward and answered. My lord, in 3 days, 10% of the crops will be ready for harvest. The plant growth spray, combined with Aphrodite's blessing buff, makes crops grow extremely fast. As long as agriculture develops, Huaxia City will no longer have to worry about food problems. Moreover, all crops are of excellent quality and have extremely high yields. Yang Ming spent a lot of money to get high-quality crop seeds, and now it is finally time to harvest. Yang Ming continued. I'm here today to announce a new policy. Lord, please speak. Everyone responded quickly. Yang Ming thought for a moment and said slowly. From today on, anyone who has awakened a talent related to agriculture will be given their own piece of farmland, ranging from 3 to 20 acres, which they can manage on their own. When the crops mature, they only need to hand over 70% of the grain, and the rest is theirs. This wave of operations is called land reform. When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. Everyone felt incredible. How could such a good thing exist in this world? For farmers, a piece of farmland is more important than their life. Thank you, Lord. Everyone was in high spirits, and their admiration for Yang Ming had reached its peak. After inspecting the planting area, Yang Ming went to other areas. Currently, Huaxia City is divided into 5 major areas. Planting areas, residential areas, industrial areas, military areas, and commercial areas that are being newly built. Among them, the residential area is the most densely populated because most of the residents live here. Carl had already arranged dormitories for the 4,000 villagers who were taken in yesterday, so Yang Ming planned to go and see them. 2 minutes later, Yang Ming arrived at the residential area. There are 2 trees planted in front of the gate of the residential building. One is a jujube tree, and the other is also a jujube tree. The residential area is the most lively, with people coming and going. As soon as Yang Ming came in, he saw many people queuing up. A long line of people were waiting to get water. Yang Ming then remembered that there was very little water in Huaxia City, and only one excellent resource treasure, spring water. Now that the population has increased, water resources are an urgent issue to be addressed. More than 5,000 residents, plus more than 14,000 soldiers, consume a lot of fresh water every day. No matter what, let's solve the water source problem first. In fact, Huaxia City is adjacent to a freshwater river, but it is close to the planting area, so it is inconvenient for residents to fetch water. Yang Ming opened the trading area and looked for freshwater resources and treasures. Chapter 74 New Policy. In fact, if you want to get water, digging a well is the most convenient way. However, the water pumped directly from the ground is just ordinary fresh water, and its quality is far inferior to that of other freshwater resources. But after searching the trading area, Yang Ming found an excellent resource treasure, Lingquan. Name, Lingquan, resource treasure. Quality, excellent grade. Introduction, placed on an open space, it can gush out an inexhaustible spring of water, providing 1,000 tons of water per day. Attributes, spiritual spring water mixed with a trace of rare energy. If you insist on drinking the spiritual spring water every day for 20 days, you can increase your personal combat power by 2 points, with a maximum of 10 points. After some bargaining, Yang Ming bought 1 excellent grade spiritual spring and 3 excellent grade springs. Resources and treasures can be generated by simply finding a piece of empty land and placing them there. It is very convenient. Yang Ming thought for a while and said, the excellent grade spiritual spring is placed at the junction of the dormitory building area and the residential area. As for the 3 excellent grade springs, they are placed in the dormitory building, the residential area, and the villa area respectively. If the residential area is subdivided, it can be divided into 3 areas: dormitory area, residential area, and villa area. There are currently 15 dormitory buildings in the dormitory area. Everyone can live there for free, but the prerequisite is that they have a job. If they do not work within 3 days, they will be kicked out of the dormitory and sleep on the street. A residential area, to put it simply, is a community where residents who have awakened their talents can receive a house, such as doctors, pastors, and other residents in life-related professions. In the villa area, only the best people can live there, such as Kokolit, Yang Jian, Anna, Zhang Lingfeng, Carl, Zhou Mingrui, Lilith, and Lilia. After making up his mind, Yang Ming took out the spiritual spring. The system prompt sounded. Do you want to place the spiritual spring? Yes. After saying that, Yang Ming put it down. Soon, as a ray of white light appeared, clear spiritual spring water gushed out. The fountain has been placed successfully. Under the sunlight, the spring water was extremely clear. Yang Ming tried to drink a sip, and it was extremely sweet. In this way, the water problem is basically solved. After a while, when the territory is upgraded to a King Level 1, Yang Ming plans to ask Zhou Mingrui to build a tap water project. Wow, the Lord has performed miracles again. My Lord is so amazing. How did you do it? When I grow up, I want to become a man as powerful as you. Long live the Lord. The movement of Yang Ming placing the spring water caused cheers from the surrounding residents. Upon learning that Yang Ming had arrived in the residential area, Carl also rushed over quickly. Greetings, Lord. Is there anything I can help you with? Carl asked. Yang Ming nodded slightly and asked, have you registered the information of those 4,000 villagers from yesterday? How many of them have awakened their talents? Where's the form? Carl took out 3 forms, handed them to Yang Ming, and said, everything has been counted. Please review it, Lord. Yang Ming took the form and took a look at it. 50 villagers awakened F-level talents, 25 villagers awakened E-level talents, 9 villagers awakened D-level talents, and 1 villager awakened B-level talent. In fact, it is very simple to detect personal talent, and all you need is an excellent level prop. But the prerequisite is that the other party is willing to cooperate. Yang Ming returned the form to Carl and praised him. Well, that's right. Arrange their work properly. All residents who have awakened their talents will be given priority treatment. Carl promised seriously. Don't worry, my lord. I promise I won't let them slack off. No one can shirk their work. Yang Ming frowned and asked, wait, I was just walking down the street and saw an elderly person sweeping the floor and a child of 7 or 8 washing dishes. Did you arrange all of this? Carl showed a confident smile and said slowly, yes, my lord. You provide them with free food and safe shelter. If they are not even willing to work, then what is the point of keeping them? Alas, Yang Ming sighed lightly. Carl was a native of the battlefield of all races, and his thoughts were destined to lag behind his own. Carl, I'm going to announce a new policy now. Listen carefully. Starting today, all teenagers under the age of 16 and seniors over the age of 60 will no longer have to work, and all living expenses will be covered by the inventory. Huh? Carl was stunned. This view is in serious conflict with Carl's worldview. Carl asked doubtfully, my lord, if you don't let them suffer a little, how will they know how to repay your kindness? If they can't even endure this little hardship, then aren't they useless? Yang Ming looked down at him and said calmly, Carl, let me ask you, why does a good person have to suffer so much? Mr. Yuhua once said, never believe that suffering is worth it. Suffering is suffering, and it will not bring success. This, Carl wanted to refute, but he couldn't say anything for a moment. Yang Ming raised his head slightly and continued, Carl, I've said before that my goal is to build a country of freedom and equality, a country that everyone aspires to, in this twisted and corrupt world, and to illuminate this dark land with the light of China. I hope you have this awareness, understand? Carl was shocked by this sentence. He took a deep breath and said, my lord, I understand. Very good, go ahead and do it. Yang Ming nodded. Yes. After finishing the matters in the residential area, Yang Ming took Anna, Lilith and Lilia to the commercial area, which was under construction. To upgrade to a king-level territory, you need 3 level 4 buildings and 25 level 3 buildings. Which buildings should be upgraded to level 4 first? Yang Ming had already thought of it. A blacksmith shop, a hospital, and a training ground. As the chief architect of Huaxia City, Zhou Mingrui is currently directing construction work in the commercial district. Lord, why are you here? Zhou Mingrui came to greet him immediately after learning of Yang Ming's arrival. Yang Ming nodded and said, I need you to build a new building, a church. Zhou Mingrui quickly asked, a church? What style is it? Do you have a design? If not, please describe the appearance and style in detail. Anna, go ahead and tell me. The branch of the Church of the Goddess of Light. Anna naturally knew the details of the church, so she told it all. Zhou Mingrui breathed a sigh of relief and said, if that's the only requirement, it's not difficult. It's just a second-level building at best. At this time, Yang Ming interrupted. Only level 2? The quality is too low. Let's upgrade it to a level 3 building. It's only level 2, the quality is not good, but we have to give face to the Goddess of Light. Otherwise, how can we trick the Goddess of Light into coming here in the future? My lord, I promise to complete the task. Zhou Mingrui said. Anna couldn't help but be moved when she saw Yang Ming was so concerned about building the church. An idea suddenly came to her mind. Could it be that the Goddess of Light was guiding her to contact Yang Ming? If not, how could Anna have met such a great lord? If it is really the goddess who is guiding me, then I will give everything to follow the Lord. Chapter 75 The Role of Luck. Zhou Mingrui, show me the design layout of the commercial area. Yang Ming said. The commercial district is the most important part of a city's spatial structure and must be carefully designed. My lord, please take a look. Zhou Mingrui handed the design to Yang Ming. Yang Ming took it and looked through it carefully. In fact, the commercial area is mainly divided into 3 parts: shopping, selling, and eating. After reading it, Yang Ming offered his own opinion. Expand the food court a bit and add more cheap and delicious shops, like a fast food restaurant that sells 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable for 7 copper coins, a snail noodle shop that sells 5 copper coins, and various specialty restaurants like Lanzhou ramen, fried rice and noodles, and 9-turn large intestine. Okay, as you wish. Zhou Mingrui wrote them down one by one in his notebook. Yang Ming continued. Also, the important thing is the tavern. Open more shops that sell alcohol. There is no need to think too much. Once the commercial area is completed and opened, the pub business will definitely be the hottest. Yeah, Zhou Mingrui wrote it all down. With Yang Ming's repairs, a commercial district design that best suits Huaxia City took shape. Finally, Yang Ming asked Zhou Mingrui. Zhou Mingrui, approximately how many days will it take you to build 3 level 4 buildings and 25 level 3 buildings? Zhou Mingrui knew that this was another test from Yang Ming, so he gritted his teeth and said, 3 days at the earliest, 5 days at the latest. Very good. Yang Ming patted his shoulder and encouraged him. If you do this, then you, my friend, are the true hero of Huaxia City. Hearing this, Zhou Mingrui was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He swore as if he was ready to die. My lord, give me 3 days. Within 3 days, I promise to complete the task. Ding. Zhou Mingrui's loyalty to you has reached 100, rewarding 40 points of national fortune. Okay, go for it. It took Yang Ming half a day to inspect the entire city of Huaxia. He promptly corrected all potential problems within the territory. In short, all the residents are currently working hard to upgrade their territory to a king level 1. Next, as long as we capture another 4th level resource field and obtain the blue crystal core, Huaxia City will be able to successfully upgrade to the king level. Yang Ming estimated that in 5 days at most, the first king-level territory in the novice area would be born from his hands. By then, China's national crisis can be easily resolved. It's around noon now, a good time to go out of town and explore. Yang Ming glanced at the sun in the sky. It was sunny and bright, which meant that today was a good day to go out. Yang Ming came to the training ground. He planned to lead the White Tiger Legion out today. As a 3rd-level building, the training ground covers a large area and can accommodate 15,000 people training at the same time. Yang Ming called Zhang Lingfeng and asked him to quickly assemble the White Tiger Legion. After a quick head count, Yang Ming set off. As soon as he walked out of the city gate, a cool breeze blew towards him, and Yang Ming felt comfortable all over. Leading the team, Yang Ming walked into the wilderness. Walking on the grass, a wild feeling arises spontaneously. Yang Ming had just walked 500 meters when he felt something hard under his feet. When I pulled aside the grass, I found that it was a silver treasure chest. So lucky. Yang Ming bent down and picked it up. For Yang Ming now, the silver treasure chest did not have much appeal, so he opened it. A gentle white light flashed by. There are 265 silver coins in the treasure chest. Well, not bad. Yang Ming smiled, put the silver coins into the warehouse, and then continued on his way. But what Yang Ming never expected was that after walking 1,000 meters, he felt something under his feet again. Looking down, I found a faint golden light flickering in the soil under my feet. No way. My luck is so incredible. This time, even Yang Ming was stunned. The treasure chest radiates golden light, and you know what it is without having to think about it. Unable to suppress his inner excitement, Yang Ming pulled away the weeds. Sure enough, a golden treasure chest appeared in front of Yang Ming. The golden treasure chest will definitely contain excellent items. Why has my luck become so good? Yang Ming was both happy and confused. At this moment, his brain started thinking, could it be because? Yang Ming suddenly thought that because Aphrodite maintained absolute trust in him, he had obtained a lucky buff. Increases luck by 50 points. At first, Yang Ming thought that 50 points of luck was nothing, but now it seems that he underestimated it. In order to understand the effectiveness of 50 points of luck, Yang Ming opened the friend chat system and found Zhang Wei to ask, "Ah Wei, your B-level talent, luck amplification, can increase your luck by how many points?" Coincidentally, Zhang Wei was online and quickly replied to the message. "My talent can give me 10 points of luck. What's wrong, brother? Is there any material I can help you find?" "It's okay, I'm just asking," Yang Ming replied. A few minutes later, the chat ended. Yang Ming looked at the extra 50 points of luck on his attribute panel, thinking deeply. Zhang Wei's B-level talent, luck amplification, can increase his luck value by 10 points. Doesn't that mean the luck buff Aphrodite bestowed upon me is equivalent to half an S-level talent? Yang Ming showed a satisfied smile. Taking advantage of the lucky buff, he decided to walk around a few more times. Everyone listen up, run forward. So Yang Ming sped up his pace. Scouts also expanded their reconnaissance range. Not long after, good news came one after another. Lions were spotted fighting for territory in an inner lake 500 meters to the right. Both sides have suffered heavy casualties. Report, Lord, an unowned level 3 resource field has been discovered 300 meters ahead. Report, Lord, there were 2 excellent golden eagles flying in the sky. For some reason, their wings suddenly cramped and fell to the ground, breaking their bones. Report, Lord, we have discovered another unoccupied 3rd-level resource field. Hearing so much good news, Yang Ming once suspected that he was hallucinating. But the eyes don't deceive. Compared to now, what a hard life Yang Ming had lived before. In less than an hour, 4 3rd-level resource fields were incorporated into the territory of Huaxia City. Ding, your army has occupied a 3rd-level resource field, Medicine Garden, rewarding 200 points of national fortune. Ding, your army has occupied a 3rd-level resource field, Silver Mine, rewarding 200 points of national fortune. Ding. The system's prompt sound is enough to prove that this is true. Yang Ming thought that his luck had reached its limit. A panicked scout ran over and said breathlessly, Report, Lord, we've discovered a level 4 resource field 1,000 meters ahead. Chapter 76, Summoning Dianwei. What? Level 4 resource field? Even someone as calm as Yang Ming was stunned for a moment. Wow, after searching everywhere for something, it finally came to me without any effort? Come on, take me to see it. Yang Ming said decisively. Under the guidance of the scout, Yang Ming walked forward more than 1,000 meters. A lake appeared in front of us, connected to a river with trees growing on its banks. On the shore, under the shadow of the trees, a huge tiger was licking its wounds. A rare beast, the Kanglan tiger? Yang Ming took a breath. This was the first time he saw a rare and living beast in the wild. With a thought, Yang Ming scanned all its information. Name, Kanglanhu. Quality, rare level. Combat power, 631. Severely injured, combat power greatly reduced. Extraordinary, bloodsucking. Talent, Tiger King Demon Transformation. A level, gain a trace of demonic power and transform into a demonic tiger. Skill 1, Kanglan Rage Kill, B rank, opens the mouth and spurts out a burst of energy, limited range of 1 kilometer. Skill 2, more powerful than a tiger, C rank, grows a pair of wings and gains the ability to fly. Skill 3, Sky Thunder Tiger Soul, rank A, the true form of the Kanglan tiger. With a roar, it releases lightning damage in a large area and can use lightning to condense various attack forms. A rare level exotic beast in a seriously injured state. Yang Ming's heart was pounding. This is undoubtedly a great opportunity to kill Kanglan tiger. As long as you can kill it, you can not only occupy a level 4 resource field, but also get the corpse of a rare monster. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But the problem is that the attribute panel of Kanglan tiger is really too luxurious. What's even more terrible is that Kanglan tiger has also comprehended extraordinary powers. This shows that it has embarked on the path of extraordinary evolution. The combat power value exceeds 500 points. You can evolve, become a transcendent, and comprehend extraordinary powers. It's a bit difficult. Most people would probably give up, but I'm a man who has awakened the SSS level talent, God Possession. Yang Ming looked up at Kanglan tiger. There was no fear in his eyes, but he seemed eager to try. Kanglan tiger is in a seriously injured state. If we don't take advantage of the situation now, when will we take advantage of it? Yang Ming took a deep breath and then gave the order. Everyone, evacuate beyond the 3,000-meter radius and remain on standby. Do not move without my order. Yes, my lord. The soldiers obeyed Yang Ming's orders and withdrew quickly. Yang Ming looked at Kanglan tiger and walked over. The rare beast had an extremely sharp sense of smell, and soon, the Kanglan tiger also discovered Yang Ming. Roar. The Kanglan tiger let out a low roar, warning Yang Ming not to come near. In the eyes of Kanglan tiger, Yang Ming was just an ant. There was no need for it to attack. What's more, Kanglan tiger was seriously injured and was unwilling to move its huge body. However, Yang Ming ignored Kanglanhu's warning and continued to move forward. Seeing that Yang Ming ignored his roar, Kanglan tiger warned. Foolish human, do you want to die? If you don't get out of here, I, the queen, will devour you in one gulp. Rare beasts can now speak human language. Yang Ming knew very well how powerful the Kanglan tiger was, so he stopped moving forward after 300 meters. Next, Yang Ming put his hands together and silently said in his heart, I want to summon the Chinese god. Before the battle even started, Yang Ming decided to go all out and used his second SSS level talent, Divine Possession. Talent used successfully, randomly communicating with the consciousness of the Chinese gods. In an instant, Yang Ming felt a force even stronger than before surging into his body. After the last war, and supplemented by eating exotic beast meat in the past 2 days, Yang Ming's panel combat power has reached 242 points. The higher his combat power, the stronger the divine power his body can withstand. A heroic and tragic voice also rang in Yang Ming's ears. I will serve you until death, my lord, do not worry. I will fight to the death and will not retreat. Faintly, Yang Ming seemed to see, on the battlefield raging with flames, a tall and mighty man, with his bare hands, blocking the enemy's army with only his fists. Even though he was seriously injured and surrounded by a large army, he still showed his invincibility. At the same time, Yang Ming's combat power value also soared from 242 points to 595 points. It's a powerful force, but why do I feel so heavy? It turns out that when Jian Wei died protecting Cao Cao, he felt so unwilling, sad, and angry. At that time, even if Jian Wei was given a piece of armor and a weapon, he would not be defeated. So how could he be willing to accept this? I won't accept this. The two men united their minds, and Yang Ming roared for Jian Wei. Yang Ming felt that all the blood and energy in his body were burning. He could no longer control his passionate urge to fight a big battle. Zheng, the sky-splitting sword was unsheathed, a crisp sound was heard, and lightning instantly covered the blade of the sky-splitting sword. At this moment, Yang Ming's pupils were filled with divine power. Just one glance was enough to frighten the Kanglan tiger. What's going on? What's wrong with this human? He was just a lowly ant just a second ago. How could he suddenly burst out with such powerful strength? Kanglan tiger was frightened by Yang Ming's breath and immediately stood up from the ground, leaning back and ready for battle. Brute, bring your horses over here. Unable to hold back any longer, Yang Ming tightly grasped the sky-splitting sword with both hands, then raised his foot and took a step forward. With one kick, he could cross a distance of 300 meters. Lightning slash. Kanglan tiger without anyone noticing, and at the same time slashed out with a knife, activating his skill. The blazing blade light, accompanied by lightning damage, slashed towards the Kanglan tiger. Human, don't think I'm afraid of you. The Kanglan tiger was seriously injured. It is still a rare beast after all, and its inherent ferocity cannot be controlled. Suddenly turning its head and raising its 50-centimeter-long tiger paw, the Kanglan tiger aimed its claws at Yang Ming and slapped him. Boom. When the sky-splitting blade and the tiger claw collided, a huge amount of energy suddenly erupted. The ground cracked and fissures appeared. A huge pit 10 meters long was even blown out under Yang Ming's feet. Thunder flashes. But Yang Ming did not dare to be negligent at all. After one move, he immediately launched the second skill. Releases large-scale lightning damage centered on itself. The sudden combo of moves caused Kanglan to suffer a great loss. Ouch! Kanglan tiger roared in pain. Along with a strong smell of blood, a large amount of blood flowed out of the Kanglan tiger's abdomen, and a huge wound was shocking. It turns out that the reason why Kanglan tiger was seriously injured was that there was a big cut on its abdomen. What a good opportunity. Yang Ming's eyes lit up. Human, you have completely angered this queen. I will eat you. The Kanglan tiger was close to going berserk. In anger, it directly activated its strongest skill, the Thunder Tiger's soul. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud bang in the clear sky, and a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and hit Kanglan tiger. Chapter 77 Server-Wide Announcement. Human, you've successfully caught my attention. The Kanglan tiger is extremely huge. When standing up, it is 7 or 8 meters tall. A pair of blood-red tiger eyes stared at Yang Ming. Boom! The Kanglan tiger raised one of its huge claws and slapped Yang Ming hard with such force that it created a huge pit of nearly 3 meters in the ground. Yang Ming relied on his flexible movements, dodging left and right, constantly avoiding the attacks of the Kanglan tiger and looking for opportunities to counterattack. Human, are you a bug? All you can do is run. The Kanglan tiger was angry. Although Yang Ming's attack did not hurt it, it made it feel extremely irritable. Ouch! The Kanglan tiger roared, and then a large area of lightning surged around it. This move is very similar to Yang Ming's Sky Thunder Flash, but Kanglan tiger is better because it can condense lightning into various attack forms at will. Human, I wonder where you can hide. In an instant, lightning condensed from all directions into Thunder Tiger's souls, rushing towards Yang Ming madly. Even someone as strong as Yang Ming found it difficult to withstand it for a while. Even a rare-level monster in a seriously injured state, is it so troublesome? Yang Ming fought and retreated. The two skills attached to the Sky-Splitting Sword, Lightning Slash and Sky Thunder Flash, could not break the Kanglen Tiger's defense at all. The only hope is Thunder Overlord Slash. However, if you use the Thunder Overlord Slash, it will be the one that decides victory or defeat. At this moment, a faint voice sounded in Yang Ming's mind. Young man, your swordsmanship is rather ugly, isn't it? Yang Ming knew that it was Dian Wei's divine consciousness communicating with him, so he quickly responded. Please give me some advice, General Dian Wei. Just then, the Kanglen Tiger pounced on him again, opened its blood-red mouth, and bit Yang Ming fiercely. Yang Ming stepped back subconsciously. Dian Wei's voice immediately sounded. Don't retreat. Use offense as defense. Turn left 60 degrees and chop at its teeth. Okay. Yang Ming was also bold and careful. He followed the instructions given by Dian Wei, using offense as defense and advancing instead of retreating. Lightning Slash. Yang Ming swung the knife and hit the Kanglen Tiger's teeth. Ouch! Kanglen Tiger roared in pain. Yang Ming was overjoyed. He didn't expect that this knife would have such a good effect. It seems that his swordsmanship is too weak compared to those of the ancient warriors. Dian Wei continued to instruct Yang Ming. Don't be dazed. Chase it, get behind it, and stab it. Dodge to the left, chop at a 45-degree angle, and use only 70% strength. Dodge again and flash above it. You're holding the knife incorrectly. Are you chopping melons or vegetables? Damn it, you might as well let me do it. Under Dian Wei's careful guidance, Yang Ming actually turned the situation around bit by bit. Was originally 28-29, but now it has become 64-68. At the same time, Yang Ming's fighting skills became more and more sophisticated and powerful. Yes, that's right. Although your knife-holding posture is a bit ugly, it's a big improvement. At least it's pleasing to my eyes. Dian Wei said with relief. Thank you, General Dian Wei, for your guidance. Yang Ming expressed his respect from the bottom of his heart. At least, Dian Wei's spiritual thoughts were truly guiding him. The Kanglen Tiger was repeatedly injured by Yang Ming and became more and more angry. Finally, it went straight into a frenzy. Human, I want you dead. The Kanglen Tiger opened its blood-red mouth, aimed at Yang Ming, and spurted out a powerful energy shock. B-level skill, Kanglen's Furious Killing. In an instant, the land within 1,000 meters was cracked into a deep ravine. If Yang Ming hadn't dodged quickly, he would have probably shed his skin even if he didn't die. Due to excessive blood loss, Kanglen Tiger has lost his mind. If I can hold on for a few more hours, victory will be mine. Thinking of this, Yang Ming's confidence suddenly increased. 3 hours later. Roar! The Kanglen Tiger's mouth one after another. The 3-hour-long war of attrition worsened Kanglen Tiger's injuries and also made it lose all its sanity. Human, you must die today. The Kanglen Tiger raised its head and let out a long roar, and then a pair of glowing wings grew out of its back. Sea-level skills, even more powerful. Ouch! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the Kanglen Tiger flapped its wings, leaped high, and pounced towards Yang Ming. The speed is 2 or 3 times faster than before. What a fast speed. No, I can't dodge it. Yang Ming was shocked. In just a blink of an eye, the Kanglen Tiger pounced in front of him. At the same time, a huge tiger claw smashed towards Yang Ming's head. Fight it! But Yang Ming is also a werewolf. He knows he can't escape, so he might as well give it one last try. When the Kanglen Tiger pounced towards him, Yang Ming suddenly leaned back sharply. At the same time, Yang Ming held the sky-splitting knife tightly in both hands, and with a powerful slide, he slid past Kanglen Tiger at high speed. Thunder Overlord Slash. Sliding, Yang Ming stabbed the Kanglen Tiger's abdomen with the sky-splitting knife, and then swung it suddenly. Activate skills, Mastery Level Proficiency, Thunder Overlord Slash. Crash. Accompanied by a sharp tearing sound. Kanglen's tiger skin is torn into pieces. Yang Ming held the sky-splitting knife and ripped open the Kanglen Tiger's belly. Scarlet liquid splashed all over the ground. Plop. The huge Kanglen Tiger became shaky and finally fell to the ground. A whoa! The Kanglen Tiger lay weakly on the ground, wailing constantly. It wanted to stand up, but because the wound was too big, it fell back to the ground several times. In the end, Kanglen Tiger died. Ha ha! I actually killed a rare beast with my own hands. Yang Ming smiled widely and sat on the ground to rest. You should know that at the current stage, there is no other person in the entire Blue Star 10086 Novice Zone who can hunt excellent level exotic beasts alone. Ding! Issuing a server-wide announcement now. Warm congratulations to Huaxia Lord Yang Ming for successfully killing a rare beast, becoming the first lord in the Blue Star Domain 10086 Novice Zone to achieve this achievement. Reward: a diamond treasure chest. Achieve the title, Tiger Knight. Ding. Warm congratulations to Chinese Lord Yang Ming for breaking the world record and becoming the fastest lord in Blue Star's history to kill a rare beast. Reward: a jade treasure chest. Achieve the title, Global Attention. As soon as the Kanglan tiger died, Yang Ming received 2 notifications from the system. Not only Yang Ming, but other new lords also heard it. The entire public chat channel, which originally had many people speaking and discussing, was now plunged into deathly silence. A rare beast. That is a rare and extremely powerful beast. Even a king-level lord would not dare to provoke a rare beast. 3 king-level lords in a war zone before it dared to hunt a rare beast. Yang Ming, who was only 18 years old, killed a rare beast in the novice area by himself. Chapter 78, Kanglan Tiger Baby. Yang Ming didn't know how big a sensation the 2 server-wide announcements had caused in the world, because his attention was completely attracted by the corpse of Kanglan Tiger. Oh my goodness, such a big and fierce tiger must weigh at least 10 tons. How much is it worth? Yang Ming's eyes were full of excitement. After the excitement, Yang Ming subconsciously scanned the information about the Kanglan Tiger meat. Name: Kanglan Tiger meat. Quality: rare level. Introduction: after consumption, it can increase 50 to 100 points of combat power. Features: you will definitely awaken a new talent of sea level or above, and there is a certain probability of obtaining extraordinary lightning abilities. Fuck, it can actually increase so much combat power. Yang Ming was tempted. In the battlefield of all races, eating the meat of exotic beasts is one of the best ways to become stronger. Of course, how much combat power can be increased varies from person to person. Some people can increase their combat power by 1 or 2 points by eating a pound of exotic beast meat. Some people can only gain a little bit of weight after eating more than 10 pounds of exotic animal meat. Come here, all of you. Yang Ming shouted to the White Tiger Legion soldiers who were on standby outside. Soon, Zhang Lingfeng came over with everyone. Zhang Lingfeng, find a way to tie up the Kanglan tiger's corpse and transport it back to the territory later. Yes, my lord. After completing the task, Yang Ming went to check the information of the 4th level resource field. Yang Ming's gaze kept shifting. Using the information scanning capability granted to each lord by the system, Yang Ming saw a large area of golden stone at the bottom of the lake. Name: Goldmine Lake. Quality: rare level. Storage capacity: 1 ton. Introduction: a gold-rich mining lake. After mining, if it is well maintained, gold veins can be regenerated every month. It's actually a gold mine? Yang Ming was overjoyed. It just so happens that the monetary system of Huaxia City is not yet perfect. As long as this gold vein is occupied, a large amount of gold coins can be produced. Moreover, even after mining is completed, the gold mine lake can be refreshed once a month, which is perfect. Do you want to occupy the 4th level resource field, Gold Mine Lake? Yang Ming nodded and said, yes. Successful occupation will reward 600 points of national fortune. In this way, the 1st level 4 resource field was taken into Yang Ming's pocket. After the successful occupation, Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief and continued to sit on the ground to rest. The battle just now almost exhausted Yang Ming's physical strength. I feel like I've gotten stronger. After the battle with Kanglan Tiger, and with General Jian Wei's careful guidance, my combat power has increased by at least 20 points. Taking advantage of the break, Yang Ming took a look at his attribute panel. Name: Yang Ming. Age: 18 years old. Gender: male. Hobbies: female. Combat power: 292. Title: Global Attention. Increases combat power by 25 points. Identity: Lord of Huaxia City, favored by the god of love. Talent: Supreme Overlord, possessed by gods. Skill: Thunder Overlord / Mastery level. At the moment, my combat power is not low, and all my abilities are good. The only shortcoming is that I have mastered too few skills. Yang Ming began to reflect on himself. I examine myself 3 times a day. Am I not exercising? Am I not getting stronger? Am I not doing something great? With Kanglan Tiger, Yang Ming deeply realized that the skills he mastered were the key to victory. Skill proficiency is divided into entry level, skilled, mastery, perfect, and superb. Every increase in proficiency will make the skill more powerful. For example, a skilled C-level skill is more powerful than an entry-level B-level skill. In other words, a superb D-level skill is as powerful as an S-level skill. The crux of the matter is that the skills and proficiency levels attached to weapons are fixed and cannot be upgraded. This is also the reason why Thunder Overlord / is much more powerful than Lightning / and Sky Thunder Flash. Because Thunder Overlord / is at the mastery level, you can continue to improve your proficiency. Lightning / and Sky Thunder Flash are included with the weapons and are only entry level and cannot improve proficiency. It's always good to have many skills. It seems that I need to learn a few more skills in the future. Yang Ming has thought about the direction of becoming stronger in the future. Skills, to put it simply, are martial arts and killer moves. How can you become a truly strong person without mastering some powerful martial arts? 10 minutes later, Yang Ming had rested, dusted himself off, and stood up. Yang Ming called Zhang Lingfeng and gave the order. You will be stationed here with the White Tiger Legion and make sure to protect the Gold Mine Lake. The Gold Mine Lake is a 4th-level resource field, and only one person can be selected from Zhang Lingfeng, Yang Fifan, and Yang Jian to garrison it. My lord, I promise to complete the task. Zhang Lingfeng said. Do a good job. Yang Ming patted his shoulder. Just as Yang Ming was about to leave, he suddenly heard a faint call. A faint sound similar to the howl of a tiger. Could this sound be? Yang Ming suddenly remembered that the Kanglan tiger was a female. In other words, it is very likely that it gave birth to a tiger cub. With excitement, Yang Ming pulled aside the grass and saw 4 Kanglan tiger cubs whose eyes had not yet opened. No wonder the Kanglan tiger is so weak and seriously injured. It turns out it's because it just gave birth. Yang Ming bent down and held the 4 Kanglan tiger cubs in his arms. The Kanglan tiger is a rare beast, and its potential is needless to say. If these 4 tiger cubs can be trained, Huaxiao City will have 4 more rare-level exotic war pets in the future. Yang Ming couldn't stop smiling when he thought about the fact that he would be able to ride the Kanglan tiger and make a domineering appearance in the future. Let's go. We've gained a lot today. It's time to go home. Yang Ming held the 4 tiger cubs and ordered 1,000 soldiers to drag the corpse of the Kanglan tiger back to Huaxiao City. Before the sun set, Yang Ming successfully returned to the territory. When the huge body of Kanglan tiger was slowly pulled into Huaxiao City, almost all the residents were excited. When have they ever seen a super strange beast that is 7 or 8 meters tall and weighs more than 10 tons? What kind of monster is this? Oh my god, the Lord actually hunted such a terrifying monster. If I'm not mistaken, this is a rare beast, right? No way. Even a border city with a population of 100,000 can't stop a rare beast. The Lord is truly too powerful. With the Lord protecting us, Huaxiao City will be absolutely safe from now on. Long live the Lord. The Kanglan tiger attracted many residents to come and watch. Everyone cheered, and the discussion became louder and louder. Everyone's face was filled with excitement. The more powerful the Lord is, the happier the residents will be. After returning to the territory, Yang Ming called Yang Jian and asked him to properly deal with the corpse of Kanglan tiger. Because Yang Ming has more important things to do. That is to properly settle the 4 Kanglan tiger cubs. Who should be entrusted with raising it? After much thought, Yang Ming felt that the best person to raise the Kanglan tiger cub would have to be Aphrodite. The goddess of love should be able to let the baby Kanglan tiger experience full maternal love, right? Chapter 79, 2 Silly Sisters. Residential area, villa area. Came to Aphrodite's villa with 4 Kanglan tiger cubs in his arms. Knock, knock, knock. Yang Ming knocked on the door politely. Not long after, the door of the villa was opened and a cute little blonde head popped out. When Aphrodite saw Yang Ming, she immediately became panicked. She quickly pushed the door open and said, Lord, why are you here? Please come in. Aphrodite was wearing a little white dress. She had an oval face and big, clear amber eyes that were particularly beautiful. Her long golden hair fell to her waist. Although she was not wearing any makeup, she was already incredibly beautiful after washing it. The goddess of love and beauty, known as the most beautiful goddess in ancient Greece, Aphrodite's beauty is naturally unparalleled in the world. Are you used to living here? Yang Ming walked into the villa, took a casual look, and then sat on the sofa. Aphrodite held the hem of her skirt with her 2 small hands, stood in front of Yang Ming with a reserved look on her face, and said, Well, I've never slept in such a comfortable bed. Thank you very much, Lord, for taking me and my mother in. Yang Ming put down the 4 Kanglan tiger cubs in his arms. The tiger cubs were born not long ago. Their eyes were not open yet, and they could not stand steadily. They could only lie on the ground and keep shouting. My lord, what is this? Aphrodite looked at the baby Kanglan tiger with confusion. Yang Ming directly stated his purpose. I came to you today to ask you to help take care of these 4 tiger cubs. Aphrodite said hesitantly. But I've never raised a tiger before, and they're so small. I'm afraid they'll die. It's because it's too young that I let you raise it. You are the goddess of love. Yang Ming thought. Yang Ming smiled and said lightly, "It's okay, just hold them while they sleep and feed them on time." Aphrodite's face turned red. She lowered her head shyly and whispered, "But, Lord, I don't have milk yet. I'm only 14 years old." Yang Ming suddenly felt overwhelmed and quickly explained, "You misunderstood. I'm not asking you to feed them yourself. I mean, I'll send someone to deliver the other animal milk. You just need to fill the bottle with the milk and feed it to them. Do you understand?" "I understand, I understand. I will do my best to raise them," Aphrodite said with a blushing face. "Well, thank you for your hard work." After giving the instructions, Yang Ming got up and left. After leaving the residential area, Yang Ming arrived at the city gate of the territory. Near the gate of the territory, Yang Fifan stood motionless like an NPC. Ever since the evil sheep priest sent Yang Fifan to Yang Ming's territory, he has remained in this posture and has hardly moved. "Aren't you tired of standing like this?" Yang Ming came up to him and asked jokingly. Yang Fifan slowly opened his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm used to it. I died a long time ago anyway. Now I live by relying on the power of the evil god. I don't need to eat or sleep. I can even stand still for a year without feeling anything." Yang Ming scratched his head and asked, Why don't you try to become a normal human again and live a normal life?" Yang Fifan remained silent. Seeing that he didn't speak, Yang Ming continued to ask, "I spoke with the goat monster yesterday. You're no longer a guard of the evil god. So, are you interested in leading my army?" Yang Fifan has extremely high combat power and great potential. It would be perfect for him to lead another legion. Yang Fifan's face, which was as calm as dead water, finally showed a ripple, and he said in a trembling voice, "I don't mind, but if the evil god dies, I will die with him. I advise you not to waste your energy on me. I'm just a talking puppet at best." Before meeting Yang Ming, Yang Fifan had been affected by the power of the evil god. He didn't know how long he had lived in a daze. He only remembered that he had been patrolling near the evil god's altar like a puppet, wandering around for many, many years. Yang Ming patted his shoulder and comforted him. "It's okay. One day I'll find a way to help you turn back into a human again." Yang Fifan's body trembled, and he looked up at Yang Ming blankly. "Okay." Finally, he seemed to use all his strength to say this word. Ding. Yang Fifan's loyalty to you has increased to 80 points. In order to increase the intensity, Yang Ming patted his shoulder again and said with a smile, "Don't stand stupidly at the city gate anymore. I'll arrange a villa for you. You can eat 3 meals a day, work, bathe, sleep, and have fun just like a normal human being." But Yang Fifan wanted to say something but stopped, and finally stopped talking. "It's nothing. Think about it carefully. In this world, there are always things you can't bear to give up, right?" Yang Fifan lowered his eyes and whispered, "Well, I want to go back to my hometown and burn some incense at my parents' graves. Also, I really like drinking. Well, I promise that these will become true in the future. At least there is enough wine for now," said Yang Ming. Thank you. Yang Fifan's emotions were almost out of control. Ding. Yang Fifan's loyalty to you has reached 100 points, rewarding 40 points of national fortune. Come on, I'll take you to pick a villa. Then you can have a good sleep tonight and report to the training ground tomorrow. No. After finishing his work, Yang Ming returned to his lord's mansion. "My lord, welcome back." Lilith and Lilia had already prepared dinner for him. The food was steaming hot and fragrant. Today's dinner is very rich, with fish, green beef, and vegetable salad. Yang Ming sat at the table, looking at the table full of delicious food, and his appetite suddenly increased. Since he was hungry, Yang Ming began to enjoy the food with peace of mind. Gurgle. When Yang Ming was halfway through his meal, he suddenly heard his stomach growling. Yang Ming looked up and saw Lilia with a slightly red face. "Lilia, haven't you eaten yet?" Yang Ming asked. He just heard Lilia's stomach making hungry sounds. Lilith on the side quickly explained for her sister. "My lord, how dare we eat before you come back? A maid is not allowed to eat before her master." Yang Ming couldn't help but find it funny, so he said, "What kind of nonsense is that? Sit down. Since you're hungry, let's eat together." No, Lilia said firmly, shaking her head like a rattle. "How can we have the right to eat at the same table with the Lord? This is against the rules. There are no such broken rules here. Just sit down and be obedient." Yang Ming said, "Okay, all right." Seeing Yang Ming's firm attitude, Lilith and Lilia could only agree. They brought 2 stools and sat down at the dining table on pins and needles. Perhaps because they were too nervous, the 2 sisters were hesitant to pick up their chopsticks. "Eat it. Just treat it as your own home." Yang Ming picked up 2 pieces of excellent meat and put them in their bowls. With Yang Ming's encouragement, Lilith and Lilia finally dared to eat. "Wow, it's so delicious." Lilia took a bite of the bear paw meat, and stars almost appeared in her eyes. Looking at the way she ate, It was as if she was eating excellent exotic beast meat for the first time. It turns out that excellent grade exotic beast meat is so delicious. Lilith's eyes also lit up. Huh. Yang Ming was stunned for a moment and subconsciously asked, "Don't you usually cook for yourself? There are so many kinds of ingredients in the kitchen, and there are 7 or 8 kinds of excellent exotic beast meat alone. There is no reason why they haven't eaten them, right?" "No." Lilith shook her head. "Then what do you usually eat?" Yang Ming asked puzzledly. "Just ordinary rice and vegetables," said Lilith. Yang Ming didn't know what to say about them. Were they too honest or too stupid? There are so many high-quality ingredients in the kitchen. Can't you cook and eat them yourself? Yang Ming asked with a helpless smile. Lilith and Lilia said almost at the same time. "How can this be? Lord, we are just your maids. How can we enjoy such precious ingredients casually?" Only then did Yang Ming realize that these two sisters were really stupid. So, Lilith and Lilia have been working in the kitchen of the Lord's mansion for so many days and have never stolen a single bite of food? The two girls are indeed silly, but Yang Ming really likes them. So, Yang Ming had no choice but to tell them in person. "From now on, you can cook whatever you want from the ingredients in the kitchen. You don't need to report to me. Do you understand? Is this really possible?" Lilia was a little nervous. "Sure." Yang Ming nodded. Lilith and Lilia's loyalty is full, and they can be completely trusted. "Thank you, Lord." Chapter 80. The last 2 conditions for a king-level territory. The next day, early morning. Today is the 17th day that Yang Ming has arrived at the battlefield of all races. As soon as the sun rose, Yang Ming got up and washed up. After finishing the breakfast carefully prepared by Lilith, Yang Ming came to the training ground. On the wide training ground, many soldiers are actively training. Wow, 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 hey ha, hey ha, hey ha. 121, march in step. During the training, the soldiers shouted slogans louder and louder. In the past few days, Huaxia City has been frantically occupying resource fields, and its military forces have become insufficient. It is time to summon more soldiers. Anyway, there is plenty of food now, and we can afford to feed them. Just when Yang Ming wanted to summon new soldiers, Yang Jian suddenly came over. "My lord, I have a request." Yang Jian took the initiative to say. "Well, go ahead." Yang Ming looked at him. Yang Jian asked solemnly. "My lord, I want to lead the Azure Dragon Legion and take the initiative to go out of the city to hunt, capture resource fields, and look for more opportunities for actual combat." Yang Ming scanned his information. Name: Yang Jian. Combat power: 196. Potential: 4 stars. Loyalty: 100 plus. Talent: Inspire rank B. Can inspire all soldiers under your command for 2 minutes. Attack power plus 30. Defense power plus 30. Action speed plus 20. Can also inspire yourself alone for 10 minutes, stronger than the stronger. Compared to the beginning, Yang Jian's strength has improved a lot. Potential upgraded by 2 stars. Even his own talents have been improved. In the battlefield of all races, talents are not static. By eating the meat of exotic beasts or high-quality herbs, one can advance one's talents or awaken a second talent. Yang Ming said to him, "Yang Jian, you are the commander of the Azure Dragon Legion. It's a good thing to have your own ideas. As long as it is a decision that benefits the soldiers, feel free to do it. In the future, I hope you can grow up to be a capable general in Huaxia City." "I will. Thank you, Lord." Yang Jian clasped his fists. Afterwards, Yang Jian saluted and set off with the people of the Qinglong Legion. After he left, Yang Ming muttered to himself, "Summon 10,000 warriors." In an instant, a dazzling white light flashed, and 10,000 new soldiers appeared out of thin air on the training ground. Originally, Huaxia City had 15,000 soldiers, and with the newly summoned ones, there were a total of 25,000 soldiers. The soldiers all knelt down before Yang Ming and shouted, "Greetings, Lord. We are willing to go through fire and water for you, Lord. We will do anything for you." The sound was loud, like an overwhelming tidal wave. Yang Ming nodded and said to the new soldiers, "Very good, very energetic. Get up, this will be your new home from now on." "Thank you, Lord," the new warriors answered in unison. Yang Ming waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Everyone stopped and looked at Yang Ming. Yang Ming slowly said, "Starting today, I have decided to add a new benefit to everyone on the basis of the existing one. Anyone whose combat power exceeds 60 points can receive 5 kilograms of excellent grade exotic beast meat, 5 bottles of fine wine, and 5 packs of cigarettes for free. If your combat power exceeds 70 points, you can receive 10 kilograms of excellent grade exotic beast meat for free, plus 7 bottles of fine wine and 7 packs of cigarettes. Those whose combat power exceeds 80 points can receive a pound of rare beast meat, 9 bottles of fine wine, and 9 packs of cigarettes for free, and so on. In order to further stimulate the soldiers' desire to become stronger, Yang Ming spent a lot of money. High-quality exotic animal meat, cigarettes, and fine wine. These 3 things, which man on the battlefield can resist the temptation. Long live the Lord. The old soldiers cheered instantly. The new warriors felt their minds go blank. Could this be the legendary paradise? At 9 o'clock in the morning, Yang Ming was ready to go out of the city for adventure. Firstly, to capture more resource fields, and secondly, to improve one's own strength. At present, Yang Ming is only 8 levels away from having 3rd-level resource fields before he can meet the requirements for upgrading to a king-level territory. Today, I must meet the upgrade requirements for the resource field no matter what. Yang Ming set this goal for himself. Because tomorrow is the refresh time of the blue crystal core. Yang Ming's plan is to capture enough resources today and then seize the crystal cores tomorrow. Then, the day after tomorrow, the first king-level territory will be born from Yang Ming's hands. By that time, Yang Ming will become the lord who develops a king-level territory the fastest in the history of Blue Star. It's time to give the world a little Dragon Nation shock. Brothers, let's go. Today's goal is to capture at least 8 level 3 resource fields. Yang Ming rode a black horse and led 3,000 warriors into the wilderness. In the battlefield of all races, every day is full of adventure. Time is life. Once you stop developing, you are likely to be surpassed by others. After yesterday's battle, Yang Ming's strength has been further improved. His combat power has reached 292 points. It is not difficult for him to capture the 3rd-level resource field. Dingyu have occupied a 3rd-level resource field, Crystal Wheat, and are rewarded with 200 points of national fortune. Dingyu have occupied a 3rd-level resource field, Iron-Blooded Tree Forest, rewarding 200 points of national fortune. Dingyu. Before sunset, Yang Ming finally succeeded in obtaining the 8th level 3 resource field. At this point, except for the 2 conditions of blue crystal core and buildings, all the conditions for upgrading the king-level territory have been met. A new king-level territory will be born from Yang Ming's hands. Chapter 81 Star Spirit Forest. Another day passed quickly. Today is the 18th day that Yang Ming has arrived at the battlefield of all races. 3 days ago, Yang Ming learned from the evil sheep priest that the coordinates 758, 2569 would refresh the blue crystal core today. Since the distance was too far, a teleportation scroll was needed, so Yang Ming decided to go alone. Anyway, with Yang Ming's current strength, he can escape unscathed even if he encounters a rare monster. After breakfast, Yang Ming took a tour around Huaxia City as usual, and then prepared to set off. Yang Ming took out the teleportation scroll. Are you using a teleportation scroll? If so, please set the destination coordinates. The maximum distance is no more than 30 kilometers. Yang Ming immediately entered the coordinates 758, 2569. Then, a dazzling light flashed. A feeling of dizziness spread through his brain. When Yang Ming came to his senses, he found that he had been teleported to a place 25 kilometers away. The price of the teleportation scroll is quite high. Yang Ming exchanged for this teleportation scroll with a range of 30 kilometers last night with 20 kilograms of excellent grade exotic beast meat. Wow, it's so hot. When the white light faded, Yang Ming opened his eyes again and found himself standing on an altar burning with flames. Fortunately, the flame was just ordinary firewood and could not burn Yang Ming at all. Below the altar, there was a group of beautiful elf girls kneeling on the ground, with their hands clasped together, praying nonstop. Merciful goddess of nature, please continue to protect us and help us avoid this disaster. Because they were too focused, the beautiful elf girls didn't notice Yang Ming, who suddenly landed above the altar. Yang Ming was about to walk down from the altar when his right foot accidentally stepped on a stone, startling the beautiful elf girl below. Who are you? Huh? Are you human? What's going on? Humans are clearly not allowed to enter the Star Forest. How did he get in? Could he be the brave hero sent by the goddess of nature to help us? When the beautiful elf girls saw Yang Ming standing on the altar, they all screamed. They were praying, and then a mysterious human appeared silently on the altar. How could they not be surprised? Suddenly, an elf with wings on his back, green hair, and pointed ears came forward and asked Yang Ming, "My strange human friend, why have you come to the altar? Are you a brave warrior sent by the goddess of nature to help us?" Yang Ming was about to speak when he suddenly heard a prompt from the system. Ding, respected Lord Yang Ming. You have triggered a B-level quest, guidance from the goddess of nature. Task requirements. Help the beautiful elf girl overcome difficulties. Mission reward, unknown. Yang Ming guessed that this task might be related to the crystal core, so he accepted it. Yang Ming jumped down from the altar and said to them, "Yes, that's right. I'm here to help you. If you encounter any difficulties, just tell me, and I will help you solve them all." Hearing Yang Ming's words, the beautiful elf girls were extremely excited. A cute girl with twin ponytails jumped up with joy, looked at Yang Ming shyly, and said, "That's great. Finally, there are strong men willing to help us reproduce." Yang Ming, "Sorry to bother you." Yang Ming turned and left. "How could I, Yang Ming, be the kind of person who would sell my body to complete a mission? Humph, I read the spring and autumn annals. Warning. If you leave this place, it will be considered as giving up the mission and you will not be able to enter the Star Spirit Forest in the future." After hearing the system's warning, Yang Ming had no choice but to return the same way. There is no way, the crystal core is refreshed from here. For the sake of the crystal core, he cannot leave. However, in order to protect himself, Yang Ming had no choice but to reiterate to the elf girls with a serious face, "I can help you with any other difficulties, but I won't bother you with procreation." Ah, what a pity. Hearing this, the beautiful elf queen, the tsundere elf female ghost, the charming elf young woman, the adorable elf little lowly, and the charming elf sweet girl all sighed deeply. The green-haired elf girl just now said, "Master Brave, please return with us to the village and meet with the chief. She will tell you the mission." "Okay, lead the way." For the sake of the blue crystal core, Yang Ming had no choice but to agree. Led by a group of elf girls, Yang Ming came to their village. Here, the ground is full of flowers, birds singing and flowers blooming, and there are many tall trees growing around. The place where the elf girl lives is a thatched house naturally formed by green vines under a big tree. The environment is very beautiful, and there is a sweet smell in the air. Yang Ming took a quick look around and found that all the elves living here were female, not a single male. The elf girl version of the kingdom of women? Yang Ming thought. The green-haired elf led Yang Ming on the way. She pointed in a certain direction and said, "Master Brave, the tribe leader lives in the largest house in front. If she knew that the goddess of nature sent a brave man to help us, she would definitely be happy." "Yeah." Yang Ming nodded. Then, the green-haired elf opened the door of the largest thatched hut, and Yang Ming walked in. The environment in the room was simple, but there was no strange smell in the air. Yang Ming finally met the leader of the elf girls. The elf leader is also a woman. Although her hair has turned gray, her appearance has not changed at all, and she still maintains a young face. It seems that the elves do not age, and even after death they retain the appearance and body of a young girl. After learning about Yang Ming's identity, the elf chief was also very excited. "Human hero from afar, you really appeared? You knew I was coming?" Yang Ming asked doubtfully. The elf chief nodded and explained. "Yes, 3 days ago, I received guidance from the goddess of nature in a dream. She said that a powerful human warrior would come and help us survive this crisis of genocide." 3 days ago? Yang Ming frowned. Wasn't 3 days ago the day when the evil sheep priest told him the coordinates? Yang Ming asked straight to the point. "Tell me, what is the crisis of genocide that your elves are facing?" Talking about this topic, the elf leader's face was filled with sorrow. She sighed and said, "The Star Spirit Forest has been polluted by a strange force. We can no longer get close to it." "Tell me about it in detail," Yang Ming said. The elf chief reorganized his tone and then said slowly, "We, the elves, have lived in this village for generations, relying on the protection of the goddess of nature to survive. The statue of the goddess of nature is enshrined in the Star Spirit Forest. If we want to reach the priest, we must enter the Star Spirit Forest. However, a month ago, a strange force polluted the Star Forest." Chapter 82 Demon. Because the Star Spirit Forest is polluted, we can't enter it, and we can no longer continue to worship the goddess of nature. So the goddess of nature can no longer protect us. The elf chief narrated the whole story with tears in his eyes. In the dangerous battlefield of all races, if the weak elf girls are not protected, they will definitely not survive. Yang Ming nodded and said, "Oh, I see. As long as I solve the pollution problem in the Star Spirit Forest, I can help you overcome your difficulties, right?" "Yes, my brave lord." The elf chief nodded. Yang Ming has always been decisive in his work, so he urged, "In that case, tell me which direction the Star Spirit Forest is, and I'll go get it done right away." Yang Ming had a hunch that the blue crystal core was most likely related to this matter, so he wanted to complete the task quickly. The elf chief asked with concern, "My dear hero, you have come all the way here. Won't you take a break?" "No need. Just tell me the location." Yang Ming shook his head. If an excellent level alien beast polluted the Star Spirit Forest, Yang Ming could just chop it down with one sword and be done with it. But if it was a rare monster, Yang Ming would immediately turn around and run away without any hesitation. Goodbye. Knowing you can't win, but still fighting to the death, that is stupidity called hot-bloodedness. Brave man, thank you very much for helping us. I don't have any valuable gifts to give you, but please take this knife with you. Perhaps it will be of some help to you. The elf chief turned around, walked into the cabinet, and took out an old iron box that had been covered in dust for a long time. When the iron box was opened, Yang Ming saw a pure black straight knife lying inside. Name Demon Slayer Blade. Quality, excellent grade. Introduction, a sword that once slaughtered 10,000 demons. It was originally of rare quality, but due to severe damage, it was downgraded to excellent quality. Skill, damaged. Note, if you can find an excellent blacksmith to reforge it, you may be able to get a new rare weapon. What a good stuff. Yang Ming's eyes lit up, and he immediately reached out and picked up the demon slaying blade. Don't worry, I will definitely make a decision on the pollution problem of the Star Spirit Forest. Yang Ming assured them. Since you have received benefits, you must complete the task. It is common sense to take money and do things. The elf chief breathed a sigh of relief and said, Thank you very much, brave hero. Go out and keep walking west, and you will see the Star Spirit Forest. Yeah, Yang Ming nodded. Afterwards, Yang Ming left the elven village and headed to the Star Forest. All the elf girls in the village ran out to watch Yang Ming leave. My dear hero, I'm counting on you. My dear hero, please return safely. Due to Yang Ming's identity as a hero, the elf girls maintained absolute respect for Yang Ming. Headed towards the Star Forest alone. 2 minutes later, the further he walked, the more beautiful the surrounding environment became. Just breathing a breath of fresh air can make you feel refreshed. Huh? Colorful peppers? Excellent grade vegetables. After walking 500 meters forward, Yang Ming suddenly found a chili tree in the grass. Yes, it's a chili tree. A 2.5-meter tall pepper tree, full of red and green peppers. I have to find a way to transplant this chili tree to my territory. For some reason, Yang Ming's DNA seemed to move. His farming instinct drove him to take out an iron pickaxe and start digging the soil. Chili is a great seasoning and is undoubtedly a treasure for those who like spicy food. It just so happens that there are no peppers planted in Huaxia City yet, so this pepper tree can be transplanted back. If you have land but don't farm it, wouldn't you be a fool? Thanks to Yang Ming's efforts, the tall pepper tree was finally dug out. Elite crops have strong growth capabilities and are not easy to die. As long as they are successfully transplanted today and some fertilizer is applied, they can continue to grow in another place. Yang Ming clapped his hands, then stood up and continued walking forward. Huh? Sugar orange. Oh my god, there are so many crops, including the high-quality Howdainia core data. Ice winter wheat? Wheat that can grow in extremely cold conditions. This is pretty good. However, after walking a few steps, Yang Ming made a lot of new discoveries. All kinds of strange plants appeared before him. Yang Ming was also busy. He dug out everything that was edible and planted with a shovel and stored it in the warehouse. It seems that I should be approaching the Star Spirit Forest. The plants here are not at the same level as those outside. The Star Forest is one of the habitats of the goddess of nature, so the plants here grow so well. But Yang Ming also discovered a strange phenomenon. That is, the closer you get to the Star Forest, the fewer animal shadows you see. All the beasts seemed to be afraid of the Star Forest and did not dare to approach it. After 5 minutes of walking, Yang Ming finally arrived at the Star Forest. Looking ahead, Yang Ming saw a magnificent forest that looked like a fairyland. This big forest is naturally the Star Forest. But what was strange was that within 20 or 30 meters of the Star Forest, a large number of demons were walking back and forth. These strange-looking creatures should be demons, right? This was the first time Yang Ming saw a creature like a demon. He had only seen it in textbooks before, so he observed it for a while. The demons have ugly appearances and strange shapes. Some are tall and mighty, some are as short as dwarfs, and some are weird. There are quite a lot of these demons. Yang Ming made a rough calculation and found that the number of demons was at least over 10,000. However, these demons are all miscellaneous soldiers. Most of them are ordinary, and there is only one excellent demon among 10 demons. From what I can see now, the pollution of the Star Forest is most likely caused by this group of demons, so I just need to find the demon leader and kill him, and the mission will be accomplished. Yang Ming found that this task was not difficult. Thunder, known as the power of divine punishment, is extremely masculine and strong, and is naturally the nemesis of these evil demons. As long as Yang Ming rubs the thunder with his hands and then throws it out, won't these demons be scared to death? However, in order to avoid alerting the enemy, Yang Ming decided to find out the mastermind first. There are so many demons, which means there must be someone behind the scenes controlling them. Yang Ming followed the direction of the demon team's advance and went in the opposite direction, looking for the place where the demons emerged from. This is... After 5 minutes of counter-tracking, Yang Ming finally found the devil's base camp. In addition, he also discovered an important piece of information. That is, his target this time, the refresh point of the blue crystal core, is hidden in the devil's base. Chapter 83 Foreign Aid. More than 100 elite-level demons and 3 excellent-level demon leaders. Yang Ming observed carefully and found that the strength of this group of demons was not strong. Of course, this is for Yang Ming. The other 99% of new lords would basically be killed if they encountered this army of demons. To be on the safe side, Yang Ming also scanned some information about the demon base. Name Demon Territory. Lord's Mansion Level. Special Grade. Ownership, Jack. Area, 3 million square meters. Population, 12,000 demons. Buildings, 1 level 3 building and 10 level 2 buildings. Well, there's no threat. Seeing this, Yang Ming finally felt relieved. Although it is a special grade territory, the demon's intelligence is obviously not high and they don't even know how to do basic construction. Although the demon army has few high-level combat forces, the number of its troops is still quite large. In order to avoid being exhausted to death in the battle later, Yang Ming decided to seek external assistance. So, Yang Ming opened the chat system and entered the Dawn chat group. Including Yang Ming, there are currently 11 people in the group. At this moment, someone in the group was chatting. Brothers, how are you growing? I laid down a 3rd level resource field today, and it's developing pretty well. Ha ha. I spent a lot of money to train a mage hero with 3 B-level skills and a combat power of 165. Holy crap, 165 combat power points. So awesome. It's not bad. Thanks to Boss Yang Ming for giving me a lot of resources, I was able to upgrade to a special territory and get a lot of rewards for free. It's a pity that Boss Yang Ming is silent. I can't even ask him questions. The boss is busy upgrading his king-level territory, so don't bother him. All the hopes of China now rest on him. With Boss Yang Ming's ability, it shouldn't be difficult to develop a king-level territory, right? Seeing that there were quite a few people online, Yang Ming simply tagged all the members. At all members, everyone, I found the spawn point for the blue crystal core and need help. Anyone with time to teleport over and grab the core. As soon as the message was sent, someone replied immediately. The number of people online also increased. It was obvious that they had set up special reminders and went online immediately after receiving Yang Ming's message. What? A blue crystal core? Boss 666 finally spoke. Brother, you're worthy of being me. You found the blue crystal core's spawn point so quickly. My combat power is only 126 points. Can I come? In response to their questions, Yang Ming gave a unified reply. Okay, come over here. Those with low combat power can serve as logistical support. After saying that, Yang Ming sent the coordinate information out. There are quite a lot of blue crystal cores, so Yang Ming doesn't mind helping them. The coordinates to the group, Yang Ming waited for them there. After a while, accompanied by a burst of white light, the first group member was teleported over. A girl with a ponytail. Hello, Boss Yang Ming, my name is Huang Lu. I finally got to meet the real person today. I'm a little excited. Huang Lu is not tall, only about 1.6 meters. She looks quirky and has a good appearance. Well, hello. Yang Ming greeted her. Huang Lu jumped up to Yang Ming and said with a smile. Boss, you're so young. I thought you were almost 30. Are you still studying in real life? Yang Ming nodded and said softly. Well, I didn't even graduate from my freshman year. Hearing this, Huang Lu showed an incredible smile and asked tentatively. What a coincidence. In real life, I'm a junior. If I ever return to Blue Star, would you like to have dinner together? Let's talk about it when we have a chance. Yang Ming said perfunctorily. Huang Lu wanted to say something else, but at this time, other people also came over using the teleportation scrolls. Bai Shueji, Zhang Wei, Chen Zhanbei, Meng Tian, Chen Yihan, all arrived. Yang Ming, brother, long time no see. Boss, nice to meet you. Everyone teleported over and greeted Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't want to put on airs, so he got straight to the point. Everyone, do you see that demon territory up ahead? The blue crystal core spawn point is inside. Everyone turned their eyes to the demon base. No way. A special grade demon territory. Huang Lu swallowed hard upon seeing this. With such a huge demon army and 3 excellent demon leaders in charge, anyone who touches them will die. Bai Shueji also felt that the situation was quite difficult, so she asked Yang Ming. Yang Ming, do you have any battle plan? White mobilized all the power in her territory. It would be difficult to resist just one excellent demon, not to mention the more than 10,000 ordinary demons. Yang Ming didn't think much about it and directly stated his battle plan. It's simple. Just help me hold back the ordinary demons. I'll kill the 3 elite demons. Hearing this, Huang Lu smiled and said, Hey, I brought Nico here. She has 3B level skills, 2 of which deal large area damage, perfect for clearing out minions. An elf woman wearing a blue wizard robe appeared behind Huang Lu, holding a magic wand in her hand. Although I can't defeat the excellent demons, I can still clean up the soldiers, Chen Zhanbei said, patting his chest. I also brought my hero unit here. It's a heavy tank and can hold the front line. Meng Tian said, I'll be responsible for supporting you. My combat ability is not that good, but I'm good at healing, Chen Yihan said. And me? In less than 10 minutes, everyone had a clear division of labor and arranged their respective tasks. Yang Ming nodded and said to everyone, Well, in that case, let Huang Lu and Bai Shueji conduct long-range attacks first. It would be even better if we can lure them out. Got it. Huang Lu and Bai Shueji nodded at the same time. Huang Lu's combat ability is actually not very strong, but she has trained a powerful hero unit, the elf Nico. Sister Nicole, I'm leaving it to you, Huang Lu said to Nicole. I understand, Lord. The elf Nico walked forward and looked at the demon base. Ahead, in the demon's territory, there were a large number of demons moving around. Some had 3 heads and 6 arms, some hovered in the sky, and some had 2 sharp fangs. Demons are generally large in size and much taller than humans. Nicole slowly raised the staff in her hand and began to chant the spell. Ice, blessing of the magic chanter. I pray to the spirits of nature to grant me strength. Second level magic. Winter is coming. As the elf Nico waved her staff, the temperature of the air suddenly dropped, and a large area of ice fell, quickly freezing some demons. Chapter 84, killing 3 excellent demons. On the other side, Snow White was not slow either. She took out an ice and snow bow. Drawing her bow and arrow, Snow White aimed at the densest area of the demon territory. Whoosh! The sharp arrow shot out, bringing with it a powerful gust of wind, turning into ice and snow all over the sky, and shot towards the demon at a rapid speed. When the sharp arrow rushed into the demon territory, it instantly split into more than 100 arrow feathers. Ouch! Hit by the sharp arrows, the demons let out screams of pain one after another. One of the elite demons was shot in the head, and its brain was blown out. The sudden attacks startled the demons instantly. They looked around vigilantly, searching for the enemy. But Huang Lu didn't want to give them any chance at all, and immediately gave the elf Nico another order. Sister Nicole, don't stop, keep releasing magic attacks. Yes, sir, replied the elf Nico. After saying that, the elf Nicole waved her staff again, chanted a spell, and released a large-scale fire magic. One fireball after another hit the demon's territory. While the demons are in chaos, why don't we attack them? I personally prefer to take the initiative to attack. At this time, Chen Zhanbei suggested. Okay. The others nodded. Now with the long-range cover of Huang Lu and Bai Shueji, it is indeed the best time to launch an attack. After the discussion, everyone else rushed towards the demon territory. Meng Tian, Chen Zhanbei, Zhang Wei, all took action one after another. Chen Zhanbei's fighting posture was the craziest. He rushed into the group of demons, regardless of everything, swinging an iron rod and attacking frantically. Zhang Wei, Meng Tian, and others were much more cautious. They held weapons in their hands, and every attack was just right, and their techniques were fully utilized. Soon, the demon territory fell into chaos. The Lord's mansion in the demon territory. Although it was almost noon and the sun was hanging in the sky, the sunlight could not penetrate the demon territory. The Lord's mansion was pitch black. Is there a human scent? Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the darkness. Inside the Lord's mansion, a man with red eyes slowly opened his eyes. He also smelled blood. Why? At this time, would humans attack my territory? Could it be that they are here to stop me from reviving Vera? The man with red eyes was talking to himself. Then he stood up and walked to a blood-red coffin. In the coffin lay a pale girl. The man gently stroked the coffin lid, looked at the girl affectionately, and said to himself, Vera, no matter what the cost, I will resurrect you, even if it means sacrificing 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 people. If anyone tries to stop me, he must die. I only have 1 day left before I can revive you. I will never let anyone take your life away. The man with red eyes took one last look at the girl lying in the bloody coffin and left. He walked out of the darkness and came to the outside of the Lord's mansion. Greetings, Lord. Outside the Lord's mansion, there were 3 tall demons. When the 3 demons saw the man walking out, they immediately knelt on the ground. These 3 demons are the excellent level demons that Yang Ming observed before. The man with red eyes waved his hand and said coldly, "Get up. Someone is attacking from outside. Find a way to kill the invaders. Even if you can't kill them, try to buy me some time." "Yes, Lord," the 3 excellent demons said in unison. "Go." 3 elite demons stood up and headed towards the battlefield. After entering the battlefield, the 3 excellent demons stopped. They stared at Zhang Wei, Chun Zhanbei, and others with vicious eyes. "How dare you, lowly human, attack the demon's territory? Are you tired of living?" The 3 excellent demons wanted to tear Zhang Wei and others into pieces, then swallow them into their mouths and chew them in big mouthfuls. "Come on, come and hit me." Zhang Wei chopped off 3 ordinary demons around him with one knife, and then raised his middle finger to the excellent demon, full of provocation. This action really pissed off the 3 excellent demons. "Kill him." The most irritable 3-headed, 6-armed demon immediately rushed forward. With Zhang Wei's current strength, he is definitely not able to defeat an excellent level demon. But he was not panicked at all, because Zhang Wei's task is to lure out the excellent demons. When the superior demon rushed up, Yang Ming, who had been waiting in secret for a long time, finally showed up. Chew! The sound of lightning and thunder suddenly rang out. Yang Ming rushed out from the darkness and launched an attack instantly, while the excellent demon focused all his attention on Zhang Wei. In order to achieve the effect of killing with one blow, Yang Ming directly used his strongest attack. Thunder Overlord Slash. Thunder Overlord Slash, a B-level skill with mastery level proficiency. You can imagine the power of this knife. Yang Ming held the knife with both hands and used the moves that Jian Wei taught him yesterday to chop out the most gorgeous move. Wow! In an instant, lightning burst out, and Yang Ming chopped one of the excellent demons into pieces with one knife. The powerful electric current even engulfed the ordinary demons around it. Yang Ming killed one of the 3 excellent demons. It was already very good that Yang Ming could kill an excellent demon so easily without using the divine possession. After all, Yang Ming's combat power value is only 292 points, while the combat power value of an excellent level demon is between 325 and 360. After killing an excellent level demon with one sword, Yang Ming did not give the demons a chance to breathe and immediately rushed towards the other 2 excellent level demons. The demons themselves are an evil race, bloodthirsty and violent, eager to kill and eat people. When they saw their companions being killed, they were not afraid but became even more angry. "Human, come on." 2 excellent level demons also rushed towards Yang Ming. The 2 sides collided. Yang Ming fought 1 against 2, and with his ultimate skills, he blocked the 2 excellent demons. Although Yang Ming's combat power is lower than that of an excellent level demon. However, having high panel attributes does not necessarily mean winning. For example, if both sides have the same combat power of 100 points, then the side with more practical experience has a higher chance of winning. For example, if our side has 100 points of combat power and the enemy has 110 points, if we have excellent weapons and the enemy is unarmed, then we are basically sure to win. In addition, factors such as skill proficiency, intelligence, time, place, and people will also affect the outcome of the battle. The reason why Yang Ming was able to fight 1 against 2 was that except for his low combat power, all other factors were basically maximized. My technique is impeccable. After half an hour of fighting, Yang Ming finally figured out the demon's weakness. "You all die." Finally, with his skills, Yang Ming easily defeated the 2 excellent demons. However, although the 3 excellent demons were killed by Yang Ming, the demon territory did not fall. This means that these 3 excellent demons are not the lords of the demon territory, and the real mastermind has not yet appeared. Chapter 85 Bloody Coffin. After killing 3 excellent demons, Yang Ming went straight to the lord's mansion in the demon territory. Next, as long as Yang Ming kills the lord of this territory, everything will be over. With the help of Zhang Wei, Bai Xueji, Chun Zhanbei, and others to clean up the soldiers, Yang Ming arrived at the lord's mansion without any effort. Looking up, the lord's mansion in the demon territory was shrouded in black fog. This kind of atmosphere seems to have a big boss hidden in it. Boom! Yang Ming didn't care what monsters were inside. He just raised his hand and slashed with a knife. The powerful sword light instantly shattered the door of the lord's mansion. As soon as the door was broken, a strong smell of blood hit us in the face. Yang Ming finally saw the interior of the lord's mansion in the demon territory. Countless white bones and skulls covered the ground. The bones piled together formed an altar, and above the altar was a blood-red coffin. Around the coffin, there are several blood pools filled with blood. Through some means, the blood in the blood pools is continuously flowing into the coffin. It is because of the constant supply of blood that the coffin remains blood red. Is this some kind of sacrificial resurrection ritual? Yang Ming discovered that the layout here was similar to that of the evil god's altar. It was obvious that there was a person lying in the coffin, and the altar and the pool of blood were used to resurrect that person. Go and have a look. See what's lying in the coffin. Yang Ming looked around and found that there was no danger, then walked towards the bloody coffin. Just as Yang Ming was about to use the sky-splitting knife to pry open the bloody coffin, a figure suddenly rushed out from behind the coffin and bumped into Yang Ming. Don't hurt my sister. The figure tried to knock Yang Ming down. The figure was moving very slowly and posed no threat to Yang Ming at all. Yang Ming originally wanted to chop him to death with a knife. Human? And a child? However, when he rushed in front of him, Yang Ming found that the other party was a human being, and very young, probably only 15 or 16 years old. So Yang Ming put away his sky-splitting sword and kicked him down. Yang Ming only used a small amount of force, causing him some pain, but not enough to cause him serious injury. Who are you? Why are you here? Yang Ming looked at him. This is a boy of 15 or 16 years old, with red eyes and a strange devil pattern on his forehead. The boy gritted his teeth and did not answer Yang Ming's question. Instead, he struggled to stand up. Yang Ming kicked him again and threatened. Answer my question, or I'll chop this coffin in two. No, no, no. Hearing this, the boy panicked and quickly answered Yang Ming's question. My name is Jack, and the coffin is lying in my sister's name. Her name is Vera. Please, don't destroy the coffin. My sister is lying in the coffin. If you destroy the coffin, my sister will die. Jack. Yang Ming remembered that the demon lord's master was called Jack. Does that mean he is the lord of the demon territory? An army of evil demons is actually controlled by a weak human? Yang Ming looked at him and asked. So, the bones on the ground are all the people you killed in order to resurrect your sister? How many people did you kill in order to resurrect your sister? Jack shook his head quickly and said, No, I have never killed any human. The bones on the ground are the remains left by the demons I ordered to hunt down the strange beasts. Never killed anyone. Yang Ming was in a bit of a dilemma because he couldn't find a reason to kill the other party. But if the demon territory is not destroyed, the pollution problem of the Protoss forest cannot be solved, and the mission cannot be completed. So, Yang Ming directly revealed his cards and said to Jack, Your demonic territory has polluted the Protoss forest, understand? Out of protection for nature, I want to destroy it. This is also the reason why I came here today. Yang Ming probably knew why the Star Forest was polluted. It was probably because Jack released a large amount of evil demonic aura in the process of resurrecting his sister Vera. Upon hearing this, Jack immediately knelt on the ground and pleaded with Yang Ming. Sir, please don't. My sister will be resurrected in one day. Please give me one more day. As long as you promise me, I can do anything. One day. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming frowned immediately. Yang Ming now just wants to upgrade to the king-level territory as soon as possible. He can't wait for even an hour, let alone a day. At this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded. Respected Lord Yang Ming, congratulations on triggering a B-level special mission. This mission has a high degree of freedom. You can make your choice from the following options. A. Reject Jack and raise the demon base to the ground. B. Agree to Jack's request and give him one day to resurrect his sister. C. Take advantage of the situation and extort a huge amount of compensation from Jack, otherwise he will destroy the coffin immediately. D. Help Jack and help him revive Vera immediately. Yang Ming thought about it carefully and finally chose the last option. So Yang Ming asked Jack, What are the conditions for resurrecting your sister? Jack was stunned for a moment, then replied weakly, I need to sacrifice the corpses of 2 excellent-level beasts, and my sister will be resurrected. Give me another day, and I will command the demon army to hunt down 2 excellent-level beasts and bring them back. I promise it will only take one day. Well, I have killed all 3 of your excellent demon leaders. Who else can you command? No need, let me help you. Yang Ming waved his hand. After saying that, Yang Ming took out the corpse of an excellent golden eagle and the corpse of a 4-colored giant python from the system warehouse and threw them on the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, 2 huge corpses appeared out of thin air and fell to the ground. What is this? Jack was stunned when he saw this scene. Although Jack was the lord of a special territory, he had never seen the scene happening before him. After all, he was a native of the 10,000 races battlefield and did not have the privilege of the system warehouse. Use these 2 corpses to resurrect your sister. Yang Ming said to Jack. This. Jack didn't expect that such great luck would fall upon him. Jack never thought that the man in front of him would be willing to help him. Sir, although I don't know your name, I promise that as long as you can save my sister, I will be willing to work like a slave for you. Well, go ahead. Yang Ming nodded. Jack called over a dozen ordinary demons and asked them to work together to move the corpse of the excellent level monster into the blood pool. After the corpse of the excellent level monster entered the blood pool, it was quickly melted by some mysterious force. The blood in the blood pool also became brighter red. The blood pool is connected to the coffin, and blood is continuously pumped into it. Finally, the coffin emitted a strange red light, and the person inside seemed to be resurrected. Chapter 86: Obtaining the Blue Crystal Core. Ding! You have completed the mission. You have become the master of the Demon Lord Jack and have automatically signed a Master Servant Contract. Master Servant Contract. Party A can unconditionally command Party B. Party B's loyalty to Party A will always remain at 100%. If Party A dies, Party B will also die. Party A, Yang Ming. Party B, Jack, Vera. The sound of the coffin lid startled Jack, and he rushed over quickly. Sister, are you awake? I finally resurrected you. Jack opened the coffin and looked at his sister Vera lying inside, and couldn't help crying. Lying in the coffin, slowly opened her eyes. When she saw Jack crying, she couldn't help but look puzzled and asked, Brother, where is this? I remember I was dead, didn't I? What's going on? Why am I lying in a coffin? Sister, please listen to me and let me explain slowly. Yang Ming touched his nose, turned around and left, not disturbing the reunion of the brother and sister, leaving them their own space. Yang Ming walked out of the Lord's mansion. At this time, the fighting was still going on outside. Zhang Wei, Chun Yihan, Bai Xueji, Meng Tian, and others fought hard against the demon army. All right, stop it, everyone stop it. Yang Ming stepped forward and stopped them from fighting. Although he was full of doubts, Zhang Wei stopped fighting immediately. Afterwards, Bai Xueji, Chen Zhanbei, Huang Lu, and others also stopped one after another. Even the demon army obeyed Yang Ming's orders obediently. Yang Ming is Jack's master, and Jack is the master of this army of demons, so Yang Ming can also command them. Brother, what happened? Zhang Wei came to Yang Ming and asked with a puzzled look. Zhang Wei didn't understand why Yang Ming could command this group of bloodthirsty demon army. Yang Ming directly told them the reason. I have subdued the leader of these demons, so I can now command them. That's amazing. Everyone looked at Yang Ming with admiration. Yang Ming waved his hand and said with a smile, Okay, now that the battle is over, let's go dig up the blue crystal core. Okay. Everyone smiled happily and responded immediately. Xueji, who had been conducting remote consumption outside the field, also came over. Huang Lu came in front of Yang Ming, bent down slightly, and said with a smile, So cool to be able to cling to your thighs. I can get the blue crystal core without any effort. Oh yeah. If there's such a good thing again in the future, please be sure to call me. I, Huang Lu, will always be your most loyal fan. Definitely next time. Yang Ming shrugged. While chatting, everyone headed towards the refresh point of the blue crystal core. The refresh point of the blue crystal core is near the Lord's mansion, next to a large rock. Wow, what a beautiful crystal core. When Huang Lu saw the blue crystal core with her own eyes, her eyes widened in surprise. It twinkles and sparkles with a magical and wonderful blue light, and its entire body is in the shape of an almost perfect hexagonal star, as exquisite as a treasure created by God. Name Blue Crystal Core. Quality, Legendary. Introduction. One of the necessary materials for upgrading the king-level territory. Characteristics. It cannot be traded and cannot be obtained from others. Once collected, it is bound for life. When the holder dies, the crystal core will also disappear. Note. A maximum of 10 blue crystal cores can be collected per day. Looking at the blue crystal core so close to him, Yang Ming was quite excited. The king-level territory that I have been longing for can finally be upgraded. Yang Ming took a step forward and was the first to touch the blue crystal core. The moment Yang Ming's hands touched the blue crystal core, the system's prompt sounded immediately. Do you occupy the blue crystal core refresh point? Yang Ming said, Yes. Ding, occupancy successful. You can start collecting blue crystal cores. Limited to 10. After gaining control of the blue crystal core, Yang Ming reached out and broke off 10 pieces. After taking 10 blue crystal cores, Yang Ming cut off his connection with the blue crystal cores and was no longer greedy. Afterwards, Zhang Wei, Huang Lu, Chen Zhanbei, Bai Xueji, and others also stepped forward one after another and began to dig out the crystal core. 10 minutes later, everyone returned with a full load. Ha, I got the blue crystal core. I have a feeling I can definitely upgrade to a king-level territory within 30 days. Huang Lu put her hands on her hips, couldn't help but raise her head and laughed heartily. But after 2 seconds, Huang Lu straightened her posture again, covered her cherry lips with her delicate hands, and said shyly, "Sorry, Eng, I was just being mind-controlled." Drama queen. These two words popped up in Yang Ming's mind. Now that the mission has been completed, you can go back. I have other things to deal with. In order to avoid them disturbing him further, Yang Ming ordered them to leave. Okay, thank you very much this time, Yang Ming. Brother, see you next time. Everyone was very tactful and took the initiative to leave. Snow White, wait a moment. At this time, Yang Ming suddenly called out to Snow White. Snow White, who had a refreshing short hair, was about to use the teleportation scroll to go back, but when she heard Yang Ming calling her, she immediately stopped. What's wrong? Snow White looked at Yang Ming. Yang Ming pondered for a while and asked, "Didn't you say before that someone in the Chinese leadership had been instigated to defect? Have you figured out who the spy is?" No. Snow White shook her head. You might as well start with one person. That's my college classmate, Jeep Woodwan. He and his family must have taken refuge in a small life. Jeep Woodwan. In the first chapter, he wanted to use 10,000 yuan to buy Yang Ming's place and give it to Xiao Rizi. Jeep Woodwan. Well, I will hand over this information. Snow White nodded. Okay, that's okay, you can go. Yang Ming waved his hand. Yang Ming, has anyone ever told you that it's hard to find a girl with the tone you use when talking to girls? Bai Shueji was about to complain that Yang Ming would never find a girlfriend in the future, but then she thought, Yang Ming is only 18 years old and has accomplished such a feat, so how could he still lack women in the future? Snow White smiled self-deprecatingly, then used the teleportation scroll to leave. Now that they had the blue crystal core, there was no need for them to linger. After they all left, Yang Ming returned to the Lord's mansion in the demon territory. At this time, Jack was supporting his younger sister and walking in the open space near the Lord's mansion to restore his vitality and bask in the sun. When Yang Ming came over, Jack supported Vera, bowed to Yang Ming, and shouted respectfully, "Sir, thank you so much for saving my sister." "Thank you, sir." Vera's voice was very soft. Yang Ming nodded, then went straight to the point and said, "Jack, because you wanted to revive Vera, the Star Spirit Forest has been severely polluted. You must find a way to resolve this issue immediately." Jack said apologetically, "Oh, sorry, I will dismantle the Lord's mansion in the demon territory, so that the pollution will dissipate naturally." "Well, hurry up," Yang Ming urged. Now Yang Ming just wants to complete the mission in the Star Forest as soon as possible, and then return to Huaxia City to upgrade the King-level territory. Chapter 87. Start upgrading the King-level territory. When Jack demolished the Lord's mansion, it was equivalent to destroying the demon's territory. In this way, the pollution problem of the Protoss Forest can be solved. When the demon territory's Lord's mansion collapsed, the system's prompt sounded at the same time. Respected Lord Yang Ming, congratulations on completing the B-rank mission, Guidance of the Goddess of Nature. Quest reward. Your territory, Huaxia City, has established diplomatic relations with the Star Spirit Forest, and the relationship is currently friendly. You can now enter and exit the Star Spirit Forest freely. If you encounter danger, you can also teleport into the Star Spirit Forest at any time. The Goddess of Nature will protect you. So, the Star Spirit Forest, like the evil god altar, is also the territory of the gods. It is definitely profitable to establish a cooperative relationship with a god. Now that all the tasks have been completed, Yang Ming also plans to return to Huaxia City. But before that, Yang Ming called Jack over. "Sir, do you have any orders?" Jack came to Yang Ming and asked respectfully. Yang Ming said to Jack, "Take your demon army and head northwest. Once you reach Huaxia City, I will send someone to pick you up." Although Jack's own strength is weak, the demon army he leads is still quite strong and is very suitable for guarding resource fields in the wild. "Yes, sir," Jack replied immediately. "Well, try to come here within 2 days." Yang Ming reminded again. "Yes, sir." After explaining everything, Yang Ming took out the teleportation scroll and returned to Huaxia City. Wow! A faint white light flashed, and Yang Ming returned to Huaxia City through the teleportation scroll. The time now is around 3 in the afternoon. As soon as Yang Ming returned to the territory, the system immediately issued a prompt. "Dear Lord Yang Ming, we have detected that your territory has met the requirements for upgrading to a king-level territory. Please upgrade as soon as possible." Huh? Yang Ming was stunned. I didn't expect that 3 level 4 buildings and 25 level 3 buildings would be built so quickly. Yang Ming originally thought that he would have to spend another half a day or a day to fully upgrade the building, but he did not expect to receive good news as soon as he came back. Oh, it should be Aphrodite's credit. But Yang Ming soon figured it out. Aphrodite's citywide blessing buff is indeed very powerful. Now that all the conditions are met, what are you waiting for? System, come out. Yang Ming shouted excitedly. Respected Lord Yang Ming, I am everywhere. Start upgrading the king-level territory. Yang Ming gave the order. Ding. Your territory has begun upgrading, and it is estimated to take 12 hours. Warm tip. During this period, your territory is in a weak state. Please try not to go out casually. Fortunately, it's the same as before, with only a 12-hour cooling time, which is acceptable. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Who can stand it if upgrading takes a day or two? Moreover, because Yang Ming progressed too quickly, no one could find the territory upgrade CD return scroll corresponding to upgrading the king-level territory, so Yang Ming couldn't buy it even if he wanted to. No matter what, all my efforts during this period have not been in vain. As soon as I wake up tomorrow, the first king-level territory in the novice zone will be born from my hands. Yang Ming smiled with relief. The road to the future is right under your feet. Don't be sad or afraid. Look forward to tomorrow with confidence. Step. At this moment, Yang Ming suddenly felt a sharp pain in his brain. His feet moved uncontrollably, and he almost fell to the ground. Yang Ming, whose brain has been in a tense state for the past 19 days, is beginning to feel unable to hold on any longer. After all, Yang Ming is just a teenager who just turned 18. Everyone places their hopes on him. It is not easy for him to persist until now. Get some rest for the next 12 hours. You can't go out anyway. Yang Ming rubbed his sore temples to relieve the fatigue in his brain. At this time, Zhou Mingrui, the chief architect and construction director of Huaxia City, came to Yang Ming. Zhou Mingrui first bowed, then said to Yang Ming, "My lord, the commercial area is almost complete. When do you plan to open it?" Yang Ming smiled and asked, "Oh, so soon?" Zhou Mingrui lowered his head and replied, "Yes, according to your instructions, the entire city has been working hard to build various buildings these past few days, so the commercial district was completed so quickly." "Well, take me to see it," Yang Ming said. "Okay, it's my honor," Zhou Mingrui said. As one of the core areas of Huaxia City, the commercial district is an important area for future consumption, trade, and entertainment, and Yang Ming has always paid close attention to it. Under the guidance of Zhou Mingrui, Yang Ming came to the nearly completed commercial district streets. When he saw the commercial district for the first time, Yang Ming thought he had traveled back to the streets of the 1970s. Although it is far inferior to the modern shopping malls of the 21st century, the commercial streets in front of him still make Yang Ming's eyes light up. The street is paved with white marble floors. There are various types of shops on both sides of the street. There are pubs, restaurants, various rice noodle shops, shops specializing in selling exotic animal meat, as well as pubs and department stores. In short, there is a wide variety. The commercial area includes 8 third-level buildings, which accounts for a considerable proportion. "Well, you did a good job. I'm very satisfied." Yang Ming nodded with satisfaction. Zhou Mingrui's vanity was greatly satisfied. He respectfully asked Yang Ming, "My lord, thank you for your compliments, but I would like to ask when you plan to open the commercial area?" Yang Ming thought about it for a moment and gave the answer. "Tomorrow, after successfully upgrading to a king-level territory, we'll open the commercial area." Zhou Mingrui couldn't help but take a breath and asked subconsciously, "Tomorrow, we will be in the king-level territory? So soon?" Zhou Mingrui was shocked. It had only been a few days since the last special grade territory upgrade. The upgrade speed was too scary. Zhou Mingrui had a hunch that with such a terrifying upgrade speed, it wouldn't take long for Huaxia City to become a well-known metropolis. There is even a great possibility of launching the great cause of nation building. If I can continue to be favored by the Lord, and when Huaxia City expands its territory and establishes a new country, wouldn't I be able to become a founding father? When Zhou Mingrui thought of this possibility, he became as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. At that time, Zhou Mingrui could not imagine how great the glory and status he would obtain. "I must follow the Lord even at the cost of my life." Zhou Mingrui secretly swore in his heart, and this vow took root deep in his heart. Chapter 88 Banquet. After inspecting the streets in the commercial district, Yang Ming did not find anything wrong, so he returned to the Lord's mansion. Yang Ming called Lilith and Lilia over. After spending some time together, Lilia already regarded Yang Ming as a half-brother. She jumped up to Yang Ming and asked, "My lord, did you call us here because you are hungry?" "No." Yang Ming shook his head, then said to her, "I want to hold a banquet tonight, so I may have to trouble you to prepare a few more delicious dishes. The territory will be upgraded to a king level 1 tomorrow, so Yang Ming plans to hold a banquet." "Banquet? Do you need to cook very high-end ingredients?" Lilith asked. "Well, do you have the confidence to cook the meat of the Kanglan tiger?" Yang Ming asked them. The Kanglan tiger is of rare quality, so it goes without saying how valuable it is. Well. Lilith looked embarrassed when she heard that. My lord, we haven't even touched the meat of rare beasts. Are you confident in letting us cook it? Lilia asked worriedly. Yang Ming rubbed Lilia's little head and said with a smile. It's okay, I believe you, and I have prepared gifts for you. Hee, what gift? Lilia didn't care about Yang Ming's identity at all. She put her little head close to him like a girl next door and asked with anticipation. Under their expectant gaze, Yang Ming took out 2 items. Name: green scale, kitchen knife. Quality: excellent grade. Attributes: sword skills plus 100%. Introduction: it can easily cut out 0.01 centimeters thin slices. Name: golden turtle pot. Quality: excellent grade. Attributes: color, aroma, and taste improved by 50%. Introduction: for every dish you cook, you can control the heat to the best. Wow, 2 excellent kitchen utensils. Lilia's eyes almost lit up when she saw these 2 things. For them, these 2 things are undoubtedly the most helpful. How is it? Are you confident now in cooking the meat of the Kanglan tiger? Yang Ming asked. Yes. Lilia waved her pink little fist, full of energy. Lilith also swept away her previous worries and said confidently, Don't worry, my lord. We will do our best. Yang Ming nodded and said softly, For tonight's banquet, take the ingredients from the granary. Feel free to take whatever you want, no matter how precious it is. Understood, Lord. The 2 sisters replied. By the way, how many people are attending tonight's banquet? Lilia asked. Probably 30 to 35 people, including you, Yang Ming said. No. Lilith and Lilia bowed again and then headed to the granary. After they left, Yang Ming began to decide on the guest list for tonight's banquet. The reason for holding this banquet is to determine the list of core personnel who will manage Huaxia City after the territory is upgraded to the king level. First of all, there is no need to say much about Yang Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, and Yang Fifan. They're the 3 main generals of the army. There is also the general manager Carl, who in ancient times had a position equivalent to that of a prime minister. Anna, the nanny leader. Without her, the death rate of residents in Huaxia City will rise sharply. As for Cocolet, needless to say, her importance may even be unique. Zhou Mingrue, a civil engineering boss, can serve as a construction director or do plastering on the construction site. There is also Aphrodite, who grants a citywide blessing buff that benefits all residents. Plus, 29 people, plus Lilith and Lilia, that's it. After thinking for a long time, Yang Ming finally finalized the list. These people cover all aspects of the development of Huaxia City, including agriculture, industry, city defense, management, currency, military power, etc. There are 2 purposes for holding the banquet. First, to let them know that Yang Ming values them. Second, to discuss the future planning of Huaxia City. Soon, night fell. Above the Lord's mansion, there was an extremely rich fragrance floating in the air. That is the ultimate delicacy after the Kanglan tiger's meat is successfully cooked. Just 1 sniff and you'll die without regrets. I'm so excited. The Lord actually invited me to attend a banquet at the Lord's mansion. This is my first chance to step into the Lord's mansion. Carl was extremely excited today. As an administrator, Carl certainly knew what tonight's banquet meant. It means that he can become a capable general, valued by the Lord. The other invitees felt similar to Carl's. Only Cocolet naively thought that tonight was just a casual meal, so after hammering the iron, she washed her face and came casually. However, when Cocolet arrived at the Lord's mansion, she was immediately stunned by the magnificent scene before her. A long dining table was covered with an exquisite tablecloth and filled with all kinds of delicacies from land and sea. Even the bowls and chopsticks were made of pure gold. A group of maids dressed in exquisite clothes are welcoming every guest. Cocolet looked at her clothes, which were even a little dusty because she hadn't had time to change them. This made Cocolet feel a little embarrassed, because girls are, after all, sensitive to their reputation. Coco, come here. Just when Cocolet was at a loss, Yang Ming called her. Did you just finish work? Why didn't you wipe your face clean? Yang Ming reached out and wiped the small dust spots on her face. Cocolet lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Yang Ming, and apologized. My lord, I'm sorry. I was too busy with work today and forgot the time. I just finished my get-off work and rushed over here. I thought it was just a simple meal. Yang Ming patted her head and comforted her. It's no big deal. I'll just ask Anna to help you change your clothes. In fact, Yang Ming didn't care about these things, but in order to take care of Cocolet's feelings, he asked Anna to pick out a very beautiful princess dress, and then asked her to take Cocolet to the room to change clothes. When Cocolet changed her clothes and reappeared at the banquet, she looked like a white swan in a beautiful white princess dress, with a sweet smile on her face. In fact, Cocolet is quite good-looking, But because of malnutrition in the past and being forced to mine for a long time, she is thin and sickly. After arriving in Huaxia City, she ate well, slept well, and felt completely transformed. Soon, all the invited people arrived and took their seats. On everyone's plate, there is a delicacy made with Kanglan tiger meat. Delicacies made from high-quality ingredients. Yang Ming sat in the main seat, raised his glass to them, and said slowly, "Everyone, you have made great contributions to the rapid development of Huaxia City, so I invited you here today to discuss our future plans." Chapter 89 King-Level Territory Activated. Although it was night, Yang Ming's lord's mansion was still brightly lit. The long dining table was filled with exquisite delicacies and various expensive wines. Of course, one thing that is indispensable is that there are singers playing music to entertain the audience and dancers swaying to the side. Cocolet blinked her big eyes as she stared at the dessert in front of her, which was made of cream, candy, and meat floss. She drooled with greed and finally couldn't help but pick up the plate and took a big bite. Because she ate too hastily, Cocolet's face was covered with a lot of cream. In comparison, Anna's way of eating was much more elegant. She used a fork and a knife, like a noble princess, to cut off a small piece of the Kanglan tiger's meat and then put it into her mouth. Zhang Lingfeng is obviously a meat lover. He eats braised pork, barbecued meat, dompa pork, fried chicken, with gusto. Of course, the one who was most out of place was Yang Fifan, who only cared about drinking by himself. He tried white wine, rice wine, and cocktails. When the banquet was halfway through, Yang Ming coughed lightly and raised his glass. Hearing the voice, everyone immediately turned their eyes to Yang Ming. Yang Ming raised his wine glass and slowly said, "Everyone, the reason why Huaxia City was able to upgrade to a king-level territory so quickly is inseparable from the efforts of each of you. So, this cup is my toast to you. The first king-level territory in this area. But this is just the beginning. Because I have said from the beginning that my goal is to build a country of freedom, equality, and aspirations for all in this twisted, miserable, and corrupt world. I promise that in the near future, Huaxia City will become a beacon shining with the light of freedom on the battlefield of all races. As long as you follow me and fight for the rise of China. When China stands at the top of the world, I will share the supreme glory with you. And you, my followers, are the real heroes." Yang Ming's words made everyone's blood boil. Even Yang Fifan, who had always been emotionally numb, couldn't help but start to imagine the scene of the arrival of a prosperous era. Karl was the most sensible. He was the first to stand up and say, "My lord, I am willing to sacrifice everything for this ideal." Others also expressed their excitement. "My lord, I will follow you until the end of my life. I have fallen in love with this place. I am willing to devote my entire life to letting the light of China illuminate the world." "Me too. Yeah, me too." Cocolet also raised her hand. "Very good." Yang Ming nodded and continued, "The banquet will continue. After you have eaten and drunk your fill, there will be more difficult tasks for you in the future. Keep the music going and keep dancing." "Thank you, Lord." Everyone responded. 2 hours later, the banquet ended in a harmonious atmosphere. Yang Ming, Zhang Lingfeng, Yang Jian, and Yang Fifan drank several bottles of wine, so his head became dizzy. So after everyone left, Yang Ming went to bed. Zzz. Yang Ming fell asleep almost immediately after falling into bed, because starting from tomorrow, China's national crisis would be officially resolved, and Yang Ming would no longer have any burden, so he slept particularly soundly tonight. The next day, early morning. Today is the 18th day that Yang Ming has arrived at the battlefield of all races. When Yang Ming woke up from his sleep and just opened his eyes, the system prompt sounded in his mind. "Dear Lord Yang Ming, your territory has been successfully upgraded to the king level. We've detected that you've completed the upgrade from 0 to king-level territory in just over 17 days, breaking the fastest upgrade record in the Orion arm of the Milky Way. We're estimating your achievement score and awarding your reward. The estimated time is 5 to 10 minutes. After hearing what the system said, Yang Ming realized that his territory was upgraded so quickly. Yang Ming will become the new record holder for the fastest upgrade to the king-level territory in the Orion arm of the Milky Way. Let's go out and take a look first to see what changes have taken place in Huaxia City after it was upgraded to a king-level territory. Yang Ming didn't even bother to wash up. He got out of bed, opened the door, and walked out. "My lord, here is your breakfast today." Lilith had been waiting at the door for a long time. "Well, put it on the table first. I'll come back to eat it later," Yang Ming instructed. Okay. Yang Ming made a few nimble jumps and reached the roof of the lord's mansion, overlooking the entire view of Huaxia City. Compared to yesterday, Huaxia City looks brand new. If Yangming's territory was a village yesterday, it has completely transformed into a city today. The original territory of 20 million square meters has now expanded to 500 square kilometers. Note, 1 square kilometer equals 1 million square meters. That is, 20 million square meters equals 20 square kilometers. A 10-meter-high solid wall made of concrete and steel bars was built around Huaxia City. Yang Ming's lord's mansion also turned into the golden color that symbolizes the king level and became magnificent. In addition, there are many details, such as all the farmland has been transformed into fertile black soil. I finally did it. I established a new king-level territory. Yang Ming laughed happily. At this time, the system sounded a prompt again. Dear Lord Yang Ming, the reward for breaking the record in the Orion arm of the Milky Way has been estimated. A server-wide announcement will be made shortly within the Orion arm of the Milky Way. What? Yang Ming was stunned for a moment. Should we inform every lord within the Milky Way, Orion arm area? Wouldn't that be equivalent to exposing the coordinates of the blue planet to all civilizations in the Orion arm of the Milky Way? No, don't report it. Yang Ming quickly stopped the system. Yang Ming still understood the horror of the Dark Forest Law. Respected Lord Yang Ming, your worries are unnecessary. The moment you break the record, your name will appear on the record tablet in the Orion arm of the Milky Way. All living beings will be able to see your name and nationality. Hearing this, Yang Ming's heart finally settled down. Then it's up to you. Just report it. Yang Ming had no choice but to accept his fate. After getting Yang Ming's permission, the system was ready to start reporting. Boom. A dull, deep, ancient bell sound appeared in the minds of all the novice areas in the 10,000 races battlefield and the lords of all the war zones. Of course, the scope is limited to the Milky Way, Orion arm. Boom, boom, boom. The bell rang 9 times, alarming all the lords of the Orion arm of the Milky Way. At this time, the system began to broadcast. Warm congratulations to Lord Yang Ming from the Orion arm of the Milky Way, Gould's Belt, Local Bubble, Local Interstellar Cloud, Oort Cloud, third planet from the solar system, Blue Star, and Huaxia Nation. He successfully created a new king-level territory from scratch in just 17 days, 2 hours, 35 minutes, 27 seconds, and 59 hours, breaking the record in the Orion arm of the Milky Way that had been sealed for a century. Reward: first-rank godhood, belongs to Yang Ming, not activated. Achievement: Supreme Youth, attribute, unknown. Additional rewards: 1 King's Treasure Chest, 2 Star Treasure Chests, 3 Diamond Treasure Chests, and 4 Emerald Treasure Chests. When this platform-wide announcement sounded, the novice area and combat zone of Blue Star fell into deathly silence. Chapter 90, Real World, China's Crisis Resolved. Real World. Blue Star, China. A thick, gray smog shrouded the sky above the imperial capital and would not dissipate. In order to protect their health, all people traveling must wear masks. At the same time, the news continued to be broadcast from the street radio. Dear residents, due to our country's defeat on the myriad races battlefield, air pollution has increased by 50% nationwide, and smog has enveloped the entire country. Please remember to wear a mask when traveling. At the same time, the national fortune value of the 10,000 races battlefield will also be constantly reflected in the real world. Currently, the health of all residents in our country is reduced by 30%, water pollution is increased by 10%, the probability of infectious diseases is increased by 50%, and the probability of natural disasters is increased by 25%. Please pay attention to safety, minimize going out, and if you encounter an emergency, please call for help immediately. The passers-by on the street seemed to be very busy. Although the broadcast kept reminding people, everyone had become numb. From time to time, 1 or 2 passers-by would faint on the ground due to various pollution and diseases, and then be carried away by ambulance. Hospitals across the country are treating all kinds of patients every day. Doctor, please save my baby. He's only 3 years old, and he's been put in the ICU because of the smog. Doctor, my son has an infectious disease. He seems to be dying. Doctor, please come and see my dad. He is only 58 years old. I can't lose him. This scenario is repeated every day in almost every hospital. Because of the defeat in the 10,000 races battlefield, the negative impact was fed back to the real world, and China's national destiny almost fell to the bottom. Natural disasters and man-made disasters have made this country sick. If you open the homepages of major social software, you can see that the hot searches are full of various disaster information. Jianchuan City has been hit by an unknown type of acid rain for 5 consecutive days, causing widespread damage to buildings and resulting in the death toll reaching 100. A massive mudslide hit Daeong City, leaving 500 people missing. Hebei City was hit by a 7.9 magnitude earthquake, and the People's Liberation Army has rushed to the scene for rescue. A sense of despair was shrouded almost everywhere in the country. However, faced with this situation, scientists are powerless. Because ever since the National Destiny Lord system was bound to Blue Star, the rise and fall of a country can only be determined by the national destiny value. The National Destiny system has no loopholes at all. It cannot be broken. We have failed. A scholar is useless. A scholar is useless. One of China's top physicists used up all his life's knowledge, but in the end he was unable to change the current situation. He let out an unwilling roar. "My dear, hold on, Mom will save you." A woman, only about 27 or 28 years old, was holding a baby who had just learned to speak, her face full of helplessness. Why? Why should the fate of our country be handed over to a system? Why? In a high school classroom, teenagers are roaring angrily. At this time, the Chinese nation was like an elderly man, being shrouded in darkness deeper and deeper. But where there is darkness, there is always light, right? After the last group of new lords rushed to the battlefield of all races, a strong beam of light finally appeared in this country that was shrouded in gray fog all day long, breaking through the clouds and illuminating the earth. Just like the sun breaking through the darkness, dawn quietly crosses the horizon. Ding! Suddenly, a prompt sounded. Warm congratulations to Huaxia Lord Yangming for successfully creating a new king-level territory. Huaxia has now recovered 5 complete king-level territories. In the real world, Huaxia has eliminated all negative influences. At the same time, due to Lord Yangming's significant achievements in the myriad races battlefield, this was reflected in the real world, and the Huaxia territory received a buff. Buff: all Chinese citizens gain plus 50% immunity, plus 50% health recovery, plus 10% resource generation. As soon as the system's prompt sounded, countless rays of sunlight penetrated the heavy haze and shone on the land of China. Smog that had shrouded China for nearly a year completely dissipated at this moment. In the hospital, the baby who had a high fever suddenly stopped crying, fell asleep while biting his mother's finger, and his body temperature gradually returned to normal. The condition of patients who were originally tortured by infectious diseases and were in excruciating pain has also been greatly alleviated. During the earthquake, the high-rise buildings and the ground that were originally shaking suddenly calmed down. The coastal cities were originally hit by continuous tsunamis, and hundreds of thousands of people were urgently evacuated. However, the huge tsunami has now receded quickly. At this point, all natural disasters have ended. What? Our country's 5th king-level territory has been restored? China is saved. In the Imperial Capital's Research Institute, one of the top physicists jumped up and danced with excitement. After the excitement, he raised his head and let out a long breath. I have to admit that physics no longer exists. From now on, physics is dead, theology shall prevail. In the year of Jieqin, great good fortune will befall the world. This one of China's top physicists suddenly slammed the table and shouted, "Reading? What the hell am I supposed to read? From today on, I'm going to abandon literature and turn to martial arts. When the next battleground of all races opens, I'll go there too. A scholar is useless. A scholar is useless. Ha ha ha." China, the imperial capital, the highest level secret meeting room. According to past practice, the highest-ranking members of parliament in various fields of China must hold a meeting every day under the leadership of the commander-in-chief. However, today the commander-in-chief had just taken his seat and the meeting had just begun. The young man wearing glasses rushed into the scene again. "Commander-in-chief, leaders, oh my God, something big has happened. Oh my God, something big has happened again." The general with 5 stars on his chest subconsciously scolded. "Shaoli, with so many people watching and the commander-in-chief here too, why are you so flustered? Could it be that the Americans have sent us another ultimatum?" The man wearing glasses said breathlessly. "No, damn it, this is none of the Americans' business. They absolutely won't dare to provoke us now. On the contrary, it won't be long before we can step on their heads and teach them a lesson." "Tell me, what happened?" asked the general. "Since the conference room is absolutely confidential, no information can leak in." The man wearing glasses took a deep breath and said word by word. "Just now, Yang Ming successfully created the 5th king-level territory. Yang Ming, he saved China." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Swish, swish, swish. The congressmen stood up one after another, their faces filled with disbelief. "Great, great. You are indeed worthy of being the young hero of China. You are indeed better than your teacher." Ha 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 ha. Rough and heroic laughter echoed throughout the conference room. Chapter 91 Yang Ming Shocks Alien Civilization. On this day, when Yang Ming's territory was successfully upgraded to a king-level territory, the battlefield of all races exploded. At the same time, in the real world, the international situation on Blue Planet once again caused a major shock. That's not all. In the distant interstellar space, tens of thousands of alien civilizations in the Orion arm of the Milky Way have recognized the name Yang Ming. The two words, Yang Ming, have attracted the attention of many alien civilizations. Centaurus Galaxy, Proxima b. This is a galaxy composed of 4 stars. The environment is harsh and is ruled by a group of strange-looking life forms. This group of life forms calls themselves the Four-Body People. Today, they also learned that Yang Ming from Blue Star broke the record of the Milky Way Orion arm. I never thought that there would be a solar system with such abundant resources only 4.22 light-years away from us. It's incredible. The solar system has only 1 star, and the environment is so beautiful. It's like heaven. Why? We, the Four-Body People, have already evolved to a universe level 2.0 civilization, yet we still have to live on a planet as harsh as hell. Their blue planet is only a level 0.7 civilization, yet they can enjoy such a unique living environment. How about, while they are still weak, we launch a war against the Blue Star people in the 10,000 races battlefield, control their territory, and then indirectly annex the Blue Star in the real world? Good idea. What do you think? I agree. Milky Way, Orion Arm, Gould's Belt, Sanyan Planet. Sanyan Civilization, a cosmic level 3.5 civilization. What's going on? The record held by the Orion Arm of the Milky Way for 100 years was actually broken by a tiny human from the solar system. It's unbelievable that a garbage planet with only a 0.7 civilization, weaker than an ant, actually gave birth to a young genius that only appears once in a century. Is that young man called Yang Ming? Yes, my lord. It would be a shame if such an outstanding young man could not be possessed by our Sanyan civilization. Sir, with our strength, it would be too easy to capture Blue Star. Why don't we just enslave Blue Star and then try to recruit Yang Ming? Good idea. Enslave the Blue Star people as soon as possible and require them to work at least 4 hours a day, with only a 3-hour lunch break. They must work at least 3 days a week and cannot take more than 7 days off per month. Sir, you are so wise. The people of Blue Star will definitely not be able to bear such tiring work. Haha, what's that? Besides that, they only get 3 year-end bonuses a year and only 2 annual vacations. The worst part is, they only get 5 times their pay for overtime. Only breakfast, lunch, and dinner are free. They're forced to consume their midnight snacks. My lord, you are simply the reincarnation of the god of wisdom. The people of Blue Star must be trembling with fear at such cruel conditions. That's not enough. To make them realize how terrifying we, the Sanyan people, are, I've decided to only give each of them a 500 square meter villa for free. Absolutely no second villa. Sir, I admire you so much. You are so smart. Ha ha, Blue Star people, wait to be enslaved by the brutal 3 Flames people. The Milky Way, the Orion Arm, and the planet Shinli. The Shinli people are a cosmic level 4.5 civilization. This is a world controlled by artificial intelligence and fully automatic machinery. Living on the planet Shinli are human, but not human. Because the Shinli people believe, flesh and blood are weak, but machines can ascend. Except for the brain, which still retains flesh and blood, the rest of the Shinli people's body parts have been replaced with machines. To put it simply, all the Shinli people took out their heads and put them into machines, thus achieving an alternative kind of immortality. Ding, 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 ding. However, on this day, alarms sounded everywhere on Shinli Star. Warning, warning, level 1 red alert. The high priest, who had been asleep for 1,537 years, suddenly awakened today and issued a supreme decree from Shenlixing. The high priest said that an extremely dangerous person has been discovered. I repeat, an extremely dangerous person has been detected on the blue planet in the solar system, Yang Ming. The following is a sacred decree. No one from the Shinli tribe must become enemies with Yang Ming on the battlefield of all races. Remember, to provoke Yang Ming is to die. To provoke Yang Ming is to destroy your homeland. To provoke Yang Ming is to destroy the path to eternal life. Today, similar situations have occurred in tens of thousands of galaxy civilizations, star civilizations, and planetary civilizations within the Milky Way and the Orion Arm. Some level 4 civilizations, and even level 5 civilizations, began to collect information about Yang Ming. However, Yang Ming, the person involved, had no idea that his record-breaking action would have such a huge impact on the Milky Way in the real world. Because at this moment, Yang Ming was still immersed in the excitement of upgrading his king-level territory. Is this the king-level territory? Compared to before, the difference is like heaven and earth. Yang Ming stood on the roof of the Lord's mansion, looking at the whole view of Huaxia City, with a smile harder to suppress than AK. Today, Huaxia City has finally become a small city in the true sense. Although the area is a bit small, Yang Ming is already very satisfied. A mountain is famous not because of its height, but because of the immortals living there. A city is magical not because of its size, but because of me, Yang Ming, living there. Oh my God, what's going on? This is incredible. Is this the Lord's extraordinary power? The changes caused by the territory upgrade have also attracted the attention of residents. Looking at the brand new Huaxia City, the residents' faces were filled with smiles. The more powerful Yang Ming becomes, the more secure they feel. God is above. The Lord's power is truly incredible. Such a miracle is simply shocking. I woke up and found that the territory has expanded so much. Cries of surprise came from the residents' mouths. Seeing that the residents were attracted out, Yang Ming decided to open the commercial area today. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs, so of course we should celebrate together. So Yang Ming jumped down from the roof of the Lord's mansion and headed to the residential area. When Yang Ming came into everyone's sight, the residents immediately saluted the powerful Lord. Good morning, my Lord. Greetings, Lord. Everyone offered their most sincere respect and most loyal admiration to Yang Ming. Yang Ming walked to a higher ground, waved to the crowd below, and said loudly, "Don't be so formal, my people. Today is the day that Huaxia City is upgraded to a king-level territory. The whole city is celebrating, so I have decided to pay you your salaries in advance. Those who perform well at work will receive an additional bonus." Chapter 92, Opening of Huaxia City Commercial District. What? They paid me in advance. That's awesome. With my salary, I can buy a new dress. The Lord is so kind to us. Not only a salary, but also bonuses? Wow, this place is simply heaven. In order to get the bonus, I must work hard in the future. When Yang Ming announced that salaries would be paid in advance, everyone was extremely excited. After all, for every worker, the happiest time of the month is the day when paycheck is paid. Yang Ming cleared his throat and spoke again. Okay, everyone will have a day off today, but salaries will still be paid. From now on, everyone can go to the finance department to collect their salaries. Also, the commercial district is officially open today. After you receive your salary, you can go to the commercial district to buy what you want. It's good quality and cheap, so you'll make a profit if you buy it. To make it easier for everyone to understand, the currency system of the Myriad Races battlefield has been modified. 1 copper coin is equivalent to 1 real-world dollar, and 1 silver coin is equivalent to 100 real-world dollars. The previous salary of the cleaners has been changed to 4,500 copper coins per month. When everyone found out that they could not only get paid today, but also have a day off, they were so happy that they almost went crazy. My Lord, I love you. Oh yeah. Everyone look at me. I have an announcement. I am the Lord's dog. The residents bowed to Yang Ming again, and then ran impatiently to the finance departments of their respective departments to line up to receive their wages. Before long, everyone received their wages. At present, the average salary in Huaxia City can be roughly divided into the following categories. Cleaner, 4,000 to 5,000 copper coins. Brother Tumu beats the dust, about 8,000 copper coins. Blacksmith, about 7,500 copper coins. Doctor, about 15,000 copper coins. Restoration Warlock, about 10,000 copper coins, which is 100 silver coins and 1 gold coin. Because Huaxia City currently occupies 12 first-level mining areas, 8 second-level mining areas, and 4 third-level mining areas, it is not difficult to mint these coins. Wow, that's a lot of money. I'm so happy. When the residents received their wages, they were so moved that they shed tears. Some people even fainted from excitement. Am I dreaming? I'm just a small staff member studying the spatial displacement of square silicate materials, and I can actually get 8,000 copper coins a month. Wow, this is so touching. When I was a refugee, I wandered around and helped people clean toilets in a town. My daily salary was only 2 moldy steamed buns, but the Lord gave me 4,200 copper coins. Alas, my life has been in vain. I wish I had met the Lord earlier. I have no regrets about entering Huaxia City in this life, and I will be a Chinese in the next life. It's over. I can't stop crying. Why are my eyes filled with tears? Because I love this place so much. Okay, stop complaining. We have money now, and the commercial district is open today. Let's go shopping, shall we? Okay, I just want to buy some new clothes. Wait for me, I'll go too. I want to go too. After the residents lined up at the finance departments of various departments to collect their salaries, they all decided to go to the commercial district for a good time. Before long, the commercial district was flooded with residents. As the Lord of Huaxia City, Yangming also came to the commercial district. Today is the first official opening of the commercial district, and there are a lot of people. In order to prevent unnecessary disturbances, Yang Ming decided to take a tour. The moment Yang Ming's right foot stepped into the street of the commercial district, the bustling atmosphere of the market town hit him in the face. People are coming and going on the streets. The place is filled with hawking, noise, shouting, and laughter. Bobo chicken, Bobo chicken, Bobo chicken for 1 copper coin. King's chicken, 3 copper coins per pound, 10 copper coins for 3 pounds. Hello everyone, I'm the owner of the fruit shop. Today is our first day of business, and we have huge discounts. Cherries are 10 copper coins per pound, mangosteens are 6 copper coins per pound, watermelons are 2 copper coins each, and even avocados are so delicious that even dogs won't eat them. Hello customer, try the iron ox beef noodles. It's only 7 copper coins. I guarantee it contains at least 1 ounce of beef and no chopped green onions. Pork is 9 copper coins per pound, chicken is 11 copper coins per pound, and hairy crabs are 20 copper coins each. Don't miss them if you pass by. Freshly caught large dragon-patterned fish from the 3rd level resource field, Yuling Lake. Excellent quality fish. Although expensive, it can increase combat power. Today is a great day for our opening, so we're offering a 50% discount. Each large dragon-patterned fish is only 1,000 copper coins. Walking on the bustling streets, Yang Ming felt like he was back in his childhood. When Yang Ming was a child, his family was not well off. Every time he went out to play with his sister, he could only buy a chicken leg for 5 yuan or drink a cup of Mishua Bingqing's glutinous lemon tea for 4.9 yuan. Although we were poor at that time, I was very happy just to have a piece of delicious roasted chicken leg. I am rich now, but I can no longer experience the satisfaction I felt when eating a chicken leg as a child. My lord, would you like to buy a roast chicken? At this moment, a voice brought Yang Ming back to his senses. Yang Ming came back to his senses and found that he had been lost in thought while recalling his childhood, and unknowingly came to a stall selling roasted chicken. How much is a piece of roast chicken? Yang Ming asked. The stall owner was a woman in her 30s with a very kind face. She was flattered and said, My lord, I'm very happy that you can patronize my stall. It doesn't cost any money. Yang Ming didn't plan to say too much to the stall owner because she definitely wouldn't dare to accept it. Then give me one. Yang Ming said. Okay. The woman took out the fattest, juiciest, best roasted chicken and wrapped it in a lotus leaf. The woman handed the wrapped roast chicken to Yang Ming and said with a smile, My lord, please be careful when handling it. It's a little hot. Yes, thank you. Yang Ming took the roasted chicken wrapped in pursed leaves, and while the woman was not paying attention, he placed 10 copper coins in an inconspicuous corner of the stall. There's a reason rotisserie chicken is so cheap. Because the goods and food sold in the commercial area basically come from granaries and warehouses, not from the stall owners themselves. The stall owners' wages are also based on a fixed amount plus sales volume model. My lord, take care. The woman said with a smile. Yang Ming turned around and left. He broke off a large chicken leg that was roasted crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, then put it in his mouth and took a bite. It's okay. Although the taste is far inferior to Lilith and Lilia's, it's still delicious. It just so happened that Yang Ming hadn't had breakfast yet, so he finished the roast chicken in no time. At this time, Lilia, wearing a light blue dress, was still in the Lord's mansion, sitting at the dinner table waiting for Yang Ming to come back. Didn't the Lord say he would be back for breakfast soon? It's almost 9 o'clock now, why isn't he back yet? Oh, the toast, pizza, and milk are cold again. I'll go heat them up again. Chapter 93 Steam Engine. Huaxia City was upgraded to a king-level territory. Subtle changes occurred in almost every place. For example, farmland was transformed from ordinary land into fertile black soil. The wooden house was transformed into a reinforced concrete house. The lush dirt road turned into a cement road. The 2-meter-high fence turned into a huge wall 10 meters high. And other. Yang Ming first walked around the commercial district, and then went to other areas to observe for a long time. After half a day, Yang Ming completed a complete tour of Huaxia City. Well, the current Huaxia City can be said to be a top-tier city before entering the electrical age. Yang Ming came to this conclusion. With before, Huaxia City has indeed made a lot of progress, but it is still far from Yang Ming's ideal country. Not to mention the electrical age. Even the steam age has not reached the threshold. As he was thinking, a bold idea suddenly emerged in Yang Ming's mind. Should I try to make a steam engine first? As soon as this idea appeared in Yang Ming's mind, it immediately became unshakable. We learned in junior high school history that the invention, improvement, and application of the steam engine marked the beginning of mankind's entry into the steam age. Although the battlefield of all races is a world where strength is respected and everyone pursues extraordinary powers, it is not impossible to carry out an industrial revolution in the battlefield of all races. Yang Ming has materials, drawings, talents, resources, and so on. Currently, although Huaxia City has more than 5,000 residents, most of them are ordinary people, and no more than 700 people can awaken their talents. Those who can awaken their talents, or those with mediocre talents, definitely can't become extraordinary. If we let them learn about steam engines instead, wouldn't that be a new path? Yang Ming suddenly felt that in the battlefield of all races, the thinking of most lords was wrong. Indeed, in the battlefield of all races, extraordinary strength is the most important thing. After all, the bigger the fist, the more powerful it is. However, this does not mean that technology is useless. If we use the power of technology to assist the extraordinary and integrate the extraordinary and technology together, wouldn't we be able to go further? Yeah, why didn't I think of that before? The supernatural and technology don't conflict with each other. Yang Ming suddenly understood. For others, building a technological powerhouse from scratch is a very difficult task. But Yang Ming is different. He has a special store that comes with the Supreme Overlord. Even controlled nuclear fusion technology can be purchased at any time. What is there to be afraid of? Let's give it a try. If this path succeeds, then I will overturn the entire battlefield of all races. In a world where everyone pursues extraordinary powers, if Yang Ming takes out the two-dimensional foil, Star Destroyer, Death Line, regular weapons, and Singularity Bomb, he will definitely catch the opponent off guard. Cultivate immortality with technology and gain boundless magical powers. Of course, Yang Ming still believes in his heart that technology is secondary and transcendence is the dominant factor. Don't overthink it. First, build the steam engine, the circuit, and a complete power supply system. It was really uncomfortable to live without electricity. Whenever night fell, the whole city of Huaxia had to light candles. After determining the next development goal, Yang Ming decided to return to the Lord's mansion. There are still 12 days before the novice area will be merged into the battle zone, so Yang Ming has plenty of time to try. About the fact that I started the Industrial Revolution in the world of advanced martial arts. On the way back to the Lord's mansion, Yang Ming opened the friend chat page and sent a message to Zhang Wei. "Ah Wei, can you draw me a diagram of a steam engine? It is unrealistic to start from scratch and step directly into the electrical age." So Yang Ming thought it would be better to start with the steam engine. Take one step at a time, grow bigger and stronger, and create greater glory. The application of steam engines can greatly improve productivity. Apart from anything else, as long as there is a steam engine, the efficiency of transportation, mining, and carbon burning can be increased by at least 2 times. As the territory of Huaxia City grew larger and larger, and the resource fields it occupied became more and more, the transportation costs also became higher and higher. We can't always rely on human transportation, right? 2 minutes later, Zhang Wei came online and immediately replied to Yang Ming. "A steam engine? That's easy. I can easily draw it. But, brother, you're not planning to start an industrial revolution among all races, are you?" It's a good idea, but starting from scratch is too slow and drags down the pace. It's okay, just draw it for me. Okay, then why don't I also draw you blueprints for steam cars, steam trains, and other pinnacle products of the steam age? Okay, thank you. Okay, brother, wait for me for half an hour. Yang Ming didn't expect that Zhang Wei had such strong execution ability that he could finish so many drawings in just half an hour. So, Yang Ming didn't plan to go back to the Lord's mansion first, but went to the blacksmith shop in the industrial area to find Cocolet. Yang Ming did not plan to tinker with the steam engine himself. After all, he did not have that much time, so Yang Ming planned to hand this task over to Cocolet. After all, Cocolet is a blacksmith with a potential value of 5 stars. 5-star potential means that Cocolet can become a perfect level blacksmith in the future. Therefore, Yang Ming felt that it would not be difficult to let Cocolet lead Huaxia City to start the first industrial revolution in this world. 10 minutes later, Yang Ming arrived at Cocolet's blacksmith shop. Duong duong. In the blacksmith shop, Cocolet was happily swinging a sledgehammer, hammering iron over and over again. Yang Ming subconsciously scanned her message. Name, Cocolet. Occupation, blacksmith, excellent. Potential, 5 stars. Combat power, 28. Talent, craftsman's heart, a level. Her skill in weapon crafting is a little unclear. Coco has advanced to an excellent blacksmith? Damn, even faster than me. Yang Ming was stunned when he saw her for the first time. What's going on at this speed? Although Yang Ming's current combat power value is 292, his panel level is actually still at the excellent level. Unexpectedly, the first excellent profession in Huaxia City is Cocolet. Cocolet, who was working, accidentally saw Yang Ming standing at the door, so she put down the hammer weighing more than 100 pounds in her hand and walked up to Yang Ming. Cocolet wiped the sweat from her face and asked Yang Ming, "Hey Lord, how come you have time to come here today?" Yang Ming exhaled slowly and said, "I have a few things for you." "What is it?" Cocolet asked, tilting her head. Demon-slaying blade that the elf chief had given him from the system warehouse. Demon Slayer blade is a rare grade weapon, but due to severe damage, it has been downgraded to an excellent grade weapon. Can you repair this weapon? Yang Ming handed the demon-slaying blade to Cocolet. Chapter 94, Studious Cocolet. Wow, a rare weapon. When she saw the demon-slaying blade for the first time, Cocolet's big eyes immediately lit up. It was like a dying person who had been lost and dehydrated in the desert for 3 days suddenly saw an oasis. Cocolet couldn't wait to take the demon-slaying blade. After stroking it for a while, a distressed expression appeared on her face. What a shame. Such a rare weapon is so badly damaged. Cocolet sighed, feeling very sad about this. Yang Ming looked at Cocolet with a little anticipation and asked, "Coco, can you fix it?" Cocolet examined the Demon Slayer blade from beginning to end, and after thinking for a moment, she gave Yang Ming an answer. "My lord, I'm only 60% sure I can fix it." Hearing this, Yang Ming couldn't help but be overjoyed. "Well, just fix it with a normal mindset. Even if it's broken, it's okay." "Yes, my lord." While chatting, Yang Ming suddenly heard the system prompt that someone had sent several items. Most likely, the steam drawings drawn by Zhang Wei were obtained. Yang Ming took it out and saw that it was true. There were several drawings, including one of a steam engine. Yang Ming took out the steam engine blueprint, handed it to Cocolet, and said, "Kiki, take a look at these drawings. Can you understand what they say?" "What is this?" Cocolet took the steam engine drawing and looked down at it. At just one glance, Cocolet was fascinated by the exquisite designs on the drawings. Cocolet's eyes widened, her breathing gradually became rapid, and then she focused all her attention on the drawing. This was undoubtedly the most beautiful painting Cocolet had ever seen in her life, and she was fascinated by it. "Coco." After 5 minutes, seeing that Cocolet was still staring at the steam engine drawings, Yang Ming called her name. Cocolet slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with a strong desire for knowledge. She asked Yang Ming, "My lord, what is this blueprint?" Yang Ming thought about it and tried to make his explanation clearer. A steam engine is a heat engine that uses steam to expand in a cylinder, pushing the piston to reciprocate and produce work. Cocolet's face was full of doubt, and she shook her head in confusion. Therefore, Yang Ming had to explain it again and said softly, "In its simplest form, a steam engine is an amplified version of a water boiler. It boils a pot of water and uses the force generated by the rapid expansion of the water as it boils into steam to rotate the turbine blades, converting thermal energy into mechanical energy. The end of science is boiling water. This, I still don't quite understand." Cocolet's little face turned red. She had never heard of steam, thermal energy, or mechanical energy before. Yang Ming touched his nose and asked, "It doesn't matter if you don't understand. I've already given you the blueprints. Can you build a steam engine according to the blueprints?" Cocolet didn't think much about it and nodded. "Yes, although this blueprint looks very complicated, I'm still confident that I can make it." As an excellent blacksmith, Cocolet's blacksmithing skills are not in vain. Cocolet took a step forward, looked at Yang Ming expectantly, and asked sincerely, "But, Lord, I'm really curious. What is mechanical energy? What is kinetic energy? And who invented this blueprint?" Seeing her sincere eyes of learning, Yang Ming softened his heart and said, "This involves junior high school physics and some junior high school chemistry knowledge. Do you want to learn it?" "Physics, chemistry?" Cocolet was even more confused. She subconsciously asked, "What are these two?" It in the air 50 centimeters above Cocolet's head. Bang! Yang Ming let go of his hand, and the apple fell down and hit Cocolet's little head. "Kiki, tell me, why do apples fall to the ground instead of falling to the sky?" Cocolet's eyes were blurred, and she fell into endless confusion. Is it because the apple is too heavy? Or is it that the ground attracted the apple? Cocolet asked tentatively. "What you're thinking about now is a type of physics." Yang Ming smiled and continued to explain. "Physics is the study of structure, interaction forces, and the laws of motion." "My lord, I want to learn this." Cocolet asked with anticipation. "Okay, but you have to learn it yourself. I don't have time to teach you. Yang Ming agreed. After saying that, Yang Ming opened the special store attached to the Supreme Overlord. He began searching junior high school physics and high school physics required courses 1, 2, and 3. There are 7 books in total, and Yang Ming only spent 3.5 points. Moreover, since Yang Ming bought it from the 10,000 races, the special store was able to thoughtfully convert the text into the common language of the 10,000 races battlefield. Here you go. It's up to you how much you can learn. Yang Ming handed the 7 textbooks to Kokolit. Thanks. Kokolit took the book, ran back to the blacksmith shop, and began to browse through it with fascination. Yang Ming didn't bother her anymore. After explaining everything, he left the blacksmith shop. After wandering around Huaxiao City for another hour, Yang Ming returned to the Lord's mansion. When he opened the door, Yang Ming saw Lilia sleeping on the table. It was then that Yang Ming remembered that he had promised Lilia in the morning that he would come back for breakfast, but he was so engrossed in shopping in the commercial district that he forgot about it. Yang Ming felt a little guilty because of his negligence, which made Lilia wait for him for a long time. The sound of the door opening woke Lilia from her sleep, and she rubbed her sleepy eyes. "My lord, are you back?" Seeing Yang Ming suddenly appear in front of her, Lilia's sleepiness disappeared instantly, and she quickly stood up from her seat. "My lord, I'm sorry. I was so sleepy just now that I accidentally fell asleep. The food is cold. How about I heat it up for you?" "It's okay, you can eat it cold." Yang Ming smiled. It was clearly my fault that made Lilia wait for so long, but she wasn't angry. Instead, she started to reflect on herself. Lilia insisted. "How can I do this? It doesn't taste good when it's cold, and it's been sitting there all morning, so it's stale. No, I have to make a new one." Lilia picked up the cold breakfast, walked into the kitchen, and started cooking a new lunch. 20 minutes later, Lilia had cooked a steaming, appetizing meal. "My lord, your lunch." Lilia placed the prepared food in front of Yang Ming. Although Yang Ming had eaten a lot of food in the commercial district in the morning, he couldn't bear to refuse Lilia's kindness, so he had to lower his head and eat. Seeing Yang Ming eating with big mouthfuls, Lilia felt very distressed. She thought, "Alas, Lord, you are so busy. You have so many things to do every day. You have been busy since you left home this morning and only have time to eat a bite of food." Chapter 95, Thunder Overlord / activated. After lunch, Yang Ming planned to open all the treasure chests in the inventory. As Yang Ming had been busy upgrading the king-level territory these days, he had no time to sort out the inventory, resulting in a large backlog of treasure chests in the warehouse. As for the development of science and technology, it was left to Kokolite, Zhou Mingrui, and others to research. Yang Ming's main task was to become stronger. Yang Ming decided to set a small goal first, to break through 500 combat power value before the novice area was merged into the combat zone. With 500 points of combat power, you can break the shackles in your body and awaken extraordinary powers. Extraordinary people are also known as the pinnacle of humanity. Only by awakening his extraordinary power can Yang Ming compete with the big guys in the war zone. Bang, bang, bang. More than 20 golden treasure chests were taken out by Yang Ming and fell to the floor with a noise. Before opening the treasure chest, Yang Ming also checked his attributes to see if the 50 points of luck were still there. 50 points of luck is equivalent to half an S-level talent. Fortunately, the luck buff Aphrodite gave me is still there, so I can open the treasure chest without any worries. Yang Ming smiled, then reached out and opened the first golden treasure chest. At the same time, Yang Ming prayed in his heart, "God of love, bless me and give me another defensive skill or martial art." At this stage, Yang Ming's offensive means are still decent, but he has almost no defensive skills, so he urgently wants a way to save his life. Wow! After a while, the first golden treasure chest was opened. With a flash of golden light, Yang Ming saw the items inside. Name Dragon Beard Fishing Rod. Quality, excellent grade. Basic attributes, combat power plus 5%. Features, you will never come back empty-handed, and you are guaranteed to catch fish, but only fish of excellent or lower quality. Introduction, the fishing rod made of dragon whiskers is the dream rod of countless anglers. It's okay, this thing is quite useful. Yang Ming felt quite disappointed that he didn't get the skill book from the first treasure chest. Taking a deep breath, Yang Ming opened the next golden treasure chest. Wow! Another burst of dazzling golden light flashed. The second superior item appears in the chest. Name Vibranium Hammer. Quality, excellent grade. Basic attributes, combat power plus 1%, forging speed plus 10%, physical energy consumption minus 5%. Features, when crafting equipment and items, the success rate increases by 20%, but this only applies to equipment of excellent grade or below. If crafting rare equipment, the success rate increases by only 2%. Introduction: an indestructible hammer made of super metal vibranium. Well, this is okay. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Although she still failed to get the skill book she wanted, this weapon is very suitable for Kokolit. The big hammer currently used by Kokolit is still of excellent grade. There was no way. Even if Kokolit was an excellent blacksmith, she couldn't create the high-level equipment she wanted without the blueprints. Then why not go to the chat channel and find someone to buy it from? Because at this time, except for Yang Ming, the entire Blue Star Novice Zone and more than 1 million new lords combined probably cannot even gather 10 excellent level weapons. So Yang Ming couldn't buy it even if he wanted to. Well, just give the vibranium hammer to Kokorite tomorrow and continue opening treasure chests. After putting the vibranium hammer into the system warehouse, Yang Ming opened the 3rd, 4th, and 5th golden treasure chests. Wow! 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 Waves of light flashed, and golden treasure chests were opened one after another. Yang Ming's face was full of anticipation. But when he saw what was inside, he was greatly disappointed. Because there are still no excellent skill books. I just don't believe it. There's no way I can't find a useful skill book. Yang Ming instantly got carried away, and the stubbornness in his heart began to flare up. So he opened 10 golden treasure chests at once with lightning speed. Walla walla walla. The dazzling golden light filled the entire room and almost blinded Yang Ming's eyes. After the light faded, Yang Ming stared at the treasure chest. I'm such a jerk. Seeing that he still couldn't open the skill book, Yang Ming rolled his eyes and felt a suffocating sensation as if he was being entangled by a python. Yang Ming couldn't figure out, was his 50 points of luck fake? Haha, very good. Yang Ming made up his mind and opened all the remaining 12 treasure chests. If you do it once, twice, and not 3 times, come out. Yang Ming shouted, I am Yang Ming. The scene of 12 treasure chests opening at the same time is perfect. Although Yang Ming shouted very loudly, when he saw the items inside, he became a little excited and a little helpless. Good news, the skill book has been opened. But the bad news is that I got a duplicate skill book. Huh? Another Thunder Overlord / Yang Ming picked up a duplicate Thunder Overlord / skill book from among the many treasure chests. Oh right, I suddenly remembered that Thunder Overlord / can be advanced. Yang Ming was suddenly ecstatic. So he immediately began to try to learn. The system also immediately gave a prompt. Do you want to learn the B-level skill, Thunder Overlord /? Yes. Yang Ming nodded. It has been detected that you have already learned Thunder Overlord / and this skill can be advanced. After learning it a second time, it will trigger automatic advancement. The Thunder Overlord / you learn will be advanced from B level to A level. Hearing this, Yang Ming's mouth corners almost twisted with smile. Sure enough, just as I thought, 2 identical skill books can be advanced to the next level. Yang Ming checked the attributes of Thunder Overlord / after the upgrade. Name Thunder Overlord / Level, A level, maximum level, no advancement. Proficiency, proficient, levels, beginner, proficient, mastery, perfection, mastery. Introduction, draws thunder from the sky, slashing out a devastating blow. It is extremely masculine and powerful, one of the most domineering attack attributes. Features, allows 2 people to learn. Yang Ming nodded with great satisfaction. Well, very good. Thunder Overlord / activated. After the upgrade, the power of Thunder Overlord / became much stronger. Because he suddenly upgraded from a B-level skill to an A-level skill, Yang Ming's proficiency in Thunder Overlord / also dropped from mastery level to proficiency level. It just dropped a level. However, this is not a big deal, and Yang Ming can make up for it by practicing more. What Yang Ming cares about most is that 2 people are allowed to learn the A-level Thunder Overlord / together. This means it is equivalent to 2 skill books. It's a pity that Yang Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, and Yang Fifan are not suitable for learning Thunder Overlord / What a pity. Yang Ming wanted to teach them, but he was powerless. If you learn skills that do not match your attributes, the effect will be counterproductive. For example, if you let a fire warrior learn water skills and force the 2 completely different forces to merge together, then it will become terrifying. Water vapor. Helpless, Yang Ming could only wait for the right person. Chapter 96, Thunder Emperor's Remaining Armor. After a series of operations, all the gold treasure chests had been opened by Yang Ming. Next, I'm going to open the diamond treasure chest. What if I still can't get the defensive skill book I want? Yang Ming checked and found 4 diamond treasure chests in the warehouse. To be honest, Yang Ming was a little hesitant to drive. If he can't get what he wants, he will probably be so angry that he will vomit blood. By the way, if Aphrodite is by my side, will I have better luck opening treasure chests? Suddenly, An idea flashed in Yang Ming's mind. Action speaks louder than words. Yang Ming immediately packed up the diamond treasure chest and went to the residential area to find Aphrodite. God of love, please help me open the treasure chest. This was not the first time Yang Ming had gone to see Aphrodite. He was familiar with the route and soon arrived at her villa. A villa covering an area of 100 square meters, with a 2-story small house attached. Boom, boom, boom. Yang Ming knocked on the door. Through the peephole, Aphrodite saw that the person coming was Yang Ming and immediately opened the door. Aphrodite bowed to Yang Ming and asked nervously, "My lord, why are you here? Please come in." Yang Ming walked into the villa and answered her question. "I'm here to see the baby Kanglan tiger." A woo! Just as he was speaking, a tiger's roar sounded in a childish voice. As soon as Yang Ming walked into the house, the 2 Kanglan tiger cubs rushed towards him happily. Kanglan tiger rubbed Yang Ming's heels hard, showing great enthusiasm. After all, the baby Kanglan tiger was brought home by Yang Ming, and the first person he saw when he opened his eyes was Yang Ming, so he was so close to him. "It's only been a few days? You've grown so big." Yang Ming bent down and picked up a baby Kanglan tiger. "Wow, I'm 20 pounds heavier." Yang Ming still remembers that when he brought them back 2 days ago, they weighed less than 3 pounds, right? As expected of a rare beast cub, its growth rate is astonishing. Yang Ming held all 4 Kanglan tiger babies in his arms and checked their bodies. He found that they were in good health, so he decided to get down to business. Bang, 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 bang. Yang Ming took out all 4 diamond treasure chests. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. Before opening the treasure chest, Yang Ming turned around and said to Aphrodite, "Aphrodite, please bless me and pray that I can get what I want." Hearing this, Aphrodite became even more nervous and said quickly, Okay, blessings to you, Lord." Aphrodite has already given her blessing. However, the system did not give any prompt. There was no change in Yang Ming's attribute panel, and his luck value remained at 50 points. There's no other way. We can only try our best to save the situation. Give it to me. Yang Ming made up his mind and opened the first diamond treasure chest in front of Aphrodite. Diamond treasure chests are 100% likely to contain rare items. Wow! Accompanied by a dazzling bright light, the diamond treasure chest was opened, and the items inside soon appeared in Yang Ming's sight. Your luck for today has been used up, and your luck value has temporarily returned to 0. When Yang Ming saw the items inside, his heart suddenly tightened. Fuck, it actually opened. Yang Ming couldn't hide his excitement at all. If Aphrodite hadn't been next to him, he would have definitely jumped up and exclaimed, "Wow." In the diamond treasure chest, there lay an ancient and mysterious skill book. Name: Thunder Emperor's Remnant Armor. Quality: Grade A Advanced. Introduction: Summons 1% of the Thunder Emperor's battle armor, forming an absolute defense around oneself that is indestructible and solid as iron. Features: Only those with destiny can learn this skill. Fuck, this is top-notch. Because he was too excited, Yang Ming stood up from the ground. Ha ha. Yang Ming laughed out loud, his mouth almost grinning. After searching for it everywhere, I finally found it without any effort. As long as he learns this skill, Yang Ming will be able to achieve both offense and defense, and his combat capability will increase dramatically, making him a true hexagonal warrior. I can attack when advancing and defend when retreating. Only I, Yang Ming, can do that. Never mind, let's study first. Yang Ming calmed down and began to try to learn the Thunder Emperor's Remnant Armor. The system also immediately gave a prompt. Do you want to learn the A-level skill, Thunder Emperor's Remnant Armor? Yes. Yang Ming nodded. Unfortunately, you failed to learn. Please try again. Friendly reminder. First study the contents of the skill book thoroughly to increase the probability of learning. Yang Ming didn't care that he failed in his first study. After all, the higher the level of the skill book, the greater the possibility of failure in learning. So Yang Ming continued to try to learn. Sorry, you failed to learn. Please try again. You failed in your studies. You failed. Defeat. One failure didn't mean anything, but repeated failures made Yang Ming realize that this Thunder Emperor's remaining armor was not something that could be learned casually. It seems that I need to spend some time to study it carefully. It is best to browse, learn and study the remaining armor of the Thunder Emperor from beginning to end. Yang Ming didn't plan to open the remaining treasure chests. Anyway, my luck value is temporarily gone, so I'll keep the treasure chest and open it later. Yang Ming left Aphrodite's house and returned to the Lord's mansion. The first thing Yang Ming did when he returned to the Lord's mansion was to lock himself in the room and concentrate on studying the Thunder Emperor's remaining armor. Learn, fail. Learn again, fail again. Keep learning, keep failing. In this way, time passed like flowing water and a day passed quickly. Today is the 19th day since Yang Ming arrived at the battlefield of all races. The sun has just risen. Ha ha, I did it, Master Dao, I did it. The silence above the quiet Lord's mansion was suddenly broken by a burst of laughter. At this time, in the Lord's mansion, sizzle. In the room, countless flashes of lightning flashed, and lightning crisscrossed everywhere like a dense spider web. Yang Ming's body was covered in an ancient armor carved with mysterious runes. It looks like a smaller version of the mini Fatian Xiangdi. I finally learned this skill. Yang Ming slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Yang Ming's hard work for a day and a night paid off as he finally mastered the Thunder Emperor's remaining armor. Although the proficiency is at entry level, it is already pretty good. In short, the efforts were not in vain. After successfully learning, Yang Ming's basic combat power value even increased by 2 points. This shows how powerful the Thunder Emperor's remaining armor is. Well, I haven't been out for about 3 days. I have to go out and explore today. It's a good opportunity to test the power of the Thunder Emperor's remaining armor. Yang Ming dusted off his clothes and stood up. Yang Ming planned to explore the area within a radius of 30 kilometers around Huaxia City and eliminate all dangers before heading to the war zone. Chapter 97 Yang Ming's Combat Power Breaks 460. After studying hard for a day and 2 nights, Yang Ming finally walked out of the Lord's mansion. Call. Yang Ming stretched out his body to stretch his muscles. Good morning, Lord. Lilith stood at the door of the Lord's mansion as usual, waiting for Yang Ming to get up. Yang Ming looked at Lilith and said, Lilith, I'm really hungry now. Call Lilia over, and let's cook together. I want to eat 2 kinds of excellent grade exotic beast meat this morning, at least 80 kilograms each. Lilith nodded and said softly, Okay, my lord, but for your health, I think it's necessary to add a few more vegetables. Okay, it's up to you. Yang Ming said, Okay, my lord, please wait a moment. Yang Ming rubbed his sore shoulders and decided to take a shower before the meal was ready. For some reason, after learning the A-level skill, Thunder Emperor's remaining armor, Yang Ming felt particularly hungry. It just so happens that Yang Ming can fill his stomach by eating excellent grade exotic beast meat and increase his combat power at the same time. You can eat up to 5 types of each quality of exotic beast meat to increase your combat power. Once you eat more than 5 types, your combat power will not increase no matter how much you eat. At present, Yang Ming has eaten 3 kinds of excellent exotic beast meat, so he can still have 2 more. A kind of excellent exotic beast meat, which can increase combat power by up to 20 to 50 points, depending on the individual. After being cooked by Lilith and Lilia, the combat power value of excellent grade exotic beast meat increased to 30 to 60 points. In the long run, Yang Ming will be stronger than people at the same stage. 15 minutes later, Yang Ming finished his shower. Coincidentally, Lilith brought the first dish. Lilith placed the food on the table and said to Yang Ming, who had just walked out of the bathroom, My lord, the first dish is ready. Please eat first. There will be more to come. Smelling the delicious aroma of meat, Yang Ming felt his stomach growling. He nodded and said, Well, thank you for your hard work. Yang Ming came to the dining table, sat down, and began to enjoy the food. The first dish is high-quality black crane meat stir-fried with chili peppers. It's very spicy, and 1 bite will make you feel refreshed. Gurgle. Yang Ming's stomach growled even louder at the aroma of the meat, so he didn't care about his image and started eating directly with a spoon. So refreshing. After taking a bite, the spicy taste rushed straight to the top of Yang Ming's head, making him exclaim in delight. For this dish, Lilith used more than a pound of high-quality chili peppers, which are 5 times spicier than Blue Star's devil peppers. If Yang Ming didn't have a high fighting power and a strong physique, he would have probably cried because of the spicy taste. Afterwards, Lilith and Lilia brought the second dish, the third dish, to the table one after another. My lord, why are you eating so hastily? No one is trying to snatch it from you. There are flesh particles on your face. Let me wipe them off for you. Lilith considerately picked up a white handkerchief and helped Yang Ming wipe the residue off his face. Lilia, who was standing by, was also busy. She earnestly instructed, My lord, you can't just eat meat. It will easily cause constipation. Come, eat some vegetables and fruits. Lilia brought up several vegetables, including fried Howdoenia chordata with Howdoenia chordata, fried bitter melon with coriander, fried okra with Chinese tune, fried garland chrysanthemum with green onions, fried preserved eggs with celery, fried potatoes with ginger, and durian. All of them were served. Yang Ming. 30 minutes later. Burp. Yang Ming burped contentedly. The dining table was a mess. 2 kinds of excellent exotic beast meat, totaling 160 kilograms, and various stir-fried vegetables were all eaten by him. Yang Ming's combat power value also soared to 460 points. This is why excellent grade exotic beast meat is so expensive and in short supply, as it can help you become stronger quickly. It can be understood in this way that the meat of exotic beasts in the battlefield of all races is equivalent to elixirs in the world of immortal cultivation. But there is another reason. That is, Yang Ming's talent and physique are really too strong. If it were someone else, someone with poor talent or physique, even if they ate 10 or even 20 kilograms of exotic beast meat, their combat power would not necessarily increase at all. So, talent is important. Genius is just the threshold to meet me, Yang Ming. Then someone asked, is hard work useless in the face of absolute talent? Yang Ming laughed, what else? If hard work is useful, what is the point of genius? Let's first see what changes have occurred to my attributes. After resting for a while, Yang Ming opened his attribute panel. It's been a long time since I browsed the properties panel. Name, Yang Ming. Combat power, 460. Quality, excellent grade. Supernatural power, none, not awakened. Identity, Lord of Huaxia City, favored by the god of love. Talent, Supreme Overlord, changed, possessed by gods. Title, Supreme Youth. Glancing at his own attributes, Yang Ming's attention was attracted by his talent, and he asked to himself, What do you mean the Supreme Overlord has changed? Out of curiosity, Yang Ming clicked on the introduction of the Supreme Overlord. Talent, Supreme Overlord. Quality, SSS grade. Introduction, within your territory, you can earn 3 points every second. 1 point can summon a warrior. The warrior's starting power has been changed to 30 to 35. Current points, 158.25 W. The Supreme Overlord's talent has become stronger? Yang Ming was shocked. It was only then that Yang Ming realized that the Supreme Overlord and God Possession were both growth-type talents. But this is normal. There are so many people in Parallel Universe number 14, and the number of people fighting in the battlefield of all races in the entire universe is as many as 857 Gauger. Therefore, it is definitely not just Yang Ming who has awakened the SSS level talent, so the system will make corresponding restrictions. Otherwise, it would be too unsolvable. If that's the case, then I really have the hope of buying a mythical beast worth 11.2 billion, the ancient ferocious beast Kuanping. Yang Ming is full of hope for the future. What if, in the future, your points increase by 100 or 1,000 points per second, or even higher? It's not impossible. Ding. At this moment, a prompt sound suddenly came from the system. Your friend Snow White sent you a message. Just at this time, Yang Ming had finished checking his own properties and opened the friend chat page. Snow White's message popped up instantly. Yang Ming, the information you provided earlier was indeed useful. After I passed the information to my dad, he started investigating your classmate, the son of a government official. Following the clues, he finally caught a big fish. Ha ha ha. Maybe because she was too excited, Snow White used a lot of exclamation marks. Where is Jibudwan? Has he been dealt with? Yang Ming replied. I sent someone to deal with it. The body was thrown into the wild to feed the dogs. That's good. Seeing this, Yang Ming felt relieved. Look carefully. This is the fate of traitors and traitors. Chapter 98, Summoning Another 25,000 Warriors. Yang Ming rubbed his neck and continued to reply to Bai Shueji's message. And then, where's the big fish? Have those 2 high-ranking Chinese council members who were turned against us been caught? If it weren't for Yang Ming's strong rise, China would have been in great danger 10 days later. This has also led to many people who are afraid of death having already prepared a way out for themselves, wanting to sell out their country for personal gain and become traitors. This is what happened to the 2 high-ranking Chinese officials who were instigated to rebel. Snow White replied, well, they've been caught. Their powers are quite extensive. They're definitely 2 big fish. Your intelligence is incredibly timely. Yang Ming smiled and typed. Then I'm relieved. Is there anything else? Snow White shook her head and said, no, I came to you just to tell you what happened to Jibudwan. I heard that you had a grudge against him. Yang Ming shrugged and replied, it's nothing to celebrate the festival, and it's normal to have some friction between classmates. I just can't tolerate people like traitors. Since there's nothing else, I'll be busy now. Goodbye. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Bye. After closing the friend chat page, Yang Ming stood up and walked out of the Lord's mansion. Having not been out for 2 days, Yang Ming felt it was time to continue his adventure. Because the duration of the novice zone is only 1 month. That is to say, after 11 days, the novice area will be merged with the battle zone. The 10,000 races battlefield is the real battlefield. However, before leaving the novice village, Yang Ming still has to complete 2 things. First, the combat power value exceeds 500, reaching the pinnacle of the human realm and becoming an extraordinary person. Second, explore the 30-kilometer radius of Huaxia City, gain 100% control of these areas, and establish a war buffer zone. Well, before we go out on our adventure, let's go to the training ground first. Yang Ming thought for a moment, then walked towards the training ground. Halfway through the journey, Yang Ming ran into Carl. Carl brought good news to Yang Ming. The number of indigenous residents of Huaxia City has exceeded 8,000. As the territory of Huaxia City continues to expand, it attracts more and more people to live here. The larger the population, the stronger the country. Therefore, Yang Ming accepted all the indigenous people who came to seek refuge. Yang Ming even asked Carl to find a way to recruit more people. Carl was very sensible and said that he would definitely increase his efforts to promote Huaxia City. After saying goodbye to Carl, Yang Ming came to the training ground. Hey ha, ho ho ho. At this time in the training ground, many soldiers are sweating, working hard to train themselves and improve their strength. The training ground is a level 4 building with the following attributes. Name: training ground. Quality: level 4 building, rare level. Attributes: those who train here will increase their combat power by 50% faster. Introduction: it can accommodate up to 50,000 people training at the same time, and the upper limit of the effect is to increase its own combat power to 55 points. At present, Huaxia City has formed 3 legions with a total strength of 25,000 troops, namely the Azure Dragon Legion, the White Tiger Legion, and the Suzaka Legion. They were led by Yang Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, and Yang Fifan respectively. Upgrading to a king-level territory, the territory of Huaxia City has expanded a lot and requires more troops to guard it. So Yang Ming plans to summon another 25,000 soldiers. Nowadays, the animal husbandry and agriculture in Huaxia City have been perfected, and it is still possible to support 50,000 soldiers. Summon 25,000 warriors. Yang Ming muttered to himself. In an instant, countless figures descended. Those who had failed in the 10,000 races, caused the destruction of their country, and were imprisoned in dark cages were summoned here by Yang Ming and reappeared in the light of day. The new soldiers knelt before Yang Ming and shouted in unison. Greetings, Lord. Thank you for giving us a chance to be reborn. We are willing to go through fire and water for you, Lord. Well, get up. Yang Ming nodded. Afterwards, Yang Ming called Yang Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, and Yang Fifan. Yang Ming said to them, from today on, I grant you 3 the greatest authority over military management. You can freely select the warriors you like and expand your own legion. At the same time, we'll establish an independent military merit system. Those with outstanding achievements will receive higher rewards. This can be achieved through improving strength, hunting exotic beasts, friendly competitions between legions, and capturing resource fields. In short, the greater the contribution, the greater the military merit. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian and Zhang Lingfeng immediately became eager to fight and began to get ready. But Yang Fifan suddenly asked, My lord, if I accumulate enough military merits, can you help me break free from the control of the evil god and turn me back into a real human being? Yang Ming walked over, patted his shoulder, and said in a cold and serious voice, You are my soldier. I will definitely resurrect you. Yang Fifan's body trembled, and he said with a choked voice, Yes, thank you, Lord. Yang Ming raised his hands and said again, In short, the 3 of you are the 3 pillars of Huaxia City's military strength. Do not betray my trust. The 3 responded in unison. Yes, my lord. After working for 2 hours at the training ground and explaining everything, Yang Ming took a team out. After not setting foot in the wilderness for the first time in a long time, Yang Ming felt refreshed. My sword is thirsty. Set off. Yang Ming gave an order and led the soldiers towards the outside world. 6 days later. Today is the 25th day since Yang Ming arrived at the battlefield of all races. There are only 5 days left before the novice zone is merged into the combat zone. My combat power has increased to 499 points. I only need 1 point to comprehend the extraordinary power and become an extraordinary person. After 6 days of hard fighting, Yang Ming's strength has improved a lot. There is no rival among the excellent ones. If it's rare, you can't afford to provoke it, but you can avoid it. After all, you don't always encounter a rare and seriously injured beast on the verge of death. But what made Yang Ming depressed was that no matter how hard he trained, he could not break through the last point. It's probably a bottleneck. Yang Ming could only think of this possibility. If you want to solve this problem, eating the meat of the Kanglan tiger is a good way. However, after Yang Ming breaks through 500 points of combat power, he will be able to eat the meat of the Kanglan tiger, which will be the most cost-effective. If Yang Ming eats it now, he can indeed awaken his extraordinary state, but it is also equivalent to wasting a rare type of exotic beast meat. Forget it. There are still 5 days left. There's no rush. Let's go see Coco right first. Maybe she's already figured out a steam engine. After Yang Ming had breakfast, he headed to the industrial area. It is 8 o'clock in the morning, and the sound of iron hammering in the industrial area is already incessant. The dwarves are actively working. Many workers are constantly moving supplies back and forth between factories. The disadvantages are obvious. Without a steam engine or electricity, goods can only be transported by human-powered carts, which is extremely inefficient. Yang Ming came to Cocolet's blacksmith shop. As soon as he came in, he saw the steam engine that was about to be completed. At this time, in the blacksmith shop, Cocolet was directing the employees to make a steam engine. Come on, you two, put these 2 steel plates together. Also, increase the firepower, we're almost done. Don't let up, there's only 1 step left. Weld all the parts together perfectly. Under Cocolet's control, Huaxiao City's first steam engine is about to come out. Yang Ming was also honored to witness this process with his own eyes. Chapter 99: The First Industrial Revolution. Wow, it worked! The moment a complete steam engine emerged from Cocolet's hands, her face was filled with an extremely shocked smile. The first steam engine in Huaxiao City was born. This means that the first industrial revolution is about to begin. The main raw materials for making steam engines are coal and iron. There are plenty of these materials in mining areas. With this first experience, making steam engines became much easier. It won't be long before Huaxiao City will usher in a vigorous industrial revolution. Pa. Yang Ming, who had been standing at the door and watching, couldn't help but clap his hands and applaud Cocolet when he saw her successfully build the steam engine. Cocolet wiped the sweat from her forehead. When she found Yang Ming coming, she walked over and bowed. My lord, welcome. Yang Ming touched her little head and said with a look of satisfaction. Well done. We've built a steam engine. Cocolet smiled shyly and said, thanks to the books the Lord gave me, I now have a certain understanding of physics, so I was able to build it so quickly. Yang Ming was stunned for a moment and subconsciously asked, can you understand those physics books I gave you? You should know that Chinese textbooks have certain mechanisms to prevent self-study. High EQ, anti-self-learning mechanism. Low EQ, the more you revise, the worse it gets, and the worse it gets, the more you revise. Cocolet nodded and said, Although it was a little hard to understand, I managed to learn the physics knowledge of 8th grade, 2nd year of junior high school. Yang Ming was shocked. A native of the 10,000 races battlefield, who knew nothing about physics, actually learned an entire 8th grade physics textbook from scratch in just 5 days? Is this the blacksmith with 5-star potential? Have you really learned it? How about I ask you a few questions? Yang Ming suddenly wanted to check whether her knowledge was correct. Okay, Cocolet was full of confidence. Yang Ming thought for a while, then began to ask her about the knowledge points of 8th grade physics in junior high school. If there is thunder and lightning one day, will you hear the thunder first or see the lightning first? What is the reason? You see the lightning first because light travels much faster than sound. If I hit you hard on the head with my hand, why would I feel pain? Because the action of force is mutual. I throw a stone, why does it eventually stop? Because there is friction on the ground and in the air. Back to the question I asked you last time. If I put an apple on your head and let go, why does it fall on your head instead of falling into the sky? Gravity, Newton's law of universal gravitation, an interaction between objects that occurs because they have mass. Also, let me ask you again, why do 2 pieces of iron rub against each other and generate heat? Because kinetic energy is converted into heat energy. 10 minutes later, Yang Ming stopped asking questions and stared at Cocolet. Cocolet answered all of Yang Ming's questions correctly. Cocolet's intelligence was far beyond his expectations. Is this a physics genius? In just 5 days, he taught himself the 8th grade physics textbook. Seeing Yang Ming staring at her, Cocolet became a little nervous. She asked tentatively, What's wrong, my lord? Did I answer incorrectly? Yang Ming took a deep breath and said with a smile, No, you got them all right. Here, this is your reward. Yang Ming gave Cocolet the vibranium hammer he got from the treasure chest a few days ago. Wow, Cocolet's eyes widened in delight. She quickly reached out to take the vibranium hammer, then thanked Yang Ming. Thank you, Lord. Cocolet can't let go of the vibranium hammer. Looking at the joyful expression on her face, it was like someone who loves playing 3A games got a 4090 to Super Graphics card. Yang Ming said to her again, If you encounter something you don't understand while studying physics in the future, you can ask me. Yes. Cocolet nodded with a smile. Thank you, Lord. Whether Huaxiao City can achieve the 2nd and 3rd industrial revolutions in the future may depend on Cocolet's performance. By the way, Lord, the steam engine has been built. How should we use it specifically? Asked Cocolet. Yang Ming patiently explained. This is easy, just think of it as boiling water. The end of science is boiling water. Yang Ming plans to use Huaxiao City as a starting point to build a network of roads and railways that connect various resource fields. In this way, the efficiency of transportation can be greatly improved. The development of Huaxiao City will be able to achieve a qualitative leap. Boiling water? Converting kinetic energy into mechanical energy. Using her limited 8th grade physics knowledge, Cocorite began to imagine what a steam engine would look like at work. After the steam engine started working, pour water into the steam cylinder, light the firewood, wait for the water to boil, and boiling steam will rise. Under the action of heat energy, the piston in the cylinder will start to rotate and start working, and the speed will become faster and faster. As the water is boiled continuously, heat energy is generated continuously, which drives the gears and continuously converts the heat energy into mechanical energy. As long as the water is boiling, the steam engine can keep working. Cocolet's eyes revealed an extremely yearning look, and she said to herself, "Is this physics? It's so amazing. Physics is such a beautiful, great, and fascinating science. I must study physics well in the future. Physics has tortured me thousands of times. I still treat her like my first love. With the steam engine, we can avoid wasting too much human and animal power. Transportation, mining, drainage projects, iron burning, brick moving, plaster forging, all of these projects that require huge manpower can be replaced by steam engines." Cocolet came back to her senses from her fantasy and asked Yang Ming cautiously, "My lord, can I really come to you every day to ask you questions about physics?" Yang Ming nodded and said, "Of course you can, but in the next few days, you will first teach the other dwarves how to make steam engines, steam cars, steam trains, and—" Cocolet nodded quickly and assured Yang Ming, "Okay, I'll try my best. Well, I won't bother you anymore." Yang Ming said to her, "Goodbye, my lord." "Well, bye." Not long after, Yang Ming left the blacksmith shop. There are only 5 days left before the novice zone is merged into the battle zone. How can I break through 500 combat power points? Yang Ming began to think about this problem seriously. Chapter 100. Beginning to understand the extraordinary power. Yang Ming's combat power value is now 499 points. He only needs 1 point to break through 500 points of combat power and become a transcendent. Extraordinary people are also known as the pinnacle of humanity. This is the limit of what the human body can reach. After breaking through 500 points, you can break the first genetic lock in your body and officially embark on the path of extraordinary evolution. What is the end of the evolutionary road? Of course, become a god. Since he couldn't figure out how to break through 500 combat power points, Yang Ming had no choice but to open the chat page and ask Bai Shueji. Bai Shueji is the daughter of a military leader, and she definitely knows more about this aspect than Yang Ming. Snow White, how do I increase my combat power from 499 to 500? Snow White is not online and seems to be busy. About 15 minutes later, Bai Shueji hurriedly replied to Yang Ming's message. "No, Yang Ming, your combat power is already 499 points now." Snow White was extremely shocked, because her current combat power is only 185 points. As the daughter of a military boss, Snow White has unique resources, intelligence, and technology at her disposal. But even so, Snow White's current combat power is only 185 points. This doesn't mean that Snow White's upgrade speed is slow. On the contrary, she is very fast. Because looking across the entire novice area, there is no second new lord with a combat power of 200. Even in the entire history of Blue Star, there are only 37 people who can break through 200 points of combat power in the 30-day stage of the novice zone. These 37 people are the 37 people on Blue Star who have awakened A-level talents. Talent is so important. Well, can you tell me now how to break through 500 points of combat power? Yang Ming asked again. After a long while, Snow White finally recovered from her shock and typed a reply. Well, it sounds simple, but it's not simple either. When a life form breaks through 500 points of combat power, it means that it has the qualifications to comprehend extraordinary powers. So, what about the other way around? Yang Ming was very smart and immediately understood what Bai Shueji said, so he asked back. "Oh, I see. In other words, if I have the opportunity to awaken the extraordinary, I can break through 500 points of combat power." Snow White nodded and continued to reply. "Yes, but you have to think carefully about what extraordinary power you are most likely to comprehend. Then work hard to stimulate and activate it. As long as you can sense its existence, you will be able to break through 500 points of combat power and enter the pinnacle of the human realm." Yang Ming nodded thoughtfully. So what is supernatural power? Yang Ming had learned about this knowledge point in college. Supernatural powers are actually similar to those superpowered people, mutants, and superheroes in science fiction movies. For example, the lowest level of supernatural power is to control the power of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Advanced abilities include flight, supervision, clairaudience, lightning, ice, and snow. The top abilities currently known are time travel, reincarnation, death prediction, word of mouth, domination, annihilation, creation. If what Bai Shueji said is true, then the extraordinary power I am most likely to comprehend is lightning. Over the past 25 days, all of Yang Ming's attack methods and life-saving abilities have been related to the power of thunder, and even his weapons have been using thunder elements. Yang Ming also discovered that he was very skilled and adept at using and mastering the power of thunder. Alas, what a pity. Among all the supernatural powers, lightning is not among the top-level abilities. To be honest, Yang Ming found it a little hard to accept. His two SSS-level talents, if paired with his extraordinary thunder abilities, would be like pairing an i9-14900K CPU with a GTX 690 tactical core graphics card. In short, Lu Bu rides a dog. So the question is, what is the difference between skills, talents, and supernatural powers? The difference is simple. Skills, in most cases, are used for fighting and are divided into 5 levels of proficiency: entry-level, skilled, masterful, perfect, and superb. The skills attached to weapons are all entry-level proficiency and cannot be upgraded. Talent is actually skill pro, and it can also be understood that talent is the 6th level skill, the unity of man and nature. In fact, talent equals 6th level skill. However, the proficiency of skills cannot achieve the unity of man and nature, while talent is the unity of man and nature from the moment it is awakened. The most essential difference between talent and skill. As for the extraordinary power, it is easier to understand. Talent and skills both utilize external forces, while extraordinary powers rely on one's own strength. One relies on external forces, the other relies on the body itself. It's that simple. Therefore, talent, skills, and supernatural powers complement each other, and the relationship between the three is similar to that between a computer's CPU and graphics card. Well, it's just thunder and lightning. Let's use it for now and find a way to improve it later. Yang Ming thought about it, but couldn't find any extraordinary power that was more suitable for him. Although the strength of lightning is only considered medium to high level among all supernatural powers, it can still be used. Since I want to comprehend the extraordinary power of thunder and lightning, then the best way is to face the thunder directly. Yang Ming slowly raised his head and looked at the sky. Come on, bring down the thunder. Yang Ming pondered. Perhaps sensing Yang Ming's determination, the sky, which was originally clear blue sky with white clouds, suddenly became covered with dark clouds. Boom! Above the clouds, there were dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. Yang Ming plans to comprehend extraordinary powers in the sky above Huaxia City. He wants to become an extraordinary person in front of everyone. In this way, all the residents will be loyal to Yang Ming. The extraordinary ones are the most noble existences in the battlefield of all races, no doubt about it. Anyway, with Yang Fifan here, the thunder will not hurt the residents, so Yang Ming has nothing to worry about. Boom, boom, boom. As the dark clouds grew denser, the thunder continued, and the lightning in the sky flashed more frequently. It seemed as if a violent storm was about to come. Wow! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, piercing through the clouds and hitting Yang Ming directly. After being struck by lightning, Yang Ming did not feel any discomfort at all. Instead, he felt numb all over and felt extremely comfortable. Come again. Yang Ming felt himself getting excited. He didn't care about anything else and jumped directly towards the place where the dark clouds were the densest. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately afterwards, the second, third, and fourth heavenly thunder struck down one after another. Pulled by the thunder and lightning, Yang Ming was suspended in the air, silently enduring the baptism of the thunder. This scene looks similar to a cultivator going through a thunder tribulation. It's not enough. Come again. Let the storm be even more violent. Yang Ming opened his eyes, shouted, and challenged the sky. Boom! In response to Yang Ming, there were 5 huge thunders, like divine punishment from heaven, which directly hit Yang Ming. Chapter 101, The Peak of Humanity. Boom! The huge thunder, like a waterfall from the sky, poured down mercilessly towards Yang Ming. Yang Ming stood in the void, standing under the sky, using his body to resist the thunder. The surface of his body was shining with endless luster, and he looked like a god of war. The movement in the sky soon attracted the attention of the residents of Huaxia City. Why is there thunder in broad daylight? Hey, look, what is that? There's a person flying in the sky. More and more residents stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. Is that the Lord? Oh my God, the Lord actually flew into the sky. This is amazing. My Lord, are you going through a thunder tribulation? I feel like I've traveled into a novel world. My Lord is a transcendent. How can he not be powerful? Great. The Lord is so powerful. Our Huaxia City is absolutely safe. Long live the Lord. The cheers coming from the city below did not distract Yang Ming's attention. Guided by the heavenly thunder, Yang Ming took the initiative to expose his body to thunder and lightning. In this way, he began to constantly try to comprehend extraordinary powers. Now it's the 562nd heavenly thunder. At the same time, Yang Ming was silently counting the number of times he was struck by thunder. Every time he was hit by heavenly thunder, Yang Ming felt that his physical strength became a little stronger. So, Yang Ming simply stopped resisting, let go of all his defenses, and let the heavenly thunder temper his entire body. In this way, time passed by little. The 1001st heavenly thunder, 3520 heavenly thunders, the 7888th heavenly thunder. Now it's the 9998th thunderbolt. Time passed unknowingly, and 10 hours had passed. After 10 hours of being baptized by thunder from the sky, Yang Ming's clothes were almost blown to pieces. Of course, the pants were intact. After enduring attacks from 9998 heavenly thunders, Yang Ming could feel that he had completely reached the threshold of becoming a transcendent being. Here I come. Suddenly, Yang Ming opened his eyes abruptly. His eyes were filled with divine power, like a god descending from heaven, filled with endless majesty and endless terror. Boom! At this moment, the 9999th heavenly thunder also fell. This bolt of thunder was far more terrifying than any previous one. As long as I can withstand this one, my merit will be complete. Yang Ming raised his head, his upper body naked, his eyes calmly looking at the divine punishment that fell from the sky. At this moment, almost everyone in the city below held their breath and watched this scene intently. It's been 10 hours, Lord, haven't you succeeded yet? Will the Lord be all right? My Lord, you must overcome this hurdle. Bless you, my most beloved Lord. All the people, 50,000 soldiers, and more than 8,000 indigenous people, were praying for Yang Ming. Even I wouldn't dare to withstand this attack head-on. Lord, aren't you taking a bit of a risk? Yang Fifan stood in the crowd, looking at Yang Ming in the sky nervously. As a rare-level warrior, Yang Fifan could clearly feel how terrifying the 9999th heavenly thunder was. Even he, with a combat power value of more than 1,000 points, could only temporarily avoid the attack when facing such an attack. Under everyone's gaze, the 9999th heavenly thunder finally struck Yang Ming. Boom! The deafening thunder even resounded within a radius of 100 kilometers. The dazzling light of lightning spread throughout the entire novice area. That's right, everyone in the entire novice area saw this magical light. Hold on. Yang Ming gritted his teeth and held on, not caring even though blood oozed from between his teeth. Crack. Because the power of thunder was too terrifying, even a crack appeared on Yang Ming's body. I'm Yang Ming. How could I possibly lose? I am the heaven and earth. At the last moment, Yang Ming roared angrily. Finally, his voice even drowned out the thunder. At this moment, Yang Ming seemed to have become the master of this world. Ding! The system's mechanical prompt sounded at this moment. Respected Lord Yang Ming, your combat power has successfully exceeded 500 points, officially reaching the pinnacle of humanity and becoming a powerful transcendent. Have you comprehended the extraordinary power, Thunder? Codename, Heavenly Thunder, Extraordinary Sequence, 71. Yang Ming snorted coldly. Only ranked 71st? Is he worthy of me? I'm Yang Ming. Yang Ming's unwillingness to admit defeat instantly surged. He gritted his teeth and roared to the sky. Not enough. Try again. The system's voice suddenly stopped. The next second, the sky, which was originally covered with dark clouds, disappeared in an instant. It was as if there was a divine power that dispelled the haze. Finally, golden thunder fell from the sky, sacred, powerful, and endlessly terrifying, like the power of a god. The golden thunder enveloped Yang Ming's whole body, like a hot spring, moisturizing his cracked skin. Ding! The system sound that had originally died down sounded again. Respected Lord Yang Ming, you have successfully comprehended the power of God, heavenly punishment. Codename, Heavenly Punishment. God Sequence 003. Introduction. Divine punishment descends from the sky, unfolding divine chains that can trap whatever you are looking at, including the past, present, and future, even idealistic, materialistic, and conceptual gods. Hearing this voice, Yang Ming's whole body began to tremble with excitement. Divine punishment? Order of gods? This word was far beyond Yang Ming's understanding. When he was studying at university, Yang Ming remembered that there were 199 kinds of supernatural powers from high to low. The extraordinary sequence is the general term for these 199 kinds of extraordinary powers. As for the sequence of gods, he had never heard of it. However, before Yang Ming could think about it, the system's mechanical voice sounded in his mind again. Respected Lord Yang Ming, congratulations on successfully comprehending the second kind of divine power. Codename, Purple Sky Divine Thunder. Divine Sequence 009. Introduction. Purple Sky Divine Thunder, one of the most domineering divine powers, is extremely masculine and powerful, capable of crushing everything in its path. As long as there is health, even gods cannot withstand the Purple Sky Divine Thunder. Fuck! Yang Ming was shocked. He never expected that he would comprehend the two divine powers of Heavenly Punishment and Purple Sky Divine Thunder. In fact, the difference between divine power and supernatural power is not difficult to understand. Extraordinary power is the power that belongs to human beings. The power of God is the power belonging to God. In other words, Yang Ming had just withstood 9,999 heavenly thunders, and the strength of his physical body was already enough to rival that of a god. Later, Yang Ming refused to admit defeat and insisted on letting the 10,000th heavenly thunderbolt fall. The golden thunder also made Yang Ming completely transformed, and thus he comprehended the power of God. Chapter 102. Learn from me, become me, surpass me. Success. My lord, he succeeded. When he saw Yang Ming being wrapped in golden thunder, Yang Fifan, as a person who had experienced it, realized that Yang Ming had already taken that step. After learning that Yang Ming had succeeded, all the onlookers burst into tears of joy. Great! Your Majesty succeeded. My lord, you are my god. Lord, we are willing to be your most loyal subjects forever. Long live the Lord. The residents were so excited that they couldn't help but kneel down in public and kowtow to Yang Ming in the sky. Because at this moment, Yang Ming was standing on the void, with golden thunder surrounding his body. He looked like a god descending from heaven, making the residents unable to help but worship him and kowtow to him on their knees. After Yang Ming had taken care of his own condition, he slowly landed. Without the guidance of the heavenly thunder, he could no longer float in the sky. Yang Ming has not learned the ability to fly, so he cannot fly now. A minute later, Yang Ming landed on a roof and said to the people below, "Stop kneeling, stand up." I've said this many times before. Kneeling is a bad habit and must be abolished from now on. Furthermore, a man's knees are made of gold. From now on, no one is allowed to kneel. If you don't even have this little bit of backbone, you don't deserve to be a resident of Huaxia City. Do you hear me? Upon hearing this, everyone below was so frightened that they broke out in cold sweats and stood up from the ground. It was from this moment on that the three words, "no kneeling," were deeply engraved in everyone's mind. Yang Ming slowly raised his hand and said loudly, "As a member of Huaxia City, you must remember that your words and actions represent China. Be confident, outstanding, and strong, and strive to become a Chinese man who can stand on his own as soon as possible." "Yes, Lord," everyone responded. Yang Ming said loudly again, "Remember, as men of China, your mission is to learn from me, become me, and surpass me. If one day I am gone, you will be me. Who controls the rise and fall of this vast land? Only the men of China." Hearing this, everyone felt their blood boiling and said in unison, "Lord, we will keep your teachings in mind." Listening to Yang Ming's teachings, the person who was most touched among the crowd was naturally Yang Jian. In the battlefield of all races, all the monarchs, emperors, and rulers since ancient times asked them to kneel down, but Yang Ming asked them to stand up. "I must become a man as strong as the Lord." Yang Jian made a secret decision in his heart. Although Yang Jian's current combat power value is only 268 points, he believes that one day he will be able to catch up with Yang Ming, become Yang Ming's right-hand man, and fight side by side with Yang Ming. After becoming a superhuman, Yang Ming felt hungry again, and hungrier than ever before. After perfectly showing off in front of the residents, he immediately returned to the Lord's mansion. The first thing Yang Ming did when he returned to the Lord's mansion was to call Lilith and Lilia and ask them to cook for him immediately. Having just been promoted to the extraordinary level, Yang Ming's physical strength was almost exhausted, so he needed a lot of food to replenish his nutrition. Upon learning that Yang Ming wanted to eat, Lilith and Lilia immediately rushed over from the Church of the Goddess of Light. They walked into the Lord's mansion breathlessly and asked Yang Ming, "My lord, are you hungry? What would you like to eat?" Yang Ming felt that he was getting hungrier and hungrier, so he urged, "Anything is fine. I feel like I can eat a whole cow right now. I'm so hungry. Please hurry up and cook." Okay. Lilith immediately tied on an apron and turned to walk into the kitchen. Lilia reminded from the side, "My lord, why don't you take a shower first? You have so many stains on your body." Looking down, Yang Ming discovered that his body had discharged a lot of sticky, foul-smelling impurities. These stains should be the impurities discharged from the body when I just comprehended the extraordinary power. There were so many of them that even Yang Ming himself could hardly bear the stench. While Lilith and Lilia were busy in the kitchen, Yang Ming went to the bathroom and took a simple and violent hot shower. 10 minutes later, Yang Ming finished his shower and walked out of the bathroom. 3 large plates full of braised pork and vegetables were already placed on the dining table. Gurgle. The glutton in Yang Ming's stomach had completely lost its mind, and the desire to eat had occupied his brain. So, Yang Ming didn't care about his image at all, went to the table, grabbed the food with his hands, and started eating. Anyway, Lilith and Lilia are not outsiders, so there is no need to pay attention to your image in front of them. Yang Ming grabbed big mouthfuls of food and stuffed them into his mouth. The way he ate looked like a starving ghost reincarnated. Crack, crack. Yang Ming ate the meat with big mouthfuls. Even the bones were gnawed into pieces and swallowed into his stomach. Bones themselves are edible and contain nutrients such as protein, calcium, and phosphorus. Eating them in moderation is beneficial to your health. Forget it. Yang Ming couldn't make up any more stories. He was starving and just ate whatever he could get. When Lilith, wearing a red and white dress, walked out of the kitchen with 2 freshly cooked dishes, she was immediately shocked by the way Yang Ming ate them. The way Yang Ming eats now is even more terrifying than that of a strange beast. He grabbed a roast duck with one hand, bit off the chicken's neck in one bite, and then swallowed the entire goose skeleton into his stomach without leaving a single bone. Yang Ming's teeth are even better than those of tigers and lions. Lilith placed the freshly cooked seafood feast in front of Yang Ming and kindly reminded him, "My lord, please eat slowly." Okay, oh you got it, okay, okay, I got it. Yang Ming gave her a perfunctory response and continued eating. The seafood feast that has just been served includes prawns, hairy crabs, shells, and octopus. Yang Ming grabbed a handful and chewed up the crab shells, lobster claws, and turtle shells, then swallowed them all. Seeing Yang Ming eating so fast, Lilith had to hurry back to the kitchen and continue cooking. In this way, Yang Ming was responsible for eating, Lilith and Lilia were responsible for cooking, and the 3 of them did not disturb each other and each did their own job. Until 3 hours later. It's evening. "My lord, do you want more food?" Lilia, who was already exhausted, used up her last bit of strength to place a large plate full of 9-turn large intestine on the dining table. Cooking for 3 hours straight was almost draining Lilia's energy. "Okay, let's eat until we're 80% full today." Yang Ming touched his stomach. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to continue eating, but Lilith and Lilia looked so tired that they were about to see their grandmother, so he had to stop. Anyway, being 80% full is pretty good. Chapter 103 Upgraded Attribute Panel. Lilia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Because Lilia was exhausted, if she was asked to continue cooking, she would probably have to go see Tai Nai tomorrow. "Sister, the Lord said he is full and can rest now." Lilia turned around and shouted towards the kitchen. Lilith, who was still busy in the kitchen, quickly responded, "Okay, it'll be over once I finish stewing this pot." A moment later, Lilith brought out the last dish. A big bowl of rich chicken soup with all the colors, flavors, and aromas. Hey, chicken soup is here." Lilith placed a large bowl of fragrant red feather chicken soup on the table in front of Yang Ming. As the first batch of domesticated poultry in Huaxia City, the red feather chickens have grown to more than 1,000 under the careful care of the staff. Red feathered chickens also lay a large number of eggs every day, each egg weighing at least half a pound. Gurgle, gurgle. Yang Ming accepted all the food and drank the whole bowl of chicken soup. After eating so much food, Yang Ming had almost recovered all the physical strength he had consumed in resisting the thunder. It's great to have a professional cook. Not only are the dishes cooked here delicious, but they can also increase your combat power. Huh? Oh! At this moment, Lilia, who was lying on the sofa to rest, suddenly screamed. She was trembling all over and extremely excited, as if something big had happened. What's wrong, Lilia? Yang Ming looked at her puzzledly. Lilia ran to Yang Ming and said excitedly, My lord, I've been upgraded. I'm now an excellent chef. Related professions who want to improve their personal professional level. The method is very simple. Just learn more and practice more. For a blacksmith, you can level up by forging more pieces of equipment. For a doctor, you can level up by treating more patients. For a chef, you can level up by cooking more dishes. Of course, there are certain conditions for upgrading. For example, Lilith and Lilia, if they want to level up quickly, they must process higher quality ingredients and cook higher quality food. Cooking a rare level ingredient can upgrade it much faster than cooking an excellent level ingredient. Well, Lilia, you are awesome. Yang Ming touched her little head and felt happy for her. On the other side, Lilith brought good news. My lord, I seem to have been upgraded as well. I am now an excellent chef. Well, you are all great. Yang Ming praised them at the same time, treating them equally. The two sisters were immersed in the joy of their own promotion, hugging each other and crying with joy, while Yang Ming was left aside. Yang Ming didn't want to disturb them. It just so happened that he also wanted to check his attribute panel. What changes will occur in the attribute panel after becoming a superhuman? Yang Ming was very curious and excited. Let's wait and see. Open the property panel. Yang Ming said silently in his heart. The next moment, an attribute panel that only Yang Ming could see appeared in front of him. Name, Yang Ming. Combat power value, 788. Quality, excellent grade. Identity, Lord of Huaxia City, favored by the god of love. Occupation, extraordinary person. Title, Supreme Youth. Divine power, heavenly punishment, divine sequence, 003. Purple sky, divine thunder, divine sequence, 009. Talent, Supreme Overlord, possessed by gods. Compared with yesterday, Yang Ming's attribute panel has undergone earth-shaking changes. The basic combat power value alone has reached 788. If you add in the support of excellent weapons, breaking through 900 points of combat power is not a dream. I feel full of strength. Should I go find a rare beast to fight? Test my skills. Yang Ming suspected that even without relying on divine possession, he could still fight against rare-level monsters. In this way, Yang Ming has enough confidence to go to the war zone. Once the 30-day novice stage is over, the novice area will be merged into the combat zone. Yang Ming will definitely punch Japan, kick the United States, and tear NATO apart with his hands to help China dominate the world. Red flags must be planted in every corner of the blue star. Oh, by the way, there is one thing we must not forget. The Japanese island must be sunk. I have taken over the Japanese island for sure. Even gods cannot stop them. This is what Yang Ming said. But, before heading to the war zone, Yang Ming still had one last thing to complete. That's paving the way. There is an old saying that goes, if you want to get rich, build roads first. Yang Ming's plan is to use a railway and a highway to connect Huaxia City and all the resource fields to achieve maximum efficiency in transportation, mining, and collection of materials. With the steam engine, these things were not difficult to accomplish. However, it was getting late, so Yang Ming planned to do it tomorrow. After sending Lilith and Lilia back to the Church of the Goddess of Light, Yang Ming went to bed. Zzz. Yang Ming fell asleep quickly. The next day, early morning. Today is the 26th day that Yang Ming has arrived at the battlefield of all races. There are only 4 days left, and the novice area will be merged into the combat zone. There was little time left, so after Yang Ming ate the breakfast carefully prepared by Lilia, he immediately walked out of the Lord's mansion and went to find Zhou Mingrue. Oh, by the way, after Lilith became an excellent chef, the food she made became even more delicious. Even the delicacies made by the 5-star chef of a Michelin restaurant using the top quality ingredient, French foie gras, are not as good as the pancake that Lilith casually fries. Fried cakes, very delicious. When Zhou Mingrue learned that Yang Ming was looking for him, he immediately ran over, saluted Yang Ming, and then asked, My lord, do you have any instructions for me? Yang Ming took out a map of the 30-kilometer radius of Huaxia City, plus the railway and highway design drawings drawn by Zhang Wei himself, and handed them to Zhou Mingrue. Here you go. Build the railway and cement road for me within 4 days, following the design ideas on these 2 blueprints. Zhou Mingrue is the architectural design director of Huaxia City, with an excellent professional level, so he is the most suitable person to take on this task. Zhou Mingrue pondered for a moment and expressed his concerns to Yang Ming. My lord, judging by the blueprints, it shouldn't be difficult to build. However, 4 days is too short, and we might not have enough manpower. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, Manpower is not a problem. If you are short of people, go to the training ground and get those new recruits to carry the materials needed for road construction. After Yang Ming's SSS-level talent Supreme Overlord was upgraded, the warriors he summoned became stronger, and it was a waste of talent to use them to move bricks. Zhou Mingrui nodded and said, "Okay, as long as we have enough manpower, I guarantee that the task can be completed within 4 days." "Well, time is running out. Go do it now. If you can complete the task, I will reward you with an excellent equipment." "As you command, my lord. I will do my best." Zhou Mingrui saluted, then took the map and road design drawings and immediately started working on the crazy infrastructure construction. From this moment on, Huaxia City officially started its first industrial revolution. In the industrial zone, led by Cocolit, steam engines, steam cars, mining machines, and transport trucks are constantly being manufactured. Outside, led by Zhou Mingrui, 2 railways and highways were built to connect in all directions. The first industrial revolution officially began. Chapter 104. The novice period ends and the battle zone opens. Time flies, and 3 days passed in a hurry. Before he knew it, Yang Ming had been on the battlefield of all races for a month. Today is the last day of the novice stage. That is to say, starting from today, the novice area will be merged into the battle zone. The battlefield that will truly determine the international situation on Blue Star is about to begin. Ding! Yang Ming had just woken up from his dream when he heard the system broadcasting a server-wide announcement. "Greetings, Lords of the Novice Zone 10086 in the Blue Star domain. The 1-month novice training phase has concluded perfectly. In 8 hours, you will embark on the real battlefield. Now we will release the actual performance data for the past month. According to statistics, a total of 2,056,900 new lords have descended upon the myriad races battlefield in the Blue Star region. As of now, 1,550,000 have died. Lords who have fallen in battle will be imprisoned in a dark cage, never to rise again, unless they wait for the summons of a destined person. Congratulations to the 506,900 new lords still alive. You've made it through the difficult beginner phase. You can choose to enter the war zone, continue fighting, build your own city, establish a nation, and unify the world, or return to the real world and become an ordinary person. Famous or unknown. Please make your choice. As soon as the system finished speaking, a selection page popped up in front of Yang Ming. Yes or no? The chat channel was already buzzing with discussion about what to choose, with everyone still alive discussing it. Alas, I really want to stay in the 10,000 races battlefield, but my talent is only E-level. I'm so conflicted. No, brother, you just awakened your E-level talent? How did you manage to last until now? Are you so lucky? I have 2 friends who, even though they awakened their D-level talents, unfortunately had their territories taken over by alien beasts and died. Give it a try. The bicycle will turn into a motorcycle. Just do it, brothers. Anyway, I will continue to fight in the battlefield of all races. In real life, I'm just a loser with a miserable life. Instead of going back to being a worthless person, I might as well give it a try. Me too. +1. I can't hold on any longer. One of my legs is broken. You guys need to keep going. I'm going back first. Sorry, I just want to be an ordinary person. My father is over 80 years old, and I have to go back to take care of him in his old age. I also want to say goodbye to my brothers. Faced with yes or no, many people made their own choices. As the protagonist, Yang Ming chose yes, without much thought. 10 minutes later, the 506,900 surviving lords all made their own choices. Ding! According to statistics, 406,000 people chose to go to the battle zone of the myriad races battlefield, while the remaining 100,900 chose to return to the real world. Those who choose to give up will be teleported back to the real world within 10 minutes. For those who choose to continue the battle, please wait a moment. In 8 hours, the novice zone will be merged into the battle zone. After everyone is teleported to the battle zone, they will receive a gift package from the system. After the system gave the prompt, there was no movement. Next, just wait for 8 hours. A new journey is about to begin. While there's still time, let's go see how Zhou Mingrui is doing at work. Yang Ming stretched, got out of bed, washed up, and changed into a neat set of clothes. After breakfast, Yang Ming walked out of the Lord's mansion. Overlooking the panoramic view of Huaxia City from the Lord's mansion, one can see a thriving scene. Cement roads have been built on every street in the city. The cement roads extend in all directions, connecting the 5 main areas of Huaxia City. Cement roads have been built in residential areas, industrial areas, commercial areas, military base areas, and agricultural areas. Ding ding ding. But what surprised Yang Ming the most was that he could already see many steam cars running on the cement road. During this period, the dwarf tribe worked day and night to produce a total of 500 small steam cars, 200 medium-sized steam trucks, and 80 large steam transport vehicles. When the steam train was driving through the streets of Huaxia City, it immediately attracted countless people to watch. Wow, what is this? How amazing! This piece of metal can actually run. Wow, it's running so fast. Look, there are 3 people sitting inside. Idiot, this is called a car. It was invented by the Lord. It's fast, can transport heavy goods, and ordinary people can drive it. What? You mean, a weak and ordinary person like me can also control that iron lump? Yes, but Lord Carl said that you need to get a driver's license before you can drive an iron lump. Driver's license, what's that? How should I know? Just go to the bulletin board and see for yourself. There's a new recruitment notice posted there. Okay, I'll go now. No matter what, I want to sit on the iron lump and enjoy the flying feeling. The emergence of steam cars is undoubtedly epic-making. Before this, residents could only transport goods through human and animal power, but the emergence of the steam engine changed this situation. From this moment on, Huaxia City enters the steam age. At the same time, many job postings are posted on bulletin boards near residential areas. Recruitment 1, driver. Requirement, can drive. Note, an interview is required. After passing the interview, you will receive 10 days of training. If you learn to drive, you will start work immediately. If you cannot learn, please find other work. Salary. During the training period, food and accommodation are provided, and the daily salary is 150 copper coins. After passing the training, the monthly salary is 12,000 copper coins. Recruitment 2, steam equipment manufacturing line. Requirements, good physical strength. Instructions, work 8 hours a day and rest 2 days a week. The work content is simple, and you only need to assemble the machine according to the process. Salary, food and accommodation included, monthly salary 6,500 copper coins. Recruitment 3, railway maintenance personnel. Requirements, experience working on a construction site, able to plaster, pour concrete, and repair houses. Instructions, railway maintenance is carried out at irregular intervals, in 3 shifts, with a 5-day training period. Salary, food and accommodation included, monthly salary 9,000 copper coins. Various new job contents were posted on the bulletin board, and upon closer inspection, they were all related to steam engines. The monthly salary for any job related to steam engines is much higher than before. Wow, I'm going to open a business. My monthly salary is 12,000 copper coins. I can eat 2,000 bowls of snail noodles. I signed up for railway maintenance. I can do it. I'm so dumb. I can only work on the assembly line. Wait for me, I'll go too. Chapter 105, The Real Battlefield of 10,000 Races. In the afternoon, at 2 p.m. Ding. Dear Lords of the Blue Star Domain 10086 Novice Zone, please note that your novice period has ended and you are about to enter the true battlefield of all races. Now, the novice zone begins to connect with the battle zone. After entering the war zone, your territory has a high probability of being teleported to the vicinity of your country's headquarters, but there is also a lower probability of being teleported to an uninhabited area. The countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. To be honest, when the system started counting down, Yang Ming didn't feel anything unusual, and the ground didn't shake at all. The novice area was merged into the combat zone without anyone noticing. At the same time, all the land near Huaxia City, including the area covered by resource fields, were incorporated into the war zone. In summary, the city of Huaxia and the area within a 10-kilometer radius of Huaxia all ascended together. Respected Lord Yang Ming, hello, you have successfully arrived at the battle zone of the 10,000 races battlefield. Added function, map. Open the map function and you can view the range of hostile forces near your territory. This is your first time in a war zone. You will be protected for 3 days. Your territory will not be attacked. You received a mysterious gift package. Would you like to open it? Before he knew it, Yang Ming found himself in the battle zone of the 10,000 races battlefield. Open it. Yang Ming nodded. The mysterious gift has been sent. Please check it. As soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious box fell into Yang Ming's hands. This box has no quality and is an unidentified item. As expected, the name suggests it is really mysterious. Forget it. I'll open the mysterious box later. Let's see what's happening outside first. Yang Ming put the box into the warehouse, then jumped with his legs and arrived at the city gate of the territory after a few jumps. Yang Ming raised his head and looked outside. Compared with the novice area, The real battlefield of all races is undoubtedly much more dangerous. First of all, wherever the eye could see, the number of strange beasts increased. Excellent grade beasts can be seen everywhere, and even some outstanding grade beasts can be seen occasionally. Of course, correspondingly, there are more resources. Yang Ming saw several second-level and third-level resource fields near Huaxiao City. Even new level 4 resource fields appeared. Roar! Just as Yang Ming was carefully observing the environment outside, suddenly a huge roar resounded through the sky. Even the sky darkened in an instant. What is that? Yang Ming subconsciously looked up at the sky and found a huge monster flying through the airspace of Huaxiao City. Seeing this prehistoric giant, Yang Ming trembled all over. Even though Yang Ming's combat power value was as high as 788, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Name: Purple Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Quality: Epic. Weight: 2,500 tons. Combat power value: 1.56 W. Superb sequence. The level is too low to be detected. Talent: level is too low to detect. Skill: level is too low to detect. Epic quality between perfect and legendary. Giant Dragon? The epic Purple Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Looking at the super beast in the sky that was powerful enough to destroy the world, Yang Ming's breathing gradually became rapid and his body began to tremble. Of course, he was not afraid, but was excited. How cool it would be if one day I could tame a dragon and ride it around the world. I must tame a giant dragon like this as a mount in the future. Looking at the giant dragon flying farther and farther away, Yang Ming secretly made a decision. Fortunately, the Purple Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex was just passing by. Otherwise, if it had spit at him casually, the Huaxiao City that Yang Ming had worked hard to manage for a month would probably be gone. I didn't expect the real battlefield of all races to be so dangerous. Fortunately, I awakened my extraordinary power in advance. After showing off in the novice area for a month, Yang Ming was actually a little bit arrogant, but after arriving at the real battlefield of all races, Yang Ming began to realize that he was actually still quite weak. When you are sailing against the current, if you don't move forward, you will move backward. There's no point in overthinking it. Anyway, there are still 3 days of protection left. Let's open the map and take a look. I hope I can land in a good location, preferably bordering the Chinese base camp. Yang Ming opened the newly added map function of the system. Through the map, Yang Ming could clearly see all the hostile forces and friendly forces near Huaxiao City. This feature is very convenient. After the map was unfolded, the distribution of all forces within a radius of 200 miles of Huaxiao City was displayed in Yang Ming's eyes. Am I dazzled? When Yang Ming saw the distribution on the map, he was stunned as if he had been hit on the head. Yang Ming, who was in self-doubt, rubbed his eyes hard and then reopened the map. What the hell? What the hell? Even Yang Ming, who was a very well-mannered person, couldn't help but swear at this moment. Because the map showed that there were dense red dots in the area 200 kilometers around Huaxiao City. The green dots are only tiny, pitifully few. Red dots represent hostile forces, while green dots represent friendly forces and resource fields occupied by oneself. What's going on? Yang Ming's hands couldn't help but tremble as he muttered to himself. Why are all the places near me filled with Xiao Rizi's territory? Yang Ming, who was slow to react, finally realized that he had arrived at the Japanese base. The area within a radius of 200 kilometers is the territory for living a fucking life. Yang Ming counted carefully and concluded that the map showed that there were 2,358 lords from Japan. Of course, this does not include the distribution outside the map. There may be more Japanese devils 200 kilometers away. God has eyes. God has eyes. Yang Ming, finally got lucky. Yang Ming was trembling all over, tears welling up in his eyes with excitement. He had never felt that his luck was so good. Wake up, it's hunting time. After searching for it everywhere, I finally found it without any effort. Yang Ming didn't expect that he could break into the Japanese base camp without any effort. Next, there's something interesting to watch. If I don't turn my little life's base camp upside down, I won't be called Yang Ming. Yang Ming hasn't been this excited for a long time. However, I can't be careless. Let's take a look at the rankings first and learn about the top lords of other countries. Only by knowing ourselves and the enemy can we win every battle. Also, I hope my ranking doesn't drop too much. When arriving at the real battlefield of all races, the rankings naturally changed. In the novice area, only the rankings of 2 million new lords are counted. In the real battlefield of all races, the ranking list counts the rankings of the 3.5 billion lords of the entire Blue Star. Yang Ming opened the rankings. Sure enough, I'm not even qualified to be on the list. What caught the eye were rows of names that he had never seen before, and Yang Ming's name had fallen out of the top 1,000 and was no longer on the list. The ranking list only shows the top 1,000 specific places. There is no way. Since 10 years ago, the National Destiny Lord system has been bound to Blue Star. In other words, among those who made it to the list, there are many who have fought in the battlefield of all races for 5, 6, 7, 8, or even 10 years. Chapter 106. There is no such thing as a peaceful life. Yang Ming's talent is indeed very strong. Even in the entire Blue Star, he is unique. But he had only been developing in the battlefield of all races for a month, and compared with those old lords who had fought for 7 or 8 years, his foundation was still too weak. Rankings. The ranking distribution from high to low is as follows. First place, Gaius Julius Thor, Lord of the United States, with 14,500 points. Second place, Yu Zhengzhong, Lord of China, with 12,400 points. Third place, Zhang Zi, Lord of China, with 11,900 points. Fourth place, Wang Lin, Huaxiao Lord, points 11,000. Fifth place, Mu Guing, Lord of China, with 10,000 points. Sixth place, Ader, Lord of the British Empire, with 9,990 points. Seventh place, Yuya Mikami, Lord of the Japanese country, with 9,700 points. Eighth place, Vidal, the American Lord, with 9,580 points. After looking at the top 10 on the ranking list, Yang Ming felt relieved and a smile appeared on his face. It turns out that even in the face of a year-long siege by the US and NATO forces, China has been able to hold out for so long. It's all thanks to these 4 heroes. Yang Ming admires these 4 heroes from the bottom of his heart. It is not difficult to guess that, apart from Yang Ming's territory, the only 4 remaining king-level territories in China are the territories of the 4 heroes on the list. It is precisely because of their unremitting persistence that China can continue to thrive. In the real world, Yang Ming did not know the battle situation in the 10,000 races battlefield. Of course, the authorities were also deliberately concealing it in order to avoid causing social panic. Even when the Chinese lords were in dire straits on the battlefield of all races, they never gave up and never thought of escaping. Because they know that behind them is their home, the lights of thousands of homes, and the hometown where their wives and children live. They used their own flesh and blood to build a new great wall, with flames of war in front of them and lights of thousands of homes behind them. There is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that there are always people silently helping you carry the burden and move forward. After Yang Ming finished reading the rankings, he felt a lump in his throat, and then he opened the chat channel, exclusive to China. Not surprisingly, the chat channel was very lively at this time, and everyone was actively discussing. Brothers, have you all descended safely into the war zone? Ha. I landed successfully, and landed near General Yu's territory. I'm so lucky. Me too. General Mu Guiying's territory is 40 kilometers away. I feel very safe. I, too, have been teleported to my country's headquarters. Wow. Am I the only one who has landed in this remote place? I don't know what kind of place I've landed in. The land is black, the plants are black, and even the river water near the territory is black. Fuck, brother upstairs, what's wrong with you? This is too bad. Where are you going to get drinking water from now on? Alas, I scanned it and found that the black water is drinkable and it is an excellent water resource, but I dare not drink it. Excellent grade black water? Send me a message and see. Okay. Name: Black Rock Water. Quality: excellent. Introduction: fresh water moistened by black meteorite. Drinking it can significantly strengthen the body and increase combat power. When Heishui's information was posted on the chat channel, it caused an immediate uproar. What's going on? Brother, you said that the entire river near your territory is filled with black rock water. Well, and this river is quite big. The water is inexhaustible. Fuck. 666. I'm so envious. Brother, is your ancestral grave on fire? Little brother, I'm Wang Lin. Add me as a friend. I have something important to discuss with you. General Wang Lin? Is that you? Okay. My name is Zhang Wei. I'll add you. Yang Ming didn't expect to see an acquaintance as soon as he came in. Zhang Wei, this kid, is really lucky. He found such a good place. The inexhaustible black rock water alone was enough for him to make a fortune. It seems that Zhang Wei's original B-level talent, luck enhancement, has probably been upgraded to A level, otherwise he would not be so lucky. The chat channel was constantly being refreshed with messages, and everyone was discussing what to do after arriving here. 10 minutes later, General Yu Zhengzhong suddenly appeared in the chat channel. Hello, new comrades. I am Yu Zhengzhong, the general and commander-in-chief of the Huaxia nation in the Myriad Races battlefield. I am very happy that you have come to support us in the Myriad Races battlefield. Your arrival has added fuel to the flames of victory. Time is running out, so I'll make it short. As you all know, the current situation is that the United States, led by the NATO army, has already blocked our Chinese base. In order to preserve our strength, Zhang Zi, Wang Lin, Mu Guing, and I had to move our territories together. This way, they won't be able to defeat us one by one. But this also has its drawbacks. NATO forces can easily block us from all directions, shrinking our sphere of influence and preventing us from gathering more resources. Therefore, I hope that the new comrades will relocate their territories to the vicinity of the Huaxia base camp as soon as possible and stay together for warmth. Otherwise, you will most likely be targeted by the enemy. We can only win this battle if we stand together. Yu Xingzhong's speech immediately made everyone excited. After a while, many new lords also spoke in response. Yes, General Yu is right. General Yu, I will move my territory closer to you now. Is that okay? Yes, sure. I am also planning to move, but I want to move closer to General Zhang Zi's territory. Everyone, cooperate. Let's migrate quickly while we still have 3 days of protection. Once we win this battle, we can move to wherever we want to go. Good. Seeing that everyone is actively cooperating with the work, to be honest, Yang Ming also wants to move. However, Yang Ming took a look at his own location and the coordinates of the territory of the Chinese base camp, and found that there was a difference of 2,000 kilometers. It's too far, and there's no way to get there. The battlefield of all races is vast and boundless. Even a level 5 alien civilization cannot explore how big the battlefield of all races is. Since I can't migrate over and support the Chinese base camp, I'll just mess with my life in the rear. Yang Ming gave up the idea of moving. He was preparing to set fire to the backyard of the Japanese base. If Yang Ming guessed correctly, Japan's high-level combat forces would definitely go to support the front battlefield of China versus NATO. Because Japan is the most loyal lackey of the United States, it is impossible for it not to participate in the war. In other words, it is a good opportunity for Yang Ming to take action while the high-level combat forces of Japan have not yet returned to defend. The 3-day protection period only states that others cannot attack Yang Ming's territory, but it does not state that Yang Ming cannot attack others' territory. Who should I hit first? Yang Ming opened the map again, thinking about which territory to attack first. Chapter 107 Family and Country Hatred. Huh? A king-level territory. Suddenly, Yang Ming unexpectedly discovered that 25 kilometers to the south, there was actually a royal territory of the Japanese kingdom. Yang Ming was immediately ecstatic. Isn't this a perfect pie in the sky? Yang Ming enlarged the map and carefully looked at this royal territory of Japan. Wait, why does this king-level territory look so familiar? After careful identification, Yang Ming discovered that this king-level territory was exactly the one that Xiao Rizi had occupied from the Chinese base camp using insidious means a month ago. A month ago, the NATO coalition led by the United States suddenly launched the largest attack in history on the Chinese base. In order to win the war, the United States even deployed 75% of its troops. NATO forces were also attacking with almost all their might. At that time, China still had 5 great generals who guarded 5 king-level territories at the same time. However, the war a month ago was unprecedentedly brutal. In order to defend the country, General Tang Long, one of the 5 great generals of China, died gloriously. He was assassinated by the Japanese devils using insidious and vicious means. General Tang Long's royal territory also fell into the hands of the Japanese kingdom. The Japanese Empire captured General Tang Long's territory. They acted like a despotic nation and used 20 territory migration scrolls in succession to forcibly move General Tang Long's king-level territory across more than 2,000 kilometers from the Chinese base to the Japanese base. It was also from that time that China was left with only the last 4 king-level territories and entered a 1-month countdown to its fall. Novice area of the 10,000 races battlefield the day after General Tang Long's territory fell. I'll avenge General Tang Long no matter what. Yang Ming swore secretly in his heart. Blood debt can only be repaid with blood. Over the past year, the Japanese devils were behind the many disasters that China suffered. The blood feud, the hatred for the family and the country. If Yang Ming does not sink the island of Dongying, he will find it difficult to get rid of the hatred in his heart. The battle of revenge begins from this king-level territory. Yang Ming's eyes were fixed on General Tang Long's former king-level territory, and he had made up his mind. Then, Yang Ming turned around and went to the training ground. The enemy is right before our eyes, so what are we waiting for? Just gather the troops and charge in. At the same time, Yang Ming is not the only one who has a system map. Yang Ming can scan the territory information of Japan through the map provided by the system. Conversely, the Japanese can also see Yang Ming's territory in the same way. At this time, many devils were also speaking and chatting in the exclusive chat channel of Japan. What? What do I see? Mina-san, come and look, what's going on? Why is there a red dot behind our base camp? How is that possible? Didn't we just conduct a large-scale cleanup near our base camp a few days ago? If you don't believe me, look at the coordinates. 21469, 67853. Oh my god, there really is a red dot. When did it appear? Wait, this red dot is a Chinese territory. No, am I dazzled? Is this a king-level territory? It really is a king-level territory. Why would a Chinese king-level territory suddenly appear? This is so strange. I get it. It must have been merged from the novice area. It's Yang Ming's territory. Yang Ming? Is he that new Chinese super rookie lord? The fierce guy who developed a king-level territory in just 20 days? Yes, it must be Yang Ming himself. Isn't this God helping me? As long as we kill Yang Ming and seize his territory, we can once again force China into a desperate situation. Great, let's do it. It seems that God is also helping us in Japan. Brothers, let's stop chatting. I'm going to start assembling the army. Once the 3-day protection period is over, I will kill Yang Ming to cheer everyone up. Yes, we must kill Yang Ming. This guy has killed so many of us in the novice zone. We can't let him go. No, killing him is too easy. Capture him alive, break his hands and feet, lock him in a cage, and feed him shit every day. I'm going to gather the troops, too. And me. 3 days later, we will attack Yang Ming's territory together. I heard that Yang Ming has awakened an S-level talent? So what? Landing in our Japanese base is a dead end. Fuck him. The news that Yang Ming's territory landed at the Japanese base spread quickly in less than a few minutes. Many Japanese lords have begun to prepare to attack Yang Ming's territory. Among them are some who have fought in the battlefield of all races for 4 or 5 years. Jibuchuan is one of them. Her territory is only 15 kilometers away from Yang Ming's Huaxia city, and she is one of the Japanese people closest to Yang Ming. Although Jibuchuan is a woman, she has been in the battlefield of all races for almost 2 years, and her combat power value is as high as 421. I didn't expect such great luck to befall me. As long as I can be the first to attack Yang Ming's territory in 3 days and achieve this feat, I will have the opportunity to receive a reward from the higher-ups. Maybe I can even take the opportunity to break through 500 combat power points and comprehend extraordinary powers. Jibuchuan couldn't wait to attack Yang Ming's territory. In her opinion, Yang Ming was just a newcomer who had only been in the 10,000 races battlefield for 30 days, and his combat power was at most 200 points. So what if you've awakened an S-level talent? Without time to mature, how can you dare to show off? What is the difference between a young genius and a dead person? Well, since I'm close, I'll go scout around Yang Ming's territory first, get a feel for the terrain, and then I'll capture Yang Ming's territory in one fell swoop in 3 days. Jibuchuan already had an idea in her mind. Although Yang Ming's territory has a 3-day protection period, it does not mean that Jibuchuan cannot conduct reconnaissance. After making up her mind, Jibuchuan immediately called upon the warrior heroes she had trained for more than a year, plus 2,000 soldiers, and then set off towards Yang Ming's territory. The distance of 15 kilometers passed in a flash. Jibuchuan about 10 minutes to bring her army to Yang Ming's territory. Oh my god, what a huge city. Is this Yang Ming's territory? Why is it bigger than other king-level territories? From a distance of 2,000 meters, Jibuchuan looked at the huge 10-meter-high city wall of Huaxia City and felt extremely shocked. Yang Ming's king-level territory can even be compared with the king-level territories of those powerful people in the top 10 of the ranking list. Crack. At this time, Jibuchuan suddenly saw that the huge gate of Huaxia City slowly opened. Next, she saw the most unforgettable scene in her life. Chapter 108. Attacking the king-level territory of Japan. Click. The huge iron gate, 10 meters high and 6 meters wide and long, was slowly pushed open with a heavy sound. Not long after, Yang Ming, who had a young and sunny face, rode out of the city gate on a black horse, like the perfect and handsome male protagonist from a comic book. Behind Yang Ming are Yang Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, and Yang Fifan. All the warriors of Huaxia City's 3 major legions, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird, were also dispatched. In order to win the first battle in the battlefield of all races, Yang Ming spent a lot of money. In this battle, we can only win, not lose. General Tang Long's king-level territory must be taken back at all costs. This Yang Ming? He is so young. How can his army be so huge? So powerful? Jibuchuan Yi, who was scouting military intelligence 2 kilometers away, was stunned at this time. Yang Ming's 3 legions were far beyond her expectations. You know, she has been in the battlefield of all races for 2 years, and after 2 years of development, she has only trained an army of 2,000 people. However, Yang Ming, who had only been developing for a month, had more than 10 times as many soldiers under his command as her. Jibuchuan Yi, who was originally full of confidence and thought she could easily defeat Yang Ming, began to feel timid at this time. Suddenly, Jibuchuan Yi felt a cold gaze sweeping over her. Yang Ming discovered me? Jibuchuan Yi was shocked. She had obviously hidden very well, but Yang Ming still found out her tracks in an instant. Yang Ming's insight was far beyond Jibuchuan Yi's expectations. Enemy. At this time, Yang Ming, who had just walked out of the city gate, felt that someone was observing him secretly, so he scouted around and found Jibuchuan Yi hiding in the dark without any effort. So it's a Japanese soldier, a woman. Why did she come here so soon to gather military intelligence? Now that you've seen her, there's no way she'll be able to return alive. Yang Ming raised his hand and shouted, "Bring me a bow and arrow." "Yes, my lord." Soon, a follower warrior presented an excellent bow and sharp arrows with both hands. Yang Ming took the bow and the sharp arrow, then aimed at Jibuchuan Yi, who was 2 kilometers away, drew the bow, and put the arrow on it. "Run away quickly, I will die." Jibuchuan Yi trembled all over. She suddenly felt an extremely cold, murderous intent locking onto her. Her survival instinct told her, if she didn't run, she would definitely die. But how could Yang Ming let her go? If Jibuchuan Yi brought back the information about her leaving the city to start a war and told other Japanese people, it would very likely disrupt Yang Ming's plan. Die. The next moment, Yang Ming released the bow and arrow. The sharp arrow whizzed out, mixed with a trace of Yang Ming's purple divine thunder power, and shot towards Jibuchuan Yi. In order to kill with one blow, Yang Ming even used his extraordinary power. Hurry, run. The fear of death had occupied Jiu Buchuan's mind, and she turned around and ran away regardless of everything. But just after she walked more than 10 meters, her head was pierced from behind by a sharp arrow flashing with lightning. Jibuchuan Yi fell limply to the ground, her head split in 2. Confirming her death, Yang Ming no longer paid any attention to her. Everyone, listen up. Our goal today is to capture a piece of Japanese king-level territory 25 kilometers to the south. Yang Ming shouted, "Everyone, run forward." The soldiers who can enter the 3 legions are all outstanding, with combat power values ranging from 80 to 110 points. Running 25 kilometers is not too easy for them. Such a huge army, running in the wilderness, attracted the attention of many strange beasts. Roar. Occasionally, a group of hungry beasts would attack the army, but almost all of them were blasted into pieces by Yang Ming's casual thunder. 10 minutes later, Yang Ming led 3 legions and successfully arrived at the king-level territory occupied by the Japanese kingdom. In order to avoid being discovered by the enemy, Yang Ming stopped 3,000 meters away. Is this General Tang Long's former king-level territory? Yang Ming looked up and saw an extremely majestic city, which was even more spectacular than Yang Ming's Huaxia city. It's a pity that this royal territory, which originally belonged to China, is now being ruthlessly occupied by the Japanese country. Yang Ming only felt a nameless anger in his chest, and he ordered, "Yang Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, Yang Fifan, listen to my orders." The 3 of them immediately came to Yang Ming and said with fists clasped, "Lord, we are here." Yang Ming raised his right hand and said slowly, "Later, I will sneak into the city alone and break down the gates from the inside. You will each lead your own legions and work with me from inside and outside to recapture this king-level territory that belongs to our Huaxia nation." Under Yang Ming's influence, the soldiers also developed a strong disgust towards the Japanese devils and immediately responded, "Don't worry, Lord, we won't let any of the devils go." Yang Ming nodded and said in a deep voice, "Very good, the 3 armies will spread out, fully surround the giant city, and prepare to attack." The soldiers responded in unison, "Yes." After giving the orders, Yang Ming got off his horse and rushed towards the giant city alone. Yang Ming's speed was extremely fast, leaving only an afterimage. After a while, Yang Ming arrived at one of the gates of the huge city. After awakening to his extraordinary power, Yang Ming is no longer an ordinary person. He completed the 3,000-meter distance in less than 3 seconds at a full sprint. With the naked eye, It is absolutely impossible to catch the shadow of his running. Wow! Yang Ming climbed up the city wall easily. Although there were many Japanese warriors patrolling back and forth on the city wall, they would not be able to detect Yang Ming even if he passed by them. What's going on? Am I dazzled? I thought I saw a big black rat running past just now. Even the warrior general defending the city, whose combat power value was as high as 358 points, could only vaguely see a blurry shadow. Finally, Yang Ming rushed into the giant city and came to the watchtower of the enemy's city gate. The enemy didn't see Yang Ming until he stopped on his own initiative and exposed himself to the eyes of all the Japanese soldiers. When Yang Ming appeared among the many Japanese warriors without warning, they were all shocked. A Chinese person, like a ghost, just barged in out of nowhere. In an instant, all the Japanese warriors felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. But Yang Ming would not give them time to react. Thunder flashes. Yang Ming groaned softly, and purple lightning flashed on his palms, limbs, and body surface. Purple Sky Divine Thunder, activate. The next second, with Yang Ming as the center, terrifying lightning damage was released indiscriminately in all directions. Oh! Sharp screams were heard all around. Within a range of 500 meters, all the Japanese devils were killed instantly. Yang Ming occupied the watchtower of the city gate effortlessly. Next, the fun begins. After Yang Ming occupied the watchtower at the city gate, he slowly drew out the sky-splitting sword. When he arrived inside the city gate, Yang Ming suddenly swung his knife, split the lock, and opened the city gate. Little devils, prepare to face the wrath of Huaxia City. Chapter 109 The Real Demon Slayer. At this time, Yang Jian, who had been waiting outside for a long time, finally saw the signal released by Yang Ming. The huge city gate was also slowly pushed open from the inside. Yang Jian knew that his chance to attack had come. Blue Dragon Legion, listen to my orders. Charge forward with me. Yang Jian roared at the top of his lungs and rushed forward with more than 5,000 soldiers of the Qinglong Legion. Like a group of wild horses running wild, the Azure Dragon Legion's attack was swift and fierce. After a while, Yang Jian led the soldiers of the Qinglong Legion and rushed into the city. Without saying a word, Yang Jian swung his sword and started killing people in the city. Every time he swung his sword, the heads of several or even dozens of devils were chopped off. This is the real Demon Slayer. But this is still a royal territory of Japan, and the Japanese reacted quickly. After the city gate was breached, the citywide alarm was sounded in less than a minute. Enemy attack. This isn't a drill, it's an enemy attack. Everyone attention. Enemy attack. Send a signal flare quickly to request support from nearby friendly forces. I repeat, this is not a drill. All the devils were mobilized and fought with the Qinglong Legion. As the commander of the Qinglong Legion, Yang Jian naturally charged to the front line. His basic combat power value has reached 370 points, and with the support of excellent weapons, it even broke through to 518 points at one point. In order to follow Yang Ming, Yang Jian's will to become stronger is extremely firm. Come on, little devils. I'm going to kill you to my heart's content today. Yang Jian was covered in blood, but not a drop was his own. He kept charging, and charging again. I want to become stronger. I want to kill the enemies. I want to catch up with the Lord. Yang Jian roared loudly in his heart. And the other side. Yang Ming has already rushed to the next city gate without stopping. Following the same method as before, Yang Ming occupied the lookout tower at the city gate in just 5 minutes and successfully opened the second city gate from the inside. Outside the second city gate was the White Tiger Legion that had been waiting for a long time. Is it finally my turn? My spear is thirsty. Looking at the door that was slowly opening, Zhang Lingfeng's eyes were as sharp as torches. In terms of perseverance and will, Zhang Lingfeng is not as strong as Yang Jian, but his talent is better. Zhang Lingfeng has awakened his second B-level talent. Even the first C-level talent, Rock, was successfully upgraded to B-level talent, Unwavering as a mountain. Name, Zhang Lingfeng. Combat power, 325 points. Quality, excellent grade. Talent, Unwavering, B rank. Defense increased by 100% and counterattack for 80% of damage. Talent, Aggressive as Fire, B rank. Offensive ability increased by 100% and can also provide 80% armor penetration. White Tiger Legion, follow my command and attack. Zhang Lingfeng rushed to the front like a human-shaped beast, and the Japanese soldiers blocking the way were turned into blood foam by him. More than 5,000 soldiers of the White Tiger Legion also attacked the city and engaged in a fierce battle with the Japanese. This time, Japan's response was much faster, and military support from the city arrived quickly. A war inevitably broke out. Yang Ming stood at the top of the watchtower, observing the situation in the city and analyzing. It seems that the Japanese also attach great importance to this king-level territory. The strength of the city defense is far beyond my imagination. This battle was the toughest one Yang Ming had ever fought. Moreover, this is the time when Japan's awareness of defense is the weakest. Suddenly emerge behind their base camp and directly attack the king-level territory. In the entire blue planet, Yang Ming is probably the only one as fierce as him. Suddenly, Yang Ming, who was standing on top of the watchtower, suddenly saw the third city gate, also burning with flames. Did Yan Fifan also succeed in breaking into the city? In this way, all three legions have successfully entered. Seeing this scene, Yang Ming was very satisfied. Yang Fifan himself is a rare-level warrior, so it is not difficult for him to lead a team to break through a city gate. Very good, let's launch the general attack next. Level Battle Pet Summoning Ticket from the System Warehouse. Battle Pet Summoning Tickets from a special store before the battle. The 2 summoning tickets cost him a total of 600,000 points, which made him very sad. However, now with the increase in level, the points obtained by the Supreme Overlord have increased from 1 point per second to 3 points per second, which is acceptable. Come out, Flame Tiger. Yang Ming used one of the summoning scrolls. The next second, a super tiger, 7 or 8 meters tall and covered in flames, broke through the air. A woo, the giant flaming tiger roared, and the deafening sound resounded through the sky. Some weaker Japanese soldiers were so frightened that their eardrums burst and they fell to the ground, unable to move. Flame Tiger charged the enemy's lord's mansion. After the flaming giant tiger was summoned, it rushed forward according to Yang Ming's orders. Any Japanese who dared to stop the flaming tiger was trampled into meat paste. Come out, Green Dragon. Without saying anything, Yang Ming used the second rare, level battle pet summoning scroll. As soon as the words fell, a green light bloomed. A green dragon more than 20 meters long was summoned by Yang Ming. With a sweep of its long tail, it killed more than 100 Japanese soldiers in an instant. Yang Ming also gave orders to the green dragon. Qing Jiaolong, attack from another direction, also heading straight for the enemy's lord's mansion, and kill anyone you see. The green dragon didn't say anything, but it immediately started to move, heading towards the lord's mansion. The battle between king-level territories was also pushed to a climax. At the same time, in the enemy's lord's mansion. Report, Lord, an extremely fierce Chinese army has breached the East City Gate. We are completely unable to stop them. Report, Lord, the North Gate and the West Gate have also been lost, and 2 more Chinese troops have broken in. Report, Lord, we have lost nearly a third of our soldiers. Over 50,000 have been killed. As Shinzo Abe listened to the bad information his subordinates kept reporting, his expression became increasingly gloomy. Damn it, where on earth did this Chinese guy come from? Why did he appear behind our Japanese headquarters? Shinzo Abe really couldn't figure it out. This is their Japanese base camp, and it was turned upside down by a small Chinese person. Has the distress signal been sent out? Asked Ampurgency. Immediately, a little devil responded. It has been sent out, but the nearest friendly forces will take at least 10 minutes to arrive. 10 minutes. Ampurgency was extremely anxious because he might not even be able to hold on for 5 minutes. Chapter 110 Imprison Tang Long. Suddenly, a disheveled Japanese soldier ran into the Lord's mansion, panting, and reported to Ampurgency with a terrified face. Report, Lord, something terrible has happened. The enemy has released 2 more rare beasts, and they are charging towards the Lord's mansion. We can't stop them at all. Upon hearing this, Ampurgency could no longer sit still. What? 2 rare-level beasts. Ampurgency couldn't understand why the enemy was so strong. Those are 2 rare beasts. In order to stop 2 rare beasts, at least 2 extraordinary people must be dispatched. But how rare are extraordinary people? Even if the entire country of Japan were to mobilize all its resources, it has only cultivated less than 10 extraordinary people. Ampurgency was very anxious. Although he was also a superhuman, he had no confidence that he could hold on until the support of friendly forces arrived. No, we're going to lose everything if we keep going like this. Someone, bring Tang Long out to me. I don't believe that Chinese guy won't care about Tang Long's life or death. Yes, my lord. Following Ampurgency's order, 2 soldiers walked into the dungeon and dragged out Tang Long, who was covered in wounds. Everyone believed that General Tang Long, one of the 5 great generals of China, had died gloriously in a battle a month ago. But in fact, a month ago, after the Japanese captured General Tang Long's territory, they did not kill him, but imprisoned him. The Japanese took General Tang Long to a dungeon and tortured him severely in order to extract information from him about the other 4 great generals of China. Over the past month, countless tortures have been inflicted on General Tang Long. But General Tang Long would rather die than surrender and refused to say a word even after being beaten all over his body. Not even a sound was made. "Hey, Tang Long, wake up." Emperor Jinsi poured a basin of salt water on Tang Long, who was covered in wounds. The severe pain all over his body gradually woke Tang Long up. Emperor Jinsi squatted down and sneered at Tang Long. "Hey, Tang Long, you're lucky. China has sent someone to rescue you. If you're willing to cooperate and be a hostage, maybe I can let you go." Tang Long originally didn't want to pay attention to him, but when he heard someone coming to save him, he instantly panicked. Because Tang Long knew that this was the base camp of Japan. "You are so confused. Lao Yu, you are a fool. If I, Tang Long, die, I die. Why do you have to sacrifice the soldiers to save me?" Tang Long felt mixed emotions. Right now, China is surrounded by the NATO army led by the United States. It is already at the end of its strength. Why should it make unnecessary sacrifices? "You little bastard. I, Tang Long, would never be your hostage even if I die." Tang Long roared angrily. At this moment, Tang Long's mood cannot be described in words. In short, it's very sad. Tang Long has fought for China all his life, but he didn't expect to become a burden in the end. If he implicates the Chinese soldiers because of himself, he will live in guilt for the rest of his life. "Want to die? That's not up to you." Emperor Jinsi grabbed Tang Long's hair and stared at him viciously. "Come here," dragged Tang Long out. "If that Chinese guy named Yang Ming doesn't stop attacking, we'll behead Tang Long in front of him." In order to survive, Shinzo Abe came up with this despicable method. "You XXX little Japanese devil. If you have the guts, kill me now." Tang Long roared angrily but helplessly. Tang Long was quickly dragged out. Outside the field, Yang Ming, who was observing the overall battle situation from the watchtower, suddenly heard a shout. "Yang Ming, one of your generals, Tang Long, is in our hands. If you don't want him to die, withdraw your troops immediately." "Huh? General Tang Long?" Yang Ming was shocked when he heard that. Tang Long, born into a military family, has been loyal for 3 generations. He is one of the 5 great generals of China and has fought for China on the battlefields of all races for 9 years. After a quick glance, Yang Ming saw that in the open space in front of the enemy lord's mansion, a group of Japanese people were escorting a man covered in blood. That man, tall and with a dignified face, was once one of the 5 pillars of China in the battlefield of all races. That's right, it's General Tang Long. He's not dead. Yang Ming couldn't help but be overjoyed. Yang Ming had seen General Tang Long on TV before, so he recognized him at a glance. "Yang Ming, I warn you again. If you don't retreat, Tang Long will die." As he spoke, a Japanese devil raised the big knife in his hand and pointed it at Tang Long's neck. Tang Long struggled desperately, but his injuries were too severe and his hands and feet were chained, so he could not resist at all. "Stop. I will withdraw my troops." Yang Ming was anxious and agreed immediately. General Tang Long must be saved at all costs. Upon hearing Yang Ming's order, the 3 legions of Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird, which had already gained an overall advantage, immediately stopped and began to retreat. "Ha ha ha, very good." Seeing this scene, Emperor Jinsi laughed unscrupulously. As long as he can buy time and wait for friendly forces to support him, Emperor Jinsi will be able to turn defeat into victory. "What are you laughing at?" However, before Emperor Shinzo could laugh for a few more seconds, a cold voice immediately sounded in his ears. Emperor Jinsi was startled. When he came to his senses, he found that a young man had arrived in front of the Lord's mansion at some point. It only took Yang Ming a few seconds to rush from the watchtower to the Lord's mansion. "Are you Yang Ming?" Emperor Jinsi looked at Yang Ming curiously. As expected, just as the rumors said, a talented young man recently emerged in China. He turned the tide and developed a king-level territory in just 20 days, continuing China's national destiny. Yang Ming looked at Emperor Jinsi with indifference and said coldly, "Yes, it's me. I have stopped the attack. Quickly release General Tang Long." Emperor Jin pretended to be calm, shook his head, and sneered. "Do you think I'm stupid? If I let him go, wouldn't that mean I'm falling into your trap? No, unless you agree to 2 more conditions, I'll let him go immediately." Of course, Shinzo Abe would not agree to release the person. The reason he said this was to deliberately delay time. If they could hold on for another 5 minutes, friendly forces would arrive to support them, and then Emperor Jinsi would be able to turn defeat into victory. "I must delay time." This is the only thought in Emperor Jinsi's mind. "Oh, what conditions?" Yang Ming asked back. Of course Yang Ming knew that he was deliberately delaying time, but at the same time, It would take a certain amount of time for Yang Ming to launch an attack. Emperor Shinsher deliberately thought for more than 10 seconds, then slowly said, "The conditions are simple. Of course, I have to wait until your troops have completely withdrawn from my territory. Also, you are not allowed to carry any weapons and you must surrender your straight knife." However, as he was speaking, Shinzo Abe suddenly became speechless. Because, unknowingly, golden chains emerged from the void and locked Emperor Jinsei's body. At the same time, all the Japanese devils present were imprisoned by sacred golden chains. Heavenly punishment. Yang Ming hummed softly and spread his 5 fingers. Chapter 111, Conquering the King-Level Territory. Codename, Divine Punishment. God Sequence, 003. Anything that Yang Ming can capture within his field of vision, whether it exists in the past, present, or future, or whether it is idealism, materialism, a god, or a conceptual god, Yang Ming can summon a divine lock from the void to trap it. Therefore, Yang Ming just glanced at everyone present, and the sacred golden chains instantly tied them all up. No one could move. At this moment, Shinzo Abe felt an unprecedented fear. What the hell is this? I can't move my body. Not only can I not use my talents and skills, but even my extraordinary powers have been silenced. Emperor Shinsher struggled desperately, but the golden chains sealed him tightly. Strangle, Yang Ming murmured, and at the same time, the 5 fingers of his right hand formed a claw and grasped it. Bang! The sound of bodies breaking apart could be heard one after another. Except for Emperor Jinsei, the rest of the Japanese soldiers were immediately entangled by the golden chains and turned into a pool of meat paste. The Lord's mansion, which was originally crowded with people, now only had Yang Ming, and Pei Jinsei, and Tang Long left. Getting rid of the minions, Yang Ming came to Tang Long, squatted down, and untied all the restraints on him. "General Tang Long, are you okay?" Yang Ming helped the seriously injured Tang Long up. Tang Long's body was covered with scars, and even some parts of his body had their bones exposed. From this we can see that Tang Long has been tortured terribly by the hateful Japanese devils over the past month. Tang Long spat out a mouthful of black blood, coughed a few times, and said to Yang Ming in a weak voice, "I'm fine, little brother. Who are you? Is that you Zhengzheng, the one who came to rescue me? Where is he?" Yang Ming shook his head and quickly explained, "No, I came here alone. In fact, I didn't know you were imprisoned here at first." Hearing this, Tang Long was stunned for a moment and subconsciously asked, "What? You came here alone? This is the Japanese devil's headquarters. How dare you barge in alone? And this little guy looks so young, doesn't he? Am I, Tang Long, dreaming? Is this a last gasp?" Yang Ming didn't intend to explain too much because the enemy's support could arrive at any time. Then, Yang Ming took out a bottle of excellent healing potion, gave it to Tang Long, and said, "General Tang Long, I know you have many questions, but time is of the essence. I'll explain everything to you once we're safely out of here. Drink this healing potion first. It will help alleviate your injuries." "I'm stupid. This is really not the place to talk. I'll listen to you." Tang Long took the healing potion and drank it without saying a word. After drinking the healing potion, Tang Long, who had one foot on the verge of death, suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. However, Tang Long's internal injuries were indeed too serious. Even excellent-grade healing potions could only alleviate his injuries, but could not completely cure them. "General Tang Long, try taking another golden spirit fruit." Yang Ming took out another excellent golden spirit fruit. Golden spirit fruit, a medicinal herb that can eliminate all negative effects. "Thank you." Tang Long also knew his current condition, so he ate everything that was good for his body. While Tang Long was still healing, Yang Ming shouted to Yang Jian in the distance, "Yang Jian, come here." Yang Jian, covered in blood, ran quickly to Yang Ming, clasped his fists, and asked, "My lord, what are your orders?" Yang Ming handed Tang Long from his shoulder to Yang Jian and instructed, "This is one of the most outstanding generals in China. He is seriously injured now. You must take good care of him." "Yes, my lord." Yang Jian hurriedly and carefully helped Tang Long over. After handing Tang Long over to Yang Jian, Yang Ming walked straight towards Emperor Jinsei. As mentioned earlier, there are 2 ways to capture an enemy territory. The first method is to kill the lord of the territory. The second method is to occupy the lord's mansion for 12 hours if the lord of the territory is away. There are only 1 or 2 minutes left now, and Yang Ming has no time to continue playing with the Japanese devils. So, Yang Ming slowly pulled out the sky-splitting sword, and with a click, he directly chopped off Emperor Jinsei's head. As soon as Emperor Jinsei died, the royal territory under his feet fell instantly. Shinzo Abe's command also lost its ability to resist in an instant. Because all the armies and hero units trained by the Lord depend on the Lord for survival. If the Lord dies, the army will not survive. Even Yang Ming said that if he died, Yang Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, and all the soldiers would be imprisoned back in the dark cage. Respected Lord Yang Ming, congratulations on successfully conquering a king-level territory. You can currently own up to 5 vassal territories. Would you like to use one quota to convert this territory into your vassal territory? Yes. Yang Ming agreed without thinking too much. This king-level territory before the enemy's support arrives. When Tang Long recovers from his injuries, we can return the territory to him. Congratulations, you have gained your first vassal territory. You can now view the territory information. Name Dragon City. Ownership, Yang Ming. Location, 14 parallel universes, 404 servers, 996 Blue Star domain, 10,086 Warzone. Level, King-level territory. Area, 900 square kilometers. Buildings, Level 5 Martial Arts Training Ground, perfect. Level 5 Barracks, perfect. Level 5 Blacksmith Shop, perfect. Level 4 Martial Arts Hall, rare. Level 4 Hospital, rare. Wealth, 5,217 gold coins, 15,000 silver coins, 57,000 copper coins. National fortune value, 90-20. With Yang Ming's king-level territory, this king-level territory that originally belonged to Tang Long is undoubtedly much more luxurious. What's more, Longsheng has experienced the ravages of 2 wars and many buildings have been damaged. System, I want to move my territory. Yang Ming took out the territory migration scroll and said to the system. Before the fight, Yang Ming was fully prepared. Please select the destination you want to migrate to. The maximum distance is no more than 20 kilometers. For every additional 20 kilometers, you will need to consume an additional scroll, or you can directly use a higher level migration scroll. Yang Ming used 2 territory migration scrolls and set the migration location near his own territory. Migrating, please wait. In a flash of inspiration, the 2 migration scrolls in Yang Ming's hands disappeared. Then the light covered the entire Dragon City and began to activate the teleportation and migration function. At this time, the support troops from Japan finally arrived. Chapter 112, The Japanese Devil's Breakthrough. From Longsheng, a large number of Japanese troops suddenly appeared. Led by 2 extraordinary people from Japan, more than 100 lords, each leading their own elite troops, all came to support. Minasan, the fighting has started in the city. Everyone speed up. Damn the Chinese, they are so ignorant that they dare to attack our king-level territory. They are really tired of living. Charge. Kill all the Chinese. The Japanese lords marched towards Longsheng with great momentum. In less than a moment, the distance of 3,000 meters was gone in a flash. However, just as this group of Japanese people were about to rush into Longsheng, Yang Ming's territory migration scroll also completed its task. Whoosh! In an instant, Dragon City disappeared. The Japanese lords who were originally so aggressive were instantly defeated. They fell on their backs, lying on the ground like turtles, and fell all over the place. Looking at the empty land, the Japanese lords who came to support were so angry that their faces turned blue and purple. Baga wrote, "Damn Chinese Shina. If I don't destroy China, I won't be worthy of being a Japanese." The Japanese lords collectively broke down and started cursing angrily. At the same time, with a flash of dazzling light, Longsheng was smoothly moved to the vicinity of Huaxia City. Yeah, perfect, successfully caught Japan off guard, haha. This battle made Yang Ming feel refreshed, and he felt very happy. There is nothing more pleasurable than killing your enemies. But before Yang Ming could be happy for long, Yang Jian, carrying Tang Long on his back, suddenly came over and said to Yang Ming, "My lord, this is bad. General Tang Long has passed out." Ah! Yang Ming was suddenly startled. Tang Long clearly drank a bottle of healing potion and a golden spirit fruit, but he still fell into a coma? It seems that Tang Long's injuries are much more serious than Yang Ming imagined. Yang Ming quickly said, "Hurry up and send General Tang Long to Anna and order her to cure him." "As you command, my lord." Yang Jian was not stupid. He could naturally see how much Yang Ming respected Tang Long, so he immediately sent Tang Long to the Church of the Goddess of Light. With Anna here, Tang Long's injury should be fine. After all, 2 days ago, Anna was also upgraded to an excellent level physician. After a while, Yang Ming called Zhou Mingrui, Yang Fifan, Carl and others. "Lord, do you have any instructions?" asked Zhou Mingrui, Carl and others. Although Longsheng has been successfully relocated to the vicinity of Huaxia City, most areas of Longsheng have been damaged after a battle and need urgent repairs. Yang Ming thought for a while and began to give orders, first saying to Zhou Mingrui, Zhou Mingrui, call all the workers to repair the gaps in Dragon City and renovate the areas that need renovation. Yes, my lord. Zhou Mingrui accepted the task and immediately went to carry it out. Then, Yang Ming said to Carl, Carl, count the number of indigenous people and relocate some of them to Dragon City to maintain daily operations. Carl looked embarrassed and said tactfully, but there are already very few native residents in Huaxia City. If we relocate some of them, it might. In the battlefield of all races, population is always the most important resource. It's okay, just do as I say. Yang Ming said, okay, I'll follow the Lord's arrangements. Carl had no choice but to obey. Next, Yang Ming looked at Yang Fifan and said, Yang Fifan, starting today, you will lead the Suzaka Legion to enter Dragon City and make sure to defend this king-level territory. Yang Fifan nodded and said firmly, I will. No one can get their hands on this place. There is a reason why Yang Ming chose Yang Fifan. Firstly, Yang Fifan has the highest combat power. Secondly, he is immortal, and as long as the evil god Aminos does not die, he will not die either. With the cooperation of Carl, Zhou Mingrui, and others, the weathered Longqing gradually recovered. Yang Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the battle ended successfully. At the same time, this is also the first shot launched by China in a full-scale counterattack on the battlefield of all races. In the past year, Yang Ming has taken revenge on every country that has invaded China. You will always have to pay for what you have done. At the same time, the news that Yang Ming's territory was reduced to the Japanese base camp, and a piece of king-level territory was snatched back from the Japanese, has spread. Almost all discussions and exchanges on Japan's chat channel revolved around Yang Ming. Damn it, what is Ampurgency doing? He is a transcendent after all, and has been fighting in the 10,000 races battlefield for 5 years. How could he be defeated by an 18-year-old Chinese? It's unbelievable that General Ampere couldn't even last 10 minutes. Is Yang Ming really that powerful? In just 10 minutes, he killed a transcendent from our country and snatched away a king-level territory. I have to admit that Yang Ming might be much stronger than we thought. What should we do then? Are we going to allow a Chinese person to be stationed behind our country's base camp? Impossible. We must eradicate this cancer completely. But our main forces have all gone to support the main battlefield of the encirclement and suppression of Huaxia. Can we defeat Yang Ming with just us? I've already contacted General Kudo and the others. The general said they're aware of this and will be back as soon as possible. In short, once the 3-day protection period is over, Yang Ming must die. Yes, Yang Ming must die. As long as Yang Ming dies, China's hope will be completely shattered. Kill Yang Ming and strengthen our great Japan. Ding. Dear Lord Yang Ming, your friend Bai Shueji has sent you a message. At this time, in Longqing, Yang Ming had just assigned tasks to Zhou Mingrui, Carl and others when he received news from Snow White. For a long time, the top leaders of China have been in contact with Yang Ming through Bai Shueji, so Yang Ming has already set Bai Shueji's news notifications as a special focus. Snow White sent several messages in succession. Yang Ming, where are you? Why can't I see your location on the map? Have you checked the chat channel? Everyone is actively relocating their territories. Shouldn't you also hurry up and take action? By the way, General Yu Jingzhong wants to see you about something important. Can you add him as your friend? Yang Ming, your king-level territory is very important. You must not make any mistakes. Yang Ming read all the messages sent by Shueji one by one. Then, Yang Ming began typing a reply to her. Sorry, I was a bit busy just now. I just took back a piece of royal territory that the Japanese invaded our country, so I didn't notice your news. After a while, Snow White replied. It's okay. As long as you're safe, I don't know how many eyes are staring at you right now. Oh wait, what did you say? Chapter 113, A Loving Family. Yang Ming repeated the message. I said, I just conquered a piece of king-level territory from Xiao Rizi, the same king-level territory that General Tang Long was robbed of a month ago. In order to make Snow White believe him, Yang Ming sent the information of Dragon City to her. After seeing this message, Snow White fell silent. Because what Yang Ming did was so explosive, Bai Shueji's brain crashed, and she needed time to recover. Yang Ming, how did you invade the Japanese base? Where are you? Snow White asked the key question. Yang Ming told her the truth. I'm at the base camp in Japan. I don't know why I was teleported to this place. Could it be that because I was thinking about killing the devils all day long, and what I thought about during the day I dreamed about at night, so the lucky blessing of the goddess of love Aphrodite happened to come into play? This was the only possibility Yang Ming could think of. What? Snow White was stunned for a moment, and quickly typed a reply. How did you get teleported to that kind of place? While there's still 3 days of protection, you should quickly relocate your territory, Otherwise, the Japanese will definitely mobilize their entire nation to encircle and suppress you in 3 days. Yang Ming smiled and said lightly, "That suits me perfectly. I'll just kill them all at once." Snow White saw this and immediately became anxious and quickly advised, "Yang Ming, I know you're strong, but this isn't a novice zone. The enemies you face aren't even starting from the same level as you. They may have developed for 5, 6, or even 7 or 8 years. Even if you have S-level talent, don't get cocky." Yang Ming shrugged and said indifferently, "Don't worry, I'm not alone. I have General Tang Long to help me. Even if the Japanese rush in, they can't take us down." Upon hearing this, Snow White was stunned on the spot. "Tang Long? General? Could it be?" Yang Ming explained patiently. "You're right. It's General Tang Long, one of China's 5 pillars in the 10,000 races battlefield. A month ago, his territory was captured by the Japanese. Although the Japanese claimed to have killed General Tang Long, this was just a smokescreen. General Tang Long is not dead, but has been imprisoned by the Japanese. Well, just now I rescued him. Wait, let me smooth it over." Snow White's breathing became unusually rapid. If this was true, then this was undoubtedly great news for China. "Yang Ming, this matter is too important. I must report it to General Yu Zhengzhong immediately." "Well, go ahead," Yang Ming said. "Don't leave. Wait for me. I'll come back to you as soon as I finish my report." Yang Ming knew the seriousness of the matter, so he didn't go anywhere. He just found a place to sit and wait for Bai Shueji. 5 minutes later, a message suddenly popped up on the system. "Ding. Your friend Snow White invites you to join the group chat, Loving Family. Do you agree?" This. Yang Ming was stunned for a moment when he saw this very familiar group chat name, but he still agreed. Entering the group chat, Yang Ming saw the names of many big guys who were usually nowhere to be found. Among them, the group leader is none other than the current strongest person in China, General Yu Zhengzhong. In addition, China's other 3 great generals, Wang Lin, Mu Guiying, and Zhang Zi were also present. In addition, other bigwigs in the military region are also in the group. It is not difficult to see that this group should be the secret group of China's highest-level military department in the 10,000 races battlefield. However, the name of the group, a Loving Family, made Yang Ming laugh. As soon as Yang Ming joined the group, he immediately attracted everyone's attention, and even the group owner Yu Zhengzhong tagged him on the spot. "Yang Ming, you're finally here. Yang Ming, what's going on? I heard from Bai Yada that your territory was teleported to the Japanese base camp. Did you also take back Tang Long's king-level territory? Where's Tang Long? Is he really not dead? Yang Ming, did you really save Tang Long? Where's that guy Tang Long?" The issue that everyone in the group is most concerned about is Tang Long's life safety. "Everyone, please wait a moment. General Tang Long is recovering in the hospital. Give me 2 minutes, and I'll take a video for everyone to see." After sending the message, Yang Ming stood up and ran from Longqing to Huaxia City as fast as he could and came to Anna's hospital. The original small clinic has been upgraded to a level 4 building and become a hospital. Tang Long was placed here. When Yang Ming walked into the hospital, the nurses and patients in the hospital saluted and greeted him. "Greetings, Lord." "Hello, Lord." Yang Ming just nodded in response, then walked deeper into the hospital and found Anna. At this time, in a separate ward, Anna was treating Tang Long. Anna's palms radiated a green light, a spell that cast healing powers. The green light is slowly healing Tang Long's internal injuries. After a while, Anna, sweating profusely, finally stopped and the treatment was over. Before Anna could speak, Yang Ming took the initiative to ask, "Anna, has General Tang Long's internal injuries been cured?" Anna wiped the sweat from her forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. "My lord, I have fulfilled my mission. I have cured General Tang Long of his external injuries and hidden illness, but he will need 2 or 3 days to recover." "That's good. Thank you for your hard work." Hearing this, Yang Ming immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, recruiting Anna was the best thing Yang Ming had ever done. Yang Ming turned on the system's recording function, took a video of General Tang Long, and then sent it to the Loving Family group chat. "Everyone, don't worry. General Tang Long is fine now. He only needs to rest for 2 or 3 days, and he will be back to normal." Yang Ming sent Anna's words to the group chat exactly as they were. Tang Long's video was sent to the group. Everyone was instantly excited. "Ha ha ha, that's what I said. Tang Long is a very lucky guy. He must be alive. Fuck, this is such good news. Why do I want to cry? Yang Ming, you did a great job. Yang Ming, I will report your achievement to the Commander-in-Chief. Ha ha ha, this is so cool. I haven't been this happy in a long time." A series of news suddenly flooded the screen. Finally, even Yu Zhengzhong couldn't help but ask, "Yang Ming, can you please tell us what is going on?" Facing this group of seniors who have fought in the battlefield of all races for several years, Yang Ming did not dare to neglect them. Told in detail how he was teleported to the Japanese base camp, how he attacked the Japanese king-level territory, and how he saved Tang Long. After listening to Yang Ming's story, everyone present sighed. A young boy who was only 18 years old had made such a brilliant record of battle. His achievements were comparable to the one of Fin Glangjuxu. Chapter 114, Summoning 100,000 Warriors. After listening to Yang Ming's experience, all the generals felt very happy and relaxed. Ha ha ha, that's awesome. Those damned devils finally got what they deserved. Yang Ming, you did a great job. You can't show mercy when dealing with the Japanese. When Tang Long wakes up and hears this news, he will surely be so excited that he will burst into tears. Yang Ming, with you here, China has hope of a comeback. All the generals praised and affirmed Yang Ming's battle achievements. This battle was the greatest suffering the Japanese had ever suffered in the past year. Yang Ming, what do you want to do next? Yu Xingzhong asked after a moment. Yang Ming thought for a moment, then typed his words. Generals, I have a plan that will not only ensure peace and prosperity for the country and its people, but also allow us to seize the opportunity to conquer Japan. I hope you will support me. Yang Ming's words immediately aroused everyone's great interest. Over the past year, the Japanese have been invading China all the time. Faced with the hatred for the country and the family, who among you present doesn't want to annihilate all the Japanese devils? Oh, tell me, as long as I can beat the Japanese devils, I would go through fire and water. Wang Lin was the first to express his opinion. Yes, I have disliked the Japs for a long time. Yang Ming, tell me, what is the plan? As long as we fight the Japs, I will be the first to charge. Zhang Zi also expressed his absolute agreement. Yeah, I agree too, said Mu Guing. And me? Just do it. I never object to fighting the Japs. Yang Ming's proposal was supported by everyone present. Yang Ming smiled and typed. Very good, generals, please listen to me slowly. Then, Yang Ming expressed all his thoughts. A plan to attack Japan, crush Japan, and completely annihilate Japan began. 10 minutes later, after listening to Yang Ming's plan, everyone present expressed their opinions. Yang Ming, your plan may be simple, but if it succeeds, it will truly crush the Japanese nation and prevent them from ever rising again. But, can you really do it alone? Isn't this too risky? Yang Ming, we're really worried about letting you go into this dangerous place alone. In response to their concerns, Yang Ming patted his chest and assured, everyone, please rest assured and trust me. I will never do anything I'm not sure of. Seeing Yang Ming's confidence, the generals considered it carefully and finally agreed. Okay, I'll listen to you. Yang Ming, we have decided to mobilize the entire nation to cooperate with you. Just do it with confidence. We will always stand behind you. Yang Ming, I, Yu Xingzhong, promise. As soon as you take action, all of us will cooperate with you in a full-scale attack. Seeing that the generals trusted him so much, Yang Ming felt a warm current flowing through his heart. The feeling of being trusted by others is indeed very warm. Afterwards, Yang Ming chatted with everyone for a while to finalize the details of the plan. It was not until an hour later that Yang Ming closed the group chat. Ding! Your friend Yu Xingzhong sent an item. After closing the group chat, Yang Ming heard the system prompt. What did General Yu give me? Yang Ming opened the receiving function with doubts. When I opened the email, I found that it was a rare item. Name, Chalcedony fruit. Quality, rare level. Introduction, a magical fruit that grows on the top of the snow-capped mountains. It contains the essence of heaven and earth and has an extremely strong breath of life. Function, it can bring the dead back to life and turn bones into flesh. It is the best choice for treating internal injuries. Yang Ming, give this rare fruit to Tang Long. His combat ability is not inferior to mine. If we can restore his strength, the success rate of our battle plan will increase significantly. By the way, no need to reply. Yu Xingzhong sent a message. With this fruit, Tang Long will be able to recover from his injuries within a day. Tang Long is one of the 5 pillars of China in the battlefield of all races. His combat power has already exceeded 1,000. If he recovers his strength, he will definitely be a great help. Yang Ming received the chalcedony fruit, then went to the hospital, came to Tang Long's ward, and asked Anna to feed the chalcedony fruit to Tang Long. Next, Tang Long only needs to wait for 1 day to fully recover from his injuries. In 1 day, I, Yang Ming, will fire the first shot in the self-defense counterattack against Japan. I must prepare well. Although Yang Ming was eager to lead his troops out of the city and beat the Japanese devils right away, in order to increase his chances of winning, Yang Ming had to make preparations for the war. First, The first step. Explosion of troops. From ancient times to the present, winning a battle depends absolutely on superior numbers. Currently, the supreme points that come with Yang Ming's SSS level talent have reached 443.95 W. In other words, as long as Yang Ming is willing, he can immediately summon 4.4395 million warriors. Moreover, since the supreme Overlord talent changed, the basic combat power value of each newly summoned warrior is between 30 and 35. Compared to the initial 17 points of combat power, the improvement is very significant. When it comes to fighting, who is Yang Ming afraid of? Yang Ming left Huaxiao City and arrived at General Tang Long's king-level territory, Dragon City. Tang Long's name contains the character dragon, so the city was named Longcheng. Inside Longcheng, there is a training ground, which is a 5th-level building that can accommodate 100,000 people for training at the same time. After entering the training ground, Yang Ming murmured, "Summon 100,000 warriors." In an instant, white light flashed, and 100,000 tall and mighty warriors, whose basic combat power values were between 30 and 35, fell from the sky. "We are here to greet the Lord. Thank you, Lord, for giving us a chance to be reborn. We will follow you forever, through fire and water, until our death." Yang Ming stood on a high place, facing the worship of 100,000 soldiers. The shocking scene was so overwhelming that no man could withstand it. Yang Ming waved his hand and said loudly, "Very good, everyone get up. Your mission is simple. Just train hard from now on." "Yes, Lord." 100,000 soldiers responded at the same time, and the vast voice was like an overwhelming tidal wave. In fact, according to Yang Ming's previous practice, it is best to train the newly summoned soldiers in the training ground for a period of time before sending them out for actual combat. But right now, it is urgent. If the 3-day protection period is over, the defensive advantage will be lost, so Yang Ming must hurry. There is no other way but to force the issue. Move out all the high-quality exotic beast meat in the warehouse. Make sure each new recruit gets at least 20 kilograms. Yang Ming called Carl and asked him to do this. "Yes, my lord." Carl nodded. This is all Yang Ming can do. How much their combat power can be improved depends on their luck. Afterwards, under Carl's command, large quantities of high-quality exotic beast meat were shipped out of the warehouse in Huaxiao City and sent to Longcheng. 100,000 new recruits are training in a level 5 building while eating high-quality exotic beast meat, and their combat power is increasing rapidly. Chapter 1:15 Pre-War Preparations. After summoning 100,000 soldiers, Yang Ming continued with the next step of pre-war preparations. The second step is logistics. Since ancient times, logistics work has been indispensable to victory in a war. Besides, with an additional 100,000 soldiers, feeding has become a big problem. Fortunately, Yang Ming was smart enough. From the first day he arrived at the battlefield of all races, he started to engage in agriculture and animal husbandry. The animal husbandry and agriculture in Huaxiao City are very developed. Take agriculture for example. The cultivated land area is as much as 5 square kilometers, or 7,500 mu. 1 square kilometer equals 1,500 mu. Among them, excellent grade crops account for 70% and high-quality crops account for 30%. The higher the quality of the crops, the greater the yield, and the more perfect the fruits. Yang Ming came to the farm and was in a very good mood looking at the ripe crops all over the mountains. After a month of hard work on the farmland, the harvest finally arrived. Yang Ming gathered all the migrant workers and announced, "Fellow villagers, thank you for your hard work this month. I declare that from today, it's harvest time. Each of you only needs to hand over 70% of your crops. The remaining 30% will be distributed freely. You can keep it for your own consumption or sell it in the commercial area. The price is guaranteed to be fair." Everyone present was delighted to hear that the crops could finally be harvested. For migrant workers, harvesting agricultural products is an extremely happy thing. What's more, they can keep 30% of the agricultural products for their own distribution. This is undoubtedly heaven. Praise the Lord. That's great. I'm so happy to be able to stay in Huaxiao City. My Lord, you are my God. Every migrant worker was moved to tears. Soon after, the crops began to be harvested. Everyone had a happy face as they picked the ripe food. 70% of the food collected was sent to the granary. Afterwards, Yang Ming also went to the livestock farm to take a look. Compared with farms, livestock farms are smaller in scale. After all, farming is the foundation of Huaxiao City. The livestock raised on the ranch included elite-grade red-feathered chickens, elite-grade sky-horned blue cattle, elite-grade golden-ringed geese, excellent-grade large-plate black sheep, and elite-grade white-flowered pigs. The number is huge, All the livestock combined exceed 300,000. If there is an emergency, slaughter them all, and there will be enough food for the entire city for 10 days to half a month. In short, for now, if a war breaks out, there will be absolutely no problem with logistics. After visiting the farm and livestock farm, Yang Ming came to the industrial area. The third step of pre-war preparation is equipment. A well-equipped and fully armed army is much more powerful than an army without weapons. Ever since Kokolit manufactured the first steam engine in Huaxia City, the production efficiency of the industrial zone has increased by more than 3 to 5 times. At this time, the scene of the industrial area was completely new. One steam car after another was transported back and forth between various production departments. Workers used steam-powered machinery to process various raw materials simply and efficiently. Grade weapons are being mass-produced under semi-automatic production conditions. In terms of weapons, there are excellent Tang horizontal swords and excellent red fire guns for soldiers to choose from. In terms of armor, there is only excellent grade iron armor. As for excellent level weapons, they cannot be mass-produced at present. In the entire Huaxia City, only Kokolit can create excellent weapons. After all, excellent, grade weapons are too important. Just adding 40% to the combat power is enough to be incredible. For example, 2 people were originally evenly matched, each with a combat power of 400 points, and the fight was evenly matched. But suddenly, one of them obtained an excellent level weapon, and its combat power suddenly increased by 40%, soaring to 560 points. How could the other party fight? Therefore, the importance of weapons is beyond doubt. The more weapons were produced, the more Yang Ming felt that taking in Kokolit was the right decision. If every soldier is given a high-quality weapon and a high-quality armor, then we will have an invincible iron-blooded army. After seeing this, the Japanese soldiers were probably scared out of their wits and fled in panic. Lord, who was working in the blacksmith shop, saw Yang Ming appear in the industrial area and immediately ran out, shouting his name. What's wrong? Coco, why are you running out in such a hurry? Yang Ming looked at Kokolit. After not seeing her for a few days, she seems to have grown taller. The last time we met, Kokolit was only 150 centimeters tall, but now she has grown to 150.21 centimeters. Although she has only grown 0.21 centimeters taller, for the dwarfs, Kokolit is already equivalent to a little giant. Huff, huff, huff. Because she ran too fast, Kokolit was already out of breath when she came to Yang Ming. She paused for a moment before she began. My lord, I have successfully repaired the weapon you asked me to repair. Really? Yang Ming was overjoyed. Demon Slayer's blade was originally a rare grade weapon, but due to severe damage, it has now been downgraded to an excellent grade weapon. If Kokolit is repaired, it means that Huaxiao City will have its first rare weapon. Really? Where is it? Yang Ming asked excitedly. It's in my blacksmith shop. I just fixed it this morning. Kokolit said with a smile. Take me to see it. Yang Ming said impatiently. Okay. Yang Ming walked into the blacksmith shop, and sure enough, the first thing he saw was a large black knife placed on the workbench. Name Demon, Slaying Knife. Quality, Rare Level. Attributes, Increase combat power by 60%, upper limit 300 points. Passive skill, increases all damage by 30%. Active skill, Demon Slash, A rank, Unstoppable Strike, effective range 500 m, 1000 m, with additional demon breaking damage. After seeing the attributes of the demon, Slaying Sword, Yang Ming was shocked. Rare weapon was far beyond his expectations. Just increasing combat power by 60% is enough to create a big enough gap. Take Yang Ming for example, his current combat power is 788. If he equips this Demon Slayer blade, his combat power will soar to 1088. The upper limit is 300 points. What's even worse is that all damage can be increased by an additional 30%, which is even more abnormal. What a pity, this is a big machete and it doesn't suit me. Yang Ming sighed lightly. This demon, Slaying Sword weighs 150 kilograms, and the blade and handle are 1.7 meters long. It is not suitable for Yang Ming to use. Chapter 116, Opening the Treasure Chest. That the most suitable person for this demon-slaying sword was Yang Jian. Yang Jian's favorite weapon was a broadsword. Let's give this weapon to Yang Jian. The right weapon should be used by the right person. Yang Ming thought. Yang Ming's usual weapon is a straight knife. It is definitely too late for him to switch to a broadsword now, and he doesn't want to waste time. Anyway, Yang Jian's loyalty is already full and he can be trusted 100%, so it doesn't matter if I hand it over to him. Putting the demon, Slaying Sword into the warehouse, Yang Ming returned to the Lord's mansion. After a busy day, it's time to take a break. As soon as he returned to the Lord's mansion, Yang Ming felt hungry and called Lilith and Lilia. The two sisters were very understanding. They immediately rolled up their sleeves and went into the kitchen to work. Before the meal was ready, Yang Ming sent someone to the residential area to pick up Aphrodite and her mother. The purpose of inviting Aphrodite to have dinner together was simple. Yang Ming plans to open the remaining treasure chests tonight. Just like last time, if Aphrodite is by his side, his luck value will increase significantly. When Aphrodite and her mother learned that the Lord invited them to dinner, they were stunned. After all, they are just an ordinary mother and daughter in the countryside. How could they not be nervous when they are fortunate enough to be valued so much by the Lord? As soon as she received the news, Aphrodite hurried to the Lord's mansion. "Good evening, my lord." Aphrodite stood outside the door and timidly saluted Yang Ming. Beside her, a woman also had a nervous look on her face. This woman was Aphrodite's mother. She had lived in a dilapidated village all her life. When had she ever seen such a magnificent lord's mansion? "What are you doing standing outside? Come in." Yang Ming gave them a friendly smile and waved. Okay. Although Aphrodite was very nervous and her palms were sweaty, she still walked in obediently. Yang Ming could naturally see how nervous the mother and daughter were, so he comforted them. "Don't be so formal. We're just having a meal together. Just treat it as your own home. Lilith and Lilia will join us later." Aphrodite, who had always stuttered, was stunned when she heard these words. "This is not a good idea. Won't it lower your status?" Aphrodite asked in a low voice. "How could a lowly chef have dinner with the noble lord?" Yang Ming smiled and said to her earnestly, "Aphrodite, you are wrong. What I pursue is freedom and equality for everyone in Huaxia City. Everyone is free and equal." This idea made Aphrodite dizzy, but she also became less nervous because of it. Just then, Lilith and Lilia had already brought up the prepared dinner. "You two should sit down and eat together. It will be more lively with more people," Yang Ming said to Lilith and Lilia. "Okay, thank you, Lord." The two sisters agreed immediately. After all, this was not the first time they had eaten together with Yang Ming. The two sisters were familiar with the place and sat down in the other two empty seats, treating this place as their home. Seeing Lilith and Lilia's actions, Aphrodite, who was originally a little nervous, completely let down all her guard. Today's dinner is very rich, with 3 kinds of excellent exotic beast meat, as well as excellent green vegetables just harvested from the farmland, water spinach, bitter melon, pumpkin seedlings. Of course, fruit desserts are also indispensable: strawberries, cherries, grapes, all of which are girls' favorite. Aphrodite's mouth was watering at the sight of the table full of delicious food, and she completely forgot about her awe of Yang Ming. "Eat it." Yang Ming took the first dish and said, "Okay, I'll start then." Lilith and Lilia laughed. Aphrodite couldn't help it either. She picked up a large piece of meat and took a big bite. "Wow, it's delicious." Aphrodite, who tasted the excellent exotic beast meat for the first time, was conquered by this unique delicacy, and her big eyes widened. "Then eat more." Yang Ming picked up a large piece of meat for her and her mother. "Thank you, Lord." Aphrodite was flattered. 20 minutes later, dinner ended with Lilia's burp. Aphrodite looked at the pile of leftover bones in front of her table, and her little face turned red, because she was the only one who ate the most among the people at the table. Aphrodite, who was only 14 years old, couldn't help but secretly glance at the young and handsome man sitting in front of her. If it weren't for him, would I be able to live such a good life? But what Aphrodite couldn't understand was why Yang Ming took such good care of her. So, Aphrodite mustered up her courage and asked Yang Ming, "My lord, why are you so kind to me?" Yang Ming saw through her thoughts at a glance. Of course, the reason why he was nice to Aphrodite was simply because she was the reincarnation of the god of love. Yang Ming thought about it and made up a reason. "Because you helped me take care of the baby Kanglan tiger. It's that simple." "Aphrodite, you have to understand that the Kanglan tiger is a rare beast. If it grows up, it will be very important." Yang Ming naturally would not tell her the real reason. If Aphrodite knew in advance that she was the goddess of love, what if it triggered something bad? "Oh, is that so?" Aphrodite's little face was full of loss. She originally thought Yang Ming was greedy for her body, but it seems she misunderstood. As the reincarnation of the goddess of love, Aphrodite has been extremely beautiful since she was a child, and she is very clear about this. Yang Ming didn't think about these messy things. His only thought now was that dinner was over and he could open the treasure chest. There are 3 more diamond treasure chests, and Yang Ming plans to open them all today. As long as we can get good stuff, then the chances of winning against the Japanese devils will increase. Bang, bang, bang. Yang Ming took out the 3 remaining diamond treasure chests and placed them on the ground, making a heavy sound. Apart from anything else, the box is quite heavy. Huh? By the way, if Aphrodite opens it herself, will my luck be even better? At this moment, this thought suddenly came to Yang Ming's mind. Once this thought appeared, it could not be shaken off. Yang Ming turned to her and said, Aphrodite, can you help me open a treasure chest? Me? Okay. Aphrodite seemed a little at a loss, but immediately walked over and approached the treasure chest. Do you really want me to open it? Aphrodite asked again. Well, let's open it. Yang Ming nodded. Yang Ming felt that Cupid's luck must be better than his own. Okay, then I'll open it. Under Yang Ming's gaze, Aphrodite used all her strength to push open one of the diamond treasure chests. In an instant, light burst out. Chapter 117 Perfect Weapon. Squeak. After the treasure chest was opened, it made a slight sound, and the items inside were finally exposed to Yang Ming's eyes. Yang Ming was stunned when he saw what was inside. A very beautiful fairy dress, a light yellow dress, looks very perfect. I am afraid that no girl in the world can resist the temptation of this dress. Name coat of light feathers. Quality, rare level. Attributes, defense plus 200%, spell attack plus 100%, casting speed plus 50%, CD minus 20%, flight speed plus 30%. Introduction, a skirt woven with the hair of 12 rare beasts, which can obtain 12 corresponding attributes. Passive skill, spread wings and soar. Rank A, gain the ability to fly. The fastest speed can reach the first cosmic speed. Active skill, skyward phoenix. Rank A, summons a phoenix phantom, continuously increasing your mana. A rare piece of equipment actually appeared. Yang Ming was shocked. I have to say that this piece of equipment is indeed a top-notch product. Aphrodite looked apologetic and explained. Lord, I don't know what happened. When I opened the treasure chest just now, I was wondering if there was a skirt inside, and I actually found it. Yang Ming felt a headache, but didn't say anything. After all, he had forgotten to remind Aphrodite. It's okay, I'll give it to you. Yang Ming gave the clothes of light feathers to Aphrodite. Send it to me? Aphrodite was stunned and shook her head subconsciously. No. Such a precious skirt. Even if she sold 100 of them, she still couldn't afford to buy one. Yang Ming insisted on stuffing the light feather clothes into her arms and said, Take it. I have no use for it anyway. I still need you to open treasure chests next time. Okay. Aphrodite didn't dare to refuse anymore and accepted the skirt. This time, Yang Ming did not forget to remind her and said carefully, Continue opening treasure chests. However, when you open the second treasure chest, think about whether you can get an item that can attract more natives to come to Huaxia City. Okay, I'll try. Aphrodite nodded. Then, Aphrodite took a deep breath and continued to open the treasure chest. Wow! A flash of light. The second diamond was opened. Inside the treasure chest is a resource treasure. Name Glorious Statue. Quality, rare level. Function, increase the happiness of all city residents by 10%, increase the probability of absorbing indigenous people by 50%, and increase the popularity of the city within a radius of 100 kilometers. How to use. Find an open space of 9 square meters and place it to generate a statue that covers an area of 9 square meters, is 7 meters high, and 3.5 meters wide. Like the fountain, this statue is also a rare item, and it is one of the items Yang Ming wants most. After all, in the battlefield of all races, population is really important. Without sufficient population, there will be fewer residents with living occupations, and the territory will not be able to develop at all. With this glorious statue, the population problem can be solved quickly. Yang Ming could imagine that as more and more indigenous people flocked into Huaxia City, one day a new Huaxia country would appear on the battlefield of all races. Fu, you are really amazing. Yang Ming was so excited that he couldn't help but pull Aphrodite's hair hard. Fu. Aphrodite's heart started beating like a deer when she heard Yang Ming call her that. Taking advantage of the good luck now, Yang Ming continued. There's still one treasure chest left, Fu. Keep opening it, and see if you can get a lightning-type straight-blade weapon. Okay. The word Fu made Aphrodite dizzy, and she subconsciously opened the last treasure chest. Wow! The last treasure chest was opened. A dazzling light came on, brighter than before, illuminating the entire room. Wow! Golden legend. Hiss! When Yang Ming saw clearly what was in the treasure chest, he couldn't help but gasp. The fate of the goddess of love Aphrodite is indeed terrible. The good news is that what was opened was indeed a straight knife with thunder attribute. But the bad news is that this is a broken piece of weapon. Name: the handle of the Taiwan sword. Quality: rare level. Attribute: thunder element. Introduction: the handle of the epic weapon Taiwan sword. Instructions: collect all the fragments of the Taiwan sword to synthesize the epic weapon, the Taiwan sword. This. Yang Ming didn't know whether to be happy or helpless for a moment. If you can collect all the fragments and synthesize this Tai Wang sword, it will undoubtedly be a huge profit. But if it cannot be collected, it becomes a waste. One thought is heaven, one thought is hell. Forget it, let's keep it for later. Yang Ming put the fragment of the Tai Wang sword into the warehouse. Finally, Yang Ming took out a mysterious box of no quality. This mysterious box is the gift package given by the system to every new lord when he arrives at the battle zone. What you get depends entirely on your luck. Yang Ming said to Aphrodite, Fufu, try opening this one for the last time. Next, open a lightning elemental straight blade, the finished product. Yes. Aphrodite nodded solemnly. For Aphrodite, the Lord's orders are absolute. After taking a deep breath, Aphrodite tried to open the mysterious box, but the box didn't move at all. Seeing this, Aphrodite had to use all her strength to pry open the mysterious box with brute force. Squeak! The harsh sound of electric current instantly filled the entire venue. An unprecedentedly strong light illuminated everything around. Because the light was so bright, it even formed a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. If you look from a distance, you can see that in Yang Ming's Lord's mansion, there is a light column with a diameter of about 5 meters, connecting the sky and the earth. It looked like a miracle from heaven. In other words, a rare treasure was born. The scene before him really shocked Yang Ming. Could it be that this is a perfect grade weapon? Inside the treasure chest, the fascinating and charming top-grade weapon is like a super weapon made by nature, which can be called the best. Even Yang Ming was deeply attracted by this weapon. Chapter 118 Zanpakuto. Yang Ming never dreamed that he would actually get a perfect weapon. What is the concept of perfect level weapons? Looking across the entire Blue Star, there is currently only one perfect grade weapon, and that is the Lord's Scepter of China. The perfect grade weapon that Aphrodite just opened is the second perfect grade item in the history of Blue Star. Wow, that's awesome. Yang Ming was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time and could only give a thumbs up. Ding. Now playing a server-wide announcement. Warm congratulations to Chinese Lord Yang Ming for obtaining the second perfect weapon in the Blue Star Territory War Zone, and a reward of 300 national fortune points. The system's voice rang in everyone's ears. Not surprisingly, everyone was blown away. Chat channels in various countries were flooded with messages like mushrooms after rain. Even the international situation on Blue Star in the real world has undergone earth-shaking changes at this moment. Hearing this announcement, Yang Ming suddenly felt a headache. Because more than a year ago, when Huaxia obtained the Lord's Scepter, the system also made a server-wide announcement. It was probably from that time that the allied forces of the United States, Japan, and other countries secretly formed an alliance and formulated a series of conspiracies against China. Forget it. Let's take a look at the attributes first. Yang Ming took out this perfect grade weapon from the mysterious box. Suddenly, a pure force of thunder spread throughout Yang Ming's body. Name: Zanpakuto. Quality: perfect grade. Attributes: combat power plus 80%, upper limit 400 points. Supernatural power: all thunder elements plus 50%. Passive: skill damage plus 100%. Passive: every strike is a critical hit. Each strike can cause double damage, with no upper limit. Passive: each strike triggers a second round of damage, and can also critically hit, with no upper limit. Passive: increases all damage to Japanese people by an additional 300%, including active and passive, with no upper limit. Introduction: the Zanpakuto, as the name suggests, can slay those you hate the most. When facing those you hate the most, the Zanpakuto grants you the greatest power. The deeper the hatred, the greater the power. Hiss! Yang Ming couldn't help but take a breath of cold air again. At this moment, Yang Ming finally understood why China was able to become the most powerful country in the world a year ago with the help of the Lord's Scepter. Because once you take out the perfect weapon, facing the enemy, it will definitely be a dimensionality reduction attack. As long as I have this Zanpakuto, not to mention 2 extraordinary people from Japan, even if 5 or 10 extraordinary people from Japan come together, they will definitely not be my opponent. At this moment, Yang Ming's confidence has reached an unprecedented level. Yang Ming even felt that with this Zanpakuto, he could single-handedly defeat all the Japanese devils. One man destroyed a country. I, Yang Ming, am the Chinese god of war. Aphrodite, you are really amazing. Yang Ming rubbed the little girl's head hard again. If it weren't for her, Yang Ming would definitely not be able to use such a top-quality weapon. If the Japanese lords can be completely wiped out in one day, Aphrodite will be the biggest contributor. Aphrodite was originally very happy, but when she heard that Yang Ming no longer called her Fu, but called her Aphrodite again, her beautiful little face suddenly became sad. Tell me, What reward do you want? Yang Ming was in a good mood and asked her about her wish. My lord, the reward I want is, can you always call me Fu from now on? Aphrodite asked with a blushing face. Fu. Yang Ming was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, of course, to me, you are as cute as a younger sister. Yang Ming is not stupid. A young girl like her who is just beginning to fall in love can easily have distorted thoughts and must be given correct guidance. Yes, thank you, Lord. Aphrodite looked happy. About 20 minutes later, dinner time was over. Yang Ming sent Aphrodite and her mother away, and Lily and Lilia also returned to the church of the goddess of light. After a busy day, Yang Ming felt tired, so he went to bed to rest. Zzz. Another night passed like this. The next day, early morning. Today is the 32nd day since Yang Ming arrived at the battlefield of all races. As usual, Yang Ming got up at 6 o'clock out of habit. A real man. He knows what he wants to do. What Yang Ming wants to do is to take revenge on Japan. After getting up, washing up, and eating the breakfast carefully prepared by Lilia, Yang Ming left the Lord's mansion. My lord, there is good news. General Tang Long has woken up. As soon as Yang Ming walked out of the Lord's mansion, he heard the good news from Anna. Oh, so fast. Hearing this, Yang Ming was overjoyed. Yang Ming immediately went to the hospital and found Tang Long's ward. At this time, Tang Long had woken up, and his complexion looked very good, with a normal blood color, not a bit pale. Yang Ming. When the door of the ward was pushed open, Tang Long saw Yang Ming pushing the door open and entering at the first moment. General Tang Long, congratulations on your recovery. Yang Ming expressed his blessings to him. Tang Long laughed loudly and said, ha, thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I would have been tortured to death by the Japanese. I've heard the details from Lao Yu and the others. You saved my life, and I will definitely find a way to repay you for this favor. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, General Tang Long, I'm too kind. You are one of our Chinese heroes. I saved you without a thought of reward. By the way, now that you've recovered, I will return Dragon City to you. Hey, wait. Tang Long was about to say something, but Yang Ming didn't give him time to refuse. Respected Lord Yang Ming, will you transfer the absolute control of the king-level territory, Dragon City, to Tang Long? Yes. Transfer successful. You have lost a vassal territory. The maximum number of vassal territories you can currently control is 5. Hey, Yang Ming, you. Tang Long wanted to say something, but he didn't know where to start. This passionate man, who had fought in the battlefield of all races for 9 years and had killed countless enemy soldiers, did not cry when he was tortured to the point of excruciating pain by the Japanese devils. Instead, he now had an urge to cry. Yang Ming smiled and took the initiative to say, General Tang Long, I'm about to go to war with the Japanese. The reason I'm returning Dragon City to you is so I can borrow your strength. When the time comes, can't you just take over another king-level territory and return it to me? Hearing this, General Tang Long couldn't help but laugh. Okay, I'm the best at beating up the Japs. When do we start? I'm going to avenge what I did a month ago. Yang Ming showed a cold smile and said lightly, Tomorrow is the anniversary of the death of the Japanese devils. I will destroy their country and their families and never let them stand up again. Chapter 119. The first shot fired to annihilate Japan. Another day has passed. Today is the 33rd day since Yang Ming arrived at the battlefield of all races. At the same time, today is the last day of the 3-day protection period. Early in the morning, before daybreak, Yang Ming arrived at the training ground and assembled all the troops. All 50,000 warriors from Huaxia City, whose combat power values are above 80 points, are present. Yang Ming was fully armed, wearing a silver soft armor that was made by Cocolet herself. It was of excellent quality and looked very handsome. There is no way, without the forging drawings of excellent level armor, even Cocolet cannot create it out of thin air. Brothers, do you know what day it is today? Yang Ming stood on the high platform of the training ground, looking at the more than 50,000 soldiers below, and asked loudly. The soldiers responded in unison. I know. Today is a good day for us to beat up the Japanese devils. Yang Ming nodded with satisfaction and said loudly. That's right. Today is our 3rd day in the battle zone of the 10,000 races battlefield. We want to show the world that China is no longer a weak country that can be bullied, and Japan is our lamb to establish our authority. Over the past year, the despicable and shameless nation of Japan has repeatedly offended our country and repeatedly seized our royal territory. Tell me, is this tolerable? After hearing this, who could still hold their temper? They all shouted angrily. I can't stand it. Kill the Japs. Lord, please lead us to annihilate those Japanese devils and enhance the prestige of China. Kill all the damn devils. The The soldiers' angry roars resounded through the sky. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. Yang Ming raised his right hand high and swore, I promise, after this battle today, I want to see that there is no more Japanese in the world. We are going to crush Japan and sink the island nation, everyone shouted. Yang Ming waved his hand and shouted, Where is Yang Jian, commander of the Azure Dragon Legion? Yang Jian, also wearing black armor, came to the front of the army and said to Yang Ming with a fist, Lord, please give the order. Yang Ming's voice was full of majesty. He said, I order you to lead the Azure Dragon Legion, plus 15,000 soldiers. Upon receiving the signal, you will leave the city and charge southwest. Anyone you see entering the Japanese territory will be executed immediately. After saying this, Yang Ming gave the demon-slaying knife to Yang Jian and instructed him, This rare weapon is given to you. I hope you will be invincible on the battlefield. Seeing this, Yang Jian trembled all over. The Lord actually gave me a rare weapon without any hesitation? At this moment, Yang Jian felt like ants were crawling all over his body. He hated himself for being so weak. 32 days had passed, and he still hadn't awakened his extraordinary self. He really let down the Lord's expectations. My Lord, I promise to conquer a king-level territory. Yang Jian gave people an impulse to face death with indifference. He swore that in today's battle, he would awaken his extraordinary power no matter what. He would either die in the battle or awaken his extraordinary power by facing death. If you don't push yourself, you won't know how great your potential is. After explaining Yang Jian's task, Yang Ming waved his hand again and shouted in the same tone. White Tiger Legion Commander, Zhang Lingfeng, step out. Zhang Lingfeng, also wearing armor and holding a silver dragon spear, came to Yang Ming and said in a deep voice, My lord, I am here. Yang Ming looked at him and said solemnly, Your mission is different. When the battle begins, you will lead the White Tiger Legion and another 10,000 soldiers to fight guerrilla warfare outside. When the enemy retreats, we advance. When the enemy advances, we retreat. Find a way to contain the Japanese. Zhang Lingfeng has 2 talents, which can be used for attacking or defending, making them perfect for guerrilla warfare. Yes, my lord. Zhang Lingfeng received the order and retreated. After Zhang Lingfeng retreated, Yang Jian turned his gaze to Yang Fifan. In fact, Yang Fifan's fighting ability is unquestionable. It's a pity that he still depends on the evil god to survive. Although he is immortal, Yang Fifan's combat power value always remains at over 1,000 points and cannot improve. Commander of the Suzaka Legion, Yang Fifan, step out. But Yang Ming still had a task to assign to him. Yang Fifan stepped forward and whispered, My lord, please give me the most dangerous mission. He knew very well that his advantage was immortality, and although the pain would be doubled, he didn't care. As long as he can win, anything is fine, even if it means he has to endure untold pain. Yang Ming slowly said, Yang Fifan, your mission is the most difficult. You will lead the Suzaka Legion alone deep into the 3 king-level territories of Japan and advance towards the east. But don't worry, I will personally meet you. I promise to complete the task, Yang Fifan said solemnly. When it comes to death, Yang Fifan has never been afraid of it. After all, he has already died once. He was more afraid of living a cowardly life than of dying. After Yang Fifan retreated, Yang Ming announced the start of the battle plan. Next, we just need to wait for General Tang Long to lead 100,000 soldiers out of the city. That will be the time for our entire Huaxia City army to attack. Do you understand? Understood. All the soldiers shouted in unison. At the same time, Dragon City, training ground. Early in the morning, Tang Long had assembled 100,000 soldiers. He has fully recovered from his injury and is in better shape than ever. Tang Long couldn't help shaking all over at the thought of causing a big disturbance in the Japanese base. Damn it, how did Yang Ming do it? He actually assigned me 100,000 soldiers, and their combat power is ridiculously high. Looking at the army in front of him, Tang Long felt a confidence he had never felt before. He had fought in the battlefield of all races for 9 years and was very experienced. It was natural for him to lead an army of 100,000 men. During yesterday's conversation, Tang Long and Yang Ming discussed their respective tasks, and what Tang Long had to do was to expel the Japanese troops stationed near Huaxia City and Longqing. Of course, the Japanese have not been idle during these 2 days. They sent out one army after another to surround Huaxia City and Longqing in 3 layers. Warriors, follow me and let the Japanese devils outside know the bloodiness and courage of us Chinese men. Tang Long, holding a long sword and with murderous eyes, went into battle. The gate of Dragon City is opened. Woo! Soon after, a melodious and heavy horn sounded through the sky. Fearless Horn, an excellent item. After it is blown, it can greatly improve our army's combat capabilities, including attack power, defense power, marching speed. As soon as the horn sounded, Tang Long felt his blood boiling, and he wished he could kill all the Japanese devils outside. Kill! Tang Long roared and led an army of 100,000 to charge at the Japanese devils outside. To annihilate Japan has been fired. Chapter 120 War. When Tang Long thought about the inhuman tortures he had endured in the dungeon by the Japanese over the past month, his anger erupted like a volcano. Heavenly fire spreads across the land. Tang Long was furious and unleashed his extraordinary power as soon as he came on the field. The ground cracked layer by layer, and magma emerged from deep within the earth, instantly engulfing a large group of Japanese devils. The blazing flames, like dancing fire from the sky, instantly covered the battlefield. Tang Long's combat power value is as high as 1120 points. When running at full speed, his speed can reach 1 kilometer per second. Some weak Japanese devils were burned to charcoal before they even realized that the war had begun. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Don't sleep anymore, get up again. The damn Chinese actually attacked us before dawn. Everyone, get up and prepare for battle. Everyone listen up. Take up your weapons and fight the Chinese. The noise caused by Tang Long was like an earthquake, so loud that it quickly woke up all the sleeping Japanese devils. Not long after, countless Japanese soldiers rushed out of the Japanese camp stationed near Huaxia City and Longqing. At the same time, 100,000 soldiers from Longqing also followed Tang Long into the battlefield. Tang Long led the charge, rushing to the front, brandishing a broadsword, unleashing the extraordinary power of flames, and killing everyone in his way. Flaming sword. The roar of the fire dragon. Cross flame dragon sword. Sword opens the gate of heaven. Looking at the groups of Japanese devils in front of him, Tang Long fought extremely ferociously, like a dragon crossing the river, killing a large number of them at a time. The war has begun in full swing. At the same time, Yang Ming stood on the city wall of Huaxia City, looking at Tang Long leading 100,000 soldiers fighting fiercely with the Japanese army stationed on the periphery. Yang Ming turned around, looked at the 3 legion commanders, and said in a deep voice, Yang Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, Yang Fifan, it's your turn now. Remember, your mission is to make more and more noise, and it's best to attract all the extraordinary people from Japan. Yang Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, and Yang Fifan answered at the same time. We guarantee we'll get the job done. Yang Ming took out 12 summoning scrolls from the warehouse, distributed them equally, and instructed. These 12 summoning scrolls can summon rare-level battle pets, but they are only valid for 1 hour. Take them and use them directly if you encounter any dangerous situations. 12 rare-level battle pet summoning scrolls were distributed to them one by one. Okay, let's go. Remember to come back alive. I'll treat you to drinks tonight. Yang Ming walked up and patted their shoulders. In fact, Yang Ming doesn't like fighting. In his eyes, fighting is not as interesting as farming and exploring. However, the Japanese devils dared to touch the head of the emperor, and Yang Ming had to take revenge no matter what. Under Yang Ming's gaze, Chen Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, and Yang Fifan led their respective armies out of the city. Blue Dragon Legion, obey my orders. Holding the demon, slaying sword, and with a divine gaze, Yang Jian led the soldiers of the Azure Dragon Legion and set off. Over the past month, under Yang Jian's training, the Qinglong Legion has long become an iron-blooded army. Each of them is a powerful being that can defeat 100 enemies at once. This army can even compete with an entire ordinary king-level territory. White Tiger Legion assemble. Zhang Lingfeng was equally fearless. He was confident that the silver dragon spear in his hand could sweep away everything. Since ancient times, the White Tiger has been the master of killing, and Zhang Lingfeng's mission is to transform into a sharp blade and reap the spoils back and forth in the Japanese base camp. Suzaka Legion, follow me and charge. Yang Fifan is not good at speaking, but at this moment he becomes extremely passionate and excited. Ever since becoming the evil god's guard, Yang Fifan has been like a walking corpse. But after meeting Yang Ming, Yang Fifan seemed to come back to life. The rotten heart beats for him. So no matter what, Yang Fifan will fight to the death today to kill everything. He is immortal anyway, so let him face the most difficult enemy. The 3 legions rushed out of 3 different gates of Huaxia City almost at the same time. They were like 3 sharp blades, instantly breaking through the encirclement of the Japanese garrison and killing their way into the Japanese base camp in the rear. Yang Ming stood on the wall of Huaxia City, looking at the battle below, and said to himself, well, everything is going well so far. The situation developed just as Yang Ming had expected. On the city wall, only Yang Ming was standing alone, with no one behind him. In fact, there was not even a single soldier left to defend Huaxia City. He sent out anyone who could fight. Because today is the last day of the 3-day protection period, no one is allowed to attack Huaxia City during the protection period, so there is no need to worry about the safety of Huaxia City. The reason why Yang Ming did this was to create momentum. That's right, he wants to make a fuss. The more intense the commotion, the better. The bigger the commotion, the better. It would be best if all the extraordinary people in Japan could be forced out. Only in this way can Yang Ming's real plan be realized. Before we knew it, the war had already started for half an hour. After half an hour of bloody fighting, Tang Long not only did not feel tired, but became more and more courageous. Tang Long even used a rare, level battle pet summoning scroll to summon a golden-winged rock to help him. Tang Long fought bravely, resulting in countless casualties among the Japanese. Seeing the army's casualties increasing, the two extraordinary people from Japan finally could not sit still and were forced to join the battlefield. The target of the two Japanese extraordinary people was Tang Long. Come on, it's a good time to kill one, and a huge profit if you kill two. Little Japs, take your grandfather's sword. Faced with the pincer attack from two Japanese extraordinary people, Tang Long was not afraid, but became even more excited. Tang Long is a pure martial artist. He may not be good at other things, but he is the best at killing Japanese devils. Kill! Tang Long roared and rushed towards the extraordinary person from Japan. In an instant, a war broke out. At the same time, Yang Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, and Yang Fifan also made breakthrough progress on the battlefield. They were unstoppable and led 3 legions to sweep across many Japanese territories. The Qinglong Legion advanced all the way to the southwest, capturing 24 high-level territories of the Japanese devils and 9 special territories of the Japanese devils along the way. The White Tiger Legion fought guerrilla warfare all the way, attacking without rules and fighting anyone they saw. They have now uprooted 18 high-level territories and 7 special territories of the Japanese devils. The Suzaka Legion was the most powerful. Yang Fifan bravely advanced forward, daring to break into any trap, and directly broke into a king-level territory of the Japanese. With more than 1,000 points of combat power and an immortal body, Yang Fifan was about to attack the king-level territory right from the start. Just like that, under the attack of these 3 powerful armies, the Japanese headquarters was instantly thrown into chaos. After all, who in Japan could have imagined that a war would break out from within their own base camp? For Japan, today is undoubtedly the darkest day. Chapter 121 Yang Ming's Decapitation Operation. An hour had passed since the war began. If I remember correctly, Japan has already dispatched 6 extraordinary people. Yang Ming stood on the city wall of Huaxia City, looking at the battle situation below. With the rapid increase in combat power, Yang Ming can already easily sense other extraordinary powers. Through perception, Yang Ming felt 6 very unfamiliar and extraordinary powers of different attributes. Obviously, this is a transcendent person from Japan. Well, next, it's my turn to take the stage. Yang Ming took a deep breath. But before that, Yang Ming had to get a very important piece of information. In fact, yesterday, Yang Ming asked Bai Shueji to help him get some information. But until now, Snow White has not contacted me. There was no other way, so Yang Ming had to open the chat page, find Bai Shueji, and send her a message. Snow White, are you there? Yang Ming, are you there? Yang Ming sent a message to Bai Shueji, but at the same time, he also received a message from Bai Shueji, because both of them sent messages to each other immediately. You speak first. You speak first. A second later, Yang Ming and Bai Shueji sent messages to each other at the same time. Okay, you can say it first. Okay, you can say it first. When the third messages from both sides collided again, Yang Ming and Bai Shueji fell silent at the same time. Then, the silence lasted for another 3 minutes. Yang Ming realized belatedly that both he and Bai Shueji were waiting for the other to speak first. There was no other way. Yang Ming, who could not hold back any longer, had to take the initiative to send a message and ask, "Don't be silent, say something. Don't be silent, say something." It was as if a line of awkward crows flew through the air. Yang Ming. Later, after a few minutes of discussion, the topic finally returned to the right track. Snow White said, "Yang Ming, I've already reported the intelligence you asked me to look up yesterday to my father, who then reported it to the commander-in-chief. Then, the commander ordered the use of China's perfect grade item, the Lord's Scepter, to help you find the specific coordinates." Yang Ming didn't expect that the Lord's Scepter could even find this. It is indeed a perfect item, because what Yang Ming wanted to check was a coordinate. These are the coordinates of the great general of the Japanese kingdom in the battlefield of all races, the coordinates of Keita Higashino. Keita Higashino is the general and commander-in-chief of the Japanese Empire in the battlefield of all races. It can be said that Keita Higashino is the strongest person in Japan. His status in Japan is almost the same as Yu Zhongzhong's status in China. As long as we can kill Higashino Keita, then this battle will be a sure win. Yang Ming said to himself. That's right. The reason why Yang Ming asked Tang Long, Yang Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, and Yang Fifan to make such a big fuss was to distract the attention of the Japanese kingdom. If he wants to do something, he's going to do it big. Yang Ming plans to carry out the decapitation operation alone. If we can kill all the extraordinary people in Japan and destroy all their king-level territories, then does Japan still have hope of winning? That's right, this is Yang Ming's plan. From the moment he obtained the perfect weapon, Zanpakuto, Yang Ming couldn't wait to implement this plan. Zanpakuto was created to fight against the Japanese devils. After a while, Snow White sent the coordinates. Yang Ming, according to the Lord's Scepter's detection, Higashino Keita's location coordinates are 58369, 586. If you are about to take action, please be careful. Yang Ming was naturally very happy when he got the coordinates. With the coordinates, Yang Ming can unilaterally announce the date of Keita Higashino's death. Well, I'll be busy now. We can talk about other things tonight. But Yang Ming finally typed this sentence, clicked send, and then closed the chat history. Yang Ming took a deep breath and then jumped down from the city wall. It's my turn to take action. Wait, Japan. After Yang Ming jumped off the city wall, he ran towards the coordinates provided by Shueji as fast as he could. 15 minutes later, with Yang Ming running at full speed, it only took him 15 minutes to reach his destination. Is the king-level territory of Higashino Keita ahead? Yang Ming raised his head and looked at the huge city in front of him. Compared to Huaxia City, the city in front of us is much larger. According to the information provided by Princess Shirayuki, this place is the royal territory of Keita Higashino, and the general of the Toyo Kingdom serves as the commander-in-chief. Next, the fun begins. Yang Ming could hardly contain his excitement. His plan was simple, which was to rush into the city at lightning speed, and then twist off Keita Higashino's head with thundering means. Sounds outrageous, right? It's outrageous. Because it was too outrageous, the enemy never thought that Yang Ming would be so crazy. Only Yang Ming could come up with such an outrageous and bold plan, and only he could complete it. Higashino Keita, I declare that today is the day you die. Today, I will use your head to sacrifice to the flag of China. As he spoke, Yang Ming slowly drew out his Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto, a perfect grade weapon, the second perfect grade item in the history of Blue Star. It was this knife that gave Yang Ming enough confidence. Yang Ming tightly grasped the hilt of the Zanpakuto with his right hand. He felt an extremely powerful force. His combat power value, which was only 788 points, instantly increased to 1188 points. Japanese devils, your grandfather is here. Yang Ming shouted and rushed towards the city gate not far away. He raised his hand and swung his sword, and a 50-meter-long sword energy burst out, directly chopping the city gate into pieces. In this way, Yang Ming rushed into Higashino Keita's king-level territory alone. Yang Ming did not intend to keep a low profile, because he wanted to create momentum and make a big noise, preferably to attract other extraordinary people from Japan. The more chaos the Japanese base camp is caused, the more it will be in line with Yang Ming's plan. After rushing in, Yang Ming waved his Zanpakuto and chopped down anyone he saw. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The alarm sounded in Keita Higashino's territory. Everyone, please pay attention. The enemy has broken in. Hurry up and report to the Lord. A Chinese has broken in. What? A mere Chinese dares to charge into our king-level territory alone. Are you tired of living? Are they the Chinese suicide squad? They're trying to delay Master Higashino Keita and prevent him from supporting the front lines. Humph, the Chinese are overthinking it. General Dong Ye is invincible. Soon, a large number of Japanese soldiers rushed out from all directions, trying to kill Yang Ming, the intruder. Just in time. I can test the power of my Zanpakuto and warm up at the same time. Yang Ming showed an excited smile and started killing people everywhere. Chapter 122 Summoning Lu Bu. At this time, in the Lord's mansion, as the general of the Japanese country and also the commander, Keita Higashino is analyzing the battlefield situation and constantly conveying orders to various Japanese lords through remote messages. At this moment, a warrior ran in a panic and reported. Report, Lord, a Chinese has stormed into our territory. Upon hearing this, Higashino Keita did not take it seriously. What kind of trouble could a mere Chinese person cause? But, just a moment later, another follower came running in to report. Report, Lord, that Chinese man is very strong and has killed more than 10,000 of our soldiers. Report, Lord, that Chinese man is rushing towards the Lord's mansion and we can't stop him. Report. One piece of bad news after another was delivered to Keita Higashino's ears. Originally, Higashino Keita didn't care, because as the most powerful lord of Japan, he would not lose his composure because of an invader. Could it be Yang Ming? This thought suddenly flashed through Higashino Keita's mind. If it really is Yang Ming, then Higashino Keita will have to take it seriously. Because not long ago, Yang Ming gang got a perfect level weapon and announced it to the entire server. How powerful are perfect grade weapons? Keita Higashino didn't know because he had never seen a perfect grade weapon. Currently, there are only 2 perfect grade items in the entire Blue Star, both of which are in the hands of the Chinese. Come here, gather my most elite men. I want to meet that Chinese man in person. Oh, by the way, activate the territory's first-level combat readiness status immediately. Keita Higashino suddenly felt a sense of crisis, forcing him to take it seriously, so he immediately gave orders. Yes, my lord. After receiving the order, the people who had just reported the news immediately went to carry it out. Yang Ming, if it's really you, then let me see how strong this super rookie is. Higashino Keita walked out of the Lord's mansion. Through sensing, Keita Higashino realized that a powerful supernatural force was wreaking havoc on his king-level territory. Well, Yang Ming's combat power is between 1050 and 1200 points. He's very strong, but he's definitely no match for me. Keita Higashino guessed Yang Ming's combat value after just a quick analysis. Keita Higashino does not have perfect level weapons. He still has rare level weapons. Then let me meet you, Yang Ming. Keita Higashino also rushed towards Yang Ming. Finally, not long after, the two finally met. Higashino Keita's weapon is an orthodox samurai sword, which looks similar to the Tang horizontal sword. Because the Japanese samurai sword itself was modeled after the Chinese Tang horizontal sword. Boom! When the two men collided, both of them subconsciously hit each other with a heavy blow. Zanpakuto versus Katana. The powerful aura instantly blew away the people around him. The two men fought each other, and Higashino Keita looked at Yang Ming and sighed. Is it really you? Yang Ming. Not bad. You're so young, and you blocked my powerful blow. It would be great if you were a young man from our Japanese country. Alas, what a pity. Yang Ming increased his strength and knocked back Higashino Keita with one blow, saying coldly, Don't feel sorry for me. I'm here to send you off. You can feel sorry for yourself when you go to hell. Come to kill me? Hearing this, Higashino Keita felt as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. As the strongest lord of the Japanese country, Keita Higashino's basic combat power value has already exceeded 1,000 points. With the blessing of rare weapons, it can easily exceed 1,300 points. How can Yang Ming fight him? Yang Ming, you are still too naive. Since you are willing to die here today, then stay here forever. Keita Higashino knew very well that villains die because of their talkativeness, so after saying this, he swung his samurai sword and launched a crazy attack on Yang Ming. One knife after another. Keita Higashino's sword-drawing speed is astonishingly fast. Moreover, he had not yet used any extraordinary power, but was able to suppress Yang Ming with pure swordsmanship. As soon as the battle started, Yang Ming was at a disadvantage. But even though Yang Ming was always under pressure, he never panicked, because he did not use many of his trump cards. He is really strong. This little Japanese guy has some tricks up his sleeve. Even if I have a perfect weapon, I probably won't be able to defeat him if I don't use other trump cards. Yang Ming analyzed the current situation. Yang Ming, don't you want to kill me? Why are you always playing defense like a turtle? Higashino Keita asked while swinging his knife to attack. Since you want to die, then I will satisfy you. Yang Ming glanced at him. This was the first time Yang Ming had seen someone so eager to die. The next second, Yang Ming muttered in his heart, Ancestors of China, please grant me strength. Without saying anything, Yang Ming used his second SSS level talent, God Possession. Not long after, Yang Ming felt that a domineering aura connected with his consciousness. A man's ambition should be like the Yangtze River, flowing eastward to the sea. A low humming sounded in Yang Ming's ears. At the same time, Yang Ming saw a tall man like a demon connected with his consciousness. Fuck! Yang Ming was shocked. He actually summoned Lu Bu to possess him, the god of war Lu Bu, the most powerful man during the Three Kingdoms period. The king of duels, the devil Lu Bu, unrivaled in the world. Huh, Yang Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter wildly. At the same time, Yang Ming's combat power value was skyrocketing, directly increasing from 1188 points to more than 2,000 points. Welcome your king. Yang Ming roared and swung his Zanpakuto. A blade of light more than 200 meters long slashed towards Higashino Keita. This knife made Keita Higashino shudder. Damn, what's going on? Why did his combat power suddenly increase so much? Higashino Keita couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. In order to block Yang Ming's knife, Keita Higashino had to use his extraordinary power. Amaterasu's rebound. Higashino Keita shouted, and in an instant, all the objects around him were blown away. But even after using his extraordinary power, Higashino Keita was still shocked by Yang Ming's sword light and vomited blood. So strong. How could he suddenly become so strong? Higashino Keita asked in disbelief. Just now, as if in an instant, Yang Ming seemed like a different person. Higashino Keita, if you have any trump cards, feel free to use them, otherwise you won't have a chance later. Yang Ming took a step forward, overcame all obstacles, and came in front of Keita Higashino. The murderous intent in Yang Ming's heart has been infinitely magnified. Zanpakuto was raised high again by Yang Ming. Boom! Lightning, blooming. Seeing this scene, Keita Higashino had no choice but to fight hard. Yang Ming, do you really think you can beat me? This is my territory, I have the home advantage. Chapter 123. The king-level lords who occupied 4 Japanese territories. 2 hours later. Bang! Boom! Boom! A violent energy storm erupted in the sky above the territory. One after another, the sword lights that were powerful enough to destroy the heavens and the earth smashed the surrounding buildings into pieces, and even the earth was torn apart, leaving bottomless ravines. This little devil named Donya is quite powerful. At Keita Higashino in front of him with some surprise. Yang Ming didn't expect that Keita Higashino would fight with him for 2 hours. You know, now Yang Ming not only has the blessing of perfect level weapons, but also has the SSS level talent of divine possession. Yang Ming, I didn't expect you to be so strong. However, don't be too happy too soon. The final victory will definitely belong to our great Japanese empire. At this time, Higashino Keita was covered in wounds and his clothes were soaked in blood, but he still refused to admit defeat and glared at Yang Ming fiercely. Oh, do you still have a trump card that you haven't used? Yang Ming asked calmly. Higashino Keita snorted coldly and said, I told you this is my home turf. If you dare to start a war on our territory, you're doomed to fail. There's an old Chinese saying, a strong dragon can't defeat a local snake. Haven't you heard of it? Yang Ming showed a meaningful smile and said jokingly, are you trying to say that you're waiting for reinforcements? Once the other extraordinary people from Japan arrive, they might be able to join forces and defeat me. Higashino Keita said grimly. So what? Do you think you can challenge all the extraordinary people in Japan by yourself? Higashino Keita with an extremely pitiful look and said with a smile. Is it possible that I could have killed you a long time ago, but I didn't kill you until I could wait for the other extraordinary people from Japan to arrive so that I could catch them all in one fell swoop? Impossible. How could you have such strength? Higashino Keita retorted subconsciously. In Keita Higashino's subconscious mind, it is impossible for such a powerful person to appear on Blue Star. One man takes on an entire country. Isn't this the kind of protagonist that only appears in novels? Just as Higashino Keita was about to say something, suddenly, the voices of other Japanese extraordinary people came from a distance. General Donya, we are here to support you. Master Donya, hold on. We are here to help you hunt down Yang Ming. Hitsuno-kun, we have 3 extraordinary people here to help you. Keita Higashino secretly requested for help finally arrived. That's right. From the very beginning, Keita Higashino contacted other Japanese extraordinary people. In order to kill Yang Ming, he was extremely cautious. Not long after, 3 Japanese extraordinary people who had hurried over arrived at the battlefield and surrounded Yang Ming together with Keita Higashino. Seeing the other 3 extraordinary people from Japan, Yang Ming was not panicked, but became excited and laughed loudly. Oh, you're finally here? It's worth it that I've been acting with you for so long, and I finally tricked you into coming here. Higashino Keita gritted his teeth and said viciously, Yang Ming, stop pretending. You must be bluffing. The 4 of us are veterans who have fought in the 10,000 races battlefield for 7 or 8 years. How could we possibly lose to a newcomer like you who has only been training for a month? Everyone, come together and kill him. Keita Higashino. The 4 of them rushed towards Yang Ming from different directions. Yang Ming didn't care at all, but said casually, a bunch of frogs in a well. Well, let me show you a power that rivals that of a god. After saying that, Yang Ming moved his gaze and glanced at the 4 of them one by one. Heavenly punishment. Then Yang Ming murmured. In an instant, sacred golden chains burst out from the void, ignoring even time, and directly locked up Keita Higashino and the other 3 Japanese extraordinary people. What the hell is this thing? Higashino Keita's whole body was locked in divine chains, unable to move, and a huge wave of emotions was rising in his heart. Keita Higashino felt that all his talents, skills, and extraordinary powers were sealed, and he could not move at all. At this moment, Keita Higashino felt like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Yeah, it's just as I imagined. Yang Ming discovered that the extraordinary ability of heavenly punishment was really useful. With just one glance, you can instantly seal all objects within your field of vision. Tell me, do you have any last words? Yang Ming held his Zanpakuto and walked towards Keita Higashino. Looking at Yang Ming, who was as powerful as a god, Higashino Keita's heart completely sank. Yang Ming is such a powerful man. Is there really anyone in Japan who can stop him? Yang Ming, I admit that you are very, very strong, but the Americans will not let you. Keita Higashino said 2 sentences. He felt a chill on his neck. Then he opened his mouth hard, but no words came out. Haha, you really said that. Yang Ming's Zanpakuto swung quickly, drawing a perfect arc on Keita Higashino's neck. Sorry, I lied to you. I don't have time to listen to a dead man's last words. Yang Ming said coldly. Keita Higashino's head slowly rolled to the ground. The words Yang Ming just said were the last words he had ever heard in his life. At this point, the general and commander-in-chief of the Japanese country, the strongest lord of Japan, was completely dead. Respected Lord Yang Ming, congratulations on killing a Japanese lord of a king-level territory. Would you like to occupy this territory? Yes. Yang Ming nodded. You have 5 vassal territories available. 1 has been used, leaving 4. Yang Ming killed Higashino Keita. His army completely lost its ability to resist, and all the items in this territory were taken over by Yang Ming. Well, that's right. This territory is rich in supplies. Yang Ming nodded with satisfaction. Taking over Keita Higashino's territory, Yang Ming walked towards the other 3 Japanese. Looking at Yang Ming, who was as cold as the god of death, the 3 Japanese extraordinary people were so scared that their pants got wet. Don't kill me. I beg you. My name is Yamamoto Takiki. As long as you don't kill me, I am willing to be China's dog. Woof woof woof. Please give me a chance to be a dog. One of the Japanese was so frightened that he begged for mercy. Crack. However, the only thing that responded to him was Yang Ming's Zanpakuto. Another head rolled to the ground. Following the same plot, Yang Ming killed 2 more people with his own hands, one by one. Respected Lord Yang Ming, congratulations on killing the 2nd Japanese lord of a king-level territory. This territory is currently ownerless. May I ask if you have completely taken over the territory? Respected Lord Yang Ming, congratulations on killing the 3rd Japanese lord of a king-level territory. Dear, for consecutive broadcasts rang in Yang Ming's ears. Yes, occupy them all. Yang Ming occupied all of their territories without any hesitation. Chapter 124, Countdown to Japan's Subjugation. Real World. Japan. Since a year ago, under the instructions of the United States, Japan has used insidious and vicious means to plunder China's king-level territory. The battlefield of all races also began to benefit the real world. In reality, Japan is becoming more and more prosperous and powerful. Over the past year, Japan has used various means to successively annex 3 king-level territories from China. The Kingdom of Japan has as many as 9 royal territories. A country has in the battlefield of all races, the more feedback it will receive in the real world. Because of this, Japan is now one of the top 5 powerful countries in the world. However, just today, the Japanese top leaders received terrible bad news. In the capital of Japan, in a top-level conference room. Baga, what's going on? General Donya has fallen? Our country's most powerful lord just died like that. In the conference room, the Emperor of Japan let out an uncontrollable roar. The Emperor had a hideous face and was roaring hysterically, looking as terrifying as a man-eating demon. But what the Emperor of Japan never dreamed was that the bad news had just begun. Ding! Higashino Keita was killed, and the Japanese kingdom lost a king-level territory. Currently, there are 8 king-level territories left. Yamamoto Takiki was killed, and the Japanese nation lost a king-level territory. Currently, there are 7 king-level territories left. Hikawa Tetsuji was killed, and the Japanese kingdom lost a king-level territory. Currently, there are 6 king-level territories left. Sato Norito was killed, and the Japanese kingdom lost a king-level territory. Currently, there are 5 king-level territories left. One bad news after another reached the conference room. The emperor seemed to be exhausted and powerless, sitting on the chair behind him. Just now, in less than a minute, the Japanese kingdom lost 4 royal territories in succession, which was like a punishment from heaven. Fortunately, we still have 5 royal territories. The emperor's face was covered in cold sweat, and he seemed to have aged by 10 years in an instant. However, if a person is unlucky, what he fears will often come true. Just 5 minutes later, a cold mechanical sound rang in the ears of every Japanese person. Everyone heard this sound. Ding. Of Japan heard the system's prompt. His body trembled. He knew what it meant when the national notice appeared. Greetings, residents of the Japanese nation. Just now, Sasaki Akemi was killed. The Japanese nation has lost another king-level territory. Currently, there are only 4 king-level territories left. According to the law of national destiny, if a country has less than 5 king-level territories, then after 1 month, the country will completely fall. All lords in the 10,000 races battlefield will die, and the citizens of the real world will also be imprisoned in a dark cage. Within 1 month, please recapture the 5th king-level territory as soon as possible, otherwise, Japan will be wiped out from Blue Planet. Upon hearing this news, Japan, which had been peaceful and prosperous, fell into panic in an instant. After all, who could have imagined that just a second ago, Japan still occupied 9 king-level territories and was one of the top 5 world powers on Blue Star. 5 royal territories at once, and are facing the crisis of national destruction. Such a huge gap is unacceptable to many Japanese people. At the same time, all television media and social media apps in Japan were repeating the same news. Greetings, fellow citizens of Japan. Due to our defeat on the battlefield of all races, our country's environment, climate, and geography will undergo significant changes. For the next month, please refrain from going out and stay home, awaiting national arrangements. Our country has activated the highest level of emergency evacuation plan, and we ask all residents to cooperate. The entire country of Japan is in a state of chaos. What they are experiencing now is exactly what China experienced a month ago. However, with Yangming rising in China, what do they have? At the same time, in the battlefield of all races. Very good. I didn't expect Yang Fifan to also conquer a king-level territory. Yang Ming killed 4 Japanese extraordinary people and took over their king-level territories. The system prompted him that Yang Fifan also occupied a king-level territory in Japan. Yang Fifan is a part of Huaxiao City, and all his achievements are attributed to Yang Ming. In that case, there are only 4 king-level territories left in Japan, Yang Ming did a simple calculation and found that the Japanese nation was already 1 month away from its demise. China's situation is exactly the same as it was a month ago. Is there still a month left? But unfortunately, I can't wait that long. I want the devil dead now. An irreversible murderous intent flashed in Yang Ming's eyes. Whether it was the 8-year war of resistance against Japan in 1937 or the countdown to the country's demise a month ago, the damage caused to China by Japan, a country with wolfish ambitions, is incalculable. If he didn't take revenge, Yang Ming wouldn't be able to sleep well. According to the law of national destiny lords, if a country has fewer than 5 king-level territories, it will fall in a month. However, if there is not a single royal territory left, then the country will enter a 24-hour countdown to its demise. Japan, you chose to bear this evil consequence, so don't blame me for being cruel. Those who kill will be killed. Yang Ming packed up simply and then set off towards the only 4 remaining king-level territories in Japan. Yang Ming also didn't want to let go of the last 4 king-level territories in Japan. At the same time, the Azure Dragon Legion, the White Tiger Legion, and the Suzuka Legion, the 3 main forces of Huaxiao City, have turned the Japanese base camp upside down. Among them, the one with the best performance was the Suzuka Legion, led by Yang Fifan. Not long ago, Yang Fifan conquered a king-level territory in Japan. He did not rest on the spot, but headed to the next battlefield without stopping. Of course, Yang Jian's military record was not bad either. Yang Jian led the Qinglong Legion, which was invincible. He swept across the country and finally broke into a king-level territory. Every king-level territory is guarded by a transcendent. However, because Yang Jian did not comprehend the extraordinary power, even with the blessing of rare weapons, he quickly fell into a disadvantage in the battle. Fighting with the extraordinary people from Japan, Yang Jian was soon covered with wounds. But even so, Yang Jian never thought of retreating. I want to become stronger. I want to follow the Lord. Even if it means death, I will comprehend the extraordinary power today. Value finally broke through 500 points at the last critical moment. He comprehended extraordinary powers. He became the 3rd extraordinary person in Huaxiao City. Japanese devils die. After becoming a superhuman, Yang Jian's combat effectiveness skyrocketed, and he became extremely brave. Finally, he successfully killed a transcendent from Japan and occupied Japan's 6th king-level territory. 3 king-level territories left in Japan. There are only 3 steps left before the country is destroyed. Chapter 125 Huaxia Sakura Province. 4 hours later, Yang Ming successfully took possession of the last royal territory in Japan. With the continuous defeats on the battlefield of all races, the country of Japan seemed to be in the end of the world. In Japan, we're constantly broadcasting urgent news. Emergency information. Our country's last king-level territory has been lost. The defeat on the battlefield of all races has caused our country to enter a 24-hour countdown to national destruction. Residents, please do not go out. Our country's environmental pollution plus 100%, the incidence of various natural disasters plus 100%, resource production minus 100%, and national health minus 80%. Now, an urgent news report. A massive flood has hit Mitsuru City, and 1 million people have died so far. The capital has been hit by a highly toxic acid rain, as corrosive as aqua regia, which has paralyzed more than half of the buildings. A super plague has struck, the central region has fallen, and the death toll has exceeded 5 million. According to the latest intelligence statistics, as of now, 29 million residents of our country have died. Please protect yourselves. Dear residents, do not panic. Our emperor is trying to find a way to save our country. Please trust His Majesty. We will overcome this difficult time. The shadow of death hangs over every corner of Japan. Every city in Japan is suffering from the invasion of various horrific natural disasters. Terrifying acid rain, super plague, prehistoric earthquakes, monstrous tsunamis, massive mudslides, endless wildfires, and the end of the glacier. Each disaster is enough to take the lives of thousands of people. This is the consequence of failure in the battlefield of all races. Once all king-level territories are lost in the battlefield of all races, the country in the real world will enter a 24-hour countdown to destruction. The damn Chinese actually took away all our king-level territories. It's so hateful. I'm going to fight China. It's all China's fault. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in such a miserable state. All the Japanese have broken down and are cursing China online. Facing the scolding from the Japanese, Yang Ming just laughed. It's really strange. I just treated you in the same way, but you are angry? If Yang Ming had not risen so strongly, China might have ceased to exist. So there is nothing to sympathize with. The suffering that Japan is suffering now is what they tried every means to make China suffer a month ago. At the same time, in Japan's capital, the country's highest-level administrative headquarters building, the lawmakers are all very busy. It's bad, Your Majesty, 1/10 of our land has been swallowed by the sea. Bakayaro, you bunch of useless people, why don't you quickly find a way to save the country? The Emperor of Japan roared angrily. Your Majesty, we have already contacted the top leaders of the United States. When the Emperor heard the words, top U.S. officials, he felt as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, because at this moment, only the United States could save them. What does the American father say? Are they willing to lend us 5 royal territories? The Emperor showed an expectant expression like a pug. Your Majesty, the top U.S. officials are unwilling to lend us money and told us to figure it out on our own. However, they are willing to accept women from our country and allow our women to immigrate to the United States. However, they say only those who are beautiful are accepted. Upon hearing this, the Emperor was so angry that his face turned green. Isn't it obvious that the United States is kicking someone when they are down? The Emperor of Japan could never have imagined that although he had been trying to please the Americans in every way and been humble to them, in the end the Americans were not even willing to help him. Damn Americans, forget about them, and quickly find a way to contact some poor countries in the Philippines and buy their land. We need to emigrate, send all our citizens abroad, and rebuild our country in another country. As long as there is green, there will be no shortage of firewood. Damn Yang Ming, it's all Yang Ming's fault. If I have the chance in the future, I will kill Yang Ming one day and avenge the innocent Japanese who sacrificed their lives. The Emperor cursed angrily. In order to preserve the flame, the desperate Japanese Emperor could only use the last method: abandon his homeland, immigrate the entire country, and move all the people to the poor and backward Philippine continent. For Japan, this is the last resort. However, in reality, how could the Chinese top leaders watch Japan revive? So, the mysterious Eastern power took action. Every country in the world that has connections with Japan has received a warning from the Eastern superpower. Anyone who dares to cooperate with Japan will be regarded as China's mortal enemy. The China of today is no longer the China of a month ago. Ever since Yang Ming's rise to power and helped China regain its fifth king-level territory, China in the real world has become tough. China has stood up again and can even compete with the United States. At this critical juncture, who would dare to provoke China? Provoking a great Eastern power for a dying Japan? Isn't that crazy? What's more, even the United States is unwilling to take action. After all, Japan has no value anymore. Who would care about a worthless dog? At the same time, in the conference room of the Japanese capital, the emperor was anxiously waiting for the response from the Filipino countries. What? All the countries in the Philippines have rejected our immigration request. Those uncivilized chimpanzees in the Philippines, how dare they do that? Baga, Nisnei. After hearing this news, the emperor had completely given up struggling. Chinese officials behind all this who were obstructing it. On one side is the thriving Chinese power, and on the other is the impending destruction of the Japanese island. Which side will the world stand on? No need to think about it. Alas, I admit it. It is we, Japan, who lost. The Emperor of Japan sighed helplessly. Call the Chinese leadership, let's surrender. Yes, Your Majesty. At the same time, the battlefield of all races. Yang Ming was commanding his troops to clean up the aftermath of the battlefield. After a day of blitzkrieg, all the king-level territories in Japan were uprooted by Yang Ming. Ding! Your friend Snow White sent you a message. When Yang Ming was busy commanding his troops to clean up the battlefield, he suddenly heard Bai Shueji calling him. So he opened her friend page. Snow White, is there anything wrong? I'm very busy now, Yang Ming asked proactively. Snow White sent several messages at once. I know you must be busy, but I have something urgent to report to you. Just now, in the real world, the Emperor of Japan called us and begged for mercy. The Emperor of Japan said that he is willing to accept the jurisdiction of China. As long as we don't kill all of them, Japan is willing to be incorporated into China and become a province of China. From now on, Japan will be renamed China's Sakura Province. Xiao Rizi has already announced his surrender live on major international media outlets, even handing over control of the country. What do you think, Yang Ming? Well, it's okay, Yang Ming said. Japan's attitude of begging for mercy is indeed good, but this is not what Yang Ming really wants. Snow White sent another message. Yang Ming, the reason I came to you was because of the Commander-in-Chief's request. The old man said that everything should be decided by you, no matter what it is. Leave it all to me. Yang Ming was stunned. Yang Ming didn't expect that the old man would value him so much. Yes, whatever you say is what it is. Hearing this, Yang Ming's eyes turned cold, and he typed a line of words indifferently. Then let all those devils go to hell and repent, and try to be good people in their next life. Chapter 126, Daily Life, Death. Yang Ming's words undoubtedly sentenced the Japanese nation to death. Because Yang Ming knows one thing very well. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. If we let Japan go now, even if Japan becomes a province of China, many years later, the ambitious Japanese people will most likely bite back. Hasn't this always been the case throughout history? Since the Tang dynasty, Japan has always been proud of learning Chinese culture and has submitted to China as a student. But what happened next? In modern times, the Japanese became more powerful and directly extended their vicious hands to their teacher, invading China and committing all kinds of atrocities. Yang Ming, this, are you sure? Bai Shueji's body trembled. It was the first time she saw Yang Ming with such murderous intent. I'm sure, Yang Ming said firmly. Yang Ming doesn't want to be forced to fight another brutal anti-Japanese war in the next few hundred years. Okay, I understand. I will tell the commander the truth, Snow White said. After that, the two ended their conversation. When the Chinese commander learned of Yang Ming's intention, he issued an iron-blooded military order, insisting on sinking the island country. Suffered a double blow both in the battlefield of all races and in the real world, and the entire country was shattered. Even though the Japanese tried every possible way to save it, it was already too late. The god of death's scythe has descended upon the sky above Japan, continuously reaping the heads of the Japanese devils. As time went by, the sea level rose sharply and the land of Japan continued to sink. The violent tsunami created huge waves and gradually engulfed the entire country of Japan. Amidst the desperate wails, the entire country of Japan sank into the roar of the sea. The entire territory of Japan fell. But this is not the end. The dark cage was opened. Even if some Japanese people managed to escape before the island country sank, it could not change the fact that they were doomed to fail. Whether it was the Japanese lords in the battlefield of all races or the Japanese people in the real world, they were all imprisoned in a dark cage by an invisible force. This is the result of failure. At this point, all the Japanese were caught in one fell swoop. Live a good life and die. At the same time, The battlefield of all races. Yang Ming was still directing the soldiers to clean up the mess. Since the occupied Japanese territories were too large, it would take a long time to clean up. But suddenly, Yang Ming felt the wind and clouds rising in the sky, and an extremely powerful force locked onto him. That power made Yang Ming realize that he was like an ant. I can't move. Not only that, Yang Ming was horrified to find that he had lost control of his body. Not only him, but also Yang Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, Tang Long, Yang Fifan, and all the soldiers were instantly immobilized. No one could move. At this moment, an earth-shaking roar resounded through the sky. Above the dome, an extremely huge snake, as if covering the sky and the earth, slowly descended upon the battlefield of all races. Damn Chinese, you killed my people and destroyed my country. You deserve to die. I must kill you today. Faintly, Yang Ming saw on the dome a giant snake with 8 heads, its tail swinging like a dragon, staring at him intently. One of the gods of Japan, Yamada no Orochi? Yang Ming finally saw its true face. What a massive body it was. Covering the sky and blocking out the sun, a snake body over 1,000,000 meters long connected heaven and earth. If the Yamada no Orochi opened its blood-red mouth, it seemed as if it could swallow even the sky. Yang Ming, I want you to die. The Yamada no Orochi's gaze has locked onto Yang Ming. Immediately afterwards, the sky was filled with wind and clouds. The earth broke apart layer by layer, and the evil light that could destroy the world directly locked onto Yang Ming. Not good. Yang Ming felt a sense of despair. At this moment, Yang Ming was unable to move his body, and even his talents and extraordinary powers could not be used. He was in a state of absolute ceiling. No Orochi was about to destroy Yang Ming's soul. At this critical moment, a brilliant and sacred golden light poured down from the other side of the sky, then covered the sky and the earth and enveloped Yang Ming's body. Under the protection of the golden light, Yang Ming's body, which had been unable to move, finally returned to normal. What is that? Yang Ming raised his head and looked at the other side of the sky in shock. Suddenly, a towering figure appeared. That figure, standing in the sky, gives people a feeling of invincibility. He held a 3-pointed, double-edged sword in his hand, and a third eye, standing upright, could be vaguely seen on his forehead, emitting a golden divine light. Is this the Chinese god? The true body of the Chinese god? Yang Ming's breathing gradually became rapid. This was the first time he saw the complete form of the Chinese god with his own eyes. Erlang appears as the Holy Lord. On the other side of the sky, Yang Jian's eyes radiated infinite divine light. He looked at the Yamada no Orochi indifferently and said coldly, Yamada, you violated the divine contract and openly interfered with the real world and the battlefield of all races. Do you want to die? Seeing Yang Jian's true form, Yamada no Orochi trembled, obviously frightened, but it still roared stubbornly. Yang Ming has killed all my people. If I don't avenge him, I would be unworthy of being a god. Humph! Yang Jian snorted coldly. You want to kill someone in front of me? Do you really think that China is godless? After saying that, Yang Jian stopped talking nonsense, and his third divine pupil burst out with endless divine light, hitting the heart of the Yamada no Orochi directly. Yamada no Orochi screamed. With just one glance, Yang Jian severely injured the Yamada no snake. But this was just the beginning. The divine weapon in Yang Jian's hand, the 3-pointed, double-edged sword, whizzed out and turned into a thunderstorm, instantly piercing through the 2 heads of the Yamada no Orochi. And then, Yang Ming was watching intently, but in an instant, the scene in front of him suddenly flashed. Everything disappeared. The Yamada no Orochi disappeared. Yang Jian disappeared, and everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. For a moment, Yang Ming didn't know whether a war between gods had really broken out or whether he was dazzled. My lord, my lord. Yang Ming, who was still immersed in thought, suddenly heard someone calling him. Yang Ming came back to his senses and found that Zhang Lingfeng had appeared in front of him at some point. What's the matter? Yang Ming came back to his senses and asked Zhang Lingfeng. Zhang Lingfeng organized his words and said, My lord, we have found dozens of imprisoned Chinese compatriots in a dungeon. Do you want to go and take a look? Over the past year, Japan has followed the United States in invading Chinese territory many times, and many Chinese have been captured and imprisoned. Take me to see it. Yang Ming said. Good. Under the leadership of Zhang Lingfeng, Yang Ming came to a dungeon in Higashino-Keita's king-level territory. After entering the dungeon, Yang Ming saw an inhumane scene. Chapter 127 Rescue. Deep in the dungeon, dozens of ragged Chinese people were chained, covered in wounds, and half dead. There were also several pregnant women among them. These damn Japanese devils actually imprisoned our people in a dungeon and conducted human experiments on them. Seeing this scene, Yang Ming was filled with anger. In order to test the water content of the human body, the brutal Japanese locked living people in a drying room and heated them at high temperatures until there was no water left and they turned into a mummy. Finally, it was concluded that the human body is 78% water. Not only that, in order to treat brain diseases, the Japanese adopted the method of eating whatever they could to replenish their body, and even ate raw baby brain marrow. In addition, the maternal love experiment involved imprisoning a mother and her child in a sealed room, then heating the floor to a high temperature. If the two women stood barefoot on the floor, they would be burned and in unbearable pain. The Japanese did this to observe whether the mother would pick up her child or use the child as a footrest. There are many more experiments like this. For example, drying experiments, starvation experiments, air pressure experiments, freezing experiments, human-animal hybrid experiments. All of the above were experiments conducted by the Japanese devils on living Chinese people while they were imprisoned in dungeons. Looking at his Chinese compatriots who were suffering, Yang Ming could only immediately order, "Hey, Zhang Lingfeng, hurry up and rescue them. Send them to Anna as soon as possible and let Anna save them." "Yes, sir." The people imprisoned here were rescued by Zhang Lingfeng and quickly sent to Anna's hospital. Yang Ming couldn't stand the dark and miserable environment of the dungeon, so he quit. However, just as he left the dungeon, he heard bad news from Yang Jian, Yang Fifan, and others. "My lord, this is bad. I have also discovered a dungeon in Yamamoto Takiki's king-level territory. There are also many imprisoned Chinese compatriots in there, being used as human experiment materials. My lord, a dungeon has also been discovered in Sasaki Akemi's king-level territory. Sato Noritoshi's king-level territory also has a human experiment dungeon." Report. After hearing this, Yang Ming realized that every royal territory in Japan had a dungeon where captured Chinese people were imprisoned for human experiments. The reason why the Japanese did this was probably to study evil methods on how to quickly increase their combat power. "Rescue everyone and send them all to Anna." Yang Ming yelled angrily. "Damn the Japanese. The experiments of Unit 731 and the current dungeon experiments are all evidence of their unscrupulous and cruel behavior." Yang Ming was very glad that he did not show any mercy and decisively destroyed the Japanese kingdom. Otherwise, how can we be worthy of our comrades who died tragically? Fortunately, there is Anna, an excellent doctor, who can save the patient as long as he is still alive. Only after rescuing all the Chinese compatriots imprisoned in the dungeon did Yang Ming breathe a sigh of relief. After the rescue mission was completed, Yang Ming began to count the confiscated supplies. However, there were so many supplies that Yang Ming couldn't count them at all, because he almost robbed an entire country of its supplies. The Japanese had stockpiled supplies and treasures for 10 years, and all of them were seized by Yang Ming. Yang Ming alone cannot consume so many supplies. So, Yang Ming opened the chat system, entered a loving family, and found Yu Zhengzhong to talk. "General Yu, the war here is going smoothly. I have already eliminated the Japanese. However, they left behind too many supplies for me to consume, so I want to send the extra to you. Over the past year, the Chinese base has been surrounded and blocked by NATO forces, and its strength has been greatly reduced. If it can receive a large amount of material assistance, it will definitely be able to recover a lot of losses." Yu Zhengzhong quickly replied. "Yang Ming, did you really wipe out the Japanese? Awesome, ha ha ha. Just in time, we really need a lot of supplies here. Thank you so much. I will report your achievement to the Commander-in-Chief." Yang Ming replied immediately. "No, as a member of China, this is what I should do." After saying that, Yang Ming didn't intend to waste time and immediately began to transmit the seized supplies to Yu Zhengzhong, including food, equipment, mineral materials, props, clothes. But Yang Ming soon discovered that the efficiency of transporting supplies by himself was too low. Called by Shueji, Zhang Wei, and others, including everyone in the Dawn chat group, and asked them to help transport supplies. After all, there is strength in numbers, and the transmission efficiency will be much faster this way. Thanks to the efforts of Yang Ming and others, large quantities of supplies were transported from the Japanese base to the Chinese base. The Chinese base, which had been in danger due to years of war, seemed to have a second spring and regained a lot of blood. Of course, Yang Ming is not stupid. He still keeps some valuable things for his own use. In short, after this battle, Yang Ming gained unprecedented satisfaction. Not only did they seize a large number of excellent weapons and props, but they also found some rare treasures. After all, Japan was originally one of the top 5 powerful countries in the world. Now that it has been swallowed up by Yang Ming, How can the gain not be huge? Yang Ming was busy until night and finally cleaned up most of the battlefield. The confiscated materials were too numerous to count. Fortunately, Yang Ming annexed 5 king-level territories. At this time, he had 5 king-level vassal territories, which could barely accommodate so many supplies. It was not until the sun had completely set that Yang Ming returned to Huaxia City. Yang Ming did not rush back to the Lord's mansion, but went to the hospital first. We won the battle today. The casualties among the soldiers are not optimistic. According to conservative estimates, at least 15,000 soldiers died, and almost all the rest were injured. Few soldiers who can remain uninjured throughout the entire process. At this time, the hospital was filled with many wounded soldiers inside and outside, some with broken arms and legs, some with their intestines leaking out, and some with one foot halfway to the grave. If it weren't for their high combat power and strong vitality, the soldiers would have no chance of survival. Yang Ming could see that in this battle, almost all the soldiers of Huaxia City fought to the death. Oh, Yang Ming sighed softly, and he walked into the hospital to look for Anna. But what Yang Ming didn't expect was that Anna actually fainted. A young nurse explained to Yang Ming, "My lord, Sister Anna has saved many people today, at least saving over 1,000 lives from the clutches of death, but she also fainted from exhaustion." Yang Ming frowned. He really hadn't considered this. Although Anna is an excellent doctor, she is not a medical genius. How could she save the lives of tens of thousands of people? Chapter 128 Xiao Yao. Even though all the members of the Church of the Goddess of Light were trying their best to save people, they were powerless in the face of so many wounded. What should I do? Yang Ming couldn't bear to watch so many soldiers die in front of him. He had to find a way. Suddenly, Yang Ming had an idea. By the way, I can ask the Goddess of Nature for help. Yang Ming suddenly remembered that not long ago, he helped Star Forest solve the pollution problem, thus establishing diplomatic relations between Huaxia City and Star Forest. When the novice area was merged into the battle zone, the Protoss Forest also ascended together. Of course, the evil god altar was also merged. So Yang Ming can completely seek help from the Goddess of Nature. The healing ability of the Goddess of Nature is much stronger than Anna's. After all, she is a god. There's no time to lose, let's go now. Although it is night now, and the battlefield of all races is much more dangerous at night than during the day, for the safety of the soldiers' lives, Yang Ming can't care less. Taking out the teleportation scroll, Yang Ming used it immediately. The teleportation location is set to the Star Forest 30 kilometers away. Wow! A flash of light passed by. Yang Ming disappeared. Accompanied by a trance-like feeling, Yang Ming only saw the scene in front of him constantly changing. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he had been teleported to the entrance of the Star Forest. Although it is night now, the Star Forest is full of light, night light, starlight, and fireworks, which looks very magical. The view is completely unobstructed. Huaxia City and the Star Forest is at the cooperation stage, so Yang Ming can enter and exit the Star Forest at will. So he walked into the Star Forest with confidence. No? This. As soon as he came in, Yang Ming was shocked by the scene before him. The Star Forest is so beautiful. A lovely cat girl with 2 ears. Oh wait, cat lady? When Yang Ming came to his senses, he discovered that a well-behaved and beautiful cat girl had crawled out from the grass, with a cute head popping out, looking at him curiously. Human? How did you get in? The little cat girl, who was only about 1.6 meters tall, blinked her big eyes and looked at Yang Ming curiously. Yang Ming was about to answer her, but the grass next to him suddenly became loose. The pure bunny girl, the sexy fox girl, the well-behaved and sensible mermaid, the curious dragon maid, all poked their heads out from the grass and looked at Yang Ming curiously. They're all beast girls. Yang Ming was shocked. It turns out that the Star Forest is the habitat of beast girls. A beautiful elf girl with pointed ears came over, looked at Yang Ming, and asked curiously, "Human, I seem to remember you. Not long ago, weren't you the one who solved the demon's lair near the Star Forest?" Yang Ming nodded and said, "It's me. I came to the Star Spirit Forest this time to seek the help of the Goddess of Nature. Can you help me find her?" Kind-hearted human hero, it turns out it's really you? After recognizing Yang Ming, the elf girl looked very happy. "Oh, so it was you who killed those demons. Human, you are a good person. No wonder Sister Qiao allowed you to enter the Star Spirit Forest. Human, what do you want from Sister Qiao? I can take you to her." After learning about Yang Ming's deeds, the beast girls immediately surrounded him and chattered to him nonstop. Yang Ming was given a nice guy card for no reason, but he did not get angry. Instead, he sincerely requested, "Yes, I have many patients at home who are dying and in urgent need of the help of the Goddess of Nature. Can you take me to see her now?" "Yes, human." So, under the leadership of a group of cute, lively, sexy, and kind beast girls, Yang Ming headed into the depths of the Star Spirit Forest. Along the way, Yang Ming saw all kinds of strange and bizarre herbs. Holy crap, a rare herb, winter snow lotus? There are also rare fruits, chalcedony fruit? Oh my god, there are even perfect grade vegetables. Yang Ming was shocked by the Star Spirit Forest. This place was definitely a god-level medicine garden. At this moment, the lovely beast girl suddenly stopped and said to Yang Ming, "Humans are just ahead. Do you see the spirit lake, the waterfall, and the house in front? Sister Qiao lives there. We can't get close to that place, so you'll have to find her on your own. Mentioned by the beast girl should be the goddess of nature." "Okay, thank you." Yang Ming thanked them and walked towards the cabin. When he walked to a distance of 100 meters from the wooden house, Yang Ming felt that the air around him seemed to have changed. This place seems to be filled with extremely rich spiritual energy. Resurrection of spiritual energy? This thought flashed through Yang Ming's mind. Just as he was about to move on, he heard a lively and beautiful singing coming from the direction of the cabin. Will the little deer lost in the forest encounter a witch? The story begins. Yang Ming was deeply attracted by the beautiful singing. He looked in the direction of the sound and found a girl in light green clothes sitting by the lake, playing in the water and humming a song. The girl has an almost perfect oval face, fair skin, picturesque eyebrows and eyes, and a high and straight nose, giving people a sense of classical and exquisite beauty. Under the skirt is a pair of graceful legs as white as cold jade. The girl sat by the lake, humming a song, her feet as tender as ice cream gently splashing the water. Swinging. She is the goddess of nature? Why is she so young? She looks younger than me. Yang Ming was so fascinated by it for a moment that he couldn't help but have wild thoughts in his mind. At this time, Yang Ming discovered that the girl had a pair of crystal clear antlers on her head, which were very delicate and beautiful. "Hello, who are you?" An ethereal and pleasant voice suddenly sounded behind Yang Ming. At first glance, the girl sitting by the lake has disappeared. Yang Ming quickly turned around and found that the girl had appeared behind him without anyone noticing, her eyes full of vigilance. Considering that the girl standing in front of him was a god, Yang Ming quickly explained. "Hello, goddess of nature. My name is Yang Ming, and I'm the mayor of Huaxia City. Some time ago, I helped you solve the problem of demons polluting the Star Spirit Forest. Do you remember?" "Oh, it's you." Upon hearing this, the girl suddenly realized and the vigilance in her eyes relaxed a lot. Yang Ming continued, "I came to you this time to seek your help. I hope you can save my family." The girl nodded her head, and without thinking too much, she agreed and said softly, "You helped me once, I can't refuse you. Come on, take me to see your family. Even if they are dead, I can revive them. Oh, and I'm not a goddess of nature. Just call me Xiao Yao." Chapter 129, Spirit of Nature. Xiao Yao? This name sounds pretty nice. But if she was not the goddess of nature, could she heal so many wounded people in Huaxia City? To be on the safe side, Yang Ming scanned her information. Name, Xiao Yao. Occupation, God, Nature Spirit. Combat Power, 5. Power of Protection, 100W, sealed. Potential, 12 stars, maximum level. Talent, Deer Spirit Blessing, God level. Cannot be viewed due to low favorability between the two parties. Talent, Resurrection, SSS level. As long as there is a drop of blood, she can resurrect any living being, including gods. Skill, Holy Blessing, SSS level. Cannot be viewed due to low favorability between both parties. Skill, Radiant Healing, SSS level. Cannot be viewed due to low favorability between both parties. After just one look, Yang Ming became obedient. Previous suspicions about Xiao Yao also disappeared in an instant. Judging from this attribute panel, it is no worse than Aphrodite's. She is definitely a god. Although Xiao Yao's divine power is also sealed. After all, gods cannot interfere with the real world and the battlefield of all races. Xiao Yao, my family is waiting for me to go back and rescue them. So can you leave now? Yang Ming asked tentatively. Xiao Yao tilted her head, thought about it, and quickly agreed and nodded. Sure, let's go. Yang Ming heaved a sigh of relief, took out 2 teleportation scrolls from his arms, and asked Xiao Yao, "Do you need a teleportation scroll?" Xiao Yao shook her head and refused, saying softly, "No need. This thing makes me dizzy. Just tell me the coordinates." Well, the coordinates are 21469, 67,853. Yang Ming said the coordinates of Huaxia City. Xiao Yao raised her right hand, which was as slender as jade, and gently grasped it in the air, and a magic wand appeared in front of her. "Then I'll go wait for you first." Xiao Yao held the staff, tapped it lightly, and then the whole person disappeared. So convenient. Yang Ming was stunned, then quickly used the teleportation scroll. Just as Xiao Yao said, it is easy to get dizzy while using the teleportation scroll. The farther the transmission distance, the more headache and dizziness you will feel. A minute or two later, when Yang Ming opened his eyes again, he found himself back at the city wall of Huaxia City. Yang Ming subconsciously glanced around, searching for Xiao Yao, and then found that she was standing on the edge of the city wall, standing on tiptoe to look at the panoramic view of Huaxia City. What is that? A running lump of iron. Xiao Yao looked at the street below and the steam cars running back and forth, her eyes full of curiosity. This was the first time she had seen such a strange thing. Yang Ming thought about it and tried to explain in detail. That's a form of transportation called a steam car. Well, you could also think of it as something like a horse-drawn carriage. Oh, a carriage, Xiao Yao suddenly understood. Then, Xiao Yao said, "In your family? Where are they? Take me to see them. If we go too late and they are beyond help, it will take me a long time to revive them. Well, follow me." Yang Ming was also very anxious. After all, there were tens of thousands of wounded people in Huaxia City waiting for him to save their lives. If we don't rush over, the soldier's condition may be greatly aggravated. 5 minutes later, Yang Ming brought Xiao Yao to the hospital in Huaxia City. When Xiao Yao walked into the hospital, she saw the ground and the corridors were full of seriously injured soldiers. She asked in surprise, "What's going on? So many patients." Yang Ming looked at her nervously and couldn't help asking, "There are indeed a lot of patients. Can you save them all?" Xiao Yao nodded, her beautiful face looking very calm, and said softly, "Sure, it's a piece of cake." Yang Ming was very happy and said gratefully, "Thank you very much. If you can save these soldiers, I will definitely repay you." Xiao Yao didn't say anything else. She raised the staff in her hand. "Heal," Xiao Yao chanted softly. Next, a magical scene appeared. With Xiao Yao as the center, a faint green light emanated, like the light of nature, warm, comfortable, and refreshing. The green light quickly spread, enveloping the room, the staircase, the corridor, and then the entire hospital. Such a strong breath of life. It's simply a miracle. Yang Ming widened his eyes. Bathed in the green light, he felt a sense of security he had never felt before. At this moment, it seemed as if all the pain for all the patients in the hospital had disappeared. Huh? What happened? Why doesn't my broken arm hurt anymore? Oh my God, how come all my wounds have healed suddenly? Me too, my thigh was amputated and now it's grown back. Ha ha ha, my damaged kidney has been repaired. What happened all of a sudden? It feels like a divine intervention. Under Xiao Yao's healing green light, in less than 10 minutes, tens of thousands of injured soldiers in the entire hospital slowly recovered. 10 minutes later, Xiao Yao retracted the staff in her hand, and the green light covering the hospital slowly disappeared. "It's done. All the wounded have been cured," Xiao Yao said. Yang Ming was immediately shocked. So fast. In just 10 minutes, they healed tens of thousands of soldiers with broken arms and legs, and intestines spilling out? This is simply a god-level nurse priest. If Xiao Yao is there to help with treatment during future battles, wouldn't that mean we can create an immortal super army? Thank you, Xiao Yao. Yang Ming thanked Xiao Yao from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Yao waved her hand generously and said softly, "You're welcome. You helped the Star Forest resolve the pollution crisis and saved many lives. It's only natural for me to help you now. It's a courtesy. But I remember you said this city is yours." "Yes, I am the Lord of Huaxia City." Yang Ming nodded. Xiao Yao hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, "Can I walk around your castle? This is my first time leaving the Star Spirit Forest and coming to the outside world. It feels quite interesting." Yang Ming naturally would not refuse and agreed immediately. "Of course, you can go wherever you want. Do you want me to find a girl to accompany you?" "No, I can do it alone." Xiao Yao refused. Oh well. Yang Ming originally wanted to ask Aphrodite to accompany Xiao Yao. After all, in the entire Huaxia city, only Aphrodite's status was worthy of Xiao Yao. "Then I'll be leaving." Xiao Yao waved her hand, and then her delicate body emitted a faint green light and gradually disappeared. "If you encounter any problems, feel free to come to me," Yang Ming reminded quickly. After a while, Xiao Yao disappeared in the hospital. Chapter 130, Placing the Radiant Statue. No matter where Xiao Yao wanted to go, Yang Ming had no way of interfering. He could only pray in his heart that no one would provoke this great god. Now that the injured have recovered, Yang Ming can focus on other matters. We had just fought an unprecedented war, so the finishing work was very tedious. For example, how to properly settle the 5 vassal territories. Huaxia City suddenly had 5 additional king-level territories, and its area was several times larger. Managing so many territories at the same time will undoubtedly require Yang Ming to consume a lot of brain cells. As the territory grows, more people are needed, so the most urgent task now is to recruit more indigenous people. At this moment, Yang Ming finally realized why ancient emperors attached so much importance to population. The larger the population, the stronger the country. Without indigenous people, no matter how big the territory is, it will be a wasteland. So Yang Ming planned to place the Hui Yao statue now. The radiant statue, a rare item, was opened by Aphrodite from the diamond treasure chest a few days ago. It can greatly increase the probability of absorbing indigenous people. Yang Ming came to the commercial district of Huaxiao City and took out the Hui Yao statue from an open space in a square. After choosing an open space, Yang Ming prepared to place the Hui Yao statue. The system immediately asked, "Do you want to place the rare resource treasure, radiant statue?" "Yes." Yang Ming nodded. Placement successful. As soon as he finished speaking, the resources and treasures in Yang Ming's hand disappeared, and then a statue 7 meters high and 3 meters wide appeared in the open space in front of him. The statue's appearance is designed based on Yang Ming's appearance, vividly recreating his handsomeness, sunshine, dignity, elegance, coolness, good looks, graceful demeanor, elegant appearance, gentleness, extraordinary bearing, and face like a crown of jade. The radiant statue has begun operating. During this period, your Huaxiao City has a high probability of attracting more native residents to join. However, if the radiant statue is damaged, the buff will disappear. In order to protect the Hui Yao statue, Yang Ming specially found 2 soldiers and asked them to guard the statue and not allow anyone to touch it. This is a rare item and must be well protected. After doing this, Yang Ming looked at the time and found that it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. The commercial district closes at 11:30, but the streets are still crowded with people. People are eating, drinking, chatting, shopping. The crowd is surging. When a day's work is over, residents like to come to the commercial district for entertainment and fun. "Hey, Yang Ming." Yang Ming had just placed the Hui Yao statue when he heard someone calling him. Turning around, Yang Ming saw Xiao Yao coming to his side without him noticing. "What's wrong? Did you encounter any problems?" Yang Ming asked hurriedly. "This is a god. We must not offend him. We must handle the relationship well." Xiao Yao hesitated for a moment and asked awkwardly, "Can you give me some money? I want to buy something. 1 silver coin will do." It would be even better if you could give me 2. "Do you want to buy something?" Yang Ming quickly guessed that she must have walked around the commercial district and saw something she wanted to buy, but she had no money, so she came to find him. Xiao Yao has been living in the Star Forest and has never had any contact with human society, so naturally she has no money. "Well, I want to buy some dolls and gifts and take them back to my friends in the Star Spirit Forest," Xiao Yao said. The little friends that Xiao Yao mentioned were probably the group of beast girls. Yang Ming was quite generous. He took out a whole sack of gold coins from the warehouse and gave it to Xiao Yao. A whole sack contains at least several thousand or even tens of thousands of gold coins. "So many? Are these gold coins all for me?" Xiao Yao was a little stunned. With her only 5 combat points, she couldn't lift such a heavy sack. Yang Ming gave her the gold coins and said, "Of course it's for you. You saved so many people in Huaxiao City. Let alone this bag of gold coins. Even if I give you more gold coins, it's what I deserve. If you run out of gold coins, you can come to me again." "Thank you." Xiao Yao smiled. But the next second, her sweet face became distressed again, and she smacked her lips and said, "But it's too heavy. I can't lift it." Xiao Yao has a combat power of only 5 points, and can only lift things weighing more than 30 kilograms at most. However, this sack of gold coins weighs several hundred kilograms. "How about I help you get it? I'll accompany you to walk around the city. I have space props. I can help you pack up anything you want to buy," Yang Ming asked, worried about letting Xiao Yao walk around the city alone. After all, she is a god after all. If something unexpected happens, it will definitely have a bad impact on Huaxiao City. For example, if some blind aboriginal spoke rudely to Xiao Yao, wouldn't that be the end of him? Will this be too much trouble for you? To be honest, Xiao Yao was tempted. After all, there were so many things she wanted to buy that she definitely couldn't move them all by herself. Moreover, how to bring it back to the Star Forest is also a problem. No trouble. Hey, that's good. So, Yang Ming worked as a laborer for free and accompanied Xiao Yao shopping in the commercial district. As a newcomer, perhaps it was her first time setting foot in human society, Xiao Yao was full of curiosity about everything. Touch here and look there. Especially the colorful goods sold in the street stalls, such as hairpins, dolls, and little skirts, made her unable to help but play with them in front of the stalls. "What is this? Is it called a hairpin? I want it." "A doll? It's so pretty." I want one too. Wow, so many dresses. I want them all. And this, wrap it up. Pack that for me too. After walking down the street, Xiao Yao bought all the good-looking businesses. Fortunately, Yang Ming is a lord and has a portable warehouse that can hold all the things she bought. Otherwise, she would not be able to take them back to the Star Spirit Forest. It was past 11 o'clock when the commercial district gradually closed down, but Xiao Yao still looked as if she was still reluctant to leave. The temptation of having money to spend and spending it freely is probably something no one can resist. It was almost midnight and most people had already fallen asleep. Xiao Yao also planned to return to the Star Spirit Forest. In line with the principle of helping others to the end, Yang Ming responsibly packed up all the things Xiao Yao bought and sent them back to the Star Spirit Forest. Counting it up, this is Yang Ming's second time coming to the Star Forest. When the Beast Girls in the Star Spirit Forest saw Yang Ming take out piles of gifts from the system warehouse, as if by magic, they were all stunned. Chapter 131: A large number of refugees seek refuge. Like Xiao Yao, the Beast Girls had never left the Star Spirit Forest, so they were very curious about these strange and colorful items. Wow, what is this? It feels so good to touch. What a beautiful, adorable doll. There are so many skirts, so beautiful. I can finally stop wearing clothes made of grass. They are like little children, with happy smiles on their faces. Ding. Due to your friendly and kind behavior, the diplomatic level between Huaxiao City and Star Forest has been upgraded. Now you can establish a round-trip portal between Huaxiao City and Star Forest. The system's prompt sounded in Yang Ming's mind. For Yang Ming, this is undoubtedly good news. Because the Star Forest is full of rare plants, including vegetables, fruits, and herbs, if there is a chance to transplant some of them back to Huaxia City, it will speed up the agricultural development of Huaxia City. But that's all in the future. My diplomatic level is not high enough now, so it definitely cannot be transplanted. It was only a few minutes until 12 o'clock, so Yang Ming said goodbye to Xiao Yao and returned to Huaxia City. Call. Yang Ming took a deep breath and used the teleportation scroll to return to Huaxia City. Counting it up, this is the fourth time Yang Ming has used the teleportation scroll today. My head feels dizzy due to excessive use. So now he just wanted to get back to the Lord's mansion quickly, eat, go to bed, and have a good sleep. Lord, you're back. When Yang Ming returned to the Lord's mansion, Lilith and Lilia immediately came out to greet him. On the table were 4 steaming dishes and a soup. You two haven't gone back yet? Yang Ming asked subconsciously. Lord, of course we have to wait for you. If you don't come back, we will keep waiting. Lilith replied. Come and eat quickly. I've reheated it several times. It won't be fresh in 2 hours. Lilia also urged from the other side. Yang Ming touched his nose and felt it was sour. This was what it felt like when you were working outside and someone at home was waiting for you to come back for dinner. With the service of Lilith and Lilia, Yang Ming enjoyed his dinner very much. After dinner and a quick shower, Yang Ming fell asleep. The next day, today is the 34th day since Yang Ming arrived at the battlefield of all races. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Yang Ming got up as usual. There were a lot of things to do today, so after Yang Ming got up, washed up and had breakfast, he immediately went to work. Yang Ming had just left the Lord's mansion and had not walked for long when he saw Carl running towards him in a hurry. My lord, are you going out? I was just about to come find you because I have something urgent to tell you. Carl spoke in a hurried tone. What happened? Yang Ming asked. Carl sorted out his words and said, My lord, I don't know what happened today, but a lot of homeless people suddenly came outside, and they want to come and seek refuge with you. Oh, by the way, there is another army. They say they are from the kingdom of Eldora, and they hope to talk to you. Hearing this news, Yang Ming was of course happy. I just placed the Huiyao statue yesterday, and I didn't expect the effect to be so good. It attracted a large number of refugees today. But why did the kingdom of Eldora sound so familiar? I felt like I'd heard it somewhere before. After thinking for a while, Yang Ming remembered that more than 10 days ago, he killed a group of goblins and rescued a group of girls from them. Among this group of girls, there is an oval-shaped girl wearing a yellow skirt, who claims to be the princess of Eldora. If Yang Ming rescues her and sends her back to the kingdom of Eldora, he will get 500 gold coins. A mere 500 gold coins was not worth much to Yang Ming now, so he quickly forgot about it. But unexpectedly, people from the kingdom of Eldora actually came to visit on their own initiative. Okay, then I'll go and see the refugees who came here for refuge, Yang Ming said to Carl. Carl quickly saluted and said respectfully, Yes, great lord, please follow me. Under Carl's leadership, Yang Ming came to the city gate, where a large group of refugees with ragged clothes and pale faces appeared. The number is around 5,000. So many people? That's great. Seeing so many refugees coming to him for help, Yang Ming was naturally very happy. The larger the population, the better the development of Huaxia City will be. Seeing Yang Ming coming, the refugees immediately knelt on the ground in fear and begged Yang Ming, "Lord, please take us in. We have nowhere else to go. If we continue wandering, we will all die. Lord, please have mercy on us. We haven't eaten for 3 days. Please give us some food. My daughter is only 3 years old, and she is almost starving to death. Great Lord, as long as you can take us in, I'd be willing to be a beast." This group of ragged refugees knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yang Ming continuously. "Get up, everyone. I'll take you in." Yang Ming waved his hand. Hearing these words, the refugees cried for joy and cheered with happiness. "Thank you, Lord. Praise you, great Lord." The refugees paid their most sincere respects to Yang Ming. Yang Ming comforted the refugees, then turned to Carl and ordered, "Carl, bring out the food and fill their stomachs first. Once they're full, have Anna come over and check them out. Treat any sick people first, and if they're healthy, send them to the residential area. You'll arrange dormitories for them and assign them tasks." Yang Ming's arrangements were well organized, and even Carl couldn't find any fault with them. "As you command, my lord." Carl immediately followed Yang Ming's orders, brought a large amount of food from the canteen, and distributed it to the new refugees for free. The refugees, who had been hungry for 3 or 4 days, were immediately stunned when they saw the big white steamed buns, steaming pork slices, and eggs. In an instant, everyone rushed over and ate frantically. This scene made the people of the nearby Eldora kingdom a little confused. What's going on in this city? High-end foods like pork and eggs are actually distributed to refugees for free? You should know that even in the kingdom of Eldora, which has a land area of 405,000 square kilometers, only less than 2% of the population can achieve pork and egg freedom. Could it be that this small city of only 50 square kilometers is richer than the kingdom of Eldora? With doubts in her heart, the princess of Eldora, Her Highness Lilivian, who came from afar, couldn't help but walk towards Yang Ming. Lilivian came to Yang Ming and said in a gentle voice, "Hello, respected lord. I am the 9th princess from the kingdom of Eldora. My name is Lilivian. I came to visit you this time to discuss something with you." Chapter 132 Lilivian. Lilivian is a princess of the kingdom of Eldora and one of the candidates for the next king. A month ago, Lilivian was assigned to a city 200 kilometers away from Huaxia City to conduct the trial for the king candidate. During the trial, Lilivian and other king candidates will manage their own territories. After a period of time, whoever's territory develops better will become the next king of Eldora. Yang Ming looked at the woman in front of him, who was about 20 years old. She had flowing golden hair and wore a crown on her head. She was very beautiful and gave people a very noble feeling. Yang Ming asked Lilivian, "Your name is Lilivian? Are you one of the princesses of the kingdom of Eldora?" Well, just like the girl Yang Ming rescued from the goblins before, her hair is also golden. It seems that their blood is exactly the same. Lilivian nodded and said softly, "Yes, I came to visit you this time to discuss some cooperation with you." In fact, a month ago, after Lilivian was assigned to this area, she had already found out all the nearby forces clearly. Yang Ming's Huaxia City only appeared in the last 3 days. However, this small city of only 50 square kilometers has burst out with amazing power. In just one day, they swept through the 9 surrounding king-level territories and wiped out all the hostile forces nearby. Lily Wei saw Yang Ming beating up the Japanese soldiers yesterday. After all, with such a big commotion and a big battle happening right around her own territory, it was impossible for Lilivian not to notice it. In yesterday's battle, Lilivian witnessed Yang Ming sweeping across the world and was shocked by his amazing fighting power. So early this morning, Lilivian came to visit Yang Ming in person. If she didn't build relationships and establish diplomacy ahead of time, Lilivian felt that her trial mission as a king candidate would likely fail. Cooperation? What cooperation? Yang Ming asked her curiously. Having just arrived in the war zone for 3 days, Yang Ming did not understand the distribution of forces around Huaxia City. Compared with the novice area, the distribution of forces and map distribution in the war zone is undoubtedly larger and more complex. For example, the kingdom of Eldora, the angel tribe, the giant clan, the goblin dungeon kingdom. In short, the real battlefield of all races has a vast and boundless territory. Lilivian had possessed unique leadership abilities since childhood, which was one of the main reasons why she became a candidate for king. So she answered clearly in a few words. There are many areas for cooperation. Of course, the most important thing is what you need, what you have, and how we can complement each other. Most importantly, I hope to establish diplomatic relations with you. As soon as Lilivian finished speaking, Yang Ming heard the system prompt. Dear Lord Yongming, Lily Vian would like to establish diplomatic relations with you on behalf of the Kingdom of Eldora. Do you agree? Yongming did not agree immediately, but asked Lily Vian, do you have a map? What's the biggest map you can get? Lily Vian thought for a moment, and then answered after a long while. Yes, but I can't give it to you right away. You know how important the map is. I can only sell it to you when our partnership is very strong. Understood the importance of maps. Why was Yongming able to take over 9 king-level territories in Japan in one day? The biggest reason is that the system has added a new map function, which allows all forces within a 200-kilometer radius of Huaxia City to be seen. If there was no map, Yongming didn't know how long it would take to explore and catch all the Japanese devils in one fell swoop. In short, maps are very, very important. The larger the map, and the more detailed it is, the higher the value. Okay, then let's establish diplomatic relations. Yongming agreed. Ding. Dear Lord Yongming, your Huaxia City has established diplomatic relations with the Kingdom of Eldora, and the current diplomatic level is cooperation. After hearing that Yongming agreed to establish diplomatic relations with her, Lily Vian felt relieved. If Yongming disagrees and the two sides become hostile, then Lilivian's trial mission as the king candidate will probably fail. If she failed, Lilivian would not be able to become the Queen of Eldora, which she could not bear. Lily Vian took the initiative to ask, Lord Yongming, I'm very happy to be your friend. I wonder what resources you need most right now. Yongming thought for a moment and said, the population, especially those with awakened talents and occupations related to life. Yongming now has 5 more vassal territories, each of which is king level, covering an area of between 45 square kilometers and 60 square kilometers, and urgently needs a large population to settle in and operate. Although we took in another 5,000 refugees today, it is still far from enough. The gap is too big. Lily Vian thought about it seriously and replied, if you need people with living-related occupations, I suggest you buy them on the black market. Black market? Yongming asked subconsciously. Lily Vian explained patiently. The black market is one of the most powerful forces in the 10,000 races battlefield. It is spread all over the world. As long as you have money, you can buy anything on the black market, including people. There's a black market branch 300 kilometers to the north where you can buy people. I have a black market purple gold card that gives you a 20% discount. I can lend it to you if you need it. The system's newly added map function can only explore the surrounding 200 kilometers. Yongming didn't know what was happening 300 kilometers away. Okay, I want your purple gold card. Yongming said. Here you go, but remember to return it to me, because this is the card my father gave me. Lily Vian was generous. In order to express her sincerity, she directly gave the purple gold card to Yongming. A card made of pure purple gold, produced on the black market. Of course, Yongming couldn't accept her purple gold card for nothing, so he told her about how he had saved a Princess Eldora before. Lilivian, a princess from the Kingdom of Eldora, went missing about 20 days ago. Hearing this, Lily Vian's delicate body trembled, and she quickly asked, Yongming, how do you know? My sister Lily Winona did disappear, at the exact same time you said. Seeing that she was very anxious, Yongming said directly, about 20 days ago, I rescued a princess who claimed to be from the Kingdom of Eldora. She must be your sister. She's living in the residential area now. You can go and see her. Hearing this, Lilivian breathed a sigh of relief. My sister was saved by you? That's great, thank God. Well, I'll ask someone to take you to find her. Yongming called Carl. Yongming, thank you. Led by Carl, Lilivian and her guards went to the residential area. Once Lilivian finds her sister, the mission will be completed, and 500 gold coins will flow into Yongming's warehouse. Chapter 133 The next stage of the king-level territory. Yongming was playing with the purple gold card in his hand. After finishing his business, he planned to go to the black market. There is no other way because the population of Huaxia City is really too scarce, especially the high-level professional residents, who are as rare as treasures. Off, Yongming came to the training ground. After Qiao Yao's treatment yesterday, the injured soldiers have become full of energy again. Yongming called Zhang Lingfeng, Yang Jian, and Yang Fifan over. Although all the Japanese devils were wiped out yesterday, the battlefield has not been completely cleared. Yongming issued a new order. The 3 of you will lead the Azure Dragon Legion, the White Tiger Legion, and the Suzuka Legion respectively, and continue to explore outside the city. By the way, turn the Japanese territory upside down. At the same time, if you encounter refugees outside, remember to bring them all back to Huaxia City. Yang Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, and Yang Fifan responded simultaneously. As you command, Lord. Soon after, 3 legions left the city to explore. If Huaxia City wants to develop and become bigger and stronger, it must not stop exploring. Yang Ming began to consider the next step of territory upgrade. If you continue to upgrade your territory, the next level will not be a territory, but an advancement to a city. The next stage of the king-level territory is a small city. Once the city grows stronger, the next step is to build an empire. There is still a long way to go in the future. Let's try to transform the territory into a city within 15 days. Yang Ming thought. Compared with territories, cities have an irreplaceable advantage, which is the ability to conduct trade. Well, just like the ancient Silk Road. Any power with which diplomatic relations have been established may engage in trade. Currently, the forces that have established diplomatic relations with Huaxia City include Evil God Altar, Star Spirit Forest, and Eldora Kingdom. However, if you want to upgrade a territory to a city, the conditions are much more stringent. The required conditions are as follows. Wood 20.58W. Stone 18.75W. Mine 9.99W. Population 50,000 plus. National fortune value 19,500. Purple crystal core 10 pieces. Buildings at least 10 level 5 buildings, 75 level 4 buildings, and 325 level 3 buildings. Vassal territory at least 3 king level territories. Resource field at least 10 level 5 resource fields, at least 75 level 4 resource fields, and at least 325 level 3 resource fields. Wealth at least 100 tons of gold coins. Wow, these resources are too many, right? Yang Ming took a look and immediately felt a headache. The resources needed to build a city are much more than Yang Ming imagined. No wonder that even though the national destiny system has been bound to Blue Star for 10 years, no city has been born yet. That's right, until now, the highest level territory in the entire Blue Star is still the king level territory. In fact, if there were no internal conflicts among the countries on Blue Star, there would be great hope of building multiple cities. However, due to human greed, the countries on Blue Star cannot cooperate sincerely with each other. Instead, wars break out frequently, causing everyone to develop very slowly. The most fundamental reason is that everyone wants to be the world's boss, which leads to no one being able to be the world's boss. Therefore, in today's world, whoever can build the first world-class city will have absolute say in the country he belongs to. If Yang Ming's Huaxia City can become the first city on Blue Star, then Huaxia will be able to return to being the world's #1. But the conditions are indeed too harsh. Just 100 tons of gold is beyond reach. Whether in the real world or on the battlefield of all races, gold is a very important resource. Even in the special store that comes with the SSS level talent, Supreme Overlord, it takes 10 points to redeem 1 pound of gold. Huaxia City currently has only 1 gold mine, a 4th level resource field, but it can only mine a maximum of 1 ton of gold per month. There are still too few resource fields. Let's try to capture all the resource fields within 200 kilometers of Huaxia City in the next few days. Yang Ming's next plan is to occupy more resource fields. The more resource fields there are, the faster Huaxia City will develop. With the increase in strength, it has become easy for Yang Ming to attack the 4th level resource field. So, Yang Ming summoned another 15,000 soldiers and took them out for training. While capturing the resource fields, Yang Ming planned to complete the mission at the Evil God's altar. The mission of the Evil God altar is to sacrifice 2 rare beasts. With Yang Ming's current strength, hunting rare beasts is extremely easy. Click. Not long after, the city gates opened wide. Yang Ming set off with the newly summoned 15,000 warriors. 3 days later, Yang Ming arrived at the battlefield of all races. During these 3 days, Yang Ming personally led the team to attack the resource fields. They encountered almost no obstacles throughout the process and swept through all the resource fields at the lowest cost. Within a radius of 200 kilometers, almost all the resource fields fell into the hands of Huaxia City. The harvest can be said to be very great. There are as many as 40 newly added level 4 resource fields, including 2 new gold mines. Gold mines. Gold is everywhere. It goes without saying how valuable it is. In addition, Yang Ming also hunted 76 rare beasts. As for the excellent level exotic beasts, there were too many to count, filling up the granaries of the 5 king-level vassal territories. Simply put, the current situation in Huaxia City is that there are a ridiculous amount of supplies, but a severe shortage of population. Even with the buff of the shining statue, the probability of absorbing indigenous people has increased a lot, but it is still not enough for Huaxia City. Looks like I have to go to the black market quickly. The problem Yang Ming wants to solve most now is population. Without population, nothing can be done. What good is a vast territory? What good is a plethora of resource fields? Without people to work on them, isn't it just a wasteland? The black market is located 300 kilometers east of Huaxia City. 300 kilometers far. For ordinary people, it is of course far away. But for Yang Ming, whose combat power value is as high as 788 points, it is very close, because when he runs at full speed, his speed can reach 300 meters per second. 300 kilometers, or 300 kilometers, can be reached in just 1,000 seconds, or about 17 minutes, when Yang Ming sprints at full speed. It was only 17 minutes. Yang Ming decided to go to the black market today. Holding the purple gold card borrowed from Lily Vian, Yang Ming walked out of Huaxia City and headed north to the black market in the north. According to Lily Vian's introduction, the black market is a very powerful force in the battlefield of all races, spread all over the world. As for how strong the black market background is, Lily Vian couldn't tell. Even epic dragons have been hunted on the black market. Chapter 134 Heading to the Black Market. Yang Ming was like a rocket, shuttling through the wilderness at an extremely fast speed. His destination was the black market in the north. After a while, Yang Ming had run 200 kilometers. A range of 200 kilometers is the maximum detection range of the system map. In other words, when Yang Ming walked out of Huaxia City 200 kilometers away, the system map could no longer display the route. In short, be careful without a map. Yang Ming reminded himself. Although Yang Ming is very strong, he feels that he will most likely not be able to defeat a perfect level monster. It is really difficult to challenge someone of a higher level. Especially when jumping from rare level to perfect level, the difference in strength is like the difference between heaven and earth. After a while, Yang Ming walked 200 kilometers away. Suddenly, Yang Ming felt different. The surrounding environment seemed to become much more dangerous all of a sudden. A level 5 resource field. Not long after, Yang Ming saw an unoccupied level 5 resource field not far away. A level 5 resource field must be guarded by a perfect level exotic beast. No wonder I haven't seen a single level 5 resource field in the past few days, even though I've been sweeping around Huaxia City. It turns out you have to go 200 kilometers to find a level 5 resource field. Yang Ming roughly understood why the system map only showed a territory within 200 kilometers. Within 200 kilometers of the territory, it is relatively safe. There will be no level 5 resource fields and no perfect level monsters. Once you go beyond 200 kilometers, the danger level increases significantly. Not only will there be level 5 resource fields, but you will also encounter perfect level monsters. Yang Ming now doesn't dare to provoke the perfect level monster, so when he saw the level 5 resource field, he immediately took a detour. After walking and stopping, going around and around, it took 10 minutes for Yang Ming to advance 60 kilometers. There is no way. There are too many powerful monsters here, and Yang Ming must bypass their territory. Ouch! At this moment, Yang Ming suddenly heard a deafening roar of a strange beast coming from afar. Moreover, he could faintly hear the sound of human conversation. Someone is actually challenging a perfect level monster. Yang Ming quickly realized that someone was fighting with a perfect level monster. With strong curiosity, Yang Ming followed the sound and looked over. Not long after, Yang Ming saw a huge monster going crazy not far away. It was a black bear that was over 15 meters tall. The black bear is covered with iron armor, which looks like a solid wall of iron and steel, indestructible. Opposite the black bear, there were two men in fiery red robes, confronting the black bear. These two men don't seem to be from Earth. Yang Ming discovered that these two men seemed to be from alien civilization. Because Yang Ming could intuitively feel that their aura was obviously different from that of humans on Earth. They give people the feeling of a blazing furnace. A walking human furnace. What is most concerning is that there is a flame emblem carved above their foreheads. It is not known whether it is a birthmark or an acquired tattoo. No way, they only have rare level strength, and they dare to challenge perfect level beasts. Yang Ming discovered that these two people were not stronger than himself, but they dared to join forces to challenge the perfect level black bear. Isn't this just courting death? Yang Ming was puzzled. Even someone as strong as Yang Ming wouldn't dare to challenge a perfect level monster. However, Yang Ming was still quite curious about the aliens, so he didn't plan to leave. He continued to hide in the dark and observe the two aliens challenging the black bear. Bang, bang, bang. Hey ha, hey ha. At the beginning, the two aliens were able to fight back and forth with the black bear. They cooperated very well and perfectly achieved the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. But the black bear's terrifying fighting power was there. After just 5 minutes, the two aliens were beaten and fled in panic. Yang Ming thought that these two people had some trump cards, so they dared to challenge the perfect level black bear, but in the end it turned out to be a false alarm. Hey, that's not right. Why are they running towards me? But soon, Yang Ming discovered something was wrong. Because the direction they fled was exactly where Yang Ming was hiding in the dark and observing them. After a while, the black bear chased the two aliens and punched them, creating a big hole where Yang Ming was. Yang Ming was therefore forced to show up. Ouch! The black bear spotted Yang Ming and suddenly roared angrily, shouting, "Damn you humans! You disturbed my sleep, one thing you did, but you even dared to ambush me. I'm going to eat you all. I hate those shameless humans who hide in the dark and launch sneak attacks." After saying that, Black Bear left the two aliens behind and turned to chase Yang Ming. Perhaps because of some bad memories, black bears hate species that hide in the dark and launch sneak attacks. Yang Ming. I was just passing by and taking a peek. How did I suddenly become the culprit? Boom. The 15-meter-tall black bear raised its huge paw and slapped Yang Ming suddenly. The powerful force made Yang Ming dare not doubt that if he was slapped by this slap, he would definitely turn into a puddle of mud. Run. So Yang Ming ran without saying anything. The black bear clung to Yang Ming and chased me madly, roaring as it chased me. You despicable bug who only knows how to hide in the sewers and launch sneak attacks. Stop right there and don't run. Yang Ming had no words to express his suffering and could only flee for his life. The two aliens saw the black bear suddenly turn around and chase Yang Ming, and they didn't know what was happening for a moment. Who is that person? He doesn't look like one of us, Sanyan. He's not one of us. His aura is completely different from ours. He must be passing by, a human from another galaxy. He was just passing by. Doesn't that mean we've implicated him? Maybe. It's all my fault that I didn't expect the perfect level beast to be so powerful. Even if you and I join forces, plus 2 perfect level weapons, we can't defeat this black bear. The two aliens were talking while looking at Black Bear and Yang Ming in the distance. One of the Sanyan people shouted to Yang Ming in the distance. Well, stranger, I'm sorry. We've gotten you into trouble. If you can escape, go to the nearby black market and find our Sanyan shop. We'll compensate you. Yang Ming, who was running for his life, vaguely heard these words. You're from Sanyan, right? I'll remember you. Yang Ming was complaining here while desperately trying to escape. If he had known this would happen, Yang Ming would not have joined in the fun. Now that the trouble has been shifted elsewhere, where can he go to complain? You despicable human, stop right there. The black bear chased Yang Ming relentlessly. After running for 30 kilometers, Yang Ming still couldn't get rid of the black bear. Heavenly punishment. Helpless, Yang Ming had to turn around suddenly and use his trump card. In an instant, sacred golden chains were summoned from the void and locked up the huge black bear. Chapter 135, Entering the Tiendo Black Market. The black bear was locked in a golden divine chain, unable to struggle and unable to move. But this also completely aroused its bloodiness. Roar! The black bear raised its head and roared, and its body, which was originally 15 meters long, suddenly expanded to 20 meters. The muscles throughout the body almost doubled in size. A terrifying black mist spread over the black bear's body, as if it was about to turn into a demon from hell. Oh no, the heavenly punishment can no longer trap it. Yang Ming was shocked when he saw this scene. Yang Ming realized the drawbacks of heavenly punishment. If the opponent's combat power far exceeds yours, then although the heavenly punishment can control the opponent, he will also be able to break free. For example, now, Yang Ming's combat power value is 788, and the combat power value of the black bear after going berserk has broken through to 5,000. The gap between the two sides cannot be made up by talent at all. I have to run away quickly before the black bear breaks free. Yang Ming didn't dare to stay any longer, turned around, and ran away. 2 minutes later, the black bear finally broke free from Yang Ming's divine punishment. Damn human, I've memorized your taste. I'm going to eat you sooner or later. But when the black bear regained its freedom, Yang Ming had already escaped. The helpless black bear could only roar angrily and then return to its den. At this time, Yang Ming, who had escaped, had already arrived near the black market. The black market is one of the most powerful forces in the battlefield of all races, and it is spread all over the world. According to Lily Vian, many rare items can be purchased on the black market. So this is the black market, a huge city. Yang Ming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked forward, where a huge city appeared. Named Tiendo Black Market. Lord's Mansion level, medium-sized city. Belong, Forest Python. National fortune value, 20.68 W. Population 1 to 0.52 W. Area, 600 square kilometers. Building, diplomatic relations have not been established, so it cannot be viewed. Vassal territory. No diplomatic relations have been established, so it cannot be viewed. Resource field. Diplomatic relations have not yet been established, so you are not eligible to view. Hiss. Seeing this, Yang Ming couldn't help but take a breath. The black market is so terrifying. A medium-sized city, 2 levels higher than Yang Ming's Huaxia city. If a king-level territory is upgraded further, it will become a king-level territory small city, medium-sized city, large city country. No wonder Lily Vian repeatedly told me to abide by the rules of the black market when she gave me the purple gold card. It turns out it's because the black market is so powerful. The black market is spread across the vast battlefield of all races. The Tiendo black market in front of us is just a small branch of all the black markets. Just one branch is so much more powerful than Yang Ming's Huaxia city. It's hard to imagine how powerful the black market headquarters is. You can understand it this way. The black market headquarters equals Mishua Ice City headquarters, and the Tiendo black market equals a Mishua Ice City franchise branch in a small county. It is now around 9 o'clock in the morning. Many gates of the black market have been opened, and many people are queuing up to enter and exit the black market. Succubi with hot and sexy bodies. Here you can live as various races. It turns out that the 10,000 races battlefield is called the 10,000 races battlefield because there are literally thousands of races here. The scene before him gave Yang Ming the illusion that he had come to another world. Yang Ming suddenly felt that the human race seemed very small in front of all other races. Forget it. Let's go get in line first. Yang Ming touched his nose and joined the queue. 10 minutes later, after paying the entrance fee of 5 silver coins, Yang Ming finally entered the black market. As soon as he came in, what appeared before Yang Ming was an ancient-style city similar to that of another world. The ground is covered with large, hard blue stones. Roads extend in all directions, leading to various streets and areas. In the shops on the street, all kinds of strange-looking creatures are selling things. There are girls with animal ears, orcs, dwarves, and of course normal humans. From time to time, you can see rare-quality soldiers patrolling the streets. This was Yang Ming's first time to come into contact with such a large-scale force. He was full of curiosity and planned to take a good look inside the black market. After strolling around the Tiendo black market for about 10 minutes, Yang Ming discovered a problem. Although Tiendo black market is a medium-sized city, its social system seems to be a constitutional monarchy, which means that one person holds all the power. Slavery was prevalent. Here, you can see people selling slaves everywhere, and prostitution, gambling, and drugs are also everywhere. Not long after, Yang Ming came to a slave market. Master, would you like to buy slaves? We have a new batch of snake girls. They are very satisfying and feminine. Would you like to buy too? Young master, do you want to buy a fox spirit? It can transform into a human form. It's very cheap. Sir, I have a batch of freshly captured humans here. They have tender skin and meat and taste amazing. Would you like to buy a few and cook them? The stall owners in the slave market were all very enthusiastic in recommending their goods. The place is filled with iron cages, which hold many slaves. If any ignorant slave dared to resist, he would be whipped mercilessly by the stall owner. Bang! The sound of a whip hitting flesh suddenly rang out. Not far away, a 3-meter-tall, burly werewolf was waving a whip in his hand and whipping the person imprisoned in the iron cage. You useless humans, with skinny arms and legs, can't work, and your food gets stuck in your teeth. You can't even sell it for a single gold coin, and yet you eat all my food. What's the point of keeping you around? The werewolf became angrier as he spoke, and he lashed harder with the whip. In the iron cage, a group of human girls were trembling in fear at the brutal werewolves. If the fighting continues like this, many people will be beaten to death. Stop! Just as the werewolf was fighting hard, a voice interrupted him. The werewolf turned around and found that a very young man had appeared in front of him. The person who came was Yang Ming. What's the matter? The werewolf asked impatiently. I bought them all. Yang Ming pointed at the people imprisoned in the iron cage. Buy them all. Upon hearing this, the originally angry werewolf immediately put on a friendly and profitable face and asked Yang Ming excitedly, Sir, do you really want to buy them all? If so, I can give you a discount. When the werewolf saw Yang Ming wearing luxurious clothes, he thought he must be a rich man, and his attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. Chapter 136, 35,500 slaves. Yes, I want them all. Yang Ming took out a bag of gold coins from the system warehouse. Looking at the full stack of gold coins in Yang Ming's hands, the werewolf's eyes instantly widened. The werewolf immediately came up with a playful smile and asked, Master, you really are my master. Normally, it only costs 2 gold coins to buy a human slave, but since you're so generous, How about I give you a 10% discount? 10% off? Sure. Yang Ming thought for a moment, then said, but I have one condition. The werewolf immediately became nervous and asked subconsciously, just tell me what the conditions are. It's too little, Yang Ming said slowly. The werewolf immediately showed a puzzled expression and asked in confusion, too little? Too little for what? Yang Ming cleared his throat and continued, I want a large population, the more the better, preferably starting with tens of thousands. The number of slaves you have here doesn't meet my expectations. Do you understand? What? The number of slaves is in tens of thousands. Upon hearing this, the werewolf was stunned. It turns out that I actually met a rich man. The werewolf couldn't help but fantasize that if he could close this deal, he would become rich overnight and reach the pinnacle of his life. Yes, I want tens of thousands of human slaves, preferably professional residents with natural talents. After saying that, Yang Ming took out the purple gold card that Lilivian gave him. When the werewolf saw the purple gold card, he immediately believed it halfway, because only people of noble status can obtain the purple gold card on the black market. The werewolf lowered his posture to the lowest level and said respectfully, Respected sir, please wait a moment. I already know what you need. I can introduce you to a big shot in the black market who can guarantee to provide you with the population you desire. Okay, I'll wait for you. Yang Ming nodded. The werewolf called two maids and asked them to entertain Yang Ming well, and then went to do his work. After the werewolf left, Yang Ming opened a row of iron cages behind him and released all the girls locked inside. After a quick count, there were about 200 girls, aged between 18 and 25. After being rescued, they did not dare to run away. Instead, they knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yang Ming repeatedly to express their gratitude. Thank you, sir, for buying us. Sir, give me something to eat, and I will serve you well. My lord, please take me back and away from this troubled place. The girls kept begging Yang Ming. They dared not run away because they knew that the consequences of being caught would be dire, worse than death, not to mention that they knew they could not escape the black market. Yang Ming finally softened his heart and waved his hand. Okay, stop kneeling and get up. Eat some food first to fill your stomachs. After saying that, Yang Ming took out biscuits, dried meat, and fresh water from the system warehouse and distributed them to them. When these girls, who had never had a full meal, saw the food, they immediately started drooling and took the food and started eating it like crazy. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. The girls expressed their gratitude to Yang Ming while eating their food. Yang Ming waved his hand to show that he didn't care. After about 10 minutes, the werewolf came back and came to Yang Ming and said, Sir, I have reported your request to the higher-ups in the slave market. Currently, there are 35,500 human slaves on the Tiendo black market. If you want one, you only need to pay 71,000 gold coins. With a 20% discount for purple gold cards, the total is 56,800 gold coins. If you need transportation services, just add another 50,000 gold coins, and we will be responsible for delivering them to your territory. Of course, it is only within 350 kilometers. If it exceeds this, you have to pay extra. Yang Ming thought for a moment and felt that this price was reasonable. Okay, I agree. Yang Ming, who owned 3 gold mines, was not short of money and agreed immediately. Seeing this, the werewolf showed an extremely excited smile. If this deal was successful, he would definitely make a lot of commission. The werewolf said respectfully, Sir, please come this way. You are our honored guest in the slave market. We have already arranged a presidential suite for you. You only need to sign a contract, and we will send you to your territory immediately. Following the werewolf, Yang Ming came to the tallest luxury hotel in the slave market. But next to the garbage dump at the hotel gate, Yang Ming saw several young bodies lying there. What is that? Yang Ming asked the werewolf. The werewolf glanced at the garbage heap, understood, and immediately began to explain. Oh, those human corpses. Early this morning, someone wanted to buy a heart organ, so the staff took out a few piglets, killed them, sold the organs, and threw the corpses into the garbage. The werewolf said this casually, as if he was used to this kind of thing. This kind of thing is indeed very common in the black market, such as organ trafficking, and no one stops it. Yang Ming was silent for a moment, then followed the werewolf into the hotel. There were no surprises during the contract signing process. Since Yang Ming was very generous in paying the money, the two parties only took half an hour to discuss all the details. Yang Ming paid more than 100,000 gold coins to the slave market. Holding the signed contract, the werewolf was very happy. He said to Yang Ming, Sir, I promise that within today, all 35,500 of your slaves will be safely delivered to your territory. If any casualties occur, we will compensate them at full price. Okay, as soon as possible, the sooner the better, Yang Ming said lightly. To be honest, Yang Ming doesn't like the black market. Because the environment here is full of crime, blood, and darkness, it has a huge impact on Yang Ming's worldview. Perhaps sensing Yang Ming's urgency, the werewolf immediately asked people to start making arrangements. A total of 35,500 slaves flew from the black market to Huaxiao City on flying vehicles. There is a large flying monster on the black market that has been tamed and is of excellent quality. Although its combat power is not high, it is huge in size and can pull very heavy objects, making it the most suitable for transporting things. In this way, rows of flying monsters were already prepared, carrying 35,500 slaves and set off one after another. The distance of 300 kilometers is neither close nor far. A round trip takes only 1.5 hours. In this way, transported by flying monsters, it took only half a day for this group of 35,500 slaves to arrive at their new home, Huaxia City. Upon their arrival, every slave was terrified. After all, they didn't know what fate would await them. Just when the slaves were at a loss, the man appeared. Chapter 137 Betting. 35,500 slaves, both men and women, all under the age of 30, were gathered in an open space in the Huaxia City Square, waiting for arrangements. Amid the slaves' anxious gaze, Yang Ming appeared. Yang Ming was now on the high platform, fully displaying the grace and demeanor of a leader. He slowly raised his hand and said loudly, "Hello, new residents. I am the Lord of Huaxia City. I am very happy that you can become a part of Huaxia City." Upon learning of Yang Ming's identity, all the slaves immediately knelt down and shouted nervously, "Greetings, Lord. We are willing to be your most loyal servants." The slaves lowered their heads and dared not breathe, for fear of making Yang Ming unhappy and then being beheaded. Yang Ming continued, "Stop kneeling, everyone, stand up. The first thing I want to announce is, from today on, you are all free." Freedom. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Do slaves like them, who can be killed at will, deserve freedom? Yang Ming didn't care whether they could understand or not, and continued to talk to himself. Yes, freedom. From today on, you will no longer be hungry. You will have new clothes to wear and a warm bed to sleep in. No one will be able to hurt you again. Besides that, you can find a suitable job, buy a house of your dreams, get married, have children, and enjoy the happiness of family life. After hearing the big promises Yang Ming made, everyone felt dizzy. Can they really enjoy such a wonderful life? Lord, are we dreaming? Someone couldn't help but ask. Of course not. Yang Ming shook his head and immediately issued new orders. Right now. Immediately, line up and get 2 new sets of clothes. Then, wash up and head to the cafeteria for a big meal. In the cafeteria, you can eat meat, rice, big white steamed buns, as well as vegetables and fruits. Hearing about these delicacies, everyone felt their mouths watering. Under the temptation of food, all the slaves lined up obediently and registered according to the procedures. Register information, receive 2 sets of clothes, shower, undergo hospital examination, eat in the cafeteria, be assigned a dormitory, choose a suitable job, go to work, and then gradually begin to adapt to the Chinese environment. Thank you, Lord. Oh my God, what beautiful new clothes. They feel really warm. Woohoo! I've never worn anything so comfortable. Stop crying, take a shower quickly, and then you can go to the cafeteria and have a big meal to fill your stomach. When we go to the cafeteria, is there really free food that we can eat as much as we want? We're in the cafeteria. Oh my God, there's so much food. It's really free. This place is like heaven. It's amazing, I love this place. An hour ago, the slaves were all feeling terrified, but just an hour later, they were overwhelmed with joy. Because Huaxiao City is simply the paradise they have always dreamed of. With the arrival of these new residents, Huaxiao City's operational capacity has almost tripled. Because among this group of new residents, there are many people with awakened talents in life-related professions. Blacksmiths, chefs, agricultural experts, winemakers, singers. There are many kinds of residents with different occupations, totaling 7,500 people. Lily Vian saw all of Yang Ming's actions. That's right, she hasn't left yet. In the morning, Lilivian found her sister who had disappeared for more than 20 days in a residential area. Lilivian originally wanted to take her sister home quickly, but she was rejected by her sister. Lilivian could never have imagined that her sister didn't want to return to the kingdom of Eldora. Sister Lily Winona said firmly, "Lilivian, stop trying to persuade me. I don't want to go back to the kingdom of Eldora. I'm no longer the princess of Eldora, but a citizen of Huaxia City. I want to live here." When she first heard this, Lilivian thought that her sister had been drugged by Yang Ming. Not a princess of Eldora, but an ordinary resident of a small city? Isn't this just pure brain damage? However, after her sister Liliwinona's explanation, Lilivian also became curious about Huaxia City. So, today, while Yang Ming was at the black market, Lilivian toured Huaxia City. You won't know until you visit, and you'll be surprised when you do. Lilivian never thought that a city could be built so perfectly. It was from that moment on that Lilivian became curious about Yang Ming. In particular, the way Yang Ming treated the slaves she had just seen made her feel incredible and incomprehensible. Lilivian couldn't suppress her curiosity, so she came to Yang Ming and asked, Yang Ming, why are you so nice to them? They are obviously just the lowest slaves. Slavery also exists in the kingdom of Eldora. After a busy day, Yang Ming was looking for someone to chat with, so he explained, because I think the world's values are distorted and wrong, and I want to save the world. Lilivian showed an incredible expression and asked, Yang Ming, do you want to change the world? Do you want to be the savior of the 10,000 races battlefield? Yang Ming nodded and said, yes, don't you think that a prosperous world of freedom and equality, where everyone aspires, is much better than a cruel battlefield of all races? Lilivian felt like it was a fairy tale, even more unbelievable. She shook her head and said, a prosperous age? Yang Ming, don't forget that your 35,500 slaves were purchased from the black market, and the black market is just the tip of the iceberg of the dark side of the 10,000 races battlefield. Yang Ming smiled and said with a relaxed look, it's just the black market. What's so great about it? One day, I will eradicate the black market completely. All the stumbling blocks that stand in my way will only end up in destruction. The existence of the black market conflicts with Yang Ming's philosophy. What's more, in the future, if Yang Ming wants to develop his territory and expand its area, he will definitely not be able to avoid the black market. Lilivian shook her head and said jokingly, Yang Ming, if you really dare to get rid of the Tiando black market, then I will take off the crown of the princess of the Eldora kingdom and become one of your maids. In Lilivian's opinion, the black market is one of the most powerful forces in the battlefield of all races, spread all over the world. How could Yang Ming dare to be its enemy? What's the difference between going against the black market and committing suicide? Are you sure? Then let's make a bet. Yang Ming asked her. Okay, of course I'm sure, said Lilivian. Thus, a bet was made. In the distant future, Lilivian could never have imagined that this bet would become the most magnificent turning point in her glorious life. This bet made her the most powerful and accomplished empress in the history of the Kingdom of Eldora. Chapter 138 Library. The reason why Yang Ming made a bet with Lilivian was simply because he saw her potential. Name, Lilivian. Quality, excellent grade. Potential value, 5 stars. Combat power, 251. Talent, Empress's talent A level. Lilivian has Empress's talent. Talent, Daughter of Destiny S rank, the Eldora Kingdom's favored one. No matter what she does, she will always be successful. From the first moment they met, Yang Ming scanned Lilivian's information, so he kept communicating with her. S-level talent, Daughter of Destiny. There is no need to say how important it is. Even the luck boost that Aphrodite gave to Yang Ming could only be considered half an S-level talent. If he could get Lilivian to submit to him in the future, he might be able to bring the entire Eldora kingdom into China's territory. After all, Yang Ming's ultimate goal is revolution, thereby saving the entire 10,000 races battlefield. But the goal is very ambitious, so we still have to take it step by step. Yang Ming's current small goal is to upgrade the territory to a city first. The most difficult part is occupying the level 5 resource fields. A level 5 resource field must be guarded by a perfect level exotic beast. With Yang Ming's current strength, he definitely has no way of defeating the perfect level monster. Even if he uses heavenly punishment, he can only trap the perfect level monster for 2 minutes. And the most important thing is that even if Yang Ming forcibly took over the level 5 resource field, he would not be able to defend it. Because the average combat power of the soldiers cannot keep up with the speed at which Yang Ming becomes stronger. Therefore, Yang Ming not only had to find ways to become stronger, but also had to find ways to train warriors. Saving the world is not as easy as it sounds. If you really want to reach the top of the world, you must put in a lot of effort. Forget it. I'm very tired today. Let's go back to the Lord's mansion and rest. Now that it was getting close to evening, Yang Ming took off work. As soon as they returned to the Lord's mansion, Lilith and Lilia asked Yang Ming what he wanted to eat tonight. Let's eat rare beast meat tonight, Yang Ming said. Yang Ming had never eaten any rare exotic beast meat. The meat of rare exotic beasts to extract the maximum energy effect. After the crazy sweep in the previous 3 days, Yang Ming had swept the area within a radius of 200 miles of Huaxia City and hunted 76 rare beasts, so he could eat as much as he wanted. Lilith memorized the food Yang Ming wanted to eat, and then said, "Okay, Lord, but you'll need to wait a moment, as it takes a long time to process rare beast meat." "Yeah," Yang Ming nodded. While they were cooking, Yang Ming opened the chat channel page for the first time in a long time. Yang Ming has been busy recently and hasn't lurked in the chat channel for a long time. Yang Ming first went to take a look at the Dawn chat group. At this time, Zhang Wei, Chen Zhanbei, Bai Xueji, Meng Tian, Huang Lu and others were discussing how to upgrade the king-level territory. Seeing that they were discussing so intensely, Yang Ming shared with them his experience in upgrading the king-level territory. Afterwards, Yang Ming went to take a look at the Loving Family chat group. In the group chat, Tang Long and Yu Zhengzhong were discussing something. Specifically, Tang Long wanted to move his territory back to the Huaxia base, but Yu Zhengzhong wanted him to stay outside and develop with Yang Ming so that they could take care of each other. In the end, Tang Long insisted on moving back to the Chinese base camp and using the territory migration scroll tomorrow. Tang Long's attitude was very firm, and Yu Zhengzhong finally had no choice but to agree. Once Tang Long leaves tomorrow, Yang Ming will be the only one left in this area. In the group chat for a while, Yang Ming didn't see any major news, so he went to Blue Star's chat channel. Yang Ming wants to buy a batch of supplies. Skill book. The item Yang Ming wants to buy most now is a skill book that can be shared. The so-called shared skill books refer to the skill books that many people can study together and have a lot of places available. Generally speaking, this type of skill book is very rare. For example, Yang Ming's A-level skill, Thunder Overlord / can currently only be learned by 2 people. If the Thunder Overlord / could be learned by thousands or even tens of thousands of people at the same time, it would undoubtedly be a divine skill. But unfortunately, the more advanced the skill book, the more restricted the number of people who can study it, and often only 1 or 2 people are allowed to study it. That's why Yang Ming planned to buy 1 or 2 skill books that could be shared infinitely so that the soldiers could study them collectively. In this way, the overall strength of Huaxia City's army will be able to increase steadily. 10 minutes later, Yang Ming stayed in the chat channel for a long time, then went to the trading area to search, and finally found what he wanted. Name Dragon Fist. Quality, C-level skill. Number of learners, no upper limit. Introduction, throw a punch, and the wind from the fist will gather the shadow of a broken dragon, greatly increasing the attack power. Yang Ming took a fancy to this item at first sight and immediately found the seller to ask him how to trade. The seller was an Arab from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. When he learned that Yang Ming was Chinese, he was very enthusiastic and greeted him with a warm hello. Yang Ming communicated with him for a few minutes and bought the skill book with 200 kilograms of rare-grade exotic beast meat and 500 kilograms of excellent-grade exotic beast meat. But just one movie Dragon Fist cannot satisfy Yang Ming's appetite. Not long after, Yang Ming used the same method to buy another set of the Art of Strong Armor and the Shadowless Step from other sellers. Dragon Fist, C-level skill, main means of attack. Armor, a C-level skill, is the main means of defense. Shadowless Step, C-level skill, main movement technique. With these 3 skills, the overall strength of the Huaxia City army can be improved to a higher level by integrating offense and defense. However, these 3 skill books are just the basics and are far from satisfying Yang Ming's appetite. Because Yang Ming also planned to build a library in Huaxia City to collect various skill books and other kinds of books to provide residents with an opportunity to learn. A large library covers an area of at least 10,000 square meters, roughly 100 meters by 100 meters. In the library, you can study skill books, astronomy and geography, math, physics, chemistry, and biology, as well as entertaining novels, exciting comics, and miscellaneous talks from ancient times to the present. There is no other way. There are too few entertainment venues in Huaxia City. Building a library is a good choice. Of course, the prerequisite is that Yang Ming has sufficient sources of books. Yang Ming doesn't have a large number of books at the moment, but he has plenty of other supplies. In order to buy a large number of books, after a while, Yang Ming directly put 5% of the supplies seized from the Japanese on the trading area to attract others to trade with him. Soon, many people came to sell books to Yang Ming. In the battlefield of all races, other books except skill books are really useless. In just 10 minutes, Yang Ming got a lot of books of various kinds. Among them, there are more than 500,000 hot-blooded comics, such as The Sky of Destiny, Brave New World, College Entrance Examination Repeater, My Rich Sister, High School Boarding Life. Chapter 139 Day 42. In addition to hot-blooded comics, There are also novels, reading materials, astronomy and geography, textbooks, and miscellaneous talks from ancient times to the present. Of course, skill books are the most important. Although the quantity is small, Yang Ming only bought 1,561 books. In short, there are books of all kinds, totaling more than 5 million volumes. With so many books, it's more than enough to open a super large library. Yang Ming put all the books into the warehouse. Coincidentally, at this time, Lilith and Lilia also prepared dinner. Lilia brought the fragrant rare beast meat to the table and said to Yang Ming, "My lord, it's time for dinner. There is only one kind of meat for dinner tonight, and that is the meat of the Kanglan tiger." Yang Ming would be very satisfied if he could digest the energy of a kind of exotic beast meat in one day. So many dishes? Come and eat together. Yang Ming greeted the two sisters. Okay. Lilith and Lilia were not polite and sat down on both sides of Yang Ming. This was not their first time having dinner with Yang Ming, so they no longer felt as reserved as before. Yang Ming picked up a piece of braised Kanglan tiger meat, put it in his mouth, and savored it carefully. Delicious. Yang Ming praised it highly. Lilith and Lilia are both excellent chefs. When they cook rare ingredients, the taste must be absolutely delicious. Yang Ming began to eat with relish. Generally speaking, eating the meat of a rare exotic beast can increase combat power by 50 to 100 points. But after being processed by Lilith and Lilia, the increased combat power is increased to 70 to 125 points. Half an hour later, the table was full of delicious food, and all of it went into Yang Ming's stomach. Burp. Yang Ming also burped loudly because of this. The original combat power of 788 points also soared to 913 points. The combat capability is increasing very quickly. Well, the future is promising. Time soon came to pass 10 o'clock in the evening. Yang Ming felt tired, so he took a shower and went to bed. The next day, early morning. Today is the 38th day since Yang Ming arrived at the battlefield of all races. Yang Ming got up early in the morning. According to yesterday's plan, Yang Ming will build a large library today. All things are inferior, only reading is superior. I love learning, learning makes me happy. Yang Ming attached great importance to this matter, so he called Zhou Mingrui and asked him to build a large library of 100 meters by 100 meters and 6 floors as soon as possible. My lord, I promise to complete the task within 2 days. Zhou Mingrui said. Story building of 100 meters by 100 meters in 2 days would definitely not be possible in the real world. But in the battlefield of all races, there are not only various magical props, but some workers can also fly or hide underground and have infinite strength, so it can be achieved within 2 days. After giving instructions to Zhou Mingrui, Yang Ming went to the training ground. The 3 skill books I bought yesterday, Dragon Fist, Armor Technique, and Shadowless Step, combine attack and defense. Yang Ming has already sent people to copy these 3 skill books and distributed them all. Every warrior received 3 skill books. As long as the soldiers undergo a wave of devilish training and work hard to learn these 3 skills, the overall strength of the army can be greatly improved. Everything is moving in the right direction. 4 days later, Yang Ming arrived at the battlefield of all races. During these 4 days, Yang Ming did not go out to explore, but instead exercised behind closed doors. By exercising the body, the energy of rare beast meat can be digested as quickly as possible. For 4 consecutive days, Yang Ming ate different rare beast meats every day, and his combat power increased rapidly like riding a rocket. The combat power increased from 913 points to 1413 points. High-quality exotic beast meat is worthy of being called the magic pill in the battlefield of all races, and its effect is amazing. Unfortunately, you can only eat a maximum of 5 types of exotic beast meat of each level. If Yang Ming still wants to increase his combat power by eating exotic beast meat, he can only eat perfect-grade exotic beast meat. But even though his combat power value has increased to 1413 points, Yang Ming does not think he can definitely defeat the perfect-level monster. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Yang Ming was thinking, there was a knock on the door. Lord, are you there? I have some questions for you. Cocolet's voice came from outside the door. Just come in, don't be so polite. Yang Ming said. Cocolet came to see her probably because of physics problems. Ever since Yang Ming gave Cocolet the junior high school physics textbooks and the high school physics textbooks, she has been obsessed with studying physics knowledge day and night. Almost whenever she had free time, Cocolet would come to Yang Ming with her physics book and ask questions. If Yang Ming didn't have a good memory and was a science genius in high school, there would be no way to solve her problem. Cocolet, wearing a white dress and holding a physics book in her arms, opened the door and walked over. She came to Yang Ming, smiled, and said, Hee Lord, I want to ask you about alternating current and direct current. These two knowledge points are from the first volume of the 9th grade junior high school textbook. That's right, Cocolet's current knowledge of physics is comparable to that of a top junior high school student in the real world. Alternating current? Well, come here, let me see the question first, and then I'll teach you. Yang Ming began to help her answer her questions. Yang Ming teaches very seriously, and Cocolet learns very seriously too. 20 minutes later, all of Cocolet's questions were answered by Yang Ming. Wow, Lord, you are so amazing. You solved such a complicated physics problem in one go. Cocolet's admiration for Yang Ming almost reached its peak. Learn more, ask more questions, and think more, and you can be as smart as me. Yang Ming rubbed her little head. Cocolet's hair is white, very silky, and feels very good when rubbed. Well, I will definitely study hard. Cocolet became very motivated, but the next second she asked curiously, by the way, Lord, after the steam engine, if we want to start the second industrial revolution, it will be the use of electricity, right? The second industrial revolution was the entry into the electric age. Well, don't think too much. You can't digest too much at once. Finish learning junior high and high school physics first. Yang Ming reminded. Okay. Cocolet sighed. Cocolet suddenly felt very sad. If only there were 48 hours in a day, she would have twice as much time to study physics. Yang Ming suddenly remembered the incident at the library, so he asked Cocolet. Oh, by the way, the library has been built. I plan to open it today. Coco, do you want to go with me? Library. What is that? Cocolet asked curiously. Yang Ming smiled and seduced her. It's a place where books are collected. They have all kinds of books. There are probably more than 10,000 books on physics. What? More than 10,000 books on physics? Cocolet felt as if she had seen heaven. My lord, please take me with you. I will go to the library with you. Cocolet asked impatiently. Well, let's go. Chapter 140. The United States withdraws its troops? The library is located in the residential area. Huaxia City has 5 major areas: commercial area, industrial area, military base area, residential area, and agricultural area. The library was built here because the residential area is relatively quiet. Since Yang Ming has been busy improving his combat power these days, the library matter has also been delayed. Of course, building a library is not just for reading and entertainment. What matters is education. The current educational level in Huaxia City can be said to be 0. There was no school, no private school, and not even a teacher. This is also the reason why Yang Ming built the library. There are still quite a lot of children in Huaxia City, about 4,000 or so, most of whom have followed their parents to Huaxia City. Yang Ming didn't expect adults to study well, but it was better to take care of the children's education. A strong youth means a strong country. Yang Ming and Cocolet walked into the library. Greetings, Lord. Inside the library, more than 10 staff members saluted Yang Ming. It seems that Zhou Mingrui is quite smart. After the library was built, he even arranged the staff. Come here, all of you, and put the books in their corresponding places. Yang Ming took out all the books from the warehouse and placed them in the lobby on the first floor of the library. Yes, my lord. The staff started working and sorting the books. At the same time, outside the library, a group of children gathered, looking around with curiosity on their faces. Yang Ming is going to open the library today has spread. In fact, the children had no idea what a library was. As natives of the battlefield of all races, they had only heard of private schools and academies at most. The reason they lined up at the library gate was because Yang Ming ordered Carl to spread a message. Anyone under the age of 16 who came to the library to study hard would not only be provided with food and accommodation, but if their academic performance was good, they would also be assigned a job after graduation, with a monthly salary of no less than 15,000 copper coins. As soon as this news came out, the adults in Huaxia City rushed their children to the library. Son, our family's glory depends on you. You must study hard in the library and make a name for yourself in the future. My dear, you don't have awakened talent. If you don't go to the library to study, you won't be able to get married in the future. Under the coercion of their parents, all teenagers under the age of 16 in Huaxia City gathered in the library. After all, children from poor families have to grow up early. They have lived a hard life with no food to eat since childhood, so they naturally know very well what a monthly salary of 15,000 copper coins means. It means leaping over the Dragon Gate and changing one's destiny. An hour later, the library officially opened. Click. The staff arranged the books and sorted them, and then the library door slowly opened. The teenagers who had been waiting outside for a long time walked in with curiosity on their faces. For them, the library is a place they have never been to and is full of mystery. Moreover, they had never seen most of the books in the library, especially comics and online novels. Yang Ming didn't expect them to learn anything, as long as they could read and write and not become illiterate. If you don't even recognize the characters, then you won't be able to understand the skill book, and your life will be completely over. Of course, in addition to children, many adults also rushed to the library. Because yesterday, Yang Ming bought a large number of skill books and placed them in the library. Although most of them are D-level skills and E-level skills, it is better to have them than not. As long as you learn one skill, you may be able to pass the enlistment interview and join the army. The treatment and welfare provided to the soldiers in Huaxia City are surprisingly good. The monthly salary alone is at least 15,000 copper coins, and a house is allocated. The higher the combat power, the higher the salary. I want to learn a skill, become stronger, and then turn my life around and make a name for myself. Many people came to the library with this thought in mind. In short, the library was packed within less than an hour of opening. A learning craze swept across the entire Huaxia City. Ding! Your friend Snow White sent you a message. At this moment, Yang Ming suddenly heard the system prompt sound. Every time Snow White came to see him, it was almost always something important, so Yang Ming quickly opened the chat page. What's the matter? Yang Ming asked. Snow White sent a message. I have good news for you. Just now, in the real world, representatives from the United States took the initiative to come to us for negotiations. Negotiate? Yang Ming was stunned. In the past year, the United States had approached China for negotiations more than once, but its unreasonable demands were not only for China to cede land, but also for the Lord's scepter. How could China agree to such an excessive request? As a result, every negotiation broke down, resulting in the war lasting for more than a year. What are you talking about? Are you discussing the cession of land again? Or are you asking us to hand over the Lord's scepter again? Yang Ming sneered. No, the U.S. representatives seem to have decided to withdraw their troops, said Snow White. Oh, withdraw troops. Hearing this, Yang Ming felt incredible. When did the arrogant Americans become so sensible? Actually, the Americans have already guessed something. Snow White paused before asking. Yang Ming, it's not just the Americans who have suspicions. We also suspect that your awakened talent is definitely not S-level, but SS level, right? Yang Ming touched his nose and thought to himself, sorry, you all guessed wrong. I awakened 2 SSS level talents. So, the Americans thought that I had awakened an SS level talent. So they decided to cease fire, negotiate, and then withdraw their troops. Yang Ming asked, yes, ever since you single-handedly wiped out the entire nation of Japan, the world has changed 180 degrees. Your name has become a household name. Besides, we're not stupid. Judging from your record and strength, your awakened talent is more than just S rank. Having said this, Snow White paused and asked quietly. Now, experts from almost all countries believe that you have awakened an SS level talent. Tell me honestly, is that right? Yang Ming touched his nose and replied with one word, yes. Bai Shueji is a trustworthy person, but Yang Ming does not want others to know his background, so he chooses to continue to hide it. It turns out that you really have awakened your SS level talent. Snow White let out a long sigh. If this is true, then China will be able to take the initiative in the negotiation meeting. Chapter 141, Building a Teleportation Array. During this period, after Yang Ming conquered Japan, he had been busy improving his personal combat value and had not paid much attention to the front battlefield of China versus NATO. First of all, if the United States really withdraws its troops, it will undoubtedly be good news for China. But the Americans have always been greedy and ambitious. If they don't get a piece of meat, they will definitely not withdraw their troops so easily. Do you need me to do anything? Yang Ming asked. Snow White replied. No need. General Yu has specifically instructed you to focus on developing your territory and strive to reach the top 10 of the leaderboard as soon as possible. You know the American temperament. If the negotiations don't last 10 days or half a month, there will be no results. If they can't reach an agreement, they will most likely resort to war. Yang Ming nodded and typed it out. Well, then I will try to develop the territory into a city within half a month. Snow White's tone was filled with shock. City? Yang Ming, you are kidding, right? You can build a city in just half a month. The National Destiny Lord system has been bound to Blue Star for 10 years. Over the past decade, more than 200 countries and more than 3 billion lords on Blue Star have fought bloody battles on the battlefield of all races, but still no one has been able to complete the feat of upgrading the territory into a city. There is no other reason. It's simply too difficult. How difficult is it? It's comparable to developing controlled nuclear fusion technology. Yang Ming touched his nose and said indifferently, I'll try my best. If half a month doesn't work, then within a month. After a long while, Snow White replied, Yang Ming, if you can truly build a city, then our country will surely surpass the United States and return to being number one in the world. This is a feat that no one has been able to accomplish in the past 10 years. If Yang Ming really did it, there is no need to say how valuable it is, right? By then, Yang Ming will also become the world's recognized strongest man on Earth. Well, is there anything else? If not, I'll get busy. Yang Ming said. No, I won't bother you anymore. Bye-bye. After Yang Ming closed the friend chat page, he began to think about how to quickly upgrade the territory to a city. First of all, the problem of wood and stone can be easily solved. For others, collecting so much wood and stones may be difficult, but in Yang Ming's opinion, it can be easily done by simply summoning a few thousand more warriors. The real difficulty is occupying the level 5 resource fields. Yang Ming thought to himself, a level 5 resource field must be guarded by a perfect level exotic beast. The combat power of perfect level monsters is generally around 5,000. However, looking at the entire blue planet, even among Americans, the combat power of the top 10 lords in the world does not exceed 1,500 points. How can a human with 1,500 points of combat power defeat a monster with 5,000 points of combat power? As mentioned earlier, the fastest way to increase combat power is to eat the meat of exotic beasts. However, you can only eat a maximum of 5 of each quality. Eating more than that will be ineffective. It seems that the further you progress, the harder it is to increase your combat power. It's just like in immortal cultivation novels, where a large number of people are stuck at each level. Yang Ming also gradually realized the cruelty of the battlefield of all races. In the battlefield of all races, if you want to reach the top, you must constantly wage wars and plunder more resources. I have to find another way to increase my combat power quickly. Otherwise, relying solely on training and actual combat, it will take me at least 3 months to defeat the perfect level beast. At this time, Yang Ming finally realized how those talented geniuses in novels felt when they were suppressed by old monsters because they had too little time to practice. If Yang Ming were given 10 years, let alone a small city, Huaxia City would probably have developed into a super large city by now. Yang Ming. Just as Yang Ming was thinking, a voice woke him up. Yang Ming raised his head and saw a delicate and beautiful oval face with a pair of crystal clear antlers on the head. Xiao Yao floated in the air, with green light flashing around her. Xiao Yao, why are you here? Yang Ming asked in surprise. Huaxiao City and Star Forest have established second-level diplomatic relations. Yang Ming can enter and exit Star Forest freely. Similarly, Xiao Yao can also enter and exit Huaxiao City freely. Xiao Yao had just teleported over and landed gracefully in front of Yang Ming. She said softly, last time, I bought a lot of things from your territory. My friends in the Star Spirit Forest love them all. I told them about the human cities outside, and they were all curious and yearning for them. So, I'd like to ask, can we build a teleportation array between the Star Spirit Forest and Huaxia City? Let them visit the human city and go shopping. Well, sure. Yang Ming thought about it carefully and agreed. After building the teleportation array, he wouldn't have to use the teleportation scroll every time to go to the Star Forest. Because the Star Forest is a special place, you must use a teleportation array or a teleportation scroll to get there. Moreover, after the teleportation array is built, you can see a group of lively and cute beast girls walking on the streets of Huaxia City. Why not? To put it another way, establishing diplomatic relations with more forces will only bring benefits and no disadvantages. Thank you. You are a good person. Xiao Yao smiled faintly. Yang Ming was inexplicably given a nice guy card, but he was not angry. Instead, he asked Xiao Yao other questions. Xiao Yao, do you know how to quickly increase your combat power? Xiao Yao is a god, and unlike the amnesiac Aphrodite and the sealed evil god Aminos, asking her this question is undoubtedly the best choice. Wouldn't it be better to eat more exotic beast meat? Xiao Yao asked back. Is there any other way? Yang Ming asked again. Yang Ming has already eaten 5 kinds of excellent grade exotic beast meat, 5 kinds of outstanding grade exotic beast meat, and 5 kinds of rare grade exotic beast meat. Medicinal herbs and exotic beast meat are the same, and the two are not calculated independently. In other words, if you eat 2 excellent grade medicinal herbs, you can only eat 3 excellent grade exotic beast meats. Unless Yang Ming can hunt down a perfect level exotic beast, this path will no longer work. Xiao Yao blinked her clear eyes and said, then practice more, fight more, and gradually become stronger. Yang Ming showed a disappointed expression and asked helplessly, besides this, is there no other way? If even Xiao Yao, who is a god, has no other choice, then Yang Ming can only accept his fate. No wonder no one in the entire Blue Star has been able to build a city in the past 10 years. The factor of combat power is enough to hold everyone back. Simple. Xiao Yao tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said, but there is actually a very secret method. What method? Yang Ming asked hurriedly. Inheritance. The inheritance of a legendary life form. But this is generally difficult to find. Xiao Yao blinked and said, inheritance? Yang Ming had heard a little about this. Chapter 142, The Third Sacrifice. Inheritance. Only legendary life forms are qualified to leave behind their own inheritance. Take Yang Fifan and the evil god Aminos, for example. The reason why Yang Fifan is immortal is because he obtained a trace of the inherited power of the evil god Aminos. Then a new question arises. Where can we find the inheritance? Only legendary life forms can leave behind a legacy, so you can imagine how valuable it is. Perhaps seeing Yang Ming's difficulty, Xiao Yao took the initiative to say, there is a heritage stele in the Star Spirit Forest. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming's eyes lit up and he immediately asked Xiao Yao, really? Can you let me try? If he could obtain the inheritance of the Star Spirit Forest, would Yang Ming be far away from becoming the strongest person in the world? Xiao Yao shook her head and refused. I don't recommend it because it's not suitable for you. The Star Spirit Forest inheritance is about healing, purification, protection, blessing, and so on. Do you want it? Hearing this, Yang Ming was immediately disappointed. He really didn't need this kind of ability. It seems that we have to find another way. If it doesn't work, go to the evil god's altar. It was only then that Yang Ming remembered that the mission at the evil god altar had not been completed. He had been busy all this time and almost forgot about it. It's almost noon now, a good time to go out. After saying goodbye to Xiao Yao, Yang Ming walked out of the library and headed to the warehouse. Yang Ming planned to pull 10 rare beasts from the warehouse to sacrifice to the evil god's altar. Soon after, the 10 rare beasts were packed and transported by 2,000 soldiers. Although Huaxia City has entered the steam age and has hundreds of steam cars, the rare monsters are too heavy for cars to pull and can only be transported by manpower. Yang Ming left Huaxia City. Behind him, 2,000 soldiers followed him, responsible for transporting the corpses of 10 rare beasts. During this period, thanks to the vigorous construction of civil engineering workers, Huaxia City has built a series of cement roads and railway tracks, which lead from Huaxia City to various resource fields. Standing at the gate of Huaxia City, Yang Ming could see one large truck and medium-sized truck after another driving on the cement road, powered by steam engines, transporting resources produced from the resource fields back to Huaxia City. The construction of cement roads has greatly accelerated transportation speed. Then, in less than 20 minutes, Yang Ming arrived at the evil god's altar with 2,000 soldiers. Yang Ming is no longer the same person he used to be. Even if he is chased by a perfect-level monster, he can escape successfully. So he doesn't need to be as careful as before and walks directly into the area of the evil god's altar. After seeing Yang Ming, an evil god guard immediately reported the news to the evil sheep priest. Upon hearing the news of Yang Ming's arrival, the sleeping evil sheep priest immediately opened the lid of his coffin and sat up from it. Whoosh! Accompanied by the appearance of a black mist, the black mist floated quickly and came in front of Yang Ming. The evil sheep priest appeared. The evil sheep priest's voice was as hoarse as ever. Lord Yang Ming, it's a pleasure to meet you again. While speaking, the evil sheep priest saw the rare beast being pulled by a group of soldiers behind Yang Ming, and his mouth immediately started to water. With so many rare beasts, Lord Evil God will surely be able to eat them to his heart's content. Yang Ming coughed lightly and said in a calm and steady tone, according to the mission requirements we agreed on last time, I'm here to sacrifice 2 rare beasts. I'm here to hand in the task today. The evil sheep priest showed a ferocious and ugly smile. He was extremely excited and said excitedly, Lord Yang Ming, thank you very much for your cooperation. As soon as you complete the sacrifice, I will send you the reward immediately. As he spoke, the evil sheep priest took out his unique ghost head staff and gently pointed it at the 2 rare beasts behind Yang Ming. The ghost head staff emitted a green light that enveloped the corpses of the 2 rare beasts. Soon, rare beasts weighing 5 tons and 8 tons respectively floated up and headed towards the altar. Wow! On the altar, flames erupted, melting the flesh and blood of the 2 rare beasts. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Yang Ming's ears. Respected Lord Yang Ming, congratulations on completing the quest, the 3 transactions of the evil sheep priest. Quest reward, a rare weapon. If it were in the past, Yang Ming would definitely be very happy. But now Yang Ming already has a perfect level weapon in his hand, so he is not so interested in rare-level weapons. Currently, there are 4 rare weapons in Huaxia City. Slaying sword repaired by Kokolit, and the other 3 are rare weapons seized from the Japanese devils. There are more than 10 million lords in the entire Japanese country, but there are only 3 rare-grade weapons. This shows that rare-grade weapons are also very expensive. Lord Yangming, what type of rare weapon do you want? The evil sheep priest asked enthusiastically. Gun. Yangming thought for a moment, and then said, Yangming plans to give this rare weapon to Zhang Lingfeng. Weapons in the warehouse are not suitable for him. Okay, wait a moment. The evil sheep priest casually pointed his hand, and accompanied by a surge of black mist, a rare weapon appeared in his hand. The evil sheep priest gave the Qinghong spear to Yangming and asked, Lord Yangming, are you satisfied with this Qinghong spear? Qinghong gun, a rare weapon with great power. Well, not bad. Yangming glanced at the attributes of the Qinghong spear. The attributes were pretty good and very suitable for Zhang Lingfeng, so he took it. Seeing Yangming accept the Qinghong spear, the evil sheep priest was overjoyed. He secretly glanced at the other 8 rare beasts behind Yangming and couldn't help asking, Lord Yangming, you still have 8 rare beasts. Do you want to continue the trade with me and accept my sacrifice mission? The more sacrifices Yangming offered, the happier the evil sheep priest was. Okay, but Yangming nodded, then changed his tone and said to the evil sheep priest, I want to ask you for information. If possible, I will immediately sacrifice all the remaining 8 rare beasts. Really? Just say it, said the evil sheep priest generously. Yangming didn't intend to beat around the bush and directly stated his demands. I want to know where there is a legacy nearby. Inheritance. The evil sheep priest answered Yangming's question without a second thought. Before the evil god fell asleep, he left behind his inheritance. Lord Yangming, do you want to try the evil god's inheritance? Although the evil god is evil, he is still a god after all, so it is normal for him to leave his own legacy. What are the requirements to obtain the inheritance of the evil god? Yangming asked. According to Yangming's understanding, obtaining a certain inheritance is not an easy task. If you are not careful, you will face death. Chapter 143 S-Level Inheritance Mission. The evil sheep priest directly stated the content and details of the inheritance mission. It's simple. Save the evil god, Lord Aminos, and you will receive his inheritance. This sentence made Yangming stunned. Saving the evil god Aminos? Is this a joke from hell? The evil sheep priest saw Yangming's doubts and took the initiative to explain. Lord Yangming, in fact, the evil god Lord Aminos was a human a long time ago, and he was the brave leader of the human race. Well, what then? Yangming asked. Knew from the beginning that Aminos was a human hero, so he was not surprised. The evil sheep priest sighed, his tone somewhat sad, and said, In fact, it's not just Lord Aminos, but also me, Yang Fifan, to whom control has been transferred, and all the evil god guards. They are also human in nature. All of us were once human warriors who followed Lord Aminos, but for some reason, even I don't know why, we all eventually degenerated into guards of the evil god. Yangming was surprised and couldn't help asking, What connection do these things you mention have with the legacy of the evil god? The evil sheep priest coughed and said slowly, Lord Yangming, you need to go to Lord Aminos' memory world and find out why Lord Aminos fell into the evil god. Only then can you obtain his inheritance. Before Yangming could open his mouth, he heard the system prompt. Respected Lord Yangming, congratulations on triggering the S-rank quest, the legacy of the evil god Aminos. Quest requirements. Enter the memory world of the evil god Aminos. This memory is a dungeon mode where you can freely explore and obtain various treasures and resources, including purple crystal cores. Quest reward. The evil god's inheritance, and 10 purple crystal cores. I can actually get the purple crystal core? Seeing this, Yangming was immediately excited. Purple crystal core is one of the most important materials for upgrading territory. If you want to upgrade your territory into a city, a purple crystal core is essential. Seeing that Yangming remained silent for a long time, the evil sheep priest took the initiative to ask, Lord Yangming, are you willing to accept this mission? Find out why Lord Aminos fell into the evil god. Yangming thought about it again and finally agreed. I accept. Because the temptation of this mission is so great, it kills 2 birds with 1 stone. You can obtain the inheritance of the evil god and get the purple crystal core, so why not do it? Hearing this, the evil sheep priest suddenly smiled and said in a hoarse voice, Very good, Lord Yangming. You have accepted the inheritance mission from the evil god, Lord Aminos. From now on, you have 3 days to prepare. You can open the dungeon at any time within these 3 days and enter Lord Aminos's memory world. By the way, I have a small suggestion for you. Before starting the mission, it's best to increase Lord Aminos's favorability towards you. Raising the favorability to 60 points can reduce the difficulty of this mission. At the same time, you can bring up to 3,000 followers. At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding! The mission has been accepted. Please go to the memory world of the evil god Aminos as soon as possible within 3 days. Well, thank you for your suggestion. Let's sacrifice the remaining 8 rare-level beast carcasses now. Yang Ming said. Okay. As long as someone came to offer a sacrifice, the evil sheep priest would naturally be happy. He stretched out his ghost head staff and lightly tapped the corpse of the rare beast. Then, the corpses of 8 rare beasts flew onto the altar and were all melted. Ding! Dear Lord Yang Ming, due to your friendly behavior, the evil god Aminos's favorability towards you has increased to 50 points. Note, when the favorability of the evil god Aminos reaches 60 points, you can obtain military support from the evil god's guards. The favorability level is now 50 points. As long as a few more rare beasts are sacrificed, the favorability level of the evil god Aminos can be raised to 60 points. The evil sheep priest took out 4 rare weapons, gave them to Yang Ming, and said, Lord Yang Ming, thank you very much for paying Lord Aminos' sacrifice. This is your reward. Was of course very happy to have obtained 4 more rare weapons. I already knew that in the trading market of Blue Star, one would need at least 5 rare beasts to buy a rare weapon, and they might not even be available. However, at the evil god altar, you only need to sacrifice 2 rare-level beasts to exchange for a rare-level weapon, which is a very cost-effective deal. There are still 3 days to prepare, and Yang Ming does not plan to enter the evil god's memory world immediately. Let's return to Huaxia City first and make preparations for the war. To the evil sheep priest, Yang Ming led the warriors back the same way. Because the cement road had been built, walking on the cement road was much more convenient than walking in the wilderness, and Yang Ming and the soldiers moved much faster. On the way back, we could see many resource fields along the way, and workers from Huaxia City were working in the resource fields. Workers dig out the output of the resource fields, pack them up, and then transport them back to Huaxia City by trucks or vans. Wood, stone, or coal, gems. The speed at which Huaxia City develops steam technology is almost as fast as riding a rocket. Yang Ming estimated that in just 10 days or half a month, Huaxia City would be able to enter the peak of the steam age. Then the next step is that after Cocolet finishes studying junior high school physics and high school physics, she can plan to build a power station. The emergence of power stations represents the advent of the second industrial revolution. But that's a story for the future. Now Yang Ming's top priority is to complete the inheritance mission of the evil god Aminos. 10 minutes later, Yang Ming returned to Huaxia City. Yang Ming placed all 5 rare weapons he had just obtained from the evil sheep priest in the warehouse of the military base. The warehouse of the military base is only open to soldiers and is used to store weapons, armor, high-level skill books, and high-quality exotic animal meat. The items in the military base warehouse can only be exchanged for military merits. This is a benefit specially set up by Yang Ming for the soldiers. As long as one makes great contributions and has many military merits, no matter who one is, they can exchange them for rare weapons, rare exotic beast meat, and even A-level skill books. This will greatly enhance the fighting spirit of the soldiers. Chapter 144, Entering the Dungeon World. Another day passed. It has been 44 days since Yang Ming arrived at the battlefield of all races. Time flies. Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh. 2 months had passed before he knew it. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Yang Ming got up as usual, washed up simply, and then ate the breakfast carefully prepared by Lilia. Yang Ming plans to complete the inheritance mission of the evil god Aminos today. If nothing goes wrong and the mission is completed perfectly, perhaps Yang Fifan can be completely resurrected. Because the mission was limited and he could only bring 3,000 followers, Yang Ming planned to select 1,000 of the best warriors from the Azure Dragon Legion, White Tiger Legion, and Suzuka Legion respectively. Of course, Yang Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, and Yang Fifan had to stay and be responsible for protecting Huaxia City. The warriors selected by Yang Ming have a combat power of at least 160 to 200. Each of them has an excellent weapon and excellent armor, and 1 or 2 B-level skills. Such an army of 3,000 people is absolutely invincible. Before leaving, Yang Ming went to the Star Spirit Forest and found Xiao Yao. A teleportation array has been built between Huaxia City and the Star Spirit Forest. It is very convenient to travel back and forth. Yang Ming, what are you doing here in the Star Spirit Forest? Seeing Yang Ming coming, Xiao Yao took the initiative to step forward and asked. Yang Ming stated the purpose of his trip. I have to go out for a while, so can you please look after Huaxia City? Xiao Yao blinked her bright eyes, then smiled and said, Of course you can, but during this period, you will be responsible for reimbursing all my friends' expenses in Huaxia City. Well, that's easy. Yang Ming agreed immediately. There aren't many beast girls in the Star Forest, only about 1,000 or so, and they can't spend much money. With Xiao Yao protecting Huaxia City, Yang Ming has nothing to worry about. After chatting with Xiao Yao for a while, Yang Ming returned to Huaxia City from the Star Spirit Forest. With 3,000 warriors and the corpses of 10 rare beasts, Yang Ming set out for the evil god's altar. The evil sheep priest had been waiting for Yang Ming at the evil god's altar for a long time. When Yang Ming walked into the area of the evil god's altar, the evil sheep priests immediately surrounded him and said to Yang Ming, Lord Yang Ming, it's great that you're here. Are you going to start challenging Lord Aminos's inheritance mission? Yang Ming nodded and said, Well, but before that, I will sacrifice 10 rare beasts. Okay. The evil sheep priest showed a very satisfied smile. The evil sheep priest, the 10 rare beasts quickly completed the sacrifice. The system prompt sounded immediately. Ding. Dear Lord Yang Ming, due to your friendly behavior, the evil god Aminos's favorability towards you has increased to 65 points. The diplomatic relationship between Huaxia City and the heretic god altar has been further upgraded, and the current relationship is alliance. You can now summon the army of the evil god Aminos for support. Currently, you can only summon 5 evil god guards. Friendly reminder, the higher your favorability with the evil god Aminos, the more evil god guards you can summon. Can you actually summon 5 evil god guards? Yang Ming was shocked. Each of the evil god guards is of rare quality. Like Yang Fifan, they possess an immortal physique and can resist and fight. This means that Yang Ming can now summon 5 rare-level bodyguards with immortal bodies at any time. Lord Yang Ming, this is the reward for your sacrifice. The evil sheep priest took out 5 new rare weapons and gave them to Yang Ming. Yang Ming accepted it immediately. Then the evil sheep priest asked again, Lord Yang Ming, are you ready to challenge Lord Aminos's inheritance mission now? Yang Ming subconsciously asked, Why do I feel like you particularly want me to challenge this task? The evil sheep priest gave an awkward smile, but he also admitted it generously. Yes, because I also want to know the reason why Lord Aminos fell into the evil god, so I hope you can solve this mystery. This reason is quite reasonable. Okay, let's open the copy world now. I'm in a hurry. Yang Ming said. Okay. The evil sheep priest didn't waste any words. He took out his unique ghost head staff and pointed it in the air. In an instant, a huge portal appeared above the evil god's altar. Through this portal, Yang Ming can go to Aminos's world of memories. The evil sheep priest summoned a portal and said to Yang Ming, Lord Yang Ming, the portal has been opened. Once you enter, you can begin challenging the inheritance quest. I wish you good luck and a triumphant return. Well, thank you for your blessing. Yang Ming waved without looking back, and then led 3,000 warriors into the copy world of Aminos. Whoosh! The whistling sound in his ears made Yang Ming feel dazed. When he came to his senses and opened his eyes again, he found that he had come to a strange new world. This is the world of Aminos memories, a copy world independent of the battlefield of all races. The system prompt sounded. Ding! Respected Lord Yang Ming, you have arrived in an independent dimension where the flow of time is 1/10 of that in the outside world. The factions in this world are humans and demons. Please save the human race's brave leader, Aminos, within 1 month and prevent him from becoming an evil god. If you complete the task, you will receive a large reward. If you fail, you will be teleported away immediately. After listening to the system's introduction, Yang Ming had a general understanding of this copy world. Literally speaking, this world is a battle between demons and humans. As for where the evil god came from and why it was related to Aminos, Yang Ming currently had no idea. Our first priority is to find the key person in this mission, Aminos. After thinking of the idea, Yang Ming began to act. The mission only lasts for 30 days, so we have to hurry and make the most of it. Yang Ming looked around and found himself in a forest overgrown with weeds. When Yang Ming first arrived in this world, he had almost no intelligence, so he immediately issued an order. Send out 100 people to explore the surrounding terrain. If you discover any human or demonic activity, report back immediately. In the team, more than 100 soldiers standing at the front stepped out tacitly. As you command, my lord. Tasks like exploring the terrain are more than enough to be completed by 100 people. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a soldier hurried back and reported to Yang Ming. Report, Lord, I've discovered a village 3,000 meters ahead. Many humans live there. I've also spotted a group of demons. They seem to be attacking the village. Oh, there's a demon faction and a human faction? It seems that the village is very likely the fuse of this mission. Chapter 145, the first main mission. After hearing the soldier's report, Yang Ming made a prompt decision and issued another order. Everyone listen up. Head to the village 3,000 meters ahead as quickly as possible. The warriors answered in unison. Yes, Lord. Yang Ming led the way and ran at the front of the team. As the distance continues to shorten, the surrounding environment and scenes also change. A burning smell wafted through the air. In the surrounding forests, many trees were on fire. The fire was burning, and more than 100 human corpses and demon corpses were lying on the ground. It was obvious that a war had taken place here not long ago, a battle between humans and demons. My lord, the village I just explored is ahead, said the warrior just now. Hearing this, Yang Ming subconsciously quickened his pace. Sure enough, after a minute or two, Yang Ming saw a village appear in front of him. The village is surrounded by a row of solid concrete walls. The design of the walls is very unique and is filled with densely packed sharp spears, which greatly enhances the defense capabilities. In addition, the city walls were filled with human soldiers defending the city. The soldiers were on high alert, staring intently at the demon army ahead. At this moment, there are about 3,000 demons surrounding the village. The bodies of demons are much stronger than humans. Even the smallest demon is more than 2 meters tall. Some powerful demons can grow to 3 to 5 meters in height, and even have 3 heads and 6 arms. The demon army has surrounded the village tightly, and a war is inevitable. Faced with so many ferocious demons, the humans in the village were already scared pale. If they are caught by the devil, they will be eaten alive. At this time, on the city wall, a white-haired old village chief was facing a young general in armor and asked, Master Yang, hasn't the reinforcements from the brave unit arrived yet? We can't stop these demons with just the men we have. The man called General Yang was very young, looking only about 20 years old, but he exuded a strong and steady aura. The man in armor responded, Old village chief, don't worry. Lord Aminos will not give up on us. As long as we can defend the village gate and delay long enough, we can wait for the support of the brave troops. The old village chief sighed and said helplessly, But how can we stop the demon army with just the likes of us? How can we delay them? The man in armor showed an expression of fearlessness in the face of death. He said firmly, If the demons want to break in, they will have to step over my corpse. Don't worry, old village chief. I, Yang Fifan, will fight to the last moment, risking the honor of a brave warrior. That's right. This man called General Yang is Yang Fifan when he was young. At that time, he had not yet degenerated into a guard of the evil god. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, a roar was heard. Hearing this voice, Yang Fifan's face changed drastically, because no one knows better than him what this roar means. It is the charge horn of the demon army launching an attack. Yang Fifan immediately opened his throat and yelled, Everyone, take up your weapons immediately and gather at the defensive positions on the city wall. We must keep the demons out of the city walls. Upon hearing the order, the soldiers immediately climbed up the city wall with their weapons to fight. Below the city wall, a group of demons were already rushing towards the village gate, with the tall and mighty Minotaur demon at the forefront. The Minotaur demon wields a large axe and has thick skin and flesh. Boom! Under the fierce attack of the demon army, the ground began to shake. Yang Fifan was very experienced in combat. Before the Minotaur demon even charged forward, he immediately issued the attack order. Archers, step out and shoot arrows immediately. A row of archers, following Yang Fifan's orders, formed up and shot out flaming arrows. Countless flaming arrows were shot out, causing the demon army's formation to become a little chaotic. But this was far from enough, because the number of demons was overwhelming that of humans, so Yang Fifan immediately issued new orders. Get the slingshot out and throw it out immediately. Archers, pay attention to the sky. The flying monsters are starting to attack. Shoot them down. Shield soldiers, stand in front and don't let the demons climb up. Everyone, draw your swords and fight. Yang Fifan issued a series of combat plan orders, commanding the village soldiers to fight against the demon army. Although Yang Fifan had commanded very well, he was powerless in the face of a demon army that was several times larger in number than his own. Boom! With wave after wave of fierce attacks from the demon army, the village gate was shaking and was about to collapse. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Yang Fifan felt angry, but also helpless. Why hasn't the support arrived yet? Am I just going to watch these demons eat the people in the village? Why? Why am I so weak? Yang Fifan roared helplessly, just when the demon army was about to break through the village gate. Yang Ming, who was outside the village, finally heard the system's prompt. Ding! Dear Lord Yang Ming, congratulations on triggering your first main quest, Protect Lioha Village. Mission Introduction. Lioha Village is the hometown of the human brave Lord Aminos. He was born here, and the village is his spiritual sustenance. Please be sure to protect the village and prevent the dark side from appearing in Aminos' heart. Mission requirements. Help the soldiers repel the demon army. Hearing the system's voice, Yang Ming didn't dare to delay any longer and immediately gave the order. Everyone listen up. Charge into the village immediately, kill all the demons, and protect the villagers. This is the first main task, so we must not be careless and must complete it successfully. Yes, my lord. 3,000 soldiers immediately rushed towards the village. The demon army is not very powerful, and their combat effectiveness is generally between 70 and 100. Faced with the joint attack of 3,000 warriors, the demons were simply unable to resist. On the village wall, Yang Fifan had already fallen into despair, but when the village gate was about to be breached, Yang Fifan was heartbroken. But suddenly, he saw a miracle happen. A group of extremely powerful warriors appeared out of nowhere. They joined the battlefield and killed the demon army with almost no effort. What's going on? Who are they? Yang Fifan, who was already in despair, was completely stunned when he saw this group of soldiers who were like divine soldiers sent from heaven. This powerful army is no less powerful than the ace army of Lord Aminos, the leader of the human race's brave warriors, in terms of combat effectiveness. In front of them, the demon army was as weak as tofu dregs. Chapter 146. Yang Fifan in his youth. In just 1 minute, after Yang Ming's army joined the battlefield, they killed all the demons like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Ding! Dear Lord Yang Ming, you have successfully defeated the demon army, protected Lioha Village, and completed the first main quest. Quest reward. The qualification for inheriting the evil god Aminos has reached 10%. This inheritance mission revolves around saving Aminos. Just now, Yang Ming protected Lioha Village, which is equivalent to protecting Aminos' spiritual sustenance. Looking at this group of unfamiliar troops, Yang Fifan was full of doubts, so he stepped forward and asked, "Thank you very much for your help, but I want to ask, who are you? Where do you come from?" The soldiers of Huaxiao City did not answer Yang Fifan's question. Just as Yang Fifan wanted to continue asking questions, there was a commotion in the crowd, and the two rows of people were suddenly separated, making way. A sunny and handsome boy appeared. He is like a banished immortal, handsome and sunny, giving people the feeling of a heroic young man full of vigor and vitality. This young man is the 18-year-old Yang Ming. In order to make his sudden appearance not seem so abrupt, Yang Ming said, "Greetings, fellow villagers. I am the lord of a distant super territory. I came here under the guidance of the goddess of light to help you defeat the demons." Yang Ming seemed to be born with a unique leadership charm. As soon as he appeared, he gained everyone's trust with just 2 words. "Great Lord, thank you for saving us." "Lord, will you really help us defeat the demon? I'm so touched." "Welcome, Lord." The villagers expressed their most sincere respect to Yang Ming. If Yang Ming had not taken action to defeat the demon army and save everyone in the village would have turned into a bloody hell. Yang Ming waved his hand and continued, "No need to thank me, villagers. Everything I do is guided by the goddess of light, and I am just a messenger of God. If you really want to thank someone, then thank the great goddess of light." Yang Ming made up a random reason for his sudden appearance. He said this to make others believe that he was a messenger of God and came with the will of God. Goddess of light. So, this lord from afar is the messenger of the goddess of light. Great, we are finally saved. Praise the goddess of light. Upon hearing that Yang Ming was a messenger from God, everyone present was moved. Now that the gods have appeared, how far can we go in defeating the demon army? Yang Fifan looked at Yang Ming, who was younger than him but many times stronger than him, with a burning gaze. He had mixed feelings in his heart, but more of them was joy. Yang Fifan took a deep breath, walked up to Yang Ming, and said loudly, "My name is Yang Fifan, Lord from afar. On behalf of the brave troops of the human race, I express my most sincere gratitude to you." Yang Fifan? Yang Ming was very surprised. It turned out that the young Yang Fifan was born in the same place as the evil god Aminos, Lioha Village. "You're welcome. This is what I should do," Yang Ming replied. After saying that, Yang Ming took a look at the young Yang Fifan. He was tall, about 1.82 meters tall, with an angular face, and looked quite handsome. Yang Ming wanted to know more about the background story of this world, so he asked Yang Fifan. Yang Fifan, I just arrived here, and I'm unfamiliar with the place, so can you tell me some information about the demons? Only with enough information can I eliminate all the demons. Learned that Yang Ming wanted to destroy all the demons. He was immediately moved and told him the whole story of the demons. 2 years ago, a black meteorite fell from the sky and landed on the border of our Lulan kingdom. Since then, our once peaceful and harmonious Lulan kingdom has been invaded by demons. That black meteorite that fell from the sky is the devil's territory. It can continuously breed demonic armies. Over the past 2 years, with the massive invasion of the demonic army, tens of thousands of people in our Lulan kingdom have been killed and eaten alive. In order to resist the demon army, a powerful hero named Aminos, who came from a humble background and rose in troubled times, led his brave troops and traveled around the country to fight against the demon army. And I, Yang Fifan, am also one of Lord Aminos' followers. After listening to Yang Fifan's description, Yang Ming roughly understood the world background of this copy. It's a very typical story. Demons invade from another world and wreak havoc on the world. In order to protect the world and kill the demons, a brave human being has to transform himself into a villain to increase his strength, and then sacrifices himself heroically. As Yang Fifan said, all I have to do next is find the black meteorite that fell from the sky and destroy it. I can then eliminate all the demons in one fell swoop, and then this mission will be completed. Yang Ming suddenly felt that this S-level inheritance mission did not seem very difficult. I just hope there aren't any hidden difficulties in the process. Yang Ming continued to ask Yang Fifan. Yang Fifan, can you tell me the exact location of the black meteorite? Yang Ming's style has always been vigorous and resolute. He does what he says and does it immediately. The sooner he finishes the task, the sooner he can go back. Hearing this, Yang Fifan was startled and quickly advised. I know you and your army are powerful, but doing this is too dangerous because there are perfect level demons guarding the black meteorite. There is actually a perfect level demon? Yang Ming was suddenly in trouble because he was not sure if he could defeat a perfect level life form at the moment. Seeing that Yang Ming didn't say anything, Yang Fifan took the initiative to say, My dear Lord, I know you want to destroy the demons, but it's too dangerous to act alone. So I suggest you join forces with Lord Aminos. If you work together, with your combined strength, you can definitely completely destroy the demon army. Aminos, the brave leader of the human race in Lulan, is very powerful. As for how strong he was, Yang Ming was still unclear, so he asked, How powerful is the Lord Aminos you mentioned? Yang Fifan didn't want to hide it, because in Lulan Kingdom, everyone could see how powerful Aminos was, otherwise there wouldn't be so many people following him. I saw it with my own eyes. Lord Aminos chopped off the head of a perfect demon with a sharp sword. Yang Ming was very surprised. If that was the case, then even before he turned evil and fell, Aminos was already stronger than him? Then how do I find Aminos? Yang Ming asked Yang Fifan. If Yang Ming could get close to Aminos as soon as possible, perhaps he could prevent him from falling into the evil god. Chapter 147, the second main mission. Yang Ming's top priority now is to find Aminos. Yang Fifan replied, Friend, just wait here for a while, and you'll be able to see Lord Aminos. I sent a pigeon half an hour ago to inform Lord Aminos about the demonic attack on Lioha Village. Lioha Village is Lord Aminos' hometown, and once he learns of this, he will surely rush over to support us. Hearing this, Yang Ming nodded and said, Okay, I'll wait here for a while. Anyway, there are still 30 days until the end of the mission, so Yang Ming is not in a hurry. Yang Fifan hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but ask Yang Ming, My friend, can you tell me your name? You saved the villagers of Lioha Village. I will never forget this great favor. Yang Ming smiled and said casually, Just call me Yang Ming. Yang Ming, also a member of the Yang family. Yang Fifan silently memorized the name. At this time, the old village chief and a group of villagers came over. The villagers held fresh water and cooked food in their hands and warmly entertained Yang Ming. Lord, thank you very much for saving our village. Our village is poor and we don't have anything valuable to give you in return, so please accept these foods. My lord, I killed the only old hen that laid eggs in my house. Please try this bowl of chicken soup. In the past 2 years, due to frequent invasions by demons, the people of Lulan have been suffering terribly. The crops in the fields have not been harvested at all. They often only have one meal every 2 or 3 days, and starvation to death is a common occurrence. It can be said that the food the old village chief took out has almost emptied the village's granary. No thanks. Yang Ming refused subconsciously. No, you must accept it. But the old village chief insisted on giving the food to Yang Ming. Helpless, Yang Ming had to accept half of the food. An hour later, in Liuhe village for so long, Yang Ming still didn't see any sign of support. Yang Ming had no choice but to ask Yang Fifan again. Yang Fifan, didn't you say that aminos would definitely come to support Liuhe village? How come an hour has passed, and we haven't seen a single person? Logically speaking, Liuhe village is Amino's hometown, and Aminos certainly cannot watch the devil slaughter his fellow villagers. Yang Fifan was a little confused as to why Aminos hadn't provided support for such a long time. He could only reluctantly explain, "Well, I don't know either. Maybe there was an accident on the way." At this time, a kingdom warrior riding a horse and covered in blood suddenly appeared on the road leading out of the village. That's Lord Aminos' follower. Seeing that person, Yang Fifan stood up immediately. The man covered in blood staggered into the village on his horse, but due to exhaustion, he accidentally fell off the horse. Yang Fifan immediately ran over and helped him up. "What's going on? What happened? Why didn't Lord Aminos come to support?" Yang Fifan asked. This man took his last breath and said weakly, "It's bad. The demons have suddenly launched a large-scale attack. Led by 2 perfect-level demons, each leading an army of 100,000 demons, they launched a fierce attack on the 2 major cities of Pingyang City and Yunhai City. Lord Aminos is leading the brave troops to fight the demons desperately." After saying this, the man's head tilted and he fainted. Fortunately, he was only seriously injured and temporarily unconscious, so he can still be saved. What? 2 perfect-level demons and an army of 200,000 demons. Yang Fifan became extremely anxious when he heard the news. Pingyang City and Yunhai City are 2 very important cities in Lulan Kingdom and have always been places of contention for military strategists. If these 2 cities were lost and occupied by demons, then most of Lulan Kingdom would fall into the hands of demons. Yang Fifan finally understood why Aminos did not come to support Liuhe village, because he was organizing human troops to fight against the demons. However, how can Aminos resist such a large number of demons? Aminos is indeed very strong, but he can only fight against 1 perfect-level demon at best. Yang Fifan gritted his teeth, ran to Yang Ming, clasped his fists and bowed, begging, "Brother Yang Ming, the demon army is now attacking Pingyang City and Yunhai City in our country. I beg you to send troops to help us repel the demons once again." Before Yang Ming could say anything, he heard the system prompt. Ding. Respected Lord Yang Ming, congratulations on triggering the 2nd main quest, Protect Yunhai City. Mission description: Yunhai City is one of Lulan's most important natural fortresses. If Yunhai City falls, at least 300,000 Lulan citizens will be massacred. Quest reward: 20% of the progress of the inheritance of the evil god Aminos has been completed. Since the mission has been triggered, and it is the most important main mission, Yang Ming has no reason to refuse. "Okay, where is Yunhai City? Lead the way. I'm going to go chop down those demons right now." To be honest, Yang Ming did not feel any sense of crisis, because this was just Aminos' memory world. Even if he died, Yang Ming would be fine. At most, his mission would fail and he would be teleported out. "I can challenge it again after a while." Yang Fifan was so moved that he was speechless and said with a choked voice, "Brother Yang Ming, you are so kind. Shall we set off for Yunhai City now?" Yang Ming did not refuse and nodded. "Well, you lead the way. The faster the better. We can't let the demon army break through the gates of Yunhai City." "Okay." Yang Fifan nodded vigorously. Afterwards, with Yang Fifan leading the way, Yang Ming and the soldiers rushed to Yunhai City for support. From Liuhe village to Yunhai City is about 30 kilometers. It was only 30 kilometers, and with the soldiers running speed, they arrived in just about 10 minutes. Yunhai City, a big city with a population of 500,000. A population of 500,000 may be small in the real world, but it is a rare large city with a large population in the battlefield of all races. When Yang Ming arrived at a place 3,000 meters away from Yunhai City, he could see from afar that the dense army of demons had surrounded Yunhai City in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. An army consisting of a perfect-level demon leader and 100,000 demon troops. On the demon side, there are tall and mighty minotaur demons, bloodthirsty demons with 3 heads and 6 arms, and flying winged demons. The combat power of most demons is generally between 100 and 150. On the other hand, on the human side, there are only 20,000 to 30,000 soldiers defending the city, and their combat power values generally range from 90 to 130. The gap between humans and demons forms a sharp contrast. No wonder the human camp has always been at a disadvantage. At this moment, The demon army was attacking the city gate in an organized and disciplined manner. Under the fierce attack, the gate of Yunhai City had already become shaky. Chapter 148 Yang Ming vs. Perfect Devil. Although human soldiers were fighting desperately to resist the invasion of the demon army, they were powerless in the face of such a large number of demon troops. I'm afraid that in a few minutes, the demon army will break through the gate of Yunhai City. Yang Ming would definitely not let the demon army do whatever they wanted, so he waved his hand and gave the order. Everyone listen up, attack immediately, and kill all these demons. After saying that, Yang Ming took the lead and was the first to rush into the battlefield. Thunder flashes. After rushing into the group of demons, Yang Ming released large-scale lightning damage without saying a word. In an instant, dazzling thunder burst out with Yang Ming as the center, instantly turning all the demons within 100 meters into charcoal. At the same time, the soldiers also joined the battlefield. In front of the warriors of Huaxia City, the demons were no match for them, and soon hundreds of them had their heads chopped off. Yang Ming led the way, tearing a hole in the demon army and directly interrupting the demons' siege formation. Originally, the demons were about to break through the gate of Yunhai City, but due to Yang Ming's sudden attack, the situation was reversed. On the walls of Yunhai City, the human soldiers defending the city had already prepared for a heroic sacrifice, but unexpectedly, a miracle suddenly occurred. Look, reinforcements are here. Don't be discouraged. Cheer up, we still have hope. Ha ha. Finally, the reinforcements are here. Brothers, charge. The morale of the soldiers on the city wall was boosted in an instant. The fierce offensive of the demon army had to slow down. What? A group of human troops of unknown origin suddenly appeared from the rear? Where did they come from? The demon leader roared angrily. They were only a minute or two away from breaking through the gate of Yunhai City, but the human army that suddenly appeared from the rear interrupted the demon clan's plan. The demon leader felt very angry. It's a powerful, perfect demon, and yet it was attacked from behind by a swarm of insects. You damned ants, a bunch of lowly species. How dare you challenge the dignity of the great devil? The demon leader hated the human army that attacked from behind. It decided that after breaking through the city gate, it would capture all humans and eat them alive, leaving them with a hopeless situation where they could neither live nor die. My children, turn around and eliminate the humans in the rear first. Don't let them attack from the front and back. Kill all the humans. The demon leader roared angrily. Under the command of the demon leader, the demon army began to adjust its formation in an orderly manner. I didn't expect that the IQ of these demons is so high. Yang Ming was very surprised when he saw this scene. The demons in this world were very different from the demons he imagined and were much smarter. But this was exactly what Yang Ming wanted, because his original purpose was to stop the demon army from attacking the city. Now that the demons turned around to deal with him, he was overjoyed. Come on, you bunch of ugly and stupid demons, come at me. I will trample you all into mud today. In order to increase the hatred value, Yang Ming even used foul language. Sure enough, after hearing Yang Ming's arrogant words, the demon leader could no longer sit still. He just wanted to tear Yang Ming into pieces. Human, you want to die? Well, then I'll grant your wish. The demon leader roared and rushed towards Yang Ming. It took only one step and instantly crossed a distance of 3,000 meters, teleporting in front of Yang Ming. The demon leader swung a huge fist and smashed it hard on Yang Ming's head. So fast, Yang Ming was also shocked. This perfect level demon was even faster than the perfect level black bear demon he had encountered before. Yang Ming did not dare to be arrogant. With a clang sound, he drew out his Zanpakuto. When the straight knife was unsheathed, Yang Ming's combat power of 1413 points suddenly soared to 1813 points. But this is not enough, because the combat power of the demon leader is estimated to have exceeded 5,000, or even higher, so Yang Ming dare not be arrogant. I want to summon the Chinese god. Yang Ming muttered to himself. In order to deal with the perfect level demon, Yang Ming used his second SSS level talent without hesitation, Divine Possession. As soon as he finished speaking, a spiritual consciousness connected with Yang Ming. Yang Ming could vaguely feel that a tall figure seemed to appear in his mind. My strength can move mountains, and my courage can conquer the world. The king of Western Shu, Xiangyu. Yang Ming could feel an unprecedented powerful force being infused into his body. Yang Ming's combat power value also soared to 2,888 points. At the same time, Yang Ming felt a state of mind, the kind of kingly aura that was invincible in the world, looking down on everything and dominating the world. Drink, come on. Yang Ming was no longer afraid. He shouted, held his Zanpakuto in reverse, and slashed at his head. When the perfect level demon's fist collided with Yang Ming's Zanpakuto, the powerful force directly created cracks in the earth. The shock wave of the battle also blew away all objects within a radius of 300 meters. Under the reaction force, Yang Ming was knocked back more than 10 steps. But the perfect level demon leader stood there motionless. You, a lowly insect, actually blocked my attack. The demon leader felt very incredible. It is a powerful demon of perfect level, and its combat power alone is as high as 5,421 points. Perhaps because he was possessed by Xiangyu, Yang Ming felt that his state of mind seemed to be invincible. He raised his head and laughed loudly, saying, "Ha ha ha, what's that? I'm going to fight you for another 300 rounds. Arrogant. I'll tear you into pieces." The demon leader uttered a harsh word. Just as he was about to slap him, Yang Ming appeared behind him with a knife in his hand. The demon leader was shocked. This human, how dare he attack me? How dare he? How dare he challenge the great demon? Purple sky, divine thunder. Yang Ming murmured. The purple thunder, like divine power, flickered on the surface of Yang Ming's body, making him look like a god of war. Purple sky, divine thunder, sequence of gods, 009. Extremely masculine and powerful, one of the most domineering attack attributes. Yang Ming brandished his Zanpakuto, stirring up a sky full of purple thunder, and with lightning speed, he slashed at the demon leader's heart from behind. Ding! The demon leader was also as fast as lightning. He stretched out his sharp claws and directly grabbed Yang Ming's Zanpakuto. However, the purple sky divine thunder is extremely masculine and powerful, and is specifically designed to restrain dark creatures such as demons. Ah! The demon leader screamed. His right hand had been cut, leaving a bloody hole. Bug, I'm going to kill you. But the demon leader still possessed the terrifying combat power of perfect level. He endured the pain and forcibly grabbed Yang Ming's Zanpakuto with his backhand. Then, the demon leader raised his other strong claw and smashed it directly at Yang Ming's head. Chapter 149, Aminos appears. Although the Zanpakuto pierced the demon leader's palm, the demon leader was also a ruthless man and grabbed Yang Ming's Zanpakuto with his backhand. In this way, it is equivalent to controlling Yang Ming in reverse. Yang Ming had to either drop his knife and run away, or forcibly take the next attack from the demon leader. It seems that I have no choice but to bear it. Yang Ming took a deep breath. Zanpakuto is a perfect weapon, and Yang Ming can't give it up, so Yang Ming decides to play a ruthless game. If he loses the perfect weapon, Yang Ming will definitely lose. The Thunder Emperor's remnant armor. Yang Ming hummed softly. Seeing that the demon leader's other fist was about to smash him into pieces, Yang Ming activated his second skill, Thunder Emperor's broken armor. The purple thunder rolled, forming an ancient and mysterious broken battle armor on the surface of Yang Ming's body. The surface of the armor is engraved with various mysterious runes, and its defense is maximized. Boom! The perfect level demon's fist hit Yang Ming, but couldn't break his defensive skills. What? He actually blocked it. The demon leader widened his eyes in surprise. He used all his strength in that punch just now. Taking advantage of the demon leader's shock, Yang Ming decisively launched a counterattack. Yang Ming gripped his Zanpakuto tightly with both hands and thrust it hard, piercing the palm of the demon leader again. Then he thrust the straight blade fiercely and slashed down at the demon leader again. Thunder Overlord Slash. Yang Ming activated his skill again. A-level skill, Thunder Overlord Slash, skill proficiency, proficient level. In an instant, a sword light more than 100 meters long, with terrifying power, condensed by purple thunder, fell from the sky and chopped down, aiming at the demon leader. Ah! The demon leader screamed, and a long wound was cut on his right arm. The demon leader took several steps back. I'm a powerful demon, and I was actually chopped off my arm by a lowly human ant. The demon leader covered his injured right hand and stared at Yang Ming. If looks could kill, then Yang Ming would have died countless times. Okay, very good. Human, I admit that you are strong, so from now on, I will have some fun with you. The demon leader covered his injured right hand. Then he stretched out his scarlet tongue and licked the wound. In just 1 or 2 seconds, the wound damaged by the purple sky divine thunder and thunder overlord slash was healed. The demon's recovery speed is frighteningly fast. Human, use all your strength to please me. The demon leader laughed loudly, then rushed towards Yang Ming at the fastest speed. Haha, that's exactly what I meant. Yang Ming took a deep breath, blinked his eyes, and the pupils of his eyes instantly turned golden. Heavenly punishment. After glancing at the demon leader, Yang Ming hummed softly. Sacred golden chains burst out from the void and locked the demon leader tightly. Yang Ming also rushed forward with a knife. A war broke out. 2 hours later, on the battlefield, Yang Ming and the demon leader's figures were moving back and forth, attacking each other nonstop. Human, come again. Is this all you can do? Keep going. Ha ha ha. If you can't hold on any longer, just drop the knife and kneel down and surrender. I'll catch you alive later, and I'll skin you alive and drink your blood. Although the demon leader had many wounds on his body, he was still extremely arrogant. Because these injuries were just superficial, they were far from enough to scare the demon leader. On the other hand, Yang Ming was already out of breath. I didn't expect that the perfect level demon would be so difficult to defeat. I overestimated myself. Yang Ming held his Zanpakuto tightly in both hands, his eyes fixed on the demon leader. After fighting for 2 hours, Yang Ming could only gain a slight advantage. Although heavenly punishment can control the demon leader, its skin is too tough and its flesh is too thick. Even if the demon leader stands there and lets Yang Ming hit him, Yang Ming cannot break its defense at all. Once, Yang Ming seized the weakness of the demon leader and chopped off half of its head, but in the end the demon leader relied on his powerful recovery ability to heal the wound. 28. Yang Ming estimated his chances of winning. That's right. Even if Yang Ming had the blessing of many bug abilities, perfect, level weapons plus divine possession plus purple thunder plus heavenly punishment plus double A-level skills, he could only barely fight the demon leader 20 hours 80 minutes. Between rare and perfect. With this powerful combination of skills, Yang Ming was confident that he could single-handedly sweep through any king-level territory on Blue Star, but he was unable to defeat the demon in front of him. I finally understand why the Jindan stage cultivators in the novels about cultivating immortals are as weak as ants in front of the Yuanying stage old monsters. The gap is really too big, Yang Ming thought. Similarly, in the battlefield of all races, the gap between each level is as huge as the difference between heaven and earth. If Yang Ming had not acquired so many bug abilities, he would have been slapped to death by the demon leader. Human, what are you daydreaming about? You dare to be distracted while fighting me. Do you want to die? At this time, the voice of the demon leader suddenly sounded behind Yang Ming. With extremely fast speed, the demon leader flashed behind Yang Ming and grabbed Yang Ming's back with one claw. Yang Ming was shocked and slashed with his knife. Thunder Overlord slash. Yang Ming didn't dare to be careless and used his skills directly. Because ordinary attacks are simply no match for the demon leader, in order to stop the demon, Yang Ming uses a combination of Purple Sky Divine Thunder Plus skills in almost every move. Boom! When the attacks from both sides collided, a deafening wave of energy erupted. Yang Ming was knocked back more than 10 steps by the reaction force, while the demon leader only retreated 5 or 6 steps. Human, you are very strong. You can actually fight me for so long. Very good, I recognize your strength. When I capture you alive later, I will definitely taste your flesh carefully. The demon leader taunted Yang Ming mercilessly, rushed towards Yang Ming again. The demon leader did not use any skills. Each of its attacks was the simplest punches and kicks that hit the flesh. Let's see how long you can hold out. Can you withstand my continuous attacks? The demon leader taunted as he attacked Yang Ming frantically. Yang Ming could only defend passively and occasionally swing his sword to launch a counterattack. How to break the deadlock? Yang Ming began to think about countermeasures. At this moment, on the distant hillside, an armored human army of more than 50,000 people suddenly appeared. Lord Aminos has arrived. Demons, prepare to die. Charge. Quickly support Yunhai City and destroy all demons. Drive the demons out of our home. As soon as this human army appeared, they rushed into the battlefield to provide support and began to eliminate the demons. Chapter 150 The Reason Why Aminos Degenerated into an Evil God. Although Yang Ming was unable to kill the demon leader was also unable to do anything to Yang Ming in a short period of time, and the two sides were in a stalemate. In other words, Yang Ming delayed the demon leader in disguise and successfully waited for Aminos' support. Half an hour ago, after defeating the demon army in another city, Pingyang City, Aminos immediately led a large human army to support Yunhai City. Brothers from Yunhai City, don't be afraid. We are here. Hold on, we'll be there soon. Hold on, brothers. Aminos joined the battlefield with a large human army. The demon leader who was fighting with Yang Ming was obviously panicked when he learned that Aminos had arrived to provide support. That's right, the demon leader was scared. Even though it was a perfect demon, it was still very scared when it heard the name Aminos. Because Aminos really has the power to kill the perfect level demon. Aminos, the leader of the human warrior force and the most powerful man in Lulan, has killed perfect level demons more than once. Lowly human, I'll let you go this time, but I'll settle the score with you next time. The demon leader had the idea of retreating. Because aminos appeared here, it meant that the demon army responsible for attacking Pingyang City had been completely wiped out. The demon clan's plan basically failed. If the demon leader didn't run away quickly, he knew he would most likely die. Wanna leave? Haha, do you think I will let you go? Yang Ming would not let the demon leader leave easily. As he spoke, Yang Ming swung his Zanpakuto and rushed forward desperately, entangled with the demon leader. The demon leader lost his chance to escape and roared angrily. Damn human, since you want to die, then I'll grant your wish. It won't be too late to kill you first and then retreat. Humph, am I afraid of you? Yang Ming snorted coldly. After saying that, Yang Ming revealed his cards one after another. Thunder Overlord / Heavenly Punishment. Yang Ming desperately used all kinds of tricks, and the demon leader also started to go crazy, and the two sides fought fiercely. Just as the two sides were fighting fiercely, aminos in the distance also noticed this perfect demon. Hold on, my friend. I'm here to help you. Aminos also knew the principle of capturing the leader first, so he rushed over immediately and fought against the demon leader together with Yang Ming. With aminos' help, Yang Ming's pressure was instantly relieved a lot. Half an hour later, with the joint efforts of Yang Ming and aminos, the demon leader was successfully beheaded. Once the demon leader died, the remaining demon army was no match for the human army and was annihilated one by one. Yang Ming could finally rest. After successfully defeating the demon leader's army, the second main task should also be completed. As expected, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Respected Lord Yang Ming, congratulations on successfully defending Yunhai City and protecting its 300,000 residents. You receive a reward, 20% completion of the inheritance mission of the evil god Aminos. Yang Ming was half squatting on the ground to rest. At this moment, a hand suddenly reached out to Yang Ming, and a gentle voice sounded. My friend from afar, are you okay? Yang Ming looked up and happened to see Aminos' face. Aminos was much younger than Yang Ming had imagined. He looked to be only 25 years old at most, with a resolute face with sharp edges and corners, giving him a mature and handsome look. I'm fine. Yang Ming shook hands with him and stood up. Aminos, the man in front of you, is the key figure in the S-level inheritance mission. Yang Ming couldn't help but scan Aminos' information. Name, Aminos. Faction, human race. Identity, leader of the human race's brave warriors. Combat power, 9. Quality, ordinary grade. Talent, none. Skills, none. Supernatural power, not comprehended. But when Yang Ming saw Aminos' message, he was stunned for a moment. This attribute panel is almost the same as that of an ordinary person, but he is actually the most powerful man in Lulan Kingdom? Impossible, what went wrong? Yang Ming couldn't figure it out. How did Aminos become the leader of the human race when he was so weak? And how did he kill the perfect demon? Could this person be a fake Aminos? Yang Ming thought. But this idea was quickly rejected by Yang Ming. How could this be possible? It is impossible that all the soldiers of Lulan Kingdom are blind. Not long after, the news that the demon army had been repelled spread into the city. The residents of the city cheered loudly and were glad that they were saved. At this time, the city gate was opened and a gentle-looking woman with a slightly protruding belly ran out. Aminos, I knew you would come to save me. The woman ran towards Aminos. Seeing the woman, Aminos immediately ran over and held her in his arms. Laura, why did you run out instead of resting at home? What if you get a miscarriage or hurt the baby? The woman, named Laura, was the wife of Aminos and was pregnant. I'm sorry, Aminos, I just missed you so much. Laura, I miss you too, and our children. It's all my fault. I've been busy outside and haven't been able to be by your side to take care of you. What nonsense are you talking about? If you hadn't been out there fighting demons and protecting our home, I would have been homeless long ago. Lola, you are so kind. It's really great that you can understand me. Aminos and Laura hugged each other and expressed their love for each other. Yang Ming was tactful enough not to disturb them and took a few steps back. Ding. The system prompt sounded suddenly. Respected Lord Yang Ming, by protecting Yunhai City, you prevented the demon army from entering and slaughtering the people. Your actions indirectly protected Laura, changing her fate and preventing her and her unborn child from becoming prey to the demons. You receive a reward. The progress of the inheritance of the evil god Aminos has reached 50%. After hearing the system's voice, Yang Ming realized that Aminos' wife and unborn child were dead. Aminos' experience was indeed tragic. His hometown, Lioha Village, was burned down by a demon, killing all the villagers. Not only that, Yunhai City was also breached, resulting in the death of his wife and unborn child. To be honest, no man can withstand such a blow. Yang Ming also roughly understood why Aminos fell into the evil god. He was probably full of despair towards this world. It's not me who's wrong, it's the world. Chapter 151 Urgent Order from the Imperial Capital. Evening came quickly. If Yang Ming had not come to the rescue today, Yunhai City would have most likely fallen. In order to thank Yang Ming, Aminos ordered a banquet to warmly entertain Yang Ming and the warriors of Huaxia City. Originally, Yang Ming brought 3,000 soldiers into the dungeon world, but now there are only about 2,500 people left because 500 of them died in today's city defense battle. Fortunately, this is a copy world, and if you die, you are not really dead, you will just be teleported away. In order to get to know Aminos better, Yang Ming brought all the warriors to the banquet. At the banquet, Yang Ming and Aminos talked about many topics. Yang Ming wanted to know more about Aminos' background in order to complete the mission, and Aminos also wanted to know why Yang Ming was so active in helping Lulan Kingdom kill the demon. In this way, the two of them drank and chatted. Finally, Aminos asked Yang Ming an important question. Lord Yang Ming, is your ultimate goal really to destroy the black meteorite? Black meteorites, objects from outer space that fall from the sky, can multiply infinitely and create demons. If Yang Ming did not destroy the black meteorite, the inheritance mission would most likely not be completed. Yang Ming nodded and said slowly, Yes, I received the order from the goddess of light to come and help Lulan fight against the demons. I cannot let her down, so I must destroy the black meteorite. In order to make his sudden appearance in this world justifiable, Yang Ming pulled out the goddess of light and pretended to be a believer of the goddess of light. Aminos believed Yang Ming's words. He nodded and said, So, brother Yang Ming is a believer of the goddess of light. The goddess of light has always hated evil. No wonder you were guided by her. In this way, Yang Ming successfully gained Aminos' trust. Aminos raised his glass to Yang Ming and said generously, Brother Yang Ming, in the days ahead, I hope you can fight alongside me and destroy the demons together. Yang Ming also raised his glass, clinked it with him, and said, Okay, cheers. Cheers. After the banquet, Aminos specially arranged accommodation for Yang Ming and the soldiers. In this way, Yang Ming temporarily settled down in Yunhai City. On just the first day in the dungeon world, Yang Ming's mission progress had already reached 50%. It seems that we are not far from completing all the main tasks. In the following days, Yang Ming began to cooperate with Aminos, and the two joined forces to eliminate the demons together. There were originally 29 cities in Lulan Kingdom. Before Yang Ming came, 15 cities in the country had been occupied by demons and completely fell. If Yang Ming had not turned the tide, Yunhai City, one of the most critical fortress cities, would probably have fallen. The appearance of Yang Ming changed the history of Lulan Kingdom. Even with the addition of Yang Ming, the Lulan Kingdom, which had been forced to passively defend, sounded the clarion call for a counterattack. 3 days later, a large city was recaptured by humans. 7 days later, 2 medium-sized cities were recaptured by humans. 15 days later, the human front had continuous good news, and even managed to recapture 5 cities from the demons. It seems that everything is moving in the right direction. 15 days have passed, but the problem that has been bothering me remains unresolved. Why did Aminos fall into the evil god? The third main quest has also yet to appear. 15 days had passed, and Yang Ming still couldn't trigger the third main task. He couldn't help but feel anxious. Because only half of the 30-day period is left. The good news from the front line was transmitted back to the imperial capital of Lulan one after another, allowing the palace ministers who had been in a state of constant fear to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Empire, Royal Palace. The kingdom of Lulan was a centralized monarchy, with the king alone dominating the world and ruling the entire country. At this time, the king was sitting on the throne, with civil and military officials sitting below him. A soldier suddenly entered the hall and reported the news. Report, Your Majesty, there's more good news from the front. General Aminos has recaptured the 9th city from the demons. Upon hearing this, the king of Lulan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Well, General Aminos is indeed a talent that this king values. His fighting ability is absolutely first-rate. I believe that it won't be long before our Lulan kingdom will be able to eliminate all the demons. The king praised Aminos highly. Seeing that the king valued Aminos so much, some of the civil officials below began to have evil thoughts in their hearts. According to the current situation, Aminos will be able to eliminate all the demons in a month at most, and by then, he will definitely become the highest-ranking person in Lulan. The civil officials present felt that their status would definitely be threatened. Then, A minister named Qin could not help but step forward and whispered to the king, "Your Majesty, General Aminos enjoys such a high reputation. He not only commands an army of over 100,000, but is also beloved by millions of people. Aren't you afraid?" The king frowned and asked doubtfully, "What do you mean?" The minister came closer and whispered again, "Your Majesty, think carefully. If General Aminos destroys all the demons, he will surely become a hero to the people of the country. If he has any good intentions towards your throne, he will attract everyone to support him. I'm afraid." These words frightened the king so much that his pupils shrank. "This is impossible. General Aminos is an upright man. How could he rebel?" the king asked subconsciously. The minister continued to add fuel to the fire. "Your Majesty, human nature cannot withstand the test. Think carefully. How many great generals have attempted to usurp the throne in history?" Hearing this, the king fell completely silent. Yes, he was beginning to get scared. The king was very worried. If Aminos really had the intention to rebel, as the minister said, who in the entire kingdom could stop the powerful Aminos? Then, in your opinion, what should we do? The king was finally frightened and asked the minister, "Your Majesty, I have a plan." The minister showed a smug and sinister smile. At the same time, on the front battlefield, as new breakthroughs continued to appear on the front line and news of victory came one after another, Aminos was extremely happy. Praised the goddess of light for sending a powerful human warrior like Brother Yang Ming to help the kingdom of Lulan. Aminos felt more relaxed than ever before. Because so far, the human camp has defeated the demon camp in succession and has recaptured 10 cities. As long as the last 5 cities can be recaptured, humanity will achieve complete victory. However, just as Aminos wanted to recapture the 11th city, an urgent imperial edict came from the imperial capital. "Report, Lord Aminos, an imperial decree has arrived from the imperial capital. His Majesty the King orders you to return to the imperial capital immediately." Chapter 152, the third main mission. What? His Majesty the King wants me to go back. When Aminos heard the news, he didn't believe it at first. The most critical moment to recapture the city occupied by demons. Letting Aminos return to the imperial capital now is not giving the demon a chance to breathe and prolong his life. "Why did His Majesty the King ask me to return to the imperial capital?" asked Aminos. The soldier who came to report the news half knelt on the ground and said to Aminos, "I don't know. His Majesty the King only said that he had something very important to tell you in person." Aminos thought about it again and finally refused. "Go back and tell His Majesty that now is the most critical moment to eliminate the demons. I cannot leave the battlefield. I hope His Majesty will understand." Aminos decided to deal with the devil first. At worst, he would wait until he won and then apologize to His Majesty the King. The news quickly spread back to the imperial capital. "What? Aminos actually ignored my imperial decree." The king was shocked to learn that Aminos had disobeyed his order. After the shock, there was anger, and at the same time, he felt a little scared. The minister surnamed Qin was still fanning the flames and said, "Your Majesty, I'm right, aren't I? That Aminos actually dared to disobey your order. He must be plotting a rebellion." The king was already panicking. He asked hurriedly, "What should I do? Am I going to watch him destroy the demons, win the hearts of the people, and then take my throne?" The minister quickly appeased him. "Your Majesty, please don't be anxious. I have other solutions. Please listen to me carefully." 5 minutes later, after listening to the minister's solution, the king looked relieved. "Great, let's do it this way, Minister Qin. I feel at ease with you here. You are a loyal minister to our Lulan kingdom." Another 3 days passed. Yang Ming entered the dungeon. Since the time flow rate ratio between the copy world and the 10,000 races battlefield is 10 to 1, 1 day in the 10,000 races battlefield is equivalent to 10 days in the copy world, so he doesn't have to worry too much about wasting time. On the contrary, Yang Ming can use the extra time to continuously become stronger through actual combat. After 18 days of bloody fighting, Yang Ming's combat power value has increased from 1413 points to 1490 points. The speed of becoming stronger is very fast. Yesterday, Yang Ming and Aminos joined forces to recapture the 3 cities occupied by demons. As a result, only the last 2 cities are left, and they are still occupied by the demons. As long as the last 2 cities are recaptured, the human camp will have a great victory over the demon camp. But at this critical moment, an urgent secret message came from the imperial capital. The king's guards rushed from the imperial capital to the front line, carrying the imperial edict and 12 golden summons, and came before Aminos, reporting. "Report, Lord Aminos, His Majesty the King has issued a new imperial decree, requiring you to return to the imperial capital immediately." These are 12 golden summons. Lord Aminus, please reconsider. Seeing the 12 golden summons, Aminos was a little dazed. In the kingdom of Lulan, the 12 golden medals of recall are the highest military orders. If one does not obey the order, then this person will be convicted of treason and being a traitor, and his entire clan will be implicated. All relatives related to him will be thrown into prison and finally executed by slow slicing. Aminos couldn't understand why His Majesty the King insisted on letting him go back now. Aminos said to himself, "Why? His Majesty the King ordered me to go back now? I'm so close. If I were given 5 more days, I could recapture the last 2 cities. But why?" The 12 golden summons were like a mountain pressing down on Aminos' heart. If he doesn't go back, he will be charged with treason, be infamous for eternity, and his entire clan will be punished. However, if he went back now, the demons would launch a counterattack and all previous efforts would be in vain. Because without Aminos on the front line, the human camp would not be able to defeat the demon camp at all. What should I do? Aminos felt confused. At the same time, he was also in pain. At the same time, on the other side, Yangming finally heard the system prompt again. Ding! Hearing this voice, Yangming was very excited because the 3rd main task was finally triggered. Dear Lord Yangming, congratulations on triggering the 3rd main quest. Mission description: Aminus's return to the imperial capital caused the complete collapse of the human front, allowing the demonic army to seize the opportunity to launch a counterattack against Lulan. In just 2 weeks, without Aminus's presence, Lulan lost 25 cities and countless civilians were killed. This is the thing Aminus regrets most. Please stop him. Quest requirements: persuade Aminos not to return to the imperial capital, but to stay on the battlefield and continue to destroy the demons. Quest reward: the progress of the inheritance of the evil god Aminos has reached 80%. After learning the details of the mission, Yangming immediately went to find Aminos. At this time, Aminos was sitting in the general's tent, drinking alone. Because the king only gave him half a day, he had to return to the imperial capital within half a day. The imperial edict, coupled with the 12 golden summons, made Aminos dare not disobey the order. Yangming walked into the general's tent and asked Aminos, "Aminos, why are you drinking alone?" Seeing Yangming coming to find him, Aminos, who was in a depressed mood, finally relaxed his brows a little. He waved to Yangming. "Brother Yangming, you're here, come drink with me." Yangming knew how Aminos felt, so he sat opposite him and drank with him. Aminos drank the wine in big gulps, coughed heavily a few times, raised his head and sighed, and couldn't help complaining to Yangming. "Brother Yangming, I'm sorry, I have to leave. Just now, His Majesty the Landlord suddenly issued 12 golden summons." Aminos had no words to express his grievances, so he told Yangming everything about how he was forced to be recalled to the imperial capital. During this period of time, Yangming has been fighting side by side with Aminos, so Aminos has long regarded him as a brother who shares life and death. Yangming drank with Aminos while listening to his complaints. Only after Aminos finished speaking did Yangming speak. "Aminos, you don't dare to disobey the imperial decree because you're afraid of being accused of treason, written into history books, and forever infamous, being ridiculed by the people of the world, right?" Yangming knew very well that military commanders like Aminos valued integrity and reputation the most. "Yes." Aminos smiled bitterly. Yangming patted his shoulder and said word by word, "Aminos, you are wrong. Even if you disobey the imperial decree, you are still a hero in the eyes of all the people of Lulan." Really? Aminos was stunned and asked in confusion. "Of course. Haven't you heard a saying?" Yangming smiled and said slowly, "The eyes of the masses are sharp. If you put the people in your heart, the people will hold you high in their arms." Chapter 153, The Final Battle. The eyes of the masses are sharp. If you care about the people will hold you high. Aminos savored these words, and his originally decadent expression gradually became cheerful. It's like a castaway who is trapped and drifting in the sea. After several days of wind and rain, when he is about to despair, he suddenly finds an island with abundant food in front of him. "Brother Yangming, you are right." Aminos had come to his senses, and his hope was rekindled. "That's right. My mission is to destroy all demons and restore peace and prosperity to Lulan. Even if I'm charged with a heinous crime for disobeying the Emperor's orders, the world will clear my name in the future." Aminos has thought it through completely and decided not to return to the imperial capital. Even with the imperial edict and the 12 golden summons, Aminos was determined to stay on the front line and continue to fight against the demons. As long as the demon tribe is not eliminated, the kingdom of Lulan will never have peace. That's right, I support you. Yang Ming patted his shoulder. Thank you for your guidance, brother Yang Ming. Aminos gave Yang Ming a grateful look. After figuring it out, Aminos stood up, left the tent, and found the Imperial Guard. Aminos said to the guards, "Go back and tell His Majesty the King that I cannot obey your orders, but I will not leave the front lines until the demon is eliminated. After the war is over, I will return to the capital and apologize to His Majesty the King." When the guards heard this, they were shocked and said in disbelief, "Lord Aminos, how dare you? This is an imperial decree, and there are 12 golden summons. If you dare not return to the imperial capital." Before they could finish, Aminos raised his hand and interrupted them. "I'll say it again, I want to stay on the front lines and fight. Do you understand?" Aminos' majestic gaze made the guards subconsciously shut up. "Well, Lord Aminos, we will return to the imperial capital and report the truth to His Majesty the King." "Well, please go back." The moment Aminos refused to return to the imperial capital, the system's prompt immediately sounded in Yang Ming's ears. Ding! Respected Lord Yang Ming, congratulations on completing the third main quest and making up for Aminos' biggest regret. Your inheritance mission has reached 80% progress. Warm tip, there is only one main quest left. You can successfully complete this inheritance quest and obtain the inheritance of Aminos. Yang Ming was very happy when he heard the voice of the system. Oh yeah, there's only one main storyline left. If Yang Ming guessed correctly, as long as the dark meteorite was destroyed, the mission would be successfully completed. Therefore, Yang Ming decided to speed up and try to recapture the last 2 cities within 2 days. When Yang Ming told Aminos his idea, Aminos immediately agreed. Aminos' obsession with defeating the demons is much stronger than Yang Ming's. The two hit it off immediately, and the next day, they immediately launched a fierce attack on the last 2 cities. Responsible for guarding the last 2 cities is a perfect level demon and an army of 150,000 demons. If Aminos were alone, he would probably have to work very hard to recapture the 2 cities. But it's different now. With Yang Ming helping him, Aminos' pressure has been greatly reduced, and he can fight with ease. What's more, the army under Yang Ming's command is not a pushover. After this period of great battles, the combat power of the surviving soldiers has generally increased to 240 to 270 points. 3 days later, Yang Ming entered the copy world. With the joint efforts of Yang Ming and Aminos, the last 2 cities occupied by demons were successfully recovered. At this point, all the cities of Lulan Kingdom and the land occupied by the demons have all been returned. When the soldiers replanted the Lulan flags in the last 2 cities, everyone couldn't help but cheer. "We did it! Great, we won! Lord Aminos, you are the patron saint of our Lulan Kingdom. Lord Yang Ming, thank you very much for your assistance. We will never forget you." The joy of victory enveloped everyone's heart. Everyone was in high spirits, with happy smiles on their faces. Yang Ming was also very happy because he could almost see the dawn of successful completion of the mission. Next, as long as the dark meteorite falling from the sky is destroyed, the inheritance mission of the evil god Aminos can be successfully completed. A dark meteorite fell in a forest on the border of Lulan Kingdom. Not surprisingly, that forest will be the site of the final battle. Another 2 days later. It has been 23 days since Yang Ming came to the copy world. After 2 days of rest, the soldiers have recovered to their best physical condition and are ready to fight the final battle at any time. Because the dark meteorite can continuously reproduce demons, as long as there is enough time, it can once again reproduce a new and powerful demon army. Therefore, if you want to completely eliminate the demons, you cannot give them time to breathe. You must fight quickly and destroy the dark meteorite in the shortest time possible. Around 8 o'clock in the morning, Aminos, wearing a heavy armor, led a large human army to the forest. He gave the order resolutely. "Everyone listen up. Surround the forest and don't let any demon escape." "Yes." A deafening voice rang out. In order to destroy the dark meteorite, almost all the frontline soldiers of Lulan Kingdom came out in full force. A total of 500,000 soldiers, wearing light armor and holding sophisticated weapons, surrounded the forest tightly. Not to mention the devil, even a mosquito can't fly out. Brothers, be vigilant and eliminate the demons in the forest one by one. This is the final battle. I promise that the fruits of victory will ultimately belong to the glory of mankind. After Aminos read out the pre-war declaration loudly, he led the soldiers into the forest with his sword in hand. Demon elimination plan, start. Yang Ming's speed was not slow either. He entered the forest with the remaining 1,500 Huaxia city soldiers. There were originally 3,000 soldiers, but after 23 days of fighting, only half of them were left. Although Yang Ming has fewer people, no other army can compare with him in terms of combat capability. After entering the forest, all the demons they encountered were beheaded by Yang Ming and his warriors. From 8 in the morning until 12 noon, the plan to eliminate the demon went smoothly. As humans slowly advance, the demon's habitats slowly shrink. Final. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. With the joint bloody battle of Yang Ming, Aminos, the soldiers of Huaxia City, and the soldiers of Lulan Kingdom, they successfully eliminated 300,000 demons in the forest. In the end, they surrounded the dark meteorite as they wished. Ding! When Yang Ming saw the dark meteorite that bred demons with his own eyes, the system's prompt sounded in his ears. Dear Lord Yang Ming, congratulations on triggering the last main quest. Chapter 154 Demon King. The dark meteorite is a mysterious stone that is completely black and emits an evil black gas. It is extremely large, 50 meters long, 20 meters wide, and 70 meters high. Anyone who sees the dark meteorite will feel very uncomfortable. Ding! Respected Lord Yang Ming, congratulations on triggering the final main quest. Assist Aminos in destroying the Demon King and preventing him from becoming an evil god. Mission Introduction. The Demon King is sleeping in the dark meteorite. Please kill him completely. Quest requirements. Just do your best. Even if you fail, it doesn't matter. The evil god Aminos will understand you. Regardless of success or failure, Aminos has already recognized you. Quest reward. The inheritance of the evil god Aminos, and the heart of origin that can revive Yang Fifan. Yang Ming carefully browsed the details of the task. Is this the last mission? The Demon King is sleeping in the dark meteorite. If I'm not mistaken, the Demon King is the final boss, right? Yang Ming looked at the extremely huge dark meteorite. The dark meteorite is pitch black, with various ancient and strange patterns engraved on its surface, which seem to be the language of the demon clan. At this moment, human forces have surrounded the dark meteorite in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. But the question is, how to attack? Because no one knows what terrible things are inside the dark meteorite, except Yang Ming. Just as Aminos was thinking about countermeasures, Yang Ming came to Aminos and gave a suggestion. Aminos, I suggest that the weaker soldiers be evacuated from the forest to avoid unnecessary deaths, because the Demon King is sleeping inside the dark meteorite. Hearing Yang Ming's words, Aminos was shocked and asked quickly, What? The Demon King is sleeping in the dark meteorite? Could it be an epic demon? Yang Ming replied, I only know that the Demon King is sleeping in there, but I don't know his strength. But I think your guess is right. He is most likely an epic demon. Aminos cast a grateful look at Yang Ming. Brother Yang Ming, thank you for reminding me. Otherwise, it is very likely that many soldiers would have died in vain. After saying that, Aminos ordered all soldiers with a combat power value below 200 to withdraw from the forest. As a result, the number of people who could still remain on the scene, including Yang Ming's Huaxia City soldiers, was less than 10,000. To be honest, if the Demon King was really of epic quality, then Yang Ming would not be able to think of a way to kill him. Yang Ming had no choice but to place his hopes on Aminos, the son of Lulan, and asked, Aminos, do you have any battle plan? Aminos took a deep breath, then said firmly, No matter what, the Demon King must be destroyed, even if it costs me my life. If I don't fight this battle, the descendants of our Lulan kingdom will have to fight for us in the future. Brother Yang Ming, please assist me in the battle, but please prioritize protecting your own life. I will be responsible for killing the Demon King. When he said this, Aminos' face showed an expression of being ready to die. It seems that he is ready to sacrifice himself for the sake of his country and family. Yang Ming couldn't help but ask again, Aminos, can you tell me exactly how you plan to kill the Demon King? Because Yang Ming knew in his heart that judging from the attribute panel, Aminos was just an ordinary person. His combat power is only 9, he has no skills, no talents, and even no extraordinary powers. Just with the sword in my hand. Aminos smiled. After saying this, he raised the sword in his hand. Aminos always wore this sword, but never unsheathed it. It's just as I thought. It's because of Aminos' sword. Yang Ming thought. Before this, Yang Ming had also scanned Aminos' sword, but could not find any information. In previous battles, Aminos had always fought with his sword and scabbard together. However, now facing the Demon King, Aminos had to draw the sword in advance. Zheng, a sword sound rang out, penetrating deep into the soul. Aminos' sword was unsheathed, the sealed power was released, and Yang Ming was finally able to scan the information of the sword. Name, Sword of the Evil God. Quality, God level. Introduction, a sword cursed by an evil god. If it is used excessively, the user will become the new evil god. Attributes. Based on the degree of corruption, the user is given combat power comparable to that of a god. Passive skill. Heart of the evil god, SSS rank, strengthens the heart into that of the evil god. Passive skill. Evil god body, SSS rank, strengthens the body into that of an evil god. Passive skill. Soul of the evil god, SSS rank, strengthens the soul into that of an evil god. When Yang Ming finished scanning the properties of Amino's sword, he finally solved all the mysteries. It turns out that the reason why Aminos was able to become the most powerful man in Lulan Kingdom with his mortal body was because of this sword of the evil god. There is no need to say how terrifying the sword of the evil god is. Before it was even unsheathed, Aminos could use this sword to slay perfect-level demons. Now that the sword of the evil god is unsheathed, there is indeed a high probability that Aminos can kill the epic demon king. But Aminos would also fall into the evil god because of this. Yang Ming stopped Aminos from fighting the demon king to death and said, "Aminos, wait. Don't be impulsive. Let me think of a solution, okay?" Aminos now believed Yang Ming very much, so he asked in return, "What solution have you come up with? Brother Yang Ming, just tell me. As long as it works, I will cooperate with you immediately." After more than 20 days of joint fighting, Aminos has regarded Yang Ming as a friend of life and death. No need to say more, just watch me act first. Yang Ming smiled. As he spoke, Yang Ming had an idea and silently said in his heart, "Summon 5 evil god guards." After a while, the afterimages around Yang Ming flickered, and 5 rare-quality evil god guards appeared beside Yang Ming. In the battlefield of all races, the favorability between Yang Ming and the evil god Aminos has increased to 65 points, so he can summon the evil god guards. Moreover, he is an immortal evil god guard, making him the perfect cannon fodder. Aminos was shocked when he saw the evil god guard summoned by Yang Ming, because he could feel that the evil god guard and his evil god sword had the same power from the same origin. Yang Ming didn't want to explain too much, so he ordered the 5 evil god guards. "You 5, charge forward immediately and launch a surprise attack on the demon king sleeping inside the dark meteorite." After receiving the order, the 5 evil god guards immediately rushed towards the dark meteorite. Today is Mid-Autumn Festival. Everyone, remember to eat mooncakes. I wish you all a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 155 Summoning Guanyu. When 5 rare evil god guards act together, their power is very powerful. Boom! 5 attacks hit the dark meteorite and quickly awakened the sleeping demon king. Ayo! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the demon king appeared. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of the dark meteorite, and then a tunnel leading to the interior of the meteorite appeared. Then, the demon king slowly walked out of the tunnel. "Who is it? You disturbed my sleep? Come out and die." The demon king is red and black all over, with a pair of demon horns on his head and black wings on his back. He has a graceful figure, and although he is only about 3 meters tall, he gives people an invincible and terrifying aura. It is indeed an epic demon king. When Yang Ming scanned the information of the demon king, he took a breath. Name: Demon King. Quality: Epic. Combat power value: 1.5 W. Identity: Demon Lord. Talent: Demon Dictator, S rank. He can command all demons in the world and do whatever he wants to other demons. But the prerequisite is that their combat power value is lower than his own. Talent: Immortality, S rank. Normally, never dies. Skills: Not learned. Supernatural power: Blood Demon. Sequence 32. Blood is the source of his power. He can both create blood and absorb blood. What powerful attributes. Yang Ming couldn't help but take a breath after seeing the attribute introduction of the Demon King. Just the 2S level talents alone show how powerful the Demon King is. After the Demon King appeared, he stared coldly at the 5 evil god guards who were harassing him and said angrily, "It was you 5 bugs who attacked my territory just now? How dare you challenge my authority?" After saying that, the Demon King stretched out his right hand, and a suction force burst out from his palm, instantly sucking the 5 evil god guards over, and then tore them apart with both hands. With a crash sound, the 5 evil god guards were all torn to pieces. Everyone was shocked seeing this scene. These were 5 rare quality guards, yet they were killed instantly by the Demon King. Witnessing the horror of the Demon King, Aminos immediately shouted, "Everyone listen up. Retreat immediately. Leave the forest now." In front of the epic Demon King, even soldiers with a combat power of more than 200 are all cannon fodder and can't help if they stay here. After hearing Aminos' order, the soldiers had to retreat, although they were reluctant. The Demon King looked coldly at the group of humans surrounding him and sneered. Haha, you've disturbed my sleep and you still want to retreat? Your ideas are too naive. After saying this, the Demon King was about to attack the retreating soldiers. However, at this moment, the 5 evil god guards who had been torn to pieces miraculously came back to life. Moreover, after the 5 evil god guards were resurrected, they immediately rushed towards the Demon King without fear of death. This action bought the soldiers time to retreat. You 5 bugs die. The Demon King was furious and tore the evil guards apart with his bare hands once again. While the evil guards and the Demon King were fighting, Yang Ming turned to Aminos and asked, Aminos, do you believe me? Although Aminos didn't know what Yang Ming meant by this, he still asked without hesitation. Besides my wife, the person I trust most in this world is you, brother Yang Ming. Yang Ming smiled and said softly, Then give me the sword of the evil god, Aminos. Hearing this, Aminos was shocked and said quickly, Brother Yang Ming, what do you want to do? Although the sword of the evil god can grant its user great power, it will also take away everything from the user, including body, consciousness, and freedom. Before Aminos finished speaking, Yang Ming interrupted his chatter, stretched out his hand to him, and said, Aminos, if you truly believe in me, please give me the sword of the evil god. Please. Aminos hesitated for a moment and finally agreed, but he still specifically reminded, Okay, I can give it to you, but if I find anything wrong, I will take the sword of the evil god back immediately. Aminos didn't want to see Yang Ming degenerate into a new evil god because of excessive power of the sword of the evil god. After saying that, Aminos handed the sword of the evil god to Yang Ming. Don't worry, I'm Yang Ming. The evil gods can't affect me. Yang Ming took the evil god's sword. The sword of the evil god, a mythical weapon. The moment Yang Ming grasped the sword of the evil god, his whole body couldn't help but tremble. This feeling cannot be described in words. I can only say that it is worthy of being a mythical weapon. It took Yang Ming a long time to recover. Then, he calmed down and began to communicate with the evil god sword's consciousness. Sword of the evil god, do you want to pollute my body and make me degenerate into a new evil god? Yang Ming's thoughts were quickly responded to by the sword of the evil god. Mortal, your body is truly amazing, far superior to Aminos's. If you wish, I will grant you the status of an evil god and make you a god of the new era. Yang Ming shrugged, showing a playful smile, and said, Then come, pollute me, corrupt me, and give me the power to kill this demon king before me. Ha ha. The sword of the evil god began to laugh triumphantly. Very good, very good. Let us merge into one and create the most powerful new evil god in history. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword of the evil god began to erode Yang Ming's body. Yang Ming offered no resistance at all and allowed it to contaminate his body. The sword of the evil god was about to succeed. Yang Ming suddenly murmured, Oh, gods of China, please grant me strength. Yang Ming used his second SSS level talent, Divine Possession. That's right, Yang Ming's plan is to summon the Chinese god and let the Chinese god fight against the sword of the evil god. Yang Ming doesn't think that a mere sword of the evil god can compete with the Chinese god. In an instant, a divine consciousness descended from the sky and connected with Yang Ming's intention. We are one in mind. In troubled times, I will help the great cause. At that moment, Yang Ming seemed to see a towering figure holding a green dragon crescent blade and riding a red hare. Martial Saint Guan Yu. Boy, it's you. I've heard about you from my third brother. Guan Yu said this as soon as his consciousness connected with Yang Ming. I'm Yang Ming. Nice to meet you, Senior Guan Yu. Yang Ming lowered his attitude and greeted Guan Yu. Guan Yu nodded, and his voice once again rang in Yang Ming's mind. Well, don't be so reserved. Did you call me here to fight against the evil divine consciousness within you? Chapter 156, Evil God Projection. After Guan Yu's spiritual consciousness connected with Yang Ming, he could immediately see that there was an evil consciousness running around in Yang Ming's body. Yes, General Guan, please lend me a hand. Yang Ming sincerely asked Guan Yu for help, agreed immediately without any pretense, and said in a deep voice, Okay, let me go talk to that miscellaneous god. At the same time, the consciousness of the evil god sword had already invaded Yang Ming's body. Since Yang Ming did not resist at all, it was only one step away from merging with Yang Ming's mind. However, at this moment, a beam of divine light struck people's hearts and enveloped the consciousness of the sword of the evil god. Before the sword of the evil god could react, a mighty roar was heard. Where did you come from, you scoundrel? Why don't you get out of here? How dare you touch young Master Yang's body? This angry roar made the sword of the evil god feel as if it had fallen into a bottomless abyss, only one step away from death. The evil god could feel that a divine power far surpassing its own was watching it. If it dares to move again, it will be destroyed and there will be no return. The sword of the evil god quickly begged for mercy. Don't kill me. I don't know which great god. How did I offend you? Guan Yu's voice was like thunder, deafening. Young friend Yang is my junior. What offense have you committed? This human being can actually summon such a terrifying righteous god. The sword of the evil god panicked. It could never have imagined that Yang Ming's background was so strong that he had such a terrifying god backing him up. Great god, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. The sword of the evil god did not dare to say a word and begged for mercy quickly. Guan Yu snorted and said lightly, if you want to survive, it depends on your next awakening. The evil god sword dared not refute. In front of Guan Yu, it was as fragile as an ant and kept saying, thank you, God. Thank you, God. Aminos lent the sword of the evil god to Yang Ming. He kept staring at Yang Ming intently, observing Yang Ming's changes. As the master of the sword of the evil god, Aminos knew very well that this sword could bring great power to the user, but he also knew even more about the great side effects of this sword. If overused, the consciousness of the evil god's sword will invade the brain. The two will merge into one, and the user will degenerate into an evil god. Therefore, when Aminos used the sword of the evil god, he did not dare to unsheath it. But even if it is not unsheathed, the sword of the evil god can still give him the ability to kill perfect-level demons. This is the power of mythical weapons. But Aminos knew very well, the more powerful the weapon, the greater the side effects on the sword wielder. So Aminos has been observing Yang Ming. As long as he finds anything wrong with Yang Ming, he will immediately take back the sword of the evil god. Suddenly, an evil black aura emanated from the evil god's sword. The evil black energy spread rapidly and soon climbed onto the surface of Yang Ming's skin. Brother Yang Ming, you. Seeing this scene, Aminos was shocked. As the master of the sword of the evil god, Aminos knew that the consciousness of the sword of the evil god was beginning to attack. The sword of the evil god wants to invade Yang Ming's body, occupy his brain, and turn Yang Ming into the new evil god. Brother Yang Ming, give the sword back to me quickly. Don't let the evil god's sword eat your brain. Aminos stopped him loudly. Aminos didn't care about anything else and reached out to grab the sword of the evil god from Yang Ming's hand. However, at this moment, Yang Ming opened his eyes. Aminos, don't worry, I'm fine. Yang Ming smiled faintly. Ah. Aminos was shocked. The black energy emitted by the evil god's sword had already spread all over Yang Ming's body, but he was fine. Then, Yang Ming slowly raised the sword of the evil god in his hand and said calmly, Aminos, you see, it doesn't dare to do anything to me. In front of Yang Ming, the sword of the evil god was as obedient as a baby. The black energy only spread on the surface of Yang Ming's body, and it did not dare to act rashly again. Aminos' eyes were filled with shock, but after the shock wore off, he asked ecstatically, Brother Yang Ming, you actually subdued the sword of the evil god. Does it respect you as its master? It has been 7 or 8 years since Aminos got the sword of the evil god. No one knows better than him how terrifying the sword of the evil god is. However, the sword of the evil god actually lost to Yang Ming and willingly respected him as its master? Yang Ming nodded and said with a smile, Well, Aminos, wait here for a moment. Once I kill the demon king, I will return the sword to you. Okay. Aminos also showed a sunny smile. Then, Yang Ming held the sword of the evil god in his left hand and the Zanpakuto in his right hand and walked towards the demon king. The black energy emitted by the evil god's sword permeated the surface of Yang Ming's body, forming a phantom that was 100 meters high. It's like a mini version of Fa Tianxiangdi. You 5, please step back. Yang Ming said. After hearing Yang Ming's order, the 5 evil god guards stopped harassing the demon king and retreated obediently. Next, Yang Ming will face the demon king alone. When the demon king saw the projection of the evil god behind Yang Ming, which was more than 100 meters tall, he was extremely shocked. Human, what happened to you? What's wrong with you? The demon king could feel the aura emanating from Yang Ming at this moment, which made him feel extremely frightened. It was obvious that just a minute ago, all humans were as weak as ants in the eyes of the demon king. But why did Yang Ming burst out with such terrifying combat power in just a moment? Yang Ming walked towards the demon king step by step and said lightly, You don't need to know too much, because I will kill you soon. At this moment, Yang Ming's combat power value has skyrocketed to 17,525 points. Of course, Most of the extra combat power was not added to Yang Ming, but came from the projection of the evil god behind Yang Ming. Seeing Yang Ming getting closer and closer, the Demon King trembled all over, with a look of madness on his face. He roared, "You want to kill me? Dream on. I'm the Demon King. Even if I die, I'll drag you down to hell with me." After saying that, the Demon King rushed towards Yang Ming. "Human, don't try to fool me. Watch me tear off your disguise mask." The Demon King wanted to take a gamble. He wanted to bet that Yang Ming was bluffing and that this was an illusion. In an instant, the demonic energy was so overwhelming that the entire earth trembled. The monstrous demonic energy covered the entire area. Not long after, a huge palm, formed by the demonic energy and more than 20 meters long, slapped towards Yang Ming. Haha, useless resistance. Yang Ming shook his head. The next second, Yang Ming raised the sword of the evil god in his hand. At the same time, the projection of the evil god behind him also made the same move. The hand rises and the sword falls. A 10,000-foot-long sword beam broke through the sky. Within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, the dazzling sword light was like a waterfall from the sky, illuminating the vast earth. Oh! The Demon King let out a scream of agony. Most of its body was cut off by the sword light, and under the erosion of the evil god's projection, the Demon King began to slowly dissipate. Chapter 157 Perfect Ending. Ding! Respected Lord Yang Ming, congratulations on successfully completing all the main quests. You saved Aminos and changed his life. Your reward, Aminos' inheritance. Please accept the inheritance at the evil god altar after returning to the Myriad Races battlefield. At the same time, you also receive an additional reward, Yang Fifin's Origin Heart. After using this item, your General Yang Fifin will be perfectly resurrected, transforming from an evil god guard back into a living human. At the moment when Yang Ming eliminated the Demon King, the system prompt sounded. At this point, Yang Ming had perfectly conquered the copy world. Boom! With the death of the Demon King, the black meteorite that fell from the sky also completely broke apart at this moment, turning into fragments all over the sky. He won, Brother Yang Ming won. Seeing this scene, Aminos was completely stunned. The victory came so suddenly that Aminos felt like he was dreaming. The sword strike that Yang Ming made just now was like a dream, flawless, without any flaws, and he beheaded the Demon King with just one strike. Ha ha, we really won. We won. Aminos pinched his thigh hard. It hurt, and he realized that this was not a dream. This was real. The fruits of victory had been plucked by Yang Ming. In the great battle between the human camp and the demon camp, the human side finally won. Soon, soldiers all over the mountains gradually learned the news of the Demon King's death and the destruction of the Dark Meteorite. The Demon Clan has finally been destroyed. We won, we won. Ha ha ha, this is so cool. I've finally been waiting for this day. Long live Lord Aminos. Long live Lord Yang Ming. After the victory, all the soldiers cheered and celebrated unrestrainedly. People ran around to tell each other, and laughter spread throughout the mountains and fields. In fact, at this time, the inheritance mission had been completed perfectly, but Yang Ming was not in a hurry to leave the copy, because the aftermath work has not been completely resolved. After the victory, Aminos was so happy that he couldn't sleep for 3 days, so he held a sumptuous banquet to reward his soldiers. However, 3 days later, another imperial decree came from the imperial capital, requiring Aminos to return to the imperial capital immediately. The war was over, and Aminos was relieved, so he did not refuse and followed the guards back to the imperial capital to apologize to His Majesty the King. However, as soon as Aminos stepped into the palace, he was detained by the king's guards the next second. Aminos was taken to the palace by the guards. The king of Lulan, sitting on the throne, high above, judged Aminos' crimes. Aminos, you disobeyed the imperial decree and disregarded the king. Do you know your crime? Aminos was pinned to the ground and could only grit his teeth and explain. Your Majesty, the battle on the front lines is urgent. I cannot return to the imperial capital. I hope your Majesty will understand. The king snorted coldly and pronounced a ruthless verdict. You don't even take me seriously. Are you planning a rebellion? Come, take Aminos to prison and execute him in 3 days. Hearing these words, Aminos' pupils suddenly dilated and his whole body turned cold. He had clearly won the battle, destroyed the demon tribe, and saved the kingdom of Lulan, but he was actually executed. Aminos was disheartened and was detained by the soldiers. He couldn't figure out what was going on in this world. 3 more days passed. Aminos was imprisoned in a dungeon, surrounded by darkness. At this moment, he was covered in wounds and had obviously been tortured. He has become discouraged. End. This world became something he no longer recognized. Just when Aminos was confused, suddenly, he heard a loud shouting, fighting sounds, and charge orders coming from outside. Outside the dungeon, there seemed to be a war going on, and the scale of the battle was not small. I am trapped in the dungeon of the palace now. How can there be a war outside? Aminos was very confused. At this moment, the door of the cell was opened, and a familiar voice sounded in Aminos' ears. Hey bro. Yang Ming broke the lock of the cell with a knife and walked in. Yang Ming, why are you here? Aminos endured the pain in his body and slowly stood up. Of course I'm here to save you. Yang Ming smiled and threw the sword of the evil god to him. Aminos took the sword of the evil god and asked anxiously. This is the Imperial Palace, heavily guarded. Did you break in here alone? Yang Ming shrugged and said indifferently. Of course not. I'm not the only one here. Your followers and the soldiers who fought alongside you are all here too. This. Upon hearing this, Aminos was stunned. Isn't this a rebellion? Yang Ming took out a dragon robe, put it on Aminos, and said, Stop talking like this, my good brother. It's cold. Put on a yellow coat to keep warm. The battle outside has entered a fierce stage. The soldiers under Aminos had all fought against demons before, and all of them were strong men, their strength far exceeding that of the palace guards. So in less than half a day, the war was over. When Aminos walked out of the dungeon, he saw soldiers carrying a dragon throne in front of him. Before Aminos could say anything, the soldiers placed him on the dragon throne. You, who put the dragon robe on me? You really made me suffer. You really made me suffer. The king was executed that day and Aminos became the new king of Lulan. Seeing this scene, Yang Ming was completely relieved. Although this is a copy world and the memories of Aminos, a perfect ending is always better than a bad ending, isn't it? Is it time to leave? Yang Ming glanced at the time. Today was his last day in the copy world. After detecting Yang Ming's intention, the system quickly popped up a prompt. Dear Lord Yang Ming, you have completed all tasks. Do you want to leave the dungeon world? Yes. Goodbye, Lulan Kingdom. Goodbye, Aminos. As a faint light appeared, Yang Ming and the warriors of Huaxia City were teleported out of the copy world. The scene before my eyes changed again. When Yang Ming came to his senses, he found that he had returned to the battlefield of all races and returned to the altar of the evil god. At the same time, the 3,000 Huaxia City soldiers who followed Yang Ming were all present. Seeing Yang Ming return safely, the evil sheep priest, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately stepped forward and greeted him. Respected Lord Yang Ming, thank you very much for completing Lord Aminos' inheritance quest. We are truly grateful to you. We have also regained our memories because of this. The evil sheep priest, and he was very sad at the moment. Yes, the evil sheep priest remembered that he was originally a general under Aminos, and he finally understood why Aminos fell into depravity and became an evil god. Chapter 158, Beginning to Receive Inheritance. The evil sheep priest recalled all his experiences in his life. That year, Aminos was summoned back to the imperial capital by 12 golden orders. The king was afraid that Aminos would rebel after the war, so he imprisoned him in a dungeon. Without Aminos guarding the front line, the human camp's front line collapsed completely after just half a month. The demons advanced all the way, invincible, killing all of Aminos' followers, and then marched to the gates of the imperial capital. Seeing that the demons were about to attack the capital, the king belatedly realized the situation and remembered the kindness of Aminos. However, facing the overwhelming demon army, even Aminos was powerless to turn the tide, because after he left the front line, almost all the soldiers were slaughtered by the demons. At the last moment, in order to save the kingdom of Lulan, Aminos chose to sacrifice himself, merged with the sword of the evil god, and fell into the evil god. Aminos, who became the evil god, gained immense power and killed all the demons by himself. Those dead soldiers, including the evil goat priest, were eventually resurrected by Aminos and became guards of the evil god's altar. Really, thank you very much, Lord Yang Ming. The evil sheep priest bowed to Yang Ming and saluted solemnly. Yang Ming waved his hand and sighed. No, I didn't change history. I just helped Aminos realize his dream. The copy world just now was just Aminos' memory, which was equivalent to Yang Ming helping Aminos have a beautiful dream. However, the evil sheep priest disagreed. He said firmly, No, Lord Yang Ming, you are wrong. Now that we have regained our memories, one day, we will also regain our bodies and souls, including everything we have lost, including our deceased relatives. We will continue to follow Lord Aminos and rebuild a new Lulan kingdom on the battlefield of all races. I have to say that the evil sheep priest's idea is great and bold. Well, I wish you all the best. Yang Ming did not sneer at this, but chose to agree. Because in the battlefield of all races, resurrection, my love, can indeed be realized. Apart from anything else, among the people Yang Ming knows, Xiao Yao can resurrect the dead. Of course, the prerequisite is that Xiao Yao can get a drop of the other party's blood. Perhaps, when Aminos chose to degenerate into an evil god, he had already considered this. He wanted to resurrect everyone, and he was making a big move. Aminos' hometown was burned down by demons, his fellow villagers were killed by demons, even his wife and unborn child were killed, and countless soldiers who followed him also fell under the claws of demons. After going through all these things, Aminos chose to degenerate into an evil god. So, is there a possibility that Aminos wants to resurrect everyone one day in this way? All we can say is that this possibility exists. Getting back to the point, Yang Ming turned to the evil sheep priest and asked, "Can I get the inheritance of Aminos now?" At this moment, the evil sheep priest was filled with awe towards Yang Ming, and he immediately responded, "Of course, respected Lord Yang Ming. You only need to step onto the altar to receive the inheritance from Lord Aminos." "Yeah." Yang Ming nodded, then looked at the evil god's altar. In front of Yang Ming stood a huge altar. Above the altar, there is a strange black stone statue. The sealed figure inside the statue is probably Aminos himself. Yang Ming exerted force with his legs, jumped dozens of meters, and climbed onto the altar. The system immediately issued a prompt. "Respected Lord Yang Ming, you have obtained the qualification to inherit the power of the evil god Aminos. Would you like to begin receiving the power of inheritance now?" "Yes." Understanding the will of the evil god Aminos. Connected successfully, inheritance begins. In an instant, Yang Ming felt a surge of pure power surging into his body. This power is not the power of an evil god, but the purest supernatural energy. Yang Ming felt relieved and began to absorb this power seriously. At the same time, Yang Ming's combat power is also slowly increasing. After 30 days of training in the dungeon world, Yang Ming's combat power has increased to 1536. Now that he has the inheritance, Yang Ming's combat power can be greatly improved. Yang Ming felt that after receiving the inheritance, he could consider attacking the level 5 resource field. Because before this, he could already fight against the perfect level demon in a 28-to-20 ratio, and after receiving the inheritance, an 80-to-20 ratio would not be a problem. At that time, the first city in the history of Blue Star will be born from Yang Ming's hands. When that day comes, I'll see who in the world dares to fight me. Yang Ming slowly closed his eyes and concentrated on absorbing the inherited power of the evil god Aminos. Became stronger rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. 2 days later, Yang Ming arrived at the battlefield of all races. Early in the morning, the sun had just risen from the east when Yang Ming slowly opened his eyes. Ding! Respected Lord Yang Ming, you have received the inheritance of the evil god Aminos. Your basic combat power has increased to 2,425 points. Listening to the system's prompts, Yang Ming's mouth corners were curling up wildly. What does 2425 basic combat power points mean? This means that he can face off against any perfect level monster head-on. Looking across the entire Blue Star, no one can be his opponent. Even the most powerful American lord cannot last more than 3 moves in his hands. Yang Ming once privately asked General Yu Zhengzhong about the strongest combat power of the current Blue Star Lord. Yu Zhengzhong told Yang Ming truthfully that his basic combat power was 1,406 points, while the strongest lord in the United States was 1,480 points. In short, the combat power of any lord of a king-level territory on Blue Star is generally between 1,100 and 1,480 points. With Yang Ming's current combat power of 2,425 points, wouldn't it be easy for him to sweep all the lords of Blue Star? When Yang Ming left the altar, the evil sheep priest immediately sent him a blessing. Respected Lord Yang Ming, congratulations on your great increase in strength. I hope you can be promoted to the perfect level of combat power as soon as possible. Chapter 159 Return to Huaxia City. The evil sheep priest expressed his blessing to Yang Ming, then took out 5 black beads from his arms and gave them to Yang Ming. Lord Yang Ming, these 5 small gifts are extra gifts from me to you. I hope that your Huaxia City can maintain long-term friendly diplomatic relations with the evil god altar. Please. Yang Ming grew so fast that the evil sheep priest was impressed by his amazing talent, so he wanted to make friends with him in advance. What is this? Yang Ming took the black bead without any hesitation. When Yang Ming scanned the information on the black bead, he was immediately stunned. These 5 black beads are actually perfect level items. Name evil spirit fire bead. Quality, perfect grade. Attributes, a disposable item with a powerful explosion effect. Introduction. The black beads created by the evil sheep priest using the original power contain extremely huge power. Just throwing an evil spirit fire bead at a certain place can easily destroy a king-level territory. Fuck, it's so awesome. It's simply a small nuclear bomb. Yang Ming was extremely delighted. From now on, if anyone dares to be arrogant in front of Yang Ming will directly throw the evil spirit fire beads into his territory and blow his home to the ground. Good stuff, thank you, Yang Ming said to the evil sheep priest. The evil sheep priest responded with a smile, although his smile looked terrifying. You're welcome, Lord Yang Ming. I just hope you can come to the altar more often to offer sacrifices in the future. It would be best if you could capture a perfect level beast to sacrifice. This way, the time it takes for Lord Aminos to wake up can be greatly reduced. Okay, I'll try my best. Yang Ming nodded and agreed. With Yang Ming's current strength, he can fight against the perfect level monster head-on. It has been 5 days since Yang Ming left Huaxia City. To be honest, he missed home a little. So, Yang Ming said goodbye to the evil sheep priest and returned to Huaxia City with 3,000 soldiers. Yang Ming gained a lot from this line of work. Yang Ming's combat power alone increased to 2,425 points, far ahead of everyone else on Blue Star. As for the 3,000 warriors, their strength has also been greatly improved, from the original combat power value of more than 200 points to about 350 points. If they can improve by another 150 points, they will be able to comprehend the extraordinary power and become a powerful extraordinary person. TSK, 3,000 extraordinary warriors. How powerful would that be? It's exciting just to think about it. 10 minutes later, Yang Ming brought the soldiers back to Huaxia City. When they left the city 5 days ago, there were 3,000 people. Now they have returned to the city. There are still 3,000 people, not one less, and the death rate is 0. As soon as his left foot stepped into the gate of Huaxia City, Yang Ming heard the system prompt sound beside his ear. Respected Lord Yang Ming, you have been away from your territory for 5 days. The system has automatically collected the major events that occurred in Huaxia City during these 5 days. Please review them. Event 1. Huaxia City added 12,000 new indigenous residents, including 50 chefs, 60 blacksmiths, 58 doctors, 100 singers, 80 winemakers, and 90 agricultural experts. Event 2. Your territory has experienced 2 waves of strange beasts, but has been repelled. Event 3. 2 new level 5 buildings have been added to your territory, the training ground and the Church of the Goddess of Light. Please keep up the good work. Event 4. Due to Qiao Yao's friendly behavior, the diplomatic level between Huaxiao City and Xingling Forest was raised again. Event 5. Huaxiao City and the Kingdom of Eldora conducted a trade, earning a profit of 10,000 gold coins. During the time when Yang Ming was away, all the major events that happened in Huaxia City were reported to the system. I didn't expect so many serious things to happen after I was away for only 5 days. What Yang Ming was most concerned about was the tide of strange beasts. Although Aphrodite's citywide blessing buff has been in effect and can protect Huaxia City from natural disasters, the attack by strange beasts does not seem to be a natural disaster, but rather man-made. Yang Ming came to the training ground, found Yang Jian, and asked him about the tide of strange beasts. Lord, you are back. Yang Jian was very happy to see Yang Ming coming back. If it were not for his status, he really wanted to rush up and give Yang Ming a warm hug. Unfortunately, with Yang Jian's current status, he knew he was not worthy, so he could only salute with his fists clasped. Yang Ming asked him, I heard that Huaxiao City encountered 2 waves of alien beasts. What's the situation? Is anyone injured? After reorganizing his words, Yang Jian replied, a couple of days ago, a giant black bear demon attacked the north and south city gates. I estimated it to be a perfect level beast, and it attacked twice. A perfect level monster attacks Huaxiao City, and it's a black bear demon? Yang Ming suddenly remembered that when he was going to the black market before, he had a battle with a perfect black bear on the road. I don't know if it's the black bear demon coming back for revenge. A bear's nose is very sensitive, let alone a perfect black bear, whose sense of smell is simply unbeatable. However, fortunately, no one was injured. Miss Qiao Yao used a barrier to protect Huaxia City, so the black bear demon couldn't get in at all. Yang Jian said again. Hearing this, Yang Ming immediately felt relieved. As long as no one was injured, it was fine. From the Star Spirit Forest to Huaxia City before leaving, otherwise Huaxia City might have suffered heavy casualties. Although Qiao Yao's combat power is very low, her protective power can reach up to 1 million points. As long as Qiao Yao is there to protect the city, let alone the black bear demon. Even if a mythical deep-sea monster comes to attack the city, it will not be able to do anything to Huaxia City. After all, Xiao Yao is a god, a living god. Xiao Yao has helped so much, it seems I have to thank her properly. After chatting with Yang Jian for a while and finding nothing important to discuss, Yang Ming returned to the Lord's mansion. On the way back, Yang Ming suddenly saw several cute cat girls with cat ears and cat tails happily buying things on the streets of the commercial district. Aren't these the beast girls from the Star Spirit Forest? How come they appear here? Yang Ming has a very good memory. He has been to the Star Spirit Forest several times, so he recognizes some of the beast girls. Oh, I forgot about the teleportation array. Yang Ming suddenly recalled that a two-way teleportation array had been established between Huaxia City and Star Spirit Forest. The Star Spirit Forest probably came to Huaxia City through the teleportation array to eat, drink, and have fun. Now Huaxia City has 5 king-level territories as vassal territories. More people means more liveliness. Why wouldn't Yang Ming do it? When Yang Ming returned to the Lord's mansion, he immediately alarmed the 2 sisters Lilith and Lilia. Lilia, a petite girl of about 1.6 meters tall, ran out with joy, then trotted all the way to Yang Ming. "My lord, are you back?" "Yeah." Yang Ming nodded, then smiled. "Long time no see, Lilia." Chapter 160 Bill. Seeing Yang Ming coming back, Lilia was as happy as a sparrow. She surrounded Yang Ming, asking him about his well-being and chirping nonstop. "My lord, are you doing well out there? Did you eat well? You've been out for so long. Are you hurt? Do you want me to ask Sister Anna to come over and check you out?" "Oh, my lord, your clothes are dirty. Take them off, and I will wash them for you." Lilia seemed to miss Yang Ming very much, and she kept lingering around him, smiling and talking nonstop. Yang Ming already understood Lilia's personality quite well, so he followed her lead and said, "Lilia, I haven't had much delicious food outside. I'm hungry. How about you go to the kitchen and cook a few dishes for me?" Yang Ming was not lying. He was really hungry. During these 5 days, he only ate a little dry food, and his stomach was obviously unable to support it. Although he brought a lot of dry food with him, Yang Ming felt that every bite tasted like chewing wax. It seemed that his stomach had been spoiled by Lilia during this period of time. Hearing that Yang Ming wanted to eat the food she cooked, Lilia was so happy that her tail almost stood up to the sky. She immediately agreed. "Okay, my lord, I'll go call my sister over and cook together." Lilia had seen Yang Ming's appetite before, and she was afraid that she alone could not satisfy Yang Ming's appetite. "Well, go ahead." "Yes, my lord, please wait a moment." Lilia skipped away, found Lilith, told her that Yang Ming had returned, and then the 2 sisters went into the kitchen together to start working. While they were cooking, Yang Ming went into the bathroom and took a comfortable hot bath. Yang Ming felt quite uncomfortable after not taking a shower for 5 days. After taking a shower, Yang Ming felt relaxed and refreshed. But at this time Lilith and Lilia had not yet prepared the food, so Yang Ming came to the dining table to wait, and by the way, check the overall properties of Huaxia City. 5 days have passed. I wonder how much progress Huaxia City has made. Name: Huaxia City. Lord's Mansion level, King level. Ownership: Yang Ming. Location: 14 parallel universes, 404 servers, 996 Blue Star domain, 10,086 Warzone. Population: 105,500, including only the natives of the 10,000 races battlefield, excluding summon warriors and non-human life forms. Warrior: 45,000, includes summon warriors only, can only be used for combat, cannot become professional life residents. National fortune value: 107,500. Area: 269 square kilometers. Resource fields: 51 4th-level resource fields, 126 3rd-level resource fields, and 1,085 2nd-level resource fields. Buildings: 4 level 5 buildings, 62 level 4 buildings, 254 level 3 buildings, 2,580 level 2 buildings, and 10,085 ordinary buildings. Vassal territory: 5 king-level territories. Wealth: 200,000 gold coins, 1,080,000 silver coins, 10,896,000 copper coins. I didn't expect that my Huaxia City would become so big. Yang Ming sighed. A full 269 square kilometers, including the other 5 vassal territories. Walking from the south to the north of Huaxia City takes about 16 kilometers. It takes an average person about 3 or 4 hours to walk 16 kilometers. How much effort it would take to transport supplies from the south gate to the north gate of Huaxia City by human or animal power if there were no steam engine. Well, it seems that I was right to start the Industrial Revolution. Apart from anything else, in terms of social productivity alone, Huaxiao City has made a qualitative leap. Yang Ming planned to start the second industrial revolution in the next month, build a power station, and bring Huaxiao City into the electrical age as soon as possible. Of course, this is a later story. Yang Ming's current priority is to upgrade Huaxiao City from a territory to a city as soon as possible. Now that his strength has increased so much, attacking a level 5 resource field is no problem for him, and nothing can stop him from upgrading his territory. Suddenly, the kitchen curtain was opened, and Lilia walked out carrying a sumptuous meal. "My lord, ding 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 ding. The food is ready. There are 4 dishes and 1 soup in total, which are delicious and appetizing. This is just the appetizer. There are still many dishes in the kitchen that have not been served. Thank you, Lilia. I'm hungry. I'll eat first." The taste was so tempting that Yang Ming couldn't hold back his greed and picked up his chopsticks to eat. 5 days. Do you know how I spent these 5 days? In the dungeon world, let alone rare ingredients, Yang Ming had never even eaten a bite of excellent ingredients. So he has to have a big meal to make up for it. Just as he was enjoying his meal, a soft and ethereal voice suddenly came to his ears. "Hey, Yang Ming." With the flickering green light, Xiao Yao appeared mysteriously holding a magic wand. She seems to have the ability to teleport anywhere she wants. At this time, Yang Ming was lowering his head and eating in big mouthfuls. Hearing someone calling him, he subconsciously looked up, and his handsome face covered with rice and meat grains was exposed to Xiao Yao's eyes. Looking at Yang Ming eating like a starving ghost, Xiao Yao couldn't help but burst out laughing. But what big scene hasn't Yang Ming seen? He calmly picked up a tissue and wiped his face. Soon, his face was clean and handsome again. He asked calmly, "Xiao Yao, why did you come to see me? Come and have a free meal." Xiao Yao sat down at the table with ease. She was wearing a light yellow dress today. Her skin was fair and transparent. She had a beautiful oval face, crescent-shaped eyes, and white teeth. Yang Ming glanced at the pair of crystal-clear antlers on her head and couldn't help asking, "You eat meat too?" Xiao Yao stretched out her delicate hand, picked up a piece of braised pork with chopsticks, brought it to her mouth, exhaled, and took a light sip. "Deer can eat meat, right? Besides, meat is delicious," Xiao Yao said vaguely while taking a bite of barbecue. "Oh, that's true." Yang Ming once saw a video of a sick deer eating spicy strips on Douyin, so he quickly let it go. "So your true form is a deer?" Yang Ming asked curiously again. "Yes, but also no." Xiao Yao denied it, but it seemed as if she didn't deny it. "Okay." Seeing that she was unwilling to say more, Yang Ming did not continue to ask. After all, their relationship was not good enough to get to the bottom of things. After a brief chat, Xiao Yao's attention was already attracted by the delicious food on the table. Lived in the Star Spirit Forest before, and she either ate fruit or drank dew, and occasionally caught a little rabbit to eat meat. She had never eaten such delicious food before. Find more opportunities to come and eat for free in the future, and pack up some food to take back for my friends. Xiao Yao had evil thoughts in her mind. Half an hour later. Howchi. Xiao Yao rubbed her belly with a satisfied look on her face. She seemed to have never eaten such a full meal. After eating, Xiao Yao took out a list, handed it to Yang Ming, and said softly, "This is a list of what my friends and I spent in your Huaxiao City over the past 5 days. I discussed this with Anna yesterday. I get paid about 10 gold coins for saving each person. Check the account book and see how much I have left." Chapter 161, Trading with the Star Forest. At first, Yang Ming thought, how much money could be spent on just Xiao Yao and those more than 1,000 beast girls? However, when he saw what was listed on the bill, he immediately became obedient. My goodness, is this shopping or robbery? Almost a third of the goods in the commercial district have been taken away by the beast girls. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to say, "Don't forget it, I'll pay for your expenses," but in the end he swallowed the words back. "There's nothing we can do about it. The beast girls are such spendthrifts." "Then let me calculate it." Yang Ming picked up the bill and did a rough calculation. Previously, Yang Ming invited Xiao Yao to Huaxiao City and asked her to heal 35,600 soldiers. It cost 10 gold coins to heal 1 soldier, and the total cost was 356,000 gold coins. If you subtract the amount on your bill, you'll still have. After a while, Yang Ming looked up and said to Xiao Yao, "Xiao Yao, you still have 30,000 gold coins left from your salary for saving people." So little." Xiao Yao showed a distressed expression. If that was the case, wouldn't she not be able to buy things as she pleased in Huaxiao City in the future? She also thought about buying a pink bed for each of her friends in the Star Forest and covering them with a warm quilt. Also, each friend needs 2 pretty little skirts. Then, you can drink a cup of milk tea and eat a delicious meal every day. But this is not enough. It would be great if wooden houses could be built in the Protoss forest. That way, we wouldn't have to hide under trees when it rains, and we wouldn't catch a cold when it snows. Unfortunately, all of this costs money. When Xiao Yao first entered human society, she realized the importance of money. Yang Ming suddenly had a bold idea, so he said, Xiao Yao, I have a suggestion that can strengthen the cooperative relationship between Huaxiao City and Xingling Forest, and it can also allow you to earn a lot of gold coins. Are you interested? Xiao Yao blinked her big, twinkling eyes and asked quickly, What suggestions? Tell me. She looked curious with her eyes wide open, just like a little money grubber. We can make a deal, Yang Ming said. Trade? What trade? Xiao Yao asked. Yang Ming did not intend to keep the secret, but stated his purpose. When I went to the Star Spirit Forest before, I found that you had a lot of rare fruits, perfect crops, and even epic herbs planted there. If you can sell them to me, I can consider giving you a lot of gold coins. Xiao Yao blinked and asked curiously, Are those things valuable? I usually eat them as snacks, and they don't taste that good. Yang Ming. Wow, Yang Ming, put in a lot of effort to grow a field of excellent and high-quality crops. But you actually ate epic herbs as snacks? And you even complained that they weren't tasty? What a waste, what a waste. Yes, it's very valuable, very, very valuable, Yang Ming said, and even repeated it once. At this time, Xiao Yao's curiosity had been aroused, and she quickly asked, How valuable is it? How many gold coins is a rare fruit worth? Yang Ming thought about it carefully and gave her a vague answer. For rare fruits, the price is roughly between 100,000 and 1 million gold coins, depending on the effect. So expensive? Xiao Yao was surprised. Xiao Yao suddenly felt very distressed. Doesn't this mean that she had thrown piles of gold coins into the river to feed the fish? That's right. When Xiao Yao is bored and has nothing to do, she likes to pick some rare fruits and perfect vegetables to feed the small animals. For example, feeding fish, birds, kittens, puppies, and so on. Xiao Yao suddenly felt that she had missed out on 100 million. To Yang Ming seriously, Stop talking, let's just trade. How many fruits, herbs, or crops do you need? I'll have my friends pick them for you in the next couple of days. Well, take as much as you want. Yang Ming smiled. Okay, it's a deal. Well, it's a deal. Hook or hook, whoever lies is a puppy. Oh, okay, as long as you're happy, pinky promise. In this way, Huaxiao City and Star Forest also started their first transaction. The Star Forest are extremely precious and are many times richer than those in Huaxiao City. To make an analogy, if the materials produced by Huaxiao City are equivalent to copper, then the materials produced by the Star Forest are equivalent to gold, and the two are not on the same level. Trading with the Star Forest would be beneficial to Yang Ming. Yang Ming and Xiao Yao chatted for a while, and after confirming the details of the transaction, she returned to the Star Spirit Forest. Before leaving, Xiao Yao packed a lot of food. After Xiao Yao left, it was already night. Since Yang Ming had been fighting with his mind tense almost all the time for the past 5 days, he was now somewhat mentally exhausted. Let's get some sleep first. We'll start attacking the level 5 resource fields tomorrow. Level 5 resource fields are the biggest hurdle. As long as enough level 5 resource fields are occupied, Huaxiao City can complete the upgrade again. ZZZ. Yang Ming went to bed. He needed to get enough rest tonight so that he could attack the level 5 resource field in the best condition tomorrow. Soon, another night passed by. The next day, early morning, Yang Ming arrived at the battlefield of all races. Maybe because he went to bed at around 9 o'clock yesterday, Yang Ming felt that he was in very good condition now. He even couldn't wait to find a perfect level monster to have a fight. Last time, Yang Ming was chased by a black bear demon for more than 20 kilometers on his way to the black market. Now he wants to find the black bear demon and take revenge. Yang Ming had explored the 200 miles around Huaxiao City a long time ago, and it was time to expand the scope of colonization. Because level 5 resource fields only appear 200 kilometers away. Chapter 162 Resurrection of Yang Fifan. As usual, after getting up today, Yang Ming ate the breakfast carefully prepared by Lilith, and then left the Lord's mansion and went to the training ground. Having slept for more than 8 hours last night, Yang Ming is now full of energy. Yang Ming plans to try to attack the level 5 resource field today. To upgrade Huaxiao City from a territory to a city, you need at least 10 level 5 resource fields. This task is undoubtedly very difficult. In the past 10 years, no one on Blue Star has been able to build a real city because they were stumped by the level 5 resource fields. Greetings, Lord. When Yang Ming arrived at the training ground, the soldiers saluted him and greeted him. Yeah. Yang Ming nodded, then observed the soldiers' training situation. At present, there are only more than 40,000 fighters. In the past, more than 40,000 soldiers were enough to protect Huaxia City. However, now that there are 5 more king-level vassal territories, the number of soldiers is not enough. It seems that we need to summon a new group of warriors. It is best to have 50,000 warriors protecting a king-level territory. If there are 6 king-level territories, that would require 300,000 warriors. Summon 250,000 warriors. Yang Ming muttered to himself. In an instant, a faint but huge light flashed, and the entire training ground was enveloped by the light. A huge crowd of people and densely packed warriors descended from the sky and were summoned out of the dark cage by Yang Ming. Because there were so many people, the training ground could not accommodate them, and many new soldiers were forced to land outside the training ground. The new soldiers half knelt down in front of Yang Ming and said in unison, "Greetings, Lord Yang Ming. Thank you for giving us a chance to be reborn. We are willing to go through fire and water for you, Lord." Yang Ming waved his hand and said, "Get up. This will be your new home from now on." The new warriors will be assigned to 5 other king-level vassal territories, which will be managed by Yang Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, and Yang Fifan. In this way, the other 5 vassal territories can also develop slowly. The number of soldiers is increasing. It seems that a new military rank system needs to be established, Yang Ming thought. So, Yang Ming called Yang Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, and Yang Fifan over. "Lord, do you have any orders?" the 3 asked Yang Ming. "There's no order. I just called you here to discuss the military rank issue." "Oh, right." Before he finished speaking, Yang Ming suddenly remembered the resurrection of Yang Fifan. In Amino's memory world, Yang Ming has already obtained Yang Fifan's original heart. As long as the original heart is returned to Yang Fifan, he will be able to break free from the control of the evil god, be resurrected, and become a flesh-and-blood Chinese man. "Yang Fifan, this is for you, take it." Yang Ming handed the origin heart to Yang Fifan. "This is..." Yang Fifan's pupils shrank, and then he reached out and took it with trembling hands. When Yang Fifan's hands touched the heart, the empty space in his chest, the hollow shell that had been silent for a long time, actually began to feel a faint heartbeat again. Yang Fifan couldn't remember how long it had been. Was it 1,000 years, 2,000 years, or even longer? As a guard of the evil god, he lived a numb life and hadn't felt his heartbeat in a long, long time. Use it, and you can be resurrected and start your life again as a living human being with flesh and blood, said Yang Ming. Yang Fifan was so moved that he was speechless. At this moment, his mood was like a roller coaster, ups and downs. After a long time, Yang Fifan finally recovered and said, "Lord, thank you." Yang Ming smiled and urged, "Okay, stop talking nonsense and let your heart go back to where it belongs." "Yes, sir." Yang Fifan held his original heart close to his chest. With a whoosh sound, a white light flashed. The heart gradually merged into Yang Fifan's body. After a long while, Yang Fifan suddenly trembled all over, and his originally extremely pale face slowly returned to the normal blood-red color. I'm alive. This feeling of heartbeat. I'm really resurrected. Yang Fifan was so excited that he could hardly speak. A line of hot tears rolled down from the corners of Yang Fifan's eyes. "Congratulations, brother." Yang Jian and Zhang Lingfeng walked over considerately and gave Yang Fifan a big hug each. This scene also made Yang Ming very happy. 5 minutes later, when Yang Fifan had recovered, Yang Ming continued. "Okay, let's get back to the point. Next, I'm going to reset the military rank levels in Huaxia City. You 3 should remember this. Starting today, Huaxia City will add 5 new military ranks: General, General Officer, Colonel, Lieutenant, Non-Commissioned Officer, and Soldier. Among them, generals are divided into generals, lieutenant generals, and major generals. Officers are divided into senior colonel, lieutenant colonel, major and lieutenant colonel, and so on. Different military ranks are assigned based on individual military merits. The higher the merits, the higher the rank." Having said that, Yang Ming glanced at the 3 of them, then lowered his voice and said, "From today on, you 3 are the 3 great generals of Huaxia City. I hope you will live up to my expectations." What does Grand General mean? How high is their status? Specifically, in Huaxia City, if Yang Ming is away for some reason, they will take over the overall military command. "Lord, we will never let you down." The 3 answered firmly. Yang Ming nodded and said, "Well, there are more and more new recruits now, but the number of people in the 3 legions must be kept within 5,000. Quality is more important than quantity. The prerequisite for joining the 3 legions is that you must be strong enough. As legion commanders, you must carefully select the personnel of the 3 legions." "Understood, Lord." After explaining everything, Yang Ming selected another 1,000 people from each of the 3 legions, and then led them out of the city to attack the level 5 resource fields. Yang Ming must conquer a level 5 resource field today. Of course, it would be best if he could conquer 2. Leading 3,000 people, Yang Ming advanced into the depths of the wilderness. During this period, due to Yang Ming's placement of the Huiyao statue, Huaxia City became increasingly famous. More and more indigenous people learned about the existence of Huaxia City, and Huaxia City gradually became a utopia in the minds of more and more people. Before anyone knew it, people even over 500 kilometers away had heard of Huaxia City. Have you heard? In the Far East, there is a beautiful city called Paradise, where people will not starve to death or be oppressed. Everyone is free and equal, has clothes to wear and a place to live, and can eat enough every day. Are you crazy? How could such a perfect utopia exist? I think you were carrying too many heavy things yesterday, and you're so tired that you're starting to have hallucinations. Really? I heard from others that the city is called Huaxia City. If you go east for more than 400 kilometers, you will reach Huaxia City. Chapter 163 Master Servant Contract. Huaxia City, the legendary city of hope. It's said that if you find Huaxia City, you'll have everything you need for the rest of your life. You'll have plenty to eat and drink, and someone to help you out when you're old. Yeah, it would be great if I could become a part of Huaxia City. Where is such a perfect place like Huaxia City? Does it really exist in this world? It is said that in the mysterious East. It has to be said that the effect of the Huiyao statue is indeed very powerful, and it has spread the reputation of Huaxia City far and wide. More and more refugees came to Huaxia City for refuge. Some refugees even traveled more than 200 kilometers or even more than 300 kilometers to reach Huaxia City. Today, a group of refugees from a certain town, whose homes were destroyed by a tide of alien beasts not long ago and who were left homeless, planned to move the entire town to the legendary Huaxia City. Along the way, they overcame various difficulties and finally arrived at a place 50 kilometers away from Huaxia City. However, just 50 kilometers away from reaching Utopia, they encountered an extremely huge black bear blocking their way. Roar! The black bear opened its blood-red mouth and roared, ready to eat the refugees to satisfy its hunger. On the other side, Yang Ming and 3,000 soldiers had already entered the wilderness. At this moment, the scout walking in the front suddenly came to Yang Ming and reported. Report, Lord, a black bear was spotted 5 kilometers ahead. It's over 30 meters tall and incredibly large. I'm guessing it's a perfect level beast. Black bear demon? Yang Ming was stunned. Then he was ecstatic. Could it be the black bear that he met on the way to the black market last time and wanted to eat him? If so, then Yang Ming would have to reminisce about the past with it. A gentleman takes revenge. Not to mention that 10 years is never too late. Yang Ming would feel aggrieved even if he didn't take revenge for a minute. Take me to find the black bear monster. Everyone, run forward. Yang Ming ordered. Yes, my lord. A minute later, when Yang Ming arrived at the place the scout mentioned, he saw a huge black bear with bared fangs and claws. It's indeed the black bear that chased me before. Seeing this, Yang Ming felt murderous. How could Yang Ming not be angry when he was chased by this black bear for more than 20 kilometers? At this time, Yang Ming discovered that the black bear demon had captured a group of refugees. It was waving its sharp claws, trying to eat these humans to fill its stomach. Wow, are there really so many people? Yang Ming also saw the group of refugees caught by the black bear. There are about 5,000 people. Beasts, let them go and come at me. Yang Ming drew his Zanpakuto and rushed forward without saying a word. Has to cherish the people who come to his door. At the critical moment, when the black bear's sharp claws were about to cut off the bellies of dozens of people, Yang Ming took action in time. With the blessing of Zanpakuto, Yang Ming's combat power value increased from 2425 points to 2,825 points. With a combat power value of 2,825 points, he is naturally completely defeated by the perfect level black bear demon. Therefore, in order to be 100% sure of saving this group of refugees, Yang Ming immediately used his second SSS level talent. I want to summon the Chinese god, Yang Ming murmured. Not long after, that refreshing and comfortable feeling spread throughout Yang Ming's body again. God consciousness is connected again. In Yang Ming's subconscious, he seemed to see a tall man wearing a yellow turban. The blue sky has died. The yellow sky shall rise. The year is Jiazi. Good luck to the world. Yang Ming heard these words vaguely. Zhang Ju, leader of the Yellow Turban Rebellion? At the same time, his combat power value began to soar again, eventually breaking through the 5,000 mark and reaching 5,001 points. In this way, Yang Ming's combat power can finally be on par with the black bear demon. Yang Ming's voice shouted again. Stinky Bear, let them go, come at me, and fight me for 300 rounds. Yang Ming raised his hand and swung his knife to block the Black Bear Demon's sharp claw attack. Boom! When the attacks from both sides collided, a huge energy storm erupted, but unlike the last time, Yang Ming did not try to escape, but instead took the attack head-on. The Black Bear Demon saw Yang Ming's face. He felt it was very familiar, and he quickly remembered what had happened before. Damn bug, you actually dare to stop me. No, it's you? Are you the human who played tricks on me last time? The Black Bear Demon said angrily. Yang Ming shrugged and said calmly. That's right, it's time to put an end to what happened last time. After saying that, Yang Ming didn't wait for the Black Bear Demon to make a move. He took the initiative to rush forward and launched a crazy attack on the Black Bear Demon. You played tricks on me last time, and now you dare to appear in front of me? You're looking for death. Black Bear was also extremely angry. The Black Bear roared and launched a crazy counterattack. A man and a bear were engaged in a fierce battle. Seeing this scene, the group of refugees who had been in despair became extremely excited after being rescued. Wow, who's that? How amazing. He can actually fight a perfect level monster alone. Extraordinary, he must be extraordinary. Are we about to reach Huaxia City? Is he from Huaxia City? Is he here to rescue us? The refugees were talking about it. Half an hour later. With the Black Bear Demon for so long, Yang Ming has roughly realized his own strength. At this moment, without using the Heavenly Punishment and Purple Sky Divine Thunder, Yang Ming could fight the perfect level monster on equal terms. The warm-up is over. Next, let me end this battle. Yang Ming thought. The next second, Yang Ming's pupils turned golden, and he glanced at the Black Bear Demon. Heavenly Punishment, Yang Ming murmured. In an instant, a mysterious force was activated, the door to the void was opened, and the golden chains tied up the Black Bear Demon in an instant. The Black Bear Demon was unable to move and could only curse helplessly. You damn human, why did you let this damn thing out again? The Black Bear Demon discovered that this golden chain was much stronger than before. Last time, the Black Bear Demon took only 2 minutes to break free from the Heavenly Punishment, but this time, no matter how hard the Black Bear Demon tried, he could not break free from the golden chains again. Using the Heavenly Punishment to control the Black Bear Demon, Yang Ming walked up to it with confidence and said with a smile, You lose, you beast. Provoked like this, the Black Bear Demon cursed loudly. Shameless human, if you have the guts, let your grandfather go, and we'll have another fight. Zanpakuto high and shouted, You've been talking too much nonsense. Now go to hell and repent. The Black Bear Demon felt a terrible murderous intent locking onto him. Oh no, does this human really want to kill me? The Black Bear suddenly panicked. Seeing that the Zanpakuto was about to chop off his head, the Black Bear Demon could no longer hold on and begged for mercy from Yang Ming. No, don't kill me. As long as you let me go, I am willing to sign a master-servant contract with you. Chapter 164 Level 5 Resource Field. Master-servant contract. Yang Ming originally wanted to chop off the Black Bear Demon's head, but when he heard these words, he immediately lost his composure. If a master-servant contract is signed, Party B must obey Party A completely and unconditionally, and if Yang Ming dies, Black Bear will die with him. Okay, Yang Ming agreed. He happened to have a master-servant contract. Yang Ming took out the master-servant contract, wrote his name on Party A, and then threw the master-servant contract to the Black Bear Demon, asking it to put its fingerprint on it. To survive, the Black Bear Demon had no choice but to accept his fate and press his bear paw print in the column of Party B, and then he would serve Yang Ming obediently as a dog. In this way, Huaxiao City has an extra perfect level combat pet. Seeing that the battle was over, the refugees immediately gathered around and knelt down to thank Yang Ming. Thank you, sir, for saving us. Thank you so much. Thank you for saving my life. Sir, I have nothing to offer you in return, so I'm willing to pledge my love to you. Yang Ming waved his hand and said gently, Everyone, stand up. No need to kneel. I'm from Huaxiao City. If you're homeless, come and seek refuge in Huaxiao City. I guarantee you'll have everything you need. Everyone was shocked to hear that Yang Ming was from Huaxiao City. The reputation of Huaxiao City has already spread to a radius of 500 kilometers and is still spreading to more distant places. Some people couldn't help but ask, Huaxiao City, is it the legendary city of hope? I finally found this holy land. Great, we are saved. Oh yeah. Attracts all refugees. Since the spread of the Huiyao statue has been taking effect, the popularity of Huaxiao City will become higher and higher in the future, and more people will regard Huaxiao City as a holy place in troubled times. Who wouldn't love a city where everyone is free and equal? After all, In Huaxia City, there is free place to live and everyone can have enough food to eat. Who can not like such a paradise? Please, sir, please take us in. Please, let me join Huaxia City. We are homeless and don't want to wander anymore. The refugees knelt on the ground and begged Yang Ming desperately. Yang Ming waved his hand and called 200 soldiers over. You 200 people, escort them back to Huaxia City. If there is an emergency, send out signal flares for help. Hearing that Yang Ming was willing to take them in, the refugees were naturally moved to tears. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, great lord. In this way, 200 soldiers were responsible for escorting the refugees back. After they walked away, Yang Ming looked at Black Bear and said with a half-smile, By the way, you don't have a name yet, right? Since you're so dark, I'll call you Xiao Hei or Xiao Haizi from now on, okay? How about that? Yes, master, I will listen to you. The Black Bear dared not speak out, as it had a master-servant contract and could only obey Yang Ming. Yang Ming was very satisfied with its attitude, so he continued to ask, Xiao Hei, you are a perfect level beast, so you must have a level 5 resource field, right? Yes, I have a level 5 resource field. The Black Bear Demon answered honestly. The corners of Yang Ming's mouth rose wildly, and he said, Very good. Where is your level 5 resource field? Take me to see it. From today on, I will take over. Hearing Yang Ming's words, Black Bear felt disappointed. Although he was reluctant, Black Bear was helpless and could only walk in front and lead Yang Ming obediently. Master, please follow me. 12 minutes later, Yang Ming followed the Black Bear to a place rich in resources. Place is located 324 kilometers west of Huaxia City. Master, look ahead. That is the level 5 resource field I occupied. Suddenly, the Black Bear stopped and pointed ahead. Yang Ming looked up and looked forward, observing carefully for a while, and sure enough, he saw a level 5 resource field 3,000 meters ahead. Level 5 resource field. I've worked so hard for so long, and finally I can conquer a level 5 resource field. Let's go and take a look. Yang Ming quickened his pace and walked forward. This is a cave similar to a mine, but there is not a single piece of iron or inside. The ground is covered with silver stones with perfect cubic dimensions. The silver stones all over the ground made a sizzling sound, which was the sound of electric current. A crystal with lightning properties and perfect quality. Yang Ming's eyes widened in surprise. Doesn't this lightning attributed level 5 resource field perfectly match Yang Ming's extraordinary power? It could be said to be tailor-made for Yang Ming. Yang Ming immediately scanned this level 5 resource field. Name Thunderstone Crystal Cave. Quality, perfect grade. Storage capacity, 0.5 tons. Features, a one-time resource field that will be scrapped immediately after collection. Introduction, a place rich in rare material Thunderstone crystals. After occupying it, you can collect Thunderstone crystals. Current status, occupied. Since the owner of the Thunderstone Crystal Cave was still Black Bear, Yang Ming was unable to view the information of the Thunderstone Crystal, so he immediately gave Black Bear an order. Little Blackie, quickly dissolve your relationship with the Thunderstone Crystal Cave. Understood, Master. How could the Black Bear Demon disobey? He immediately stepped forward and obediently dissolved the relationship. As a result, the Thunderstone Crystal Cave was left unoccupied. The system also promptly sent a reminder to Yang Ming. Dear Lord Yang Ming, we have discovered an unoccupied level 5 resource field, the Thunderstone Crystal Cave. Would you like to occupy it? Yes. Yang Ming answered immediately, without hesitation. Occupation successful. A new level 5 resource field has been added to your territory, Huaxia City, and your national fortune value has increased by 1,500 points. Detected that you are the first lord in the history of Blue Star to occupy a level 5 resource field, an additional reward of 700 national fortune points. The Thunderstone Crystal Cave has been incorporated into the territory of Huaxia City. Now, Yang Ming can check the specific functions of the Thunderstone Crystal. Chapter 165 Negotiations between China and the United States. Yang Ming stood at the edge of the level 5 resource field and began to scan its product information. Name Thunderstone Crystal. Quality, perfect grade. Attribute, thunder. Introduction, a crystal that contains enormous lightning energy. Normally, a piece of Thunderstone Crystal can release 100 million kilowatt-hours of electricity. Function, it can be used to generate electricity and can also be used to strengthen the body. Collection method, only those with high affinity for lightning elements can collect. Voltage, 22V20V, adjustable. When Yang Ming finished reading the information about the Thunderstone Crystal, he immediately became excited and exclaimed, "What great stuff! It's worthy of being a level 5 resource field. The materials it produces are much better than those from a level 4 resource field. However, this collection method is a bit special. This means that ordinary people cannot collect Thunderstone crystals, and only residents who have awakened the corresponding talents can collect them. Ordinary people may not be able to collect it, but I can definitely do it. After all, I also have the extraordinary power of the purple sky divine thunder. After saying that, Yang Ming walked into the Thunderstone crystal cave. No matter what, Yang Ming decided to collect some Thunderstone crystals first and then go back to study them. The cave was filled with perfectly regular crystals, including regular quadrilaterals, long prisms, and rectangular blocks. Yang Ming stretched out his hand and touched a piece of Thunderstone crystal, and immediately felt an aura that was very compatible with his own attributes. Click! Yang Ming exerted a little force and broke off the Thunderstone crystal. Collection successful. Yang Ming put the Thunderstone crystal into the system warehouse and continued to collect. An hour later, there are already 526 Thunderstone crystals. Is that enough? Yang Ming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. When you first start collecting this stuff, it feels very easy, but as you collect more, your physical strength will be consumed faster. Yang Ming was thinking of attacking 2 new level 5 resource fields later, so he left the cave without wasting any more time. Before leaving, Yang Ming left the Black Bear Demon here to guard. Watch this place carefully. If you can't defend it, I'll kill you and eat your barbecued bear meat. Yang Ming threatened. Master, I will. The Black Bear Demon did not dare to act rashly and agreed quickly. Only then did Yang Ming leave with peace of mind. Yang Ming planned to occupy 2 more level 5 resource fields before dark. We will strive to expand the 5th level resource fields in Huaxia City to 10 as quickly as possible. In this way, Huaxia City can be transformed from a territory to a city. In the next few days, Yang Ming took this as his goal and devoted all his efforts to upgrading his territory. 4 days later, before he knew it, it had been 54 days since Yang Ming arrived at the battlefield of all races. During these 4 days, Yang Ming was making every effort to attack the level 5 resource field. On the other side, on the front line between China and NATO, the 3rd round of negotiations between the two sides is about to begin. Sank the Japanese island 14 days ago, the Americans no longer dared to attack the Chinese base at will. They even took the initiative to stop and demanded negotiations with China. The representative of the United States said that as long as the negotiations are proper, the United States can put aside past grievances and make peace with China. Not only will it withdraw its troops from the battlefield of all races, but it will also lift economic and technological sanctions against China in the real world, and the two sides will become international allies. However, China has been dealing with the United States for so many years. How could it not know that the Americans are a smiling tiger? The Americans say nice things, but in fact, when it comes to negotiations, they still make various excessive demands. For example, the United States still has not given up on the scepter of China's lordship, but now the United States no longer seizes it by force and only hopes to share it with China. Of course, China would not agree to this. Handing over perfect, grade weapons would be foolish. So the first 2 rounds of negotiations ended in failure. Today, China and the United States will begin the 3rd round of negotiations. Yu Zhengzhong attended the negotiation meeting as a representative of China. At the same time, Tang Long, Zhang Zi, Wang Lin, and Mu Guing were also present. The United States also attached great importance to the 3rd round of negotiations and sent Gaius Julius Thor, the #1 lord on Blue Star, to attend. The place for the negotiations was agreed to be a safe house between the Chinese base and the NATO camp. This house was built temporarily. 9 o'clock in the morning. Representatives from China and the United States entered the conference room one after another. Around a conference table, the bigwigs from both sides took their seats. On one side, there are 5 great generals of China, led by Yu Zhengzhou. On the other side was the NATO organization headed by the United States, and all the core figures, including the strongest lord of the United States, Thor, were present. Taking their seats, Gaius Julius Thor of the United States took the initiative to break the silence. General Yu, what have you thought about the suggestion I made last time? Yu Zhengzhong sat in the first seat, his face dignified, looking calmly at Seoul from the United States, and said lightly, "What's your suggestion? Sharing the Chinese lord's scepter? The right to use it is split equally between both parties. You use it for a month, and I use it for a month? Haha, don't dream, Thor. If you keep saying this kind of nonsense, there's no need to talk about the 3rd round. No need to talk anymore." Upon hearing this, everyone present changed their expressions. NATO has made sufficient preparations for the 3rd round of negotiations, but China has shown such a harsh attitude right from the start. Compared with the previous 2 rounds, China's attitude this time seems to be much tougher. Who gave them the courage? Seeing Yu Xingzhong being so arrogant, another U.S. representative, Castellan, couldn't help but scold him. Huaxiao, please speak with respect. You are the disadvantaged party. Do you want to continue the war? Castellan, don't talk. Thor quickly interrupted Castellan. He didn't want to make things so awkward. As the #1 person on Blue Star and the world's #1 lord on the ranking list, Thor's status is still very high. Castellan tactfully shut his mouth. Thor coughed lightly and said lightly, General Yu, if you don't want to share the Lord's scepter, that's not impossible. Our president has said that we don't have to give up the Lord's scepter. However, we hope to invite Lord Yangming from your country to the United States for a month of technical guidance. Upon hearing this, everyone on the Chinese side frowned. Yu Xingzhong's face darkened slightly, and he said coldly, Invite Yangming? What do you mean? You want us to hand over Yangming as a hostage? Are you talking nonsense? Tang Long, who had the most bad temper, couldn't help but say a Chinese quintessence to the Americans. Thor shrugged and explained, No, you're overthinking it. We invited Yangming simply to win him over. Let's be frank. We hope Yangming can become a U.S. citizen. Let Yangming obtain U.S. citizenship? Upon hearing this, the faces of the Chinese representatives present instantly turned black. They didn't expect that the Americans were so shameless that they dared to poach people in front of so many people. Chapter 166, the first city in Blue Star's history. Yu Xingzhong rejected this proposal without hesitation. Thor, this is impossible. Stop dreaming. With Yang Ming's current global influence, Yu Xingzhong couldn't imagine how serious the consequences would be if he became a U.S. citizen. All of China's previous efforts are likely to be wasted. Compared to losing Yang Ming, Yu Xingzhong felt that the Lord's scepter was not that important. Thor sneered and said sarcastically, General Yu, you can't be that insecure, right? Are you so worried that Yang Ming will betray you? Whether Yang Ming joins the United States or not is entirely up to him, and I won't force him. We are just extending a friendly invitation to Yang Ming. If he doesn't agree, we will just call it a day. Besides, the United States recognizes dual citizenship. Even if Yang Ming joins the United States, we will allow him to retain his Chinese citizenship. It goes without saying that Thor's words are intended to force Yang Ming to express his position to all countries in the world. Yu Xingzhong naturally would not give in on matters of principle and said calmly, Thor, no matter how nice your words sound, I won't agree. Besides, since you want to invite Yang Ming, why don't you tell him privately? Could it be that you've been rejected many times but are unwilling to give up, so you brought it up at the negotiation meeting? This sentence almost broke Thor's defense. Indeed, as Yu Xingzhong said, during this period of time, in order to win over Yang Ming, the Americans have used almost all kinds of means to contact Yang Ming. But unfortunately, Yang Ming never agreed from the beginning to the end and ignored the American at all. He read all the messages but did not reply. Thor snorted coldly and asked in an annoyed tone, I made 2 suggestions, and you both disagree? You have no sincerity at all. Do you still want to talk? Yu Xingzhong smiled and said leisurely, Don't be angry, Thor. I have a good idea that can perfectly resolve the conflict between our 2 countries. Would you like to listen to it? Hearing this, Thor thought Yu Xingzhong had given in, and his tone softened a little. Oh, tell me about it. After all, in negotiation, when you are tough, I will make some concessions. When I am tough, you also have to learn to make concessions. This is beneficial to both parties. Otherwise, if we just quarrel, can it still be called negotiation? Yu Xingzhong took a sip of strong tea and said leisurely, It's very simple. We in China are preparing to establish a new international organization on a global scale, an organization even larger than NATO. It's called the Huaxiao Alliance. Means, and the core figures from NATO present here. If you withdraw your troops now and voluntarily compensate for the war losses caused by attacking China this year, we can forgive you and allow you to join the Huaxiao Alliance and become one of its many member states. Thor's face was full of confusion. Even other U.S. representatives suspected that they might have heard it wrong. Not only do we ask the United States to withdraw its troops unconditionally, but we also ask the United States to pay unconditional war compensation. Those who don't understand the situation may think that China has won a complete victory. Thor took a deep breath and smiled. General Yu, you are so humorous. After not seeing you for a few days, you have already learned to tell jokes. Yu Xingzhong shook his head and said word by word, Thor, I'm serious. Hearing this, Thor almost laughed out of anger, but he still couldn't help asking. Okay, General Yu, I'd like to hear how much compensation you Chinese want us to pay. It's not much, just 26.94 trillion US dollars, said Yu Xingzhong. This amount is exactly the total GDP of the United States last year. Thor couldn't help but slap the table and laughed. Thor shouldn't have laughed in such a serious occasion, but he couldn't hold it back anymore. Huaxia actually dared to put forward such a shameless suggestion. Thor once suspected that Yu Zhengzhong had taken the wrong medicine. Thor took a deep breath and asked, Yu Zhengzhong, I'm curious, where do you get the confidence to say that? Just relying on Yang Ming? Do you think Yang Ming can single-handedly take on a full-scale NATO force? Yu Zhengzhong did not answer immediately, but looked down at the time and said, Listen, if you listen carefully you will understand. Hearing this, everyone subconsciously held their breath and listened for any movement. However, after a while, no one present heard anything. Castellan, the representative of the United States, could not help but curse. Huaxia, why are you being so mysterious? If you have any cards up your sleeve, just reveal them. Listen to me. Yu Zhengzhong looked at the time again. It was now 8 hours 59 minutes and 56 seconds in the morning. In 4 seconds, a major event that would subvert the blue planet would happen. I'm ready. Listen carefully. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yu Zhengzhong began to count down. Everyone present couldn't control their thoughts and couldn't help but count down with Yu Zhengzhong in their hearts. Castellan, however, had always believed that Yu Zhengzhong was being mysterious and deceiving people, so he began to sneer again. Hey, Chinese people, is all you can do with smokescreens? You don't have any bargaining cards to play? However, before Castellan could finish his words, a cold mechanical voice sounded in everyone's ears. All the lords in the world, within the blue star, 3.5 billion lords, heard the news. Ding. Now playing a server-wide announcement. Warm congratulations to Chinese Lord Yang Ming, who broke the record by successfully building the first small city in the Blue Star Domain 10086 war zone in a time of 54 days, 9 hours, 0 minutes, and 0 seconds. Rewards: 3 king treasure chests, 5 diamond treasure chests. Achievements: world famous. Extra exclusive reward: 2nd level godhood, not activated. Hearing this cold voice, everyone present fell silent instantly. A mysterious smile appeared on Yu Zhengzhong's face. But Thor turned pale, like a patient who suddenly found out that he had terminal cancer. After a long time, the whole place was still silent as death. Seeing that they were all silent, Yu Zhengzhong took the initiative to ask, Well, Thor, would you like to seriously reconsider the suggestion I just made? Do you, the United States, want to withdraw your troops and pay war reparations to our country, or wait for our country to be destroyed? Thor didn't answer. His brain seemed to have shut down. Not only Thor, but also the other Americans became dazed and wondered if they had heard it wrong. Because all the people present were big figures in the military of Blue Star, big men of such a level that Blue Star would tremble just by stomping their feet. No one knows better than them how difficult it is to build a city. In the past 10 years, none of the 3.5 billion lords on Blue Star has been able to do it, which should explain the problem. However, no one could have imagined that Yang Ming actually did it. Moreover, it only took Yang Ming 54 days to surpass all the lords of Blue Star and become the undisputed strongest man in the world. Chapter 167: Breaking the Galaxy Record. Yang Ming, are you a devil? At this moment, this was the only thought in Thor's mind. This thought, like a spell, kept echoing in Thor's mind, preventing him from thinking about anything else. Thor couldn't understand how terrifying Yang Ming's talent was that he could upgrade his territory to a city within 54 days. Why couldn't Yang Ming be from the United States? Such a genius. How hateful. Thor felt like he was going crazy. On the other hand, Yu Zhengzhong saw that his goal had been achieved and decided to end the meeting. Because it's best to leave now. The main goal is to create a terrifying suspense, making the Americans guess blindly and guess hard, so that they will lose their composure and collapse on their own. Then Yu Zhengzhong stood up with a whoosh and said, Today's negotiation meeting ends here, Americans. I've made myself clear. Do you agree with my proposal or not? You'd better give me an answer within 1 day. Let's go. After saying that, Yu Zhengzhong stood up and left with everyone. Throughout the whole process, he seemed to have ignored the United States and NATO. China now has the confidence to do so. Just as Yu Zhengzhong was about to leave the meeting room, Thor suddenly spoke. Wait a minute. I have a question I want to clarify. What level of talent did Yang Ming awaken? S level or SS level? Yu Zhengzhong paused for a moment and said without turning his head. SS level, but it could also be 2 SS levels. You can guess what it is. SS level? Maybe even 2. Thor felt like the sky was falling, because as the strongest lord in the United States, he could only awaken double A-level talents. After Yu Zhengzhong finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to the American and left with everyone. The Americans could only watch them leave, not daring to say a word the entire time. The battlefield of all races, 10086 battle zone, Huaxia City. Yang Ming stood on the roof of the Lord's mansion, looking at the panoramic view of Huaxia City. Finally, I've upgraded again. It's worth all my frantic efforts over the past 4 days attacking and occupying the level 5 resource fields. The moment Yang Ming saw Huaxia City successfully advance from a territory to a city, he felt that the efforts of the past 4 days were worth it. During these 4 days, in order to capture 10 level 5 resource fields, Yang Ming was like a fighting madman, frantically looking for perfect level monsters to fight. Yang Ming's efforts finally paid off at this moment. From then on, Huaxia City was no longer a royal territory, but a city in the true sense of the word. Next, as long as Yang Ming continues to work hard on farming and develop technology, he will be able to establish a new country one day. The Chinese nation can also be seen on the battlefields of all races. Ding! Dear Lord Yang Ming, we have detected your city building speed. It took only 54 days, 9 hours, 0 minutes, and 0 seconds, breaking the Milky Way record that had been held for 1,000 years. This will be announced to the entire system soon. The system voice suddenly sounded. Just like the last time Yang Ming broke the record of the Milky Way Orion arm, the system will also issue a notification this time. And the notification is to the entire galaxy. What is the concept of the entire Milky Way galaxy? How big is its area? How many people are there? Let's put it this way. If the Milky Way is compared to the ocean, then the solar system is a small stone in the ocean. Just report it. Yang Ming accepted his fate, because he had no way to stop the system from notifying. After receiving Yang Ming's reply, the system began broadcasting to the area within the Milky Way. Ding! Attention, Lords of the Galaxy, please stop what you are doing and listen carefully. A galaxy-wide advisory is now being issued. Warm congratulations to Yang Ming, Lord of the Huaxia Nation, from the Milky Way, Orion Arm, Gould's Belt, Local Bubble, Local Interstellar Cloud, Oort, Solar System, and Blue Planet. He successfully built a new small city in just 54 days, 9 hours, 0 minutes, and 0 seconds, breaking a record that had been untouched in the Milky Way for 1,000 years. In human cognition, the Milky Way is very big, right? However, the diameter of the Milky Way is only about 100,000 light-years, but the diameter of the currently observable universe is about 93 billion light-years, not including the world beyond human cognition. The data the system once gave was that the number of intelligent life forms in Yang Ming's universe, parallel universe number 14, was approximately 857 gogols. If one were to count the number of intelligent life forms in the entire Milky Way, the system would give a number of approximately 520 Neudas. There are countless races in the entire Milky Way. Just today, all intelligent life forms in the Milky Way, 520 Neudas in number, recognized the name Yang Ming. Even some mysterious bigwigs from level 5 civilization planets were alarmed by Yang Ming. What? The Milky Way's record, which had been sealed for 1,000 years, was actually broken by a bug. Yang Ming? Who is he? Is he from the dragon people of level 5.5 civilization? Or the mechanical empire of level 4.5 civilization? Or is he the celestial people who are about to break through to level 6.0 civilization? I've checked. According to the records on the Milky Way galaxy tablet, that person named Yang Ming is actually a human. His home planet is called Blue Star, and its civilization level is only 0.7. It's incredible. Impossible. A small 0.7 level civilization can't possibly produce such an outstanding genius. He's definitely not a Blue Star person of the same origin and body. Report, something terrible has happened. Just now, the Celestials, the most powerful 6.0 civilization in the Milky Way, used a quantum mechanics detector and successfully found the coordinates of the blue planet. Then, the Celestials discovered a terrifying event. What? A tiny blue planet with a cosmic level 0.7 civilization is actually connected to a major terrorist incident? Tell me about it. The Celestials have detected that a place called Blue Star is inhabited by many humans. The most terrifying thing is that Blue Star is surrounded by endless oxygen, and those humans are actually willing to expose themselves and live in it. What? OMG. Is there such a thing? Impossible. Oxygen is one of the most inexplicable, terrifying, deadly, and overbearing mysterious auras in the universe today. Even a level 9 intelligent being wouldn't dare expose itself to it. Those lowly bugs of a 0.7 level civilization actually survived by absorbing oxygen? How dare they? Chapter 168 changes after upgrading. Yang Ming broke a record that had been sealed in the Milky Way for 1,000 years, causing quite a stir. Before this, the record for the fastest construction of a city in the Milky Way galaxy of the 10,000 races battlefield was set by the Celestial race, a level 6.0 civilization, which took 90 days, 17 hours, 8 minutes and 42 seconds. For more than 1,000 years, this record has never been broken. However, just today, Yang Ming not only broke the record in one fell swoop, but also opened up a speed gap of nearly twice that of the previous record holder. The speed at which Yang Ming upgraded his territory was terrifying. Looking at the entire Milky Way, even on a superplanet with a level 6.0 civilization in the universe, which has trillions of years of historical experience, the Lord seedlings they have painstakingly cultivated usually take nearly 100 days to develop from a primary territory to a small city. This means that Yang Ming alone can suppress tens of thousands of young geniuses in the galaxy. Even if they are the seedlings cultivated by the 6.0 level civilization of the universe since childhood, no matter how dazzling they are in normal times, they will pale in comparison to Yang Ming's absolute strength. On this day, Yang Ming used his strength to prove to the Milky Way, genius is just the threshold to meet me, Yang Ming. The battlefield of all races, the Blue Star Field, the Huaxia City. Although Yang Ming knew that once the news of his record breaking was announced, it would cause a shock to the entire galaxy, he had no time to pay attention to it because he was very busy. Having just upgraded his territory, Yang Ming needs to manage a lot of things. First of all, the area of Huaxia City has become much larger than before. The land, which was originally only 50 square kilometers, has now expanded to 400 square kilometers. What's even more exaggerated is that the land areas of Huaxia City's 5 king-level vassal territories have all expanded from the original 50 square kilometers to 100 square kilometers. In other words, the total area of Huaxia City and its 5 vassal territories can reach 900 square kilometers. What does 900 square kilometers mean? Roughly speaking, it is equivalent to a small town of 30 kilometers by 30 kilometers in the real world. The larger the territory of Huaxia City becomes, the more Yang Ming feels that it was right for him to start the Industrial Revolution, because if technology is not developed, ordinary people in Huaxia City will be useless. It's the same old saying. Technology can help you cultivate immortality, and your magic power will be boundless. My lord, my lord. At this time, Carl ran towards him while shouting Yang Ming's name happily. Carl can now be described as walking very fast. When he first came to Huaxia City, Carl was a white-haired old man, but since he became the executive prime minister of Huaxia City, he was able to eat exotic beast meat every day for nourishment. Carl had a second spring in life. His hair turned black, and even his lifespan was extended. Yang Ming turned around and looked at Carl, who was running towards him, and asked, "What's wrong, Carl?" The upgrade of Huaxia City will definitely be discovered by the residents, so now the people in the city are probably in shock and excitement like Carl. Carl said excitedly, "My lord, a group of refugees have arrived at the North Gate. They want to seek refuge with you. There are a lot of them. I estimate there are at least 100,000 of them." "Oh, so many people?" Yang Ming was also very surprised. Could it be a hidden benefit after upgrading the territory? Population can be said to be the most important and indispensable resource, so Yang Ming immediately ordered, "Carl, go and settle those newly arrived refugees and get them into Huaxia City as soon as possible." "Yes, my lord," said Carl. Highly recognizes his work ability. Carl also knew the importance of population, so after reporting to Yang Ming, he immediately went to arrange the work. With the addition of 100,000 new people, the development of Huaxia City has undoubtedly accelerated. After Carl left, Yang Ming said to the system, "System, I want to check the changes after the upgrade of Huaxia City." The system immediately gave a reply. The city wall has been increased from 10 meters to 20 meters high. The raw material has been upgraded from marble to obsidian, increasing its defense 5-fold and enabling it to withstand the invasion of rare monsters. Farmland becomes more fertile, upgrading from black soil to premium black soil, increasing crop yield by 50%, and each plant has a 20% chance of advancing to the next quality, but this effect only applies to premium crops. Enable the trade function. Huaxia City can conduct foreign trade with nearby villages, cities, and countries. You can view the trade needs of surrounding cities through the map and start building your business empire, young man. Added the Awakening Hall, a landmark building in the city. Your people can enter the Awakening Hall and touch the stone tablet to increase the chance of awakening talents or advancing talents by 30%. Added the Love God's Arrival buff. Every newborn in Huaxia City will have a 100% chance of awakening at least one F-level talent. Omitted. It has to be said that after the upgrade, Huaxia City has once again undergone earth-shaking changes. There are many details that cannot be described in words. Take the city's defense capabilities, for example. It has been directly improved by several levels. The 20-meter-high obsidian wall can easily block all rare beasts. Obsidian, an excellent building material, is harder than diamond. In summary, except for the lack of electricity, Huaxia City is now a very perfect city. Ding. At this time, the system prompted that someone was contacting Yang Ming. Your friend Snow White sent you a message. Yang Ming knew without even thinking that Snow White had come to him to report important information. What's wrong? Are the negotiations with the United States over? Yang Ming opened the friend chat page and asked by Xueji. Snow White replied almost instantly. Well, it's over. Ha ha ha. Yang Ming, I'm telling you, you have no idea how happy we are. During the negotiation just now, those Americans looked like they had eaten feces. Their faces turned blue, purple, red, and black. I almost died of laughter. Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh out loud, and then asked, so, the Americans have agreed to withdraw their troops, but what about the war reparations? When do they plan to pay? If not, ceding a few pieces of royal territory would be fine. Snow White patted her plump chest, calmed down, and replied, not so fast. The Americans never cry until they see the coffin. We have to wait at least 24 hours before they give us a response. They are very likely to withdraw their troops, but asking them to pay compensation or cede territory may be a bit difficult. This is not difficult to understand. The United States has been arrogant and domineering for more than 100 years. Trying to squeeze money out of their mouths is undoubtedly harder than climbing to the sky. However, Yang Ming doesn't care about all this. If the Americans are not decent, Yang Ming will help them to be decent. Snow White, wait for me for a moment. I'm going to give the American a surprise in the chat channel. Since the Americans are unwilling to pay compensation, Yang Ming will just give them some strength. Chapter 169 NATO Internal Conflict. Yang Ming opened the Blue Star chat channel after a long absence. This chat channel is where 3.5 billion Blue Star Lords share messages. Although it is divided into multiple lists, there are too many people, so Yang Ming still saw a dense network of message pop-ups as soon as he entered. I just hunted an excellent level exotic beast, a fire type 1. Who wants to buy it for 50 gold coins? I'm looking for a rare forging material, 5-colored star, or for a large sum of money. If you have any, please private message me. I've triggered an A-rank mission for 2 players. Who's interested in working with me? You must be European, and your combat power must be at least 600 points. If you're interested, please send me a private message. Originally, everyone was posting transaction information in the chat channel, but then a nonsensical comment popped up. Big news, the sky is falling. This time the United States may have to bow down to China. According to reliable information, the third round of negotiations between the United States and China has concluded, and China has a high probability of winning the final game. This sentence instantly attracted everyone's attention, and many people asked, huh? What's going on? The US is withdrawing its troops. TSK. The US led so many NATO member states to besiege China. It took a year, and they still couldn't take China down. China is really tough. Impossible. This is fake news, right? The United States is the beacon of the world. How could it lose to China? That's right. The US must be hiding something and preparing for a big one. Haha, the lighthouse country? Why don't you ask Yang Ming, the boss of China, if he agrees? That's right. With Yang Ming here, China can't lose. To be honest, the United States is in trouble. I think Yang Ming can destroy it alone. I think so too. Even the Milky Way's 1,000-year record was broken by Yang Ming. Could it be that he can't defeat the United States? You don't need to discuss this anymore. From now on, Blue Star will definitely be ruled by China. I think so. It would be great if China could relax its immigration policy. I want to be Chinese and breathe the sweet air of China. Please, Chinese people, open the border and let us in. Yang Ming was not surprised to see that the chat channel was full of compliments to China, because it has been like this since ancient times. When a country is strong enough, all doubts and oppositions will disappear. In short, in the battlefield of all races, strength is respected, and the bigger the fist, the more powerful it is. There is an old saying that goes, when I enter the pass, there will be great scholars to debate for me. In the past, public opinion leaned towards the United States because the United States was strong. Now, public opinion leans towards China because China is stronger. But will the Americans give in so easily? Obviously not. So Yang Ming planned to post some item information in the chat channel to let the Americans see the world. Yang Ming took out the evil spirit fire beads from the warehouse and prepared to put them on the shelf. The system soon popped up a prompt. Do you want to publish the transaction information? Evil spirit fire bead. The evil spirit fire bead is a perfect weapon. One evil spirit fire bead can destroy a king-level territory. Publish it, Yang Ming said. The next second, the information about the evil spirit fire bead was successfully released. Due to its high quality, it immediately topped the list of the Blue Star trading zone. Because this is the first perfect level weapon to be put on the shelves on Blue Star. As mentioned before, on the entire blue planet, except for China, no other country has perfect level weapons. So you can imagine how much of a stir it would cause when Yang Ming put the evil spirit fire bead on the shelves. One evil spirit fire bead can destroy a king-level territory. Who wouldn't be afraid? Drip, drip, drip. Your backend received transaction information 9999999 plus. Just a dozen seconds after the post was published, Yang Ming's backend was flooded with comments. At the same time, on the chat channel, countless people were frantically tagging Yang Ming. Fuck, am I blind? I actually saw someone selling perfect grade weapons. Oh my god, the US doesn't even have a single perfect grade weapon, and now someone is openly selling it. Oh, so it was Yang Ming who sold it. Then everything makes sense. As expected of you, Boss Yang Ming. Boss Yang Ming, on behalf of the Kingdom of France, I am willing to become China's most loyal ally. Please sell us an evil spirit fire bead. Boss Yang Ming, our White Elephant Nation also wants a purchase quota. In order to buy an evil spirit fire bead, people from every country were begging Yang Ming humbly. The strategic significance of the evil spirit fire bead is actually similar to the atomic bomb in S2. If the little mustache had been the first to develop the atomic bomb, history might have been rewritten. Yang Ming naturally couldn't really sell the evil spirit fire beads. The reason he put them on the shelves was to prove it to the world. I have the evil spirit fire bead. Whoever I want to kill will die. Whoever dares to provoke China will die. 5 minutes after the evil spirit fire bead was put on the shelves, Yang Ming typed a string of text and posted it in the chat channel. Hello everyone, I'm Yang Ming. I came here today to do only one thing, and that is to beat the dog. As for who the dog is, you can figure it out for yourselves. In short, the clock starts ticking from now on. Within the hour, if anyone from any country dares to continue besieging the Chinese base, I will directly drop the evil spirit fire orb into their king-level territory. I mean what I say. After sending the message, Yang Ming also used an excellent item to pin his message to the top of the chat channel's homepage. This way, everyone in the world can see the message. The reason why Yang Ming did this was to tell everyone in the world in a dignified manner. My name is Yang Ming, and if I want the Americans to get out, they have to get out. Facts have proved that Yang Ming's action has a very significant effect. The news was pinned. There was an uproar within NATO. In the NATO chat group, core personnel from each member country were discussing this matter. Fuck. How could Yang Ming have such a dangerous disposable weapon? A single bead can destroy a king-level territory. Do you think we can survive? Huaxiao is really too strong. What should we do? Yang Ming only gave us an hour to consider. Should we continue to besiege the Huaxiao base? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. In fact, ever since Yang Ming single-handedly annihilated the Japanese Empire, many NATO member states have become timid. Everyone was afraid that they would become Yang Ming's next target of revenge. If Yang Ming can defeat Japan, he can naturally defeat most of the NATO member states. After all, Japan's comprehensive national strength is known to be among the top 5 in the world. After a long time, the representative of Italy said, "My suggestion is that we should withdraw our troops now. Continuing the war will only bring us harm and no benefit." Italy's speech expressed the thoughts of many people. Before, the United States was the world's #1 superpower, and everyone followed it to enjoy the best and the most delicious food, so they naturally enjoyed it. But now China is almost unilaterally suppressing the United States, so naturally everyone is unwilling to follow the United States. There have always been only interests between countries. If you can't give me any benefits, why should I follow you? Chapter 170 Retreat. Ahem. Excuse me, everyone. I just received an order from the chief. We in Italy are withdrawing our troops. Goodbye, everyone. Just as the member states were racking their brains to figure out how to withdraw their troops without offending the United States, Italy took the lead. Italian representative didn't even bother to find an excuse and just announced his withdrawal in a fair and just manner. Whether it's Season 1, Season 2, or the impending Season 3, Italy's decision has always been join if you can't beat them. Thanks to this tactic, Italy was victorious in both world wars. Ding, Italy has left the group chat. Italy even directly withdrew from the NATO group chat without even saying hello to the United States. Seeing how brave Italy was, representatives from other countries also began to think about withdrawing their troops. After all, if they don't retreat, they may be hit by Yang Ming's evil spirit fire bead. Well, I'm sorry, but we in Australia are also going to withdraw our troops. We hope to see you again someday. Ahem, Lord Thor, I have to apologize to you first. We in Canada must withdraw our troops. Why are you all withdrawing? Are you no longer fighting? If that's the case, then we, the British Empire, should also withdraw. And we, Germany, have always loved peace, so we also retreated. With Italy taking the lead, other NATO members also began to withdraw their troops. Throughout the entire process, the US side did not speak out to stop it. Because the Americans themselves know very well that the situation is hopeless and they cannot stop it, nor do they have any way to stop it. If tough measures are used to force NATO member states not to withdraw their troops and continue to confront China, it will only backfire and cause these countries to turn to China. 10 minutes later. Originally 47 NATO member states in the group chat, but now there are less than 10 in the digits. Except for the 5 most loyal lackeys of the United States, other countries have successively announced their withdrawal of troops and withdrawal from the group chat. What should we do? Lord Thor, should we continue to encircle China? One of the lackeys asked cautiously. Thor had actually been peeking at the screen online. He looked at the empty group chat and fell into silence. In just one day, the United States' global status plummeted. Even before the war started, the United States had completely lost. The reason for all this is because of that man, China's latest rising super rookie, Lord Yongming. Oh, Thor raised his head helplessly and sighed. This old general who had fought on the battlefields of all races for 10 years also felt deeply powerless at this moment. Because he really couldn't think of a way to break the deadlock. Even if the United States mobilizes its entire country, it cannot withstand Yongming's evil spirit firebead. Just like the final stage of the S2 war, the Japanese devils were completely unable to stop the 2 nuclear bombs, Little Boy and Fat Man. Let's withdraw our troops. From now on, our policy against China should be based on defense. Finally, Thor said this helplessly with a heavy heart. Although Thor was unwilling, he really had no choice. Unless he can kill Yongming. But what's the difference between this and wishful thinking? Even if all the top lords in NATO rushed forward, they couldn't defeat Yongming. So, what about the war compensation? Someone asked. Thor sighed to the sky again, as if he had accepted his fate. Let's talk to China slowly and try to reduce the losses. Seeing Thor so frustrated and cowardly, Castellan, another representative of the United States, couldn't help but curse. Thor, what are you afraid of? This is so embarrassing. We are great Americans. Retreating is fine, but how can we possibly pay compensation? This is a national humiliation. This is a national humiliation. Haha. Thor glanced at him and sneered. This is what the president wants. If you have the guts, go talk to the president yourself. Hearing this, Castellan was stunned. Even the president has accepted his fate and surrendered? Half an hour later. Ever since Yongming put the evil spirit firebead on the shelves and used it to threaten NATO member states to withdraw, it didn't take long for significant results to be achieved. NATO has begun to withdraw its troops. Among them, Italy was the smartest and the first to publicly express its position. Italy spoke in the chat channel. They will withdraw their troops immediately and withdraw from NATO, hoping to establish friendly diplomatic relations with China. At the same time, not long after, other NATO member states also issued statements of withdrawal. Australia, Canada, the British Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and a series of other countries, in just a few hours, successively withdrew their main forces from the Chinese base. Originally, there were waves of NATO troops stationed around the Chinese base camp, which was surrounded by layers of troops. If it weren't for the extraordinary combat power of Yu Zhengzhong, Tang Long and others and their desperate resistance, the Chinese base camp might have been flattened long ago. Until Yongming rose to power and led China to rise to power, they won the battle without a single soldier. Although the United States did not admit defeat on the surface, anyone with a discerning eye could see that in this Sino-US game that lasted for a year, China ultimately won the war. After Italy, Canada, Australia, Germany, the British Empire and other NATO member states withdrew their troops, the United States, as the leader of NATO, also announced its withdrawal. The strongest lord in the United States, Thor, issued a simple statement. The United States and China reached a consensus on peace rather than war. The United States also promised not to launch a war against China within a year and to provide certain economic assistance to China to strengthen the sense of cooperation between the two sides. When this statement came out, the whole world was shocked. Did the United States really withdraw its troops? Not only withdraw troops, but also offer to pay compensation? The United States, which ranks first in the world in military power, actually took the initiative to surrender to China without going to war? An hour later, all the American lords evacuated the Chinese base and even cleaned up their domestic garbage. At this point, the China-US game that lasted for a year came to an end. Chapter 171, Start a Deal with Xiao Yao. Although the United States has temporarily surrendered and withdrawn its troops, This does not mean that China has completely defeated the United States. It can only be said that China currently has the upper hand in the game between the two sides, because no one knows who the goddess of luck will favor in the future. What if the Americans suddenly picked up an epic weapon a few days later? Although the possibility is almost zero, it is not impossible. In the next month, I will seriously build Huaxia City. Yang Ming stood on the roof of the Lord's mansion, looking at the Huaxia City whose territory had expanded more than 8 times, full of fighting spirit. He planned to build roads and railways within a radius of 200 kilometers within a month and connect all the resource fields with roads. The actual control over the land within a radius of 200 kilometers of Huaxia City must reach 100%. The workload is undoubtedly huge. Fortunately, the population of Huaxia City is increasing, with as many as 215,800 indigenous residents, so there is enough labor force. In addition, the large-scale production of steam engines allowed Huaxia City to gradually reach the peak of the steam age, and production efficiency increased a lot. In short, I have 3 goals in the next month. First, within a 200-kilometer radius of Huaxia City, we will vigorously build railways and cement roads to achieve accessibility in all directions. Second, let Huaxia City enter the peak of the steam age. Third, increase military training and build an army of extraordinary people. At the moment, these are all Yang Ming can think of. As long as the above goals can be achieved, Yang Ming will not be afraid even if the Americans get lucky and pick up an epic weapon. Just as Yang Ming was lost in thought, an ethereal and pleasant voice sounded in his ears. Hey Yang Ming. In the air, sparkling green lights flickered, and a beautiful and lovely girl appeared in the air. She held a staff in her right hand and had a pair of deer antlers on her head. To be accustomed to Qiao Yao appearing like a ghost from time to time, he looked up and greeted Qiao Yao, who was floating in the air, in a friendly manner. Hello, Qiao Yao. Qiao Yao landed quietly, holding a staff in her right hand and a bag made of grass roots in her left. Qiao Yao threw the straw bag in her hand to Yang Ming and said, Here, as per the deal we agreed upon earlier, this bag contains the crops and fruits I collected. Please check it. That's all. Yang Ming looked at the straw bag she tossed over. It was only about 30 centimeters long. How much fruit could it hold? 3 or 4 pounds. Yang Ming raised his hand and caught the straw bag. But as soon as they made contact, Yang Ming's face changed drastically. Something's wrong, the weight is wrong. Yang Ming felt a huge force pressing on his palm. This straw bag weighs at least 10 tons. Because it was too heavy, Yang Ming had to use all his strength to catch the straw bag with both hands. Could this bag be a space-related item? It looks small on the outside, but it actually has a lot of space inside. Yang Ming couldn't help but scan the information of Chao Dai. Namespace, straw bag. Quality, legendary. Space volume. Level is too low to view. Attributes. Level is too low to view. Introduction. Level is too low to view. Yang Ming was stunned. Wow, this inconspicuous straw bag turned out to be a legendary item. Legendary, 2 levels higher than perfect and 1 level higher than epic. There are 10 tons of supplies in here. Yang Ming was shocked and asked Qiao Yao quickly. Qiao Yao smiled somewhat complacently and said, Of course my friends and I spent 2 days collecting them. Most of them are perfect grade crops and fruits. Most of them are perfect? They are all treasures. Yang Ming was shocked again. Yang Ming swallowed his saliva and couldn't help asking. So, what about epic crops? Are there any? Qiao Yao tilted her head and thought for a moment, then nodded. Yes, but the quantity is very small, less than 10,000 kilograms. Was shocked again. Holy crap, 10,000 kilograms of epic crops and fruits? Yang Ming couldn't wait to open the straw bag and check what was inside. In an instant, a wide variety of item information came into Yang Ming's sight. Just as Qiao Yao said, most of the things in the straw bag are perfect level, and a few are rare and epic level. Name Winter Snow Lotus. Quality, perfect grade. Attributes, after taking it, it can increase the probability of comprehending the extraordinary power of ice and become an ice extraordinary person. Introduction, a magical fruit that grows on the top of the snow-capped mountains. It only bears fruit once every 1,000 years and is very rare. Name Resurrection Grass. Quality, epic. Attributes, can bring the dead back to life. Introduction, crush the resurrection grass, squeeze out the juice, and apply it on the body of a dead person to revive him or her, provided that the time of death is no more than 1 month. Name Fire Dragon, Thorn Seedling. Quality, epic. Attributes, a plant with a hint of dragon soul power. Introduction, a defensive artifact. Plant Fire Dragon thorns near city walls to create a natural barrier. During its growth phase, it effectively blocks invasions of perfect-level monsters. Once fully grown, it can withstand epic-level monsters. Seeing this, Yangming couldn't help but take a breath. Every item in the straw bag is priceless and extremely precious. Yangming pretended to be calm, took a deep breath, and asked Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao, are you planning to trade everything in the bag with me? Well, yes. Xiao Yao nodded. Xiao Yao, you are so kind. Thank you so much. In extreme excitement, Yangming couldn't help but step forward and hold her hand. Her hands were flawless white, slender, pink, and soft to the touch. Xiao Yao's delicate body trembled, and a blush appeared on her beautiful face. She almost subconsciously pulled her hand away and hummed. No, don't try to get close to me. I'm not giving it to you for free. I already said this is a deal. Yangming finally realized his own misconduct. He retracted his hand, touched his nose, and said awkwardly, Sorry, I'll calculate the amount. You get what you pay for. I definitely won't rip you off. Well, I believe you, Xiao Yao said. So, Yangming carried the straw bag, walked into the Lord's mansion, sat at the table, then exchanged 0.1 points for a calculator at the special store and began to count the goods. The price of a rare crop or fruit is between 50,000 and 100,000 gold coins. The price of perfect-grade crops is several times higher, ranging from 600,000 to 1.5 million yuan. As for epic crops, that's even more outrageous, at least 10 million gold coins each. Since the amount of materials to be counted is so large, Yangming may have to spend a lot of time calculating. Xiao Yao was not in a hurry. She hummed a ballad as she walked around the Lord's mansion, looking here and there. She accidentally walked into the bathroom, and in less than 20 seconds, she ran over with a red face. What's wrong with you? Yangming couldn't help but ask when he saw Xiao Yao's flustered look. Nothing. Xiao Yao said guiltily. Oh, Yangming didn't care and continued to click on the calculator frantically. At this time, Xiao Yao found that there was a box of pastries and a bowl of dessert on the table, so she simply sat at the table and ate the desserts and pastries while waiting for Yangming. Chapter 172 Military Merit List. Half an hour later, Yangming finally finished counting. Yangming turned off the calculator, then turned to Xiao Yao and said, Okay, Xiao Yao, the supplies you brought are worth a total of 205 million gold coins. Wow, so many. Xiao Yao felt dizzy. Xiao Yao and her friends, more than 1,000 beast girls in the Star Spirit Forest, spent 2 days harvesting crops and collecting fruits, and they made so much money? It seems that making money is not that difficult. A gold coin weighs 50 g. 205 million gold coins is approximately 10 tons of gold. Just as Xiao Yao was immersed in the pleasure of making money, Yangming suddenly said, But I have some bad news for you. Xiao Yao looked up at him and asked doubtfully, What bad news? Yangming shrugged, spread his hands, and said helplessly, I don't have that much gold in my inventory, so I can only give you a passbook. Xiao Yao blinked her big, watery eyes and asked again, What is a passbook? A passbook is. Yangming spent a lot of effort to explain to her the definition, purpose, and usage of a passbook. Oh, Xiao Yao nodded, not quite understanding. Oh, right. At this moment, Yangming had an idea. As Huaxia City grows in size, the flow of funds will become more and more frequent. Therefore, if a bank is needed at this time, it will greatly speed up the flow, preservation, and security of funds. In the development of a city, a bank is one of the essential buildings. If Yangming hadn't met Xiao Yao today, he really wouldn't have realized the importance of banks. Xiao Yao didn't know much about human society. She had never been to any other city except Huaxia City, so she didn't care about the passbook. She nodded and said, Okay, it's just a passbook. As long as I can buy things, that's fine. So, just like that, although the bank in Huaxia City had not yet started construction, Xiao Yao had become the first customer of the bank in Huaxia City. And he is a super big customer who deposited 205 million gold coins. After getting the passbook, Xiao Yao couldn't wait to go to the commercial district to spend money. However, because the passbook in Xiao Yao's hand was invalid, Yangming had to call Anna over and asked her to accompany Xiao Yao to buy things and record Xiao Yao's consumption records in a notebook. When Anna learned that she could accompany Xiao Yao shopping, she was so happy that she jumped 10 times on the spot and then rushed over immediately. Anna is an excellent nanny, and Xiao Yao is a god-level nanny, so there is no need to explain why Anna was so happy when she knew she could accompany Xiao Yao. As soon as they left, Yangming also went to the training ground with a straw bag. It is noon now. Perhaps because it is approaching autumn, the sun is not as hot, and the occasional cool breeze is quite comfortable. At this time, the training ground was crowded with people, and the soldiers were actively training. Ever since Yangming announced a new military rank system, the soldiers have been going crazy, training madly, and going out madly for actual combat to become stronger. Everyone wants to be a general, so everyone is training hard and competing for military merit. When Yang Ming walked into the training ground, he immediately attracted countless eyes. "Greetings, Lord." The soldiers all looked at Yang Ming and saluted. "Yeah." Yang Ming waved his hand in response to them, and then walked up to the platform of the training ground in front of everyone. The reason Yang Ming came here was, of course, because he had something important to announce. There was no other reason. Yang Ming simply felt that the soldiers were becoming stronger too slowly, so he wanted to add fuel to the fire. "Comrades, you have worked hard in training during this period." Yang Ming was standing on the high platform. As soon as he spoke, he attracted everyone's attention and the soldiers looked up at him. "So, starting today, I'm going to give everyone extra meals. Every day, everyone can eat at least 3 kilograms of excellent grade exotic beast meat, 1 kilogram of rare grade exotic beast meat, and 2 kilograms of excellent grade vegetables or half a kilogram of rare grade vegetables." When the news came out, all the soldiers were in an uproar. "Thank you, Lord." Everyone responded loudly with gratitude. The food allowance has increased 2 to 3 times compared to before. Only by eating well can the soldiers become stronger faster and better protect Huaxia City. From the beginning to the end, the soldiers' welfare benefits have always been among the best in Huaxia City. Yang Ming waved his hand and said again, "In order to reward soldiers who have made great progress and contributions, I announce that a new 15-day military merit list will be added. The military merit list is updated every 15 days, and anyone who makes it onto the list can receive substantial rewards. The first place winner will be rewarded with 5 kilograms of perfect grade exotic beast meat, 20 kilograms of rare grade exotic beast meat, and 100 kilograms of excellent grade exotic beast meat, which can be replaced with crops or herbs. The top 10 will be rewarded with 3 kilograms of perfect grade exotic beast meat, 10 kilograms of rare grade exotic beast meat, and 70 kilograms of excellent grade exotic beast meat. The top 100 will be rewarded with 1 pound of perfect grade exotic beast meat. The top 1,000 will receive a reward. The top 5,000 will receive a reward. In short, there are currently 300,000 warriors in Huaxia City. As long as you can rank in the top 250,000, you will receive extra rewards. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Are you happy?" Upon hearing this, the soldiers' blood boiled. Because Yang Ming gave so much. Take the perfect grade exotic beast meat, for example. Not to mention the ordinary soldiers, even Yang Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, and Yang Fifan were tempted by it. "Wow, that's great. I must work harder and try to get into the top 250,000. Me too, my sword is thirsty. My goal is to make it into the top 100 and bring honor to my family." The soldiers are all eager to get started, hoping that the specific rankings of the military merit list will be announced as soon as possible. Even Yang Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, and Yang Fifan were eager to try, because the first place on the military merit list would definitely come from among the 3 of them. After the announcement, Yang Ming called the 3 legion commanders, explained some things to them, and then left the training ground. With such a huge reward as an inducement, I believe that an army of extraordinary people can be built in a short time. Yang Ming's next destination is the industrial zone. The industrial zone is where Huaxia City builds weapons, produces steam engines, and produces various high-tech products. As soon as Yang Ming walked into the industrial zone, he could clearly feel that this place was completely different from other areas of Huaxia City. Steam trucks, steam cars, and steam workbenches transported raw materials back and forth between factories. Currently, there are 527 factories in the industrial zone, including those forging iron, refining metals, producing steam engines, forging weapons, recycling parts, and assembling large trucks. In short, there is a series of production workshops and industrial areas. Yang Ming's purpose of coming here was naturally to find Cocolite. If we want Huaxia City to reach the peak of the steam age within a month, we can only rely on Cocolite. Because Cocolite is the boss of the industrial zone. There is only one level 5 building in the industrial area, which is the blacksmith shop where Cocolite lives alone. When Yang Ming came to Cocolite's blacksmith shop as usual, he was surprised to find that she was not making weapons, but was reading a 9th grade physics book with great interest. "No way, I haven't seen you for a few days." Coco's quality and potential have been upgraded again. When Yang Ming took a look at Cocolite, he was shocked by her. Chapter 173 Physics Rising Star. Yang Ming noticed that after not seeing her for a few days, Cocolite's information had changed again. Name, Cocolite. Quality, rare level. Occupation, blacksmith, LV4. Potential value, 6 stars. Combat power, 32. Talent, craftsman's heart. A level, introduction, omitted. Talent, Physics rising star, sea level, she learns physics 2.5 times faster than the average person. In other words, 1 year of her physics training is equivalent to 2.5 years of practice for others. Yang Ming silently gave her a thumbs up. Awesome, my Coco. Although he didn't want to disturb Cocolet, Yang Ming still walked into the blacksmith shop. Huh? Lord, are you here to see me? Hearing footsteps, Cocolet raised her head and saw Yang Ming. Well, I came to see you because, Yang Ming said. But before Yang Ming finished speaking, Cocolet interrupted him. She seemed very anxious and asked impatiently. Lord, you've come just in time. I have a few physics questions I want to ask you. Please, teach me. Well, what's the problem? Let me see. Helplessly, Yang Ming had to solve her doubts first. Can still easily solve junior high school physics problems. 10 minutes later, Yang Ming explained 15 difficult physics problems to her. I have to say that Cocolet really seems to be a physics genius. She understands things immediately, and Yang Ming doesn't need to explain the problems to her a second time. Thank you, Lord, for answering so many questions for me. Cocolet seemed very happy. She now seems to be more interested in studying physics than in making weapons. Yang Ming felt helpless. He hoped that Cocolet's talent of craftsman's heart would not turn into physical heart. By the way, Lord, what do you want to talk to me about? Asked Cocolet. Yang Ming stated his purpose. I plan to develop Huaxia City's steam technology to its peak within a month and then initiate the second industrial revolution. Although he currently has no ability to build a power station, Yang Ming is not afraid because he has perfect grade materials, thunderstone crystals. A piece of thunderstone crystal contains at least 100 million kilowatt-hours of electricity, and the voltage can be adjusted to 220V. So, the question is, how long can 100 million kilowatt-hours of electricity last? Yang Ming didn't know the specific details, but at least it would allow Huaxia City to have no worries about electricity. Electricity, the electric age? Upon hearing this, Cocolet's eyes lit up. The steam engine was already so perfect that Cocolet could hardly imagine how ingenious a generator must be. It must be an extremely perfect work of art. It's exciting to think about starting the second industrial revolution. Kiki mustered up the courage and said to Yang Ming, My lord, starting today, can you spare some time to tutor me for an hour every night before bed? I want to learn more physics knowledge as soon as possible to help Huaxia City complete modern industrialization. Cocolet added. Seeing how eager she was to learn, Yang Ming was so happy that he agreed. Of course, from now on, when you get off work, don't eat by yourself. Come to the Lord's mansion to eat. I'll ask Lilith and Lilia to add an extra set of bowls and chopsticks. Thank you, Lord. Cocolet was very happy and bowed to Yang Ming. Yang Ming suddenly put on a serious expression and said to her, Kiki, although I know you like physics, you must not fall behind in forging skills. Didn't I give you a forging blueprint for an excellent level weapon, the Overlord Spear? The Overlord Spear, an excellent, grade weapon forging blueprint, was the reward Yang Ming received for completing a mission from the evil sheep priest. Well, of course I didn't fall behind. Cocolet nodded, somewhat helplessly saying, but I have no choice. I can only forge 40 Overlord Spears a day at most. Creating high-quality weapons is extremely mentally and physically demanding. 40 a day? Even if Cocolet advances to the rare level and becomes a LV4 blacksmith, can she only forge 40 excellent level weapons a day? Well, 40 is enough. If you are too tired, you can slow down your work. Your health is more important. Yang Ming comforted her. It seems that the higher the quality of the weapon, the more time it takes to forge and the higher the failure rate. If you want to forge a perfect weapon, it may take as long as 5 to 10 days. Otherwise, why would high-quality weapons be so expensive? Forging is difficult, the materials are expensive, and you need to hire a master forger. Even worse, the risk of failure is quite high. Yang Ming suddenly asked Cocolet. By the way, Coco, besides you, who else can forge excellent grade weapons? Cocolet lowered her head and thought carefully, then raised her head and said, There are 7 more people who can forge 5 excellent grade weapons a day. 4 of them are dwarves like me, and the other 3 are recruited natives. Only excellent level blacksmiths, that is, LV3 blacksmiths, can create excellent level weapons. In that case, a maximum of 75 excellent grade weapons can be produced per day. Yang Ming made a rough calculation. Yang Ming was not very satisfied with this speed. But there is no way, blacksmiths are too scarce, which is one of the reasons why high-quality weapons are so expensive and rare. Otherwise, why don't other countries in the world have a single perfect weapon? Yang Ming's Zanpakuto was obtained by opening a treasure chest with the help of the goddess of love Aphrodite. Otherwise, Yang Ming would not have been able to obtain the perfect weapon. Is there any way to train more outstanding blacksmiths? Yang Ming began to think about this question. The production of high-quality weapons is an issue that must be addressed. Otherwise, even if the warriors become stronger, they will not be able to exert their full strength without the corresponding powerful weapons. By the way, let's go to the Blue Star Trading Area. Chapter 174 Blacksmith God-Level Experience Manual. The importance of blacksmiths is undoubtedly as important as that of scientists in modern society. It would be great if Yang Ming could buy some props that can improve forging experience to train the blacksmiths in Huaxia City. No. However, when Yang Ming opened the trading area and searched for the word forging, he found nothing. Not giving up, he tried searching with some different words, but only a few items appeared. Name Blacksmith's Handbook. Quality, excellent grade. Price, 50,000 gold coins. Introduction. The notes of an elite blacksmith can allow an ordinary person to upgrade to an elite blacksmith with a success rate of 50%. Damn, so expensive. Yang Ming was shocked. This price was comparable to rare fruits. Yang Ming still didn't believe it, so he continued searching and almost exhausted all the words related to forging and crafting. However, the items found in the end were similar to the blacksmith's handbook mentioned earlier. Almost all the items found in the search were ordinary forging items, with only a few being of excellent grade, and not a single one of excellent grade. It seems that everyone has realized the power of weapons, and forging resources are almost monopolized. Yang Ming sighed. The 10,000 races battlefield is as important as nuclear bombs in the real world. In the real world, can you buy a nuclear bomb on Bingxixi, Jingxi, and Taobei? Definitely not. So, similarly, you cannot buy high-quality forging technology in the trading area of the 10,000 races battlefield. It seems that I can only go find Snow White. Helpless, Yang Ming could only find another way. The reason why forging technology cannot be purchased in the trading zone is mostly because it is monopolized at the national level. Opening the friend list, Yang Ming sent a message to Bai Shueji. Hello, Snow White, are you there? I'd like to buy some high-quality forging items. Do you have any in the treasury? Snow White was not online. She didn't know what she was busy with. It was not until 15 minutes later that she hurriedly replied to the message. Forging tools. Yang Ming, do you want to train a high-level forging master? Unfortunately, our Chinese treasury currently only has the last 2 excellent grade forging tools left. It can't be helped. The year-long war just ended, and our treasury is extremely depleted. If you want it, I will immediately apply to bring you those 2 excellent grade forging items. Yang Ming was very confused, so he asked. 20 days ago, after I raised the Japanese base camp, didn't I send a large amount of supplies to the national treasury? At least 5,000 tons of supplies. How could the national treasury be so depleted? Snow White sighed and typed a reply. Yang Ming, you may not know how difficult our country's situation was in the 10,000 races battlefield before you rose to prominence. Because of the lack of food, there were even many cases of cannibalism. If it weren't for the 5 great generals Yu Zhongzhong, Tang Long, Mu Ging, Wang Lin, and Zhang Zi who have been holding on, our China would have fallen long ago. So, the batch of supplies you provided last time was sent out almost on the same day, saving many lives. Hearing this, Yang Ming fell silent. Arriving at the 10,000 races battlefield, Yang Ming had thought that the situation of his predecessors would be very difficult, but he had not expected it to be this difficult. It was all the fault of those damn Japanese devils. Their deaths were not worth it. If God gave Yang Ming another chance to start over, Yang Ming would definitely cut them into pieces before killing them. Yang Ming thought about it, and finally typed. No, leave it in the treasury. I'll find another way. Unexpectedly, the next second, Snow White sent 2 excellent forging items and said, I've already applied for you. It's approved. Please check it. Yang Ming was a little surprised and accepted the item. Both of these items are of excellent quality, cannot be bought on the market, and are generally expensive. Name, Merrill S. Ring. Quality, excellent grade. Attributes. The speed of learning forging technology is increased by 20%. Introduction, made by the forging master Merrill. Gathering 6 pieces of Merrill's equipment can activate a forging master buff. Well, very good. Let's give this ring to Cocolite. Yang Ming was very satisfied with this. Next, Yang Ming checked another item. Nameforge Intermediate Experience Manual. Quality, excellent grade. Function, it can instantly upgrade an excellent level blacksmith to an excellent level blacksmith. Introduction, a book containing various forging techniques, written by a LV8 forging master. The level division of life professions is, ordinary corresponds to LV1, excellent corresponds to LV2, excellent corresponds to LV3, and so on. Well, these 2 items are good stuff. Yang Ming put them in his pocket. The stuff was indeed good, but the quantity was too small to meet Yang Ming's needs. What he wanted was something that could be used to mass-produce a large number of blacksmith items, preferably of rare quality. Of course, it would be even better if he could buy perfect quality. So, Yang Ming asked Bai Xueji for information. Do you know which country can buy rare quality forging items? On the other side, Snow White typed back. Yang Ming, I regret to inform you that according to information held by our intelligence agencies, only 5 rare-grade forging items have appeared on Blue Star, and all of them have been used. Okay. Yang Ming had no choice but to give up. It seems that forging technology is really precious, even rarer than weapons. Thank you for your answer, Snow White. I have something to do, so I'll hang up now. You're welcome. Goodbye. After closing the chat page with Bai Xueji, Yang Ming opened the special store that came with his first SSS-level talent, Supreme Overlord, after a long absence. Since he couldn't buy what he wanted under normal circumstances, Yang Ming had no choice but to cheat. You can buy any items in the special store, which must include forging items. Entering the special store page, Yang Ming first saw that his current points were 1108.58 W. From the initial 1 point automatically increases every second, it has been upgraded to 3 points automatically increases every second. As the territory is upgraded, the rate of point growth is also accelerating. Let's search the forging manual first. Yang Ming thought as he started working. After entering the information, Yang Ming clicked search, and a dazzling list of items soon popped up. Intermediate Blacksmith Experience Manual, price, 50,000 points. Blacksmith Advanced Experience Manual, price, 2 million points. Blacksmith Special Experience Manual, price, 1,500 W points. Blacksmith's Top Experience Manual, price, 3,500 W points. Blacksmith God Level Experience Manual, price, 10.8 billion points. Oh my god, there are even God level ones. Yang Ming was very curious, so he opened the God Level Experience Manual of the blacksmith to check its detailed attributes. Could it be that this small divine experience manual could immediately cultivate a divine blacksmith? Chapter 175 Trade. Yang Ming checked its information curiously. Name, Blacksmith God Level Experience Manual. Quality, Mythical Level. Price, 10.8 billion points. Function, after use, a king-level blacksmith can ascend to the first level of godhood in one step and advance to a god-level blacksmith. Introduction, a mysterious ancient book left behind by the gods. After fully reading and understanding it, one can be directly deified. Wow, awesome. Yang Ming couldn't help but give a thumbs up. As expected of a special shop that comes with SSS-level talents, even this kind of stuff can be bought there. It's a pity that it's too expensive, ridiculously expensive. A full 10.8 billion points. Yang Ming didn't know how long he would have to stay in the 10,000 races battlefield to collect 10.8 billion points. At this stage, it is impossible for Yang Ming to get so many points. Helpless, Yang Ming had to continue searching for other items. After browsing for about 10 minutes, a forging item suddenly caught Yang Ming's interest. Name Forging Stone Tablet. Quality, Perfect Grade. Price, 328 W points. Function, allowing the blacksmith to touch the stone tablet can help him gain insights and experience, speed up his upgrade, and has a certain probability of awakening talents and skills related to forging. Restriction, each person can only have 1 enlightenment per day. Introduction, this is the painstaking work of the legendary forging master Si Mintu. Before his death, he sacrificed his soul to this stone tablet. Very good, let's choose it. Yang Ming immediately took a fancy to this forging stone tablet. Although it was a bit expensive, Yang Ming gritted his teeth and bought it. Dear Lord Yang Ming, congratulations on your successful purchase of a perfect grade item, forging steel. It has been sent to your warehouse. Please check it carefully. Your special store points decreased by 328 W. Originally, there were 1108.58 W points, but after purchasing the forging steel, only 780.58 W points were left. It is definitely worth it to use 12 days of idle time to buy a perfect item. In this way, China now has 3 perfect level items. Zanpakuto, Evil Spirit Fire Orb, and Forging Stone Tablet. Any one of these 3 items would cause a huge stir if it were to be circulated. After all, even the Americans who claim to be the best in the world cannot produce a perfect weapon. There are still 780.58 W points left in the special store. Yang Ming doesn't plan to use them recklessly anymore and will save them for now. Any items can be purchased in the special store. As long as the points are enough, Yang Ming can come to the special store for help no matter what problems he encounters in the future. You can buy any item, including intelligence, conceptual weapons, or even someone's life. Therefore, the special store can be said to be Yang Ming's trump card. Unless he encounters unsolvable difficulties, Yang Ming does not want to waste points indiscriminately. Yang Ming closed the special store and turned his attention back to reality. At this time, Yang Ming was still in the blacksmith shop in the industrial area and had not left. Cocolet was also staying by his side. Gave Cocolet the merrill ring that Snow White had just requested for him. Cocolet was no longer as shy as before. She looked at it with her big eyes for a while, then reached out to take the ring. Thank you, Lord. This ring suits me very well, and I like it very much. Cocolet thanked Yang Ming. After saying that, Cocolet put the ring on the index finger of her right hand. With the ring of Merrill, I believe that Cocolet's forging skills will be further improved in a short time. After Cocolet put on the ring, Yang Ming said to her, Coco, come with me for a moment. I want to place a forging stone tablet in the industrial area. Okay. Cocolet obediently followed Yang Ming out of the blacksmith shop. Yang Ming came to an open space in the industrial zone. It was located in a remote area, but it was spacious and had a good environment, making it the perfect place to place the forging stone tablet. Sensing Yang Ming's thoughts, the system immediately gave a prompt. Do you want to place the forging monument? Yes. Yang Ming nodded. Placement successful. A new level 5 building, the forging stone tablet, has been added to Huaxia City. Yang Ming's face was full of question marks. So this can also be considered a building? Of course, this is a good thing, because the more advanced buildings you have, the easier it is to upgrade your territory. After placing the forging steel, Yang Ming called all the blacksmiths in the industrial zone and introduced the function of the forging steel to them in detail. Everyone gathered around the forging stone tablet, looking at it curiously. This stone tablet is actually a perfect level building? Oh my god, this stone tablet was actually made by the legendary forging master. It's so amazing. With this stone tablet, I will be able to become an excellent blacksmith faster. When everyone learned the function of this stone tablet, they couldn't help but feel happy. With the help of the forging steel, I believe that it won't be long before Huaxia City will be able to cultivate a group of excellent blacksmiths. By then, Yang Ming's Huaxia City will become the world's largest arms exporting city. Half an hour later, Yang Ming left the blacksmith shop and walked around the farmland, livestock farm, commercial area, and other places. These places were all run very well, and Yang Ming didn't even have the chance to offer any suggestions. Therefore, Yang Ming only had one last thing left to do. That is, to engage in trade. Trade is a city's privilege and the fastest way to make money. Yang Ming opened the trade function. In an instant, the distribution of all urban forces within 1,000 kilometers appeared in front of him. Tindo Black Market, Evil God Altar, Eldora Kingdom, Star Spirit Forest, Black Wind Village, Qingfeng City. Just after opening the map, Yang Ming didn't have time to take a closer look when he heard the system prompt. New trade routes added. New trade assistance quest added. You can click on the basic information of each city to learn about the goods it needs most, and then send envoys to trade with it. Well, that's great. This way, I can better understand the strong and weak forces near Huaxia City. Yang Ming was very satisfied with this new feature. Of course, the most important thing is that you can make a lot of money through trade. No matter where you are, gold is always hard currency. Yang Ming clicked on Trade Mission. Trade Mission, trade with Qingfeng City. The region is in urgent need of a forging material, star ore. 1 star, or can be exchanged for 1 gold coin. Damn, is this how you make money? Yang Ming's eyes widened immediately. Star ore, a high-quality material, can only be produced in level 3 mines. At present, Huaxia City occupies 1 level 5 mining site, 7 level 4 mining sites, 28 level 3 mining sites, and 117 level 1 mining sites. There is as much star ore as you want. Yang Ming has it all. If star ore could be exchanged for gold, Huaxia City would definitely make a huge profit. Chapter 176 Tutoring. Yang Ming will definitely not miss any opportunity to make a fortune. Starting tomorrow, we will immediately send someone to negotiate a deal with Qingfeng City. Gold is never enough. Currently, the gold inventory in Huaxia City is negative because Yang Ming still owes Qiao Yao 10 tons of gold. If we don't find a way to increase the source of gold, this gap will never be filled. In addition to Qingfeng City, Yang Ming also plans to trade with other cities at the same time. So he checked other trade tasks. Trade mission, help build 1,539 small villas in the Star Forest. Trade mission, sell the superior weapon, Overlord Spear, to the Kingdom of Eldora. Trade mission, sell people, organs, and fresh blood to the Tiendo Black Market. Trade mission. Yang Ming saw that there were currently 15 trade tasks. Of course, other trade tasks might be refreshed in the future. Although there are 15 tasks, Yang Ming can only meet his needs for 5 of them. In other words, by tomorrow, Huaxia City can trade with up to 5 forces. Foreign trade has only benefits and no disadvantages for Huaxia City, so I have to set up a chamber of commerce. Yang Ming thought. If Yang Ming remembered correctly, some people in Huaxia City had awakened talents related to business. These businessmen just came in handy. Yang Ming was not good at setting up a chamber of commerce, so he called Carl and handed the matter over to him. As the Prime Minister of Huaxia City, Carl is very capable, and there has been no problem that he cannot solve so far. Carl came over quickly. After learning about Yang Ming's needs, he asked Yang Ming, Lord, you want to establish a chamber of commerce exclusive to Huaxia City, right? Specialized in Huaxia City's foreign trade. Yang Ming nodded and asked him, Yes, what do you suggest? Carl thought for a while and said, My lord, I know a very suitable candidate, Bill Gale. He has awakened 2 talents related to business. If he can be the president of the Chamber of Commerce, he will definitely be able to do it. Yang Ming nodded and said, Well, I believe you, go ahead. Carl was very happy to see that Yang Ming trusted him so much. Yes, sir. Carl saluted and then went to work in a hurry. 2 hours later, Carl's work was surprisingly effective. He quickly gathered a large number of businessmen who had awakened relevant talents and established a Chamber of Commerce. The prototype of the Chamber of Commerce has begun to take shape. At the same time, Carl also told the merchants 5 tasks. Tomorrow, these merchants will go to other cities to conduct trade accompanied by warriors. After finishing all this, it was already very late, so Yang Ming planned to return to the Lord's mansion to rest. As usual, Lilith and Lilia had been waiting for Yang Ming in the Lord's mansion for a long time. But compared to usual, there was one more girl in the Lord's mansion, a little lowly with white hair and white pupils. Lord, welcome home. The white-haired little lowly bowed. Coco, when did you come? Yang Ming looked at Cocolet and asked. Cocolet thought Yang Ming had forgotten about the tutoring, so she quickly explained. I came right after work. Lord, don't forget you promised to tutor me in physics for an hour in the evening. Yeah, of course I didn't forget. Yang Ming pointed at the table and said to Cocolet, Sit down first. I'll help you with your studies after dinner. Yeah. Cocolet sat down at the table obediently. At this time, Lilith came out of the kitchen and asked them, My lord, and Coco, what would you like to eat tonight? Yang Ming thought about it seriously and asked, Perfect grade exotic beast meat. Can you cook it now? Hearing this, Lilith suddenly became excited and nodded. Well, of course. The higher the quality of the ingredients you cook, the faster Lilith and Lilia will level up. Then you and Lilia should start cooking the first kind of exotic beast meat from tonight, Yang Ming said. Okay, my lord, please wait a moment. Cooking perfect grade exotic beast meat is by no means an easy task. Even if Lilith and Lilia work together, it still takes a lot of effort. This was also the first time Yang Ming ate perfect grade exotic beast meat. Eating exotic beast meat is similar to taking elixirs. If your physical condition and combat power cannot keep up, eating meat of too high a quality will only backfire. Just as Yang Ming and Cocolet were waiting for the food to be served, a familiar voice came to their ears. Hey, Yang Ming. Crystal green light flickered, and Xiao Yao appeared in the living room holding a magic wand. It's so late. Aren't you going back to the Star Spirit Forest? Yang Ming looked at Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao changed into a new dress, a purple dress with a rounded chest line and a slender waist, which made her look even more beautiful. As expected, Su Shangyao was right. Purple is more charming. Xiao Yao hummed a ballad, came to the table, sat down next to Cocolet, and then spoke. Don't worry, I bought a lot of things in your city today, and I have something I want to discuss with you. Yang Ming asked tentatively. You want me to send someone to help you build a house in the Star Forest? How do you know? Xiao Yao opened her big watery eyes and looked at Yang Ming in confusion. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't tell her about the trade function, so he just made up an excuse. I guessed it. I think you mentioned before that the living conditions in the Star Forest are bad, and you have to hide in tree holes every time it rains. Xiao Yao counted on her fingers and said softly, Then give me a price. How much would it cost to build a house for me? I want to build 1,539 small villas. Yang Ming thought carefully for a while and gave a price. One building costs 100,000 gold coins, which can be offset with your passbook balance. Only 100,000 gold coins? Xiao Yao shrugged it off. She, already a wealthy woman, waved her hand generously and said, I'll add 150,000 gold coins to build a small villa and decorate it better. Money wasn't a problem for Xiao Yao. What if the money in her bank book ran out? She could just spend 2 days gathering some of the crops and fruits that were everywhere in the Xingling forest and trade them with Yang Ming. Yang Ming naturally would not refuse and said with a smile, Sure, I'll send workers to the Star Spirit Forest to help you build a house tomorrow. Xiao Yao nodded. Chapter 177, China-US Cold War. My lord, dinner is ready. Lilith placed a plate of perfectly presented fried, crispy meat on the dining table, and the aroma immediately filled the air. Wow, it smells so good. Cocolet stared at the plate of crispy fried meat that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, her mouth almost watering. The delicacies made with perfect-grade exotic beast meat, even without any seasoning, just boiled in water for half an hour, are more delicious than all the state banquets on Blue Star, not to mention that they are cooked by Lilith herself. Of course, today's dinner couldn't just be a plate of fried crispy pork. Not long after, Lilith and Lilia brought out several more dishes until the entire table was filled with all kinds of delicious food. Of course, there was also fine wine. Considering that they were all girls, Yang Ming specially took out several bottles of wine, all of which were made from high-quality luminous grapes and were more suitable for girls to drink. Lilith, Lilia, please sit down and eat with us, Yang Ming said to them. Okay, thank you, Lord. The two sisters bowed to Yang Ming and then sat on the two empty seats in front of the table. Compared to the two reserved sisters, Xiao Yao seemed much more polite. She asked Yang Ming, you don't mind if I have a free meal? Yang Ming immediately responded, of course I don't mind. You are always welcome to eat. Then I won't be polite. In fact, Xiao Yao's gluttony had been stirring for a long time, not to mention that there was a whole honey chicken in front of her. Xiao Yao broke off a quarter of the fragrant honey chicken. Her right fingers flashed with a crystal green light, and then she lightly tapped the honey chicken, and then all the chicken bones fell off. The first time Yang Ming had seen such a novel way of peeling bones. But he was a little hungry, and his mind was quickly attracted by the delicious food on the table. He stretched out his chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat, and started eating. I'm starting to eat. Seeing Yang Ming pick up his chopsticks, Lilith, Lilia, and Cocolet couldn't wait to start eating. Wow, what delicious fish-flavored shredded pork. Great, Sister Lilith. The fried crispy pork you made is simply perfect. Hee, if it tastes good, eat more. Beef and vegetable soup is good too, but why do I feel like the vegetables are even better than the beef? Of course, the vegetables are from the Star Spirit Forest and are of rare quality. On the other hand, the beef is of excellent quality. It's delicious. I'll eat more. Half an hour later, dinner ended in a happy atmosphere. Xiao Yao patted her belly and thought it would be nice if she could come here for meals every day. My lord, it's time to tutor me in physics. As soon as she finished her meal, Cocolet couldn't wait to come to Yang Ming with the physics book for the first semester of 9th grade. Well, sit next to me. Yang Ming made room for her. Cocolet sat down beside him obediently, pen in hand, and flipped to page 32 of the physics textbook. She pointed to the title and said, My lord, I want to learn about circuits and electric currents. Okay, I'll try my best to explain it to you, Yang Ming said. The 9th grade physics knowledge points are not difficult for Yang Ming, as long as he has hands. To learn about circuits, we first need to understand the two types of electric charges, positive and negative. Secondly, you need to understand the relationship between circuits and current. Current only flows when the circuit is closed. And most importantly, the principle of power generation. This is key knowledge. Yang Ming spoke very seriously and Cocolet also listened very attentively, just like the readers in front of the screen who were studying seriously. During this period, Lilith, Lilia, and Xiao Yao all came over out of curiosity to listen to the lecture, but unfortunately they didn't understand anything and it ended up in nothing. It was not until 10:30 in the evening, after the tutoring ended, that Cocolet and others left the Lord's mansion one after another. After sending them away, Yang Ming took a hot bath and then went to bed to rest. There are still many things to do tomorrow, so I have to go to bed early. Besides, staying up late is a very bad habit and can easily lead to baldness. For the next half-month, Yang Ming focused all his attention on building Huaxia City. Unless it is absolutely necessary, Yang Ming has no plans to expand or occupy new lands. The most urgent task is to lead Huaxia City to the peak of the Steam Age. Similarly, other countries on Blue Star also tacitly stopped the war and all focused on developing and managing their own territories. The current world situation is somewhat similar to the Cold War period. Of course, it is not a Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union, but a Cold War between China and the United States. Although NATO, led by the United States, failed and withdrew its troops in the last round of Sino-US game, the United States was not discouraged. Instead, it stepped up its efforts to win over countries around the world to join NATO. In order to deal with this action of the United States, China adopted a tit-for-tat policy and created a new international organization, the Huaxia Alliance. In the early days of the Huaxia Alliance, very few member states agreed to join. Currently, only 7 countries are willing to join, namely Pakistan, France, Saudi Arabia, Myanmar, and Ulung. Compared with the powerful NATO, the Huaxiao alliance appears to be relatively weak. But with Yang Ming in the picture, the Huaxiao alliance cannot be weak. After all, the first city in the Blue Star region was built by Yang Ming, and it even broke a record that had been sealed in the Milky Way for 1,000 years. Although China and the United States have reached a truce on the surface, a new round of life and death game has already begun in secret. NATO led by the United States versus the Huaxiao alliance led by China. At present, there are more than 100 countries that have not joined NATO or the Huaxiao alliance, and they are all in a wait-and-see state. This situation lasted for half a month. Time flies, and half a month has passed. During this period, Yang Ming focused all his energy on building Huaxiao City. Huaxiao City has also undergone great changes as a result. Unconsciously, I have been in the battlefield of all races for 70 days, and even winter is almost here. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Yang Ming got up as usual. As soon as he opened the window, he felt a cool breeze blowing. It is October now, late autumn. In another month or two, winter will be here. The battlefield of all races is different from the winter in the real world. Not only is the climate extremely cold, with temperatures as low as -70 degrees Celsius, but there are even tall and ferocious snow monsters. Of course, the most terrifying thing is that in winter, it is said that there will be snow girls who specialize in sucking men's yang energy. It seems that we need to quickly start the second industrial revolution. With electricity, we can solve the problem of keeping warm in Huaxiao City to a large extent. After thinking of a plan, Yang Ming walked out of the Lord's mansion. Looking out at the panoramic view of Huaxiao City from the Lord's mansion, you can see a thriving steam city coming into view. The extensive cement roads connect every area of Huaxiao City. One steam car after another was running all over the city. Residents have long been accustomed to cars, and many have even bought one of their own. The traditional ancient looms have also been eliminated, and the weaving tools used by women who are now responsible for weaving clothes are all templates of the Jenny loom. Factories can be seen everywhere. In addition to industrial areas, sewage treatment plants and garbage incineration sites have also been built in residential areas. There are also many food processing factories in commercial areas, all of which use steam engines as power. In addition, outside Huaxiao City, within a radius of 200 kilometers, railways and cement roads have been built one after another, connecting all the resource fields. Woo woo woo. From time to time, steam trains can be seen running along, accompanied by eruptions of black smoke. Relying on steam locomotives and steam cars, a large amount of resources were transported to Huaxiao City and then handed over to Zhou Mingrui for distribution and processing, and all were invested in infrastructure. The peak of the steam age finally arrived at this moment. Chapter 178, Internal Combustion Engine. After eating the breakfast carefully prepared by Lilia, Yang Ming left the Lord's mansion and started working. Although Huaxiao City has entered the peak of the steam age and has mastered various steam technologies, this does not mean that it can stop its development. Yang Ming came to an undeveloped area in the north of Huaxiao City. At this time, a large number of workers are working in this newly developed area. Greetings, Lord. When the workers saw Yang Ming, they all bowed and greeted him. Zhou Mingrui was directing the workers to work. When he heard that Yang Ming had arrived, he immediately ran out to greet him. My lord, how come you have time to come here today? Zhou Mingrui asked respectfully. Yang Ming inspected the area and then said, Of course I'm here to supervise you. It's been almost 5 days. Why isn't the power station finished yet? That's right, this newly developed area under your feet is used to build a power station. Hearing this, Zhou Mingrui showed a very embarrassed expression and explained in a panic. My lord, I can't help it. None of the workers, including me, have ever heard of a power station. We know nothing about circuits, currents, transformers, and the like. That's why the construction is so slow. It is actually not difficult to build a power station. Common power stations include wind power stations, hydropower stations, and thermal power stations. Among them, the most widely used is hydroelectric power station. In fact, as long as you have learned the relevant knowledge points, building a power station is not difficult. In the real world, there have been many folk masters in rural areas who built a small dam power station in the river near their homes. The reason why Zhou Mingrui found it difficult was simply because he didn't even know what electric current was. Yang Ming patted his shoulder and kindly reminded him. Zhou Mingrui, if you have time, go to the library and learn some physics. Otherwise, you may not be able to be the architectural director of Huaxia City in the future. During this period, in order to improve the cultural knowledge of Huaxia City, Yang Ming continued to buy new books to expand the library's stock and even recruited some teachers and opened several classrooms specifically for teaching in the library. Studying in the library is free of charge, including borrowing books, attending classes, reading, and writing. Hearing Yang Ming's words, Zhou Mingrui trembled and quickly assured, "My lord, I will definitely listen carefully to your advice and study harder." Yang Ming shook his head and whispered, "Talk alone is useless. I want to see a completed power station within 5 days. I promise to complete the task." Zhou Mingrui gritted his teeth and agreed. "Go ahead." "Yes." In order to keep his iron rice bowl, Zhou Mingrui immediately turned around and continued to work. In fact, Yang Ming didn't want to be so strict, but there was no other way. It was already October and winter was coming. How could he not speed up? City would have frozen to death in the winter. As long as there is electricity supply, there will be more ways to heat, such as floor heating, heaters, and electric blankets. The power station has already started construction, but I don't know if Coco has figured out the internal combustion engine. Yang Ming thought. The importance of the internal combustion engine may even be higher than that of the power station. The internal combustion engine, a power machine, is a pinnacle of human industrial design that is ingenious. Compared with the steam engine, the internal combustion engine is undoubtedly a great improvement. The biggest difference between the two is what they burn. The steam engine burns boiling water, while the internal combustion engine burns oil. How important is oil? This needs no explanation. In the real world, the United States has launched more than 1 or 2 wars to compete for oil. Wherever there is oil, there are U.S. troops. Therefore, the famous saying, "Where there is oil, mold is likely to grow," was born. Nodding yes and shaking head no. Oil is discovered go-go. However, fortunately, this is the battlefield of all races, and the oil resources are very rich. As long as you look carefully, you can find the oil field. With oil, internal combustion engines, and power stations, isn't the second industrial revolution coming? So, Yang Ming came to the industrial zone again. Over the past half-month, thanks to Yang Ming's crazy tutoring, Cocolet has finished learning all the junior high school physics. With her current knowledge of physics, she can at least get an A+ in physics when she takes the high school entrance exam. Oh, by the way, while studying physics, Cocolet also learned elementary school mathematics. Sizzle. At this time, in the blacksmith shop, Cocolet was tinkering with a brand new piece of iron. This lump of iron is the prototype of the internal combustion engine. If the internal combustion engine can replace the steam engine, then the transportation efficiency of Huaxia City can be greatly improved. "Coco, how is your research going?" Yang Ming walked into the blacksmith shop, came to Cocolet, and asked her. "We're almost there, and the internal combustion engine will be ready." Cocolet didn't even bother to look up at Yang Ming. All her attention was focused on the internal combustion engine. Hearing her say this, Yang Ming couldn't help but become nervous. Because the application of internal combustion engines and electricity are the two most important things in entering the second industrial revolution. So, Yang Ming stopped disturbing her and stood beside Cocolet, watching her build the first internal combustion engine in Huaxia City with her own hands. "My lord, can you help me get that big pliers?" "Yeah, that's right. Pinch this area and twist it hard to the left. And here, assemble the parts, and the main body of the internal combustion engine will be ready. The last step is to put them together and turn them with gears." When Yang Ming put the last 2 parts of the internal combustion engine together, he heard a clang sound. Success. Done. Hearing the sound, Cocolet jumped up with joy. A complete internal combustion engine was born in this way. Even though her face was covered with dust and black oil, it was difficult to hide her excitement. Cocolet made the first internal combustion engine in Huaxia City. This achievement made her feel an incomparable sense of pride and accomplishment. It's actually of excellent quality. Yang Ming was also very excited. He looked down at the internal combustion engine on the table. Name: internal combustion engine, engine. Quality, excellent grade. Function, generates huge force and energy. Introduction, by burning gasoline, it burns inside the machine and the heat energy released is directly converted into power. Times more powerful than the steam engine. The power of burning gasoline is naturally much greater than that of boiling water. Compared with steam engines, internal combustion engines have the advantages of low fuel consumption, low cost, wide power range, and simple operation. Of course, the biggest advantage is that it is fast. The faster it turns, the more efficient the work will be. How about it, Lord? Am I awesome? Cocolet raised her head proudly, just like a kindergarten kid waiting for praise from the teacher. Well, Kiki, you are the best. Yang Ming rubbed her little head. With the model of the first internal combustion engine and the experience gained, it will be much easier to make the second and third internal combustion engines. All things are difficult at the beginning, but once you take the first step, the rest will become easy. I believe that it won't be long before internal combustion engines can be mass-produced. By then, all steam engines in Huaxia City will be eliminated and replaced by internal combustion engines. Chapter 179, Recruiting People. Cocolet walked out of the blacksmith shop, took the finished internal combustion engine, and walked into a factory in the industrial area that specialized in producing steam engines. With the internal combustion engine, the steam engine could be discontinued. As soon as they entered the factory, Cocolet called the workers together and said, "Stop, everyone stop what you are doing, gather around, and listen to me." Cocolet was the highest person in charge of the industrial zone, and no one dared to disobey her, so the workers gathered around her. Cocolet continued, "Starting today, we will stop producing steam engines and use a more efficient tool. From now on, this factory will be used exclusively to produce internal combustion engines. I will explain in detail what an internal combustion engine is and how to make one." Placing the internal combustion engine on the table, Cocolet began to explain to the workers how to make the internal combustion engine. In fact, the appearance of internal combustion engines and steam engines are very similar, and their structures are not much different, so it is easy for workers to understand them. With the experience and knowledge they had accumulated from building steam engines, they should be able to learn how to make internal combustion engines quickly. An hour later, Cocolet finished. The workers also understood the definition, purpose, and manufacturing methods of internal combustion engines, so the factory began to mass-produce internal combustion engines. I believe that before long, all the cars, trucks, and trains in Huaxia City will be equipped with the latest internal combustion engines. By then, the second industrial revolution will begin. Ding! Your friend Snow White sent you a message. As soon as he left the industrial area, Yang Ming heard the system prompt sound. Why is Snow White suddenly free to look for me? Although Yang Ming was puzzled, he still opened the friend chat page. Bai Shueji hasn't contacted Yang Ming for a long time. This is the first time Bai Shueji has sent a message to Yang Ming in half a month. What's wrong, Snow White? Did something big happen again? Yang Ming knew that since Snow White came to see him, something big must have happened. Snow White sent a message. Yang Ming, do you remember what I told you about the Huaxia Alliance? Huaxia Alliance? Yang Ming did not forget this, because it was he who proposed this idea. However, Yang Ming was too busy to develop the Huaxia Alliance, so he had to become a hands-off boss. What happened to the Huaxia Alliance? Yang Ming asked back. Yang Ming is still very concerned about this issue, because he also hopes to see the Huaxia Alliance grow stronger, defeat NATO, and become the world's largest international organization. Snow White sighed and typed another message. During this period, although we have been trying every possible way to get other countries to join the Huaxia Alliance, there are very few people willing to join. So, Yu Zhengzhong asked me to ask you, is it possible to use your name to persuade other countries to join the Huaxia Alliance? In fact, Yang Ming didn't want to refuse. If we can really get other countries to join the Huaxia Alliance, that would definitely be a good thing. But Yang Ming doesn't think that his face plays such a big role. If there are no practical benefits, other countries will definitely not agree to join the Huaxia Alliance. There is no need to think about it. Oh right. At this time, Yang Ming remembered the large amount of perfect-grade exotic beast meat stored in the granary. There's no need to elaborate on the usefulness of perfect-grade exotic beast meat. And the worst thing is that, at present, in the entire Blue Star, except Yang Ming, no one can hunt perfect-level monsters. What Huaxia City lacks the least is exotic beast meat, and it is high-quality exotic beast meat. As long as Yang Ming is willing, he can hunt 2 to 3 perfect-level monsters a day. Send a message to Bai Shueji. Snow White, I have an idea. I hope you can tell General Yu. What's your idea? Just tell me. Snow White replied. The corners of Yang Ming's mouth rose slightly, and he said confidently, Tell General Yu to issue a notice telling all countries in the world that as long as they join the Huaxia Alliance, they will have the right to purchase perfect-grade exotic beast meat. Each country can purchase at least 1,000 kilograms of perfect-grade exotic beast meat every month. Snow White was shocked when she saw the news. After a long time, Snow White finally recovered from her shock and asked hurriedly, What? Yang Ming, you're not kidding, are you? You want to sell perfect-grade exotic beast meat? White knew only too well how important perfect-grade exotic beast meat was. A perfect-grade exotic beast meat can increase the user's combat power by 150 to 250 points. Of course, the extent of the increase in strength depends on personal qualifications. Each person can eat up to 5 kinds of perfect-grade exotic beast meat to increase combat power. If you eat 5 kinds of perfect-level exotic beast meat, you can increase your combat power by 750 to 1250 points. What does 1250 combat power points mean? In today's world, the strongest lord in the United States has a combat power value of 1480 points. The combat power values of China's 5 generals are generally between 1270 and 1410. Almost everyone's combat power is stuck at 1400 plus. The reason for this situation is that, firstly, it is really difficult to improve combat power. Secondly, the combat power of perfect level monsters is generally around 5,000, and no one can hunt them except Yang Ming. Thirdly, the inheritance mission is even more difficult than hunting perfect level monsters. Some people may ask, isn't 1400 plus points too low? Is it really that difficult to increase? It's really difficult, because humans with a combat power of 1,400 points are no longer ordinary people. They can cross more than 100 meters in 1 second, and the strength of one arm can reach more than 10,000 kilograms. After activating extraordinary powers, they can withstand nuclear bombs, tear apart nuclear submarines with their bare hands, and blow up fifth-generation aircraft. Chapter 180 Gift of Perfect Grade Exotic Beast Meat. Bai Xueji once suspected that Yang Ming had made a typo, so she asked again, Yang Ming, are you really serious? Are you sure you want to sell perfect grade exotic beast meat? If perfect grade exotic beast meat were to start being sold in the trading market on Blue Star, it would be no exaggeration to say that the entire balance of combat power on Blue Star would soon be broken. Whichever country can buy up perfect grade exotic beast meat will see its military strength grow by leaps and bounds. I'm sure, Yang Ming repeated again. As long as this news is released, there will definitely be many countries begging to join the Huaxiao Alliance. No country can resist the temptation of perfect exotic beast meat. I believe that before long, the overall strength of the Huaxiao Alliance will be able to increase rapidly, and surpassing NATO in a short period of time will not be a dream. Snow White thought and thought, hesitant to speak, and finally couldn't help typing. Yang Ming, I know you're doing this for the Huaxiao Alliance, but our country's lords are also in dire need of perfect grade exotic beast meat. There's a saying, good things should be kept within the family. Instead of selling it to other countries, we'd better consume it internally. Of course, I'll pay you for it. Yang Ming shook his head and said, sell it to my own people? No, forget it, I won't sell it. Seeing these words, Bai Xueji's face became extremely ugly. She couldn't understand why Yang Ming would say such a thing. Could it be? At this moment, a very absurd and bad idea appeared in Snow White's mind. Could it be that the Americans have secretly tried to win over Yang Ming and offered him extremely tempting benefits and treatment, making it impossible for Yang Ming to refuse the temptation, so he has begun to turn to the United States. Just as Bai Xueji was daydreaming, Yang Ming sent a message. We're all family now, how can we sell them off? Why not just give them away? Bai Xueji, tell General Yu to count how many talented people we have in China, the kind with the potential to build an entire city. I promise to provide them with enough perfect-grade exotic beast meat, free of charge. In the past half-month, Yang Ming occasionally went out to hunt for perfect-grade exotic beast meat, causing the granary to be almost full. Free of charge. Snow White was stunned. Yeah, I don't lack this little bit of supplies. My granary is almost filled with 300 tons of perfect-grade exotic beast meat. Otherwise, why do you think I would sell perfect-grade exotic beast meat to other countries? It's because I can't hold it anymore. Yang Ming's face was full of the word indifference. There are at least 300 tons of perfect-grade exotic beast meat stored in the granary of Huaxia City, so Yang Ming really has no shortage of it. Because a perfect-level monster is so huge, some are more than 20 meters tall, and some are even more than 40 meters tall. Most perfect-level monsters weigh at least 5 tons. Of course, there are also normal-sized ones, 2 or 3 meters tall, but their number is very small. Only then did Bai Xueji realize that she had misunderstood Yang Ming. When she thought about her doubts about Yang Ming just now, she felt ashamed. Yang Ming, I'm sorry. Yang Ming, thank you. Bai Xueji's voice was a little choked. Yang Ming touched his nose and typed. Why are you saying thank you to me? There's no need. Don't forget, I'm also a member of China. I'm just doing what a Chinese child should do. Thank you, Yang Ming. It's great to have you. Oh, stop being sentimental. Hurry up and inform General Yu so I can send you the perfect-grade exotic beast meat as soon as possible. Okay. Well, bye. After closing the chat page, Yang Ming went to the granary in Huaxia City. The granary is built inside the military area and is very safe. It has layer upon layer of defense measures. Generally, no one can get their hands on it. The protection work of each granary was done perfectly, so the food inside was well preserved. Some are dedicated to storing rice, some are dedicated to storing dry food, some are dedicated to storing processed food, and some are dedicated to storing exotic animal meat. The higher the quality of the exotic animal meat, the longer its shelf life. For example, the meat of a perfect-grade exotic beast will still be very fresh even after being stored for a month, and it will take at least 3 months for it to start to rot. Yang Ming came to the granary where the meat of exotic animals was stored. The two soldiers with a combat power of around 350 points were in charge of guarding this place. When they saw Yang Ming coming, they immediately saluted and said, "Hello, Lord." The loyalty of these two fighters is above 95 points, and they are trustworthy. After all, the importance of the granary is unquestionable, and people with loyalty below 95 points are not qualified to approach here. "Well, open the granary. I want to go in and take a look," Yang Ming said. "Yes, sir." They both answered at the same time. With the sound of clicking, the door of the granary where the exotic beast meat was stored was opened. When Yang Ming walked in, he immediately saw a space as large as a basketball court. Inside the granary, the ground was covered with piles of strange beast carcasses. There was a whole demon wolf, the large legs of a sky-horned blue ox, the head of a Kanglan tiger, the wings of a two-winged flying dragon, and half the body of a wild flame three-striped bird. Yes, they are all well preserved. Just counting the perfect grade exotic beast meat, there are at least 700 tons of them stored. That's right, Yang Ming lied to Bai Shueji just now. In fact, he had not only 300 tons of perfect grade exotic beast meat, but more than 700 tons. If Yang Ming works harder, it won't be a dream to stockpile 1,000 tons. The reason why Yang Ming came here was to wait for news from Bai Shueji. About 20 minutes later, Snow White sent a message. "Yang Ming, I've already informed General Yu. After a discussion among the generals, they've determined that 32 individuals are qualified to upgrade their territories to cities." "Well, 32 people, right? I will send the supplies to him right away," Yang Ming said. In fact, Yang Ming could have discussed it directly with Yu Xingzhong, but he preferred to communicate with people of his age. It would be the same if he told Bai Shueji anyway. Of course, the most important thing is that Yang Ming does not want to get involved in political struggles and does not want to get involved in politics too early. He just wants to farm well now. The old man, the commander, had obviously taken this into consideration, which is why he ordered Bai Shueji to always act as Yang Ming's operator. "Where's your name? Aren't you on the list?" Yang Ming took a look at the list, but did not find Bai Shueji's name. Snow White smiled helplessly and said, "Me? My current combat power is only 398, and I haven't even realized the transcendence yet. How could I be on the list?" Yang Ming didn't care and said to himself, "Add your name and say it was my personal request." Okay. Snow White felt touched. Afterwards, Yang Ming sent the perfect grade exotic beast meat to the treasury of the Chinese base camp. The share was divided among 33 people, with each person receiving 5 types of perfect grade exotic beast meat, and 500 kilograms of each type of exotic beast meat. As long as they eat the meat of these exotic beasts, their strength will increase rapidly until they are able to attack the 5th-level resource fields. Chapter 181. Many countries apply to join the Huaxiao Alliance. Around 11 o'clock in the morning, Yu Xingzhong opened the Blue Star chat channel for the first time in a long time and posted a message using his own account. Yu Xingzhong not only has a high status in China, but also has great prestige internationally, so as soon as he appeared, a group of people quickly came to watch. "Hello, friends from Blue Star. I'm Yu Xingzhong from Huaxia. Today, on behalf of the Huaxiao Alliance, I'm making an announcement. Starting today, every country that joins the Huaxiao Alliance can purchase at least 1,000 kilograms of perfect-grade exotic beast meat from Yang Ming every month. There's no limit on the number of participants. Everyone is welcome to join the Huaxiao Alliance." When Yu Xingzhong announced the news in front of the whole world, the entire chat channel exploded for a moment. Like mushrooms after rain, a large number of comments kept popping up, and the chat page was almost flooded. "What? Perfect-grade exotic beast meat? No way. You can actually buy perfect-grade exotic beast meat? Oh my god. Has China become so powerful? Can it even hunt down perfect-level monsters? What does it mean that I can buy at least 1,000 kilograms? Is there any way to buy more meat? Damn it. I can't stand this temptation anymore. I'm the representative of Italy. I've decided to completely withdraw from NATO and apply to join the Huaxiao Alliance. And we, the Philippines, also hope to return to China's embrace and become a vassal state of China." "Me too. Fuck. Those 3 country representatives upstairs are so stupid, aren't they? You just believe everything they say. What if the Chinese are lying? To be honest, I don't believe China can produce so much perfect-grade exotic beast meat. Yes, hunting perfect-level monsters is too difficult. The combat power of perfect-level monsters has basically exceeded 5,000. Even the strongest lord in the United States has to avoid them. That's right, the Chinese are definitely lying, specifically trying to trick people into joining their alliance." Yu Xingzhong's speech sparked discussions around the world. Some people greatly appreciated it, while others were skeptical, So the arguments between the two sides became increasingly fierce, until a statement came out, which broke all the doubts. Stop arguing. What the Chinese say is true. If you don't believe me, just open the trading area and search for Yang Ming. Then check out his stall and you'll see he has a lot of perfect-grade exotic beast meat on sale. What? Yang Ming has put a lot of perfect-grade exotic beast meat on the trading platform? Upon hearing the news, everyone rushed to the trading area. Just as the statement said, Yang Ming did put a lot of perfect-grade exotic beast meat on the trading area. Yang Ming put a total of 5 kinds of perfect-grade exotic beast meat on the shelves, each weighing about 200,000 kilograms. Not surprisingly, when the facts appeared before the world, another group of American lackeys began to break down their defenses and tried to distort the facts. I can't accept this. How can the Chinese sell so much perfect-grade exotic beast meat? They must be cheating or using some ulterior motive. The perfect-grade exotic beast meat that the Americans have tried so hard to obtain is now being sold by the Chinese like cabbage on the street. How can they not be devastated? The reason why Yang Ming dared to put the product on the shelves openly was because he had carefully set the purchase conditions in advance. Only members of the Huaxiao Alliance are eligible to purchase, and the purchase limit for each country is 1,000 kilograms per month. Therefore, those who came here for the sake of reputation could only watch and drool over the perfect-grade exotic beast meat, but they had no way of buying it from Yang Ming. Those who couldn't buy perfect-grade exotic beast meat could only run back to the chat channel and wail. I'm throwing up. Our country doesn't have diplomatic relations with China, so I can't buy it. The opportunity to turn my life around was right in front of me, but I couldn't seize it. It's so abominable. No more words. I strongly request that my country join the Huaxiao Alliance. For the sake of perfect-grade exotic beast meat, our country has also decided to establish diplomatic relations with China. Huh? Really? You can't even buy Yang Ming's perfect-grade exotic beast meat. How pitiful. Hee. The guy above, it sounds like you can buy it? Of course I am. I'm French. If you don't believe me, just look at the message. Frenzy Flame 3-striped sparrow tenderloin. Perfect grade, 20 caddies. I've already sent the message. The system can't possibly be fake, right? Fuck, brother, you actually bought it? Of course. Our country of France has long since joined the Huaxiao Alliance, and our country's monthly purchase limit is 15,000 kilograms. Awesome. I envy you guys so much. This wave of speeches by the French had a very good publicity effect. Not long after, people from Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Along and other countries also posted photos of the perfect-grade exotic animal meat they bought from Yang Ming. Abyssal ancient dragon leg meat, perfect grade, 25 caddies. Wind-controlling roc's wings, perfect grade, 30 caddies. Two-headed lion tiger rib meat, perfect grade, 20 kilograms. More and more perfect-grade exotic beast meat was exposed by the member states of the Huaxiao Alliance. Other countries were jealous. I can't stand it anymore. On behalf of my country, I apply to join the Huaxiao Alliance. We want to join in too. If our country's leaders don't agree, FARC, then I'll change my nationality. Being friendly with Huaxia is the right choice. Let us join the great Huaxiao Alliance together. Long live the Huaxiao Alliance, long live. It has to be said that under the temptation of perfect-grade exotic beast meat, the reputation of the Huaxiao Alliance was completely spread. On that day, more than 20 countries applied to join the Huaxiao Alliance. Among them, there are even the names of Australia and South Vietnam. How dare these two ambitious guys apply to join the Huaxiao Alliance? When Yu Xingzhong saw Australia and South Vietnam on the application list, his face changed on the spot. These two countries are usually the most active in discrediting China. Haha. Even at this time, the United States is still thinking of playing dirty tricks. It's really a dog that won't stop eating shit. Yu Xingzhong snorted coldly. Immediately afterwards, Yu Xingzhong rejected the applications of Australia and South Vietnam to join the alliance. There is no need to think too much. These two countries must have been sent by the United States to cause trouble. Yu Xingzhong naturally wouldn't let two pieces of rat shit in. Of course, apart from Australia and South Vietnam, Yu Xingzhong would not allow other countries to come in at will. If you want to join the Huaxiao Alliance, you must sign an agreement. As for the content of the agreement, it is of course beneficial to China. As long as the agreement is signed, they will become China's younger brothers in the future. If the eldest brother tells them to go west, they dare not go east. If the eldest brother wants to smoke, they have to help light it. Of course, while the eldest brother was enjoying the delicious food and drinking the spicy drinks, he did not forget to give his younger brothers some soup. In this way, both parties feel that they have benefited and are happy. Within one day, the Huaxiao Alliance, which originally had only 8 member states, including Huaxia, suddenly increased to 31 member states, more than tripling its number. Those newly joined member states also bought Yang Ming's perfect-grade exotic beast meat as they wished. Of course, it was not free. Yang Ming sold it to them at a price twice as high as the market price. Even though the price is twice as high as the market price, people from other countries still rush to buy it, and after buying it they shout that they have made a profit. Chapter 182 NATO Meeting. The battlefield of all races, the U.S. base camp. In a conference room, Thor, the most powerful lord of the United States, was the representative sitting in the main seat. In addition, representatives from almost all NATO member states were also present. Today's NATO meeting was convened urgently by the United States. The U.S. is the boss of NATO. Once the boss has spoken, how dare the other members say no? Therefore, most of them came to attend the meeting. Representatives from 8 member states have not arrived yet. Thor sat in the main seat and scanned the entire audience. During this period, NATO has been expanding its military and frantically trying to win over other countries to join the alliance. As a result, NATO's member states increased from 32 to 48 at one point. However, just today, when Yu Xingzhong of China made those remarks and Yang Ming also put 10 million kilograms of perfect-grade exotic beast meat on the shelves in the trading area, the situation instantly became one-sided. Just now, Thor received information that several member states were withdrawing from NATO. Thor knew without thinking that these member states that withdrew from NATO must have been poached by the Huaxiao alliance. After all, who can resist the temptation of perfect exotic beast meat? As long as you eat 5 kinds of perfect-level exotic beast meat in sufficient quantities and have high personal qualifications, you can increase your combat power by 750 to 1250 points. Yang Ming, you have given me so many surprises. Thor suddenly sighed. Thor had already guessed that those perfect-level exotic beasts being sold in the trading area must have been hunted by Yang Ming. Apart from Yang Ming, who else in the entire blue planet has the ability to hunt perfect-level monsters? Take Thor for example. Even though he is the strongest lord in the United States and his combat power is as high as 1380, he dare not provoke the perfect-level monster. If Thor encounters a perfect-level monster in the wild, the only thing he can do is run as fast as possible. The faster the better. If he runs too slowly, he will become food for the perfect-level monster. Oh, it would be great if I could also eat perfect-grade exotic beast meat. Thor sighed in his heart. With Thor's qualifications, he believed that as long as he ate enough of the 5 perfect-level exotic beast meats, his combat power value would exceed 2,500 points. By then, Thor will have the confidence to challenge the perfect-level monsters, occupy the level 5 resource fields, and finally upgrade the territory to a city. Unfortunately, there is no if. Thor couldn't get the perfect-grade exotic beast meat. Even if he shamelessly went to China to buy it privately, he would be rejected. Just as Thor was lost in thought, a voice woke him up. Lord Thor, why did you call us to this meeting? Thor came back to his senses, coughed lightly, and then focused his attention on the meeting. After adjusting his sitting posture slightly, Thor slowly said, "Everyone, what do you think of the Huaxiao Alliance's statement and actions today?" The atmosphere in the whole venue suddenly stagnated. This question really stumped everyone. In fact, everyone knows the answer, which is that the benefits of the Huaxiao Alliance are too damn good. However, who would dare to say this in front of Thor? I think the Huaxiao Alliance is pretty good. I don't know how long it took, but a weak voice sounded. Encouraged by this voice, others also expressed their opinions one after another. Yes, Lord Thor, why don't we consider cooperating with the Huaxiao Alliance? We can find a way to get them to sell us the perfect-grade exotic beast meat. Yes, as long as we can eat perfect-grade exotic beast meat, our individual strength, as well as the overall strength of the army, will be greatly enhanced. Lord Thor, what do you think? Most representatives of member states express their ideas. In fact, it can be seen from this that most countries are unwilling to confront China head-on. After all, if they continue to fight, the disadvantages will outweigh the advantages for NATO countries. Thor looked at everyone present, then slowly said, I think China has repeatedly challenged the dignity of NATO. It's time to strike back. Everyone, think carefully. If we allow China to continue to develop, it won't be long before China has no rivals on Blue Star. By then, will you still be able to protect your land? Thor's words really touched the pain points of everyone present. Yes, China is so powerful. If we don't unite to fight against China now, China will definitely become the only dictator on Blue Star in the future. This is something that European and American countries do not want to see. After all, no one wants to become a vassal state. Lord Thor, what should we do? Asked the representative of Germany. Thor smiled and said confidently, Everyone, don't worry. I have a plan. Please see. After saying that, Thor took out an ancient, mysterious black token with black words engraved on it, and pictures of flying dragons and phoenixes painted on it. When everyone saw this dark, ancient, mysterious token, they were immediately stunned and asked, "Is this a pass for the S-level inheritance mission?" Thor showed a very confident smile and said, "Yes, this S-rank inheritance quest was triggered by a great American warrior 3 days ago. It is a group quest, allowing up to 40 people to form a team and enter the dungeon world at the same time. 40 places?" Upon hearing this, everyone's breathing gradually quickened. In other words, everyone present has a chance. Seeing that they were all moved, Thor added, "Not only that, as far as I know, the final reward for this S-level inheritance mission is quite a few perfect-level herbs." Hiss! Everyone couldn't help but gasp. With inheritance and perfect-grade herbs, this mission is simply perfect. Immediately, in order to obtain a place in the S-level inheritance, someone stood up and said, "Master Thor, I will always stand by this side." The others also nodded and said, "Yes, as long as we complete this mission, NATO will not be afraid of the Huaxiao Alliance." Chapter 183, The First Fuel Vehicle. The day Yang Ming loudly announced that perfect-grade exotic beast meat is now on sale in the Blue Star Trading Zone, and only members of the Huaxiao Alliance can purchase it, it immediately triggered a huge craze around the world. The Huaxiao Alliance, this emerging international organization, has become the focus of the world. However, as the leader of NATO, the United States naturally cannot sit idly by. Similarly, on the same day, not long after Yang Ming made his announcement, Saul from the United States also appeared in the chat channel and made the following remarks. Ahem. Hello, fellow international friends. I'm Lord Thor from the United States. Today, I want to make an announcement to the world. Just now, we in the United States triggered an S-level inheritance mission, and it's a team-type inheritance with 40 spots available. On behalf of the United States, I extend an invitation to friends around the world. Anyone willing to join NATO will have the opportunity to qualify for an S-level inheritance mission. After completing the mission, it is expected that everyone's combat power value will be increased to over 2,500. At the same time, the rewards for the S-level inheritance mission also include at least one perfect-level herb per person, as well as other rewards. Finally, I reiterate that NATO welcomes everyone in the world to join, including China. I hope that countries around the world can unite and join the great NATO together. Thor's remarks immediately caused a sensation around the world. S-level inheritance mission. And there are 40 spots available. In the battlefield of all races, anyone with a little insight knows how precious the inheritance mission is. Because if you want to become stronger, there are only 3 known methods: training, eating exotic animal meat or herbs, and obtaining inheritance. Among these 3 methods, inheritance is the rarest and most difficult, but it also improves strength the fastest. From this, it can be seen that the United States must have invested a huge amount of money in coming up with the S-level inheritance mission. Originally, the Huaxiao Alliance had gained the upper hand and was superior to NATO in momentum, but was immediately pulled back by NATO. Wow, this is such a hard choice. I want to buy perfect-grade exotic beast meat, but I also want to try the S-grade inheritance quest. What should I do? There are only 40 spots available for the S-level inheritance mission. Will your country get a turn? That makes sense, but joining NATO also gives you a chance to obtain perfect-grade herbs. Forget it, I won't worry about it anymore. I want to join the Huaxiao Alliance. I'm going to try my luck at NATO. For a while, everyone on various chat channels was discussing whether NATO or the Huaxiao Alliance was better. A new round of game between the Huaxiao Alliance and NATO has also begun quietly in secret. Whoever can win over more countries will win this game. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. The battlefield of all races, Huaxiao City. At this moment, Yang Ming had just put the perfect-grade exotic beast meat on the trading platform when he heard a message from Bai Shueji. Yang Ming, what do you think of the S-level mission launched by NATO in the chat channel? S-level inheritance mission? Yang Ming frowned, so he curiously went to take a look at the chat channel. After seeing what the US did, Yang Ming sneered and replied to Snow White. It doesn't matter. Don't pay attention to the US and NATO. Let them do whatever they want. They are courting death. Looking around the world, Yang Ming can be said to be the one who knows the S-level inheritance mission best. Because he had completed the S-level inheritance mission of the evil god Aminos not long ago. It is no exaggeration to say that NATO's group of minions do not have the ability to complete the S-level inheritance mission. Don't care about them? Snow White asked back. Yang Ming repeated it again. Well, believe me, they don't have the ability to complete the S-level inheritance mission. Well, okay, Snow White said. I'm hanging up first. If you encounter anything important, please let me know. Yang Ming said. Okay, bye then. Yeah, bye. After saying goodbye, Yang Ming closed the friend chat page. Interested in or cares about the S-level inheritance mission triggered by the United States. In Yang Ming's opinion, even if the NATO army rushed in, the probability of completing the S-level inheritance mission was less than 10%. To take a step back, even if the NATO countries cooperated to successfully complete the S-level inheritance mission, Yang Ming would not be affected by it. For Yang Ming, the most important thing is to develop and expand his territory. Ding ding ding. At this time, a loud horn sounded behind Yang Ming. Yang Ming subconsciously turned around and saw a white van driving towards him. Huh? Isn't this the drawing of the Wuling Hongguang car I drew for Cocolet a few days ago? Wait, why is there a van? Yang Ming was stunned. Not long after, the white Wuling Hongguang van drove up to Yang Ming, turned off the engine, stopped, and then rolled down the window. Of course, the windows were rolled down manually. My lord, when the car window was rolled down, a 150.80 centimeters tall little girl with white hair was seen sitting in the driver's seat. The little girl waved at Yang Ming. Coco. Yang Ming subconsciously called out her name. The person driving the van was Cocolet. Why did Cocolet appear in front of him, driving a van? Come on, get in the car, lord. I'll take you for a ride and let you experience the speed of an internal combustion engine. Cocolet smiled and waved at Yang Ming. Internal combustion engine? Yang Ming then remembered that not long ago, Cocolet had manufactured the first internal combustion engine in Huaxia City. So, after Cocolet made the internal combustion engine, she also manufactured the complete van body and installed the internal combustion engine in such a short time. The speed of this manufacturing industry is so terrifying. In this case, the van in front of us is the first gasoline-powered car in Huaxia City. Okay, it's my honor to be your first passenger. Yang Ming opened the car door excitedly and sat in the passenger seat. Seeing Yang Ming sitting next to her, Cocolet's vanity was extremely satisfied. Great, I'm the Lord's first driver. Cocolet thought to herself. My lord, shall I drive? Cocolet asked after calming down. Well, drive. I've already closed the car door. Okay. With Yang Ming's permission, Cocolet immediately started the van. With the sound of boom boom boom, the van started. But the sound is very loud. After all, the engine, internal combustion engine, of this car is too rubbish. It is the first generation of internal combustion engine in Huaxia City, and its functions in all aspects are not perfect. It is already very good that it can start. Under Cocolet's control, the van started, accelerated, and finally drove on the cement road of Huaxia City at a speed of 15 kilometers per hour. Yang Ming suddenly took a deep breath. Although the smell of gasoline in the car was very unpleasant, Yang Ming was very happy in his heart. The second industrial revolution is about to begin. Chapter 184 Test Drive Again. 3 minutes later. Bang! The front of the van was moving, and suddenly it shook, making a loud noise, and then it stalled. Cocolet shrank her neck in embarrassment and said to Yang Ming, Lord, there might be something wrong with the car. I'll go fix it. Yang Ming didn't care and nodded. Well, go ahead. Cocolet opened the car door, got out, took a bunch of tools and started repairing the car. A few minutes later, the problem with the car was found and Cocolet quickly fixed it. Cocolet returned to the driver's seat and said to Yang Ming, I'm sorry, my lord. This car has quite a few flaws, but I've repaired them and it's ready to drive. Then keep driving. Cocolet took control of the steering wheel, restarted the van, and continued on the road. On the road, many steam trucks transporting goods passed by Cocolet's van. Steam cars and internal combustion cars represent the products of the steam age and the electrical age respectively. In the future, when Huaxia City fully enters the electrical age, all these steam cars will be eliminated. How can someone who boils water be compared with someone who burns gasoline? Bang bang. Just as Yang Ming was thinking about how to start the second industrial revolution, the front of the van shook violently again and then stalled. No need to think too much. It must be another engine problem. Cocolet had to get out of the car again to repair it. After the repair, the van continued on the road, but coincidentally, just 5 minutes later, the car stalled again as expected. Cocolet went to repair the car again. In this way, the car started and stopped, it was repaired and then stalled, and then it was repaired again. Originally, Cocolet drove the van to find Yang Ming with full confidence, but who knew that this series of accidents almost made her depressed. Half an hour later, the test drive was over. Cocolet apologized to Yang Ming like a child who had done something wrong. I'm sorry, Lord. I really didn't know the car would have so many problems. It was running fine when I came to see you. Yang Ming rubbed her little head and comforted her. Don't be discouraged. You've done a great job. The purpose of a test drive is to solve potential problems. The sooner you discover a problem, the sooner you can solve it. Cocolet gritted her teeth and assured Yang Ming. My lord, I will build a fuel-powered car that can run normally as soon as possible. Yeah, come on. Cocolet seemed to be really hit hard. She took the initiative to say goodbye to Yang Ming, then returned to the industrial area, locked herself in the blacksmith shop, and carefully studied the internal details of the internal combustion engine. Seeing that Cocolet was so diligent, Yang Ming did not disturb her and returned to his lord's mansion. 3 days later. Time flies, and another 3 days have passed. Yang Ming arrived at the battlefield of all races. As usual, Yang Ming got up on time at 6 o'clock, brushed his teeth and washed his face, and then opened the door. Good morning, Lord. Similarly, when the door opened, Lilith or Lilia could be seen standing outside the door as usual, and a sumptuous breakfast had been prepared. Today it was Lilia's turn to make breakfast for Yang Ming. The breakfast is very rich, with omelets, bread toast, exotic meat and vegetable porridge, fried eggs, fried cakes. Huff! Suddenly, Lilia sneezed. Yang Ming just took a bite of his Rigiamo and heard her sneeze. He subconsciously asked with concern, Lilia, why are you catching a cold? Only then did Yang Ming notice that the clothes Lilia was wearing were a little thin. It is November now, and we are gradually entering winter. The temperature has dropped a lot, and the outdoor temperature has dropped to about 10 to 15 degrees. Moreover, the temperature will only get lower. Because the winter in the battlefield of all races is very cruel, even colder than in the real world, crops fail, and people die of starvation or cold at any time. I'm sorry, Lord. Maybe I didn't wear warm clothes when I got up at around 5 o'clock, so I caught a cold from the wind. I'm really sorry, Lilia replied. Yang Ming took off his coat, put it on her, and said, Since you have a cold, go find Anna for treatment right away. Don't let it develop into a serious cold. Okay, I understand. Thank you for your concern, Lord. Lilia said with a blushing face. At this moment, Lilia's mind was filled with Yang Ming's figure. Wow, is this the Lord's cloak? It's so warm, and it smells so good. If Yang Ming hadn't been right next to her, Lilia would probably have been infatuated with him. Just as Lilia was immersed in happiness, a dripping sound was heard. A while later, a brand new Wuling Hongguang van drove over. Whoosh! The van drifted beautifully and stopped steadily in front of the door of the Lord's mansion. My lord, and Lilia, good morning. Cocolet opened the car door, got out, and waved to the two of them. Yang Ming ignored her and looked at the van behind her. Wow, from the outside, this car is no different from the Wuling Hongguang van in the real world. Yang Ming felt as if someone had moved a car from the real world to the battlefield of all races. Cocolet seemed very happy. She walked up to Yang Ming and extended her invitation again. My lord, I've checked all the malfunctions over the past 3 days, and the car is now able to drive normally. Would you like to take it for another ride? Yang Ming glanced at Lilia next to him and immediately agreed. Sure, Lilia is going to the hospital. Can you give her a ride? Yes, get in the car. The hospital is not far away, and we will be there in a few minutes, said Cocolet. Opening the car door, Yang Ming sat in the back seat of the van, and the front passenger seat was left to Lilia. Lilia has a cold, and she is a patient, so it is more appropriate for her to sit in the front. My lord Lilia, sit tight. I'm going to drive. Cocolet reminded. 3 days ago, Cocolet demonstrated a failed test drive in front of Yang Ming. Now, after 3 days of calm, she is full of confidence and is ready to make a comeback. Boom boom. The van started, and the noise was much quieter than last time. It was obvious that Cocolet had made some major changes to the engine. The van started moving smoothly. This time, there were no accidents. Under Cocolet's control, the car drove smoothly on the concrete road. In just 2 minutes, the van's speed reached 20 kilometers per hour. Wow, what a fast speed. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lilia was shocked as she looked at the object flying backwards outside the window. Lilia had ridden in steam cars several times before, but without exception, she felt that all steam cars were slower than this van. Chapter 185 Power Station Completion. Well, not bad. After the improvements, this car is much better than it was 3 days ago. Yang Ming, who was sitting in the back seat, could also clearly feel that the van had undergone great changes. First, the noise of the generator was almost gone, and it was inaudible if you didn't listen carefully. Second, the smell of burning gasoline was gone, and the smell inside the car was very pleasant, with a fresh fragrance, which should be some kind of spice that Cocolet added. But the most noteworthy thing is that the car is very stable, and there is no longer the bumpy feeling as before. All in all, this car has reached half the level of the real Wuling Hongguang. Kiki, you are indeed a genius, Yang Ming thought to himself. 5 minutes later, the van arrived safely at the hospital gate and slowly stopped. The van traveled 4 or 5 kilometers from the Lord's mansion to the hospital without any unexpected breakdown. Thank you, Coco. Thank you for taking me to the hospital. Lilia got out of the car and thanked Cocolet in the driver's seat. Hee, you're welcome, Cocolet said with a smile. During this period, Cocolet went to the Lord's mansion every night to ask Yang Ming for tutoring and to eat at the same time. So she had already known Lilith and Lilia and became good friends. Lilia, after you recover from your illness, remember to wear warm clothes, Yang Ming reminded. I understand, Lord. Thank you for your concern, Lilia said. Then, Lilia walked into the hospital. After Lilia left, Cocolet turned around and asked Yang Ming, My lord, where are you going next? Yang Ming didn't think much about it and told his destination. Let's go to the construction site of the power station and see if Zhou Mingrui has finished it. Okay, sure. Cocolet skillfully maneuvered the front of the car and drove off again. Since the power station was on the edge of Huaxia City, Cocolet increased the speed of the car and headed for the power station at a speed of 35 kilometers per hour. I have to say that this Wuling Hongguang van is quite comfortable to sit in, and the interior space is large, so Yang Ming can even stretch his arms and legs. 7 minutes later, Cocolet drove Yang Ming to the construction site of the power station. During the entire journey, the van did not encounter any problems and did not have a single breakdown. The quality can be said to be excellent. My lord, we have arrived at the power station. After stopping the car, Cocolet reminded Yang Ming. Well, wait for me here, Yang Ming said. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Ming opened the car door and stepped on the soil of the construction site. In front of Yang Ming, there appeared a very advanced power station. This power station was the project that Zhou Mingrui was fully responsible for. With the power station, Huaxia City can start using electricity. By then, the problem of keeping warm in winter will be greatly alleviated, and people will not freeze to death. Yang Ming took a step forward and walked into the power station. At this time, many workers are busy working on the construction site. Zhou Mingrui, on the other hand, was in charge of the overall situation inside the power station and allocated and arranged the construction tasks. Greetings, Lord. Even at a busy construction site, workers would stop and greet Yang Ming when they saw him. Upon learning of Yang Ming's arrival, Zhou Mingrui immediately came out to greet him. Hello, Lord, welcome. Zhou Mingrui came to Yang Ming and bowed. Yang Ming didn't want to say anything useless to him, so he asked directly, Zhou Mingrui, how many more days will it take to build the power station? Today, Zhou Mingrui was calm and showed a confident smile on his face. Huh? So fast? It can be completed today? Yang Ming was surprised. Originally, Yang Ming thought that it would take at least 3 to 5 days to build the power station. Zhou Mingrui nodded and replied, Yes, Lord, I followed your advice last time. Every day after get off work, I would go to the library and study like crazy. I learned a lot about electric current, power generation, and the operating principles of hydroelectric power stations. As a result, the construction speed has been much faster. Well, not bad. Yang Ming then noticed that Zhou Mingrui's 2 black eyes were very serious. It seemed that he had been working and studying almost day and night for the past 3 days. Zhou Mingrui, you have made great progress. The rapid development of Huaxia City is due to your contribution. I will remember it, Yang Ming added. Zhou Mingrui said excitedly. It is my honor to be able to help the Lord solve his problems. Well, take me to see the inside of the power station, Yang Ming said. Yes, Lord, please follow me. Zhou Mingrui hurriedly led the way. Following Zhou Mingrui, Yang Ming walked into the power station. Not long after, the sound of rushing water was heard, and a rushing river appeared in front of Yang Ming. This generator is a hydroelectric power station. Because Huaxia City has a very good geographical location, it is adjacent to a large river. With this river, it can not only solve the problem of fresh water, but also be used to generate electricity. My lord, the dam is ahead, Zhou Mingrui said, pointing ahead. By blocking the river through a dam, the river drives the turbine to rotate, converting the potential energy of the water into mechanical energy, and then the mechanical energy of the water is converted into electrical energy through a generator. This is why hydroelectric power stations work. Therefore, we can see the importance of the internal combustion engine. Without a generator, it cannot be converted into electrical energy. Cocolet also deserves another credit because she was the one who invented the generator. The reason why Yang Ming chose to build a hydroelectric power station is because hydropower is a renewable energy source and does not pollute the environment. The power station is built downstream of Huaxia City and will not affect the drinking water problem of residents. Is it just one step away from completion? Yang Ming asked Zhou Mingrui. Yes. Zhou Mingrui hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. My lord, There is a huge rock at the bottom of the dam. It is so big and heavy that we can't move it at all. Yang Ming asked in return. If we just move that rock, the power station will be finished? Yes, Zhou Mingrui said. Then leave it to me. I will be responsible for moving the big rock. Take me with you, Yang Ming said. Yes, sir. Zhou Mingrui led the way and came to a terrain on the left side of the dam. My lord, that's the stone. It was buried deep in the soil. We didn't see it for a few days. We only discovered it yesterday when we were about to get off work. Yang Ming looked into the river. In the clear river, Yang Ming found a very strange big rock. This is epic forging material? Yang Ming opened his eyes wide. Chapter 186, The Second Industrial Revolution. Plop. Yang Ming jumped from the bank of the dam into the river. The goal is clear. Yang Ming wants to salvage the strange stone near the dam that affects the flow of the river. As long as the strange rock is fished out, the power station can operate normally. After diving about 3 or 4 meters, Yang Ming saw a large black rock lying at the bottom of the river. Yang Ming subconsciously scanned its information. Name: Taiwan Sword S Exclusive Enchanted Stone. Quality: Perfect Grade. Attribute: Thunder Element. Introduction: Exclusive enchantment stone for the epic weapon Taiwan Sword. Description: Collect all the fragments of the Taiwan Sword, and you can synthesize the epic weapon, the Taiwan Sword. Taiwan Sword. Yang Ming suddenly remembered that when Aphrodite helped him open the treasure chest, he was lucky enough to get the Taiwan Sword handle. In this way, with the addition of the exclusive enchantment stone of the Taiwan Sword in front of him, Yang Ming now owns 2 fragments of the Taiwan Sword. That's great. With Aphrodite's luck, I might be able to gather all the fragments of the Taiwan Sword and synthesize it into the epic weapon, the Taiwan Sword. TSK. Yang Ming couldn't imagine how shocked he would be when he successfully synthesized the Taiwan Sword. An epic weapon is enough to sweep across the entire blue planet. No country in the world can withstand a blow from an epic weapon. One strike can destroy a country. This is the power of epic weapons, which is more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. This stone is quite heavy. If I don't use some strength, I can't move it at all. Yang Ming reached out and touched the exclusive enchantment stone of the Taiwan Sword. Although it was not large in size, only 2 meters long, 1.5 meters wide, and about 1 meter high, it weighed at least 3 tons. No wonder the workers couldn't lift the stone. It was really too heavy. Yang Ming dived behind the enchanted stone, opened his arms, hugged it, and then suddenly exerted force with his waist. Rise! Yang Ming shouted and used all his strength to lift up the exclusive enchantment stone of the Taiwan Sword. In an instant, the river became turbulent, and even the earth began to shake. The workers working at the power station clearly felt a shaking. What happened? An earthquake. Zhou Mingrui was standing on the bank of the dam. The sudden vibration startled him. Please don't let an earthquake happen. The power station has just been completed. If there is an earthquake, all our work will be wasted. Zhou Mingrui was so scared that he was covered in cold sweats. Because power stations are not earthquake resistant. There was no way. Huaxia City had just begun to try to enter the electrical age, and the basic conditions were too poor. Being able to build a power station was already the limit, and there was no ability to consider earthquake resistance factors. But there is no need to worry, because with Aphrodite's citywide blessing buff in effect, the probability of Huaxia City encountering a natural disaster is 0. Fortunately, the earthquake was not serious and only lasted for a short while, causing no damage to the power station. Zhou Mingrui finally breathed a sigh of relief. Crash. After the earthquake, water suddenly appeared on the surface of the river, and Yang Ming emerged from the river. In his hand, he held a small black stone the size of a palm. That's right, this palm-sized black stone is the exclusive enchantment stone of the Taiwan Sword. Originally, the enchanted stone was large and heavy, but when Yang Ming lifted it up, it changed from 2 meters long, 1.5 meters wide, and 1 meter high to a small stone the size of a palm. Lord, are you okay? Zhou Mingrui asked hurriedly when he saw Yang Ming surface. I'm fine. Yang Ming jumped again, stepped on the water with his feet, and returned to the shore of the dam. After getting ashore, Yang Ming patted the water off his body and said to Zhou Mingrui, I've already dealt with the big rock at the bottom of the river. All the hidden dangers have been eliminated, and the power station can start operating. Really? That's great. Zhou Mingrui screamed with joy. In order to build this power station, Zhou Mingrui has not had a good rest for half a month and has been working day and night. Now that the power station is finally completed, how can he not be happy? Yang Ming patted his shoulder and encouraged. You've worked hard recently. I'll give you 3 days off. Go home and rest well. Also, The other workers will have 1 day off, and each of them will receive a bonus of 100 silver coins. As for your bonus, I'll conduct an additional evaluation. Hearing these words, Zhou Mingrui felt particularly excited, and all the hard work he had put in over the past half-month seemed to have disappeared in an instant. Zhou Mingrui took a deep breath and said to Yang Ming, "Thank you for your concern, Lord. However, I only need 1 day's rest. Huaxia City's construction industry is just starting out. I hope to work harder and help you build a more modern Huaxia City." It can be seen that Zhou Mingrui has great ambitions. He wanted to do more, gain more credit, and climb to a higher position in the upper echelons of Huaxia City. Because Zhou Mingrui always believed that with the Lord around, one day China would become a utopia on the battlefield of all races and the greatest country in the world, so he had to keep learning and improving to ensure that he would not be replaced by others. Yang Ming smiled and said, "Only 1 day of rest. That's fine too. I'll send someone to bring you some perfect-grade herbs and fruits to replenish your body." "Thank you, Lord," Zhou Mingrui said gratefully. Before coming to Huaxia City, Zhou Mingrui was not even qualified to eat superior-grade rice, but now he can enjoy perfect-grade herbs and fruits. How could he not be excited? This also further strengthened Zhou Mingrui's determination to work hard to build Huaxia City. In the future, when China declares its founding, Zhou Mingrui's name will be recorded in history and become one of the founding fathers. Well, go back and tell the workers that it's holiday and go to the Ministry of Finance to collect their bonuses. Yang Ming said, "Yes, sir." Zhou Mingrui returned to the power station and told the workers about the holiday. The whole factory was in an uproar. Not only can they have a holiday, but they can also receive such a huge bonus. The purchasing power of 100 silver coins is equivalent to 10,000 yuan in the real world. How can they not be excited? The workers cheered and screamed with excitement. "Great, I can have a holiday now. 100 silver coins, ha ha ha. That's a lot of money. I can have a big meal. Long live China. Long live the Lord." Not long after, the workers left the power station one after another and went back to rest. Then, some trained technicians who were professionally responsible for maintaining the operation of the power station entered the power station and started working. At this point, the power station began to operate. Huaxia City also officially kicked off the Second Industrial Revolution and entered the electrical age. Chapter 187 Assigning Tasks. Yang Ming left the power station and got back into Coco Light's Wuling Hongguang van. "Coco, let's go back." Yang Ming sat in the co-pilot seat and said to Cocolet, "Going back to the Lord's mansion?" Cocolet inserted the car key, started the ignition, and then asked Yang Ming, "Go to the industrial area." Yang Ming said, "Yes, my lord." The car started to turn around and return to the industrial area from the power station. Today, Cocolet has developed the internal combustion engine, and Zhou Mingrui has built a power station. With the support of these two magic weapons, Huaxia City can completely start the Second Industrial Revolution. The electrical age is much more glorious than the steam age. However, relatively speaking, the difficulty of launching the Second Industrial Revolution is definitely much greater than that of the First Industrial Revolution. However, I still don't know how to build a complete power industry system. It seems I have to ask Zhang Wei for help again. So, Yang Ming opened the friend chat system and found Zhang Wei. Yang Ming sent him a message. "Oh Wei, are you there? Have you finished the blueprint I asked you to draw 3 days ago?" About 4 or 5 minutes later, Zhang Wei replied, "Yes, brother. Are you talking about the basic blueprints for the power industry system? I've almost finished them and was just checking for any missing parts. Shall I send them to you now?" "Please send it to me. I need it urgently, thank you," Yang Ming said. Zhang Wei replied, "You're so polite, brother. You saved my life before, so it's not that hard for me to draw a blueprint for you. If you need my help in the future, just come and find me. Well, I'm busy now. I'll treat you to a meal when I have the chance." "Okay. Well, bye." The system prompt sounded at this moment. "Your friend Zhang Wei has sent you an excellent item. Basic blueprints of the electric power industry system. Please check." Yang Ming accepted the drawing. After checking the contents of the drawing, Yang Ming was surprised. Wow, this drawing was really big. It covered all the areas of 400 square kilometers in the main city of Huaxia, without missing any details. It can be seen that Zhang Wei worked almost hard to draw this blueprint. Otherwise, it would not have been rated as an excellent item by the system. As for the other 5 vassal cities, there is no way to take care of them at the moment, and we can only wait for a while before considering providing them with electricity. "My lord, we have arrived at the industrial zone." Cocolet's voice suddenly came. Yang Ming glanced out the window and found that the car had returned to the industrial area. Because he had been looking at the drawings, he didn't notice that they had arrived at their destination. Yang Ming put away the blueprints, got out of the car, and said to Cocolet, "Coco, please gather all the excellent blacksmiths." I have tasks to assign to everyone. If you want to start the second industrial revolution, you need a large number of blacksmiths. This is also the reason why Yang Ming spent 3.28 million points to buy a perfect quality forging stone tablet half a month ago. The battlefield of all races are equivalent to the great craftsmen in the real world, and their importance does not need to be explained in detail. With the forging steel, the blacksmith's upgrade speed has increased a lot. Now, Huaxiao City already has more than 120 excellent blacksmiths. As for rare-level blacksmiths, in addition to Kokolit, there are 2 new males. Possessing such a strong talent market is the capital for Huaxiao City to launch the second industrial revolution. A moment later, Kokolit summoned all the excellent and rare-level blacksmiths in the industrial zone. Altogether, there are about 130 people. Yang Ming walked up a step, looked down at the forgers below, and slowly said, "Everyone, I've gathered you here today to assign you a very important task. If you can successfully complete it, each of you will receive a bonus of no less than 20,000 copper coins." Everyone was shocked when they heard this, especially the dwarf tribe in the crowd, whose faces turned red with excitement. 20,000 copper coins, which is 200 silver coins or 2 gold coins, is too much, equivalent to their 2-month salary. So, how to establish a complete power industry system? About my leading the second industrial revolution in the high-level martial arts world. First of all, the application of electricity requires the construction of complete wires to transmit electricity from the power station to every household in Huaxiao City. As long as there is electricity, there are many tools that can be used. Now in Huaxiao City, every household can only light candles or fuel lamps for lighting at night, which is extremely inconvenient. Therefore, Yang Ming decided that the first thing he would make was the electric light. Ahem. Yang Ming coughed lightly and began to assign tasks to the blacksmiths. Zhang San, Li Si, you two will be responsible for supervising and leading the workers in making the wires. Here are the relevant drawings for various wires. Come and get them. Yes, sir. 2 young men stepped out, came to Yang Ming, and took away the blueprints for making electrical wires. Yang Ming continued to assign tasks and said, "Next, we'll manufacture the lights. Wang Dachui, Wang Akui, Wang Sanchui, along with Wang Xiaomei and Wang Damei, will be in charge of the 5 of you. We'll produce incandescent lamps, long light strips, street lamps, and large lighting fixtures. Come get the blueprints too." Yes, sir. 3 men and 2 women stepped out, came to Yang Ming, and took away the blueprints for making electric lights. Yang Ming paused for a moment and continued. Next, we have a more challenging task. It will be supervised by 10 responsible persons, Sima Bian, Morong Guangchang, Dongmen Fugue, and Zhuge Jiangwo. The 10 of you, come up and take the manufacturing drawings for the water heater, stove, and electric blanket. Yes, sir. 10 people stepped forward at the same time and received the blueprints. In about half a month or a month, winter will be here. By that time, the temperature will drop to -70 degrees Celsius. For extraordinary people, such severe cold weather may be endured, but for ordinary people, it is undoubtedly a fatal natural disaster. So, now you understand why it's so hard for ordinary people to survive in the myriad races battlefield? Refugees are everywhere, and many people are starving. Because whenever winter comes, those who don't have awakened talents will suffer a miserable fate. In order to protect ordinary people in Huaxiao City, Yang Mingkai ordered the manufacture of water heaters, stoves, and electric blankets. With these warming artifacts, people will not freeze to death in winter. After a pause, Yang Ming continued to assign tasks. Ahem, and the steel-making furnace. This is also very important. The oil factory's refining machinery requires 20 people to operate simultaneously. Finally, the large-scale production of internal combustion engines and the assembly workshop for fuel engines will be managed by 2 other rare-level forgers. 20 minutes later, Yang Ming finally assigned all the tasks. Did you all hear it clearly? Do you know what you should do? Yang Ming looked at all the blacksmiths and asked loudly. Clear, understood. Everyone answered in unison, nodded with satisfaction, and said, Very good, very energetic. Then let's get to work. From now on, Huaxiao City will officially begin the second industrial revolution and strive to enter the electrical age as soon as possible. Yes, sir, everyone replied. After disbanding, everyone returned to their respective workplaces, which were different factories in the industrial zone, and began to carry out the tasks assigned by Yang Ming. Chapter 188 Driving. Yang Ming did not assign any tasks to Kokolit because she had more important things to do. For example, studying physics, trying to create rare weapons, researching and improving engines. After staying in the industrial area for more than an hour, Yang Ming left. Before leaving, Yang Ming drove away Kokolit's car. because Yang Ming also wants to experience the thrill of driving. In the real world, Yang Ming is just an 18-year-old freshman who doesn't even have a driver's license, so he has never driven a four-wheeled car. Yang Ming himself did not expect that his dream of driving, which he could not realize in the real world, would be realized ahead of time in the battlefield of all races. Although the performance of this Wuling Hongguang is not very high, with a maximum speed of only 60 kilometers per hour, Yang Ming is already very satisfied. Because I believe that it won't be long before Kokolit will be able to perfect the car to a speed of 100 to 150 kilometers per hour. Ding! Your friend Snow White sent you a message. Yang Ming, who was driving, suddenly received a system prompt. Yang Ming was multitasking. While driving, he opened his friend page and found Bai Shueji's profile picture. Soon, a message from her popped up. Yang Ming, have you checked the World Chat channel? The United States is preparing to start the S-level inheritance mission today. They even posted an announcement and pinned it to the top of the chat channel's homepage. Yang Ming shrugged and replied, "Oh, it's no big deal. I'm too lazy to go and see. Don't worry about them." Yang Ming didn't care about NATO's actions, because even if NATO really succeeded in completing the S-level inheritance mission, it would not change anything. Because Yang Ming himself had already received the inheritance of the evil god Amino's wants. Snow White sent another message. You should know Thor from the United States, right? He has also extended an invitation to you. If you accept, he promised to give you a spot to tackle the S-rank inheritance mission together. Yang Ming was a little surprised. When did Americans become so kind? But in the end, Yang Ming refused and typed back. Forget it, tell him I'm busy. Snow White probably came to see him for this matter. Yang Ming knew full well that the Americans' intention was simply to win him over. However, Yang Ming felt sorry for this. He had no interest in competing with 39 other people for a place in the inheritance. Yang Ming's top priority now is to lead Huaxiao City into the electrical age. As long as this task is completed, Huaxiao City will be able to upgrade again and become a mid-level city. But it may take 3 months, because it will take a lot of time to complete the second industrial revolution. Ding ding ding. Yang Ming drove a Wuling Hongguang van into the residential area. There was a surge of people at the entrance of the residential area, so Yang Ming could only slow down his driving speed and honk the horn to warn passersby. As the territory of Huaxia City expanded, the residential area became larger and larger. A large number of dormitory buildings were built and divided into small areas, and different workers were assigned to different areas. The total population of Huaxia City's native inhabitants, plus the summoned warriors, is approaching 500,000. With such a large population, eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating are big problems. This is also the reason why Yang Ming started the Second Industrial Revolution. With the increase in population, society's productivity must be accelerated to meet the consumption needs of the growing population. Entering from the gate of the residential area, Yang Ming drove all the way forward. About 2 minutes later, he arrived at the villa area. Ding ding. The car stopped in front of Aphrodite's door, and Yang Ming even honked the horn. Yang Ming's purpose of coming to the residential area was to find Aphrodite. It has been half a month since I last met Aphrodite. Aphrodite is one of the goddesses of ancient Greece. She holds 2 titles, the goddess of love and the goddess of beauty. Therefore, Yang Ming cannot let her grow freely and has to scan her information at least once a month. Ouch! As soon as Yang Ming got out of the car, the gate of the villa was opened, and the 2-headed Kanglin tiger baby rushed out and pounced on Yang Ming. Slurp, slurp. When it saw Yang Ming, the Kanglin tiger baby was very enthusiastic and kept rubbing against him, acting like a clingy pastoral dog. I haven't seen you for half a month, and the Kanglin tiger has grown bigger again. Yang Ming responded to the Kanglin tiger's enthusiasm, rubbing its big head hard and trying to pick it up. Wow! After picking it up, Yang Ming discovered that the Kanglin tiger weighed about 300 kilograms. The Kanglin tiger also became as big as the Siberian tiger in the real world. Name Kanglin tiger, childhood. Growth cycle, 35 days. Quality, excellent grade. Combat power, 299. Talent, Tiger King Demon Transformation, a level, gain a trace of demonic power, transform into a brutal demonic tiger, and increase combat power 3-fold. Skills, none. Growing so fast, Yang Ming was stunned. Normally, a Kanglin tiger cub would need to grow for at least 100 days to become so strong. It seems that under Aphrodite's careful care, the baby Kanglin tiger is growing very fast. My lord, why are you here? Would you like to come in and have some tea? The door of the villa was opened, and a girl in a pure white long dress walked out. She was extremely beautiful, with a graceful figure and soft long hair falling to her waist, looking as pretty as a fairy from a painting. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yang Ming couldn't imagine that a 14-year-old girl could be so beautiful. At least among the girls Yang Ming had seen, Anna, Lilia, and Snow White were not as beautiful as Aphrodite. If we compare looks, the only one who can rival Aphrodite is Qiao Yao. No need, I just came to see how the Kanglan tiger is growing. Yang Ming shook his head and rejected Aphrodite. Aphrodite pulled out the other 2 Kanglan tiger cubs from the room, brought them to Yang Ming, and said, "They are very well behaved. They eat a lot of exotic animal meat every day and grow plump and white." Chapter 189 Kanglan Tiger recognizes its master. In another month, winter will arrive. In the battlefield of all races, once it starts snowing, the sun will no longer be seen. Heavy snow will continue for 3 months, ushering in the most dangerous season of the year. If adequate preparations are not made, Huaxia City may lose 50,000 to 100,000 people. What's even more terrible is that in addition to the severe cold climate and harsh environment, a brutal monster also appears on the battlefield of all races in winter, the snow monster. The snow monster will attack any living being except alien beasts, and the attack will be indiscriminate. Therefore, in addition to keeping warm, in order to survive the winter safely, Yang Ming must further strengthen the city defense of Huaxia City. Yang Ming came to Aphrodite this time just to see if Kanglan Tiger could go to the battlefield. Woo! At this time, the 4 Kanglan tigers ran out of the yard, circling around Yang Ming, wagging their tails, and were as clingy as 4 dogs. Yang Ming carefully checked the physical development of the 4 Kanglan tigers and found that they were all very strong, so he said to Aphrodite, "Fufu, I'm going to take them for a walk around the training ground." "Yes, my lord," Aphrodite responded, patted the heads of the 4 Kanglan tigers respectively, and then said, "Come on, little ones, follow me. I'll take you to a fun place." The Kanglan tigers have high IQs and can learn to speak human language after they are fully grown, so they can now understand what Yang Ming says and follow him obediently. Ding ding. Yang Ming got in the car, sat in the driver's seat, and started the car. Originally, the baby Kanglan tiger also wanted to get on the car, but because it was too big, Yang Ming ruthlessly drove it out. Woo! The baby Kanglan tiger expressed that he felt aggrieved. He also wanted to ride in a car, and he didn't want to grow so big. In this way, Yang Ming drove in front, and 4 300 kilograms Kanglan tiger cubs chased after him. Kanglan tiger is so obedient in front of Yang Ming. Firstly, it was Yang Ming who saved them, and the first scent they smelled since they were born was Yang Ming. Secondly, Yang Ming was very powerful. Kanglan tigers were wild beasts with keen perceptions. They could tell who was strong and who was weak. In front of Yang Ming, even their mothers, let alone Kanglan tigers, would be as docile as kittens. 4 Kanglan tigers chasing a Wuling Hongguang van was quite bizarre, so it attracted a lot of people's attention along the way. Wow, there's a big tiger. Will such a big tiger eat people? Oh, brother, I'm scared. Don't be afraid. That's the Lord's war pet. I recognize this tiger. I've read about it in books. It's a rare Kanglan tiger. I didn't expect the Lord could even tame such a dangerous beast. A tiger this big is so majestic. I wish I could raise one too. Under the curious gazes of the residents, Yang Ming drove the Kanglan tiger all the way to the training ground. The training ground was crowded with people, and tens of thousands of soldiers were actively training. Since Yang Ming set up the military rank system and the military merit list that is updated every 2 weeks half a month ago, the soldiers' desire to train has almost doubled. Almost all warriors are eager to become stronger and to obtain the supreme military rank and glory. Lord, upon learning that Yang Ming had come to the training ground, Yang Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, and Yang Fifan immediately came out to greet him. Yang Ming got out of the car, first glanced at the whole audience, and then asked them, "How's the soldiers training lately?" Yang Jian clasped his fists and replied, "Very proactive. 108 members of my Azure Dragon Legion have already comprehended extraordinary powers." "Oh, so fast." Yang Ming was shocked, but at the same time felt very happy. "Your Majesty, 102 people in my White Tiger Legion have become extraordinary people," said Zhang Lingfeng. "Well, Lord, there are only 96 extraordinary people in the Suzaka Legion at present. The number is a bit small. I'm sorry." Yang Fifan's old face turned red, and he said a little embarrassedly, "Now Yang Fifan has been reborn, transformed from an evil god guard into a real human being with flesh and blood." Yang Ming gave Yang Fifan a new life, but the Suzaka Legion he led was ranked last, which made him feel a little ashamed. "Well, you all did a great job." Yang Ming nodded with satisfaction and said, "Winter is coming in a month. You should strive to train at least 500 extraordinary people in each legion before winter arrives." The granary of Huaxia City is stockpiled with a large amount of rare and perfect-grade exotic beast meat, as well as medicinal herbs, fruits, and crops. This is one of the reasons why the warriors can become stronger quickly. Of course, you can't become stronger just by eating. After eating the meat of an exotic beast, one must undergo extensive training to digest its internal energy and become stronger. If you eat too much exotic animal meat or medicinal herbs and cannot digest them in time, you may die. Oh, by the way, these are the cubs of the Kanglan tiger. You three should come over and get familiar with them. Yang Ming pulled the baby Kanglan tiger over, fell into deep thought as they looked at the Kanglan tiger weighing 300 kilograms. They are so powerful when they are young. When they grow up, they will be at least perfect-level monsters. Yang Ming nodded and said, well, you guys should interact with the Kanglan tigers and choose the one with the highest rapport as your own battle pet. Yang Ming brought the Kanglan tigers to the training ground in order to choose suitable owners for them. Age: the Kanglan tiger is in the best stage to be assigned an owner. After all, affection must be cultivated from a young age. If the Kanglan tigers grow up, they may not obey discipline. Oh whoa, the Kanglan tigers were not stupid either. They could understand what Yang Ming said, so without waiting for Zhang Lingfeng and the other two to take the initiative, they pounced on them on their own. The 4 Kanglan tiger cubs circled around Yang Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, and Yang Fifan. This scene seemed as if Yang Jian and the other two were not choosing a war pet, but Kanglan tiger was choosing a servant. Roar! A minute later, the largest Kanglan tiger pounced on Yang Jian and licked his face enthusiastically with its tongue. Do you want to fight alongside me? Yang Jian was very happy to have obtained a combat pet. Oh woo! The Kanglan tiger rubbed Yang Jian with its huge head, as if responding to him saying yes. Not long after, the other 2 Kanglan tiger cubs also reached an agreement with Zhang Lingfeng and Yang Fifan respectively and became each other's fighting partners. There was only one Kanglan tiger baby left. Because all the people had been snatched away, it couldn't find a partner and was extremely anxious. Woo-woo, the last Kanglan tiger could only return to Yang Ming, howling in grievance and complaining that no one wanted it. Yang Ming patted its huge tiger head and said, there are so many people in the training ground. Choose one from them. Choose the one you think is the strongest master. Roar! The last Kanglan tiger nodded, let out a low roar towards the sky, then turned and rushed towards the training ground. Chapter 190 Dog Egg. There is an old saying that goes, a forced melon is not sweet. So Yang Ming thought it would be better to let the Kanglan tiger baby choose the owner of his choice. Then why didn't Yang Ming raise the Kanglan tiger as his own battle pet? The reason is very simple. The upper limit of Kanglan tiger is too low, and it cannot keep up with Yang Ming's upgrade speed. If they go to the battlefield, Kanglan tiger will not only be unable to help Yang Ming, but will also drag Yang Ming down. The last Kanglan tiger rushed into the crowd of warriors, sniffing here and rubbing there, carefully choosing its favorite master. It seemed to have difficulty making choices and took a long time to choose. Yang Ming was not in a hurry and waited patiently for him to find his ideal master. 10 minutes later. Roar! Accompanied by an excited tiger roar, the last Kanglan tiger baby rushed out from the crowd, with a young-looking boy riding on its back. This young man looks younger than Yang Ming. He was the most satisfactory owner chosen by the last Kanglan tiger baby. Kanglan tiger carried the young boy and ran all the way to Yang Ming. This young boy was first inexplicably chosen by Kanglan tiger, and then inexplicably brought to Yang Ming and others, causing him to panic. Because normally he doesn't even have the qualifications to speak to the Lord, how could he not be nervous when facing Yang Ming at such a close distance? He quickly got off the Kanglan tiger's back, saluted, and said, greetings to the Lord, and to the 3 legion commanders. Yang Ming glanced at him and sensed that his aura was strong. He must have comprehended extraordinary power. He couldn't help but nod and praise him. Yes, you are young and promising. You have become an extraordinary person at such a young age. The young boy shook his head and replied modestly, thanks to the Lord for allowing me to eat so much high-quality exotic beast meat. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to become stronger so quickly. What he said was right. The welfare in Huaxia City was indeed very good. The perfect grade exotic beast meat that was snatched away in the Blue Star Trading Zone could be eaten for free by the warriors in Huaxia City. Of course, not every soldier can eat perfect grade exotic beast meat for free. It also depends on their military rank and military merits. The higher the military rank and the more military merits you have, the better the benefits you can enjoy. Yang Ming asked the young boy, how old are you? What's your name? Facing Yang Ming's question, he seemed even more nervous and replied, my lord, my name is Gooden, and I'm 16 years old. Gooden. Yang Ming was stunned. He wanted to laugh, but due to his identity, He could only force himself to hold back his laughter. Yes, my name is Gooden. He answered again. Yang Ming shook his head and asked helplessly, why did your parents give you such a name? Gooden scratched his head embarrassedly and said, my lord, when I was very young, the town where I was born was burned down by a group of bandits. My parents died in the fire, leaving me without even a name. The name Gooden was given to me by Erlangzi. Gooden was not summoned from the dark cage by Yang Ming. He was a native of the 10,000 races battlefield. Because of his excellent combat ability, he successfully joined the army a month ago. Yang Ming was stunned for a moment and subconsciously asked, who is Erlangzi? Gooden recalled the past and said with a sad look, Erlangzi was a friend I met at the orphanage. Unfortunately, he died too. When he was 7 years old, he was so hungry that he couldn't help but steal a steamed bun to eat. He was beaten to death by the owner, and his body was chopped into minced meat to make human meat buns. I have to say that Gooden's experience was indeed quite miserable. However, his experience is very common in the cruel battlefield of all races, because this world itself is extremely distorted and full of darkness. Yang Ming stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. I'm sorry for reminding you of some bad things, but don't be too sad. Huaxia City will be your home from now on. Well, thank you, Lord, Gooden said. Yang Ming also took the opportunity to scan Gooden's information, trying to figure out why Kanglin had chose him from tens of thousands of warriors. Name: Gooden. Combat power: 515. Potential: 6 stars. Loyalty: 99. Supernatural power: time system. Talent: impregnable, a level, strong defense, allowing him to withstand attacks from enemies 1 level higher than him. Skills: Dragon Fist, C-level skill, mastery level proficiency. Armor, C-level skill, mastery level proficiency. Shadowless Step, C-level skill, mastery level proficiency. Yang Ming recognized his ability and thought to himself, with this attribute, except for the lower combat power value, the other abilities are completely on par with Yang Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, and Yang Fifan. The most important thing is that Gooden is only 16 years old, with a potential value of 6 stars, and there is a lot of room for improvement. Gooden, are you interested in serving as the 4th Legion commander of Huaxia City? Yang Ming valued talents, so he immediately extended an olive branch to him. Now that the population of Huaxia City is growing, it is time to establish the 4th Legion. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, none of them can be missing. The family must be complete. What's more, Gooden's talent is A-level impregnable, which is just right for him to serve as the commander of the Xuanwu Legion. Gooden was in a trance when he heard this. Yang Ming nodded and said, of course, I'm not asking you to take up the position right now. If you can break through 800 combat power before winter arrives, I'll promote you to the position of commander of the Black Tortoise Legion. How about that? Do you dare to accept this challenge? I dare. Gooden gritted his teeth and agreed immediately. Gooden has been wandering outside for 16 years, visiting different cities, villages, and towns, so he understood a truth at a very young age. People without status and strength live worse than a dog. Now that there is such a good opportunity in front of him, Gooden can't miss it. Very good. If you can break through 800 combat power points as soon as possible, you will be able to become the 4th Legion commander of China. Yang Ming said to him, my lord, I will definitely not let you down. Gooden felt his blood boiling. After saying that, Gooden couldn't contain his excitement, turned around, and continued to train. Get stronger, stronger, stronger. At this moment, this thought completely occupied Gooden's inner thoughts. Gooden abandoned all other obsessions and devoted himself to the goal of reaching 800 combat power points. In this way, the probability of Huaxia City safely surviving the winter has increased significantly. Yang Ming felt very satisfied when he saw the soldiers who were actively training. The stronger the warriors become, the stronger the overall military strength of Huaxia City will be. Sure enough, motivation makes people make progress. If you want a horse to run fast, you must make sure it is well fed and watered. Otherwise, if you want a horse to run without giving it grass to eat, isn't that just animalistic behavior? Chapter 191 U.S. mission failed. Half a month later. Time flies, and half a month passed quickly. Before he knew it, it had been 85 days since Yang Ming arrived at the battlefield of all races. It is now mid-November. Winter is getting closer, causing the temperature to become lower and lower. The temperature in Huaxia City has even begun to drop to single digits. In some extreme areas, it even started snowing. In order to cope with the upcoming severe cold winter, not only Huaxia City is making preparations, but the lords of other countries on Blue Star have also begun to purchase various warm items in large quantities. As a result, in the current trading area and chat channel, Thermal insulation items have become one of the most sought-after commodities, and everyone is rushing to buy them. I'm selling 10 high-quality down jackets. They're excellent at keeping you warm. Only 2 gold coins each. Anyone interested? Please private message me. Fuck, 2 gold coins for 1. You might as well just rob them. Have you lost your conscience? So shady. I have an excellent grade oil lamp. When burning a certain amount of oil, it can raise the indoor temperature by 15 degrees Celsius. Anyone want one? Message me privately. Brother, I want it. I want one too. I've added you, agree. Selling a lot of charcoal, 1,000 gold coins per ton. If you need it, please contact me. Selling a lot of coal, 1,000 gold coins per ton. If you need it, you can contact me. Wow, so much charcoal and coal. Little brother, can you give me some? My territory is too barren. If you are willing to give me 1,000 pounds, I can come to your house to repay you. Get lost, who cares about you? I just want money. Winter is almost here. I wonder how many people will die this year. Who would still be in the mood to do that at this time? Stop talking about this useless stuff. I want to sell a rare weapon. If you want it, you need something warm to keep you warm in exchange. What? Boss, you're going to sell all the rare weapons. This is a rare weapon. Give it to me. I want it. And I'll give you 10 tons of charcoal. I'll give you 1 million gold coins. Give me the rare weapon. I don't want gold coins. I just want something that can keep me warm. The higher the quality, the better. These days, almost everything discussed on the chat channel is related to the upcoming winter. Keeping warm has become the hottest topic today. Because the winter in the battlefield of all races is very terrible. Not only is the climate extremely cold, but there are also snow monsters running rampant. If you are not prepared for defense, it is very likely that the city will be destroyed and people will die. That day, at 6 o'clock in the morning, Yang Ming got up as usual and opened the window. Huff, huff, huff. As soon as the window opened, a very cold wind blew towards me. If Yang Ming had not been strong, he would have sneezed due to the cold wind. I'm afraid the temperature has dropped to 5 degrees Celsius. Yang Ming felt the cold wind blowing in his face. There is still half a month left before winter, but I didn't expect the temperature to be so low. If it snows, the temperature could actually drop to minus 70 degrees Celsius. In such a harsh climate, with thousands of miles of ice and tens of thousands of miles of snow, many people would really die if there were no warming measures. Ding! Just as Yang Ming was about to wash up and go have breakfast, the long-lost system prompt suddenly rang in his ears. Attention all Blue Star Lords, a server-wide announcement is now being issued. A server-wide announcement. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming's face became solemn. At this critical juncture, the system suddenly issued a server-wide announcement, which was most likely related to the severe cold. Just now, the S-rank inheritance mission of the U.S. strategy was declared a failure, causing the world-class boss of the inheritance mission, the Snow Mountain Behemoth, to descend upon the Blue Star Territories battle zone. All Blue Star Lords, please prepare for battle. A world-class boss, a giant beast from the snowy mountains, ferocious and brutal. It will hunt all life forms in the Blue Star Territories war zone until it kills everyone. Due to the arrival of the Snow Mountain Giant, the temperature in the Blue Star Territories battle zone will drop to minus 90 degrees Celsius this year. At the same time, the snow monster's overall stats will increase by plus 20%. As soon as this news came out, the entire chat channel exploded. What the hell? Minus 90 degrees. Oh my God. God, are you going to leave us no chance to live? It's not just the low temperature, it's minus 90 degrees Celsius. And the snow monster has been strengthened. How many people will die this winter? Americans? You've caused such a big mess. Are you trying to get us killed? Damn you Americans, you're so brazen. You're clearly not strong enough, yet you insist on challenging an S-rank inheritance mission? Do you think you're China's Yang Ming? How dare a bunch of you, a bunch of small fry, tackle an S-rank inheritance mission? You're so self-righteous. Fuck. Why should we share the responsibility for the mess the Americans created? Where are the Americans? Are there no Americans in the chat channel? Come out and talk. Could it be that all the Americans died in the dungeon world of the inheritance mission? It's possible. Didn't you hear what the system said? That Snow Mountain beast is an epic boss. An epic boss? Too terrifying. Are these Americans crazy? Why would they provoke such a terrifying being? American bastard, IXXX. On the chat channel, almost all the messages are filled with insults against the United States. The epic Snow Mountain beast is invincible, and no Blue Star Lord can compete with it. Even if all the countries in the world unite, they may not be able to kill an epic boss. Therefore, in the face of accusations from people around the world, no American dared to stand up and argue, because they also knew they were in the wrong. The United States has caused such a big mess that its international reputation has seriously plummeted. Now on the chat channel, almost everyone wants to drag the United States down. But Yang Ming was more curious about how many people the Americans and their NATO brothers lost as a result of the failure of this mission. So Yang Ming opened the rankings and took a look. Where's Thor's name disappeared? Yang Ming discovered that Thor, the strongest lord in the United States who was originally ranked second in the world, had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 192 Winter arrives early. The U.S. Strategy S-level inheritance mission failed, and at the same time, Thor's name disappeared from the leaderboard. Could this guy Thor have died in the copy world? Yang Ming thought. Yang Ming continued to check the rankings and found that in addition to Thor, some well-known lords from NATO member countries had also disappeared from the rankings. They actually died in the copy world? Yang Ming was shocked. Yang Ming originally thought that he would not die if he failed to challenge the S-level inheritance mission, but now it seems that he had misunderstood. It turns out that when I challenged the evil god Aminos's inheritance mission before, he gave me special treatment. Yang Ming then realized that he was the only one who was special, and only by challenging Aminos's inheritance mission could he avoid death. If others challenge the inheritance mission, they will die. Thor and others died in the copy world because they failed to challenge the inheritance mission. If that's the case, then the US and NATO will collapse internally without me having to do anything? Yang Ming couldn't help but feel amused. Yang Ming said, I don't know, they suddenly shot themselves. After this incident, the United States, NATO and other countries lost many powerful lords. How can they compete with China? Even if Yang Ming did not take action, Yu Xingzhong and 5 other generals would be enough to defeat NATO. From now on, the United States is no longer a threat, and NATO is even less worthy of attention. An era unique to China has gradually begun. We can ignore the United States and NATO for now. My next task is to protect the residents so that they can survive this winter. Yang Ming thought. The Americans, an epic boss descended from the copy world to the battlefield of all races. This year's survival environment will undoubtedly be more severe. The temperature of minus 90 degrees Celsius alone can make your scalp tingle. If the warming measures are not upgraded, I wonder how many people will freeze to death in Huaxia City. So, after having a simple breakfast, Yang Ming went out to work. 2 days later, late at night, when Yang Ming was sleeping soundly, he suddenly heard a snoring sound coming from outside the window. The sound was so loud, as if there was a violent storm outside. What's going on? Yang Ming woke up from his dream because the noise was too loud. He quickly got out of bed, went to the window, opened it, and checked the situation outside. Squeak. The window was pushed open by Yang Ming, making a crisp sound. At the same time, white fluffy objects flew in from the window. Has it started snowing? This winter is coming faster than I thought. Yang Ming touched his nose. He looked out the window and found that sparse snowflakes were already falling from the sky. According to the normal passage of time, it should start snowing a week later. But now winter has suddenly arrived early. Yang Ming guessed that the reason for the advance was probably because of the arrival of the epic boss, the snow mountain beast. The heavy snow arrived early, not only alarming Yang Ming, but also making the other Blue Star lords unable to sleep. The temperature outside has dropped below 0 degrees. However, it is only November 23rd, and there are still 7 days until December. As time goes by, the temperature will only get colder. By then, the 3-month cold season will turn into a cruel Shura field. Forget it, let's go to the industrial area. Yang Ming couldn't sleep anyway, so he just got up and went to work. Yang Ming put on his clothes and walked out of his bedroom, but suddenly heard a slight creaking sound, and the door was pushed open from the outside. A red-haired girl in a maid outfit quietly opened the door and walked in. Lilith. Yang Ming subconsciously called her name. The red-haired girl was startled. She looked up and saw that it was Yang Ming. Then she breathed a sigh of relief and asked, Lord, why did you wake up so early today? It's only a little after 4 o'clock. Yang Ming looked at her and asked subconsciously, Are you coming to make breakfast? Yes. Lilith answered truthfully. Yang Ming finally understood why he could eat the breakfast carefully prepared by Lilith or Lilia as soon as he woke up every day. It turned out that they got up at 4 o'clock every day to make breakfast for him. Yang Ming said helplessly, Lilith, I've told you many times that you don't have to get up so early. I can wait until after 7 o'clock to have breakfast. However, Lilith shook her head stubbornly. She was very stubborn and insisted. No, just like today, if you get up early, I won't be able to serve you by your side, and I will feel bad. Yang Ming came up to her and said earnestly, Lilith, you are not a servant without status, you know that. Lilith raised her head, her beautiful face filled with the word paranoia. She said seriously, I know, Lord, you have always respected us. However, I will never forget that if you had not saved us, all of us sisters in the Church of the Goddess of Light would have been abused humiliated, and slaughtered by the goblins. Therefore, I have long ago vowed in my heart to repay you, even if it means sacrificing my body and soul. Yang Ming couldn't change her mind, so he had to let her go. Okay, thank you for your hard work. I will be back for breakfast at 6 o'clock. I'll go out for a walk first. Yang Ming said. Okay, my lord. Lilith smiled sweetly, bowed to Yang Ming, and then walked into the kitchen. Remember to make your portion as well, and have breakfast with me later. Yang Ming instructed. No. In the kitchen, Lilith tied on an apron, took out the ingredients prepared last night from the cabinet, cleaned them one by one, and then started to make breakfast. Yang Mingzhou walked out of the Lord's mansion and headed towards the industrial area. Walking on the streets of Huaxia City, Yang Ming felt as if he had traveled back to the 1980s. On both sides of the street, there are cylindrical stone power poles, and electric wires are connected to the poles. Countless electric wires have connected every household in Huaxia City. Even the street lights have been installed, but the electricity has not been officially connected yet, so the lights cannot be turned on. Electrifying the entire city is a very rigorous matter, and a lot of time must be spent on checking for all safety hazards. Otherwise, if the wiring is not connected properly somewhere and causes a fire, the consequences will outweigh the benefits. 10 minutes later, Yang Ming arrived at the industrial zone unknowingly. At this moment, the industrial area is brightly lit. That's right, compared to the other 4 areas, the industrial zone has been connected to electricity in advance. Because industrial areas are responsible for producing and manufacturing a large number of tools and electrical appliances, if electricity is connected in advance, work efficiency can be greatly improved. Every factory is working all night long. Chapter 193. It's snowing. In the industrial area, there are huge incandescent lamps hanging on the steel pillars that are 5 or 6 meters high. The bright lights dispel the darkness of the night. The entire industrial area is illuminated by transparent lights, just like daytime. Under the illumination of lights, one gasoline-powered truck, van and car after another is driving, transporting materials needed by different factories to different factories for processing. At the same time, workers were also working hard, operating machines, and continuously producing electric lights, electric blankets, stoves, water heaters. Everyone is working hard to prepare for the coming of winter. Because the indigenous people of the 10,000 races battlefield have the fear of the cold winter engraved in their DNA. In their eyes, winter is the most terrifying season. Coco. Yang Ming came to the blacksmith shop and found the light on inside, so he called out Cocolet's name. In the blacksmith shop, Cocolet was sitting at a desk, concentrating on studying. No one knew what she was researching. Even though Yang Ming called her, she was too engrossed to hear him. Yang Ming had no choice but to come in front of Cocolet and look down at her fiddling with something on the desk. Coco, are you studying circuits? Yang Ming discovered that there was a large circuit diagram on Cocolet's desk. Lord, why are you here? Hearing the voice, Cocolet raised her head, and when she saw Yang Ming's face, she immediately showed a happy smile. I was woken up by the wind and couldn't sleep, so I came to the industrial zone to take a look, said Yang Ming. Cocorite smiled and said, Oh, I see. Lord, look, this is the complete circuit diagram of our Huaxia city. I've checked it and haven't found any problems so far. Yang Ming was a little surprised and asked, Since there's no problem, does that mean we can turn on the power now? Cocolet quickly shook her head and said seriously, No, we need to check it at least twice. If the wires are not connected properly, it will easily cause an electric leakage and an accident. In fact, 2 days ago, Yang Ming had commissioned Zhang Wei to come to Huaxia City for an inspection. Many problems were indeed found, but they had all been repaired. But seeing how serious Cocolet was, Yang Ming felt embarrassed to point it out to her. Let her investigate, and just treat it as a review of circuit diagram knowledge. Then you can investigate carefully. I won't bother you anymore. Well, goodbye, my lord. Yang Ming stopped disturbing her, turned around, and left the blacksmith shop, then went to take a look at other factories. It was 6 o'clock in the morning when Yang Ming felt hungry. Thinking that Lilith had already prepared breakfast, he returned to the Lord's mansion. 9 minutes later. Lord, welcome home. Lilith, wearing a maid outfit, greeted Yang Ming at the door. Is breakfast ready? Come and eat with me. Yang Ming said to her. Yes, my lord. A steaming hot and delicious breakfast has been placed on a dining table in the living room. Just the smell of the aroma is enough to make you unable to stop. Lilith's cooking skills have been improving, and there are signs that she will break through to a rare-level chef. Yang Ming was also hungry, so he sat down and started enjoying his breakfast. Yang Ming never cared about his table manners. He started eating voraciously as soon as he sat down. Lilith stayed beside him obediently, but compared to Yang Ming's hearty eating, Lilith's eating style seemed much more elegant. In fact, it's not Yang Ming's fault that he eats so fast. The main reason is that Lilith's cooking skills are so good. Yang Ming picked up a piece of meatball and took a bite. It was juicy and delicious. The taste was indescribable. Bang! Yang Ming was eating happily. He suddenly heard a crisp sound. Yang Ming looked down and found that Lilith's dishes and chopsticks had fallen to the ground for some reason. Before Yang Ming could ask, he saw a panicked look on Lilith's face. She said uneasily, "My lord, it's bad, it's snowing heavily." For the indigenous people of the 10,000 races battlefield, winter means many people will die, so Lilith was so scared when she saw the snow. Huh? So fast? Yang Ming swallowed the last meatball in his mouth and looked out the window. Sure enough, just as Lilith said, the snowflakes outside were getting bigger and bigger. In the morning, there were only a few scattered white flocks, but now it began to snow heavily. Lilith suddenly sneezed. Maybe it was because of the heavy snow, and there was an occasional cold wind, and the huge temperature difference made Lilith catch a cold. Lilith was only wearing a maid outfit, which was not warm because the temperature was not very cold before she went out in the morning. Who knew that the heavy snow would come so suddenly? The temperature is now dropping rapidly and has dropped to -10 degrees Celsius. Lilith, put on your coat, or you'll catch a cold. Yang Ming returned to the bedroom, took out a coat made of exotic animal fur from his closet, and gave it to Lilith. Thank you. Lilith took Yang Ming's coat. Perhaps because it had his scent on it, which was very clean and smelled good, she blushed a little. Yang Ming no longer had any desire to eat. He walked out of the Lord's mansion and checked the situation in the entire city. The temperature outside is even lower, having dropped to -20 degrees Celsius. In such a harsh climate, if you don't have warm clothes, shelter, or charcoal to keep warm, you're basically just waiting to die. Therefore, in order to survive, every winter, many people would take the initiative to serve as slaves for some important people. Therefore, slavery is prevalent in many places on the battlefield of all races because human life is too cheap. The sudden heavy snow made the residents of Huaxia City panic. Wow, it's so cold. What's going on? Why is it snowing so heavily all of a sudden? It doesn't make sense. Why is the snow falling so fast this year? And it feels especially cold this year. Oh, it's over. Once the snow starts, the sun won't come out until spring comes. It's so cold. Isn't the temperature too low? I'll quickly put on 2 more layers of warm clothes. The sudden heavy snow caused residents to open their doors and windows to check the situation outside. Everyone looked worried. Because this heavy snow came too suddenly and too strangely, it was a very bad omen. Mom, why is it snowing so heavily this year? Will it be like last year, and many people freeze to death? A little boy looked at the heavy snow outside the window and asked his mother, "What nonsense are you talking about? With the Lord here, no one will freeze to death." The little boy's mother scolded him. "Yes, with the Lord here, everything will be fine." The little boy, who was originally afraid of winter, immediately felt a sense of security when he thought of the omnipotent Lord. Yes, don't be afraid. The Lord will protect this city. Chapter 194, Citywide Power Supply. What does the falling snow resemble? It's almost like salt being sprinkled in the air. This ancient poem vividly describes the current situation of Huaxia City. Of course, it wasn't just Huaxia City where it snowed. The entire Blue Star region war zone was covered in heavy snow. Yang Ming opened the chat channel to see what other people were up to. At this time, many people were speaking and communicating in the chat channel. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Why is the snow falling so quickly this year? 7 days earlier than usual. It's so cold. The temperature here has dropped to -25 degrees Celsius. It's over. I might not survive this winter. If I die, are there any brothers in France who can take my body back home? Stop talking, it's only the first day. Get ready. The snow is going to get heavier and heavier, and the temperature will drop to -90 degrees Celsius. 90 degrees below zero? Ordinary people can't possibly survive this, right? Unless their combat power exceeds 100 points. Alas, this low temperature will last for 3 whole months. If we are attacked by snow monsters, even extraordinary people will not be able to withstand it. I wonder how many people will die this year. Fuck. It's all the damn Americans' fault. Why would they challenge an S-rank inheritance mission when they have nothing better to do? Now they're here, the epic boss has been released, and the whole world has to suffer with them. That's right. I think Americans should apologize to the whole world. If I freeze to death, I won't let the Americans go even if I become a ghost. If an American guy shows up in front of me right now, oh my god, that's terrible. I swear I'm going to kick his ass with my Martin boots. In previous years, the average temperature was around -40 degrees Celsius, occasionally dropping to -70 degrees Celsius. We could just endure it. But this year, we've had a 3-month cold winter, with average temperatures dropping to -90 degrees Celsius. How are we supposed to survive? How else can we survive? Buy all the warm clothes we can and try to survive. It's not difficult for me to survive, but what about the militia and residents of my territory? If they die, my territory will be doomed sooner or later. Stop talking. I have charcoal here. It's 10,000 gold coins a ton. Who wants it? Fuck. The guy above. Just a few days ago it was 1,000 gold coins per ton of charcoal, and now you've increased the price tenfold. Are you robbing me? Love or not? If you don't, get out of here. If you say one more word, I'll block you. No, no, no. Big brother, don't be angry. I want it, I want it. I want one too. I want a +1 too. I want +2 too. Just as Yang Ming guessed, as winter arrived early, the prices of any warm items in the trading area began to rise. Although the warehouse in Huaxia City has a lot of warm items stored, Yang Ming will not sell them because he wants to keep them for himself. In Yang Ming's view, population is much more important than money. Yang Ming said, "Sorry, I'm not interested in money." Seeing that the snow was getting heavier, Yang Ming could no longer sit still. He hurriedly finished the rest of his breakfast and headed to the industrial area again. In any case, let's put everything else aside for now. The most urgent task is to provide electricity to Huaxia City first. 3 days later. Time flies. Although only 3 days have passed, the temperature in the battlefield of all races has dropped rapidly like a falling meteorite. In 3 days, the temperature dropped from -20 degrees Celsius to -60 degrees Celsius. The average daily temperature drop is 13.34 degrees Celsius. What's even worse is that this kind of cold is not dry cold, but wet cold, the kind of cold that's deadly. Such a horrifically low temperature is enough to freeze people to death. Those refugees wandering outside, unless they are lucky enough to awaken their talents, their bodies will have already become stiff. In just 3 days, out of the more than 3 billion lords on Blue Star, 20 million of their territories fell, either frozen to death by the severe cold or having their city gates breached by snow monsters. There were more or less cases of people freezing to death in everyone's territory. In the entire Blue Star, only Yang Ming's territory has maintained a 0 mortality rate to date. At this time in Huaxia City, most of the houses had their doors and windows closed tightly to prevent any cold wind from blowing in. In order to keep warm, almost every household lit the fireplace, constantly adding firewood to the fireplace and turning the temperature of the fireplace to the maximum. But even so, the temperature in the house still remains at -10 to 20 degrees Celsius, which is still very cold. Why is it so damn cold? It's terrible. I've never seen such a cold winter. Fortunately, the Lord took us in, otherwise, we would have frozen to death. Yeah, now we can warm ourselves by the fire every day. How could we have such a good benefit before? However, I heard from Lord Carl that the temperature now is not the lowest yet. In a while, the temperature may drop to -90 degrees Celsius. What? -90 degrees Celsius? Oh my God, it's so cold. Even if we have a house to live in and a fire to warm ourselves, ordinary people like us can't handle it, right? It's so cold. Will we freeze to death in the house? No, you must trust the Lord. The arrival of severe winter has made residents worried. After all, most residents are unable to awaken their talents and are just ordinary people. In such a brutal cold weather, the probability of ordinary people surviving is almost 0. Ahem. At this moment, a slight cough suddenly sounded in every corner of Huaxia City. Hey, my people, can you hear me? Through the loudspeaker, Yang Ming broadcast his voice to the 5 areas of Huaxia City. It's the Lord's voice. What's going on? Is the Lord near our house? What an honor. Hey, that's not right. There's no one outside. Where did the Lord's voice come from? All the residents were extremely excited when they heard Yang Ming's voice, but they had never seen a loudspeaker before and had no idea where Yang Ming's voice came from. Everyone, please sit quietly. I'm communicating with you via the radio. Just sit down and listen carefully. Just now, after the hard work of all the blacksmiths, Huaxiao City has been fully powered. That is to say, from now on, we can use various heating appliances, such as floor heating, electric blankets, water heaters, stoves, and other appliances to resist the cold. Please follow the instructions for using electrical appliances that we shared a few days ago and plug them in. A few days ago, Yang Ming considered that the indigenous people of the 10,000 races battlefield did not know how to use electrical appliances, so he held several home appliance usage training conferences for this purpose. In fact, most electrical appliances are very easy to use. Just plug in the power supply and turn on the switch. Following Yang Ming's order, residents began to try to use electrical appliances. How do you use this iron lump? I heard that as long as you plug this thing into the port, you can keep warm? Really, this iron lump feels so cold. Can it really keep me warm? I don't believe it. Can the Lord deceive you? Hurry and plug it in and try it out. Many residents plugged in the stoves with some hesitation and flipped the switches. In an instant, a bright and warm light came on. A warm heat wave hit me, raising the temperature in the room a lot. Chapter 195, officially entering the electrical age. When the stove is connected to the power supply, the quartz tube inside emits a blazing light, and the electrical energy is converted into thermal energy at this moment. The warm temperature began to dispel the coldness in the house. Wow, what kind of treasure is this? It's so warm, warmer than a fireplace. It's amazing. I didn't expect that a piece of iron could provide heating. Great. With this thing, we won't freeze to death. If I remember correctly, this thing is called a barbecue oven, right? It looks like a bird cage. Well, let's hurry up and connect the floor heating to the power supply. That way, the whole house won't be cold anymore. Okay, let's do it. Because a few days ago, Yang Ming ordered several publicity activities on how to use and precautions for electrical appliances. Most residents know how to use these heating appliances. Every household has electric lights installed for lighting. The oven was also running at maximum power. Of course, floor heating is the ultimate weapon for regulating indoor warmth. With large-scale floor heating throughout the house, the whole house becomes warm after being powered on. In addition, the firewood in the fireplace did not go out, and it was burning clean and pollution-free charcoal. If the above-mentioned heat preservation tools are running at the same time, even if the outdoor temperature drops to -60 or 70 degrees Celsius, the room will still be warm. Outside, the snow was falling heavily and the weather was freezing cold. The house is brightly lit, warm, and comfortable. It's great. The house is so warm. I don't have to worry about freezing to death this winter. Thank you, Lord, for making such a magical appliance. The luckiest thing in my life is becoming a part of Huaxia City. Long live Huaxia City, long live the Lord. Long live. In every corner of Huaxia City, one can hear the residents' excited cheers. The originally lifeless Huaxia City immediately became full of vitality and hope the moment the entire city was powered on. Industrial area. In a house in a building about 10 meters high, Yang Ming, Cocolet, Zhou Mingrui, Carl, and others gathered here. Everyone stared nervously at a monitor on the wall. What's the situation now? Cocorite asked suddenly. The display screen shows the electricity consumption in various areas of Huaxia City. If there is abnormal power consumption or power outage in any place, the display will issue an alarm. Well, it seems everything is normal at the moment. Yang Ming stared at the monitor for a long time and then replied. The first half of Yang Ming's words made everyone's heart jump to their throat, but his second half of the words made everyone smile. Zhou Mingrui was very excited and couldn't help asking. So now all residents of Huaxia City can use electricity normally? Zhou Mingrui was responsible for the construction of the power station throughout the entire process. It can be said that he was the person who cared most about this issue in the audience. Yes. Yang Ming nodded again and said, every household is using it, and there hasn't been a single electric leakage accident so far. Great. Everyone cheered happily after hearing this answer. Because this means that Huaxia City has officially entered the electrical age. Among them, Carl was the most excited person. Carl is over 70 years old this year. He has experienced more than 70 cold winters in the battlefield of all races. In his memory, whenever winter comes, many people will die as expected. Even in a powerful kingdom, such as the kingdom of Eldora, many people die in the cold winter every year. Carl never thought that humans could overcome the cruel winter, until he came to Huaxia City and witnessed the birth of various miracles. It turns out that ordinary people can also overcome cruel natural disasters through their own efforts. Carl thought. The main city of Huaxia City has been fully electrified. Next, it is time to consider the other 5 vassal territories. The 5 vassal territories do not border Huaxia City. They are scattered around the main city, but not very far away. If war breaks out, the soldiers in the main city can send troops to support at any time. Next, let's provide electricity to the 5 vassal territories. Yang Ming said. In fact, the 5 vassal territories had already built electrical wires and circuits. However, a power test must be carried out in the main city first. If no accidents occur, electricity will be supplied to the 5 vassal territories. Following the previous procedure, Yang Ming turned on the radio again and told the residents of the vassal territory that electricity would soon be available. After the broadcast, the main switch was turned on and the current instantly connected the 5 vassal territories. Similarly, after the power was turned on, no accidents occurred in the 5 vassal territories. From this moment on, every corner of Huaxia City was connected to the power supply. Every household can use electrical appliances. The widespread use of electricity will definitely allow Huaxia City to survive this winter safely. Even if the outdoor temperature drops to minus 70 degrees Celsius or even minus 90 degrees Celsius, it will not affect the warmth indoors. The residents of Huaxia City lived comfortably, but people in other territories were not so lucky. In just 3 days, the temperature dropped from 0 degrees Celsius to minus 70 degrees Celsius. For most of the lords on Blue Star, this was undoubtedly a fatal disaster. Such a low temperature can easily freeze an ordinary person to death. Let me take another look at the chat channel. Yang Ming thought. When Yang Ming opened the chat channel, he unexpectedly discovered that the number of people online was much less than yesterday. After a rough calculation, Yang Ming found that since the snow started falling, in just 3 days, more than 50 million lords had died in the cold winter. At this moment, everyone on the chat channel was wailing. It's so cold. What's going on with this weather? 70% of my residents have frozen to death. What should I do? My city defenses are basically paralyzed. There are too few warm clothes, and the soldiers can't work normally. Oh shit, who's going to save me? I saw a snow monster. It's starting to attack my territory. Guess what quality of snow monster I saw? Perfect grade. Haha, a perfect grade snow monster. God is dooming me to die. Brother upstairs, please accept my condolences. Perfect level snow monster. TSK, 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 have a safe journey. Why didn't that brother say anything just now? Did he come to let everyone know he was safe? He's probably done for. With the invasion of perfect level snow monsters, I don't think anyone can defend the city gates except for Boss Yang Ming. This winter is so cold and lasts for 3 months. I wonder how many people can survive. Those who survived were all outstanding lords. They had to have awakened at least 2 B-level talents, or 1 A-level talent, or they had built up their territories exceptionally well. Chapter 196, Selling Charcoal. Stop chatting away. Why don't you go out of town and chop down some more trees for firewood? Are you stupid? You dare to leave the city in this situation? If you encounter a snow monster, 10 lives won't be enough for you to survive. Yes, it's winter now, and the snow monsters have buffs. Is there any big guy who can give us a strategy to help us get through this winter? What other strategy can we use? Just hold on. If we can just hold on for 3 months, won't the danger be over when spring arrives? 3 months? I'll starve to death. Besides, I have thousands of residents to support. Wow, you already have 1,000 residents? You're amazing. I only have over 700 residents. What's that? I heard that the top 10 bosses have populations exceeding 10,000. The population has exceeded 10,000? Over 10,000 residents? This is incredible. Of course, those who can make it to the top 10 of the rankings are all big shots. I'm so envious. If my territory could develop this well, I wouldn't have to worry about not surviving the winter. Don't be so pessimistic. Try to live. Yang Ming looked at the chat channel for a long time, but did not see any useful information. Most of the messages were lords chatting and complaining. But Yang Ming discovered some useful information. Everyone seemed to have a very strong demand for charcoal. Of course, what you need is not ordinary charcoal, but fine-grade charcoal. Since electrical appliances cannot be used, burning charcoal or wood to keep warm is the only way. The price of a piece of high-quality charcoal was even hyped up to 1 gold coin. Using 1 gold coin to buy a piece of charcoal is undoubtedly a huge profit for the seller. Even Yang Ming was tempted by this price. As it happens, Huaxia City is in dire need of gold. How severe is the shortage? Even Xiao Yao's debt hasn't been paid off yet. Gold is a resource that you can never have too much of. Before the snow fell, a lot of high-quality charcoal and even excellent-grade coal had already been stockpiled in the warehouses of Huaxia City. If you sell these in the trading area, you will definitely make a lot of money. Now that Huaxia City has electricity, the demand for charcoal and coal is not very high, so there is no problem selling them. In any case, gold is definitely much more important than charcoal, so I can try to sell charcoal. Yang Ming thought. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Ming finally opened the trading area page and put 10,000 pieces of charcoal on the shelves. Yang Ming sells charcoal at half the market price. Others can only buy 1 piece of charcoal with 1 gold coin, but with Yang Ming, 1 gold coin can buy 2 pieces of charcoal. Since the charcoal sold by Yang Ming was half the price of the market price, it had just been put on the shelves and quickly attracted a large number of lords to come and buy it. Many people began to send private messages to Yang Ming. Boss, I want to buy 1,000 pieces of charcoal, thank you. Boss, how much is your premium coal? I'll buy you a piece of premium coal for 5. Is that okay? Boss, I want your 10,000 pieces of charcoal. I want them all. Can you offer me a discount? A 10% discount would be fine. Boss, please, give me some charcoal. It's so cold here, really too cold. If this continues, I will freeze to death. Please save me. Just give me 100 pieces of charcoal, and you can save my life. Because there were so many people buying charcoal, The private messages were flooded, and Yang Ming could only reply to those messages with large transaction volumes. A piece of charcoal weighs 1 pound and is cheap and affordable, so it is very popular among people. In just half an hour, all 10,000 pieces of charcoal were sold out, and Yang Ming earned 5,000 gold coins. Having tasted the sweetness of success, Yang Ming simply sold 90% of the charcoal in the warehouse and put it on the shelves. If you run out of wood, you can go out and chop down trees, but you can never have too much of a resource like gold. This time, Yang Ming put a total of 100 million pieces of charcoal on the shelves, all of which were of excellent quality. 100 million pieces of charcoal, and of high quality, is not a small amount, so it quickly attracted a large group of people to come and buy it. Even in the chat channel, many people discussed this matter. Hey, stop complaining here. A big guy has put a bunch of charcoal on the market. It's all high quality, and the price is very favorable. Why don't you go grab it? How cheap? 1 gold coin can buy 2 pieces of charcoal, and each piece of charcoal weighs 1 pound. Fuck, it's so cheap. There's such a good thing. I don't believe it. It must be a scam. Yeah, it's so cold now, and the price of charcoal is going crazy. Who would be so kind as to sell it so cheap? I don't believe it. The charcoal was put on the shelf by Boss Yang Ming. Could Boss Yang Ming really cheat you? Boss Yang Ming? Is that the Chinese hunk Yang Ming who's ranked number 1? Yes, do you believe it now? I believe it, I believe it. Brothers, I'm leaving first. I'm going to buy some charcoal. I believe it. Me too +1. Me too +2. For a time, the charcoal put on the shelves by Yang Ming became the hottest commodity in the trading area. Many people come to buy it. In less than half a day, Yang Ming made a fortune. 100 million pieces of charcoal could not be sold out in a short period of time, so Yang Ming just let them sell automatically. There are still 3 months until spring arrives. This charcoal will definitely sell out soon, so I can. Yang Ming suddenly smelled a business opportunity. You can send an army to cut down trees outside, and then bring the cut wood back to the territory for processing and burning it into charcoal continuously. In this way, Yang Ming can monopolize the charcoal market throughout the winter. Just do it. Yang Ming went to the training ground, intending to find Yang Jian. Hey ha. 121. March in step. At this time, there were still many soldiers training on the training ground. In the low temperature of -70 degrees Celsius, heavy snow kept falling, but the soldiers were still training actively. Why do we have to train in such cold weather? The reason is simple. For the soldiers, these are not a problem. In the eyes of ordinary people, the temperature of -70 degrees Celsius is terrifying, but in the eyes of soldiers, it is a training. People with a combat power value of more than 100 points have the resistance to withstand severe cold and can barely survive even in an environment as low as -90 degrees Celsius. The higher the combat power value, the stronger the anti-freeze ability. Yang Jian, come here, I have a task to give you. Yang Ming said. Hearing the word mission, Yang Jian almost didn't hesitate. He immediately came to Yang Ming and asked, My lord, no matter what the mission is, I will do my best to complete it. Please give me the most dangerous missions. Yang Ming thought for a moment before saying, Starting today, our Huaxiao city is in urgent need of a large amount of charcoal. The raw material for burning charcoal is excellent grade trees, so the task of collecting wood will be handed over to your Qinglong Legion. In winter, the probability of snow monsters appearing in the wild becomes very high. Therefore, most lords did not dare to go out and explore in winter. But the Qinglong Legion is not a pushover. As long as there is no perfect level monster, Yang Jian can kill it. Snow monster in the wild, Yang Jian can deal with it alone. Because Yang Jian's combat power value has now exceeded 1,000 points, and his quality has also been upgraded to the excellent level, his combat power is very strong. In addition to Yang Jian, Zhang Lingfeng and Yang Fifin's combat power values are also over 1,000. Chapter 197, 300 million deaths. The Qinglong Legion is responsible for going out to cut trees, so that Huaxiao City can burn charcoal for a long time and then sell the charcoal. Huaxiao City is not like other territories. They are afraid of the snow monster and have been hiding in the territory. No matter how powerful the snow monster is, the warriors of Huaxiao City are not afraid. Yang Ming plans to upgrade Huaxiao City once again before the end of winter from a small city to a medium-sized city. This also means that Yang Ming has to work harder. 3 days later. 3 more days passed, November ended, and now it is December. It has been 93rd days since Yang Ming arrived at the battlefield of all races. That day, Yang Ming had just woken up from his dream when he heard a whooshing sound. It was the sound of the window being blown by the wind and hitting the wall. The noise was so loud that Yang Ming was woken up. What's going on? The temperature has gotten colder again. After being woken up, Yang Ming had no desire to sleep anymore, so he simply got up. Yang Ming walked to the window, stretched his hand out of the window, and felt the temperature outside. My goodness, it's already over 80 degrees below 0 Celsius. It's almost approaching 90 degrees below 0. Yang Ming sighed. The weather is getting colder. Climate conditions are also becoming more extreme. After waking up, Yang Ming opened the chat system as usual. Damn, there is no way there are only 3.2 billion lords left in the world now. Yang Ming took a look at the pinned message and couldn't help but be stunned. According to the pinned message in the chat channel, 300 million people have died so far, and there are only 3.2 billion lords left in the world. During these 3 days, as the temperature dropped to minus 80 degrees Celsius, more and more people's territories were turned into ruins. The death rate is skyrocketing. But this is not the most terrifying thing, because in this winter, minus 80 degrees Celsius is not the limit of the climate, but minus 90 degrees Celsius is. In a few days, when the global temperature drops to minus 90 degrees Celsius, many more people may die. Although there are 300 million fewer people, the chat channel is still constantly refreshing with messages. Hey everyone, how are you doing? Not good. Not good at all. I planted 100 acres of frost-resistant wheat, but I didn't expect the seed's benefits were falsely advertised. My crops were all frozen into ice sculptures by the heavy snow. It's over, all ruined. The frost-resistant wheat was frozen to death. Is it that bad, brother? What's that? I'm miserable too. All the poultry on my farm have frozen to death. This damn weather is just too abominable. That's right. How could the temperature be so low last year? This year is really too hard to bear. This year it's all because of the US. If the US hadn't failed in the inheritance mission and released an epic boss, would we have had such a hard time? Yeah, it's all America's fault. Damn Americans. They caused trouble but didn't even issue a statement. They don't even know how to apologize. They simply don't take us seriously. In comparison, China looks much better. That's right, as long as you join the Huaxiao Alliance, you can buy perfect-grade exotic beast meat. This benefit is simply perfect. Yes, thanks to my motherland. They are so discerning and joined the Huaxiao Alliance a long time ago. I was honored to buy 20 kilograms of perfect-grade exotic beast meat yesterday. I envy you so much. I also want to buy perfect-grade exotic beast meat. Envy +1. Envy +2. No, I have to hurry to our country's chat channel and urge them to join the Huaxiao Alliance. I'm so envious of your benefits. If I can buy perfect-grade exotic beast meat, my chances of surviving this winter will increase. The content of the chat channel, as always, is only about winter. Everyone is discussing how to get through this difficult winter. Yang Ming opened the trading area and put the charcoal made today back on the shelves. The charcoal sold by Yang Ming is very popular, so the supply cannot meet the demand, and it is sold out almost every day. So he has to open the trading area every day and restock the shelves with new charcoal. In the past few days, Yang Ming has earned so many gold coins that they are almost filling up an entire warehouse. Gold coins flowed into Yang Ming's account like running water. Not only did Yang Ming make a lot of money, but his act of selling charcoal also won the favor of the whole world for China. In recent days, China's reputation has completely crushed that of the United States. People from all over the world on the chat channel have praised China highly, but sneered at the United States. Because if it weren't for Yang Ming, the price of charcoal and coal would probably have been driven up to 3 gold coins per piece. The charcoal sold by Yang Ming is not only large in quantity and cheap, but also very easy to use, indirectly saving many people around the world. Now, as long as anyone in the world opens the chat channel, they can see all kinds of comments praising and yearning for China. Great! Boss Yang Ming has put so much charcoal on the shelves today. I'm saved. Yes, the residents of my territory are all waiting for charcoal from Boss Yang Ming to keep warm. Alas, I've come to my senses now. I must have been brainwashed by the Western media before, which is why I had such a bad impression of China. Now that winter has arrived, those Western countries that usually claim to be righteous are not only not lending us a hand, but are also drastically raising the price of charcoal. On the contrary, China, which is often portrayed as a bad country by the Western media, has been saving the world. Yeah, I get it too. Those Western European and American countries are all hypocrites. NATO and the United States, in particular, have caused such a huge mess, yet they are still playing dead. Our country has decided to join the Huaxiao Alliance and seek the protection of Huaxia. So does our country. Less than 10 days after the cold winter arrived, the world's impression of China had undergone a drastic change. All this is because of Yang Ming. Yang Ming gradually became a great figure like the savior in the eyes of the people of Blue Star. China's reputation is at its peak, and more countries are beginning to identify with China and are actively joining the Chinese alliance. At this point, the number of member states of the Huaxia Alliance International Organization has increased to 37. Chapter 198, Zhou Mingrui and Carl's work. This damn weather is really cold. At 7:30 in the morning, after Zhou Mingrui had breakfast, he put on thick clothes and went out. In order to resist the severe cold, he was fully armed, wearing a woolen hat on his head, thick thermal underwear, down jacket, and military coat on his body, and his shoes were all padded and thickened to be airtight. Because the temperature has now dropped to minus 85 degrees Celsius, Zhou Mingrui's combat power value is not high, only 66 points. If he doesn't wear thicker clothes, he can't even get out of the door. Hello, Mr. Zhou. A red car was parked on the cement road outside the villa. When the car driver saw Zhou Mingrui, he immediately got out of the car and opened the door for Zhou Mingrui. This car is Zhou Mingrui's private car and is equipped with a driver. Mr. Zhou, where are you going? The driver asked after Zhou Mingrui got in the car. Go to the power station. Zhou Mingrui answered while sitting in the back seat of the car and drinking tea. Okay. The driver nodded, fastened his seatbelt, and started the car. Although the temperature is very low and snow is falling heavily, the car can still start normally. Because when Zhang Wei was designing the layout of the internal combustion engine and the blueprint of the car, he had already considered the issue of cold resistance. The materials used to manufacture internal combustion engines are 50% high-grade materials and 50% excellent-grade materials. On this basis, an additional layer of professional cold-resistant and frost-resistant protective film is applied. In addition, a large amount of cold-resistant and anti-freeze materials are also added to the overall frame of the car. Therefore, in such a harsh low-temperature environment, Huaxia City's internal combustion vehicles can still run normally. Ding ding ding. The car started and drove on the cement road. From time to time, another car would come from the opposite direction, and the driver would quickly honk the horn to warn them. To prevent vehicles from skidding, workers are responsible for shoveling snow on every road. 20 minutes later, the car arrived safely at the power station. Mr. Zhou, we've arrived at the power station. The driver got out of the car, opened the door for Zhou Mingrui, and said to him, Yeah. Zhou Mingrui nodded, then got out of the car and walked into the power station. Inside the power station, many workers wearing thick warm clothes are already working. Director Zhou, good morning. When Zhou Mingrui walked into the power station, the workers along the way saluted and greeted him. Good morning. Zhou Mingrui nodded with a dignified look. This feeling of being in such a status, being respected, and being able to order others around at will is truly amazing. Zhou Mingrui enjoys this feeling so much. That's right. Zhou Mingrui is a very ambitious person. He is extremely obsessed with status and power, and he enjoys the feeling of being sought after. No matter what, I won't give up the position of Huaxia's construction director to anyone else. I want to accomplish great things and become an irreplaceable minister by the Lord's side. With this idea in mind, Zhou Mingrui threw himself into his work. Like a workaholic, he kept expanding, repairing, and improving the power station. It can be said that the power station is now the most important building in Huaxia City, without a doubt. Once the power station fails, the entire city will lose power and all heating appliances will shut down. In less than half an hour, tens of thousands of people will be frozen to death. The power station is currently a Class 3 building. I need to find a way to upgrade it to a Class 5 building as soon as possible. This way, even if the temperature drops to minus 100 degrees Celsius, Huaxia City's power supply system will be able to operate normally. Zhou Mingrui set a small goal for himself, which was to upgrade the power station to a level 5 building within a month. As long as he can achieve this goal, Zhou Mingrui feels that he can become one of the irreplaceable talents in the Lord's heart. Zhou Mingrui has been in Huaxia City for almost 3 months. In Zhou Mingrui's view, Yang Ming is a perfect, wise king who clearly distinguishes rewards and punishments, so as long as his contribution is great enough, he will definitely get the due reward. What Zhou Mingrui wants most is that when Huaxia City is established in the future, he can stand on a high platform as one of the founding fathers and be admired by thousands of people. Master Carl, this is today's staff change application form. Please take a look. In an office in an administrative building in the business district, a secretary handed a form to Carl and held it up with both hands. Carl is the administrative minister of Huaxia City. He is responsible for helping Yang Ming manage the daily affairs of Huaxia City. Dealing with the work assignments of residents is also one of his daily tasks. Well, let me take a look. Carl took the form. Due to the severe winter, most residents have to stay at home to keep warm, so the commercial area has become much quieter. In this environment, People who can go out to work must have a combat power of at least 35 points, and must wear super warm clothing customized in the industrial area. A combat power value of 35 points is equivalent to the total physical fitness of 7 adults. With a little anti-freeze ability, coupled with customized warm clothes, one will not be easily frozen to death. Well, that's good. I've approved all the job applications for this group of people. Let them start work today. The Lord said that if they work during the winter, their wages will be tripled. Carl stamped the end of the form. Even when the temperature drops to minus 90 degrees Celsius, there are still many people willing to come out to work. It's simple, the salary is high. 1 day's work in winter is equivalent to 3 days' work in normal times. Can resist such an attractive reward? In such a cold day, aren't the workers afraid of frostbite? Of course not. With Anna here, even the most serious injuries can be cured. Just after Carl finished dealing with the workers' work assignment issue, the secretary handed him a new form. Master Carl, this is the list of people who have applied for marriage registration in recent days. When Carl saw the form, he was stunned. Marry. Carl muttered these 2 words in a daze. In his worldview, these 2 words should not exist. In the battlefield of all races, are people from the lower class like Carl qualified to register for marriage and hold a wedding banquet? No. Holding a wedding banquet is a privilege that only the nobility has. However, in Huaxia City, everyone can get married and hold a wedding banquet. Even after marriage, if the couple has children, the government will provide financial subsidies. I'm over 70 years old and have traveled through many cities and kingdoms. Only the Lord can care for the people like this. Carl stamped the form. Population is always the most precious resource. Therefore, Yang Ming has long since issued new policies to strongly encourage marriage and provide generous subsidies for having children. What's more, there is a building called the Awakening Hall in Huaxia City. The function of the Awakening Hall is to greatly increase the probability of newborns awakening their talents. As long as there are enough newborns, the future of Huaxia City will be more promising. The birth of new life itself represents new hope. Chapter 199, The 4th Legion Commander. Hey ha. At the martial arts competition in the training ground, Gooden fought against Yang Jian with an iron rod in his hand. Gooden attacked with his bare chest, wielding an iron rod and attacking with all his might, trying every possible way to break through Yang Jian's defense. Too slow, faster. Facing Gooden's attack, Yang Jian was at ease. He easily resolved all his attacks and repelled him. Brother, be careful. Gooden was knocked back more than 10 meters, but he did not think of giving up and rushed forward again. Bang, bang, bang. As expected, Gooden was defeated again, but he still didn't give up and continued to rush forward. Attack, be repelled. Attack again, be repelled again. Attack again, be repelled again. Gooden seemed tireless and challenged Yang Jian madly. Until half an hour later. Huff. Gooden was so tired that he was panting. Seeing him working so hard, Yang Jian was afraid that he would be exhausted, so he tried to persuade him. Gooden, why don't you take a break and practice again later? That's right. Yang Jian was practicing martial arts with Gooden to improve his fighting ability. Although Gooden was so tired that he could hardly speak, he still insisted. No, I have to break through 800 points of combat power today. I only have 1 point left. During this period, Gooden has been training like crazy. His goal is to break through the combat power value to 800 points as soon as possible and become the 4th Legion Commander of Huaxia City. Okay, then I'll practice with you for another 10 minutes. Yang Jian stretched out his right hand and hooked his finger at him, saying, Come on, attack me from the front. Brother, here I come. Gooden gritted his teeth and attacked again. Gooden's physical strength has been exhausted, but in order to become stronger, he is frantically squeezing his potential. Becoming stronger is Gooden's belief. Gooden doesn't want to live the miserable life he had before. He wants to become stronger and become the 4th Legion Commander of Huaxia City. 5 minutes later. Suddenly, Gooden, who was madly squeezing his potential, shouted loudly. He felt his body become extremely hot. At the same time, the aura on his body became stronger. Is the combat power going to break through 800 points? Yang Jian felt relieved to see his changes. Hard work pays off, and Gooden's efforts over this period of time have finally paid off. Ha! Brother, I finally have 800 combat power points. Gooden shouted excitedly. Congratulations. Yang Jian was also happy for him. In this way, the 4th Legion of Huaxia City, the Xuanwu Legion, can begin to be formed. Pa. The arena, Yang Fifan and Zhang Lingfeng both applauded. Gooden, congratulations on becoming the 4th Legion Commander of Huaxia City. Zhang Lingfeng and Yang Fifan also expressed their blessings to him. Gooden was also very excited. He saluted the 3 people with his fists clasped. Thank you, three brothers, for your help these past few days. Without you, I wouldn't have improved so quickly. In order to become stronger, Gooden has been shamelessly asking Zhang Lingfeng, Yang Fifan, and Yang Jian to train with him these days. Of course, the three of them did not refuse. Because Gooden was not only chosen by King Linhu, but also favored by Yang Ming. Based on these 2 points alone, Yang Jian and others would not refuse Gooden's request for sparring partner. Yang Jian stepped forward, patted Gooden on the shoulder, and said, "The Lord said that as long as your combat power reaches 800 points, you can form the Black Tortoise Legion. Go and select the members." "Okay, I won't forget the kindness of my three brothers. I'll treat you to a drink some other day." Gooden clasped his fists again. Gooden transformed himself from an unknown person into one of the Legion commanders of Huaxia City, and his future is bright. Oops. In the blacksmith shop in the industrial area, Cocolet, who was studying hard, couldn't help but stretch. From morning till now, she has studied physics for 5 hours. Cocolet has already mastered junior high school physics. If she were to take the high school entrance exam in the real world, it would be easy for her to get full marks. I didn't expect that the required physics course in high school would be so difficult. It's not on the same level as that in junior high school. Cocolet stretched and said to herself. That's right, Cocolet has started studying high school physics. Cocolet stretched again and muttered to herself, "My brain is a little tired. The Lord said that learning should be a combination of work and rest. I'll rest for a while. I'll go forge weapons later and complete today's forging task before continuing with physics." After Cocolet rested for a while and felt less tired, she left the desk and went to the forge to start forging weapons. Every day, Cocolet forges dozens of Overlord spears, all of which are of excellent quality. Although Cocolet's professional level is already rare, she cannot forge rare-level weapons because she does not have the forging drawings, so she can only forge excellent-level weapons. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the big hammer hitting the material was deafening and loud. Through the hands of Cocolet, one Overlord spear after another is freshly produced. This is a day in the life of Cocolet, studying physics, building weapons, and improving internal combustion engines. After finishing her work for the day, she would go to the Lord's mansion for a meal and ask Yang Ming to teach her physics. Cocolet likes this kind of life very much. How nice it would be if I could live like this forever, thought Cocorite. But Cocorite was not a child, and she knew very well that she could not daydream during the day. The only way to live the life of your dreams is to become stronger, make Huaxia City powerful, and become a super country that dominates the world in the battlefield of all races. This is also the reason why Cocolet studies physics hard. She wants to contribute her own little bit to the coming of prosperity for China. Hospital. Sister Anna, another patient with severe frostbite, has come to the emergency room. Sister Anna, there's a patient who's almost frozen to death. Go and take a look. Sister Anna, someone fell into an ice hole and his lower body turned into an ice sculpture. Various life-threatening voices came to her ears, but Anna was not panicked at all. Instead, she remained calm. Send all the seriously ill patients to me, said Anna. Anna quickly got to work and began to treat the wounded against the clock. As the hospital's most senior physician, Anna's quality has been upgraded to a rare level, and she controls almost all the say in the hospital. In the hearts of residents, Yang Ming is the greatest and Anna ranks second, because Anna has treated countless patients. Since she came to Huaxia City, at least 200,000 people have had their lives saved by Anna. If it weren't for Anna, countless residents of Huaxia City would have died of illness. In the eyes of the residents, Anna is as worthy of respect as a white angel who saves lives. Chapter 200, American Civil War, NATO Disintegration. In addition to Zhou Mingrue, Carl, Yang Jian, Yang Fifan, Anna, Cocolet, Zhang Lingfeng, and others, talents from all walks of life in Huaxia City, are also fully committed to their work. It is thanks to the efforts of these people that Huaxia City can maintain its daily operations during the cold winter season. The establishment of a territory, the development of a city, and the birth of a country cannot be achieved by one person alone. It also requires the joint efforts of talents from all walks of life. Unity is strength. Many hands make light work. Proletarians of the world, unite. In a blink of an eye, 10 days have passed. It has been 103 days since Yang Ming arrived at the battlefield of all races. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Yang Ming woke up as usual, but today he did not wake up naturally, but was woken up by the message alert from his friend. Snow White today? Why did she send me a message so early? Is there another major international incident? Yang Ming, who had just woken up, was still a little groggy, but when he learned that Bai Shueji had sent him a message, he quickly opened the friend chat page. In an instant, Snow White's avatar popped up on the chat page, along with the content of the message she sent. The first message reads as follows. Haha, Yang Ming, you may not believe this, and to be honest, I don't believe it either. Just now, good news came from the real world. A civil war broke out again in the United States, a second civil war broke out, and the country has basically been split into two. What? After seeing this news, Yang Ming lost all sleepiness and immediately sat up from the bed. However, before Yang Ming could figure out the situation, the next message popped up. The second message reads as follows. There's another piece of good news. NATO has been falling apart these past few days, with over 20 member states announcing their withdrawal. Meanwhile, our Huaxiao alliance is growing stronger and stronger, now comprising 41 member states, including established powers like France, Hollande, Northern Bear, and Italy. The content of the second message is also very explosive. Shit, am I still asleep? Yang Ming's brain stopped working, and he suspected he was dreaming. Overnight, the United States split and NATO disintegrated. Even novels wouldn't dare to write this way, right? So, Yang Ming quickly replied to Bai Xueji's message and asked, Is this true? The United States is divided? What's going on? Tell me in detail. Bai Xueji was also online, so she quickly told Yang Ming the reason and typed a message. The reason is simple. Remember the last S-rank inheritance mission? The US attack mission failed. Their losses were far more severe than we imagined, so severe that they were unable to save themselves. The United States has fallen directly from being the world's second largest superpower to being dethroned and can no longer maintain its status as a superpower. Plus, it's winter now, which is undoubtedly a double blow to the United States, which has already lost a large number of powerful lords. Therefore, they can no longer reach a consensus. After listening to it, Yang Ming suddenly understood. The battlefield of all races is different from the real world. In the battlefield of all races, whoever has more king-level territories is the boss. After the United States failed in its S-rank inheritance mission, it lost many powerful lords, including Thor, who was once the world's #1. As a result, their strength was greatly reduced, and they could no longer defend so many king-level territories. Originally, the United States had more than 20 king-level territories, but now only the last 7 are left. In addition, the arrival of cold winter and the harm of extremely low temperatures are like rubbing salt into the wounds of the United States. Under internal and external troubles, two parties formed within the United States, the peace faction and the war faction. They expressed their own opinions, and neither of them was willing to submit to the other. The war faction believes that the United States is in such a miserable state because of China, so they must fight China to the end. The peace faction believes that continuing the war will only make the situation worse for the United States, and cooperation with China is the best option. If they reach the end of their rope, they will have to join the Chinese alliance. Due to different ideologies, the two sides started arguing, which escalated into a quarrel that eventually became incompatible, and a civil war broke out, splitting the country into two. Snow White reminded Yang Ming, that's why we need to be vigilant about the reasons for the US's failure and avoid the same tragedy from happening again. Your location is too far away from the Chinese base camp. You must protect yourself. If anything happens to you, all our previous efforts will likely be wasted. I know, Yang Ming replied to her. The reason why the United States suffered a crushing defeat was that it lost many powerful lords. Without a powerful lord guarding it, it would be impossible to protect the royal territory. The same goes for China. If something unexpected happens to Yang Ming, or if Yu Zhongzhong, Tang Long, Mu Guiying and others are assassinated, China's overall strength will drop sharply. From the very beginning, Yang Ming said that a truly qualified lord must also be a powerful transcendent. A powerful lord can defeat thousands of troops. Therefore, Yang Ming has always strictly controlled the number of troops in Huaxia City, preferring to have fewer than sufficient. Because the further you progress, the less of an advantage the number of people becomes. In the battlefield of all races, quality is always much more important than quantity. In fact, there is an unknown secret about the main reason for the division of the United States. Do you want to hear it? Snow White suddenly asked. Go ahead. Yang Ming replied immediately. The reason why the United States is divided is definitely not as simple as it seems. If Yang Ming guessed correctly, there must be a mysterious Eastern power behind it. Snow White kept the question a secret and asked. Before that, let me ask you a question. Thor, how well do you know him? He's the most powerful lord in the United States. Thor? I don't know much about him. Yang Ming shook his head. Snow White continued to send messages. Actually, I don't know much about Thor, but according to outside sources, after Thor died in an S-rank inheritance mission, the Americans posthumously named him a hero. However, While sorting through Thor's belongings, the Americans found two surprising artifacts. What relic? In the secret drawer of Saul's study, I found a red application to join the party and a well-preserved selected works of Chairman Mao. All this, Yang Ming was stunned on the spot. So, Thor, the once most powerful lord in the United States, has actually been a spy for China all along? This is really incredible.